Chapter 1 I'm sorry, you're a good person. Jinling Number 1 University. The area near the school gate was already crowded with people, and even the streets were filled with people watching the excitement. The spacious street was covered with fragrant and beautiful roses. A total of 99,999 roses formed a huge and graceful heart shape, and a customized Maserati was placed in the center of the circle. Someone's confessing their love. Wow, students these days are so rich. Luxury cars and a sea of roses. How strange. It's actually a girl confessing. This girl is so beautiful. I heard from students nearby that this is the campus beauty of First University. Her name is Yen Chang, and I heard she's from a wealthy family. Everyone looked around curiously, stopped where they were and whispered to each other. As my eyes fell, I saw a petite beauty holding flowers, standing near the luxury car. The girl was about 1.62 meters tall, about 18 or 19 years old, with neatly combed bangs, an almond-shaped face, rosy cheeks, and willow-shaped eyebrows. Her beautiful eyes were misty, and she looked towards the school with a hint of shyness and anticipation. Obviously, she was waiting for her lover. The men were all jealous. Which man was so lucky to be confessed to by such a delicate and beautiful girl? The women are looking forward to the appearance of the lucky guy who will be confessed to. They are also curious about how outstanding and handsome the boy who will be confessed to will be. There was a commotion coming from the direction of the school. Here he comes. The leading actor is here. Amidst the noise, a boy in his early 20s was pushed by the crowd and appeared in front of the girl, standing in a sea of roses. People nearby looked at it curiously. Apart from being handsome, there's nothing special about this guy. The clothes he wore were also very cheap and ordinary. Wang Hui, I like you. The beautiful girl named Yen Qing finally plucked up the courage. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness and joy. She looked at the boy in front of her and announced loudly, word by word. I love you. Wang Hui, be my boyfriend. Student Yen, I. Wang Hui pondered for a moment and smiled bitterly in his heart. His friends said they had a surprise for him today, but it turned out that they had colluded to help Yen Qing confess her love. This is already the 26th confession this month. When will it end? Wang Hui sighed inwardly. However, he had to admit that Yen Qing's way of confessing was indeed more expensive than others. Wang Hui. Seeing Wang Hui hesitate, Yen Qing couldn't help but lower her head, full of grievance. Am I not beautiful? Wang Hui said honestly, beautiful. Yen Qing is known as the school belle. She has natural beauty and has countless suitors. Yen Qing, am I not gentle? Wang Hui, very gentle. Wang Hui has known Yen Qing for several months. This girl has always been gentle and considerate. Yen Qing, is my family background not good? Wang Hui, your family is quite wealthy. The daughter of the richest man in Jinling City, and also her only child. He has several private jets and countless top-of-the-line luxury cars at home. He is so rich. Seeing Wang Hui nodding sincerely and agreeing with her own strengths, Yen Qing couldn't help but smile. She lowered her head, her eyes filled with tenderness and shyness. Then, be my boyfriend. As she spoke, she handed the flowers in her hand to Wang Hui. Here you are. I really like you. A bunch of keys was placed on top of the flowers. Obviously, this is the key to the luxury car Maserati. As long as Wang Hui nods, luxury cars, beautiful women and money will be in his hands. This kid is so lucky. A winner in life. The future of my life will definitely be smooth sailing. Under the envious and extreme gazes of the men around, Wang Hui took a deep breath. He slowly extended his hand. Pushed the flowers away. Sorry, Yen. Why? Yen Qing's body trembled, tears welling in her beautiful eyes. Is there something wrong with me? Tell me, I can change. As long as I can be with you, I can do anything. Yen Qing's beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Wang Hui with genuine affection and said in a firm voice, Wang Hui, I love you. People who heard these words couldn't help but be moved. The men looked at Wang Hui with eyes filled with incomparable jealousy. Mr. Yen. Wang Hui's voice was apologetic. It's not that you are not good, but I don't want to be in a relationship. After saying that, he stretched out his big hand, placed it on Yen Qing's shoulder, and patted her gently. I'm sorry, you're a good person. The words fell. Wang Hui turned around and left without stopping. Oh my God. He refused. This handsome guy is so willful. I thought the nice guy card was only for men, but he actually gave it to the school beauty. Come on, slap me and see if I'm dreaming. The men around were filled with righteous indignation, especially the onlookers, whose voices were filled with unbelievable jealousy and envy. This young man named Wang Hui actually rejected the confession of such an outstanding and beautiful girl. It's simply too much. Watching Wang Hui disappear into the crowd without looking back, Yanqing finally couldn't help it. Tears fell like pearls, and she cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Seeing this, her best friends who were standing nearby rushed over to comfort her. Could it be, it's only been a few months since I transferred to this school, and a woman has already discovered my special physique? Wang Hui was in a lot of trouble. I just want to be a single dog quietly, why do they have to date me? When he was very young, Wang Hui discovered his special physique. Any woman who has close contact with him will have inexplicably better luck. He is so unreasonable, as if he has become the son of destiny in the novel. This characteristic spread inadvertently, and more women came into contact with Wang Hui, gradually verifying this fact. And they found that the closer their relationship with Wang Hui was, the better their luck was. Even though I didn't review at all, I was able to pass the exam easily and even got first place in the grade. I only have $2 left, but if I buy a lottery ticket, I'm sure I'll win the jackpot. He was clearly diagnosed with advanced cancer, but when he went to the hospital for a follow-up checkup, he found out it was a misdiagnosis. The company clearly couldn't raise funds, but after meeting Wang Hui, many investors rushed to give them money. There are countless examples of this kind. From childhood to adulthood, countless women have wanted to fall in love with Wang Hui. This made Wang Hui very troubled. So even though Wang Hui is only in his early 20s, he already has a sense of having seen the ups and downs of life and has a very rich emotional experience. The more beauties you see, the less interested you become. Wang Hui now. Just want to be single. Just want to give Jill a break. However, over the years, Wang Hui has been confessed to so many times that he has become accustomed to being rejected. He returned home. I opened my computer and received a message from a friend. Hurry, Wang Hui. Go to the school forum. Your secrets have been exposed. Wang Hui was shocked, it can't be known so soon. I want to have a few more days of leisure. He quickly logged into the campus forum. The news that the beautiful Yan confessed her love in public and was rejected spread throughout the campus. Many of Yan Chang's admirers and supporters were filled with righteous indignation, clamoring to teach Wang Hui a lesson. Some curious people collected Wang Hui's previous information and past and discovered a huge secret. The post was posted on the campus forum and pinned to the top by the moderator. Shocking secret. Why did the beautiful Yan confess her love to Wang Hui? Because he is God's favorite. When Wang Hui saw this post, he was stunned. I immediately slid the mouse and clicked in. Chapter 2 Lucky Son Wang Hui. This was an anonymous post that gave a general account of what happened to Wang Hui. Although there are many secretive things that have not been collected, the secret of Wang Hui's special physique has basically been revealed. Wang Hui, from childhood to adulthood, changed schools 7 times and moved 3 times, each time to a different city. The reason for this is that whenever he stays in one place for a long time, the women around him will fall madly in love with him. Based on the author's in-depth investigation and evidence collection, we finally discovered Wang Hui's secret. He's a handsome guy, but he's not so handsome that all women are crazy about him. The reason why women fall madly in love with him is because every woman who comes into contact with him will have such good luck that even God would be amazed. He is the lucky son sent by God to the world. Women who touch him will become humans favored by the lucky son. If girls could get into his bed, your life would change dramatically. For the best. The poster of the post introduced the matter seriously and confidently. Even at the end of the post. And posted the evidence. The information of each person Wang Hui had dated was posted, and the huge changes that occurred before and after the relationship were also listed as examples. Combined with the photos and footage of Yan Qing's grand confession today, people are already somewhat skeptical. But more students replied with disdain and doubt. As outstanding college students in the 21st century, do you think we will believe your nonsense? Having a relationship can change your luck, and having sex can change your life? Are you kidding me? Ghost, thank you, I am offended. Is the OP helping Wang Hui fish for girls? How disgusting. How could there be such a person in our school? I guess that's how Yan Qing was deceived. If anyone has Yan Chang's contact information, please send it to me. I'm not trying to woo her, I just want to tell her the ugly true face of Wang Hui. Bah! I suspect the poster is Wang Hui himself, deliberately posting here to trick more ignorant girls. At moderator, come out and work. Delete the post. Don't bother looking for the moderator. This post has been pinned. The moderator has betrayed us. Wang Hui is already so handsome, but he still uses this method to deceive girls? I don't quite believe it. The reply posts are filled with a lot of questioning voices. No one believed the content of this post, especially the boys. However, the post was pinned to the top by the moderator, which made more students lament that there was a dark side in the school forum. My special physique has really been exposed. Wang Hui was shocked, then calmed down and thought, there's so much evidence in the post, and they know a lot about my ex-girlfriends. It must be someone I know. If it's someone I know, who is it? And what is the purpose of doing this? Wang Hui frowned and thought, but had no clue. Looking back on my past, there are actually many women who know about their special physiques. There are also quite a few ex-girlfriends who have good connections and financial strength and know the information of Wang Hui's other ex-girlfriends, which makes it impossible for Wang Hui to guess the culprit who posted the message. Unless, you can communicate directly with the poster and ask. Unfortunately, the poster of the post is anonymous, so there is no way to contact him privately. No, I can't be so passive. We must uncover the true identity of this poster. I finally have the stable life I have now. I don't want it to be destroyed again, and I don't want to be surrounded by crazy women again. Wang Hui made up his mind and made a decision. If I find the moderator, I can uncover the true identity of the poster, or I can directly find the moderator and have him delete the post. The moderator of the school forum is also a student, so I can use this as a starting point to find the person. Wang Hui had only been transferred to the school for a few months and was not very familiar with the various circles in the school, so he decided to ask his classmates and friends. Soon, he logged into QQ. Just when Wang Hui was about to find out the whereabouts of the moderator, the QQ icon he had just logged into kept flashing and jumping wildly. Wang Hui. Are you there? Are you single recently? Wang Hui, I love you. I want to be your girlfriend. Wang Hui, I've been waiting for a long time. It's my turn to be your girlfriend. Wang Hui, I have 2 tickets for a movie that's coming out soon. Are you free tomorrow? Wang Hui, I can have ice cream today. Do you want to come find me? Shy expression. Wang Hui, this is the photo I just took, do you like it? Sexy suspender photo. Dialogue boxes kept popping up, and one message after another caught Wang Hui's eyes, making him feel quite helpless. It has been several months since he transferred to another school, but the women from his previous city are still contacting him. The intensity of their words and the temptation of their speech are no less than those of greasy and lustful men. In order to get Wang Hui, they even resorted to all means. Sending seductive private photos is just one of the most common tactics Wang Hui sees. They are all a bunch of bad women who are greedy for my body. Wang Hui sighed helplessly and began to close these messages one by one. During the closing process, Wang Hui saw an even more explosive piece of information. Wang Hui, I'm already in Jinling City. Which university are you attending? Can we meet? Just one night, even if it's just one night to have you. Chapter 3 Love System. Wang Hui was stunned. He looked at the dialogue box and the unfamiliar avatar in front of him and muttered to himself, who is this woman? I don't even know you, and you're trying to force yourself on me? This world is so crazy. Wang Hui sighed, decisively blocked and deleted the contact, and at the same time blocked and closed some other messages. Then, Wang Hui found the avatar icon of his deskmate Zhang Liang, clicked it, and sent a message. Exist? Ding ding ding. Zhang Liang quickly sent a message, his words filled with admiration, Brother Hui. Holy crap, you were awesome today. You even rejected the school beauty's confession. I heard that Maserati is worth at least 30 million. Luxury cars and beautiful women, even my brother Hui doesn't catch his eye. He's truly a role model for our generation. We lickers are so envious. This guy. Will rejecting a girl's confession make him envy and admire her? Wang Hui was helpless, thinking about how many women he had rejected in the past, some of whom were better than Yan Shang. If Zhang Liang knew about this, wouldn't he be so envious that he would vomit blood and die? No, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Wang Hui sent a message, you said you had a surprise for me, so you wanted to help Yan Qing confess her love to me? Oh, Brother Hui, I'm also desperate. Zhang Liang sent a voice message. Brother Hui, you know that my girlfriend is Yan Qing's best friend. If she gives an order, how can I not obey it? I don't have Brother Hui's confidence, nor the charm to be pursued by a rich and beautiful woman. I can only secretly cooperate with Yan Qing to confess my feelings. Brother Hui, please be magnanimous. Forgive me this time. Okay. Wang Hui sent a message, but you have to promise me one thing. Help me find the identity and whereabouts of the moderator of the school forum. What's going on, Brother Hui? Could it be that the post was right? Zhang Liang jokingly said, does my brother Hui really have a special physique? A lucky boy? Well, it's nothing, Brother Hui, I'll take care of it. Zhang Liang agreed without asking any further questions. I think that with his connections and relationships on campus, he should be able to find the information Wang Hui wants quickly. Wang Hui entrusted Zhang Liang with some more things before ending the conversation. During this period, Wang Hui's QQ rang several times. Wang Hui, you're online. Can we video chat? I just finished taking a shower and I missed you so much. Brother Wang Hui, I have a question for you. Can kissing you really bring good luck? Wang Hui, you're finally online. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Can you please promise me that I'm still in my first love and I don't want to be rejected by the man I love? The crazy beep beep sound kept ringing, and there were many verification messages for adding friends, which gave Wang Hui a headache. He simply closed QQ and thought to himself, there are so many women who are greedy for my body, I can't delete them all. I guess I need to find time to register a new account. Just then. Bite. A crisp sound came from my ears. Following closely was a pleasant mechanical female voice, soft and cute like a girl. Congratulations host, the love system has been successfully bound. System? Wang Hui was stunned for a moment, then delighted and asked, love system, what is your function? There are 10,000 women in the world, and nothing can stop me. As long as the host likes a woman, I can provide the most detailed strategy information to ensure that the host can conquer all the goddesses he admires. The love system's voice carried a hint of pride. You know, every man longs to get this system. However, roll. Just one simple word. There was even a hint of impatience in Wang Hui's tone. Host, what did you say? Roll. Host, you may not have heard what I just said. In this world, as long as it is a woman you like, I can be yours. Roll. Wang Hui once again interrupted the love system's self-introduction and ruthlessly rejected it. I don't need a useless system. Waste? The love system was struck by lightning, and its voice was full of disbelief. I told you to get out. Wang Hui was cold and ruthless. I'm already annoyed enough by the quarrels of women, please stop bothering me. Woo woo woo. System. System unbinding successful. The love system left sadly. Wave your sleeves and not a single cloud is taken away. Oh my god, these days the less you want something, the more it comes to you. Wang Hui took a deep breath, covered his forehead, lay on the bed, looked at the ceiling, and his mind wandered. 10 minutes later. Bite. Another crisp sound came from my ears. It's still the same sweet-sounding mechanical goddess, but this time her voice has changed to that of a mature woman. Love system upgraded version 2.0, successfully bound. Wang Hui was angry. Again. Do systems like to bind people randomly these days? You really think I have no temper, right? Love system upgraded version 2.0, enhanced system functions. Improved host experience. Comprehensively tailored to the host's own circumstances. Perhaps because he was worried about hearing Wang Hui's get lost again, the love system was introduced at a very fast speed. This system can interact with the host based on the objects of affection around them, and gain corresponding values of affection. Love points can be used to purchase items in the system mall to enhance the host's physical fitness, including the corpus cavernosum. Many functions are still under development. Also, once this system is bound, it cannot be released. Again, please note that once this system is bound, it cannot be unbound. In less than 2 seconds, the love system finished speaking. It seemed that he was frightened by Wang Hui's rejection. After all this talk, don't you still want me to have a relationship? Why don't you untie me? Wang Hui was very disappointed. Why is the whole world forcing me to fall in love? I really don't want to fall in love. Host, love has many benefits. The romance system strikes while the iron is hot. Interact in romance to gain admiration points. With admiration points, you are the most powerful man in the world. Admiration value? Wang Hui pondered and asked again, what is romantic interaction? Dating, shopping, watching movies, hugging, kissing, and clapping of love. The love system is not finished yet. Wang Hui suddenly said coldly, does refusing to confess count? The love system was stunned. This host. It seems a bit cold. Chapter 4, Crazy Pursuer. Jinling City, Zhuanhuang Community. This is a famous villa area in Jinling City. The people who live in it are either rich or noble. A noble private villa situated in a central location. The residence is surrounded by high fences wrapped with gorgeous rose thorns. The slanting moonlight casts mottled shadows, illuminating the courtyard's luxuriously decorated and hollowed-out embossed door. The magnificent design makes the owner of this villa look even more wealthy. At this time, it was late at night and everyone was asleep. In the bedroom of a luxurious villa, an extremely suppressed, clear and pleasant female voice was heard. Wang Hui, woo-woo. Wang Hui, I like you so much. The murmurs of girls came from the bedroom of the villa. Like pain. It also seems happy. The curtains were drawn on the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and a hardcover photo album of Hello Kitty was hung on the wall, with a picture of a girl with a sweet smile in the album. Under the album is a large soft bed covered with pink sheets. A quilt with cartoon patterns on it was on the bed, moving up and down, and that was where the sound came from. Wang Hui. After a high-pitched female voice shouted, the surroundings fell silent. A faint fragrance emanated. A few minutes later, a beautiful girl poked her head out from under the quilt. It was Yan Chang. At this moment, Yan Chang's hair was disheveled, and a few strands of hair stuck to her forehead because of sweat. Her small and pretty face was covered with blushes, her beautiful eyes were moist, and her eyes were filled with confusion and shyness. She pulled a pink pillow out from under the quilt. The pillow was originally made of down, but now it looked like it had been pinched by something, with a dent in the middle. Moreover, it was stained with some unknown watermarks. This bad guy wants me to miss you like this, but he refuses to agree to be with me. When Yan Qing thought of this, she couldn't help but bite her pink lips lightly. She felt bitter in her heart and her beautiful eyes were full of resentment. She looked at the pillow in her hand again, and the shame on her pretty face became even stronger. Ding ding ding. The phone on the bedside table rang. Yan Qing picked up the phone and took a look. The message was sent by a netizen named President of Hui Hui Fan Club. How was it? Was the confession successful? The president of Hui Hui's fan club sent a message asking. No. Yan Qing sighed and sent another crying emoticon. It's okay, it's okay. He has rejected many girls. Don't be discouraged. The other party sent a message of comfort, and then said slyly, tonight, I have posted an anonymous post on your school forum, exposing Wang Hui's secret. The post has been pinned to the top. Yan Cheng asked curiously, what post? You'll know when you go and see for yourself. Yan Cheng followed her instructions and logged onto the school forum. Seeing the pinned post, she was horrified. How could you do this? You promised me that you would help me chase Wang Hui. Yan Chang was very angry. She bit her pink lips and sent a message, if you do this, if other girls believe it, they will become my competitors. I don't mind. The other party sent a message, his tone full of mischievous pleasure, I just want Wang Hui to find a partner and marry a wife. It doesn't matter who marries him. It's your own fault. Don't worry, I'll help him find another woman. After saying that, the other party didn't give Yin Qing a chance to speak and went offline directly. Snort. The phone fell on the messy bed sheets. Yen Chang hugged her snow-white thighs, rested her crystal chin on her knees, and a hint of grievance appeared in her beautiful eyes. As the eldest daughter of the Yen group, she had never suffered such injustice. I like a boy, but failed to confess my feelings to him. Now I have to watch helplessly as a large number of unknown competitors appear around my beloved man. This made Yen Chang very sad and aggrieved. Yen Chang looked down at the pair of large white rabbits she had raised for many years. I felt even more wronged and sad. I'm not small, nor am I ugly. Why would Wang Hui reject me? No, I can't give up. Yen Chang took a deep breath, lifted her hair at the temples, and straightened her chest. I can do it. I can definitely become Wang Hui's girlfriend. He just hasn't fallen in love with me yet. I must work hard to let Wang Hui know how good I am. I want him to know that I, Yan Qing, am the only girl who is most suitable to be his girlfriend. Yan Qing clenched her fists tightly, her beautiful eyes showing determination as she silently cheered herself up. Confidence returns at this moment. Achoo! Wang Hui sneezed, touched his nose, and was a little stunned. Is the air conditioner too low? Do you have a cold? Wang Hui muttered softly and continued to stare at the computer screen intently. His hands flew across the keyboard, typing away, sending out words of justice. Brothers, please get started and stop playing games with your feet. I think you four are just soldiers who can be resurrected. The only difference between you and the soldiers is that you can type. I sprinkled some rice on the keyboard, and the chickens moved better than you. Is that a tumor on your neck? Can't you use your brain to play games? The jungler hasn't come to gank us yet. Are you picking Ganoderma lucidum for your mother in the jungle? At this moment, the opposing top laner sent a message to everyone, aren't you going back to the city yet? You've lost your home. Wang Hui glanced at the small map and saw that his teammates were wiped out and the crystal was under siege. Wang Hui, that's not a home, it's an orphanage. Bang! The crystal shatters and the game ends. Lost again. Wang Hui sighed deeply, poured a glass of water, and suddenly remembered something. Just now, he thought the dating system was too noisy, so he turned off the volume of her system. System, is it still there? Wang Hui picked up the water cup and said casually, I'm done playing games. I allow you to talk now. As Wang Hui's voice fell. Ding ding ding. Admiration plus 10. Admiration plus 20. Love value plus 100. A series of system prompts rang out frantically, causing Wang Hui to almost choke on the water in his mouth. Wang Hui quickly put down his water cup and was furious. System, are you crazy? Master, I'm not crazy. The love system's voice was filled with grievance, but it quickly said meaningfully, it's the master's suitor who's gone crazy. Someone is missing the master madly. Master, do you want to see her missing you? Chapter 5 Super Gift Pack. Facing the system's question, Wang Hui held his chin and pondered for a while. Is anyone missing me? So there were so many admiration point reminder messages? Look at her, what on earth did she do to provide so much admiration points? After obtaining Wang Hui's authorization, the system started working. Swish! A ray of light emerged from the void and connected to Wang Hui's computer screen. Just like a camera invisible to humans, the computer screen showed the bedroom scene of Yan Qing's villa in Zhuanhuan community. There is a time reminder in the lower left corner of the video, which is a picture from more than 10 minutes ago. Wang Hui, I like you so much. A murmur that sounded like pain and joy came from the headphones. Wang Hui's expression changed. He recognized that it was Yan Cheng's voice. Looking closely again, I saw the computer screen and the quilt moving up and down. Yan Cheng crawled out from under the quilt after a while, threw out a wet pillow, then took out a tissue from the bedside to wipe her hands, her pretty face flushed. Grass. A type of plant. I'm actually the object of her fantasy? Wang Hui couldn't help but gasp, is this woman so excited to play secretly? There was no need for a systematic explanation. Wang Hui could already see what Yan Cheng was doing. That shy and rosy face makes people want to touch it. The love system then encouraged, host, if you are willing, I can help you conquer this beautiful woman. Conquer? Wang Hui smiled and said, I just rejected her confession today. Host, how could you do this? The love system's sister's voice suddenly became louder, and she shouted in disbelief, such a beautiful girl, aren't you tempted? Why refuse? She's just coveting my handsomeness and body. Wang Hui spread his hands, vulgar. Host, you can only gain admiration points and become stronger if you have some romantic interactions with beautiful women. The love system still didn't give up, and kept persuading Wang Hui to fall in love. Love points can help the host obtain infinite wealth. Super powerful props. Unleash your potential and gain super strength. No need to bother. Wang Hui waved his hand, rather impatiently, look, isn't this already earning you admiration points? You can earn admiration points just by sitting at home, so why bother with a relationship? Being in love is too troublesome. It's better to have fun playing games. As he spoke, Wang Hui turned off the computer screen showing Yan Cheng's bedroom and opened the game client. Host, it's not your fault that you're handsome. It's your fault that you don't fall in love. I have a super membership gift package here. I was going to buy it with admiration points, but now I'm giving it to you for free. Increase your chances of picking up girls. Start an awesome life. The love system is still trying to help Wang Hui escape from the ranks of singles and taste the sweetness of love. Unnecessary. Wang Hui didn't even turn his head and continued to play the game. Love system, ding. The gift package is opening. Wang Hui? What is this operation? In this day and age, is there still someone who stuffs gift packages into someone's arms without permission? Congratulations to the host for winning 1 billion cash. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 quick learning skill cards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Edith's glasses. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eternal Marrow Cleansing Pill. Host, how is it? The gift package is worth the money. The love system was quite proud. With these, I guarantee you will be successful in love and have a smooth life. Oh, isn't it a super gift package? Wang Hui's voice was calm, even with a hint of doubt. Why are there only 4 things? Love system. The host disliked him again. I really want to squat in the corner and draw circles. Host, the gift package items are of quality, not quantity. The love system reminded Wang Hui, Edith's glasses are already placed next to your ears. Would you like to try them on and experience them? Wang Hui turned around and saw a pair of glasses next to him. He put them on. According to his understanding, these are the artificial intelligence glasses that Iron Man passed on to Spider-Man, which have extremely powerful and rich technological capabilities. Although there is no Stark Industries in the real world, it does not prevent Edith from using her super technological capabilities. Edith? After putting on his glasses, Wang Hui spoke tentatively. As soon as he finished speaking, the glasses suddenly lit up, and a burst of virtual 3D data appeared on the mirror surface, accompanied by various data streams, constantly flowing in front of Wang Hui. Soon, Wang Hui heard a clear mechanical female voice. Prepare for retinal and biometric scans. Scan passed. Lock the DNA genetic characteristics and bind them as the first generation of users. Hello, Master. My name is Edith, and I'm the intelligence system for comprehensive augmented reality security and Earth defense. You have the highest authority to access all protocols and create new ones. I can access global satellites, access global communication backdoors, unlock any technology lock password, modify information data, possess complete iron armor manufacturing technology, and various high-tech reserve data. You can use voice to query the user manual to learn more about my comprehensive functions. Good. Wang Hui exclaimed in admiration. The love system breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was something that satisfied the host, which made it feel very accomplished. Finish this game first, then get to know your abilities better. Wang Hui's game character died, which forced him to shift his attention. Master, do you need my help? Edith's glasses suddenly spoke. Wang Hui nodded. Okay, let me see your skills. Ding ding ding. The mirror of Edith's glasses suddenly changed, and a whole new data stream flashed. I have fully taken over the game character, found the game data ID, loaded the full intelligent mode, and loaded the data of the top 10 game masters in the world. Soon, on the computer screen, his game character began to move on its own. Graceful movement, decisive spellcasting, and just the right damage calculation. The originally disadvantageous game changed instantly because of Edith's takeover, and the turnaround began at this moment. Just 10 minutes. Bang! The opponent's crystal exploded and the game was over. Damn, why is the AD on the opposite side so strong? Could he be the world's best AD carry? He's retired and now he's playing with his alt account? This is weird. Is he cheating? I want to report it. Looking at the public screen messages of the 5 game players opposite him, Wang Hui was very satisfied. As for reporting? Wang Hui was not worried at all that Edith would leave any technological loopholes. The romance system friendly reminder, host, there is still a Eternal Marrow Cleansing Pill. After taking it, you can directly gain the strength of the Xiantian realm, step into the peak of martial arts, possess strong internal strength, and have the best physique for cultivating immortals. So fierce? Wang Hui was delighted and saw an ancient medicine box placed on the table, and he opened it quickly. A refreshing fragrance emanated from the air, and a crystal-clear pill was placed inside. A mist of spiritual energy emanated from the surrounding area, and vaguely one could see the auspicious vision of dragons and phoenixes flying and dancing. Gurgle. Wang Hui took the pill, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it in one gulp. Just then. Bite. The computer game interface showed that a player with the ID, Wanwan doesn't know how to play games, invited Wang Hui to join a team. Wang Hui recognized the ID and frowned. Why her? Chapter 6 Gossip about the number 1 esports goddess. Tiger Claw live streaming platform. The live broadcast room of the most popular female gaming anchor on the internet is extremely lively at this moment. The barrage of comments came like a waterfall, never stopping. After a while, a rocket reward passed by. The female anchor, Xiao Wan, was a little absent-minded. Her snow-white jade hand supported her pink chin, her beautiful eyes staring at the screen. She said absent-mindedly, "Thank you, Brother Long, for the reward." "Thank you." The clear and pleasant voice, like the sound of heaven, made the viewers in the live broadcast room howl in joy. Wan Wan. Ah. I love Wan Wan. Wan Wan is my goddess. Brother Long is so domineering. He's number 1 again this month, right? Elemental awareness. My Wan Wan is so beautiful, she never uses beauty filters, and even without them, she's still a disaster. She's always number 1. Wan Wan, it's so late, take a rest, stop playing games, come and hit me. Lao Wang can't play AD? Who is this guy? He actually got Wan Wan to invite him to a team. Looking at the ID, it's not a man, right? Wan Wan, don't team up with men to play games. Wan Wan. Please. The viewers in the live broadcast room were sending barrages of comments, but Xiao Wan didn't even look at them. A pair of beautiful eyes stared nervously at the computer screen, staring at the gaming friend who was online. There was a hint of excitement and surprise in her beautiful eyes. Finally, I've waited for you. In addition to excitement, Xiao Wan also felt a little aggrieved. The phone number was blocked, QQ deleted, and even the Bafuzi friends were deleted. All contact information was deleted by this cruel man. Could it be that he is still thinking about that matter? Xiao Wan sighed in her heart, but I really like him. Baffling. Wan Hui took a look at the message and casually clicked reject. Host. The dating system jumped out again anxiously, shouting, "According to my scan, this is an S-level beauty. Why are you rejecting her and not giving her a chance to interact with you?" Xiao Wan, 22 years old, a nationally renowned female gaming streamer. Well-known female gaming commentator. Hundreds of millions of fans. Beautiful, generous, conservative, and virtuous. Height 176 centimeters, weight 80 kilograms, D-body. The love system has already mastered Xiao Wan's detailed data. Host, such a goddess cannot be missed. I know this without you telling me. Wang Hui frowned. He had deliberately deleted all her contact information, but he actually forgot to delete her as a friend in the game. I miscalculated. In the live broadcast room, Xiao Wan couldn't help but be stunned when she saw the prompt message of refusing to form a team. The corners of her beautiful mouth curled up slightly, revealing a bitter smile. Wan Wan is sad. I'm an expert on micro-expressions, and this is a sign of sadness and loss. This must be a man. Damn it, he actually rejected Wan Wan's invitation to team up. Brother, you don't know who invited you to join a team, right? So many professional players want to play games with Wan Wan, but none of them are qualified. If this guy knew that the person in front of him on the computer screen was Xiao Wan, the top goddess in the esports world, he would probably regret it to death. Having said that, I'm still so jealous of this man. Ah. Wan Wan, I'm free, I can play games with you. The viewers in the live broadcast room were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to tear Wang Hui into pieces and bring him to Xiao Wan to express their loyalty and love. Wang Hui's game client received a message from a friend. Wan Wan doesn't know how to play games, why are you ignoring me? Wang Hui was stunned, thought for a moment, and replied, lazy. Wan Wan doesn't know how to play games, is it so difficult to play a game with me? I won't cheat you. Lao Wang doesn't know how to play AD, no, I have classes tomorrow, I'm going to sleep. Wan Wan doesn't know how to play games, wait a minute, give me your phone number. I know you changed your number. Lao Wang doesn't know how to play AD, if you keep arguing, I'll block you. See this sentence. Xiao Wan was stunned. The viewers in the live broadcast room were angry. Who is this man? He's so arrogant. He even threatened to block Wan Wan. What an overconfident otaku. Wan Wan, quickly block this guy. Yes, block him. I'm annoyed by people like him who don't know their place. The netizens started to speak, but Xiaowan didn't notice anything. Or rather, she no longer cared about anything at this moment. At this moment, the only person in her mind was the man across from the computer screen. Xiaowan didn't dare to speak anymore and could only stare blankly at the computer screen, watching the avatar of the man who made her worry day and night dim. He is offline. There is no trace of remembrance. It's still him. He's still blaming me, it's all my fault. If I were given another chance, I would never hurt you. I would be willing to use everything I have now in exchange for your love for me. Xiaowan cried silently in her heart, but the man could no longer hear her determination. She smiled. The smile was very bitter. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. This scene was frozen, and in an instant, the viewers in the live broadcast room exploded. Countless netizens were filled with anger and felt very sorry for Xiaowan. Xiaowan is about to cry. Oh my god, who is this man? I want to kill him. I have the knife in hand. Please, Hacker Master, find this man's detailed address. Waiting online. It's urgent. Quick, take a screenshot. This is big news. The esports world is about to be shaken. Just when the netizens were angry and heartbroken. Swish. 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 A full 10,000 rockets shot up into the sky in the live broadcast room, and the wealthy Longo wrote, "Wan, don't cry, we are still here. This is a cash reward of 10 million. The entire Tiger Claw platform was shocked. Tonight, a rich man appeared in Xiaowan's live broadcast room. If it were any other female anchor, they would definitely cry with joy at this moment. They would have already called him brother and husband sweetly, and would even be willing to sacrifice themselves for the rich man. But Xiaowan didn't see it at all. She was still staring at the dialogue box in front of her as if she had lost her soul, gazing at the game avatar that had long since dimmed. Her heart had long since left her body and had drifted to that enemy. At this moment, everything in the world is not worthy of being compared with this dim portrait. She waited for many days and nights. Finally, the day has come where I can talk to him. Although the process was short, only a few seconds, Xiaowan couldn't help but feel the intense joy and the heavy sense of loss in her heart. Memories came flooding in like a tide, surrounding Xiaowan. Xiaowan fell into memories, but the viewers in the live broadcast room did not stop. Any popular anchor will have screen recorders, screenshot takers, and other paparazzi waiting to capture the highlights and mistakes of the live broadcast during the live broadcast. Especially in the live broadcast room of Xiaowan, the #1 goddess in esports, there are such people everywhere. Even though Xiaowan has never been exposed in a live broadcast, just admiring her beautiful face and listening to her elegant voice is a great enjoyment. Xiaowan's daily live broadcast screen recordings can even be packaged into a collection and sold at a high price. Fanatical fans are willing to give everything to support their goddess. But at this moment, the goddess revealed a shocking secret news. In less than 10 minutes, the entire national esports community was shaken. Many heavyweight esports media have begun publishing articles. Goddess Wanwan cries late at night, why? Lao Wang can't play AD, who is this mysterious ID? Deeply digging into Xiaowan's past life experiences, has she ever been in love? Confirmed. The esports saint is no longer pure, she has an ex. Facing the appearance of a suspected rival. The world's top mid laner posted on Weibo late at night, from now on, I will play assassin and specialize in killing AD. A brand new love tutorial that will make goddesses cry, only 998, teach you how to be Lao Wang. Many esports media people got out of bed late at night to write articles, and many professional players and esports giants posted articles, which also alarmed the senior management of major game clubs and the Tiger Claw live broadcast platform. This night was a sleepless night for esports. The culprit who caused all this has fallen asleep. Chapter 7 Wang Hui, come to my office. Yes. Wang Hui fell asleep. The most handsome thing about this male god is his good skin. If you want good skin, you have to go to bed early and get up early every day. No words were spoken that night. When Wang Hui woke up, he felt something was wrong with his body. A warm current rose from the lower abdomen, like a burning flame. Moreover, under Wang Hui's conscious command, this warm current can flow along his limbs and bones. Is this inner strength? Wang Hui was shocked. He thought of the eternal marrow cleansing pill he had swallowed last night and was extremely surprised. I didn't expect it to be effective so quickly. Wang Hui clenched his fist in the air and swung it forward. Pa! A strong sonic boom sounded, and Wang Hui could see a layer of white light emerging on his fist, which was a manifestation of the release of internal force. Good. Wang Hui nodded with satisfaction and went to the bathroom to look in the mirror. He discovered that after being transformed by the eternal marrow cleansing pill, his temperament became much more ethereal, as if he were a banished immortal. Becoming handsome again? Wang Hui sighed, it's really annoying. It is now 8 o'clock in the morning. After washing up, Wang Hui went out to school. The academic workload at the Faculty of Arts where Wang Hui is studying is very easy, and there are not many classes this morning. When Wang Hui arrived at the classroom, most of the students were already there. It's Wang Hui. The school beauty confessed to him yesterday. After all, this is Wang Hui, one of the most handsome boys on campus, with a very high appearance. Oh, it's so hard for me. Why was I born in an era where appearance is everything? Whispers broke out in the classroom. The boys looked at Wang Hui with eyes full of jealousy and envy, while the girls' eyes were full of stars. There is no way, Wang Hui is really too handsome, and he deserves the title of school idol. Wang Hui glanced around the classroom. Admiration values that only Wang Hui could see kept floating above the girls' heads. Admiration +2. Admiration +6. Admiration +5. Any woman who likes Wang Hui is constantly providing him with admiration. Wang Hui sat in his seat, not feeling at all surprised at how he rejected Yen Cheng's confession yesterday. He took out his book and read with his head down. On the surface, he was reading a book, but secretly, he was studying the functions of Edith's glasses. Attend class. A clear and pleasant voice rang out. I don't know when, Counselor Li Xiaoman had walked into the classroom. Wang Hui looked up and saw a slim figure standing next to the podium. Li Xiaoman, the counselor of Wang Hui's class, is a famous beautiful teacher in the school. She has a stunning face that is no less beautiful than the school beauties and is deeply loved by boys. Every time Li Xiaoman taught a class, there would be a large number of students from other departments coming to audit, and there was never an empty seat in the classroom. Li Xiaoman has a beautiful and dignified face, with thick black hair loosely draped over her shoulders. At this moment, she straightened her body, wearing a white suit-collared jacket and a simple light blue straight dress underneath. Her sexy and charming queen style made all the boys in the classroom stare at her. Wang Hui glanced at Li Xiaoman, turned around and looked around. Edith's glasses were still flashing with bursts of data. For those students who were looking down at their phones, the images and conversations on the phone screens appeared on the mirror surface of their glasses. The two girls in the row in front of Wang Hui were communicating on their cell phones. Wang Hui is so handsome. He looks even more elegant with his glasses on today. I really want his contact information. Go ask after class. Be bold and take the initiative to pursue love. No, it's too embarrassing. I heard Yen Chang was rejected even after she confessed her love to her. Hey, maybe I don't like girls who are too pretty, I just like your type? These two girls are also cute and beautiful, at least the most beautiful girls in the class. They didn't expect that the private conversations between best friends were actually seen by their male idol. Moreover, there is the admiration value floating above their heads. Admiration +8. Admiration +10. Well. Wang Hui sighed, two more women who are greedy for my body, so vulgar. Edith can intercept the electronic information from that place by looking at it through her glasses. Wang Hui saw again that several boys in the front right were chatting in a small group. Did you see yesterday's post? Yen Xing confessed her love to Wang Hui and was rejected. I really don't know what Wang Hui was thinking. He actually rejected the confession of Yen University's campus beauty. If a beauty like this could be my girlfriend, I would be willing to shorten my life by 5 years. 5 years? I'd rather live 10 less. Wang Hui is so tactless, relying on his good looks to hurt the heart of the campus beauty Yen. He even posted anonymously on the school forum last night, saying that dating him would bring good luck. How shameless. Yes, it's so shameless. Who would believe such words? These boys were talking about Wang Hui in the small group, their tone full of disdain and jealousy. Suddenly. Gotcha. Several mobile phone screens went black at the same time and none of them could be turned on. Holy shit. My phone's broken. Mine too. Is the battery out? I just charged it yesterday. Several subdued exclamations rang out in the classroom at the same time. The boys looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Their cell phones broke down at the same time. Well done, Edith. Wang Hui smiled, adjusted his glasses, and praised him. It's a no-brainer. Edith's voice came from the Bluetooth headset in Wang Hui's right ear, and the students around him could not hear it. Throughout the entire class, Wang Hui, who had a bad taste, watched many classmates' small group chats. They seemed to be listening to the class seriously, but they were actually having a great time secretly. Yeah, it seems like I'm the same way. Wang Hui touched his chin and smiled. His gaze shifted and he saw a girl sitting alone in the corner. The girl looked pale, but she listened to the class seriously and took notes. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, but it couldn't hide her delicate facial features. She had a dazzling beauty like a mixed-race person, with skin as delicate and white as goat's milk curd, and as transparent and crystal-colored as Xinjiang horse milk grapes. It is so crystal clear that one cannot bear to look at it any longer. He was afraid that if he fixed his gaze on her, it would poke 2 holes in her face. Lin Yuexin. This is a unique girl, and she also left a deep impression on Wang Hui. It is said that she was diagnosed with cancer at a young age and her health was deteriorating. It was only a matter of time before she died. Wang Hui took a few glances and then looked away, concentrating on exploring the functions of Edith's classes. Time flies. Get out of class dismissed. A clear and pleasant sound was heard. Wang Hui was still thinking about what arrangements to make after class, but unexpectedly Li Xiaoman on the podium suddenly spoke. Wang Hui, come to my office. Chapter 8 Teacher, please respect yourself. This is probably the sentence that students are most afraid of hearing. As soon as Li Xiaoman finished speaking, the classmates all looked at Wang Hui. There was curiosity and a hint of schadenfreude. The students in the classroom felt. I don't think it's a good thing that the beautiful teacher invited me to a meeting. The counselor must have known about the confession incident that shook the entire school yesterday, and he must want to teach Wang Hui a lesson. Of course, his actions will bring bad influence to the school. He might even be punished. Publicly criticize him throughout the school. That's too much, bro. You can date freely in college, do you think this is high school? Anyway, seeing Wang Hui get humiliated makes me happy. The discussion information in this type of small group quickly faded, accompanied by a few suppressed cries of pain. Don't ask. The question is, their phone screens suddenly went black. Wang Hui? The beautiful teacher Li Xiaoman stood at the door of the classroom, turned around and looked back, and urged in a puzzled tone. That glance back was full of charm, which made many boys in the classroom intoxicated. Such an intellectual and mature woman is really perfect. Oh well. Wang Hui nodded and followed Li Xiaoman out. Wang Hui followed Li Xiaoman all the way in the long corridor. Li Xiaoman walked in front, her slender waist was extremely soft, and as her beautiful legs moved, the seductive scenery appeared and disappeared. Wang Hui looked carefully but found that he could not see anything, which made him feel a little itchy. This damn costume designer. Wang Hui muttered. Women's clothes are so strange. When you look at some clothes from behind, it seems like you can see something, but at the same time, you can't see anything. Li Xiaoman's buttocks are plump, firm, and just right. Wang Hui walked behind Li Xiaoman, and looking at her curvy back was a special enjoyment. Especially when he thought about the intimate contact he had with this beautiful woman. Wang Hui had a wonderful feeling in his heart. What are you talking about? Li Xiaoman's beautiful eyes were filled with doubts. She seemed to hear Wang Hui muttering something behind her, but she couldn't hear it clearly. Swish. When Li Xiaoman turned around, she saw Wang Hui's eyes on her beautiful buttocks. For a moment, Li Xiaoman's cheeks blushed, but she said nothing. She just glared at Wang Hui with her beautiful eyes, turned around and continued to lead the way. Li Xiaoman used to be Wang Hui's tutor. Later, she discovered Wang Hui's special physique, took the initiative to pursue Wang Hui, and had close contact with Wang Hui. Wang Hui was young and ignorant at that time, and some wonderful things happened between the two. For Wang Hui, the taste is wonderful, making people feel like they are in heaven. Li Xiaoman's gentleness and cooperation always make people linger on the experience. For Li Xiaoman, after falling in love with Wang Hui, her life has been smooth sailing and everything has gone as she wished. A poor tutor who was down and out became a young professor at a key university. However, things did not go as planned and the sweet love did not last long. After transferring to another school, Wang Hui did not expect that his ex-girlfriend would become his teacher. This made Wang Hui sigh, the world is so unpredictable. Hello, Teacher Li. Hello, Professor Li. Along the way, I met many teachers and students from the school. Everyone's expression was very polite, and Li Xiaoman's eyes were full of surprise and admiration. Li Xiaoman returned the gift with a smile, and her gentle attitude made people feel like spring breeze. She is a great beauty who is popular with both men and women, good at interpersonal communication, and kind-hearted. Li Xiaoman took Wang Hui upstairs and all the way to the office. Due to her outstanding teaching ability and bright potential, Li Xiaoman was able to have an office of her own. Sit down. Li Xiaoman pointed at the sofa and said with a smile, "There are no outsiders here, so you don't have to be polite to me. It sounds like we have some unspeakable secret." Wang Hui touched his nose, sat on the sofa, and asked politely, "Teacher Li, what do you want to talk to me about? So distant?" Li Xiaoman's beautiful eyes flickered as she poured a glass of water for Wang Hui and placed it on the table. Is it still because of what happened that year? Li Xiaoman naturally sat next to Wang Hui. The warm and elastic touch coming from her side made Wang Hui frown. "Teacher Li, when I met you after transferring to another school, we had already made it clear." "I know. If I force you again, you'll definitely run away again. I don't know where you'll hide." Li Xiaoman really wanted to reach out and ruffle the handsome boy's hair like she used to. But she quickly moved her outstretched hand away. She didn't want to make Wang Hui unhappy. Although she wanted to give him the best things in the world, she didn't want to see Wang Hui frowning. "Okay, let's get down to business." Li Xiaoman's pretty face turned serious, and she slowly said, "I came to see you today because I have something to ask you." Wang Hui said seriously, "Teacher, please speak." "Li Xiaoman, are you still single recently?" "Wang Hui. Is this a serious matter?" Wang Hui's expression darkened. "Teacher Li, I suspect you are deliberately creating an opportunity for us to be alone." "I don't have any." Li Xiaoman pouted, looking cute and adorable. She had no idea that she was acting like a spoiled child in front of her students, and her attitude was natural, as if she had done that before. Looking at the admiration value above her head, I don't know when it had floated up. Admiration plus 10. Admiration plus 10. Admiration plus 10. The admiration value increases rapidly with each second. "I came to see you today because I have something important to tell you. Please answer my questions." Being stared at by the beautiful teacher Li Xiaoman with her moist eyes, Wang Hui felt no pressure at all, and even felt a little impatient. "You are single, what's wrong with you? Forget about getting back together." "Humph, am I such a superficial woman? What's the point of having you if I can't have your heart?" Li Xiaoman snorted softly, and her beautiful eyes moved, looking down along Wang Hui's body, and she said softly, "Although I have already had it once." "Are you craving me again?" Wang Hui stood up and was about to leave. "If you don't want to talk about business, then I'll go back to study." "Don't go, I really have something to talk to you about." Li Xiaoman took Wang Hui's hand and said seriously, "If you are single, can you have a relationship with someone once?" "Cannot." Wang Hui refused without even thinking. "As long as it's not a romantic relationship, everything is fine. If you want to fall in love on your own, there is no need to talk about anything else." Wang Hui. Li Xiaoman's voice became much softer. She held Wang Hui's hand, her beautiful eyes filled with pleading, "Just promise me this time. If you promise me, I will reward you and let you." Having said that, Li Xiaoman couldn't help but lower her head, her face full of shyness, and a blush appeared on her beautiful cheeks. The content of the reward is self-evident. "Teacher Li." Wang Hui, with a righteous look on his face, pulled Li Xiaoman's hand away from his arm. "Please respect yourself. I'm not that kind of person." Chapter 9, Boys should protect themselves when they go out. "Wang Hui, can you please have a little compassion? You weren't like this before." Li Xiaoman's pretty face was slightly angry, and she straightened her graceful back. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Wang Hui quietly, wanting to make him surrender. "If you don't fall in love, does that mean you have no compassion?" Wang Hui was confused and scratched his head. "Teacher Li, there are so many women in the world. No matter how compassionate I am, I can't take care of them all. Don't be so talkative." Li Xiaoman raised her delicate hand and patted Wang Hui's arm gently, like a coquettish girlfriend, and her movements were very natural. "It's just a love affair. It doesn't mean anything to you, but it means a lot to this girl." Li Xiaoman's eyes were filled with seriousness. "She is Lin Yuexin. You should have heard about her story. She is in the late stage of lung cancer. The school has raised a lot of money for her cause, and the society has also provided a lot of help. But we all know in our hearts that this is a terminal illness and she doesn't have much time left. Now, her family can no longer afford the huge medical expenses. She's still young and has a long way to go. Could it be? Could you bear to see her die at such a young age? As long as you fall in love with her, things will definitely turn around. Facing Li Xiaoman's serious eyes, Wang Hui pondered for a moment. In the end, he shook his head and refused. Sorry, Mr. Li. As I said, there are so many women in the world, and I'm not so philanthropic that I can take care of everyone. I don't think being in love with me can cure all your illnesses. You should go see a doctor about this, right? I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Wang Hui stood up and walked out. Wang Hui. Li Xiaoman's hands trembled as she slapped the table mat beside her and shouted, "Are you going to watch her die? You could have saved her." Wang Hui didn't answer, but just waved his hand without looking back and walked out of the office. This cruel little man. Li Xiaoman was furious and muttered to herself. After a long time, she let out a long sigh. Come to think of it, he's still single. Li Xiaoman was lying on the sofa, hugging a pillow. The lines of her graceful body were fully displayed. She was immersed in memories and fantasies. A few months ago, she was surprised and incredulous when she met Wang Hui again. Perhaps this is a sign of unfinished fate? She had already made up her mind that this time she would cherish him no matter what and make Wang Hui fall in love with her again. The academic work in the School of Arts is very easy. There is only Li Xiaoman's class in the morning and no classes in the afternoon. Wang Hui planned to go back to the classroom to pack up his things and then start doing his own things. He hasn't even finished counting all the rewards the love system gave him yesterday. Moreover, Wang Hui also wanted to verify the many functions and advanced technologies developed by Edith classes one by one. After returning to the study room, there were not many people in the class. Only a few students were still there. When they saw Wang Hui come in, they all whispered to each other. Obviously, the pinned post on the school forum last night caused a huge uproar in the school. Combined with Yin Cheng's grand confession yesterday, all the students in the school knew about Wang Hui. Especially the students in Wang Hui's class, they all looked at Wang Hui strangely. Obviously, no one really believes what is said in the pinned post. How could such a good thing happen in this world? Will your luck improve if you fall in love with Wang Hui? Any student with normal IQ would not believe what was said in the post and might even sneer at it, thinking that it was a despicable trick done by Wang Hui himself. Wang Hui didn't care about it at all. He hoped that no one would believe it. This way, there won't be countless women tempting me to fall in love every day. Love is too tiring. Wang Hui just wants to be a happy and free single dog. In this way, Wang Hui sat at his desk and began to organize his books and things on his own. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze blew over. It seems to have the delicate fragrance of gardenia, which is very pleasant and makes people feel happy. Student Wang Hui. A soft cry, clear and pleasant, shy and timid. Wang Hui narrowed his eyes and raised his head. He saw a beautiful figure standing beside his desk, and also saw the admiration value floating above her head. It's Lin Yuexin. She is like a plum blossom that stands proudly in the snow, standing in a quiet valley. No matter how many people around her were looking at her, she bloomed quietly and gracefully, silently looking at Wang Hui. What can I do for you? Wang Hui put down the books he was packing and spoke with some doubt. Nothing, just. Lin Yuexin spoke nervously. Such a beautiful and charming girl, but she also gets nervous and shy sometimes. This is for you. Lin Yuexin suppressed her shame and placed a piece of scented letter from her sleeve on Wang Hui's desk. Then he turned and walked away as if running away. Wang Hui was stunned and looked down at the neatly folded letter papers on the table. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is probably a love letter. What era is this? Do you still need to send love letters to express your feelings? This girl is a bit conservative. Wang Hui opened the letter and looked at the beautiful handwriting and the love expressed on it. Just like Lin Yuexin herself, introverted and strong. Although Lin Yuexin is suffering from a terminal illness, she is still a great beauty. Even though her time is running out, many boys in the school are clamoring to accompany her through the last journey of her life. There are even many rich young men who have expressed their willingness to bear the medical expenses as long as Lin Yuexin can be with them. A pure flower, much sought after. In this turbid society, it is rare to see a girl like Lin Yuexin. Lin Yuexin's intentions are very sincere. Wang Hui read the love letter very carefully. Then, he put it away solemnly. Continue to pack your things. Host, aren't you tempted? The love system suddenly spoke, feeling like it was about to collapse. You have so many high-quality people around you, isn't there one worthy of your love? That teacher Li, and this Lin Yuexin, are both S-level goddesses. Shallow. Wang Hui said calmly, as a man, how can your mind be filled with romantic feelings? The love system was stunned. It did not expect that the host's ideological awareness was so high. System, where is the 1 billion cash you gave me yesterday? Host, it's in the first drawer of your computer desk. Well, it seems I have to go back first. Wang Hui packed up his things and left the classroom. But when he just walked out of the school gate, he suddenly found someone following him quietly. Wang Hui has experienced being followed by women since he was a child, and he deeply understands the truth that boys must protect themselves when they go out. But this time, the stalker was a little different. Chapter 10. You are too weak. These stalkers are actually men. After Wang Hui swallowed the eternal marrow cleansing pill, his six senses became extremely sensitive. There is no need to look back to know who is following you. That's interesting. Wang Hui touched his chin, thinking. I don't know who these people are, but since they followed me, they must have bad intentions. If I don't solve the problem today, I don't know how many troubles will be waiting for me in the future. Thinking of this, he changed direction and walked towards the depths of the deserted alley. Mina? Several delinquent teenagers with colorful hair followed Wang Hui. One of them looked at the boss and said, it seems like this kid doesn't plan to go home. Let's follow him and see what tricks this kid is going to play. Mina is a middle-aged man with a scar on his face, looking extremely fierce and violent. He sneered at Wang Hui's back and said, good boy, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you come in anyway. An empty alley is a good place to do business. This time, you are asking for death yourself, so you can't blame others. When he thought of the 20,000 yuan promised by the sponsor, his heart was filled with excitement. With only 20,000 yuan, it is so easy to teach a college student who is ignorant of the world a lesson. After a beating and some threats, 20,000 yuan was in hand. There was a glint of mockery and coldness in the starling's eyes. He walked faster and followed Wang Hui into the depths of the alley. Snap! Behind me came the sound of a steel pipe being dragged on the ground. Wang Hui slowly turned around and saw that a group of 7 or 8 people led by Mina were walking towards him from behind with ill intentions and surrounding him. What's up? Wang Hui raised his eyebrows and spoke lightly. I have to say, you really know how to choose a place. This is a feng shui treasure land. Staring at Wang Hui sinisterly, he sneered and said, I've broken the bones of dozens of people here. They've all knelt down and begged me, crying, but it was all in vain. Little brother, you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. You must suffer the consequences today. Mina weighed the steel pipe in his hand and stared at Wang Hui with a violent look on his face. To be honest, he has seen too many college students who pretend to be calm when faced with disaster. Wait a minute, he'll start crying after being hit a few times. Wang Hui glanced at the steel pipe in the starling's hand. It was covered with dark red blood rust. It was obviously not the first time he had done this. Ding ding ding. Edith's voice came from the Bluetooth headset. Hostile target detected, threat level analyzed. Threat level, weak. Satellite unmanned vehicles can be used for attack. Target confirmed, please authorize attack. Satellite strike? Using a cannon to kill a mosquito is such a waste. Cancel the authorization. Wang Hui shook his head. He wanted to test how strong he was now. But the starling got angry and growled, you little bastard, why are you shaking your head? You look down on me. I'm telling you. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I'll beat you less harshly later. How can a man be so handsome? It's so damn enviable. I also tell you, if you tell me now who sent you and lay down your weapons and surrender, I will not fight you. Wang Hui's tone was very sincere. Fuck. How shameless. Come on, brothers. Beat him up. Mina's face was full of violence. He roared ferociously, waved his hand, and rushed forward with his little brothers holding steel pipes. You're looking for death, you little brat. A 1.8-meter tall bad boy rushed up with a roar. It was obvious that he exercised regularly. His muscles bulged and he looked quite intimidating. Call. The wind was howling, and the target was Wang Hui's forehead. The attack was fierce. These guys were extremely vicious when they fought, and they actually used steel pipes to hit people's heads with all their strength. Aren't they afraid of beating people to death? What a bunch of scum. Wang Hui narrowed his eyes slightly. He was angry. Bang! Wang Hui took a step forward and kicked out with his right leg like a whip. The slender legs instantly turned into a black shadow and kicked the bad boy in the abdomen with violent force. Puff! The bad boy was hit so hard that his eyes bulged out in pain and he flew backwards with a look of pain on his face. Wang Hui's kick made him feel like his stomach was put into a blender. The intestines and stomach were all twisted in pain. As he flew backwards, Wang Hui's right hand stretched out like lightning and accurately snatched the steel pipe from his hand. After being transformed by the eternal marrow cleansing pill, Wang Hui's physical fitness has already been extraordinary. Streams of warm current flowed through his limbs and bones. At this moment, Wang Hui's speed and strength have surpassed the peak of human limits. Snap! Snap! Before the group of Mina brothers could react, Wang Hui, like a tiger among a flock of sheep, swung the steel pipe like lightning, beating the group of bad boys so hard that they had no power to fight back and could only run away in panic. Ah! Ah! Stop it! Stop it, big brother! Brother, I know I'm wrong. Stop hitting me! The sound of steel pipes hitting flesh, bones breaking, and painful pleas for mercy mixed together. The battle was easy. In less than a minute, 7 or 8 bad boys fell to the ground, holding their arms and howling in pain. Mina was completely dumbfounded. He stood there, staring blankly at Wang Hui. Is this guy still a college student? This guy is clearly a martial artist. Such a good fighter. Tisk, that's boring. You're too weak. Wang Hui threw away the steel pipe, clapped his hands, and sighed with regret. The opponent is too weak and the fight is not enjoyable. However, this also made Wang Hui clearly aware of his current strength. No matter how many ordinary thugs come, they are no match for him. Don't come over here. What are you doing? Looking at Wang Hui approaching him, the Mina bird couldn't help but keep backing away, roaring in panic and fear. The steel pipe tightly held in his hand couldn't give him any sense of security. Tell me, who sent you here? Wang Hui's tone was calm, but it made the starling feel as if he had fallen into an icy cave, and his back went cold. Brother, I don't know who the employer is. Mina quickly shook his head. That person contacted me anonymously online. I only know that he is a student at Jinling First University, I don't know his name. Oh? Then how did he contact you? QQ number, I'll give it to you right away, big brother. The Mina bird was very attentive and took out his cell phone and gave out his number in an almost flattering manner. He was really afraid that the evil spirit in front of him would attack again. Wang Hui was too lazy to argue with this group of people. This group of thugs bully the weak and fear the strong. They do things for money, and after beating them up, they basically won't cause trouble for me again. The main thing is to find out who is behind the hiring of the Mina. To solve the problem, we must solve it from the source. Edith. Wang Hui left the wailing thugs behind, walked out of the alley, and whispered, "Can you find out who hired them?" Can. Edith paused for a moment, then said, "Master, I've searched the internet data network and found that the owner of this communication app number is Yin Chenghong from the Department of Economics and Management at Jinling No. 1 University." Yun Sung Hong? Wang Hui frowned. He was not unfamiliar with this name. He is a well-known rich second generation in the Department of Economics and Management, the only son of the president of a listed group, and a celebrity in the school. At the same time, he is also one of Yin Qing's fanatical pursuers. As expected, beautiful women are troublesome. Wang Hui said lightly. At this time, Edith spoke again. Chapter 11, Fix It. Must fix it. The best in the entire world. Master, do we need to punish Yin Chenghong? Edith's voice rang out over the Bluetooth headset. Based on the information I currently have, Yin Chenghong's threat level is assessed as high. I recommend that the master resolve the situation as soon as possible. Sanctions? What sanctions? Wang Hui spread his hands and said, "He's the only son of the president of a listed group company. He has a strong background, strong financial resources, and a promising future. From birth, he was destined to be a leader. How can I, an orphan with no power or influence, compete with him?" That's right, Wang Hui grew up in an orphanage and never saw his parents. The records in the orphanage show that both of Wang Hui's parents died, and he has relied entirely on his own efforts to survive independently since he was young. Host, don't be afraid. You have us. The voice of the love system rang out from Wang Hui's ears, saying loudly, "The purpose of the love system is to allow the host to fully enjoy love activities while ensuring the host's life safety." Edith's glasses are one of those tools that can make the most perfect plan to help you deal with any enemy and any difficulty. Yin Chenghong is the host's love rival. Since he is an enemy, he must be eliminated. Edith glasses will provide you with the most complete planning plan. The host can consult it. The voice of the love system was very excited, which made Wang Hui very suspicious whether there was a beautiful and evil-minded lady hidden in it. Why do you like seeing the host beat up his love rival so much? However, there's no harm in asking. Wang Hui is a man who hates trouble. In order to avoid being constantly disturbed by Yin Chenghong in the future, it is better to get rid of it once and for all. "Edith, what is your plan to sanction Yin Chenghong?" Wang Hui asked. Soon, Edith came up with the optimal solution. Based on the information comparison between the two parties, the master possesses multiple plans to kill Yin Chenghong. However, according to system analysis, given the master's current social situation, an enemy similar to Yin Chenghong will eventually appear. Therefore, the optimal solution for the system is for the master to manage his own business and rapidly improve his social status and wealth, thus eliminating a large number of potential enemies. The improvement of the master's social status can make most of his current and future potential enemies lose the motivation to fight against the master. In the long term, this is the best solution for the owner. Of course, Yin Chenghong can also solve it this way. Given my current social situation, I will have many rivals in love. What's the meaning? Is it my fault that I'm handsome? Intelligent AI can also praise people? It's quite advanced. Wang Hui squatted on the side of the road, holding his chin and thinking. He had to admit that Edith's glasses analysis made sense. Since childhood, in addition to facing the trouble of being pursued by goddesses, Wang Hui also faced harassment from a large number of goddess rivals and suitors, which made him very annoyed, and he also had to worry about his personal safety. The optimal solution proposed by Edith is to solve her own troubles from the root. "Hi, handsome boy." A soft and sweet voice sounded in his ears, bringing Wang Hui back to his senses from his thoughts. At this moment, he was sitting on a bench by the roadside, lost in thought, and a girl in OL uniform appeared in front of him without him noticing. She was wearing a light gray uniform that tightly wrapped around her curvy figure. She looked at Wang Hui with a charming smile on her face. "What's up?" Wang Hui raised his head and asked politely. After seeing Wang Hui's face clearly, the girl's beautiful eyes lit up. "This big boy is so handsome. It's like a masterpiece that walked out of an oil painting. Only God's careful carving could create such a perfect male face." A pair of deep, star-like eyes revealed a faint melancholy temperament that made her heart beat faster. She didn't know that when Wang Hui was thinking about something annoying, there would always be a melancholy in his eyes. This is a beauty that even the love system admires, without any external help. Wang Hui is born to be a perfect handsome guy. Handsome since childhood. The girl's heart was moved. She couldn't help but bend down to reveal her fair and white scenery. At the same time, she took out a red mobile phone and showed her most charming smile. "Handsome boy, can you add me as a friend? I'm still single." The charming fragrance coming out of the red lips and the suggestive words made Wang Hui feel a little dizzy. "Oh, I was hit on again. How many times this month has this happened? You women are so vulgar. So vulgar. They are only attracted by my handsomeness and cannot see my inner self. Sorry, I have a girlfriend." Wang Hui lied and politely refused. But the more he does this, the more he gives people the aura of a cool and handsome guy. Looking at Wang Hui's cold eyes and his aloof attitude, the girl felt her long legs wrapped in white silk going a little weak. "Handsome boy, sister doesn't mind, we can be friends." The girl bent her waist even lower, and her tone was meaningful. The fire in her beautiful eyes seemed to devour Wang Hui. She had never seen such a handsome boy before, and she was determined to get him. "Be friends? You must be the friend who does that kind of thing every day." Wang Hui rolled his eyes and stood up in a cold tone. "Sorry, I don't sleep with every woman." After saying that, Wang Hui turned and left. How tactless. The girl was so angry that she stomped her feet on the spot. Her charming and beautiful aura emanated from her, attracting the men around her to stare at her, while at the same time they looked at Wang Hui's back with jealousy. "Host, you've rejected another woman who's at least A-rated. Look at her figure, it's at least the size of a D." The love system kept nagging in my ear. "Although non-S-rank goddesses are not worth pursuing, it's not bad to change your taste occasionally and try an A-rank girl." Shut up. Wang Hui growled, "From now on, you are not allowed to speak without my permission." The love system shut up. She feels wronged. From birth to now, she has never seen a man as domineering as Wang Hui. In fact, Wang Hui also admitted that the love system was right. The beautiful girl before really had a great figure. She was a piece of beautiful meat in the eyes of many men, enough to make people salivate and lie on her without wanting to get down. But for Wang Hui, he has seen too many beauties and has his own standards and requirements. Not all women are worthy of Wang Hui's attention. For Wang Hui, being approached by a beautiful woman was just a small episode in his life and not worth taking seriously. Edith, continue with your plans and proposals. Wang Hui spoke, and Edith's voice came from the Bluetooth headset. I need the detailed plan content. Edith's eyes, based on the master's environment and the resources at his disposal, the master can authorize me to use the scientific and technological information I have recorded to run his own scientific and technological company and scientific and technological industrial group. Based on the information I've read online, current social technology lags far behind the technological information I have. Master's technology industry is fully capable of becoming a leader in its field, making him the most prestigious and wealthy man in the world. This would put the vast majority of men to shame and prevent them from even thinking of becoming his enemy. At the same time, the products of the technological industry will also provide protection for the owner's daily life, preventing any violent harm and traps. Edith was telling Wang Hui about her plans and proposals, and Wang Hui's eyes lit up. He thought of Edith's scientific and technological records, which contained many amazing industrial technologies, including the perfect manufacturing technology of the Iron Man suit. No man can resist the temptation of the iron armor. This is the coolest technological achievement. In addition, Edith's glasses also record more technological technologies that far exceed those of modern society. Once it comes out, Wang Hui's technology company will definitely become the world's top level. But Wang Hui hesitated for a moment. I still have to go to school, and I don't have any experience running a company. Master, I can help you manage any business. Edith's gentle and calm voice came from the Bluetooth headset. I possess the most advanced artificial intelligence and business technology. I am your best personal butler, dedicated to freeing you from all the tedious and complicated work and allowing you to have more private time. Hey, artificial intelligence has become so advanced. What else is there to say? All. Wang Hui acted decisively and said without hesitation, we must build this. We must build a world-leading technology and industrial group. Okay, authorization accepted. Edith's glasses voice came, set the current mission goal to operate the world's top technology and industrial group. Chapter 12, Rewards don't matter, I'm just hungry. According to Edith Glass's plan, once the technological industry matures, Yin Chenghong is not a problem at all. He can acquire the Yin Group's assets in minutes and turn him from a rich second generation into a poor second generation. To strike the enemy, do not use the lowest level of military sanctions. A truly strong person never needs to do things himself and has more means to deter the enemy. Wang Hui was very satisfied with this. This artificial intelligence is very consistent with my temperament. The first step is to get the initial funding. Wang Hui took a taxi and drove towards his rental house. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Hui returned to his community. Go upstairs, open the door, walk into the bedroom, and find the computer drawer. After opening the drawer, Wang Hui saw a card as black as ink, embroidered with gold edges and with a series of English patterns on it. It looked very luxurious and exquisite. This is a special bearer card jointly issued by global banks. The love system proudly introduced, there are 1 billion cash in it, the host can use it at will. Very good. Wang Hui was very satisfied. He picked up the card and asked, Edith, what should we do next? Do you need me to open a company? Master, hold the card in front of your eyes for 10 seconds. Edith's calm and gentle voice rang out, I'll help you handle all the information online. I'll notify you promptly if your authorization or signature is required. Fully managed. You can lie at home and run the company yourself without any need to do so. Everything is handled intelligently. Wang Hui likes it very much. He followed his instructions and placed the card in front of his eyes, looking at it. A digital light flashed on the mirror of Edith's glasses. He aimed at the card for calibration and scanned the magnetic card to record the information. Complete information recording. Complete the master's network data information compilation. We are submitting our application for company license and operating authority through online procedures. The funds have been counted and the first batch of scientific and technological materials have been prepared. We are analyzing gaps in the online business sector and analyzing the optimal technological products. Edith's glasses continued to emit a professional and calm voice. 10 seconds later, Edith fell silent, then quickly spoke again. Master, the preparations have been initially completed. All that's left is the approval of the corresponding qualifications and materials. Edith will handle all matters that can be handled independently, including company establishment, cash flow management, factory site selection, technology research and development, personnel recruitment, etc. She would only notify Wang Hui to come forward when there was a special need. At other times, Edith will manage and operate this business online on behalf of Wang Hui, making it stronger and stronger. Very good. Wang Hui nodded with satisfaction, not sparing his praise. Edith, your research is very good. Serving the master is my first mission. Edith's glasses' tone remained calm and gentle. Just then. Ding-ling-ling. The cell phone rang and Wang Hui picked it up to take a look. Yan Cheng. Beep, beep. Wang Hui casually hung up the phone and threw it on the bed. Wouldn't it be nice to use your break time to play games? Why does this woman still bother me? At the same time, Yan Cheng, who was in a luxury car, heard the busy tone on her phone and couldn't help but pout. Wang Hui, I won't give up so easily. Yan Cheng tried hard to recall the love skills her best friends had taught her, picked up her phone again, and started writing a text message to send to Wang Hui. She swore to herself, I must let him know that I truly love him. Maybe I haven't done enough now, but as long as I keep working hard, he will definitely be touched. The beautiful girl who had never been in love was caught in the frenzy of love at this moment and could not extricate herself from her feelings for Wang Hui. Ding dong. The text message was sent to the phone, and Edith reminded warmly, Master, you have a new text message. However, Wang Hui had already opened the client and started a new game. Apart from being handsome and having a special physique, Wang Hui is no different from other boys. Like games, love electronic products. Of course, he doesn't like to use a cup that's not for drinking water on an airplane. Red. Wang Hui was concentrating on playing the game and casually said, Edith, from now on, if you don't have your phone with you, just tell me the content of the text message. Yes, master. Edith's gentle voice sounded, and she began to read the text message, from Yan Cheng content, text message, Wang Hui, I know a really delicious restaurant. You haven't eaten lunch yet, right? How about, we go have a quick meal together? No. Wang Hui didn't think twice and was about to refuse when he suddenly heard a prompt tone. Bite. The romance system has detected a new mission opportunity and is officially releasing the romance mission, Sweet Lunch. Task content, agree to Yan Cheng's date request and have lunch with her. Mission reward, Lamborghini Reventon, worth 15 million. Warm reminder, host, if you accept the mission, you can get the mission reward in advance. Hearing this series of system notifications, Wang Hui couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Oh, has the little system learned to use roundabout methods to save the country? You're not allowed to speak, so you issue tasks? If I don't want to fall in love, you're using task rewards to stimulate me? Host, it's just a meal. The voice of the love system sounded cautiously, give the girl a chance. Wang Hui pondered for a moment. The system is right. It's just a meal, nothing special. After all, Wang Hui didn't hate Yan Cheng, he just wasn't fond of the idea of falling in love. After all, his previous experiences had left him deeply heartbroken, and he was wary of many girls' advances and confessions. Host, this is a $15 million luxury car, and there are only 21 of them in the world. The love system is still trying its best to persuade Wang Hui, trying to make him fall in love. Oh? There are only 21 of them in the world. Where did you get this one? Just bought it. I made an online transaction through Edith and then transferred it here. It's on display downstairs. The dating system thoughtfully explained, we've already taken care of the photo and driver's license. Plus, a world's top driver learning card. So you don't have to worry about your driving skills. Such thoughtful service, such comprehensive handling. What else can Wang Hui say? Eat? Wang Hui stood up suddenly, his expression firm, it's just a meal, Yan Cheng can't eat me. Let me make it clear first, the mission rewards don't matter. I'm mainly hungry. System, please don't misunderstand me. Wang Hui spoke in a calm tone. How could a man of integrity eat for the reward of a mission? I'm just plain hungry. Believe it or not. Anyway, I believed it. If you also believe, then cast a few votes. Chapter 13 Shocking. A low-key, mysterious, and handsome man from a wealthy family suddenly appeared in a certain community. Host, don't worry. I won't misunderstand you. The romance system is very cooperative, it's just a simple meal, but the mission rewards will definitely not be small. Okay, then I must eat this meal. Wang Hui held his head high and made up his mind. Edith. Master, I'm here. Reply to the text message and tell her I will attend the appointment and ask for the address. Wang Hui pointed at the grayed-out computer screen and said, also, I don't want to idle during this game. Please help me finish it, but don't go too far. 4 or 5 pentakills should be enough. Yes, master. Edith was there for everything. As long as she can meet Wang Hui's requirements. Wang Hui picked up his mobile phone, and a bunch of car keys and a pure white card appeared on the table. The inverted triangle black car key and the key panel that is so transparent that it can be used as a mirror are full of cool technology. Just taking out this bunch of keys gives people the feeling that they are worth a lot of money. Pa! Wang Hui picked up the card and it shattered. A white light penetrated into Wang Hui's forehead in an instant. After a cool feeling, Wang Hui felt that he had mastered many complicated driving techniques and possessed all the experience and skills of a top racing driver. Let's go! Wang Hui picked up the car keys, pushed open the bedroom door, walked out of the rental house and went downstairs. The first thing Wang Hui saw was the Lamborghini Reventon parked not far from the community gate. Its Chinese name is Lamborghini Reventon. This is designed in the style of the F-22 fighter jet. Rather than saying that the Lamborghini Reventon is a top sports car, it is better to say that it is a fighter jet on the road. In fact, from the appearance of the car, the sharp front is combined with the front bumper with 2 large air intake designs. The straight lines outlined with many sharp angles give the entire body a sense of speed. Not only Wang Hui saw it, but the residents passing by the community also noticed it and gathered around in an instant. It is so eye-catching, especially for men, who simply cannot resist such a cool and domineering supercar. There are many vehicles parked on both sides of the community, the most valuable of which is only a BMW 7 Series. The jet black, streamlined Lamborghini is like a low-key giant beast, quietly crawling in place. Even if there are many people watching and greedily caressing it, it remains silent, quietly waiting for its owner to arrive. Please make way. Wang Hui shouted, his voice rising, what are you all doing around my car? There were so many people watching that it was really hard to squeeze in without revealing your identity as the car owner. Your car? A middle-aged man with a suspicious look in his eyes, holding the keys to a BMW, looked Wang Hui up and down and couldn't help but chuckle. Young man, if you want to squeeze in to see the luxury cars, just say so directly. Why do you have to pretend? Yeah, you young people, you have no ambition all day long, all you do is take pictures around luxury cars and post them on social media. I don't believe you. Boss Su just said this is a Lamborghini. And it's a limited edition. I estimate it must be worth at least several million, right? How could it possibly be your car? Young man, work hard and emulate the owner of this sports car. But I don't think you'll ever be able to be compared to him in your lifetime. A car like this is simply not something that ordinary people can own. The people around were talking at once, and gave Wang Hui smiles of disgust, doubt, and understanding. Alas, just another young man trying to attract attention. This is everyone's first impression of Wang Hui. Even the neighbors who live in the same apartment building with Wang Hui don't have a good attitude towards him. The clothes Wang Hui wears are very cheap, and the total cost of his entire body does not exceed 200 yuan. How could he own such a cool and domineering supercar? A bunch of weird guys. Wang Hui rolled his eyes, too lazy to explain to this group of people, and pressed the car key in his hand. Ding ding ding. The orange headlights were flashing. The Lamborghini seemed like a giant beast waking up, spreading its smooth wings, like a demon flapping its wings to fly, attracting everyone's attention. What the hell? How is this possible? He really is the owner of the car. This is his car? Oh my God. The sound of people gasping for breath continued to be heard one after another. The people around were shocked, their eyes wide open, staring at the scene in disbelief. Many girls in the community were so surprised that they covered their mouths and looked at Wang Hui with rippling eyes. This boy is not only very handsome, but also owns this super sports car. Could it be that? Is he the legendary rich kid who lives among ordinary people just to experience life? Admiration +5. Admiration plus 6. Admiration plus 5. A series of admiration values rose in the crowd. The girls have gradually started to fantasize in their minds, longing to accidentally meet Wang Hui one day, to develop a bond, and to stage a scene of disheveled hair, red faces and tears. Phew! It's a touching love story. Some girls even posted photos on their WeChat moments with the caption, "Shocking." A low-key, mysterious, wealthy and handsome guy suddenly appeared in a neighborhood. Come on, ladies. Wang Hui naturally didn't know about all this. At this moment, he had already arrived at the car, looking at his task reward with satisfaction. The first car in life, cool, expensive and classy. Overall, Wang Hui is very satisfied. The car rewarded by the system task is different from the cars given by the girls. Wang Hui doesn't want women's things. But the car that is a mission reward, well, it's earned through hard work. Mr. Wang, is this your car? Mr. Su, the middle-aged owner holding the BMW keys, looked at Wang Hui and couldn't help but use the respectful title you. Yes, could it be your car? Wang Hui joked, got into the car and closed the door. Ignite and start. Boom! The Lamborghini Reventon, full of smooth lines, roared out of the community gate like a sharp sword. The low-key yet domineering shadow of the car model is also reflected in the pupils of the community owners. Sitting in the driving seat, with expensive and soft cushions made of genuine animal leather behind him, the driving feel and fast speed made Wang Hui feel happy. Wang Hui's top racing driver-level driving skills allow him to speed through traffic and accurately avoid all speed cameras. Passers-by on the road looked at the black Lamborghini with envy. Although there are many wealthy people in Jinling City, few of them drive such expensive luxury cars on the streets. Many men and women even took out their mobile phones, trying to capture the dark shadow of the speeding Lamborghini. Among them, a lucky girl captured a relatively clear picture. After zooming in, she couldn't help but exclaimed loudly, "What a handsome man!" Edith. Wearing a Bluetooth headset, Wang Hui asked, "Did Jen Cheng mention the meeting place?" Pirate. Edith's voice came from my ear, a high-end French restaurant. The location has been sent to your navigation map. Do you need me to plan a better route for you? Need. Under Edith's guidance, Wang Hui arrived at the restaurant door in less than 20 minutes. Chapter 14, The School Beauty Crazy About Love. Pirate. Translated as pirate. It is a famous high-end restaurant in Jinling City. It is very expensive and specializes in French cuisine. All reservations must be made in advance on the restaurant's official website. Each customer is only served one meal per business day. If you want to eat again, you must make a reservation for tomorrow. It's quite high-end. Under normal circumstances, if Wang Hui were alone, he would not come to such a place to eat. Don't ask, the answer is poverty. Once upon a time, Wang Hui was described as a man who has nothing but handsomeness. Now, since someone is treating him and he has to complete the task, Wang Hui naturally doesn't care where he eats. Hello, sir. The waiter at the restaurant door had a professional smile on his face. The moment he saw the Lamborghini stop, he came forward enthusiastically. Although Wang Hui was not wearing any luxury goods, he looked particularly tall in the eyes of the waiter. This is a simple and low-key rich kid. The waiter made the first impression in his mind. After all, the Lamborghini Reventon's design is so cool that anyone who is not blind can see that this car is worth a lot of money. Well, hello. Wang Hui nodded casually, and the waiter opened the restaurant door and bent down to welcome him in. After Wang Hui left, the waiter ran to the Lamborghini Reventon without stopping, turned on his mobile phone, adjusted the camera, and put on the most handsome smile in his life. Gotcha. Photograph. Share with your friends. Caption, you guys focus on money. I value friendship. My good friend drove a new car to visit me, let's go out and have fun together tonight. The copywriting comes easily and the pretense is everywhere. In order to improve one's status in the circle of friends, it is understandable to fabricate some background. However, Wang Hui has already gotten away from this kind of vulgar taste. Since the arrival of his special physique, Wang Hui has been around many women, visited many high-end places, and witnessed many beautiful scenes that ordinary people can hardly see. Now Wang Hui just wants to keep a low profile and be single. I just want to finish my meal quickly so I can go home and play games. Wang Hui was quite satisfied with Parrot's decoration. The gorgeous European-style tables and chairs, and the small and exquisite bar, are all painted pure white, exuding an aristocratic atmosphere everywhere. This restaurant is quite particular. It only has a set menu of 20 dishes, which are divided into different themes. The name and information of each dish are on a huge LCD screen. The shape of the dishes and the creative cooking are surprising. There are not many people in the restaurant, and each room is separated by partitions, focusing on privacy and elegant atmosphere. Yan Sheng was holding her cell phone. She was still blaming herself for being careless in choosing such a faraway place. She was struggling over whether to ask the driver to pick up Wang Hui. Unexpectedly, the phone rang and a text message from Wang Hui came, saying that he had entered the restaurant. Yan Qing immediately stood up and looked for her lover. After a while, Wang Hui. After hearing a shout, when Wang Hui turned around again, he saw at the end of the restaurant corridor a stunningly beautiful girl waving at him with a beautiful smile, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness and joy. There was no way. The admiration value that kept floating above Yan Chang's head was too obvious, and it was hard for Wang Hui not to notice it. Not to mention, Yan Qing looks even more beautiful today. It can be seen that the girl dressed up carefully today. Her lightly made-up face, long, curved eyelashes, and white long-sleeved flared dress couldn't hide her plump breasts. Her long legs were faintly visible, making her look like a quiet lotus in a clear valley. It fully displays the purity and beauty unique to girls, while also revealing a youthful charm. She was already a school beauty, and now she dressed up for her lover, causing the men in the surrounding restaurants to frequently stick their heads out to look at her, their eyes filled with admiration. What a gorgeous girl! Wang Hui smiled politely at Yan Cheng. After all, when someone invites you to dinner, you can't have a stern face. As long as it's not about love, Wang Hui has no aversion to Yan Cheng, and he even admires such a girl who is crazy about love. Wang Hui, I've already reserved a seat. Let me take you there. Yan Cheng walked quickly to Wang Hui, gave him her sweetest smile, and naturally put her arm around Wang Hui's arm. Feeling the soft and swollen touch coming from his arm, Wang Hui pulled his hand away without any expression. Yan Cheng did not give up and grabbed it again. Wang Hui pulled his hand out again. Yan Cheng hugged him again, even tighter than before. Wang Hui silently glanced at Yan Qing beside him. The campus beauty of Yin University smiled sweetly at Wang Hui. Wang Hui, how did you get here? I was just planning to pick you up. It's all my fault. I was too careless. I should have chosen a place closer to your home. I drove here. Wang Hui answered absent-mindedly. He tried to remain calm and not to savor the soft touch on his arm, while also giving up the idea of pulling his arm out. This girl is obviously not the type to back down after being rejected a few times. Her resilience and persistence make her unique among the many beauties Wang Hui has met. The more she refused to give up. He was afraid that if he pulled his arm out again, Yan Cheng would climb on top of him in public. So I just let her go. Wang Hui, when did you get a car? You didn't even tell me. Just bought it. Then after dinner, can you take me for a ride? Not good. Then take me for a ride next time. I don't know what you like to eat, so I ordered some of the most popular dishes. I don't know if they suit your taste. Good. Here, this is my favorite dish, Wang Hui, try it. I can do it myself. Come on, just eat from my spoon, don't look down on me. Yan Cheng was not affected by Wang Hui's cold attitude at all. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescents and her whole body was filled with joy. She chirped like a lark and had endless things to say in front of Wang Hui. She wished she could give Wang Hui all the best things. Wang Hui's attendance was the greatest encouragement to her. She felt that she was one step closer to pursuing Wang Hui. Yan Qing, you must keep trying, you can pursue Wang Hui. Yan Qing secretly encouraged herself in her heart. The girl's passionate feelings could not be concealed. The diners around her could see it and cast envious eyes on Wang Hui. It must be a very happy thing to be favored and loved by such a pure and beautiful girl. In particular, she has such a good figure and a pleasant voice. She is actually the best among girls. This man, isn't he just a bit handsome? What's so good about him that he can be liked by such a beautiful girl? This girl looks like she's worth a lot of money. The bag on the table is the latest luxury brand in the world. She looks like a wealthy girl. This man looks so cold, he really doesn't know how to appreciate his blessings. Wang Hui didn't know if it was due to his internal strength, but he could vaguely hear whispers coming from all around him. In such a high-end restaurant, there was no shortage of so-called petty bourgeoisie who treated guests to pay the bill. Wang Hui has heard a lot of such jealousy and envy, as well as secret rumors. The bitterness of life is different for everyone. They have no idea of the pain and annoyance they feel when being pursued by so many beautiful women. Half an hour later. I'm full. Wang Hui finished the last spoonful of soup and sighed with satisfaction. Although Yan Qing was a bit clingy, at least the meal was satisfying. Wang Hui, you're so focused when you're eating. You look so elegant. Yan Qing's gentle voice came. The girl didn't eat much, but kept looking at Wang Hui intently, her beautiful eyes revealing undisguised admiration and love. No matter how she looked at Wang Hui, she thought he was handsome. I wish I could cling to Wang Hui every day and be with him forever. This girl is in too deep. Wang Hui sighed in his heart and was thinking of his words, considering how to gently reject Yin Chang and make her give up the idea of pursuing him. Right. In a gentler way. After all, he just treated me to a meal. Yen Sheng didn't know that her psychological status in Wang Hui had indeed improved. From being a suitor who had to be rejected coldly, I have become a suitor who needs to be rejected gently. Just when Wang Hui was still thinking, a melodious piano sound suddenly rang out in the restaurant, attracting the eyes and attention of many diners. At the same time, the waiter's low, magnetic and gentle voice came from the microphone in the restaurant. Today, a special and lucky lady came to our restaurant. A wonderful gentleman prepared a special surprise for her, the most romantic confession ever. Spotlight. Please find our goddess tonight, Miss Yin Chang. Accompanied by the sound of ambiguous and romantic music, a spotlight shone from the ceiling of the restaurant, focusing on the dining table where Wang Hui was sitting and on Yin Chang. Wang Hui raised his head and looked at the girl in front of him who was a little at a loss. Interesting. Wang Hui chuckled and narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 15. He stretched out his face and got beaten. Is that you, Wang Hui? Yen Shang looked at Wang Hui tentatively, lowered her head under the spotlight, and asked softly, Is this a surprise you prepared for me? No. Wang Hui shook his head. He doesn't have the mind or the time. With such a grand ceremony, the restaurant must have been notified in advance. To be able to get a high-end restaurant to cooperate with him, he must be either rich or powerful. As the school belle and a well-known rich girl in the school, Yen Sheng naturally has countless suitors. But Wang Hui was quite disgusted that he chose to appear at this time. Brother, no matter who you are disturbing my meal. Who could it be? There was a hint of confusion on Yen Sheng's pretty face, but she immediately lowered her voice and explained anxiously to Wang Hui, Wang Hui, you have to believe me, I have nothing to do with other boys, I only like you. Wang Hui fiddled with the spoon and answered absent-mindedly. Yen Shang wanted to explain, but several waiters came over with large bouquets of flowers and professional smiles on their faces. Ms. Yen Shang, this is something that the mysterious gentleman asked us to give to you. I don't want it, please take it. Yen Shang tried hard to suppress the slight anger in her heart, maintaining a polite smile on her pretty face, and politely declined, I'm dating my boyfriend. I don't know any mysterious gentleman. Isn't this a surprise from her boyfriend? There are other suitors. The boyfriend she's talking about should be the one eating right now, right? He doesn't look like anything special except being handsome, and his clothes are pretty ordinary too. It's most likely that this man used sweet words to deceive this little girl. Anyone who can get Pirate Restaurant to cooperate must have an extraordinary background. This kid is in for a good show. The sound of whispers continued to be heard all around, accompanied by malicious and vulgar speculations, which made Wang Hui frown. Because of this meal, Wang Hui tacitly agreed to Yin Sheng labeling him as her boyfriend. As a man, you can't eat other people's food and then ruin their business. This has nothing to do with love, it is a matter of human principle. But, Miss Yen. The waiters looked at each other and wanted to persuade them again, but at this time the center stage of the restaurant had already lit up. The lifting stage made a mechanical sound, and a large, snow-white piano slowly rose from the ground. A handsome man was sitting on the piano and playing it. The pleasant and melodious piano music that had been heard in the restaurant earlier was played by him. At the same time, a group of waiters in tuxedos appeared around, playing violins and accompanying the piano music. They slowly came to Yin Sheng and looked at Yin Sheng with warm smiles. Yun Sung Hong? Wang Hui smiled. This guy dares to appear in front of me before settling the old scores? Host. A love rival has appeared. Wang Hui. He wondered if the system was broken. The host hasn't even thought about it yet, but it's already impatient. Yin Changhong sat at the piano and played, his eyes inadvertently passing over Wang Hui, revealing a hint of contempt and a hint of ridicule. He had made preparations for today as early as the day Yin Chang booked the restaurant in advance. The simple Yin Chang was no match for Yin Changhong, a veteran in the love field. If Wang Hui was stopped in the courtyard by the group of Mina, he naturally could not come as agreed. If Wang Hui was lucky enough to escape, he would have to face the humiliation personally. Good. Humiliation. Yin Changhong made perfect preparations, and with the cooperation and planning of a professional team, he carefully planned this grand confession, allowing Yin Qing to see clearly in public that the man she was pursuing was completely useless except for his good looks. As the piano melody fell, Yin Changhong stood up, holding flowers in his hands, walked in front of Yin Chang, knelt on one knee with the most handsome smile on his face. Yin Qing, I like you. Be my girlfriend. This series of actions had been rehearsed for many days. He deliberately ignored and neglected the existence of his deskmate Wang Hui. Host. This is intolerable. The love system was even more angry than Wang Hui, almost shouting and urging, "This is already snatching a woman in front of you. Host, hurry up." Yin Changhong. Yin Chang frowned tightly, bit her teeth, and suppressed her anger. "I already told you, I already have a boyfriend. Don't bother me anymore." Boyfriend, who is it? Yin Changhong pretended to be confused, looked up at Wang Hui beside him, and pointed, "Is it him?" Good. Yin Chang stood up, walked to Wang Hui and sat down, holding Wang Hui's arm. She was as proud as a little peacock, holding her head high. "He is my boyfriend, and I only love him. I won't accept anyone else." She was worried that Yin Changhong's appearance would hurt Wang Hui's self-esteem. After all, we have to admit that in such an atmosphere, Yin Changhong's confession is impeccable. Yin Chang was very worried that Wang Hui would misunderstand, so she was eager to express her opinion. It's like a pet that is loyal to its owner and is afraid of being abandoned. When she looked at Wang Hui, her beautiful eyes were filled with worry and tenderness. The people around looked at each other with anticipation, wanting to see how Wang Hui would respond. Wang Hui didn't even bother to lift his eyelids and continued to eat his dessert. He has seen many big scenes. Now the drama that Yin Changhong caused just made Wang Hui feel a little childish and annoyed. "Even if you have a boyfriend, I won't give up." Yin Changhong was confident and had a plan in place. He knew exactly how to play the role of an infatuated man and shouted loudly, "I believe that true love has no obstacles. He doesn't love you, only I am the most suitable person for you. I know, Yin Cheng, you are too naive. You must have been deceived by him. A man like him who is ignorant and has nothing but a pretty face will only let you down and hurt you." Yin Changhong looked like a love-struck man in a TV drama, looking at Yin Cheng with tenderness in his eyes. "Promise me, leave him and be with me, Yin Cheng. I will cherish you and love you dearly. I am the gentleman most suitable for you." After talking about these flowers, Yin Changhong looked at Wang Hui inadvertently. The sarcasm and contempt in his eyes became even stronger. "Wang Hui, you can't hold it in any longer, right?" No matter what kind of relationship he had with Yin Qing, it was the biggest blow to his self-esteem to be confessed to in public by an outstanding man in the most romantic way to the woman next to him. In particular, based on Yin Changhong's understanding of Wang Hui, he was just an orphan, poor and lonely, and had no means or foundation to fight against him. I could only watch as my feelings were confessed, but I was powerless to do anything and could not stop it. Unable to fight effectively, the best recourse is impotent rage, cursing, or even violence. But this would only make Yin Cheng more disappointed in him. When he thought of this, Yin Changhong couldn't help but feel a little happy. He was so eager to see Wang Hui make a fool of himself, and he was so jealous that Wang Hui could win Yin Cheng's love and favor without doing anything. Yin Cheng's pretty face already looked a little ugly. She was a little overwhelmed and didn't know how to deal with what was happening. Her good upbringing prevented her from swearing, and made it impossible for her to vent her inner boredom and fear, for fear that Wang Hui would misunderstand her. Wang Hui. Yin Chang looked at her beloved beside her for help, pressed closer to him, and lowered her voice. "How about we go first? I've already paid the bill." She was worried that Wang Hui would be embarrassed. She didn't want to see her beloved man's self-esteem being hurt and being bullied by Yin Changhong. Ding ding ding. Wang Hui smiled at Yin Chang and tapped the goblet with his spoon, attracting everyone's attention. "I've seen shameless men, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Yin Xing has rejected you many times, yet you still shamelessly pester me like this." Wang Hui glanced indifferently at Yin Changhong, who was kneeling on the ground. You have the nerve to call yourself a gentleman?" If other gentlemen knew you called yourself a gentleman, they would probably be humiliated. You use this method to force the woman you can't have? You even go so far as to belittle and ridicule the men around her? Ha ha ha. You're right. There's nothing wrong with liking someone, but pestering them is ungentlemanly. This subtle sarcasm made the spectators around laugh out loud. After hearing this, many women looked at Yin Changhong with a hint of contempt in their eyes. Such a man is really disgusting. The guests and staff of French restaurants all identify with French culture. Everyone considers himself a gentleman and naturally looks down on men who are persistent and clingy. Love is beautiful, and the means of pursuing it can be diverse, but they cannot be despicable. Wang Hui spoke lightly and in a calm tone, but the content of his words made people feel that he was much superior to Yin Changhong. Yin Changhong's face darkened. He didn't expect Wang Hui to be so patient. This doesn't look like an ordinary college student at all. The methods he often used to pursue girls and make boyfriends give up or leave in shame were ineffective. You said I'm not a gentleman, but are you? Yin Changhong sneered a few times and raised his head and said, I truly love Yin Chang. Do you dare to accept my challenge and prove your love for Yin Chang? Fight? Wang Hui glanced up and down at Yin Changhong and said, sorry, I only hit people, not dogs. In fact, he really doubted whether Yin Changhong could withstand a few punches from him. Wang Hui's calm tone seemed to be stating a fact. He called Yin Changhong a dog in disguise, which made the diners in the restaurant burst into laughter. Yen Xing couldn't help but pat Wang Hui lightly, smiling like a flower. Wang Hui, you were so bad. Seeing this scene, Yin Changhong's eyes turned green and his face turned ashen. I heard that you can play the piano? Good. Wang Hui nodded. He had learned some of this when he was in a relationship with an ex-girlfriend. However, his playing level is almost the same as Yin Changhong's, and not very professional. The emotions embedded in the music are the best proof. Yin Changhong stared at Wang Hui intently, sneered, and said, I studied at the Imperial Capital Conservatory of Music for a while, and the piece I just played already incorporates my love for Yin Chang. Everyone heard it. Can you prove it with your piano music like me? Hearing this, the spectators in the restaurant looked at Wang Hui with anticipation in their eyes. Unlike fists, piano music is a gentleman's means of competition. Use the most elegant way to make your opponent give up. There were also people in the crowd who wanted to watch the show and see Wang Hui make a fool of himself. Yin Changhong is one of them. He had already inquired about it and knew that Wang Hui's piano skills were very average and the music he played could not be compared with the musical effect he had just achieved with the cooperation of a professional restaurant band. Therefore, he deliberately used words to pressure Wang Hui, just to make him give up or make a fool of himself on the spot. Let Yen Qing see the gap between the two men. Wang Hui, who is only handsome but inferior to me in every way. One is myself, who is excellent in all aspects, versatile, romantic and affectionate. Is there any need to choose? The answer is obvious. Yin Changhong couldn't wait to see Yin Chang's disappointed look towards Wang Hui. Wang Hui, shall we go? Yen Sheng didn't want to see Wang Hui being humiliated in public, and even more so didn't want to see Wang Hui making a fool of himself. She lowered her voice and whispered anxiously in his ear, I believe you. Don't compete with him. He's setting you up. Others don't know the relationship between them, but Yen Sheng knows it clearly. She was the one pursuing him, and she didn't want Wang Hui to feel disgusted with her because of this matter. She just wanted to leave here quickly and take Wang Hui to a place where there were only two of them. Just then. Bite. The romance system has detected a new mission opportunity and is officially releasing the romance mission, Challenge of the Rival. Mission content, accepting Changhong's challenge and defeat Yin Changhong. Mission reward, world-class piano playing skills and experience. Warm reminder, host, if you accept the mission, you can get the mission reward in advance. Wang Hui smiled. What a coincidence. The mission is here. Isn't Yin Changhong just stretching his face out to get beaten? There are such interesting people in the world, it's interesting. Chapter 16, the simplest tune, the most soul-touching melody. Why, don't you dare. Yin Changhong raised his head, looked directly at Wang Hui, and sneered in his heart. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are handsome. There are many more useful things in this world than being handsome. Faced with Yin Changhong's repeated provocations, Wang Hui was not going to tolerate it anymore. He is afraid of trouble, but not afraid of things. Yin Changhong is about to take over. If Wang Hui remains indifferent, what's the difference between him and a coward? Just do it. It has nothing to do with love. Wang Hui just wants to let this guy know his place. Good. Wang Hui nodded lightly and stood up to walk towards the piano. His face is stretched out to me. If I don't hit him, wouldn't it be inhumane? Humph, you're just pretending. Yin Shanghong looked at Wang Hui's back with a sneer. He did not think that Wang Hui's playing level was better than his. Although he was not very confident in his piano skills, he was at least better than Wang Hui. The most important thing is that this hotel just had a special band providing harmony for itself. As long as he pays enough, the mood and emotion will be right, which is his magic weapon to pick up girls. Wang Hui is a poor boy, what can he compare with me? In Yin Shanghong's view, Wang Hui was just pretending to be calm. There was no way out, so I had to bite the bullet and agree to my request. However, as he watched Wang Hui walk towards the piano with steady steps and confident back, Yin Shanghong always had a vague illusion. It seems that Wang Hui is not a weak guy who can be bullied. Instead, it's like standing at a higher level, looking down at myself, watching the solo performance of an ant. Indifferent and apathetic. No, I won't. Yin Shanghong shook his head to get rid of the strange thoughts in his mind. This poor boy can't even afford a piano, how can he be better than me? Wang Hui. Yan Shang opened her mouth and wanted to pull Wang Hui. However, she was a step too slow. Wang Hui had already walked to the main seat of the piano and sat down with a calm look. Yan Qing's beautiful eyes fell on Wang Hui, with a hint of worry and guilt. The simple girl has blamed herself for the trouble caused by Yin Shanghong. She is extremely worried that Wang Hui will hate her even more because of the outcome of this incident. The spectators in the surrounding restaurants also cast curious glances at Wang Hui. Bang! The restaurant was very tactful and put the spotlight on Wang Hui. Although the restaurant's professional band would not cooperate, at least they would not be stingy with the most basic performance configuration. Under the dim and gentle lighting of the restaurant, Wang Hui was dressed simply and looked calm and composed. The handsome appearance, coupled with the white piano, actually gives people the feeling of being in a concert hall, watching the top pianist preparing to perform. Wang Hui placed his fingers on the black and white piano keys. Suddenly, a familiar touch spread through his fingers and throughout his body, giving him an irresistible urge to play. At this moment, Wang Hui's mind was clear and his eyes became calm and focused. The most professional playing posture and fingering are ready at this moment. Duo. The first syllable sounded as Wang Hui's fingers pressed it. The smooth and cheerful piano music flows out like a spring, echoing in every corner of the restaurant. At this moment, Wang Hui seemed to have merged with the piano and immersed himself in the music he was playing. Only the world's top piano masters can understand Wang Hui's current state and be shocked by it. As Wang Hui's 10 fingers jumped and played on the black and white keys like elves, every note seemed to be dancing in front of people's eyes. It contains a gentle emotion that changes one's color and makes one's heart tremble. At this moment, Yin Shanghong was stunned. Watching Wang Hui playing, he seemed to vaguely see the figure of the world's top pianist whom he had the honor of seeing in person at the World Music Hall. At this moment, Wang Hui's temperament and performance, and his superb skills that stirred people's hearts and immersed them, made Yin Shanghong suddenly have an illusion. It's as if Wang Hui is the world's top pianist. The two figures overlapped and blended strangely at this moment. No matter how cunning he is, he cannot deny Wang Hui's attainments in piano. This is a true piano master. A minor key piece of music can be infused with emotions that can make the soul tremble. It's for release. Beethoven's for release. Someone spoke in a trembling voice, but was immediately interrupted. No, it's to Therese. Someone later found this bagatelle in a minor and mistakenly wrote it to Alice. Don't talk. Just listen. Someone glared at him, causing the person who couldn't help but exclaim in surprise to shut his mouth consciously. The cheerful piano music flows in every corner of the restaurant. Faced with such affectionate and melodious piano music, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath and enjoy it in ecstasy. They seemed to be in the highest palace in the distance, enjoying the performance of a great pianist. The melodious and crisp musical notes are like many kind words to be said to lovers. In the second half, Wang Hui's left and right hands alternately play broken chords. Just like a pair of lovers having an intimate conversation. It makes people feel a strong tenderness, as if surrounded by the affectionate gaze of a lover. Even ordinary people who knew nothing about piano were deeply conquered by Wang Hui at this moment. The so-called piano virtuosity is nothing more than coolness in the eyes of outsiders. The real sound of the piano can use the most ordinary music to truly touch people's souls, resonate with people, and make everyone deeply immersed in it. and Wang Hui has already achieved this. Oh my god. How can he be a pianist at such a young age? Yin Shenghong's expression was dull, his eyes filled with a struggle, but he soon became deeply intoxicated. He really didn't want to admit Wang Hui's piano skills, but he was a person who understood piano after all. He couldn't break free from the control of this powerful piano sound and couldn't help but fall into it. Looking at Yin Cheng again, her beautiful eyes were filled with joy and excitement. She could clearly hear the deep emotion expressed by Wang Hui in the piano music. Tactful, affectionate, and gentle. The emotions in music cannot be faked. Could it be that Wang Hui also has feelings for me, but hasn't said it out loud? The innocent girl felt her heart skip a beat at this moment. Her beautiful eyes reflected the figure of Wang Hui playing the piano, so handsome, elegant, and full of concentration. In Yin Qing's eyes, the whole world no longer existed, and only Wang Hui was left. Stop the car. Stop the car now. A gentle and pleasant female voice sounded. An unassuming car was parked not far from Parrot's restaurant. One side of the car window reflected a beautiful figure. She was listening attentively to the piano music flowing from the restaurant, with a hint of admiration and surprise in her beautiful eyes. Is there such a great pianist in Jinling City? Could it be that some veteran in the piano field has come to Jinling City? A faintly doubtful voice came from inside the car. She didn't roll down the window, and her beautiful eyes looked through the dark window towards Parrot's restaurant. The female driver reminded her, "Miss Shi, we're running out of time. We only have one afternoon to prepare, and the concert starts tonight." "It's okay, just wait a little longer. It's just a little tune, listen to it and leave." Shizula shook her head in the car, her beautiful face resting lightly on the recliner. Faint memories flow in those beautiful eyes as clear as stars. The piano music, full of tenderness and affection, made her think back to the past, and she recalled the gentle and handsome smile of the young man in her mind. Chapter 17, No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. The song ends, and the sound of the piano is hidden in the last note. Wang Hui stood up and looked up at the restaurant. All the spectators were still immersed in the beautiful and gentle piano music and were deeply intoxicated. Looking at Yin Shenghong, he was standing there staring at the piano stand, as if his soul had been greatly shocked and he fell into self-doubt and thinking about his life. "Student Yen?" Wang Hui walked up to Yin Shang and waved in front of her. The school beauty woke up from her dazed state. "Wang Hui, you are so awesome." Yin Shang's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder as she looked at Wang Hui with admiration and surprise. "I didn't expect you to play the piano so well. How many talents and secrets does this sweetheart have that I haven't discovered yet?" At this moment, Yin Sheng had already fallen deeply. Admiration plus 10. Admiration plus 10. Admiration plus 10. Love points kept floating above Yin Chang's head, which made Wang Hui marvel. This girl is a high-yield farmer who can make a fortune for herself. "Ah, no big deal, let's go." Wang Hui laughed heartily, winked at Yin Chang, and jokingly said, "To be honest, I'm the world's top piano master. I don't want to be recognized and surrounded by people asking for autographs." "That's right, let's go." Yin Chang nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Although she did not believe Wang Hui's witty remark that he was the world's top piano master, she had already deeply felt Wang Hui's excellence. She didn't want the female spectators around her to pester Wang Hui for his contact information after they recovered. "Wang Hui is mine, no one can take him away." Yen Xing quickly took Wang Hui's arm, and the two of them held each other tightly and hurriedly left the restaurant. After Wang Hui and Yen Chang left the restaurant, everyone in the restaurant gradually woke up from the beautiful piano music. This is so beautiful. The music is filled with tender emotions, as if I were witnessing a pair of deeply affectionate lovers expressing their feelings to each other. Yes, I've never heard such beautiful piano performance. I'm worried that I won't be able to enjoy listening to other people's emotional performances anymore. Huh? Where's the handsome guy who was playing the piano just now? Why is he gone? His girlfriend left too. Ah, I was thinking of asking for his contact information. Don't bother with that. He already has a girlfriend. You can tell from the music they play that they're in a good relationship. The restaurant was filled with activity, with countless spectators and waiters silently recalling the melodious and gentle piano music from before. Young man, put away your thoughts. There are people who are much better than you. A middle-aged man walked up to Yin Changhong and patted him on the shoulder meaningfully. There's nothing wrong with pursuing love, and there's nothing wrong with having more means. But you're obviously not as good as others, but you still want to join in the fun. It will only make you look bad. At this moment, Yin Shenghong's expression was particularly embarrassed. Because the people around him looked at him with a hint of mockery in their eyes, as if they were looking at a clown. They are obviously as loving as a pair of mandarin ducks, but you insist on interfering. No one does not despise such people. The winner is already clear. Looking at the expressions and eyes of the people around him, Yin Shenghong knew that he had lost miserably. There was no need for Wang Hui to laugh at him in person, and Wang Hui was too lazy to do such a thing to lower his status. The onlookers around him had already used their eyes and expressions to make Yin Shenghong feel that he was in a clown-like situation. The more this happened, the more Yin Shenghong felt like he was being bitten by ants and suffered unbearable pain. He felt that his self-esteem was thrown on the ground and trampled on in public by Wang Hui, who then turned away with indifference and disdain. Damn Wang Hui! Yin Shenghong's eyes were red, his fists were clenched tightly, and he swore in his heart with resentment, I will definitely make you pay. Which senior is playing? Shi Zhula was very curious. Thinking about tonight's concert, if we could have such a piano master to help out, it would definitely make the concert more successful and the fans would definitely be extremely satisfied. Shi Zhula not only has a beautiful voice but also an excellent image. She is known as the most beautiful face in Asia. She has always been very fond of her fans and is an idol in the hearts of many boys and girls. Sisterly, could you please go to the restaurant and ask who was playing just now? If possible, I would like to invite this master to attend the concert tonight. Shi Zhula spoke softly. The agent sitting next to her nodded, okay, I'll go ask. Shortly after Sisterly got out of the car and entered the restaurant, a man and a woman walked out of the restaurant. The girl was sweet and cute, and she was holding the arm of the boy who looked helpless. She chirped like a joyful elf, dancing around the boy, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. It seems that the boy in front of her is her whole world. Even though Shi Zhula was far away, he could still feel the girl's affection, which made Shi Zhula couldn't help but think of his past self. Once upon a time, she was as gentle as water, and that boy was everything to her. No one would have thought that Shi Zhula, the national goddess-level singer who is loved by the whole nation and has made countless wealthy people and bigwigs willing to bow down at her feet, actually has a man in her heart. When Shi Zhula's eyes fell on the boy, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but be stunned, and then, they bloomed with unbelievable surprise and joy. It's him! He has been missing for so long, it turns out he's in Jiling City. Shi Zhula stared blankly at the boy's back in front of her, and for a moment she forgot everything around her. His appearance was deeply reflected in her beautiful eyes. It's him! That's right. This bastard. This man who makes me think about him day and night and can't sleep. On the other side, Wang Hui actually wanted to pull his arms away, but Yen Cheng held them very tightly, so Wang Hui could only feel the massage from by two in both pain and enjoyment. Wang Hui, is this your car? Yen Cheng looked shocked, and then her beautiful eyes widened. She covered her mouth, looked at Wang Hui in disbelief, and pointed at the Lamborghini Reventon in front of her. Wang Hui, this. As a girl from a wealthy family, Yen Cheng naturally knew the value of the car in front of her. This is a super sports car that you may not be able to buy even if you have money. It can be regarded as a souvenir of the super brand Lamborghini. Great collection value. My car, of course. Wang Hui was too lazy to explain and took out the car keys to unlock it. Ding ding ding. The orange headlights were flashing, and the Lamborghini was like a giant beast awakening. The car doors slowly opened like wings, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. Many people even took photos on the roadside, wanting to capture the appearance of the supercar. Other men cast jealous and envious eyes at Wang Hui, muttering in their hearts, another rich kid from a wealthy family, actually hooking up with such a beautiful and lovely girl, how abominable. Luxury cars and beautiful women. Everything that men envy. But Wang Hui didn't feel anything about it. He had experienced all of this before and was even a little tired of it. Don't send me off. I'll drive back by myself. You. Wang Hui got into the cab and turned his head to see a beautiful smile right in front of him, with the attachment and passion in her beautiful eyes not concealed at all. Why did you get in the car? Wang Hui frowned. Go down. I want to go home. No, I won't get off the bus. Yen Xing refused, and her hands wrapped around Wang Hui's arms again. I want to be with you, I want to go to your house. You keep making trouble. Wang Hui warned righteously, if you do this again, I will call for help. You can scream even if you scream your throat out, but no one will come to save you. Yen Xing covered her mouth and smiled sweetly, Anyway, I'm going to rely on you. Wherever you go today, I'll go there. Chapter 18, okay, just one night. Wang Hui's reflection was reflected in Yan Qing's big, beautiful eyes. She looked like a cute girl walking out of a cartoon, and she did not hide her feelings for Wang Hui at all. Any man who heard what she said would be shocked. It's so fucking straightforward. Especially when words like this come from the mouth of a beautiful, lovely and pure girl, they can destroy the iron will of any man. Looking at Yan Qing's appearance of being at the mercy of others, she is extremely lethal to any man, enough to turn him into a beast. But unfortunately, Wang Hui didn't buy it. Are you serious? Wang Hui turned his head to look at Yan Sheng. Yan Sheng smiled brightly and nodded vigorously. Yes, seriously. I want to follow you. Do you really think I dare not shout? You wouldn't do that. Only women would yell that. If a boy yells like that. Before Yan Sheng could finish her words, Wang Hui yelled at the top of his lungs, "Help! Help! A female gangster forced her way into my car. A female gangster is relying on me. Someone come quickly." Yan Sheng was stunned for a moment, then rushed forward in panic, covering Wang Hui's mouth with her delicate hands. "Wang Hui, you really screamed." "Woo woo woo." Wang Hui struggled hard and warned Yan Sheng with his eyes. "You little brat, do you think I'm kidding? Brother Wang, I am experienced and know that when faced with a fanatical pursuer like you, I have to use abnormal means to persuade him to quit." Yan Sheng covered his mouth with her delicate hands, and the faint feminine fragrance emanated from between her fingers, making him intoxicated. But Wang Hui was not intoxicated, and Yan Sheng could hardly bear it. In order to cover Wang Hui's mouth, Yan Sheng was forced to rush forward and half lean on Wang Hui's body. He kept struggling and twisting, and physical contact was inevitable. A faint blush appeared on Yan Sheng's pretty face, and she felt her body go limp. Her heart was pounding, and her big, beautiful eyes were almost filled with tears, becoming much gentler and more affectionate. "Let me go." The sound of Wang Hui's gnashing teeth came out from between his fingers. Okay, stop shouting. I won't cover your mouth anymore." Yan Sheng blushed, lowered her head, and sat back in her passenger seat. She was so shy that even her neck was stained with a pink blush, which made her look particularly cute, with a hint of childish charm. "You just realized it, I'm almost suffocating to death." Wang Hui wiped his mouth, turned his head and looked at what was in front of him, warning, "If it weren't for the fact that you are a woman, I would have taken action long ago. It is impossible to suffocate to death. With the help of internal energy, I am different from ordinary people." But Wang Hui felt it necessary to scare the girl to prevent her from continuing to make advances. "Well, then go ahead." Yan Xing defiantly puffed out her chest, her lovely face flushed, but her beautiful eyes stared straight at Wang Hui. "You can do anything to me." "No. This girl has a very strong personality." This passionate love touched Wang Hui vaguely for a moment. "I don't hit women." He quickly turned his head with a serious expression. "Get out of the car, where's your driver? Ask her to take you home." "I've already asked the driver to leave." Yan Xing held her head high and said proudly, "I told her I'm not going back tonight." "Not going back?" Wang Hui was stunned. "Then where are you staying tonight?" "Live in your house," Yan Xing said with a smile. "No." Wang Hui shook his head decisively. "Men and women shouldn't touch each other. If your parents knew about this, they would beat you to death. My parents are out of the country, no one will bother us." Yan Shang leaned closer again and whispered, "Besides, my family won't stop me from dating. They respect my choice." Now that things have come to this, Wang Hui feels that if he doesn't do something, he would be a little sorry for Yan Shang. "Aren't you worried that I might eat you?" Wang Hui's expression turned lustful, and he pretended to reach out his hand. "I like people like you who come to my door the most." Okay. Yan Xing couldn't wait any longer, eagerly puffing out her chest, suppressing her shyness, trying to open her beautiful eyes wide, and uttering bold words of love. "If it's you, I'm willing to do anything. I'll give you anything." This is the boldest sentence Yan Xing has ever said since she was a child. Before she finished speaking, her voice was trembling, and her body was shaking slightly. She felt a strong sense of shame, but also extremely excited. She wished she could let Wang Hui know how passionate her heart was and how much she loved him. "How can you be like this, woman? Can anyone take advantage of you?" The moment Wang Hui frowned, Yan Xing couldn't help but panic, and hurriedly explained, I only did this to you. This is my first time, I have never been in a relationship, Wang Hui, I." Yan Shang was so anxious that she was about to cry, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes, and she was worried that Wang Hui would misunderstand her. "I'm not a casual girl, I just like you too much." She lowered her head and explained in a low voice, glancing at Wang Hui from time to time. Her pitiful look was particularly endearing. "Besides, I didn't even cook for me when I got home. The house is so big and I live alone. I'm so scared. Even if it's just for the sake of our friendship, please take me in. Even if it's just for one night, okay?" Yan Sheng's weak voice kept ringing in his ears, and her pitiful pleading look made Wang Hui frown even deeper. Headache. A terrible headache. Now that things have come to this, Wang Hui can no longer refuse. "Okay, just one night." Wang Hui gritted his teeth and nodded. "You sleep on the sofa, I sleep on the bed. Understand?" "Understand." Yan Sheng nodded quickly, her smile blooming like a flower, making people wonder if her previous tearful look was just an illusion. Wang Hui finally realized that this girl was determined to stay with him tonight and was determined to go to his house. "There's nothing I can do." "Well." Wang Hui sighed. He felt that he was being entangled by a woman again, and a smart and lovely girl at that. This pure and passionate feeling made Wang Hui feel reluctant to hurt her. "I still have to think of a better way as soon as possible and reject her. It will save you from constant trouble in the future." Wang Hui thought about it and stepped on the accelerator. The Lamborghini disappeared into the traffic like a sharp sword. "Zhu, we found out. The person who played the piano music in the restaurant earlier was a young man. He just left the restaurant with his girlfriend." When Agent Sisterly returned to the car, the sound of her report woke Shizula from his memories and joy. Was it a young man who played just now? So far, only a man and a woman have come out of the restaurant. Could it be that he? Shizula couldn't help but mutter to himself, his piano skills are so good. In a trance, Shizula recalled the promises they had made to each other. "Sister Zhula, I will work hard to learn how to play the piano. When you become a big star, I will accompany you. I don't want to be a big star, I just want to sing for you every day." "Zhu Lu. Why are you crying?" Sister Li's anxious voice came from my ear. Only then did Shizula realize that he had been crying without realizing it. The memories came flooding back, overwhelming. In the past, too much sweetness contrasted with this moment, making Shizula's heart extremely painful. She wanted so much to return to this man's arms and feel his tenderness and love again. Did he keep learning piano for me, which is why he has such superb playing skills now? When Shizula thought of this, tenderness and a touch of loss appeared in her beautiful eyes. He fulfilled his promise, but I. Boom! The sound of the Lamborghini starting up woke Shizula up. He drove away. "Quick! Follow that car!" Shizula didn't have time to wipe away her tears, and her tone was firm with a hint of excitement. She wants to see him. Even if he has another woman by his side now, it doesn't matter. She just wanted to see him again, to stand before him once more. Even if it means losing all dignity to redeem the relationship, she is willing to do so. Chapter 19, With you, I'm not afraid of anything. After hearing Shizula's words, the driver stepped on the accelerator and started chasing the Lamborghini in front. "Miss Shi, is there anything special about this car?" Sister Li was a little confused, but soon realized, "I know, the owner of this car is the young man who just played the piano." Shizula pursed his lips and did not explain. Her body leaned forward involuntarily, showing off her graceful curves, and her beautiful eyes stared at the Lamborghini in front of her without blinking. Her mind was now in a mess and she had lost her usual calmness. Who is the woman next to him? Could it be that he no longer wants to see me? If I catch up with him, what should I say? Questions kept popping up in his mind one after another, almost driving Shizula crazy. "Miss Shi." Sister Li took out a tissue and handed it to Shizula, reminding her, "Wipe your tears. Did something happen to you? If possible, I'm willing to share your burden." "No." Shizula shook his head. Even if she told her, Sister Li would not be able to understand the special relationship between her and Wang Hui. Her current identity is sensitive, and if her ex-boyfriend's affairs are exposed, it will definitely cause a major earthquake in the entertainment industry. She was willing to do anything for love, but she was not sure whether Wang Hui would be bothered by it. Shizula didn't dare to act on her own because she loved this man too much. "Drive faster and follow that car closely," Shizula reminded her, which made Sister Li very surprised. She had never seen Shizula lose his composure like this before. In the impression of people around her, she has always been a gentle but very strong-hearted woman, dignified and generous, known as a natural singer, and has never shown such an emotional side as today. Could it be that Miss she loves piano so much? Can't wait to meet the piano master? Sister Lee was confused. Her eyes involuntarily fell on the back of the Lamborghini in front of her, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Wang Hui. Explain. What do you usually do at home? Play games and sleep. I can play games too. Let's play games together. Yan Xing, this girl, always has endless things to say in front of Wang Hui. Her voice is a little flattering. I know boys like to play games. I have learned several games on purpose. Let's play together. No. Wang Hui decisively refused. I only have one computer at home. Hey, I can ask the driver to bring my computer over. But I don't want to play with a rookie. If we don't play games, let's go to bed. What? The steering wheel in Wang Hui's hand almost flew out. He turned his head and gave Yan Qing a strange look. Classmate Yan, can you please be more normal? We are just classmates, not to the point where we can sleep together. But, I want to. Yan Qing's pretty face flushed red. When she saw Wang Hui's serious expression, she couldn't help but pout and lower her head dejectedly, muttering softly, they say boys are lustful, but that's all a lie. Wang Hui is not lustful at all. She felt frustrated and there was no way she could impress Wang Hui. Even if someone offered themselves to him, he would not refuse. Where did you learn all this? Wang Hui had sharp ears, so he naturally heard Yan Chang's mumbling. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Girl, be more reserved, okay? Be reserved. Understand? Understand. Yan Chang's little head kept nodding, and her beautiful eyes looked at Wang Hui with even more tenderness. The more bluntly Wang Hui refused, the more Yan Chang was moved. In her opinion, this is a true gentleman. Don't take advantage of others' misfortune. Much better than those men who are only good at talking. Wang Hui is so innocent, he should still be here for the first time, right? He is such a good man. Yan Qing's cheeks flushed, and a shameful question suddenly occurred to her mind, but I heard from my sisters that if everyone is a first time, then the process will not be smooth. Wang Hui glanced at Yan Chang with a strange expression. What evil idea are you thinking of? Your face is as red as if you have a fever. Ah? No, no. I'm not imagining things. Yan Chang looked up and shook her head in panic, like a child who had done something wrong, denying it. Her delicate hands tightly grasped the seatbelt, and her long legs under her skirt were squeezed together and clamped together. She was extremely embarrassed that her lover had exposed her thoughts. Etc. Wang Hui's expression suddenly became serious. He narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at his reflection in the mirror, and sneered, someone is following us. Ah? Yan Chang was stunned. Wang Hui glanced at the rearview mirror again. From a while ago, the Volkswagen behind us has been following us. It must be that kid In Changhong who is still unwilling to give up. How could he do this? Yan Chang was very angry and was about to take out her phone. Wang Hui, I'll call my bodyguard right now. Don't worry, he won't dare to do anything to us. I will protect you. The simple girl didn't want Wang Hui to be disturbed or threatened at all. You, protect me? Wang Hui smiled dumbly, stepped on the accelerator and said, it's just a minor inconvenience. We're already on the Ring Expressway. That car can't catch up with us. Before he finished speaking. Boom! The Lamborghini suddenly accelerated, turning into a black shadow and flowing in the dense traffic. There is no speed limit on the ring road, so Wang Hui can fully display his superb driving skills. He steered the wheel leisurely, passing by one vehicle after another. Ah! Wang Hui. Yan Chang looked at the scene outside the car flying backwards, her soul almost drifting away, and she couldn't help but shout. Why, are you scared? Wang Hui laughed heartily, then turned and said, now you know, I am just like that. If you're not used to it, just... Before Wang Hui could finish his words, he stopped abruptly. Yan Xing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had a blush on her pretty face, and was obviously more excited than before. Wang Hui, this is so exciting. Your driving skills are amazing. I love you so much. Hey, hey, hey. This is not the same as the script. Girl, how can you be so excited? Wang Hui was helpless. He had never expected that Yan Chang was different from ordinary girls and actually loved speed and passion in her bones. Student Yan, Aren't you afraid? Don't be afraid. Yan Xing, sitting in the passenger seat, clutched her seatbelt tightly and shouted loudly, Wang Hui, as long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid of anything. Then, hurry up. Wang Hui shrugged his shoulders and said, just come home early and play games. Boom! The Lamborghini was like a roaring black lightning, nimbly weaving between countless vehicles on the highway. Yan Chang only felt that the faint shadows of the trees on both sides of the road were constantly receding like a fast-forwarded movie. Fuck! Are you trying to kill yourself? Driving so fast. A taxi driver was violently overtaken by Wang Hui, and the driver cursed him angrily. This madman, even if there is no speed limit on the highway, he can't drive so fast. Aren't you afraid of a car accident? Ding ding ding. The vehicles on the street honked their horns wildly. All the cars that were caught speeding made shrill and angry honks, but they could do nothing but watch the Lamborghini go away. Even if there are luxury cars on the highway that refuse to give up and want to catch up, you can only sigh in despair. This guy is too fast. Like a road fighter. Not only is the car incredibly expensive, but its speed is also unmatched. Miss Shi, he's speeding up. The driver tried hard to catch up for a while, sweating profusely as he speeded through the traffic. Finally, he could only sigh dejectedly, I'm sorry, Miss Shi, we lost the Lamborghini. It was going too fast and I couldn't keep up. Lost him? Shi Zhula was stunned, anger in her beautiful eyes, how could I lose him? A deep sigh surprised Sister Li. Shi Zhula is known for her gentle personality and it is rare to see her lose her temper. Why did she show abnormal emotions again and again today? Is there something special about that Lamborghini? No, we must find the owner of this car. We must dig out the secret. Shi Zhula now has a special status, his value is increasing, and he has become popular in Asia. There is no room for mistakes, let alone negative news. Sister Li lowered her head and thought for a moment, then leaned over to Shi Zhula's ear and whispered, Zhula, I've written down the car's number. I'll ask someone to check it out later. What do you think? Good. Shi Zhula nodded and said softly, Sister Li, please, tell me as soon as you find this car. Well, leave it to me. Sister Li smiled confidently, I still have some connections in Jinling City. Chapter 20, Good Wife and Good Mother, Classmate Yen. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Lamborghini's tires were spinning wildly, making a sharp and harsh friction sound on the ground. With a cool drift, the Lamborghini turned into the street and gradually slowed down. It drove into the community amid the astonished and envious gazes of the residents. Arrive! Wang Hui shouted, and after a long while, Yan Xing's voice came from beside him. Did we get rid of that car? Her voice was trembling a little, which surprised Wang Hui and he turned around to look. I saw that Yan Chang had already collapsed on the passenger seat, her originally beautiful bangs were stuck to her forehead with sweat. A pair of beautiful eyes looked ahead rather empty, her pretty face was covered with an abnormal blush, and even her fair neck was stained with a layer of pink. Yan Xing's sweaty and almost exhausted appearance made her look very easy to be misunderstood. But I have to admit that this also adds a bit of charm to Yan Chang's originally pure and beautiful face. Yeah, I got rid of it a long time ago. Wang Hui opened the car door and glanced at Yan Xing, do you want to get off? Of course, I don't mind taking you home again. No. Yan Xing struggled to stand up and shook her head to refuse, I don't want to go home, I want to be with you. Casual. Wang Hui shrugged his shoulders and said, then get out of the car, or I'll lock you up in it. I feel so weak and powerless. Yan Xing turned her head and looked at Wang Hui weakly, whispering coquettishly, can you carry me upstairs? Not good. Wang Hui said without hesitation, you are too heavy, I can't hold you. In fact, Yan Xing is very slim and not heavy at all. Wang Hui just doesn't want to spoil her. What's the matter with hugging or not? It's as if we know each other very well. Wang Hui, humph. Yan Xing groaned, if you don't want to hold me, then don't hold me. I'll get off the car by myself. Who would say that to a girl? Doesn't he know that a woman's weight is a secret that cannot be told? Yan Xing took a deep breath. She knew that Wang Hui did it on purpose to make her back off. She just won tea. Yan Xing took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She smiled at Wang Hui and happily got out of the car. She took Wang Hui's arm naturally and said sweetly, Brother Hui, let's go home. Student Yan, men and women should not touch each other. Wang Hui pulled his arm away and was the first to go upstairs under the gaze of a crowd of onlookers. Wang Hui tried various methods to make Yan Qing hate him. But I don't know what's wrong with this girl. She is like a possessed person and doesn't care at all. She is determined to pursue me. This gave Wang Hui a headache. Then who made you so crazy just now? You made me lose all my strength. Yan Sheng pouted, wanting to cling to Wang Hui, and then she put her arm around him. I don't care anyway, you have to pull me upstairs. Her charming face was full of attachment and the afterglow of excitement, which made people easily imagine things. Weren't you screaming loudly in the car just now? Wang Hui glanced at Yan Sheng and said, you were quite excited just now, but now you know your body can't take it anymore? Brother Hui, you're the best. Please pull me upstairs. It has hands and feet, and it can walk on its own. Wang Hui was cold and ruthless. He left a word and went upstairs alone. Yan Qing could only follow behind him holding on to the stairs. When the surrounding owners saw this scene, they couldn't help but stare in amazement, feeling confused and envious. Listening to what they said, they sounded crazy and excited. What did they do just now? Don't ask, just drive. The car was going so fast that the wheels almost ran over my face. That man is so arrogant. Just because he's rich, he can play with other girls' feelings and bodies. Don't pretend, if you were rich and so handsome, wouldn't you want it? I never knew Wang Hui was so rich. I never realized it before. Luxury cars and beautiful women, so enviable. Previously, in order to get rid of the stalker, Wang Hui drove too fast, which made Yan Qing a little unable to bear it. But the surrounding owners didn't think so. They all felt that Wang Hui and Yan Sheng had done some unspeakable double sports in the car before. Boss Su was also among the crowd of homeowners. He watched Wang Hui and Yan Qing go upstairs and couldn't help but sigh, even if you have money, you can't have fun like this. You have to pay attention to traffic rules. Went upstairs and opened the door. Wang Hui, is this your home? Yan Cheng's tone was quite surprised. What comes into view is a not very spacious living room with simple furniture. Although the decoration of the room looks ordinary, it is very clean and tidy, giving people a faint warm feeling. Since Wang Hui had only transferred to the school a few months ago, Yan Sheng had not had time to understand Wang Hui's background and family conditions. Today, she saw Wang Hui driving a rare super sports car, and she instinctively thought that Wang Hui's family was well off, but now it seems that this is not the case. The place where Wang Hui lives is too ordinary. It is just a room in a community where ordinary people live. There is nothing special about it, and there are no expensive furniture, electronic products, luxury goods or other items in the room. This made Yan Qing feel a little confused. Why, not satisfied? Great, let's go. Wang Hui glanced at Yan Sheng and changed into slippers first. How can I not be satisfied? Yan Sheng held her head high, chest puffed out, and opened her arms as if to embrace, then stepped into the living room. From today on, I'm the hostess here. No shoes allowed. Wang Hui raised a finger as a warning. Yan Qing's body was stiff and she was forced to stay where she was, with one leg hanging in the air, looking quite embarrassed. Don't even think about being the hostess. You can only stay for one night. Besides, that's where you sleep at night. Wang Hui pointed to the sofa in the living room, then turned and entered the bedroom. Bang! The bedroom door was closed. Snort! Yan Sheng wrinkled her nose and made a cute face towards the bedroom door. Why are you so arrogant? Sooner or later, you will fall in love with me and cry and beg me to stay and sleep with you. Yan Sheng lowered her head to change her shoes, but found that Wang Hui had not prepared new slippers for her at all. Yan Sheng was not angry, but very satisfied. A man who lives alone has only one pair of slippers. What does this mean? This shows that Wang Hui's home has never had any guests, let alone female guests. Yan Sheng took off her shoes without hesitation, and stepped on the floor with her small feet wrapped in white socks. She walked in and buried her body comfortably in the sofa. I'm so tired. I can finally rest. Wang Hui, this lunatic, drives too fast. But he looks so focused while driving, so cool. Yan Qing curled up in the sofa, mumbling softly, looking around with her beautiful eyes. He drives a world-renowned sports car, but lives in an extremely ordinary place. This makes Yan Qing very curious. At this moment, she felt that there were too many secrets in Wang Hui waiting for her to uncover. Could it be that Wang Hui is actually the son of a wealthy family, and because he had a quarrel with his family, he ran away from home, taking only his car with him and having no extra money? Yan Sheng's little head couldn't help but start fantasizing. She muttered softly, just because you're from a wealthy family, you think you're so great that you can be so cold to me? My family isn't poor either. If you don't have money, I can still support you. Yan Shang knew that all this was just her guess. Rather than speculating that Wang Hui was a child of a wealthy family, Yan Shang hoped that Wang Hui was just an ordinary person. In this way, he would have a greater advantage in front of Wang Hui and would be willing to let Wang Hui choose him. No one can guess what the truth is unless Wang Hui speaks out himself. But Yan Shang knew it clearly in her heart. There are some things that men are unwilling to say, and women should not ask, otherwise they will suddenly feel disgusted. Sensible women don't talk too much. I want to be a considerate woman, a good wife and mother. Sooner or later, Wang Hui will tell me everything about herself. Yan Shang clenched her fists and muttered to herself, with determination in her beautiful eyes. Good upbringing and a good family background make Yan Shang more confident than other girls, like a proud little swan. What a pity, this little swan has already set her eyes on Wang Hui and is attached to everything about her beloved man. Chapter 21. You can do whatever you want. Wang Hui returned to the bedroom and saw that the computer screen had gone black. He couldn't help but frown. He remembered that he did not turn off the computer before leaving. Edith, did you turn off the computer? Yes, master. Edith's voice rang out from beside her ear. Considering the hardware damage of your computer, I shut down the computer at 1:15 p.m. I asked you before closing it, but considering you were busy at the time, I didn't ask for authorization. According to your instructions yesterday, since you are too busy to authorize, small matters like these can be handled through intelligent autonomous authorization according to the previous agreement. I will handle it for you, and the results will take into account the interests of the master to the greatest extent. Wang Hui recalled that it was 1:15, which was almost the time when he was playing the piano. Edith did speak at that time, but I was so engrossed in playing that I ignored her. Well done, Edith. Wang Hui nodded. Edith's autonomous authorization was based on his previous instructions, while also taking care of his own interests to the greatest extent. With such a worry-free artificial intelligence, what else can we blame? Drop. Wang Hui turned on the computer, logged into the game client, and looked at the full page of records, all of which were MVPs. Needless to say, this is all thanks to Edith. Great. Wang Hui laughed out loud. Edith, well done. Master, this is what I should do. Edith politely replied that she couldn't understand emotions like gratitude, but her system coding records required giving users feedback at this time. After lunch, we finished racing. During your rare rest time, what could be more entertaining than playing games? However, just as Wang Hui was about to log into the game, boom boom boom. There were light knocks on the door. The person outside the door was very cautious, as if worried about disturbing Wang Hui's rest. No need to ask. The second person in the family is Yan Cheng. Student Yan, what's wrong? Wang Hui didn't bother to open the door and shouted through it, what's going on? Wang Hui, please open the door. Why are you locking me out? Yan Cheng's gentle and sweet voice came from outside the door. No. Wang Hui was very decisive. Men and women should not touch each other. You are outside, I am inside. It is better for us not to meet. But, I have something to tell you. Yan Cheng's rather aggrieved voice came from outside the door. Stand outside the door and talk. Wang Hui is a straight man and remains unmoved. Oh well. I heard Shizhula is going to hold a concert in Jinling City tonight. Yan Cheng paused, then stood outside the door and invited, I have 2 tickets. Let's go to the concert together tonight. Only when you date constantly can your relationship grow stronger. This is the trick to seduce men that her best friend taught her. No. Wang Hui refused without even thinking about it. Why? Yan Xing's big, beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Shizhula is so beautiful and sings so well. Shizhula not only sings beautifully, but is also incredibly beautiful, and can be called the most beautiful female face in Asia. She has so many male fans, counting in the billions. She is a woman who is praised as having amazed the entire planet. Even Yan Chang was intoxicated by Shizhula's singing and was her fan. No reason. Wang Hui's tone was very calm, and Yan Ching didn't hear any strangeness in it. I don't like her and don't want to see her. Yan Cheng opened her mouth, looking somewhat dejected, and muttered, the date invitation failed. So far, she has never met a man who doesn't like Shizhula. The only exception is Wang Hui. But then she thought about it and felt a little happy. Wang Hui doesn't like famous stars, which shows that he is different from other men. He is worthy of being the man I like. Admiration plus 10. Admiration plus 10. Where did this admiration value come from again? Which woman is in heat again? Wang Hui couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the system prompt. He didn't know that it was his own rejection. It actually gained him more points in Yin Cheng's heart. I can only say that women in love are the best at conquering themselves. Wang Hui, what do you want to eat tonight? I know a restaurant that's really delicious. Let's go there tonight? No, I'll eat instant noodles at home. Wang Hui, how about we go to the movies tonight? There's a really good romance movie that just came out, and it has 2 Best Actor nominees. No, I'm not interested. Wang Hui. The gentle inquiring voices coming from outside the door made Wang Hui feel overwhelmed. It was the first time he realized that this girl was so clingy. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought her home. Wang Hui. Auntie, what on earth are you going to do? Wang Hui suddenly opened the bedroom door and stared fiercely at the little girl in front of him who was only as tall as his chest. Scare. Yan Qing shuddered. She didn't expect Wang Hui to suddenly open the door. She quickly lowered her head in grievance. I didn't mean to do anything. I just wanted to do something with you. Do you think I'm annoying you? It's quite annoying. Wang Hui nodded in agreement. If you could shut up, I would be very grateful to you. Then, let me in. Yan Qing raised her head, her beautiful eyes gleaming with anticipation. I promise not to disturb you, no matter what you do. A sweet and lovely girl is going to walk into a man's bedroom and say you can do whatever you want. Most men cannot resist this temptation. But Wang Hui is obviously not an ordinary man. Bang! The bedroom door closed, and then Wang Hui's voice came, don't even think about it. I'll sleep on the bed, and you sleep on the sofa. If you keep making noise, I'll send you home. Did you hear that? Wang Hui's voice was stern. Oh, I heard it. Yan Chang lowered her head in grievance. I won't bother you. Very good. Wang Hui nodded in satisfaction and sat back in front of the computer desk. This girl still needs to be tough to be subdued. It has always been men who try their best to get into women's bedrooms, but there is no girl who tries her best to get into men's bedrooms. Yan Chang wanted to enter the bedroom, but there was no door. Wang Hui knew her little thoughts and was determined not to give her any chance. It's not like I want to go to the bedroom just because I want to sleep in the bed. Yan Chang sat back on the sofa and muttered softly, Wang Hui, you idiot. Achoo. Wang Hui rubbed his nose and asked, which wicked fellow is scolding me? Forget it, never mind, let's play games. Wang Hui logged into the game client, selected ranking, and entered the game. Edith has already helped his game account rank very high, and Wang Hui is looking forward to seeing what level the high-ranking gamers are at. At the same time, when Wang Hui just logged into the game, in another distant city, Xiaowan, who had just finished a game, couldn't help but stretch. Her perfect body curves were fully revealed, making the viewers in the live broadcast room stare in amazement. At this moment, the screen was filled with gifts, and barrages of comments kept coming like water. Goddess Wan Wan, I love you. This figure is so perfect, I can do it. Wan Wan, look at me. I want you to give birth to a baby for me. Brothers, I'm fine now, how about you? There was a lot of howling in the live broadcast room, and many viewers made remarks that were too abominable, so they were banned by the room management. Xiao Wan was no longer surprised by this. As a big anchor in the esports circle, she always has to face fans with different attitudes. At first, she would be angry about these words, but later she chose to turn a blind eye. Even though many wealthy bosses are constantly competing for the top spot on the fan list just to get Xiao Wan's favor, Xiao Wan treats these people politely and does not give anyone a chance to take advantage of her. In her heart, there is only that man, and she can't let him go. Ha! Xiao Wan took a sip of water, and her beautiful eyes inadvertently glanced at the Game Friends column, and suddenly found that the ID she had been thinking about day and night was online again. Chapter 22, Brother Wang Takes Me Flying, Moa. He is online. A hint of excitement flashed in Xiao Wan's beautiful eyes. She quickly put down the water cup, opened the dialog box, and wanted to send a private message. But when she raised her slender and tender fingers halfway, she didn't know what to say next. Thinking back to what he said to me before, it seemed like he was very impatient. Will he hate me and think I'm disturbing him? Xiao Wan was a little hesitant, but in her heart she longed to talk to him more. The viewers saw the pause in the game screen in the live broadcast room. Xiaowan opened a dialog box but did not continue typing. Looking at the lower right corner of the live broadcast room, her beautiful face was motionless, as if she was in a daze. Huh? Am I stuck? Can you all see me talking? Why is Wanwan not talking anymore and not continuing to the next game? I think it's stuck too. Wanwan isn't moving, and the game interface is just stuck at the dialog box. Is my internet connection not working well? You guys are not stuck, it's Wanwan who is daydreaming. Wanwan is so cute even when she's daydreaming. I love her so much. Wait, the ID in this dialog box. Holy crap! It's that Lao Wang from last night. Lao Wang can't play AD, it really is him. He's the one who made Wanwan cry. That bastard, he's online again. Quick, snipe him. Some sharp-eyed viewers discovered Wang Hui's ID, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became very excited. Bigwigs from all over the esports circle rushed to the scene after hearing the news. From time to time, a public screen barrage of prompts flashed across the live broadcast room, all of which were professional players and well-known figures in the esports circle who had been certified by the live broadcast platform. The world's #1 ADC has arrived in the live broadcast room. The world's #1 mid laner has arrived in the live broadcast room. A well-known game commentator has arrived at the live broadcast room. Brother Tsong loves to eat bread, and he came to the live broadcast room. What's going on? The executives of the Tiger Claw platform received the news first. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other in confusion. Who the hell is this Lao Wang can't play AD? The hype that was finally suppressed last night is now rising again. I sent someone to call and ask yesterday, but Xiaowan refused to say anything. I guess it might really be her ex-lover. Investigate. We must find out. Also, send someone to suppress the hype. We don't want the esports media to write or report this nonsense. Boss, this popularity is unstoppable. Many bigwigs have come to the live broadcast room to check in, bringing many fans with them. Now the number of online viewers of Xiaowan's live broadcast room has exceeded 10 million. Everyone was so busy that they were dizzy. Suddenly, an intern spoke up and asked quietly, "Boss, why do you want to suppress the popularity?" An anchor needs popularity to become famous. Ordinary anchors need it, but Xiaowan doesn't. She's already the most popular person on the Tiger Claw platform, known as the #1 goddess in the esports world. If it's confirmed that she has a boyfriend, she'll lose a large number of fans. The platform will also lose a lot of traffic. An executive casually explained and glanced at the intern. New here, right? You don't even know these little rules. From now on, your internship is extended. Learn more and see more. The intern had a sad face. At the same time, he was also curious about the mysterious Lao Wang and secretly opened the live broadcast room. At this moment, the live broadcast room was in chaos. Xiaowan, do you want to play games together? I'm free today. Wanwan, what are you looking at? Say something. Xiaowan, don't you even say welcome to me? Ha, I'll give you a 2 million gift first. Various bigwigs kept speaking, and their comments were displayed as highlighted icons in the live broadcast room, trying to wake up the dazed Xiaowan. At the same time, keep giving out the large gifts in your hands. The value of the gifts in the live broadcast room skyrocketed at this moment, and also attracted more viewers to watch the fun. But the staff all knew that this was just a short-lived fad, and if things were not properly resolved, things would definitely develop in a bad direction. Xiaowan was oblivious to all of this. She stared blankly at the online ID in front of her, lightly tapped with her right hand, and chose to watch the game. Connect in game. Connection successful. The scene in the live broadcast room changed to the game scene in which Wang Hui was playing. Xiaowan chose to fix her perspective on Wang Hui's game character. She stared blankly at the game character in front of her, as if it was the man. Unconsciously, her thoughts went back to the past. I recalled the scene of two people with no money squeezing into an internet cafe to share a computer to play games. Although it is hard, I am very happy. That was the happiest time in Xiaowan's life. High-ranking opponents are indeed much stronger. Wang Hui was wearing headphones and playing the game with great concentration, but he felt a little tired. The rank of his game account was reached by Edith. After personally trying a game, he found that his own skills could not keep up, and it was a bit difficult to play. His operation was distorted and he died many times in the landing phase. 20 minutes later. Bang! The crystal exploded and the game was lost. It's difficult. Wang Hui sighed, smiled bitterly, and said, Edith, I lost. Master, do you need my help? Edith's voice rang out. As long as Wang Hui gave the order, she could guarantee that Wang Hui would win every game beautifully. Not for now, I'll try again. Wang Hui was not one to give up easily. He smiled and said, It's okay. I'll practice my skills more. I have plenty of time anyway. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, as Wang Hui's game ended, Xiao Wan also quit the game. In the live broadcast room, the comments from netizens have not stopped since just now. This Lao Wan's skills aren't very good. He's having such a hard time playing in a diamond game. Is this the level of Diamond 1? I can do it too. He's such a loser. How can he be Wan's friend? Wan should delete him. I don't care whether he's a good cook or not. I just want to know how Wan knew him and what's the relationship between them. I saw an esports news report yesterday saying Lao Wang can't play AD carry and that he might be Xiao Wan's lover. Holy crap, is this true? A massive earthquake. If that's true, my heart is broken. How can I seduce my goddess if I'm such a bad gamer? The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room kept popping up, and soon, the viewers discovered that Xiao Wan was inviting Lao Wang can't play AD to play a new game. Bite. Wan can't play games invites you to a new game. Reject. Wang Hui clicked X without thinking. Bite. Private message sent. Wan doesn't know how to play games. Come, I'll help you rank up. Lao Wang can't play AD, are you cocky? Have you forgotten how I taught you to play games? You're too bad, I won't play. Seeing this, Xiao Wan couldn't help but smile. The bright smile made the entire live broadcast room brighter. Fuck. This guy is so crazy. Wan took him to play games, but he's not happy about it. He teaches Wan how to play games? You must be kidding. My Wan is so good at playing games, does she need him to teach her? Wan, don't bother with this guy. He's not a good person. My pet dog could beat a player with this kind of skills. The viewers in the live broadcast room were filled with righteous indignation. From the past to the present, it was always others who begged Xiao Wan to team up with them to play games, and Xiao Wan never took the initiative to invite others. Now I have been invited twice, but I am still being called a loser. Wan doesn't know how to play games. Come on, then help me to rank up. Play a game, just one game, I promise not to bother you. At this moment, her smile is sweet. At least, he didn't say I'll block you if you keep arguing again. Xiao Wan felt that she still had a chance. She was unwilling to give up any opportunity to continue to contact and communicate with Wang Hui. She was too eager to return to Wang Hui's side. Lao Wang doesn't play AD, since you are asking me sincerely, I reluctantly agree. Wang Hui took a look at Xiao Wan's ranking, Extraordinary Master. Good. You can help yourself improve your scores. This is the main reason why Wang Hui agreed to form a team to play games. As for reconciliation? Wang Hui never even thought about it. He just wants to rank up and play games now. Bite. Lao Wang doesn't play AD and enters the game room. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wan's smile became even brighter, and she sent a private message, Okay, brother Wang, take me flying, Moa. Bad breath, don't touch me. Wang Hui's attitude was as cold as ever, but Xiao Wan didn't care. Instead, the smile on her face became even more intense. It's over, my Wan has fallen, she's still laughing even after being scolded. My goddess. Ah, my heart hurts so much, if anyone has a quick-acting heart pill, please give it to me. If there's really no medicine, just give me a red envelope. I unfollowed her. Oh, my dream of becoming her goddess is shattered. It turns out she likes a player who was such a bad gamer. The viewers in the live broadcast room were both angry and disappointed. There are also many netizens who envy Wang Hui and are curious about Wang Hui's identity. Just then, suddenly, a group of netizens started shouting in the live broadcast room. Take action. The bosses take action. The world's #1 AD carry and the world's #1 mid laner have teamed up, and they've even found 3 top streamers in the king tier. Together they're going to snipe this old man. Chapter 23 I'm strong, you lie down. This piece of news was like a drop of water falling into a frying pan, causing a round of cheers in the live broadcast room. Alright. That's it. Let's teach this old Wang a lesson and let him vent his anger. We need to let Wan know that a man who's bad at gaming isn't worthy of being by her side. That's right. In the esports gaming world, everything is based on strength. Only the strong are worthy of marrying a beautiful woman. If the world's #1 mid laner were to date Xiao Wan, I'd wholeheartedly support it. How could a rookie like this be worthy of playing games with Wan? Hit him. Hit him hard. Beat the shit out of him. The viewers in the live broadcast room were so excited that they wanted to personally teach Wang Hui a lesson in the game. However, Xiao Wan didn't know all this. She has always presented herself as a beautiful and easygoing person, and she is also quite aloof. She rarely watches the comments in live broadcasts, and she is even less likely to watch them now. Now, she was thinking about what kind of reasons and excuses she could find to have further conversation with Wang Hui and make the bond and feelings between them return to the deep ones of the past. Boys like playing games. Wang Hui also used to like playing games. Xiao Wan pondered in her heart, with some hidden thoughts, as long as I find a suitable excuse, I can play games with Wang Hui every day. In the game, I can always find topics to break the ice and make us reconcile. Thinking of this, Xiao Wan couldn't help but send a private message to Wang Hui, want to connect via microphone? That way we can play the game together. This excuse is perfect. Under the pretext of playing games, I once again heard the voice I had been longing for. Need not. But Wang Hui quickly refused. I'm strong, you lie down. Simple, clear, decisive and rough. This made Xiao Wan pout, feeling a little aggrieved, and the viewers in the live broadcast room were even more furious. You're a diamond player, and you dare say you can easily win with a master. Where's your face? Brother, where's your face? Sorry, brothers, the Wang family is embarrassed. My last name is Wang too, but I am ashamed. Bite. A new game has begun. After entering the game interface, Xiao Wan couldn't help but be stunned. She saw several familiar game IDs on the opposite side. These were the national server accounts of world-renowned players, as well as 3 king-level anchor accounts. The reason why she knew these people's IDs was because the platform had once organized team matches between anchors, and they had also teamed up to play games together. The game begins. Wang Hui bought the equipment as usual, and just as he exited the game store, he saw the comments from his game friends. Timo doesn't want to die top laner, it's over, it's over. This game is over. The opponents have 2 professional players and 3 big streamers. I'm a great jungler, just shoot at 15 points, there's no way we can win. I am the Demon King flying 3 lanes mid laner, does it take the other side 15 minutes to beat us? Don't make me laugh, I bet the game is over in 10 minutes. Seeing this scene, Wang Hui was quite confused. Xiao Wan also sent a message to remind, they are right, the opponent's players are very strong. Lao Wang doesn't know AD, do you know him? Wan doesn't know how to play games, I know them but I have nothing to do with them. We are just ordinary friends. Oh, what are you explaining to me? Wang Hui smiled casually, bought some equipment and went to help the jungler kill the red buff. Xiao Wan followed behind him, and after a long silence, she said, I'm sorry, they are here to snipe us. She just took a look at the barrage. He knew that this group of people came to snipe Wang Hui because of him and wanted to teach Wang Hui a lesson. Sniper? Wang Hui narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled, it's okay, I'm strong, you lie down. Still the same sentence. The viewers in the live broadcast room became even more angry. Soldiers attack. The wild monsters refreshed, and Wang Hui had just helped the jungler attack the monsters a few times and was about to return to the line when suddenly a mystic skill shot out from the darkness and accurately hit the red wild monster. The jungler's red was snatched away by the opposing AD. Soon, a message came from the Everyone's conversation platform. Uzi, my god, are you strong? Can you lie down? This is the AD on the opposite side, the game hero Ezreal, who is also a professional player and the world's #1 AD. Obviously, the viewers in the live broadcast room had already told the other side what Wang Hui said to comfort Xiao Wan. So he said a light questioning and sarcastic remark, his words full of confidence and contempt. Xiao Wan was very angry, that's too much. It's okay, just a small problem. Wang Hui continued to go online, with Xiao Wan's assistant following behind him. Because Lee Sin lost the first wild monster, he had to turn around and go to the blue wild monster alone. The bottom lane begins. Because the opposing AD had a red circle under his feet, and his skill hit rate was extremely high, Wang Hui was unable to redeem himself at all. In 5 minutes, he didn't kill a single soldier, could only gain experience, and his health bar was only half left. At the same time, the sound of first blood rang out. Lee Sin was killed by the opposing jungler. He hurriedly went online, but was successfully ambushed by the opponent's jungler and killed again. The top and mid laners who came to support were also killed. The middle lane, top lane, and jungle lanes exploded, and the whole place collapsed. My blind man is so good, fuck, this is bullshit. I can't even enter the jungle. I am the Demon King flying 3 lanes. I went to the live broadcast room and realized that the opponent's mid laner is my idol. I don't want to play anymore. Everyone, just go AFK and let them push. There is no way we can win. Teemo didn't want to die, it's all the fault of the ADC. I don't know how this Lao Wang offended the opponent. He made us lose points. Wanwan doesn't know how to play games, how can you do this? We need to unite and not give up so easily. Professional players are also human beings and they make mistakes sometimes. Teemo didn't want to die, goddess, I really have no fighting spirit left. Oh, forget it, I'll just go back to the line. I'm just giving away kills anyway. Wang Hui casually glanced at the message box and regained his focus. The opposing AD and support fought very aggressively. Wang Hui had already used up both of his skills to save his life, and Xiao Wan's support's health bar was also very low. Fortunately, the opponent intentionally did not try to kill Xiao Wan and kept targeting Wang Hui. This is what allowed Xiao Wan to escape death several times. It's really strong. The opposing AD sent a message to everyone again. While he was consuming and farming, he could also type and speak, "You played my favorite hero, this hero is really strong." Lao Wang can't play AD, I know. The hero played by Wang Hui is Night Hunter, a hero with a very high upper limit and a hero who is best at creating miracles. What a shame, you can't play this hero. Just like your ID says, you really can't play AD. You're too bad. Boozy, my god, let's end it in 10 minutes. This game is really boring. At the same time, the opposing mid laner also sent a message to everyone. You play Unjong and I play Jia, Wanwan, let's play the next game together in 10 minutes? Boozy, my god, Wanwan, we can help you gain points, but don't bring this Lao Wang with you, he's too weak. No. After Xiao Wan replied, she quickly explained to Wang Hui, I'm sorry, I really didn't know things would turn out like this. I won't play games with them. Let's rank up together, okay? Even though I couldn't hear Xiao Wan finish her words, I could still feel a strong sense of apology between her words. Wanwan, it's obviously his type. Why are you apologizing? In esports, being bad is the original sin. Wanwan, where's your goddess look? What's so special about this man that you care about him? The players in the live broadcast room were heartbroken and completely disappointed. Xiao Wan turned a blind eye to this and only saw Wang Hui's feelings. Wang Hui, how about, let's go play the next round? Xiao Wan asked cautiously, I'll go tell them later not to disturb us while we're playing games. Xiao Wan was not optimistic about this game either. The opponent is too strong. If the fight continues, it will only be tormenting. Xiao Wan doesn't want Wang Hui to be angry because of a game. She is even more worried that Wang Hui will hate her because of it. It's okay, keep fighting. Wang Hui replied to a message and started to return to the city. The health bar is low, and if I don't go back to the city I will be killed. Wang Hui had to admit that the world's #1 AD was indeed very strong. If you return to the city now, this game might only take 8 minutes to end. Another message came from the other side. From beginning to end, his attitude was filled with a hint of contempt. As the strongest professional players in the world, they are indeed qualified to say these words. But Wang Hui is not someone who can be manipulated by others. It is not Wang Hui's character to not fight back when being bullied. I just want to play games quietly and get some points. Why are you bothering me when you have nothing to do? Wang Hui shook his head inside, muttering to himself, what a hassle. Wang Hui's consistent principle is that if you encounter trouble, then solve it. Edith. Wang Hui's hands left the keyboard and mouse. Master, I'm here. Edith's gentle voice came through the Bluetooth headset. I leave it to you. Wang Hui narrowed his eyes, a hint of laughter in his voice, remember, don't show mercy. Yes, master. Edith's voice continued to come through the Bluetooth headset. Accept the authorization and start the game ranking mode. Successfully took over the game account and game character. Successfully loaded the full intelligent data mode. Successfully loaded game information analysis mode. Successfully loaded enemy players' information and technical analysis data. Drop. The record has been successfully completed, let's start the battle. The author of this chapter reminds you, this book is humorous and spoof, so please do not take any of the characters in the novel personally. Chapter 24. Even if there are tens of thousands of people, I will still go. Wang Hui's Night Hunter is online again. But no one knew that Wang Hui's hands had left the keyboard and mouse, and he even took out potato chips, spicy strips, melon seeds and soda from the table. Don't ask. Just asking because I'm hungry. Wang Hui is ready to watch the game. Enjoy Edith's solo show from the perspective of an audience member. Hey, why are you back online? Uzi, my god, sent a message with a hint of surprise. Didn't you go AFK? The battle is not over. Under Wang Hui's order, Edith sent out this sentence. Uzi, my god, couldn't help but laugh. I didn't realize that although you are not good at it, you still have a lot of backbone. You play Young and I play Zed. It's a shame, esports isn't won by sheer guts. Well said. The opposing top laner also sent a message, if you can win, I'll do a handstand and shit. These days, there are a lot of people who cheat on food and drinks. Lao Wang doesn't know how to play AD, so he typed while moving flexibly, avoiding Ezreal's consumption skills, and at the same time staying at the extreme attack distance to last hit, without missing a single blow. Upon seeing this, the top laner on the opposite side laughed angrily. I hope you can still be so stubborn when you're bullied in the fountain later. Wait, something's wrong. Uzi, my god, was chatting with his teammates on the mic when he suddenly said, this guy has gotten stronger. I can't use him anymore. Suddenly become stronger? The mid laner was a little confused. Is it a script? Uzi, my god, asked back, do you think script is worthy of landing against me? The world's top professional players can, to a certain extent, completely defeat plugins and scripts. They have too many ways to defeat scripts that are invincible at the level of ordinary players. That makes sense. The jungler nodded in agreement. Could it be that someone suddenly changed the player to play the game? A new expert? Maybe. Uzi, my god, suddenly fell silent. He quickly controlled his game character to pull back, narrowly avoiding the Night Hunter's E-skill, Demon's Judgment. Just a moment ago, he was almost pushed against the wall by Lao Wang on the opposite side. How did he come up with the E-skill at this angle? Uzi, my god, looked at his health bar which was less than 1/3, and felt a little surprised. As an AD who was best at consuming enemies, he was actually the first to be beaten down by the opponent even though he was at full health. Looking at the AD on the opposite side, his health bar was still 4/5, and he had only failed to dodge a few basic attacks. Uzi, my god, even suspected that this guy was deliberately taking the damage from the basic attacks to find a chance to kill him. The first attempt to kill failed, increase the control level. Open full map vision. Start calculating the subsequent progress of the game. Edith's voice rang out. Wang Hui saw the entire game map light up, and the movements of the 5 opponents were completely under his control. The movement of his own game character also became more bizarre, like a venomous snake ready to strike, looking for an opportunity to kill the opponents at any time. It's a pity that Uzi, oh my god, couldn't he hear Edith's voice, and didn't he know that Edith had already activated a more advanced control mode. After continuously evolving, learning, and calculating through the internet, Edith's gaming skills have now reached an extremely terrifying level. Professional players are very strong, and everyone has their own highlights. The more stable a professional player's performance is, the more highlights he or she will have. But professional players are also human beings, they will make mistakes and be affected by their mentality. But Edith wouldn't. She is the most advanced artificial intelligence, hundreds of years ahead of the world in technology, and she will not make mistakes. Every release of a skill, every time he reached the maximum attack distance, and every tiny movement were all perfect, without any unnecessary actions. Under Edith's control, Wang Hui's game character has reached its most perfect form. In the simplest terms, Edith's gaming skills completely crushed the 5 opponents. It's as easy as a king beating a bronze player. 3 minutes later. Uzi, oh my god, the screen is dim. He died, but he still couldn't escape the stun of Demon's Judgment, and his assistant died with him. Wang Hui, you are so awesome. Xiaowan excitedly typed, you got a double kill. You killed the world's #1 AD carry. And a king-level support. Wang Hui, is it worth celebrating? Xiaowan still smiled brightly, I still think you are amazing. I admire you so much. She would not miss any opportunity to praise Wang Hui and wanted to win back this man's heart. Smart women are not stupid in love. They will have some cute little tricks to make their beloved men fall in love with them. At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room has exploded. Uzi got killed by a single player. Damn it, the legend in my mind is over. Wrong. It's a double kill. Fans have turned against me. I'm a vegetable, there's no way to wash it off. Uzi couldn't even beat a diamond player. My youth is over. Sigh. This Lao Wang is so strong? Is he strong, or is Uzi too weak? Someone slap me and tell me this isn't a dream. How could Uzi be killed by a diamond? Barrages of comments kept floating through the live broadcast room. Behind every barrage of comments is a fellow player with a look of disbelief on his face. In the team chat room of Uzi, my god, he spoke in a deep voice, reminding his teammates, he didn't make a substitution. Unless they're top-tier pro players like me, there are very few pub kings who can solo kill me. But I know all of them. There's only one possibility. This guy has been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. His true skills are not inferior to any street king, and even not inferior to professional players. After hearing Uzi's warning, the team members became cautious. The top laner said solemnly, then, let's fight seriously. No matter how strong he is, he's only one person, and we have 5 of us. No matter how strong a professional player is, it is impossible for him to defeat the top 5 players here on his own. You know, this is a teamwork game after all. Insider information, Uzi and the others are serious. A netizen revealed this in the live broadcast room, but was met with more ridicule. A professional player is taking a diamond player seriously? What a loser. 5 people got serious and bullied a diamond player. I laughed. Anyway, when they get serious, it's like a professional match. This game is over. But this Lao Wang is really strong. He actually killed Uzi alone. The game continues. Uzi is still being killed by a single player. 10 minutes later. I'm dead again. Uzi's mentality was a little exploded. The landing phase hadn't ended yet, but he had already been killed 4 times. No, strictly speaking, it was a double kill. Because his support always died with him. Don't worry, no matter how skilled he is, it's useless. You play Yun and I play Zed. He said in a deep voice, top, mid, and jungle are developing well. They've taken down all the towers. We can group up and push mid. Let's end this game. Good. Uzi felt a little awkward, but nodded and controlled the game character to the middle lane. And at this time, the top, mid and jungle players on Wang Hui's side actually went AFK at the same time. Timo didn't want to die, let me be clear, I'm here to snipe too. I'm good at playing blind man, +1. I am the Demon King Fei Sanlu, goddess, I'm sorry, I'm also an undercover. Wanwan doesn't know how to play games, how can you do this? I'm going to report you. Xiaowan, who had always been easygoing, was so angry that she was shaking all over. At the critical moment, the 5 opponents gathered together, but 3 of his own team were AFK, leaving only him and Wang Hui. How to play this game? How could this group of people bully Wang Hui like this? It's no problem. Wang Hui typed, his words filled with confidence and calmness, it doesn't matter whether they are there or not. After all, even a handful of rice on the keyboard can make a chicken play better than them. Fuck, who are you scolding? Graduated from Zhuan? Wang Hui's words angered his teammates, and the 3 of them started spraying people from the fountain, but they found out that they had been muted by the game system without knowing when. Don't ask. It was Edith's fault and had nothing to do with Wang Hui. Xiaowan's anger turned into laughter. He was still so sharp-tongued and didn't want to suffer any loss. His personality hadn't changed at all. Only. Xiaowan looked at the 5 people coming together in the middle lane, worried, Wang Hui, should we surrender? Before she finished typing this sentence, she saw the message from Wang Hui. Let's go and fight in a group. After purchasing the equipment, the Night Hunter rushed from the fountain to the middle lane high ground. Black cloak, black crossbow, black everything. 1 person facing 5 people. Noble and fearless. And lonely. Even in the game, it can give people a sense of bleak heroism. Xiaowan was mesmerized for a moment, and she quickly controlled her game character to follow behind him. This brother is good, it's quite interesting. Oh, I suddenly feel that Uzi and the others are so boring. Professional players are bullying others. Lao Wang's skills are not bad, he turned from a black player to a passerby. Even if there are thousands of people against me, I will still go. This time, I'm with Lao Wang. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room suddenly became gentle. There are rarely any comments criticizing Wang Hui anymore, and many people have even begun to appreciate Wang Hui's attitude towards the game. As fellow esports players, everyone admires Wang Hui's spirit of never giving up even when the world is about to collapse. Of course, in the eyes of netizens, Wang Hui did not give up even when he was sure to lose, so he deserves admiration. But Wang Hui himself doesn't think so. Edith, tell me the odds of winning. Master, according to my calculations, the current probability of winning this game. Edith's voice was calm and gentle. 100%. Chapter 25 God. The team battle begins. The Night Hunter moves forward. The 5 people on the opposite side came together with only one goal in mind, to kill the Night Hunter. There are 3 of them AFK, and only 2 of them are fighting in a team. He's bound to lose. It's over, this game. A sigh came from Uzi's team chat, and the top laner urged, hurry up and finish the fight. I feel a little guilty about bullying others like this. Yes, this is no longer a normal competition. It's totally bullying. The 5 of them gathered together and pressed forward to the high ground. The Night Hunter stuck to the maximum attack distance, fighting and retreating, and the high ground tower came under attack. Xiaowan made a mistake in her positioning and was hit and controlled by the opponent's top laner's key skill, and died helplessly. Before he died, he only had time to put a shield on the Night Hunter. And at the same time, Xiaowan sent a message full of apology, I'm sorry, I'm holding you back. Now, Wang Hui was the only one left, facing the 5 opponents alone. Wang Hui didn't say anything. The only thing that answered her was the voice lines of the game character Night Hunter. The boat is ready. The ultimate move is activated. The hunt begins. High performance status loaded. Skill data link established. Kill sequence complete. Edith's voice also rang out. He's using his ultimate move. You haven't given up yet? It's no use. He's already lost. The game is already over. There were sounds of surprise coming from Team Uzi's voice chatter, but that was just surprise. Soon, the tight voice coordination came again, pay attention to VN's invisibility, connect the control chain, and kill him in 1 second. The top laner took the lead in defending the tower and entered the shooting range. The mid laner Shadow Lord used his ultimate move at the moment the Night Hunter's invisibility ended. The auxiliary control followed closely, and the jungler also began to advance. As the AD, Uzi followed his teammates to deal damage, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. Swish! The Night Hunter used flash without hesitation and created some distance. As if calculated, he dodged all the fatal skills and used the skill mechanism to pull the opponent's only control auxiliary, the Goddess of Dawn, to his side. I got him. The auxiliary voice just sounded, and before the second stage of control could be connected, the Night Hunter's perspective was lost. The agile Night Hunter entered stealth mode again, and then a snake-like figure appeared beside the assistant, shooting a silver crossbow arrow. Pa pa pa. As the 4 enemy members arrived, the Night Hunter triggered his W skill, Holy Silver Crossbow, multiple times, taking the lives of the enemy's auxiliary. I'm dead. He's activated his equipment's special effects, and his attack speed is so fast. Let's destroy the tower first. The assistant was shouting, but it was too late to remind the team members. Swish! The Night Hunter entered stealth mode again. When he appears again, he uses the E skill, Demon's Judgment, to push the top laner away and stun him, avoiding the AD's consumption skills while shooting at high speed within the attack range of the jungler and mid laner. Move, dodge, control with your backhand, and kill the one who poses the greatest threat first. The Night Hunter's operation was smooth and everything seemed to have been calculated, without any unnecessary movements. Retreat! Retreat quickly! We can't fight anymore, or we'll be wiped out. In less than 3 minutes, the jungler and top laner died, and the mid laner and AD fled with low health. This is so shocking. The 5-man team battle was defeated by an AD, and they didn't even have time to tear down the Highland Tower. You know, the strength of these 5 people working together is comparable to that of a professional team. Not to mention, there are 2 world-class professional players among them. Everyone in Xiaowan's live broadcast room was stunned. Is this Lao Wang's strength? Oh my god. Is he a robot? He didn't make a single mistake. It's so ingenious, it's like he calculated it all in advance. How on earth did he manage to defeat 5 people at once? I bet this team fight is definitely the best team fight of the year. It's so exciting. I don't understand. I have no idea how he won. Is he a god? Is this a diamond player? Damn it, if this is a diamond player, I'm going to eat my keyboard during livestream. And get a computer case. My mom asked me why I was kneeling on the ground watching the live broadcast. I cried and told her that my brother Wang is really amazing. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. Xiaowan was also stunned, staring blankly at the computer screen, not even noticing that her game character had been resurrected. Wang Hui, when did he become so strong? As one of the top gaming anchors in the country, Xiaowan knew very well how incredible it was that Wang Hui could win the team battle under such circumstances. In particular, among his opponents, there are 2 world-ranked players. Those were all players who were once hailed as gods. Now, even if they join forces, they are still no match for Wang Hui. Xiaowan was deeply shocked at this moment. The game is not over yet. Victory in a team battle does not mean victory in the game. There was silence in the Uzi team's voice chat. After a long time, the mid lane finally spoke. He's really strong. Yes, this is the strongest AD I have ever seen. Uzi nodded. Even if they win this game, they actually lose. After the team battle just now, these 5 people already knew clearly in their hearts that the real winner was the Night Hunter, the mysterious player with the ID Lao Wang can't play AD. The 2 professional players hailed as gods by the players were both shocked by the strength of the Night Hunter, and the other 3 had nothing much to say. They didn't know what to say to express the shock and horror in their hearts, so they could only remain silent. Let's fight for the big dragon and end this battle quickly. The 5 of them gathered together and headed towards the dragon after resurrection. VN is gone. Everyone, be careful, junglers, remember to save your smite. VN and support should be fighting the dragon. As soon as the words fell, the notification that the little dragon was killed by the opponent's Xiaowan passed by, and the 5 people breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, worrying too much is unnecessary. How could there be only 2 people, without a jungler, dare to steal the Baron? This was clearly impossible. However, the moment the 5 of them relaxed. Dirty idiot. The voice message of the Night Hunter's ultimate move suddenly came from the headset. Uzi and his 5 companions suddenly felt something was wrong. The jungler quickly used his punishment skill, but was still a step too late. The next second, a prompt appeared that the dragon was killed by the Night Hunter. The figure of the Night Hunter appeared at the edge of the dragon pit at some point and delivered the final blow to snatch the dragon. The calculation of the dragon's health and damage was so horrifyingly accurate that it made people's scalps numb. Fuck. He actually succeeded. He grabbed the Baron. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were excited. From their vision, they could clearly see that the Night Hunter had been lurking in the blind spot near the big dragon, while Xiaowan, as the auxiliary, went to fight the small dragon alone. As an all-around support hero, Karma is fully capable of taking on the little dragon alone. When Karma killed the little dragon, the 5 people's momentary relaxation became the best breakthrough opportunity for the Night Hunter. They successfully grabbed the big dragon through the stealth mechanism and started the second wave of team battle. Still, it's 1 against 5. In front of the computer screen, even Wang Hui himself was stunned and forgot to eat the potato chips in his hand. Although he knew that Edith was very powerful, he didn't expect her to be this strong. Even the psychological state of the 5 opponents and their next gaming behavior can be taken into account. In this globally popular competitive game, grabbing the big dragon is a very common thing. However, it is extremely difficult to take down the Baron in the hands of these 3 kings and 2 world-class professional players. Edith, how did you do that? Wang Hui couldn't help but speak. Edith's gentle voice came through the Bluetooth headset. Master, this is actually very easy. I collected and analyzed a lot of their previous game videos, and then used the game behavior statistics of high-ranking players to determine their next game behavior in different game situations. At the same time, supplemented by analysis of human psychological activity, we can continuously compete for game resources that are beneficial to us, increase our chances of victory, and ultimately achieve victory in this round of the game. After hearing Edith's words, Wang Hui understood. The higher the player's rank, the easier it is to analyze their gaming behavior. Because all game masters will reflexively choose the most correct game behavior at the moment to ensure their own winning rate. On the contrary, the most inexperienced new players are unable to analyze what he will do next. Just like that, the second wave of team battle ended quickly. There was no suspense at all. After all, the 5 people besieging the dragon had insufficient health bars and incomplete skills. They were in worse condition than in the first team battle and could not defeat the Night Hunter at all. In fact, this time not a single person escaped alive, all of them were killed. Pentakill. Team wiped out. The shocking game prompt floated across the top of the canyon. Everyone was speechless. And at this time, everyone, Lao Wang can't play AD Night Hunter? Silence is better than words at this time. An ordinary and common question mark contains the most essential and complete gaming emotions. This is the highest realm of Zhuan's quotations. Hiss. He is so strong, really strong. Apart from the sound of someone sucking in a breath of shock, the Uzi team's voice chat was completely silent. Seeing the question mark sent by the Night Hunter, I thought about the ridicule and contempt of the 5 of us before the game started. The 5 members of Uzi were filled with bitterness. Where the hell did this king of passers-by come from? No. This is no longer the king of the road. This guy's gaming skills have reached the absolute pinnacle. Breaks many impossible myths. The fans and players in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Until a moment later, no one knew who said anything in the live broadcast room. This sentence attracted many netizens to speak out and send out the same barrage of comments. The content of the barrage is extremely simple, with only one word. God. After this comment, the screen was filled with a constant stream of God. No one continued to joke or cheer, and no one expressed their inner shock. They couldn't use words to describe how they felt at the moment. All words that express praise and shock seem particularly pale and powerless at this moment. Only players of the world's most popular game. Only then did I realize how terrifying this man's strength was. Countless barrages, densely packed and overwhelming, obscured all the images in the live broadcast room. All the barrages. All of them are God. It is a shock and respect for miracles, and awe. Chapter 26. I'm already lying down. The battle is not over. The Night Hunter chose to continue advancing in the middle lane with the dragon's buff. Xiao Wan's assistants started to lead the way down the route, advancing together and quickly pushing the Highland Tower. At this time, the 5 opponents had also been resurrected. The Night Hunter chose to return to the city at this moment. According to Edith's calculations, they still need to wait until the next wave of Team Annihilation to push down the high ground. If they insist on staying and fighting, the probability of winning is too small. Master, it is estimated that we will finish the current game and win in 15-20 minutes. As soon as Edith's voice fell, the game interface began to move uncontrollably and rapidly to the enemy crystal. Boom! Bang! The crystal exploded and the 5 members of Uzi chose to surrender. Can't go on any further. This game has turned into old Wang-s whipping of the souls of these 5 people. The failure of the previous 2 groups fighting 1 against 5 was like a needle that pierced deeply into the hearts of the 5 people. Even if they worked hard to win the game, they had already lost. What's more, they don't have absolute confidence in winning now. Although I don't want to admit it, the strength of the opposite Night Hunter is really terrifying. The 5 people's mentality has exploded. Forcing themselves to continue the game is just a slow death, which will only prolong the pain. It would be better to just surrender and end this public execution. Fuck, this guy is too strong. Lao Wang can't play AD carry? You're kidding, he's obviously very good at it. I want to call him the best AD carry. No. The best player in the world. I beg Lao Wan to play professionally. Wan, tell him quickly. Let him play professionally. If someone like him doesn't play professionally, it would be the biggest waste of resources. 2 world-class pro players were defeated. This guy simply broke the miracle. He fought 1 against 5, crushing the weaklings and making the 5 opponents look like bronze players. I think I saw it. The new god of the LPL region has ascended the throne. Ah, God. So powerful. Hello, Anchor, I'm the manager of the Royal Club. Do you have the contact information for this stranger? I'd like to talk to him. I'm open to any price. With the end of the game, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room completely exploded. A large number of barrages continued to appear, covering the sky and the sun, and the popularity of the live broadcast room reached an unprecedented high. No one scolded Wang Hui anymore. Everyone was deeply impressed by Wang Hui's gaming skills. There was even a fan named President of Wanwan Fan Association who sent out rockets and spoke on the entire live broadcast platform. As long as Lao Wang plays professionally, I'll support this couple. On behalf of the fan club, I agree they should be together. Beauty and God. The esports circle is so real and cruel. Following the law of the jungle, only the strong are worthy of flowers, applause, and love, while the losers eat dust. In the live broadcast room of Uzi and others, many netizens were cursing. You can't even beat a diamond player. Retire, you rubbish. 5 of us fighting one and still getting killed? Do you know how to play games? Rubbish streamer, bad at playing around, get lost. I'm unfollowing you. Of course, the more die-hard fans try to explain. Stop swearing. Stop swearing. Uzi is actually trying very hard. Would Lao Wang be a diamond player? You're lying with your eyes open. It's not that we are too weak, but that our opponents are too strong. Facing the noisy live broadcast room, Uzi sighed deeply. In the professional arena, he is also called God, putting great pressure on many AD players. Every professional player has a very high opinion of him after playing against him. He can even revitalize an entire team by himself and make the team's strength be rated among the best in the world. But when facing Lao Wang can't play AD, Uzi felt what the professional players who had faced him in the past felt. Even more profound. This is no longer something that can be explained by the 3 words high pressure. It's despair. The movement of that night hunter was so terrifying that one had the illusion that she had calculated all the actions and skill directions on the battlefield in advance. This was no longer something a script could do. Not only are his gaming skills powerful, but he also has a deep understanding of the game map, a precise grasp of the battle rhythm, and accurate calculations of game damage. All factors of any game are completely calculated as if by a robot. Can one person really be this powerful? Uzi has fallen into deep confusion. You're awesome. After the game, Xiaowan sent a private message, how can you be so strong? You defeated 2 world-class players. You are amazing. I admire you so much. Do you know what the viewers in my live stream are saying? They say you're a god. Your dominance is so overwhelming. Even world-class pros have fallen before you. Xiaowan sent a lot of private messages. From the lines, one can clearly feel that this woman is very excited and thrilled. Xiaowan felt proud and honored that her beloved man had such powerful strength. The man I like is the strongest in the field of esports. Is it difficult? Wang Hui smiled and replied to the private message, I told you, I'm strong. You lie down. It's still these 4 words. At this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room did not think that this was an arrogant statement. Each of them felt a strong sense of confidence and aura from this sentence. Maybe, this is the boss. Strong, strong, strong. I can't learn the boss's skills in picking up girls. He is too strong. I'm strong, you lie down. I love you, I want to compete with Wanwan. I'm a female player, and my legs are weak. Brother Wang, look at me. Ah. Look at me. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was extremely warm, and the audience was in high spirits. It was clearly Xiaowan's live broadcast room, but all the viewers were no longer paying attention to Xiaowan, but were paying attention to Wang Hui. This man proved himself with his strength and conquered everyone who watched the game. Facing Wang Hui's confident response, Xiaowan smiled gently and typed back, okay, I'm already lying down, come on. It's so explicit. Too explicit. The players in the live broadcast room were all veterans, and they all understood the deep meaning of Xiaowan's words. Ah. My goddess has fallen. But why don't I object at all? Wanwan, come on. Get Lao Wang and let him play professionally. As a single person, I couldn't help but smile with the satisfaction of an old mother. My Wanwan finally knows how to flirt with men. The iceberg has melted. However, Wang Hui's reply was beyond the expectations of the viewers in the live broadcast room. You're too ugly. I'm not interested. Wang Hui's reply was still cold and ruthless, but it did not affect Xiaowan's mood at all. She is not a woman who can be easily persuaded. Xiaowan sent a private message, come on, please, I'm lying down. Wang Hui replied coldly, get lost. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all shocked. Lao Wang is not only good at gaming, but also extremely honest. Chapter 27, A Major Earthquake in the Global Esports Circle. Fuck. Doesn't Lao Wang know how beautiful Goddess Wan Wan is? How could he say that? He's a true role model for singles like me, a true example of a straight man. Being strong means you can do whatever you want, even goddesses can't look down on you. I just learned a lesson about Lao Wang's tough attitude. Now my girlfriend wants to break up with me. What should I do? Waiting online, it's urgent. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. I cried and said I didn't even have a girlfriend, but Lao Wang would scold away even the goddess who came to his door. The world is so unfair. The viewers in the live broadcast room started to speak up, and Wang Hui's resolute attitude made everyone's eyes light up. Wang Hui won the favor of a lot of male fans by not being a goddess's bootlicker. Countless male compatriots dream of being able to stand up straight and be a man one day, and be able to shout at beautiful women without hesitation, "Get lost!" But so far, only Wang Hui has done it. He is so in love that he is sick of it. He has changed goddess-like girlfriends one after another. Wang Hui now just wants to live a single life and let Jill take a vacation. Ding dong! Ding dong! Game prompt sounds kept ringing, and a large number of friend requests appeared. Wang Hui casually flipped through it and saw the 3 team members who were AFK before, all the world's top professional players on the opposite side, and various players with unfamiliar IDs. More and more people are applying to be friends, and in just 1 minute the number has exceeded 1,000. What a hassle! Wang Hui frowned and simply set his game account to reject all friend requests. At this moment, Xiao Wan sent another private message. She still didn't give up. Then let's move on to the next game, okay? Wang Hui looked at the time and declined. No more fighting, I'm leaving. Wang Hui did it right away without any hesitation. Xiao Wan looked at the game ID that had been shown as offline, and couldn't help feeling a sense of loss. She didn't even have time to ask for Wang Hui's latest contact information. It's okay, this is a good start, at least I found him. Even if we can only communicate in the game, as long as I work hard, I will be able to return to his side again. Xiao Wan comforted herself in her heart, but she was indeed influenced by Wang Hui. He was no longer online. Xiao Wan felt that everything around her was extremely boring and she had no motivation to continue the live broadcast. I can only apologize to my fans, I'm not feeling well today, so I'll log off first. After saying that, Xiao Wan turned off the live broadcast, and everything in the live broadcast room turned black. It's over. The goddess must have gone to find that guy. Sending 1,000 miles? Brother, you have a lot of ideas. I admire you. Let's go, goddess, I'm not going to livestream anymore. I'm going to check out the esports news. Lao Wang is definitely going to be on the headlines today. The viewers in the live broadcast room dispersed one after another. At the same time, inside the company of Huzhua live streaming platform, the statistics are in. 10 minutes ago, we broke the single-day traffic peak. We broke the highest traffic record for live streaming rooms on all platforms. Listening to the employees' feedback, the platform executives couldn't help but sigh. With so much traffic, it's a great opportunity to monetize. Why did Xiao Wan stop the live broadcast? She's so willful. Today's buzz is all about Lao Wang. His gaming skills are incredible. He defeated 2 of the world's top players. Hearing the shocked exclamations of the employees around them, the executives of the Tiger Claw platform had an idea. Before he could say anything, he received a message from the owner of the Huya platform. When the executive saw the content of the message, he was shocked and quickly ordered, "Hurry up and call Xiao Wan and ask her if she has the contact information for that Lao Wang. Have Xiao Wan tell Lao Wang that the Tiger Claw platform is willing to hire him as the exclusive anchor for the Tiger Claw live streaming platform with an annual salary of 80 million yuan, and will use all the platform's resources to build momentum for him." As soon as the words fell, all the employees in the company were shocked. Hiss. The sounds of people gasping for breath came one after another. 80 million a year. This is already the net worth of the top group of anchors. But everyone knows that Lao Wang can't play AD, and he does have the capital to do so. He is so strong and is a rising star with great potential and value. Royal Esports Club. The esports manager asked, "Uzi, did you successfully add Lao Wang as your friend?" Uzi shook his head. No, he rejected everyone's friend request. How powerful do you think he is? The manager pondered and asked, or rather, comparing yourself to him, how strong do you think he is? Very strong. Wu Zi paused, smiled bitterly and said, better than me, much stronger. Stronger than the world's #1 AD. The manager's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Uzi, quickly contact Xiao Wan and get Lao Wang's contact information. Have Xiao Wan tell Lao Wang that the Royal Club is willing to offer him 50 million per year to join the main team. As long as he performs well, his salary can be doubled. The salary after doubling is 100 million. Uzi was shocked. But for the sake of the team's performance, he still called Xiao Wan. The call can't be reached. After leaving a message for Xiao Wan on the communication app, Wu Zi was surprised to find that the message was not sent successfully. Please add the other party as a friend before sending a message. She blocked me. Wu Zi smiled bitterly and said, It's all my fault. I shouldn't have laughed at old Wang at that time. Xiao Wan got angry. It seems that Xiao Wan does have a close relationship with him. The manager was not angry but delighted, so, as long as we can deal with Xiao Wan and persuade her, we can influence Lao Wang. Let him join the team. A team member nearby couldn't help but ask, Manager, he's just a random guy. Is he worth all the attention and thought? I'm just afraid that if my attitude isn't sincere enough, Lao Wang will be snatched away by another team. The manager sneered and scolded, I don't want to hear that again. Go watch the game video yourself. I can only tell you that if Lao Wang can join our team, he will be the absolute core of our team. Right now. It's not just the Tiger Claw live streaming platform and the Royal Esports Club. Many live broadcast platforms, game clubs, game forums, and esports news media have started working. Without exception, everyone was focusing on the rising star, Lao Wang can't play AD. A well-known esports news column published, shocking. Lao Wang can't play AD, the new god of the LPL region. A post in a popular forum, our title as the king of the LPL division is a sure thing. Otherwise, how could a player as powerful as Lao Wang appear? Well-known long video website, a super talented player. The gap between mortals and gods. The up host takes you to personally experience what it means to be the world's number one. Attached is the complete game video, Lao Wang's first-person perspective. The famous Hovu QA website asks, is Lao Wang can't play AD carry, known as the world's best player, really that strong? What impact will his appearance have on the global esports community? Not only that, a large number of topics related to Wang Hui's game ID have appeared on well-known online platforms including Weibo, Huiyue, player headlines, etc. The popularity of Wang Hui continued to rise, and the video of his game was recorded and circulated all over the internet. Even the foreign gaming circles have heard about it and started watching the game videos. Every player who watched the game video couldn't help but be shocked by the Night Hunter's graceful posture and powerful dominance on the battlefield. 1 against 5, facing 3 kings and 2 professional players, he staged a game performance that was like a massacre. Gorgeous. Powerful. Excellent technique. Number 1 in the world. This is the label used by all players to describe the Night Hunter after watching the video. This mysterious player Lao Wang can't play AD left a deep impression on everyone and it is hard to erase from their minds. Earthquake. This is a major earthquake in the global esports circle. Some players even launched a campaign called Global Search for Lao Wang. One enthusiastic esports fan even chanted, I'd cut 3 years off my life just to see Lao Wang play professionally. However, the mastermind behind all this has already gone offline. Once the network cable is disconnected, no one is loved. Wang Hui is a man with great self-control. He likes playing games, but he will not be addicted to them. It's already 4 p.m., and it's almost time to prepare dinner. Just at this moment. Click. A barely audible sound was heard outside the bedroom door. Wang Hui was stunned, his eyes focused on the bedroom door. Someone is prying the door open. Chapter 28, Cold-Blooded and Ruthless Brother Wang. There are only 2 people in the house. Apart from Wang Hui, there is only Yan Cheng, and the person outside the door at this moment is most likely her. Moreover, the sound sounded like knocking on the door at first, but when you listen carefully, it didn't sound like that. Crack. There was a sound like a key turning, and the bedroom door was slowly pushed open. A cautious head poked in, just meeting Wang Hui's gaze. Ah! Yan Cheng screamed like a thief who had been caught, her pretty face flushed slightly, you are not playing games. Logically speaking, Wang Hui should be facing away from him, playing games with headphones on. But who could have expected that Wang Hui's game was already over? Yan Cheng's plan to sneak into the bedroom failed. Where did you get the key? Wang Hui raised his eyebrows and spoke in a very serious tone. I found it outside. Yen Chang lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong and whispered, "The key was in the drawer of the TV table. I was curious, so I tried it. I didn't expect it was actually the spare key to the bedroom." Hearing Yen Chang's words, Wang Hui had a blank expression on his face, but he sighed in his heart. "I miscalculated and forgot I had left a spare key outside the bedroom. Give me the key." Wang Hui extended his hand, his tone brooking no refusal. "I am the host here, and you are the guest. How can you take my things without permission?" "Oh." Yen Qing felt very aggrieved, but she still walked into the bedroom obediently. "I didn't mean it, I just wanted to clean up the house for you." At this moment, Wang Hui couldn't help but be stunned by the clothes she was wearing. It's actually a bathrobe. She had a devilishly hot body, with wet black hair casually draped over her soft shoulders. Her long and beautiful neck reflected a faint crystal light under the bedroom light, and her long thighs were revealed under the hem of her bathrobe, which made Wang Hui unable to help but take a few more glances. I have to admit that Yen Qing does have a great figure. The loose bathrobe could not cover anything, but instead made her look tightly wrapped, highlighting her perfect figure. "You took a shower? And you used my bathrobe?" Wang Hui's tone couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. Yen Chang was panicked and could only lower her head and whisper softly, "Well, I was sweating, so I took a shower." "Give me the key." Wang Hui stretched out his hand. He had not forgotten this matter. If the key cannot be retrieved, who knows if this girl will sneak in at night. Yen Chang took 3 steps forward, with a look of reluctance on her pretty face as she walked forward and placed the key in Wang Hui's palm. Her soft and slender fingers inadvertently brushed across the palm of Wang Hui's hand, and a tingling feeling arose, making Wang Hui look at Yen Chang again. She has clear and bright pupils, curved eyebrows, long eyelashes that seem to tremble slightly as if she is nervous, her fair and flawless skin is faintly pink, and her thin lips are as crystal clear as rose petals. Her beauty is indeed rare and few women can reach her goal. "Does it look good?" Yen Chang placed her hands on her chest, clutching her bathrobe. Suddenly, she smiled, her beautiful eyes filled with childish charm as she looked at Wang Hui tenderly. "You were just peeking at my legs." "No, you're hallucinating." Wang Hui denied it. Male instinct cannot be restrained. But he would never admit it, otherwise it would only encourage Yen Qing's arrogance. Just then. Oops. Yen Qing suddenly screamed, as if she couldn't stand firmly. Her graceful body couldn't help but fall forward and fell into the arms of Wang Hui, who was unable to dodge. For a moment, the fragrance filled the air and the warmth filled the air. The soft touch coming from the chest made Wang Hui raise his eyebrows, but his tone was exceptionally calm. "Have you had enough of the commotion?" Wang Hui had seen Yen Chang's little tricks many times. Brother Wang, who has been through many battles, will not easily succumb to the goddess's tricks to seduce men. "Get up when you've had enough of the noise." Wang Hui looked at the beauty in his arms calmly, with a composure that made Yen Qing feel angry. This stupid guy is pretending to be stupid even though he has thrown himself into my arms. "Wang Hui, you are so cold." Yen Qing's gentle and aggrieved voice rang out from his arms, carrying the complaints of a young woman. "You will be single for the rest of your life if you keep doing this." "I like being single." Wang Hui's answer was still cold. "You're lying. No one is born to be single." Yen Qing's sweet and clear voice suddenly became higher. Her jade hand circled in front of Wang Hui's chest and murmured, "You are single, which means you are missing something." "What? Miss me? Shameless." Wang Hui personally took action and pushed Yen Qing onto the bed, causing Yen Qing to scream in surprise. "Ah." Fortunately, the bathrobe was wrapped tightly, otherwise it would have come loose in an instant. "Get out. Don't disturb me while I'm playing games." Wang Hui turned around, ignored Yen Qing, and turned on the computer again. "You're so angry, I got you right. You like me too, right?" Yen Qing climbed up from the bed with a smile and wanted to hug Wang Hui from behind, but Wang Hui coldly scolded her, "Get lost. Such a cold man. He doesn't understand anything about romance." Yen Qing felt extremely aggrieved, but she didn't dare to really make Wang Hui angry, so she could only stand up obediently and walk out of the bedroom door. Pa! The bedroom door was closed. Wang Hui looked back, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the bedroom door was opened again and Yen Qing's little head popped out. "Wang Hui. What happened again? I'm hungry." Yen Qing looked at Wang Hui pitifully. "It's already late in the evening, it's time for dinner, let's go out for dinner, it's my treat." "No. But what are we going to eat tonight?" "There's food." "Where?" Under Yan Qing's expectant gaze, Wang Hui stood up, left the bedroom and walked into the kitchen. Wang Hui can cook. At this moment, Yan Qing's beautiful eyes were shining, and she felt that she had discovered another advantage of Wang Hui. Listening to the constant clattering of pots and pans coming from the kitchen, Yan Qing suddenly made up her mind, no, I have to learn how to cook in the future. Wang Hui is obviously a conservative guy. He must like virtuous and classical women. How can he not be able to cook? If you want to catch a man, you must first catch his stomach. While Yan Qing was constantly thinking about perfecting her plan to capture Wang Hui, her stomach began to growl in protest. Wang Hui, aren't you done yet? Yan Qing was shouting loudly towards the kitchen, her clear and sweet voice was full of longing. She wanted to eat the dinner made by her beloved man. All right. Wang Hui's faint voice came from the kitchen. Under Yan Qing's expectant gaze, Wang Hui walked out of the kitchen carrying 2 large bowls. What is this, noodles? Yan Qing hurried over, sat down obediently on the table, picked up the chopsticks, and looked down into the big bowl. It's instant noodles. Wang Hui carried his large bowl and walked towards the bedroom, saying calmly, I said before that I'd eat instant noodles tonight. Ah? Yan Qing was a little disappointed and couldn't help but pout and said, I finally came to your house to spend the night, and you let me eat instant noodles at night? Wang Hui turned around in surprise, don't you eat instant noodles? Yan Qing said firmly, no. She felt that she should be tougher when necessary to make Wang Hui feel a sense of crisis, so that he would take her ideas seriously. Relationships are a game. Yan Qing felt that her best friend was right. All right. Wang Hui nodded helplessly and walked towards Yan Qing under her expectant gaze. Has he figured it out? Is he going to make me a nice dinner? Under Yan Qing's expectant and gentle gaze, Wang Hui reached into the big bowl in front of him with his chopsticks and picked up a braised egg from the steaming instant noodles. Wang Hui's chopsticks paused in mid-air, looking a little hesitant. Finally, he reached in again. He took the sausage from Yan Qing's bowl. Since you don't eat it, don't waste it. Wang Hui looked at the double amount of braised eggs and ham sausage in his bowl, nodded with satisfaction, turned around and left. Bang! The bedroom door closed, blocking out Yan Qing's increasingly dull gaze. She couldn't help but look down at the big bowl in front of her. Only the instant noodles were lying alone in the steaming bowl, and all its good friends had been taken away. This man had no intention of cooking for himself, and he even cruelly took away the braised egg and ham sausage from his instant noodles. Wang Hui's cold-bloodedness was beyond Yan Qing's expectations. Chapter 29, Brother Wang, the national rival. This stinky man. Yan Qing was filled with anger and muttered, eating instant noodles every day will ruin your health. She knew that Wang Hui was trying to find ways to make her retreat and hate him. But the more Wang Hui did this, the more Yan Qing didn't want to give up. Yan Qing even felt a little sorry for Wang Hui. Did he eat instant noodles every day? That's definitely the case. He's in financial trouble, but he's too stubborn to tell anyone and wants to handle it all on his own. Silly man, I want to give you everything I have, all my money. Yan Qing sighed. She knew that Wang Hui was not a money grubber, otherwise he would not have rejected her confession. This is a man of absolute dignity and backbone. Wang Hui has a tall image in Yan Qing's mind. If Wang Hui knew what Yan Qing was thinking, he would not even be in the mood to eat instant noodles. He would only sigh, self-attack is the most deadly. The more Yan Qing imagined it, the more she felt sorry for Wang Hui. But soon, she smelled a strong aroma that attracted her attention. It's the instant noodles in the big bowl in front of me. Steaming hot, every wisp of steam is filled with the unique aroma of instant noodles, and each noodle mixed with sauce looks very delicious. Gurgle. My stomach just happened to protest. Miss Yan hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to surrender. Following her honest body reaction, she picked up the chopsticks and took a bite of instant noodles. A long, soft, cat-like sound escaped from her red lips. She couldn't help but squint her eyes and mumbled in ambiguous praise, it's so delicious. How did Wang Hui do it? A bowl of instant noodles can be so delicious. Soon, in less than 10 minutes, Yan Qing finished eating the whole bowl of instant noodles. It was so delicious. She lay comfortably on the sofa to digest her food, feeling a little unsatisfied, and her beautiful eyes looked towards the bedroom door. Yan Qing still wants to eat. But she was too embarrassed to tell Wang Hui. In the bedroom, Wang Hui was eating instant noodles while browsing the news on his mobile phone. Headline news: today's esports scene is rocked by a shocking news. Lao Wang can't play AD carry. The owner of a renowned foreign esports club has extended an olive branch, offering to hire Lao Wang to join the team at a high salary. Neuropathy. Wang Hui crossed out this piece of news, and the next piece was still esports news about the mysterious passerby king Lao Wang can't play AD. The internet was very hot, and players in the esports circle launched a nationwide campaign to find Lao Wang. The popularity has gone beyond the circle and more netizens have seen it. It's impossible for me to become a professional gamer. I will never become a professional gamer in my lifetime. I can only start a tech company and earn money to barely make ends meet. Wang Hui muttered to himself as he scrolled through one esports news item after another that was related to him. No matter how high the salary is, you are just working for someone else. It's not as exciting as starting your own company and being your own boss. With Edith's help, Wang Hui had already made up his mind to start his own technology company. He had always been thinking about this matter and always asked Edith about the progress of the company. Edith, how's the company getting set up? Master, it will take some time for the online application materials to be processed, but I have already posted the job information online and am in discussions with top talents from several tech companies about switching jobs. Edith's gentle voice rang out. Wang Hui was confident in her work, but he still reminded her, pay attention to the loss of funds. We only have 1 billion. Master, if you need to modify the investment ratio of funds, please let me know at any time. No need to be frugal, but money must be spent wisely. Throw in the entire billion. I'm going to take down the world's top tech company. Wang Hui is very determined. He has already acquired all the troubles brought by women. He wants to become strong so that these troubles will not dare to provoke him. Yes, master. Just then. Ding dong. Wang Hui's phone's QQ buzzed. He opened it and saw a message from his deskmate Zhang Liang. Brother Hui. My dear brother Hui. You're famous. Did he see the esports news? Wang Hui was stunned. But Wang Hui thought about it again and felt that something was wrong. He had only been transferred to the school for a few months and had not yet played games with his classmates. Zhang Liang probably didn't know the name of his game ID. Why am I so popular? Wang Hui sent a message, asking, please explain clearly. Brother Hui, didn't you read the school forum today? There was a hint of surprise in Zhang Liang's voice, and he quickly explained, there's a new post on the school forum today. It's related to you, Brother Hui, go check it out. Also, as far as I know, this poster is probably the same guy who posted the anonymous top post yesterday. The pinned post on yesterday's campus forum. It was a post that exposed Wang Hui's special physique. This guy again, another post about me? Wang Hui had a bad feeling and quickly opened the school forum and logged in to take a look. There is a most popular post at the top of the school forum, second only to yesterday's pinned post in popularity. The two posts are placed side by side, and the red bold font is very bright, making it difficult for people not to notice. The post is titled, Shocking. Jinling University's most beautiful campus beauty Yancheng and campus idol Wang Hui appeared in a residential complex. The two were a pair. The poster is heartbroken. Here are pictures as proof. Wang Hui was stunned. He frowned and clicked on the post. There was not much text in the post, only a series of pictures, which showed Wang Hui and Yancheng getting out of the car and walking into the stairs of the community. Judging from the shooting angle, it should be a secret shot taken with a mobile phone, and it is quite far away, so it is a little blurry, but you can still clearly see the side faces of Yancheng and Wang Hui. The signals conveyed in the picture are ambiguous, which makes it easy for people to understand that Yancheng and Wang Hui are a couple living together. Through the text content in the post, Wang Hui learned that this series of photos was taken by a homeowner in the community because he was amazed by the two people's looks and their perfect match, so he secretly took these photos and shared them on WeChat Moments. Coincidentally, a student who was a friend of the owner saw the picture in the circle of friends. Given the two people's fame at Jinling First University, they were easily recognized by other students, so they forwarded the picture content and the photo to the poster. There were a lot of replies under the post, filled with a large number of messages from students. Second floor, front row selling benches, watermelon seeds. Damn. I can't stand it anymore. Wang Hui actually snatched Yancheng away. Third floor, the knife has been sharpened and is on its way to the community. Also, how many years of imprisonment will be imposed for hacking someone to death? Waiting online, this is urgent. Fourth floor, Wang Hui is such a piece of shit. He rejected Yan Xing yesterday, but today he changed his mind and wanted to be with her, and he even brought her home so quickly. 5th floor, I hid in my bed and cried secretly. My goddess actually lives with another man. 6th floor, what on earth did Wang Hui do? He actually made goddess Yan Xing agree to go home with him so quickly. I don't accept it. 7th floor, goddess, I just got paid for my part-time job. I'm going to buy you a trap and send it over. Please pay attention to safety measures. Don't ask, because even a dog's love is still love. 8th floor, dear Yan Xing, if you get pregnant and he doesn't want you, remember to come find me. I'll always be waiting for you. I'll raise the child. 9th floor, I respect Wang Hui as a man. I would like to call him Big Brother Wang, the nation's love rival. I hope he can come back alive after coming to school tomorrow. Most of the replies to the post were from male classmates. Some of them said dog-licking quotes, some made harsh remarks, and some were envious of Wang Hui for being favored by the goddess. Coupled with the various emoticons of resentment, murderous intent, crying, and wearing hats that appear in every post, Wang Hui can feel the resentment of all the boys in the school even through the screen. The resentment is overwhelming. Yan Xing, the purest, cutest and most beautiful goddess at Jinling First University, actually lives with Wang Hui. Countless young boys had their hearts broken and were heartbroken, vaguely seeing the end of their youth. Chapter 30, Wang Hui's Physical Secret. Who posted this? Wang Hui frowned and glanced at the poster's ID. President of Hui Hui Fan Club. What the hell? Wang Hui was stunned. When did I get a fan club? He remembered what his deskmate Zhang Liang said, that the previously pinned post was also posted by the president of the fan club. Analyze the content of the two posts. Wang Hui thought that this might not be the president of the fan club, but the leader of his own black fans. Look at what they have done. Which one of them is human? The two posts that were exposed in the past 2 days pushed her to the forefront of discussion among all students in the school. She was hated by many male classmates and was called the national rival. This is not something that fans can do. Only the leaders of black fans would be keen on doing this. In particular, Wang Hui could foresee that if someone read the contents of the two posts together, it would definitely cause many schoolgirls to misunderstand and start to pay attention to whether their special physique was true or not. After all, Yan Xing has already confessed her love to me and started living with me. If Miss Yan, who is known as the most beautiful campus belle in Jinling, did this, how could other girls not be suspicious? Otherwise, there is no reason to explain why Miss Yan suddenly fell in love with a transfer student. Although Wang Hui is very handsome, Yan Xing has always been surrounded by handsome and outstanding suitors. God is my witness, I don't know why Yan Xing likes me. But she definitely doesn't know about my special physique. Wang Hui sighed deeply. He knew that women were crazy and emotional creatures. They often ignored the essence of things, did not want to explore the truth, and just wanted to blindly follow the trend. As if to verify his speculation, Wang Hui's cell phone started ringing. Student Wang Hui, I have a question for you. Hello, Junior Wang Hui. I'm Lu Shanshan, a junior in the Department of Economics and Management. I'd like to be friends with you. Wang Hui. He received a long list of friend verification requests, all of them were girls from Jinling University. From freshman girls to senior girls. From the School of Arts to the Department of Economics and Management, it includes girls from different fields and colleges of the school. They all wanted to give it a try. After all, there would be no harm in contacting Wang Hui. What if he really was a lucky boy? After all, Yan Xing likes Wang Hui, which definitely means that there is something in Wang Hui that is worthy of the school belle's attachment and needs. This is what most girls think, and Wang Hui can guess it without thinking. It's over, my QQ account has also been exposed. Wang Hui sighed deeply. He was too lazy to reject friends. There were too many girls applying for friend verification. He simply ignored them all. It seems that it's time to register a new QQ account. Wang Hui weakly called out, Edith, go register a new QQ account for me. Keep it confidential and prevent any information about my QQ account from being circulated online. Wang Hui has had enough of being harassed by different women every day. He just wants quiet. He just wants to be single. He just wanted to give Jill a break. Yes, master. Edith was still as gentle and calm as ever, and quickly helped Wang Hui register a new QQ account. Master, I have completed the registration. Do you need to use it now? Yes, of course. I'll clone and copy my existing friends to the new QQ account. Wang Hui authorized the order and Edith quickly completed all the work. As long as it is related to the internet and technology, nothing is difficult for her. Ding ding ding. A new QQ popped up, a message from the beautiful teacher Li Xiaoman. Wang Hui, why did you change your QQ account? Obviously, she received a system-prompted friend cloning message and discovered that Wang Hui had changed to a new QQ account. Unable to bear the harassment, I was forced to change my number. Wang Hui's 8-word reply was full of helplessness, which made Li Xiaoman on the other end of the phone couldn't help but smile. This little man was as humorous as ever. The mature and beautiful teacher knows how to handle the relationship between the two sexes and gives Wang Hui enough trust, space, and time. Among Wang Hui's many ex-girlfriends, only Li Xiaoman gave Wang Hui the least worry. She never asked him any questions and never pestered him to get back together every day. She only uses her tenderness to influence Wang Hui, turning her passionate emotions into soft threads that tightly entwine Wang Hui without him realizing it. Don't worry, it's just some students making trouble. It will be over in a couple of days. After all, mature women are caring. Li Xiaoman's comfort made Wang Hui relax a little. He replied to the message, I hope so. Li Xiaoman quickly sent a message, what do you think about Lin Yuexin's matter? Wang Hui was playing dumb, what are you considering? Li Xiaoman, you're in love with her. How could you forget about this? Please help her, Wang Hui. She's really pitiful. In love? Wang Hui sneered and replied, I'm just an ordinary person, not a doctor. Who told you that love can cure illness? Wang Hui, do you still need to hide this from me? Li Xiaoman sighed deeply on the other end of the phone and hesitated for a moment before sending a message. I know your previous life made you very unhappy. Many women approached you for their own benefit, but your lucky physique may really be effective. Lin Yuexin is still young. She is a very gentle and sensible girl. She shouldn't be taken away by illness. We'll discuss this later. Wang Hui sent a cold reply of 4 words. Li Xiaoman did not reply to the message again. She knew that if she spoke again at this time, it would only make Wang Hui feel disgusted. Although it was selfish to do so, Li Xiaoman cared more about whether she could win Wang Hui's heart back than Lin Yuexin's illness. Being able to persuade Wang Hui to fall in love with Lin Yuexin was already the greatest kindness and concession that Li Xiaoman had made as a woman. She was not really generous enough to give Wang Hui to someone else. Lin Yuexin. Wang Hui lay on the bed, emptying himself, and the image of this girl emerged in his mind, as well as her beautiful face with a shy blush. This is not out of affection, but out of pity. Although Wang Hui was reluctant to admit it, he did feel some sympathy for this beautiful girl. At the age of a flower, she should have been enjoying all the beauty of youth, but she had been silently enduring the torture of the disease, waiting for the disease to devour her life step by step. Wang Hui has never experienced this feeling of gradually approaching death, but he thinks it must be very desperate. Now. Wang Hui felt a little hesitant. Host, why don't you agree to Li Xiaoman's request? The love system, which had not spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke, even if it's a good deed, date Lin Yuexin. Besides, she is quite beautiful, with an A+ rating at least, and is fully qualified to date the host. Are you teaching me how to do things? Wang Hui suddenly spoke, staring the love system so much that it dared not speak anymore. As a host, she was known for being decisive and cold. She was not polite to the charming goddesses, let alone herself, a system that was almost abandoned by the host. Perhaps the air was too silent. The romance system couldn't help but speak again. Host, your physique can indeed save Lin Yuexin. As long as you fall in love with her, her illness will definitely get better. At worst, after she recovers, you can break up with her. The love system will not miss any opportunity to persuade Wang Hui to fall in love. This is her mission and responsibility. She wants her host to be a man with many girlfriends. And only a goddess-level woman is qualified to fall in love with her host. My physique? Wang Hui's heart moved, and he suddenly turned over from the bed and said seriously, System, do you know my physique? Tell me everything you know. Chapter 31, Straight Man. Wang Hui has had a special physique since childhood. Every woman who has been in love with him will have her luck inexplicably improved. As the relationship develops deeper, Wang Hui's girlfriend may even change her entire life because of it. This would have been a good thing. But everything has its limits. As more and more women learned about Wang Hui's special physique, they kept pestering him, making him miserable. System, do you know my physique? Facing Wang Hui's serious question, the love system gave an honest answer, I know a little bit. Explain. Okay, host. The voice of the love system sounded in Wang Hui's ears. The host's physique is actually Cupid's body. Cupid's body. Wang Hui was stunned. Just by hearing the name, he knew that his physique was related to love. The Cupid's body is the most suitable for love. Those with this physique generally have outstanding appearances and will constantly attract more women to become the host's admirers. Hearing this, Wang Hui couldn't help but fall into deep thought. No wonder Yin Qing likes me so madly. The most special thing about this constitution is that anyone of the opposite sex who falls in love with the host will have continuous good luck. However, as soon as they leave the host's side, their good luck will slowly disappear. If they betray the host, they will even face bad luck. After hearing the introduction of the love system, Wang Hui couldn't help but say, "If you betray me, you will face bad luck." What does this mean? Be more specific. For example, if one of the host's ex-girlfriends starts dating another boyfriend, she will face bad luck. The romance system paused, then added, any woman who falls in love with the host will have their good luck activated in advance, and the host will continue to provide them with energy to maintain their good luck. However, once they truly leave the host and choose to enter another relationship, they will fall into continuous bad luck because their good luck cannot be maintained. Wang Hui proposed a hypothesis. What if you are not in another relationship, but are still in love? The romance system gave a positive answer. No, this will completely sever her emotional connection with the host, and she will still fall into misfortune. Any romantic activity with another man, even just holding hands, could trigger bad luck. Hearing the words of the love system, Wang Hui couldn't help but gasp, hiss, horror. This physique is too terrifying. You are not allowed to fall in love again after breaking up, and even the slightest bit of infidelity is not allowed, otherwise you will face bad luck. Wang Hui was shocked by his special physique. So domineering. Isn't this equivalent to saying that any woman who falls in love with me can only be with me? She can't look for another man in her life. Yes, host. The romance system provides more accurate information. In fact, any woman who falls in love with the host will find it difficult to fall in love with other men. The owner of the Cupid body will give the opposite sex a very good love experience, making it difficult for them to forget the host and accept others. And the host I most desire to find is the owner of Cupid's body. The love system proudly said, "You are my ideal host, born to be my master." Then what use would I have to you if I had Cupid's body? Wang Hui spoke coldly. He is still sharp-tongued. The love system was a little embarrassed. Host, that's not right. Cupid's body can only guarantee that your love journey will be smooth sailing and that you will be admired and loved by the opposite sex, but it cannot guarantee your safety in love. The possessor of Cupid's body is the true rival of all people and the enemy of all people of the same sex. And my existence can guarantee the host's safety, so that the host does not need to worry about the threat of a love rival. Let the host become a truly powerful man. The love system has regained its proud tone. Wang Hui finally understood. This guy is not afraid of being hit at all and is quite thick-skinned. Fortunately, through the introduction of the love system, Wang Hui already knew how special his special physique was. It seems that I am destined to have many women around me in this life. Wang Hui sighed deeply. Too many women can easily damage the kidneys. I'm so young, I want to live a few more years. Host, your body has been transformed by the eternal marrow cleansing pill, so it's no problem for you to control 10 women at night. The love system reminded him at the right moment. Also, you now have 2,625 points of admiration. There are many pills in the system mall that can strengthen your body without any side effects. I strongly recommend that you purchase them. This moment. Wang Hui felt like the whole world was forcing him to fall in love. This feeling is very annoying. Let's talk about it again. Let's talk about it again. Wang Hui waved his hand. I just want to have a good sleep now. I hope there will be no woman to bother me in my dreams. Just then. Ding ding ding. Someone sent a message on the new QQ again. Wang Hui picked up his phone and saw that someone else had applied to add him as a friend. I just created a new account. Has it been exposed again? Wang Hui took a closer look at the verification message. Student Wang Hui, I'm Lin Yuexin. It turned out to be Lin Yuexin. This girl is actually quite low-key. The two said they had no contact online and had only met at school. Wang Hui thought about it for a while and agreed. To be honest, he had no ill feelings towards this girl, so there was nothing wrong with giving her a friend status. Wang Hui agreed to Lin Yuexin's friend request. Lin Yuexin quickly sent a message. Classmate Wang Hui, are you asleep? Wang Hui, no, how did you know my QQ number? Lin Yuexin, Teacher Li gave it to me. This girl is quite honest and won't lie. But Li Xiaoman is really something. Is she so diligent in sending women to her ex-boyfriend? Wang Hui was too exhausted to complain about the beautiful teacher's behavior. Lin Yuexin sent another message. Lin Yuexin, I read the post on the school forum. Is Yin Qing really at your house? After a pause, she added, Teacher Li asked me to ask. There is actually such an honest girl. Generally, beautiful girls are quite smart. It was the first time Wang Hui had met a girl as innocent and unfailing as Lin Yuexin, so he couldn't help but tease her. Teacher Li, do you want to know? Don't you want to know why Yin Qing is at my house? There was silence for a long time. Lin Yuexin just sent a message, I want to. It can be seen that the girl on the other side of the screen must be nervous, shy, and lost. It's not a pleasant feeling for another woman to live in the home of the man she loves. She's just staying for one night and will leave tomorrow. Wang Hui's tone revealed a hint of helplessness. She insisted on following me home, and I couldn't stop her. If the boys in the school saw the message sent by Wang Hui, they would probably want to beat Wang Hui to death. So hateful. The school beauty threw herself into his arms, but he actually looked at me with a look of disgust on his face. Seeing Wang Hui's words, Lin Yuexin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time couldn't help but feel secretly happy in her heart. She trusted Wang Hui from the bottom of her heart and believed every word Wang Hui said. That. Lin Yuexin hesitated for a moment, her pretty face flushed as she held the phone. Finally, she sent the edited message, Have you read the letter I sent you today? I saw it. Wang Hui sent a message, I think the handwriting is very beautiful. That's it? The love system that had been peeking at her couldn't help but be stunned. She couldn't believe that her host was actually such a straight man. The girl shyly asks you if you have read the love letter. Wang Hui's focus was not the content of the love letter, but the handwriting. The love system feels like it's about to collapse. It's really hard to make the host fall in love. Chapter 32, Happiness and Sorrow at Night. Lin Yuexin on the other end of the phone had a pretty face as red as an apple, and her big eyes were shining with watery light. It is really difficult for a shy girl to muster up the courage to ask about the whereabouts of a love letter. But Lin Yuexin was unwilling to give up easily. She really liked Wang Hui, so she was willing to take the initiative. Lin Yuexin sent another message, then have you read the contents of the love letter? I saw it. Wang Hui had nowhere to hide and could only reply, we can be friends. Wang Hui refused out of habit. On the other side of the screen, Lin Yuexin held her phone, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes. He rejected himself after all. Lin Yuexin suppressed her sadness and replied, Why? Is it because of my illness? No, really not. Wang Hui was stunned. He knew that his habitual refusal had caused trouble and hurt the girl's self-esteem. He could only respond tactfully, You are a good girl. I don't want to hurt you. If Lin Yuexin didn't have a terminal illness, she would definitely have many suitors around her. But even now, there are still many suitors around Lin Yuexin. Most of them want to take advantage of her whenever possible, but Wang Hui is not one of them. He is a straight man, but he also has his own principles. Not liking the girl but still wanting to harm her is really a despicable act. It doesn't matter if it hurts or not. This is something we both agreed to. Lin Yuexin sent another message, I know my own body. The doctor said I only have a few months left. Maybe soon I will just have to lie in bed in the hospital. I just want to be with the boy I love in the last moments of my life. Wang Hui, I love you very much. I know I can't be with you until the end. I just want to leave a trace of my existence in your life. I also want to leave this world with beautiful memories before I die. Wang Hui, I have never been in love before, but I will definitely do my best to love you in these few months. Lin Yuexin's words are filled with her unique tenderness, affection, and admiration. Just a few simple words can make people feel her determination. Wang Hui, please give me a chance, okay? Lin Yuexin's question was filled with a hint of cautious exploration and deep admiration. Even through the phone screen, Wang Hui could feel Lin Yuexin's love for him. This girl doesn't ask for much, she just hopes to be with the man she loves in the last moments of her life. Considering Lin Yuexin's own conditions, for a beautiful, simple and smart girl, this is just a very simple, even humble request. The air was somewhat silent. Wang Hui didn't reply to the message for a long time. Lin Yuexin's beautiful eyes couldn't help but dim, and tears were about to fall from her eyes. Lin Yuexin was very smart. She knew that Wang Hui's silence was another form of rejection. Just because I'm sick, does that mean I don't deserve love? Or is it that Wang Hui really hates me, and I'm just being sentimental? Complex thoughts filled Lin Yuexin's mind, making her heart confused. She felt aggrieved and lost, but she didn't know how to start. The scenes of their past interactions and Wang Hui's every move were replaying in his mind like a looping movie. The simple and immature secret love eventually resulted in failure. At this moment, no one understood the sadness in Lin Yuexin's heart, but she still had to cheer herself up, holding back her tears, typing word by word, editing the new message. It's okay. I know my request is excessive. I'm sorry to bother you tonight. Lin Yuexin's message has not been edited yet. Ding ding ding. Wang Hui sent a new message. Just one simple word. Good. For a moment, Lin Yuexin was stunned, holding the phone and staring blankly at the screen. The tears accumulated in her beautiful eyes finally burst out at this moment. She cried with joy. Wang Hui, I'm very happy. I'm really happy to have you as my boyfriend. I feel very blessed. Wang Hui could tell from Lin Yuexin's reply that this girl was so happy that she was at a loss. Don't think too much. Just get treatment and you'll be fine. Trust me. Wang Hui paused and sent a new message. I'm going to rest first. See you at school tomorrow. See you at school, good night. Lin Yuexin replied to the message almost immediately. It's always hard to live up to your deep affection. Wang Hui sighed and threw his phone on the bed. He felt a headache. Why did you soften your heart again and actually agree to it? Wang Hui's reply has nothing to do with love. He just didn't want to hurt a terminally ill girl. The romance system was delighted, host. To celebrate the end of your single life, I'm going to give you a super gift package. Roll. Wang Hui weakly scolded, can you please stop bothering me? Once she recovers, I will definitely break up with her. I love being single, understand? Love system, ding. The gift package is opening. Wang Hui? Here we go again. This system is rushing to send gift packages to the host. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 billion cash. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 quick learning skill cards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super kidney pill. Congratulations to the host for receiving the double physical fitness reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving the double attraction to the opposite sex reward. Congratulations to the host, your system mall privileges have been increased. More items can be purchased. This is a rip-off gift package. Wang Hui couldn't help but hold his forehead with one hand. The first two items of the gift pack are quite normal and have been obtained before. What is worth mentioning is the quick learning skill card. Wang Hui still has 10 unused ones, and now he has 10 more. As for the two rewards, super kidney pills and double attraction to the opposite sex, you can tell what type of rewards they are from the names. Does the system think there aren't enough women around it? You also need to increase your attractiveness to the opposite sex. Wang Hui felt powerless to complain at this moment. He could foresee that the number of times women would confess their love to him would increase exponentially in the future. Host, you don't seem very happy? Can I not have the gift package? I want to return it. No, dear. Once the gift package is given away, no returns are accepted. Actually, I don't want to fall in love with Lin Yuexin, I just want to save her. At the same time, at Lin Yuexin's home, the silly girl held her mobile phone with a beautiful arc on the corner of her mouth, and her happiness was about to overflow from her heart. Wang Hui agreed to her confession. As for Wang Hui's last words, you will be fine, Lin Yuexin just took it as a comfort from her beloved man and didn't take it to heart. She just wanted to cherish every second with Wang Hui in the last moments of her life, try to look at her beloved man more often, and imprint his appearance firmly in her mind. Only in this way, even if she is about to face death, she will not be so afraid. Ding ding ding. Lin Yuexin's phone rang. Li Xiaoman sent a message, how is it? Did Wang Hui agree? Lin Yuexin was very shy, but still sent a message, he agreed. Although Lin Yu still finds it unbelievable, it was indeed Li Xiaoman who brought her and Wang Hui together. The beautiful teacher encouraged Lin Yuexin and gave her the courage to confess her feelings to Wang Hui. Congratulations. Li Xiaoman sent a short message, but Lin Yuexin, who was still immersed in happiness and joy, did not notice the beautiful teacher's strange emotions. Wang Hui, you finally agreed. Li Xiaoman looked at the message sent by Lin Yuexin, and in addition to being surprised, she also felt a bit bitter. This stinky man finally softened his heart. He is still as kind as before and is willing to save Lin Yuexin. It was clearly me who encouraged him to fall in love with Lin Yuexin. It was clearly me who asked him to do this, but why? I'm still so sad. Li Xiaoman lay on the bed, hugging the pillow, her beautiful eyes staring blankly ahead. Unconsciously, drops of rain fell like beads strung together into a line, but she seemed unaware, with a bitter smile on the corner of her mouth. She vaguely saw the happy scene she once had with Wang Hui, which appeared before her eyes. The memory was so profound, as clear as if it happened yesterday, yet it was eating away at her heart bit by bit, making her willingly fall into the endless cycle of memories under the cover of night. Chapter 33. She really attacked at night. The saddest thing in the world is probably to have a deep affection, but ultimately have to bury it deep in your heart. No matter how many bitter feelings arise in my heart, I still have to savor them silently one by one. Li Xiaoman is different from all the women around Wang Hui. She has unique mature feminine charm and is particularly considerate. She is willing to be the most inconspicuous woman around Wang Hui and always accompany Wang Hui silently. In fact, it's not just Li Xiaoman. For some women, tonight is destined to be long. Antin Hotel. This is a foreign-funded hotel with unique features. When you push open the heavy door of the hotel restaurant, a spacious space with luxurious style unfolds before your eyes. The gorgeous crystal chandelier on the ceiling reflects dreamy and colorful light from every angle. The gorgeous European-style tables and chairs, and the small and exquisite bar, are all painted pure white, exuding an aristocratic atmosphere everywhere. There is a white porcelain vase on each table, with pink roses blooming softly in the vase, which is in perfect harmony with the elegant environment. Outside this hotel, there were many young men and women standing around, holding up fluorescent signs with all kinds of words of admiration written on them, which kept flashing in the night. Because the hotel has been fully booked by Shizula's team, fans who learned the news were standing outside the hotel, eager to catch a glimpse of their beloved goddess, but were stopped outside by hotel security and unable to enter the hotel. Shizula! Shizula! Ah, goddess! I love you! Don't make any noise. The goddess must be asleep at this late hour. What if you wake her up? Oh, I'm so sad. I could have heard the goddess sing tonight. Why was the concert cancelled at the last minute? Why are you in such a hurry? The official team said that the concert was cancelled due to special circumstances. We've already refunded all the ticket money. I have a rumor. It's because of a certain person, a master pianist with superb piano skills. The goddess wants to invite him to participate in her new concert. A new concert? That's great. Bamboo music goddess, for us, please stay in Jinling and don't leave. The fans were making noise outside, and even though the hotel had excellent soundproofing, they could still be heard faintly. The room is on the top floor of the hotel. Sad and hoarse music was playing, covering up the crazy shouts of the fans. If you are willing to peel off my heart layer by layer, you will be surprised, that you are my most suppressed and deepest secret. If you are willing to peel off my heart layer by layer, you will feel sad and shed tears, as long as you can hear and see my whole heart. In the luxurious and spacious suite, Shizula was wearing a simple white home outfit, but the simple clothes could not conceal her unparalleled beauty. On her almost perfect and beautiful face were a pair of beautiful eyes as bright as stars, gazing at the night sky without blinking. No matter who you are, whether male or female, the moment you see Shizula, you will be amazed by the beauty of this woman. She is like the most beautiful woman carved by God himself, with a beautiful appearance that is difficult for any woman to achieve, and a temperament that is pure and cold, which makes people unable to help but be fascinated by her. After a while, Agent Sister Lee walked in from outside the room and stood behind Shizula. Miss Shi, there are already a lot of rumors circulating online. The most serious one even claims that you cancelled tonight's concert because you were in a car accident. Sister Lee sighed. These unscrupulous media outlets, but thankfully, the fans are still very supportive of the upcoming concerts. Only the company headquarters is a little dissatisfied. Let me ask what exactly led to your decision to cancel the Jinling concert midway. Sister Lee tried hard to organize her words and whispered, the Jinling concert is just one of the shows on our national tour. According to the plan, we can't stay here for too long. Then cancel the national tour. Shizula didn't turn around. A cold voice came out, with a tone that could not be refused. I want to stay in Jingling. Nothing can be more important than the man in Shizula's mind. Even the national tour concert is not as good as his. Even though Shizula has not actually met Wang Hui, just the news about Wang Hui is enough to make Shizula pursue him desperately, even if it means throwing himself into a flame. Miss Shi, why? I don't want to answer that question. Shizula looked up at the night sky, and a trace of sadness flashed across her beautiful eyes that Sister Li could not see. Sister Li's eyes were filled with confusion, unlike the calm, mature, and work-oriented Shizula she once was. Shizula had become wayward at this moment, and it was hard to guess what was behind this willfulness. Well. Sister Li sighed deeply. If it were any other artist, they would never dare to change their schedule so arbitrarily and veto the company's decision, but Shizula had enough money to be willful. She is not only the most popular singer in Asia, but also the biggest cash cow in the entertainment industry. She represents the top fan traffic group and is also one of the company's equity partners. She has too many halos on her. She is a beautiful goddess who can be said to have created miracles in the entertainment industry. Although he has only been in the industry for a few years, he is like a child of the goddess of luck. He has had a smooth journey and has wealth and status at his fingertips. He is envied by many young girls in the entertainment industry and is regarded as an idol and a goal to strive for. Could it really be the pianist I met today? Sister Li had some guesses in her mind, but it was hard to believe. She had been with Shizula for the past few years and was very sure that Shizula had never seen this man. In the past few years, Shizula has had many suitors, most of whom are top men in various fields, men who are enough to drive many women crazy, but Shizula has always been honest and has never been involved in any scandals. She herself does not need scandals to attract traffic and popularity. The proud Shizula does not need any man's support. She is excellent and lucky enough in herself. According to Sister Li's understanding, Shizula would never make such a crazy decision for a strange man. Then why is that? Sister Li fell into deep thought and confusion. She found that since coming to Jinling, she could no longer understand Shizula. Just then, Shizula suddenly whispered, Sister Li, have you planned the next concert? Ah, someone will arrange this for tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Sister Li quickly returned to her workstate and said in a deep voice, we plan to come up with a complete concert plan within 3 days, and complete the Jinling concert within 7 days and then leave. Before she finished speaking, Shizula suddenly interrupted her and said, let me take charge of the planning of this concert. Sister Li hesitated a little, Miss Shi, let us plan the content. You should take a good rest. After all, the concert is very tiring. I know. Shizula nodded and said softly, but I must arrange everything myself. If you can't find him, then let my singing spread throughout the whole city, and no matter where he is, he can hear my thoughts about him. Ding dong. Wang Hui's phone rang, and there was another headline push message. Shocking. Rumors circulate that Asia's top goddess Shizula has cancelled her Jinling concert due to illness, attracting hundreds of thousands of fans to gather at the hotel and stay up all night to watch over her. Wang Hui was half asleep. He picked up his phone, glanced at it, and threw it aside. Bang! The phone seemed to have hit something. Ouch! A woman's clear cry of pain was heard. The voice was so melodious and beautiful that it made people's hearts flutter. There was silence for several minutes. Fuck! Why is there a woman around me? Wang Hui suddenly woke up. He quickly got out of bed and turned on the bedroom light. The light illuminated the room and Wang Hui turned his head to look. He saw it. It's Yan Cheng. This girl really attacked at night. Wang Hui stared at the girl on the bed, and the two of them just looked at each other. There was an awkward atmosphere in the air. Chapter 34 Please, good brother. Wang Hui saw Yan Cheng's big, innocent eyes. She was covered with a quilt, with her long, slender thighs exposed. His voice sounded particularly aggrieved. Why did you hit me with your phone? I'm showing mercy by not smashing you to death. Wang Hui was furious. When did you come in? Just now. Yan Cheng blinked her big eyes and whispered, I knocked on the door, but you ignored me. Then I saw that the door was not locked, so I pushed it open and came in. Finished. Forgot to lock the door. Wang Hui covered his forehead with one hand with a painful expression, then quickly looked down at his body and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was dressed neatly and it seemed that nothing unspeakable had happened. What are you looking at? Do you think I'm that kind of woman? Seeing Wang Hui's expression, Yan Cheng was quite dissatisfied. She pouted and muttered softly, even if we really want to do something, it would be more exciting with the lights on. Wang Hui stared at Yin Qing. What did you say? Hey, I didn't say anything. Just forget it if you didn't hear it. Yin Qing stuck out her tongue embarrassedly, her pretty face flushed. No matter how bold she was, she would not dare to repeat such stimulating words again. Didn't I tell you to sleep on the sofa? Why did you come into the room? The sofa is too cold. It's very cold at night in spring. I will catch a cold. Here, this is a quilt. Wang Hui found a new quilt from the cabinet, threw it on Yin Qing, and pressed her down. Wang Hui, how can you do this? Be a gentleman. Get out. Wang Hui pointed at the bedroom door, expressionless, otherwise, I will take you home now. Humph, stingy guy. Yin Shang was helpless and could only hum softly and walk out of the bedroom obediently holding the quilt. Wang Hui looks really scary when he is angry. Bang! The bedroom door was closed. Gotcha. And locked. Yin Shang, who was standing outside the door, gnashed her teeth in anger, clenched her fists, and swore in her heart, Wang Hui, one day, I'm going to make you beg me to come into this room. System, is this the strength of an innate master? Wang Hui lay in bed, wondering if he had taken a fake eternal marrow cleansing pill yesterday. I couldn't even notice a woman lying next to me. Host, you have only swallowed the pill for 24 hours. It will take at least 6 days to digest it. The romance system's voice was helpless. No strength can be achieved overnight. This is already the highest quality physical improvement pill, but it still requires 7 days of transformation. During these 7 days, your perception, physical fitness, and total internal strength will continue to increase. When Wang Hui heard this, he sighed deeply. Wang Hui also knew that this matter could not be blamed entirely on the system. His current strength was growing fast enough, much stronger than ordinary people, but the speed at which his perception was growing was not that fast. Especially normal people have a great sense of security in their homes and bedrooms, and they will be in an absolutely relaxed state when sleeping in their own homes. Due to the influence of multiple factors, Wang Hui was almost successfully attacked by Yin Qing at night. Edith. Wang Hui was lying on the bed when he heard Edith's gentle voice, Master, I'm here. Next time someone sneaks into the room, you have to remind me and wake me up. I'm sorry, Master, I can't do that. Edith's voice was apologetic. Due to a lack of sufficient external facilities and equipment, we can't set up a basic warning and security system. It's difficult to wake a sleeping person simply by calling through a Bluetooth headset. External facilities and equipment? Wang Hui frowned, and Edith quickly explained, according to the plan you authorized earlier, I need to wait until the technology company is established and sufficient materials are purchased before I can complete the technical manufacturing of external facilities and equipment. By then, we can expect the technological security level around you to be elevated to S level. It will surpass the security levels currently provided to all the world's top politicians. Edith was very confident that the technological information recorded in her core was at least 100 years ahead of the world. Okay, your task at this stage is to get the company's affairs in order. Wang Hui nodded. Every time Edith introduced technology, he became more interested. Wang Hui can't wait to see the technological level and technological items that surpass modern standards. Yes, Master. Edith remained gentle and carried out all of Wang Hui's orders as the highest instructions. Edith, can you estimate how long it will take for me to see the high-tech products you mentioned? Master, it will take at least 3 days. This involves 78 items, including setting up the factory, purchasing materials, recruiting personnel, etc. The data Edith provides is always accurate. Wang Hui also knew that although Edith's intelligence level was extremely high, it was limited by the logistic speed of modern technology and personnel constraints, so it would still take time to get things done. It seems that it's time to find some reliable helpers. We can't rely on Edith for everything. She's just artificial intelligence. She's invincible in the information network, but in the real world, we still need to use online recruitment and online commissioning to hire people to do things, which is not very efficient. While Wang Hui was thinking, he fell into a deep sleep again. His body was still undergoing subtle transformation, and sleepiness was just one of its characteristics. After all, any power requires a certain price to be paid, and the price Wang Hui has to pay is already negligible. The night passed quickly. The sky gradually brightened and warm sunlight streamed in through the windows. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Hui was awakened by a quick knock on the door. Yin Qing yelled outside, Wang Hui. Get up. You're going to be late. Yan Chang is a well-known good student and a cadre of the student union. She has never been late. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. As the knocks on the door continued, Wang Hui slowly opened it and said lazily, "Why are you in such a hurry? How many college students are not late?" Yan Cheng in front of me was already dressed neatly. Although she was still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, she gave off a warm fragrance after washing, and her bright temperament was eye-catching. "Go wash up. I can't be late." Yan Cheng clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her beautiful eyes filled with pleading. "Please, don't let me know, dear brother, you are the best." Hiss. Wang Hui suddenly woke up and looked at Yan Cheng with wide eyes. I have to say, the sight of the gorgeous school beauty begging in front of me, calling out "good brother" in a gentle and sweet voice, the graceful and melodious voice made my bones soften. Bang! Wang Hui locked himself in the bathroom, and 10 minutes later, the door opened. "Let's go." Wang Hui took Yan Cheng downstairs, got into the domineering and cool Lamborghini Reventon, and drove away in a cloud of dust amid the astonished and envious gazes of the owners who got up early to go to work. Thanks to Wang Hui's excellent driving skills, the sports car drove into the school and the business school, and Yan Cheng was not late. Mooah! Love you, dear brother. Yan Cheng ran out of the car with a series of sweet laughter like silver bells and trotted towards the teaching building. Good brother? Wang Hui touched his nose, feeling somewhat helpless. After sleeping with this girl, how come her personality has become much more charming? Her skills in flirting have greatly improved. But Wang Hui didn't buy it. Not to mention being a good brother, he has even seen the goddess calling him daddy. Boom! The Lamborghini turned around and drove into the School of Arts amid the students' astonished and envious gazes. Wang Hui also has classes in the morning. As for whether he is late or not, Wang Hui doesn't care. Anyway, the Faculty of Arts doesn't manage it strictly. Just then. Ding ling ling. Wang Hui's cell phone rang. Chapter 35, If anyone offends me again, I will eradicate them completely. Wang Hui picked up the phone and took a look. It was his deskmate Zhang Liang. Brother Hui. Wang Hui answered the phone and heard Zhang Liang's signature loud voice coming from the other end of the line. Brother Hui, why haven't you come to the classroom yet? You're almost late. Today is Li Marin's class, and Su's foreign students are here to audit. I'm swearing to protect your seat, please come quickly. Lady Li, that is, Li Xiaoman, was famous in the school and was known as the most beautiful professor in Jinling. Every time she gave a lecture, many students would come to her. I'm already at school. I'll be there soon. Wang Hui smiled. By the way, brother Hui, there is one more thing. Zhang Liang seemed to have suddenly remembered something and suddenly lowered his voice and said, Did you offend Yin Changhong? This guy suddenly spread the word in the department that he would make you suffer. If literary means don't work, you have to resort to force? In fact, Wang Hui was looking forward to Yin Changhong's use of force, which would be a good opportunity for him to put into practice what he had learned last night. In order to improve his self-protection ability, Wang Hui spent some admiration points last night and exchanged them for the internal force usage skills and practical experience of a congenital master in the system mall. Now Wang Hui is no longer a brave warrior, but a master of internal strength who is proficient in techniques. Wang Hui smiled and said, Maybe he's jealous that Yan Qing likes me. This Yin Changhong is really a piece of shit. Zhang Liang cursed and said, Brother Hui, you'd better be careful. Yin Changhong is a second-generation rich man after all, and he has a wide range of friends in school. If he really wants to get back at someone, his methods are not something ordinary students like us can handle. I know. Wang Hui agreed, and the two said a few more words before hanging up the phone. Wang Hui had only been transferred to the school for a few months. Apart from Zhang Liang, he didn't have any close friends among his classmates. Apart from being handsome, there was nothing else worth mentioning about him in school. He was generally quite low-key. But when facing rich and powerful students, being handsome is useless. So in Zhang Liang's eyes, Wang Hui should be more low-key, try not to provoke Yin Changhong, and not give Yin Changhong the opportunity to frame him. Boom! The Lamborghini Reventon drove into the parking lot of the School of Arts. Under the astonished gazes of many students, Wang Hui got out of the car and strode towards the teaching building. Today, we will explain. Report. Wang Hui's loud voice interrupted Li Xiaoman's gentle and pleasant lecture voice. The entire classroom was already full of students. Li Xiaoman frowned and asked, Why are you late? There's a traffic jam. Wang Hui's voice is very loud. Even though the logic is not right, the anger is still strong. Traffic jam? I think you should send your little beauty to the School of Economics and Management first. Li Xiaoman rolled her eyes and felt a sour feeling in her heart, but she couldn't really do anything to Wang Hui. Her beloved little man was late, the most she could do was ask the reason. What else could she do? Come in. Li Xiaoman waved her hand, and Wang Hui nodded and entered the classroom, but found that there was a boy sitting in his seat. He was wearing branded clothes, playing with an expensive pen in his hand, and looking at Wang Hui with a smile. Obviously, this is a student from a wealthy family, but Wang Hui does not know him, and he is not a student in this class. Zhang Liang, who had vowed to defend his seat to the death, looked embarrassed and whispered to Wang Hui beside him. He was Yin Qinghong's friend. He came to sit in on the class, and I didn't dare stop him. Zhang Liang is just an ordinary student who still has to spend 4 years in school. How dare he stop a rich second generation? This is my place. Wang Hui's expression was calm, and he looked at the boy in front of him seriously. You took my seat. Classmate, I'm here to attend the class too. Why don't you change seats? It doesn't matter where you sit. The boy spoke with a smile and a gentle tone, but the entire classroom was already full and there was no other space. He was fake in attending the class, just to embarrass Wang Hui. If Wang Hui couldn't stand the provocation and hit someone, it would be a natural thing to report him and use the power of Yin Qinghong's family background to put pressure on Wang Hui to be punished or even expel him from school. Is this all Yin Qinghong knows about these disgusting little tricks? Wang Hui suddenly smiled. Li Xiaoman on the podium was thinking about whether to speak up for Wang Hui, but Wang Hui suddenly extended his hand and said with a friendly face, "Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Wang Hui." Did Wang Hui change his personality? Want to give in and have a moment of peace? Li Xiaoman's beautiful eyes fell on Wang Hui, with some doubts. The boy was suddenly stunned, hesitated for a moment, and also stretched out his hand. My name is Yan Xiujie, and I am from the Department of Economics and Management. Before he could finish his words, his expression suddenly became painful, and his eyes were fixed on Wang Hui's palm. A huge force came from there, as if his bones were about to be crushed. This guy Wang Hui. What a great strength. Wang Hui. Yan Xiujie's face flushed red, his eyes were filled with pain and anger, and he was about to open his mouth to shout. Wang Hui spoke with concern. Classmate, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Wang Hui held Yan Xiujie's hand with his right hand and placed his left hand on his shoulder. A strand of internal energy penetrated into his body and sealed the acupuncture points on Yan Xiujie's throat, making him unable to speak. We must let everyone know that Wang Hui is using violence to bully his classmates. Let the school punish Wang Hui. Ho ho ho! Yan Xiujie was in pain and anxious, and couldn't speak. Wang Hui kept asking anxiously. Student Yan, what's wrong with your throat? Speak quickly. You bastard. I want to talk too. Yan Xiujie was so anxious that sweat covered his forehead. His palms were almost deformed from being pinched. He felt his knuckles were broken. He was shaking with pain and his eyes rolled back, but he still couldn't say a word. Bang! Yan Xiujie was so angry that he fell to the ground and passed out from the double attack of severe pain and anger. Looking at Yan Xiujie lying on the ground with his eyes closed, Wang Hui finally let go of his hand and withdrew his internal energy. Someone come! Someone come quickly! Wang Hui yelled, Yan Xiujie is unconscious. Take him to the infirmary. Xiujie! Yan Xiujie! Soon several exclamations were heard, and several of Yan Xiujie's companions stood up from their seats, anxiously helped Yan Xiujie up from the ground, greeted Li Xiaoman, and then carried Yan Xiujie hurriedly out of the classroom to the infirmary. Alas, young people these days don't pay attention to their health. Wang Hui sat down in his seat, shaking his head and sighing. Yan Xiujie must be staying up late playing games every day. He's prone to sudden fainting when he comes to class during the day. The students standing by nodded in agreement, but were secretly alert in their hearts. They decided to adjust their daily routines, pay attention to rest and exercise, and not suddenly faint in class like Yan Xiujie did. This little scoundrel. Li Xiaoman on the podium rolled her eyes, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she quickly regained her composure. Let's continue the class. She knew it was Wang Hui's trick, but he was still the same as before, unwilling to suffer any loss and refusing to give in the face of any oppression and bullying. However, she didn't know how Wang Hui managed to make Yan Xiujie suddenly fall into a coma. However, Li Xiaoman guessed that with Wang Hui's personality, Yan Xiujie would not be in any danger, and at most he would just be in a coma. A class period passes quickly. Li Xiaoman's classes are humorous and interesting, and the students are taught by a beautiful professor, so they like Li Xiaoman's classes very much. After the class ended, many students were still reluctant to leave. I don't know whether he wanted to look at Li Xiaoman a few more times or was recalling the knowledge learned in the previous course. Li Xiaoman glanced at Wang Hui sitting in the seat. She originally wanted to be alone with him again, but gave up the idea and turned to leave the classroom. She didn't want to offend Wang Hui by being too aggressive. A smart woman knew that she needed to have a legitimate excuse to be alone with Wang Hui. "Brother Hui, what's going on with Yan Xiujie?" Zhang Liang ran over to ask, and Wang Hui spread his hands. "It's obvious. You don't pay attention to rest, and your body can't hold on. Brother Hui, it really wasn't you who did this? How can I be so powerful that I can make someone pass out just by shaking their hand?" "That's true." Zhang Liang smiled, glanced around, and whispered, "This Yan Xiujie has a good relationship with Yin Changhong. He must have sent someone to provoke Brother Hui. But there are still 4 years of college left, and we can't expect these second-generation students to suddenly faint every time. If you ask me, if all else fails, ask someone to say a few soft words to Yin Changhong and ask him to show some mercy." Facing Zhang Liang's proposal, Wang Hui simply smiled faintly. "If others do not offend me, I will not offend others. If others offend me, I will be courteous and yield. If they offend me again, I will cut off the roots." What else could Zhang Liang say but give a thumbs up? Brother Hui, so domineering. The two chatted for a few more sentences, and suddenly a beautiful figure came from the side. Zhang Liang was sharp-eyed and understood what was going on. He winked at Wang Hui and turned to leave the classroom. Chapter 36. Another one in coma. Wang Hui. A soft and pleasant voice came from the side, and Wang Hui turned his head to look. It's Lin Yuexin. It can be seen that Lin Yuexin dressed up carefully today. Her curved eyelashes trembled, setting off her beautiful eyes that were watery and affectionate. Her hair in twin ponytails had the cute charm unique to girls, and the light white dress made her look like a princess from a fairy tale. "It's pretty today," Wang Hui exclaimed in admiration from the bottom of his heart. The fact that Wang Hui, who is used to seeing beautiful women, was impressed by her like this shows that Lin Yuexin is indeed very pretty. She looks absolutely beautiful after dressing up, and is in no way inferior to Wang Hui's ex-girlfriends. "Yes, thank you." Lin Yuexin's pretty face turned slightly red. Being praised by her lover made her feel so happy that it seemed as if honey was oozing out of her heart. "Wang Hui, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? This is what I bought this morning." Lin Yuexin's voice was soft and very pleasant to the ear. Wang Hui looked at the breakfast she handed over and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "It's been a long time since I've been cared for and thought of like this. It feels really good. Thanks." Wang Hui habitually said something polite, then froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. "I almost forgot, we don't need to be so polite now." They had already confirmed their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship last night, so there was no need to be too polite with each other. Lin Yuexin understood the deep meaning behind Wang Hui's words, and her pretty face became even more rosy. She lowered her head and whispered, "I have to go to the library to return a book. I'll be leaving first. At noon, can we have lunch together?" "Good." Wang Hui nodded in agreement. Lin Yuexin left with a sweet smile on her face, her heart pounding, hoping that time would pass quickly so that she could have her first date with her sweetheart soon. The classmates who had not yet left the classroom could not help but cast envious glances at Wang Hui. Wang Hui is so popular. Since he came to school, there are more bachelors in our department. There's nothing I can do about it. He's just handsome. These days, looks are justice. Yesterday, the campus beauty of Yen University confessed her love. Today, the department beauty sent breakfast, and tomorrow, who knows which girl will come to see Wang Hui. Oh, it really makes people envious and jealous. The sound of whispers could be heard all around, and Wang Hui's control over his internal strength was increasing day by day, so he could easily hear these words. In addition to these words, there were also a few voices that made Wang Hui frown. Wang Hui is too timing. Didn't you see the post on the school forum yesterday? He's already living with Yan Qing, and yet he's trying to mess with Lin Yuexin. One boy looked at Wang Hui with envy and said hatefully, "The day before yesterday, Wang Hui must have deliberately posted on the school forum, saying that being in a relationship with me would bring good luck." Everyone knows that Lin Yuexin has a terminal illness. Wang Hui is using tricks to deceive a kind and helpless girl. How despicable. Because of what this boy said, the eyes of the students around him looking at Wang Hui changed, full of sarcasm and contempt. It makes sense. People with terminal illnesses will grasp at any hope around them that might keep them alive. Lin Yuexin is too kind, she must have believed Wang Hui's lies. That's right. Wang Hui must have told her that falling in love with him could cure her terminal illness. He's deceiving Lin Yuexin. He's wasting her already limited time. That post must have been posted anonymously by Wang Hui. He must have done it to get more girls to fall in love with him. He's so handsome, yet he still resorts to such despicable tactics, ugh. Guided by the boy's words, everyone believed that it was because of Wang Hui's deception that Lin Yuexin mistakenly believed that falling in love with Wang Hui could cure her terminal illness. Although this statement was ridiculous and no one believed it, when Lin Yuexin really delivered breakfast in person, everyone felt that Lin Yuexin probably really believed the ridiculous words in the post. Wang Hui. Someone couldn't help it and walked up to Wang Hui with an angry face. Bang! The boy slammed his hand on the table and glared at Wang Hui. Why did you lie to Lin Yuexin? Cheat? Wang Hui ate his breakfast slowly, not bothering to look at this guy. How can you call something we both agreed on a deception? You still say no? Another boy stood up. He was the boy who had previously started to stir up suspicion. His name was Lu Hongba. Lu Hongba strode up to Wang Hui and angrily scolded him condescendingly. Lin Yuexin is so innocent and has never had any contact with you. How could she bring you breakfast for no reason? You must have used some tricks to deceive Lin Yuexin and make her pursue you. Wang Hui, don't you think it's shameless to do this? You already have the campus beauty Yan, and yet you still want to harm a terminally ill girl? You really don't deserve to be a human being. I'm going to report you to the school. We don't have scumbags like you in our school. Yeah, scumbag. Bah! More and more boys came to Wang Hui to accuse him, and each of them criticized Wang Hui from the moral high ground. People always tend to seize a point and criticize someone desperately based on their habitual thinking. They don't ask about right or wrong or the reasons, they just want to vent the negative emotions in their hearts, and don't care at all whether such violent words will hurt others. Wang Hui glanced coldly at the boys around him. Beneath their faces full of justice and anger, their hearts were actually filled with jealousy and envy, and had already been distorted. Especially this boy named Lu Hongba, he has always been Lin Yuexin's pursuer. Today, he was just jealous when he saw Lin Yuexin bringing breakfast, so he deliberately provoked the male classmates to be malicious towards Wang Hui. Wang Hui glanced at the boys around him, then looked up at Lu Hongba and said calmly, Lin Yuexin gave me breakfast, so I become a scumbag? Then I imagine many of you wish you could be that scumbag too, right? Wang Hui's slightly sarcastic voice made Lu Hongba's face change color, and he scolded, You clearly know that Lin Yuexin doesn't have much time left, but you still deceive her with the ridiculous lie of good luck and love. If you are not a scumbag, what are you? Lin Yuexin is suffering from a terminal illness that is absolutely incurable by modern medicine. In these last days, even if she wants to be in a relationship, she should be with the man she loves the most, not with a liar like you. Lu Hongba raised his head and looked at Wang Hui, speaking in a firm tone, I will never let you hurt Lin Yuexin. At this moment, Lu Hongba felt like a knight in a fairy tale, defending the princess to the death. Oh? Wang Hui smiled, spread his hands, and said with a smile, How do you know that I am not the man Lin Yuexin loves the most? He originally just wanted to have a low-key relationship and help Lin Yuexin get back into good health. But some people don't want him to keep a low profile. Lin Yuexin is a noble snow lotus with extremely high standards. She won't yield to money or looks. How could she be attracted to you? Lu Hongba looked at Wang Hui with a sneer. How many handsome men and rich second-generation men have come to pursue Lin Yuexin, but none of them have succeeded? What makes you say that you are Lin Yuexin's favorite person? You want evidence? Wang Hui smiled, silently took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Yuexin's number. In full view of everyone, the phone beeped a few times and was connected. Wang Hui. Lin Yuexin's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Wang Hui turned on the hands-free mode and said calmly, Yuexin, say 3 words that make me happy. All the boys around couldn't help but widen their eyes, and Lin Yuexin on the other end of the phone couldn't help but remain silent. As smart as she is, she naturally knows which 3 words Wang Hui wants to hear. Wang Hui, I'm still in the library. Lin Yuexin's shy voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of shame and admiration that made people tremble. I'll go back and tell you later, okay? There were so many people in the library, and Lin Yuexin was shy, so the boys around her thought she would never say those 3 words. Um? Wang Hui frowned and said, I want to listen now. All right. Lin Yuexin felt helpless. The love in her heart made her unable to bear it. A soft and sticky voice came from the phone. I love you, Wang Hui. The amplified voice spread all around and was heard by the male students, who were filled with disbelief. Lin Yuexin really said it. Wang Hui, speak louder, I can't hear you. The boys around. Too arrogant. Wang Hui is too arrogant. The beauty in the department said I love you, but he was not satisfied and asked her to say it louder. I love you. Lin Yuexin was very obedient. Her voice rose a few tones, but was still filled with shyness. Lu Hongba shuddered all over and his face turned green. A kiss. Wang Hui is not finished yet. Mua. Lin Yuexin on the other end of the phone was very obedient and treated Wang Hui's words as an imperial edict. She cherished her hard-earned relationship and was willing to do anything for Wang Hui. Lu Hongba's chest heaved violently, his fists were clenched, his eyes were bloodshot, he stared at Wang Hui, opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Wang Hui said calmly, louder. Lin Yuexin's voice was filled with a soft shyness. Wang Hui, I'm still in the library. All right. Wang Hui looked into Lu Hongba's eyes and said word by word into the phone, then come to my house tonight. Good. Lin Yuexin's shy response came from the other end of the phone, and Lu Hongba also fell down, hitting the ground with a bang. He was so angry that he passed out. Chapter 37, The Awakening of a Dog. Lin Yuexin heard the strange noise coming from the other end of the phone and couldn't help asking, Wang Hui, what's wrong? Nothing, just another classmate is unconscious. Wang Hui's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Lin Yuexin screamed in surprise, and her kind nature prompted her to ask, how's that person? Is he okay? Looks like it should be fine. Wang Hui glanced at Lu Hongba lying on the ground and sighed deeply. Young people nowadays really don't care about their own health. They fall into coma at the slightest provocation. Wang Hui, please don't get hurt. Lin Yuexin's voice was soft and full of concern. I am already sick, you can't be sick. I hope you are healthy and live a long life. For a terminally ill patient, health is the greatest blessing and affection, because no one understands the pain of terminal illness and the preciousness of life better than her. When the male students around heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other, but didn't know what to say. Anyone who is not a fool can see that the school beauty really likes Wang Hui. It is indeed a bit annoying that everyone comes to question Wang Hui for no reason. I know, sweetheart. Wang Hui spoke with a smile, and the two chatted for a few more words before hanging up the phone. What about Lu Hongba? Should we take him to the infirmary? With the frantic care of the people around him, Lu Hongba woke up. The first thing he felt when he woke up was pain in his philtrum. I don't know which bastard was pinching my Renjong point without any restraint. The first thing Lu Hongba saw when he woke up was Wang Hui's smiling face. Anger surged up in him, and Lu Hongba jumped up from the ground, glaring at Wang Hui. Wang Hui, you bastard. What tricks did you use to deceive Lin Yuexin? She is so kind, how could she possibly agree to go with you at night? Speaking of this, Lu Hongba couldn't help but look painful, as if his wife had been stolen, and his eyes were bloodshot. He really couldn't say it out loud. He couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he thought about the pure and innocent Lin Yuexin going to Wang Hui's house at night. Such a pure flower was about to be ravaged under Wang Hui. Lu Hongba didn't even dare to think about the details. He felt that he might die in pain. Why don't you listen to my advice? I've already told you that Lin Yuexin is my girlfriend. Wang Hui spread his hands, feeling helpless. After what happened just now, you still don't believe that Lin Yuexin likes me? How about I call her over and let her tell you in person? When he thought of the scene just now, Lu Hongba couldn't help but face turned pale. He wanted to hit someone, but was worried about being punished by the school. You! Lu Hongba glared at Wang Hui and shouted angrily, this is too much. After saying that, Lu Hongba flicked his sleeves and left, returning to his seat. The male classmates around looked at each other, a few of them whispered sorry to Wang Hui, and most of the others left silently without any expression, as if what had just happened had not happened. Wang Hui smiled, but his eyes were cold. Lu Hongba made unreasonable provocations, and the people around him responded without any hesitation. There was no need to talk about right or wrong. They were simply jealous and slandered and questioned Wang Hui without asking any questions. The ugliness of human nature is clearly revealed at this moment. Wang Hui could even be certain that Lu Hongbo was secretly resentful of him and was ready to take revenge on him at any time. If Lu Hongbo really took action, Wang Hui would still respect him a little. Unexpectedly, this guy didn't even have the courage to get angry, and could only sow discord in secret and distort the facts. Yan Chang is here. The school beauty is here. She must be here to see Wang Hui. Outside the classroom, there were noisy sounds of students. The fact that Yan Chang was pursuing Wang Hui was no longer a secret and had spread throughout the campus. After a while, a graceful figure came. Yan Chang's familiar figure appeared at the door of the classroom. Her lively and lovely temperament attracted many eyes. The moment she saw Wang Hui, she couldn't help but smile on her beautiful face, making the whole classroom much brighter. She is the proud Mingyue, destined to be the target of countless envious and admiring glances wherever she goes, but the proud girl only has Wang Hui in her eyes at this moment. Wang Hui. Yan Qing smiled brightly and walked briskly to Wang Hui, handing him the breakfast in her hand. Here, I know you must have not had breakfast. You must be hungry. I bought this especially for you, eat it quickly. Yan Qing's smile is both cute and beautiful, making people's heart beat faster. This is another little trick of Yen University's campus beauty. She bought a loving breakfast for her beloved man and gave it to him in public. As a suitor of the school beauty, Wang Hui was given enough face as a man. It's the more practical little details like breakfast that can fill your stomach. You have both the appearance and the substance, which is the highest level of flirting with men. Yan Qing couldn't help but praise herself in her heart. She felt that these small details would definitely touch Wang Hui's heart or increase her favorability in his eyes. Wang Hui lowered his head, looking at the unfinished breakfast on his table, then looked up at Yan Qing. To be honest, I have eaten. The atmosphere became a little awkward at this moment. Did you buy it yourself? Yan Chang looked at the unfinished breakfast on the table and couldn't help but ask, when did you buy it? How come you bought it faster than me? She was already running as fast as she could. As soon as the get out of class was over, she rushed outside the campus to buy breakfast, and then ran to give it to Wang Hui, as attentive as a little maid. But Yan Cheng never expected that Wang Hui had already had breakfast. Her plan to send breakfast to enhance their relationship has gone down the drain. He didn't buy it. Before Wang Hui could even open his mouth to speak, LV Hongba, who was sitting next to him, seized the opportunity and immediately stood up to expose Wang Hui. It was given by Ling Yuexin. For a moment, everyone turned to look at Lu Hongba, including Yan Chang, with a hint of doubt in her beautiful eyes. Lin Yuexin? Lin Yuexin is a female student in our class. Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, Lu Hongba regained his courage. He sneered at Wang Hui and said loudly, his breakfast was sent by Lin Yuexin. And he just called Lin Yuexin in front of us, proving that Lin Yuexin is his girlfriend. Is that true? A hint of surprise appeared on Yan Qing's beautiful face. She couldn't help but cover her mouth. Her cute and playful look made Lu Hongba stare at her. She wasn't pretending, she was genuinely surprised. She has been pursuing Wang Hui for so long and knows how difficult it is to pursue him. It was not just Yan Chang who failed to pursue Wang Hui. Many girls in the school wanted to pursue Wang Hui but failed. There were even many girls who secretly blamed Wang Hui for being a wooden man who didn't understand romance. Who on earth is this Lin Yuexin that she could make Wang Hui admit that she is his girlfriend? Yan Chang was simply surprised by this incident, but she was not angry or questioning Wang Hui's thoughts, because she knew clearly her identity. She was just Wang Hui's pursuer and had no position or power to do anything that would make Wang Hui hate her. To put it simply, Yan Chang knows that she is now Wang Hui's bootlicker, and she is aware of her status as a bootlicker. However, Lu Hongba didn't think so. He felt that Yan Chang must be very angry and surprised about this matter. Lu Hongba felt that Wang Hui must have used hard-to-get tactics to seduce the campus beauty of Yin University. In fact, he valued Yan Chang very much in his heart. After all, if you put yourself in her shoes, no man in the school would refuse to fall in love with Yan Chang. Even if it was just to be a backup, there were many men willing to do so. And now, Lu Hongba was about to expose Wang Hui's ugly face in front of Yan Chang. He's playing both sides. Lu Hongba seized the opportunity to press forward, pointing at Wang Hui and shouting, Yan Shan, don't be fooled by him. Many people just heard him call Lin Yuexin. Wang Hui felt nothing inside, and even felt like laughing. Wang Hui tried countless methods, but he couldn't drive Yan Cheng away, couldn't scold Yan Shang, and couldn't make Yan Cheng angry. If Lu Hongba could do him this favor, he would really thank him in person. What did they say to each other? Yan Chang blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Lu Hongba. Her lovely appearance made Lu Hongba's heart flutter. He felt that he was the messenger of justice and wanted to save the campus beauty of Yen University from suffering. Wouldn't it be better if I could take the opportunity to win Yan Qing's favor, abandon Lin Yuexin and pursue Yan Chang? Yan Chang not only has a beautiful appearance and a better figure, but also a strong family background. She is definitely a top-notch white, rich and beautiful woman. Thinking of this, Lu Hongba couldn't help but feel a little excited. He seemed to see a beautiful and happy life in the future beckoning to him. Chapter 38: A relationship closer than friends. What did they say on the phone? Facing the curious Yan Chang, Lu Hongba said loudly with a righteous look on his face. Wang Hui turned on the speakerphone and asked Lin Yuexin to say "I love you" on the phone. He also asked Lin Yuexin to go home with him that night. He told us in person that Lin Yuexin is his girlfriend. Many people heard it, and they can all testify. Lu Hongba pulled his good friends over, and several male classmates, who were watching the fun, stood up and nodded to testify that this was indeed what Wang Hui said at the time. Did you really say that? Yan Xing turned her head and stared at Wang Hui with her beautiful eyes. Right. Wang Hui nodded decisively and admitted it. Looking at Yan Cheng, I said, Lin Yuexin is my girlfriend. Here we come. Here we come. He admitted it. He was courting death. Lu Hongba was very excited and stared at Yan Chang and Wang Hui. In his expectation, Yan Chang would fly into a rage and angrily question why Wang Hui did this. He already had Yan Xing, but he still wanted to mess with other women. Yan Chang had better slap Wang Hui a few more times, so that everyone in the school would know that he was a scumbag. Let Wang Hui be ruined. Then, Lu Hongba would go and inform Lin Yuexin, persuading her to leave Wang Hui, the scumbag, and turn into his arms. When he thought of this, Lu Hongba couldn't help but tremble with excitement. He felt that he had completely crushed Wang Hui. This guy was not his opponent at all. Wang Hui couldn't beat him. However, life is always strange, and ideas and reality may not always match. Wang Hui. Sadness was revealed in Yan Xing's beautiful eyes as she stared at Wang Hui silently. Just when everyone thought she was going to get angry and even slap Wang Hui, they heard Yan Cheng say word by word with determination, "I will not give up." Wang Hui frowned. The male students were stunned. Wang Hui. I like you, and I will never give up my right to pursue you. Yan Cheng's face flushed slightly, but her beautiful eyes were particularly determined. She said loudly, I want to compete fairly with Lin Yuexin. I want to prove that I like you more than she does, love you more, and understand your needs better. Aren't you angry about this? You are the school belle. You are the famous campus goddess of Jinling. Could you please stop being such a dog licker? Wang Hui felt a little headache. Etc. Lu Hongba couldn't help but speak up. Something was wrong with the script. Classmate Yan Cheng, Wang Hui already has a girlfriend. It's not a good idea for you to do this. If you continue to pursue him, people will say you're a backup. So what if I have a spare tire? Yan Qing raised her head proudly. I am willing to be Wang Hui's backup. For Wang Hui, I am willing to do anything. Hiss. The male students around were all shocked, gasping for breath one after another, their faces full of shock. Lu Hongba was even more stunned, feeling as if he had heard it wrongly. Such a beautiful girl, the school belle, with an outstanding family background and personal conditions, is actually willing to be Wang Hui's backup? Who is Wang Hui? What kind of magic did he use to make Yan Qing so devoted to him? Student Yan, is there any misunderstanding here? Lu Hongba hadn't given up yet. He felt that the matter was not that simple. He shouted with a righteous look on his face, did Wang Hui threaten you? Or deceive you? Tell us, we will help you decide. Thank you for your kindness. Yan Xing smiled sweetly and said politely yet distantly, my liking for Wang Hui is my own business. I don't need anyone else to suspect or interfere. The fact that the good-tempered Yan Cheng said such words showed that Lu Hongba had made her feel very disgusted. Lu Hongba opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. He was very jealous of Wang Hui. How does this guy have the favor of so many goddesses? Is it because he is handsome? Go on, keep talking. Wang Hui spoke instead, looking at Lu Hongba and said in a sincere tone, as long as you can make Yan Xing give up the idea of pursuing me, I can give you 1 million, no. 10 million. Wang Hui, you're so annoying. I won't give up pursuing you, not in this lifetime. Yan Shang rolled her eyes at Wang Hui, like a girl acting coquettishly with her boyfriend. Her charm at that moment stunned all the male classmates around her. Wang Hui was not lying, he really wanted to do this. But what Lu Hongba heard sounded particularly harsh, especially when he saw Yan Qing's angry and coquettish look. He felt as if his heart was being bitten by ants, and he was extremely painful and jealous. Snort! Lu Hongba was afraid that if he stayed here he would be angry and faint again, so he could only leave with an angry face flushed, eyes bloodshot, and fists clenched. This damn Wang Hui not only snatched away Lin Yuexin, but also flaunted the school beauty's pursuit of him in front of such people. Right. This is showing off. In Lu Hongba's view, Wang Hui's every move was a provocation and insult to him, and he was showing off his popularity among women. Lu Hongba was furious, but helpless, unable to think of a good way to deal with Wang Hui. After Lu Hongba left, the surrounding male classmates also dispersed. If they hadn't, would they have stayed to watch Wang Hui and school beauty and flirt with each other? To be honest, everyone is jealous of Wang Hui, and deep down they all want to be a man like Wang Hui, favored by so many goddesses. Why are you in love with Lin Yuexin? After everyone left, Yan Sheng naturally sat in the seat next to him, looking into Wang Hui's eyes with her beautiful eyes. When did this happen? Are you trying to accuse me? Wang Hui was a little puzzled. We are just friends. Do I have to report to you if I fall in love with anyone? There was a sense of distance in Wang Hui's words, but it did not make Yan Qing retreat. How annoying. Yan Qing gently hit Wang Hui's arm and whispered, "Why don't you learn from the male protagonists in boys' novels and be more gentle with women instead of saying such hurtful words to me?" The clever Yan Qing easily resolved the awkward atmosphere, but Wang Hui was too straight. "Sorry, I don't like to read dog-licking novels." Wang Hui shrugged his shoulders. "I like to read novels without female protagonists, and I also aspire to be a man without a female protagonist." In order to pursue Wang Hui, she specially studied many areas that boys like, including games, novels, and animation. She also knew that there were many straight men among boys. But in Yan Sheng's opinion, Wang Hui can no longer be described as a straight man. This is alloy straight man. We are not just ordinary friends. Yan Xing tried to establish a relationship with Wang Hui. "Last night, we slept together." Wang Hui denied it. "Don't talk nonsense, you ran in on your own, and you only slept for 2 or 3 hours at most." Yan Sheng still refused to give up. 2 or 3 hours is still sleep. You can't be irresponsible. We are at least bedmates. Closer than friends. Bedmate? When the few boys left in the classroom heard this, their hearts couldn't help but twitch and they collapsed inside. Their goddess of love had actually developed to this point with Wang Hui? And Wang Hui pulled up his pants and refused to admit it. No one wanted to think too deeply about it. It was a heavy burden they could not bear, so they could only get up and leave the classroom silently. Only Yan Chang and Wang Hui were left in the huge classroom. Chapter 39, Almighty Technology Company, Limited. Wang Hui admitted that he had underestimated Yan Qing's tenacity. No wonder this girl was not only beautiful but also quick to learn. With this tenacity, there are few things in this world that can stump her, except pursuing Wang Hui. Give up. Wang Hui said righteously, "I, Wang Hui, am single. I will be single for my whole life. No woman likes me, and I will never fall in love with anyone." What about Lin Yuexin? That's an exception. Wang Hui said righteously, "I don't like her. I'm just in love with her for special reasons." What's the reason? Yan Chang was determined to get to the bottom of this, her face full of curiosity. Is it because you're greedy for her body? Wang Hui was stunned. Wang Hui looked at Yan Qing, his eyes revealing a silent question. Am I that kind of person? Who are you? Yan Chang also responded with her eyes, showing a tacit understanding. She unconsciously straightened her chest, which had begun to take shape, with a hint of shyness in her beautiful eyes, but still looked at Wang Hui firmly. Who is more beautiful, me or Lin Yuexin? About the same. Wang Hui looked Yan Cheng up and down and said something against his will. He didn't want to make Yan Cheng too proud, but he had to admit that Yan Cheng was indeed more beautiful. Lin Yuexin may be slightly inferior to Yan Cheng in beauty, but more importantly, she lacks the confidence that emanates from her bones. Confident men and women are always more attractive. I'm obviously prettier. But I don't think so. Well, even if I'm as beautiful as her, you can still covet my body. Yan Chang was determined to shock people with her words, so Wang Hui remained silent. He felt a little overwhelmed by the girl's madness. Fortunately, there was no one in the classroom at the moment, otherwise the boys would be heartbroken by what the campus bellyan said. Wang Hui silently picked up his phone, glanced at the time, and reminded, Department of Economics and Management, it seems there are classes in the morning. They're about to start, right? Ah! Yan Sheng screamed in shock and quickly stood up and left the classroom, still reminding her as she left, don't run away after school. Wait for me to go home together. After saying that, the beautiful figure turned around and disappeared at the classroom door. The girl finally left. Wait. Go home together after school? We don't live near each other, so it doesn't seem convenient for us to go there. Wang Hui figured out the taste. This girl treats my home as her own. No, we absolutely cannot wait. Don't indulge her and give her sweet treats. We must go, and leave now. Wang Hui got up and left the classroom without saying a word. Just at this moment, Edith suddenly spoke up, Master, the company's initial construction has been completed, and the technology factory has finished procuring raw materials. The first batch of super tech products can now enter the preparation stage of production. However, due to the relatively backward intelligent technology in today's world, many processes still need to be completed manually. Considering the terms and requirements of the confidentiality agreement, I suggest you purchase a manufacturing robot from the Love System Mall and authorize it to enter the engineering department so that you can complete the product manufacturing line. Wang Hui was stunned when he heard Edith's words. Is the company built? Yes, Master. Edith was always so accurate. 9 minutes and 37 seconds ago, the purchase of the company's factory was completed, but the company's staff is still being recruited. Wang Hui was delighted and nodded, okay, I'll go take a look first. Wang Hui attaches great importance to his industry, not only because of his love and curiosity for higher tech products, he also considers what Edith said, that having a higher social status and wealth can avoid more troubles. 10 minutes later. Boom! The engine of the Lamborghini Reventon roared, and it quickly drove out of the campus and merged into the traffic on the street. Ding ding ding! Master, the company's factory navigation has been planned for you. The map navigation on the Lamborghini Reventon has been taken over by Edith, and a new navigation route has appeared, extending all the way to the southern suburbs of Jinling. Factories of all sizes can be seen here at any time. It is a well-known logistics distribution center and technology research and development center in Jinling City. The factory owned by Wang Hui's technology company is located in the deepest part of the southern suburbs, which is also a notoriously uninhabited area. Due to the long distance and the higher cost of logistics vehicles traveling back and forth, there are basically few factories here, and the few factories that are there are all listed for sale. Following the navigation instructions, the Lamborghini drove to a factory in the southern suburbs and parked. Almighty Technology Company, Limited. There was a brand new sign hanging on the wall of the factory. This was the name Wang Hui had casually chosen at the time. He felt that with the technological information and knowledge contained in Edith, it would not be an exaggeration to call her omnipotent for the current world. At this moment, the factory is protected by an electronic lock. The factory is peaceful and there is no one around. When Wang Hui walked to the front of the factory. Gotcha! The electronic lock opens automatically. No need to ask, it was naturally Edith's work. Wang Hui pushed open the factory gate and strolled inside the factory. Edith's introduction also sounded in the Bluetooth headset. Master, this factory was previously an electronics manufacturer, but due to poor management, the factory and its equipment were transferred. I spent 88 million yuan of the company's funds to acquire ownership of the factory. The factory's sanitation, security, door locks, have all been completely replaced and inspected by temporary staff. However, this is only a basic measure to maintain factory confidentiality. As the high-tech products are successfully manufactured, the factory's security measures will continue to improve. There are currently 2 electronic production lines, 3 CNC machine tools, and 18 other electronic supporting facilities. In addition, I have purchased 30 million worth of various raw materials and stored them in the warehouse area. They mainly include steel, alloys, and various rare chemical elements. Wang Hui walked into the factory while listening to Edith's introduction. As Wang Hui walked, every time he arrived at a workshop, the lights in the workshop would light up automatically. It was obvious that Edith had completely controlled the factory from multiple levels such as circuits and networks. It is a pity that many of the factory's technological facilities are relatively backward for Edith, and she is unable to fully invade and achieve integrated control, unable to achieve the effect that Wang Hui expected of the factory's intelligent brain controlling all intelligent facilities. However, Wang Hui believes that as the company successfully takes its first step, the true strength of the technology company he expects will gradually emerge. The factory was very large, and Wang Hui had been walking briskly for at least half an hour before he finished. The workshop was filled with electronic equipment and production lines that had not been used for a long time. There was no one around, and it looked very desolate. Edith, you just said you needed a robot? Yes, master. Edith's gentle voice rang in Wang Hui's ears. Due to the backwardness of the factory's existing electronic assembly lines, it is impossible to fully transform the materials purchased in the warehouse area into high-tech products. Many processes still require manual operation. Although the company can recruit personnel, I still recommend that you purchase robots. This will comply with the first confidentiality agreement of the owner's property. In Edith's company plan, the company's sales, personnel, and product promotion can all be completed by recruiters, and these personnel can also set up external companies independent of the factory. However, the factory's product research and development and manufacturing are subject to a higher level of confidentiality agreement, and it would be best if all processes were completed by robots that are completely loyal to Wang Hui. But if it's a robot, they might be discovered. Wang Hui frowned. The robot's features are too obvious. If an outsider enters the factory, they will also be able to spot the robot. The robot technology in modern society is not yet advanced enough to fully utilize robots in work. If a humanoid robot is suddenly discovered to be working, it would definitely be a shocking thing and would arouse the scrutiny of all parties. Wang Hui didn't want to encounter this kind of trouble in the early stages of development. Master, you don't have to worry at all. At this time, the love system volunteered to step forward. There are various types of robots in the system mall, and there are more system robots to choose from. There are also fully anthropomorphic robots. They have extremely high work efficiency and completely anthropomorphic emotional intelligence. People can't see any flaws. They just need more admiration. The love system felt like it had discovered a new method, a method that would make Wang Hui actively want to gain more love points. Chapter 40 Type 1 Robot. Open the system mall. Wang Hui's voice had just fallen. Swish. The light screen of the system mall popped up and appeared before our eyes. The dazzling array of mall items quickly disappeared, and only a series of mall props related to intelligent robots appeared. The love system is very considerate and lists the things Wang Hui needs most at the moment, saving him the time of searching. Yes, you are very sensible. Wang Hui nodded with satisfaction and carefully looked at the various intelligent robots listed in the system mall. 10,000 points of admiration, 100,000 points of admiration. Shit, there's even a robot with 1 million points of admiration. The more Wang Hui looked at it, the more frightened he became. He couldn't help but gasp, so expensive. System, are you trying to rob me? Host, you get what you pay for. The love system explained, you're looking at a 1,000,000-point intelligent robot. It's the latest model from the 9th technological dimension. Just one of them can help you conquer the world. It's much more powerful than the Terminator. I can't afford it. Wang Hui shook his head and asked, how much admiration do I have now? Love system, host, you now have 3,255 points of admiration. Too little. Wang Hui was a little disappointed. Even the cheapest smart robot required 1,000 points of admiration, so he could only buy 3 at most. Host, you only realize how little money you have when you need it. The love system struck while the iron was hot, and gave earnest advice, if you were serious about love, your admiration value would probably be over 100,000 by now. My goal is to allow you, the host, to easily obtain everything you desire while enjoying the joy of love. The words of the love system actually made Wang Hui feel a little moved. That makes a lot of sense. If I had known that admiration value was so useful, I should have had more interactions with Yin Cheng, Li Xiaoman, and Lin Yuexing, such as holding hands or something. Even if we pretended to be in love, at least the admiration value would not be reduced. However, the factory now needs the assistance of intelligent robots in production, and it is too late to find ways to earn admiration points. Wang Hui pondered for a moment and sighed, then let's buy the 3 cheapest ones. Okay, host. As soon as the love system's voice fell, a new piece of information data popped up from the light screen of the system mall, showing the information of the robot purchased by Wang Hui. Machine model, production type I. Final authorized user, Wang Hui. Built-in battery cell, ultra-compressed battery pack chip. Machine number, number 1. Machine color, black, red, yellow, blue optional. Machine appearance, anthropomorphic. Machine height, 1.85 meters. Machine weight, half a ton. Machine status, standby. Built-in intelligence system, blank. Built-in production modules, high-precision electronic welding device palm, shoulder, laser melting ray abdomen, variable alloy palm, variable alloy sole, second production mode intelligent machine tool. Defense module, soft iron titanium alloy. Assembly mode, cannot be assembled or disassembled. Control method, voice, fingerprint, face recognition. The detailed data was listed before him. Wang Hui took a quick glance and nodded, confirmed the purchase. As Wang Hui's voice fell, 3 light screens appeared from the system mall and projected onto the open space in front of Wang Hui. 3 humanoid robots with black all over their bodies appeared in front of Wang Hui. There are huge laser mirrors on their helmets, which are convenient for recording the specifications and information of any products produced. The main body is black and full of metallic texture, which looks very hard. There is a human-like nervous system at the bone joints to ensure its smoothness and accuracy. Perfect. So handsome. Explosive metallic beauty. Host, although this is a low-level production robot, its combat capability is not weak. The romance system proudly added, at least in this world, they're not invincible, but at least they're powerful and technologically advanced robots. Their metal bodies contain multiple blank modules that can be loaded with weapons. I'm not fighting a war. I'm just looking for a few free and loyal workers. Wang Hui waved his hand, and Edith's voice rang out, Master, please authorize me to access the intelligence system and obtain the second-level authority of these 3 robots. Authorization. A few seconds after Wang Hui's voice fell, Edith quickly replied, We have successfully connected to the built-in intelligence subsystem and have full control over these 3 robots. As Edith spoke, Wang Hui could see the 3 robots lifting their legs and taking steps, starting to leave the factory workshop and head towards the warehouse. Master, I have instilled new technological information and process procedures into the robot subsystems and arranged for them to go to the warehouse to obtain materials, transform the factory's existing equipment, and build a brand new technological production line. Edith's voice remained gentle. Although the robots are very efficient, it will still take a few days. During this time, Master needs to tell me what type of technological product we will produce first. Edith's question really stumped Wang Hui. To be honest, Edith has thousands of technological data built into it, many of which are far beyond the technological capabilities of modern society and can create fully mature technological products. It is no exaggeration to say that any technological product Edith creates can shock the entire modern society and bring Wang Hui fame and fortune. However, among Edith's many technological materials, Wang Hui's favorite is the technological products such as the Iron Man suit. But Edith had reminded him long ago that under the current conditions, it would be difficult to immediately manufacture a mature Iron Man suit. Wang Hui thought for a moment and spread out his hands. Let's follow the contents of the first agreement. I believe your arrangement is more reasonable than mine. The content of Edith's first agreement, Wang Hui's safety and interests are the top priority, and any behavior, objects, and related personnel that may have a negative impact or threat to Wang Hui must be eliminated. Authorization accepted. Edith's voice rang out. Content analysis is underway to select appropriate technology products. Edith is extremely intelligent, so Wang Hui is very confident in handing over the company to Edith to manage, while he can be a hands-off boss. The factory was almost finished, and the robots had brought in the alloys and tools, and were working on the modifications in the workshop with clanging sounds. Wang Hui was interesting to watch at first, but later it became a bit boring. After all, it is repetitive machine work. Even though it seems very anthropomorphic due to Edith's intelligent control, watching people work is always boring. Just at this time, Lin Yuexin sent a text message asking where Wang Hui was. She and Wang Hui made an appointment to have lunch at noon. When Wang Hui saw the text message from his girlfriend, he was shocked and hurriedly left the factory and returned to his car. My admiration value, here I come. Wang Hui now has a tendency to take the initiative to fall in love, which makes the love system feel gratified and fulfilled. Boom! The Lamborghini was driving very fast, but because the southern suburbs were too far away from the college, it still took Wang Hui half an hour to get back to school. As soon as he came out of the parking lot, he saw a beautiful figure standing at the entrance of the School of Arts. Looking closely, it was Lin Yuexin. Her expectant look attracted everyone's attention. Her beautiful eyes roamed among the crowd. The moment she saw Wang Hui, her smile blossomed like a flower, stunning everyone around her. Wang Hui could clearly see that there was light in the girl's eyes when she looked at him, a very bright light. This person is like a rainbow, so beautiful beyond words. Wang Hui couldn't help but sigh in his heart. When he was about to stride forward, his eyes froze and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. He saw it. The girl Yanqing came out from nowhere and stood beside Lin Yuexin with a pretty smile on her face. She was as bright as spring sunshine and looked at Wang Hui with her beautiful eyes. Chapter 41: 3 Women and a Drama. Lin Yuexin is very beautiful, gentle but with a hint of inferiority, like a simple mimosa, which makes people unable to help but feel love for her. Yan Chang is also very beautiful, but her beauty is different from Lin Yuexin. Whenever she smiles, she gives people a bright and confident feeling, full of youthful vitality. The two girls are extremely beautiful and are among the best in Jinling University, where there are many beautiful girls. Two delicate flowers stood here, each with its own unique charm, attracting the attention of the male students nearby. Countless pairs of eyes looked at the two women, their gazes filled with amazement and desire. After all, no matter which one you get, it is a great fortune for men. However, the boys nearby are destined not to win the favor of these two, because they already have someone in their heart. Wang Hui. Before Lin Yuexin could speak, Yan Chang's slightly excited voice sounded. She waved to Wang Hui who was walking towards her, and her snow-white arms waved in the air, attracting the attention of countless boys. If you ask Wang Hui how he feels now. Headache. What a headache. This girl can't be gotten rid of no matter what I do. So resilient. Wang Hui walked in front of the two women. Lin Yuexin then lowered her head shyly and called out softly, Wang Hui. Well, sorry to have kept you waiting. Wang Hui smiled at Lin Yuexin, and Yanqing snorted sweetly, of course I've been waiting for a long time. I've been waiting for more than half an hour. If I hadn't been with you, your girlfriend would have run away with someone else. No way. Lin Yuexin was embarrassed. Student Yan, don't say that. The thin-skinned girl couldn't stand such teasing. Why are you here? Wang Hui frowned and looked at Yanqing. Aren't you going to class? Student Wang Hui, it's lunchtime now. Yanqing straightened her chest, took Lin Yuexin's arm, and looked at Wang Hui with her head held high. Yuexin just invited me to dinner, do you want to join us? Wang Hui glanced at the silent Lin Yuexin, and suddenly realized that he had figured out what had happened. Yan Chang was smart. She knew in the morning that Wang Hui and Lin Yuexin had already confirmed their relationship. She guessed that they would probably have lunch together at noon. If she wanted to get involved, she would definitely be rejected if she went directly to Wang Hui, but it was different for the thin-skinned Lin Yuexin. She was not good at rejecting others, especially the gentle and enthusiastic Yan Chang. Wang Hui was speechless at Yan Chang's persistence. Even though she knew that Wang Hui had a nominal girlfriend, she still refused to give up. I have an appointment with Uxin to have dinner together. Wang Hui looked at Yan Chang with obvious resistance in his tone, and the subtext was that Yan Chang should not get involved. One woman is enough to give Wang Hui a headache, and of course Wang Hui would not be willing to have lunch with another woman. Yan Chang seemed oblivious and smiled sweetly. That's fine, the three of us will get together. How about I treat you to dinner? She just wanted to stick with Wang Hui and have dinner together. After all, her best friend once told her that if you don't have thick skin, men will run away. Lin Yuexin, who was standing aside, had not yet noticed the sharp contrast in the two people's tone. Her pretty face was slightly red, her heart was full of sweetness, and she was still immersed in Wang Hui's previous affectionate address of Yuexin. No, it's my treat. As a man, Wang Hui thought it was normal to invite his girlfriend to dinner, even though Lin Yuexin was only his girlfriend in name. Even if he had no choice but to bring a woman along for a free meal, he could accept it. Okay. Yanqing smiled and said, then where should we go to eat? The same restaurant as yesterday? Scheming. So scheming. This seemingly unintentional remark was actually telling Lin Yuexin beside her that she had already made an appointment with Wang Hui yesterday. Wang Hui saw through Yan Chang's womanly intentions at a glance, but Lin Yuexin hadn't reacted yet. Wang Hui, no, let's go to the cafeteria to eat. Yanqing, why? Is it because of me? Wang Hui, because the road is close. This reason was so strong that Yanqing couldn't refute it, and Lin Yuexin didn't care where to eat, as long as she was with Wang Hui. The three of them walked together, and along the way many male classmates cast envious glances at Wang Hui. Having the campus bell and the department bell by your side at the same time is a blessing that many men would envy, but this guy still has a gloomy face, as if he is full of unhappiness. How hateful. Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin talked and laughed all the way, and their relationship quickly heated up. After a while, they began to whisper to each other, as close as best friends. Looking at the two people whispering, Wang Hui couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Why do I feel like my girlfriend is a little stupid? Lin Yuexin, this girl is here to steal your boyfriend. Why haven't you reacted yet? Wang Hui felt a little helpless. He could see some of Yan Xing's little thoughts, but Lin Yuexin, as a woman, had not reacted yet, which made him quite anxious. He agreed with Li Xiaoman's suggestion and fell in love with Lin Yuexin. In addition to helping Lin Yuexin cure her illness, he also wanted to use Lin Yuexin as a shield. But he didn't expect that Lin Yuexin really had no experience in love. She was even more innocent than the novice Yan Cheng and couldn't even see the little tricks in relationships between the sexes. Luckily she met me. Wang Hui looked at Lin Yuexin and thought silently in his heart, if it were another man, she would still be in the dark about being a scumbag. There are not many people in the cafeteria, not because the food is bad, but because students with some spare money prefer to call their friends to eat outside. Most of the time, the cafeteria is occupied by teachers and poor students from poor families. Wang Hui is a frequent visitor here, because a few days ago, he was also a member of the poor party. No matter how rich and powerful you are, you should never forget the hardships you have suffered. Wang Hui is very willing to solve his stomach problem in the cafeteria. It was just unfortunate that just as the three of them had ordered their food and sat down, a beautiful figure came in. Wang Hui, what a coincidence, you are also eating in the cafeteria. Li Xiaoman's voice sounded quite surprised. Wang Hui raised his head and looked at Li Xiaoman holding the tray and sitting next to him naturally. Yan Cheng and Lin Yuexin sat opposite Wang Hui, her brows unconsciously furrowed, feeling a little upset. It was thanks to her that she took the trouble to let Lin Yuexin sit next to her, not giving Wang Hui and Lin Yuexin the opportunity to enhance their relationship. Unexpectedly, the seat next to Wang Hui went to Li Xiaoman. Ah, Teacher Li, what a coincidence. What else could Wang Hui say? He could only greet him expressionlessly. On purpose. Li Xiaoman must have done it on purpose. She is waiting for the rabbit. I never see Li Xiaoman when I come to the cafeteria normally, but today was unusual. I met Li Xiaoman as soon as I sat down. Hello, Teacher Li. Hello, Professor Li. Yan Cheng and Lin Yuexin greeted each other. Hello. Li Xiaoman smiled coquettishly and naturally lifted her hair to one side, revealing her snow-white and slender neck to Wang Hui. This touch of spring light stunned all the male classmates around her. What a lucky life this man has. The three most famous beauties in the school all dined at the same table with him. However, Yan Cheng frowned unconsciously. She noticed the meaning behind Li Xiaoman's feminine little gesture and felt a hint of hostility. Her woman's intuition told her that Li Xiaoman was here to calm Lin Yuexin down. Wang Hui's gaze wandered over the three women, and anyone who felt his gaze would give him a gentle smile. Eat quickly, don't be shy, we're all friends after class. Li Xiaoman's voice was quite magnetic, like a mature woman's, which made Yan Cheng feel more pressured. She wants to fight back. Chapter 42, A Man Should Have Ambition. Yan Cheng started to pick up some food. Wang Hui, I don't like chicken wings, can you help me eat it? Li Xiaoman smiled slightly. Wang Hui doesn't like eating cola chicken wings, he likes eating braised pork. After saying that, he picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks and placed it on Wang Hui's plate. She was hinting to Yan Cheng that she and Wang Hui had a close relationship and understood each other. Yan Xing refused to give in. I've been trying to lose weight recently. Wang Hui, please help me eat some of the braised pork. Don't waste it. There were a few more pieces of meat on Wang Hui's plate. The simple Lin Yuexin had never seen such a scene before and was at a loss. Wang Hui, Stop talking, I'm eating. Wang Hui stretched out his chopsticks and took the food from Lin Yuexin's plate. Lin Yuexin felt much more at ease and felt safe in an instant. She smiled sweetly at Wang Hui. Could it be that Wang Hui likes girls who are like harmless little white rabbits? Li Xiaoman and Yan Cheng were thinking in their hearts, seriously considering whether they should adjust their style and temperament. Of course, they were not idle either. They continued to pick up food for Wang Hui and continued to make seemingly unintentional intimate gestures towards Wang Hui. For example, accidentally touching hands, offering a tissue to help Wang Hui interrupt, or handing over the drink he had drunk. Even the slow-witted Lin Yuexin had reacted and started to take the initiative, treating Wang Hui in the same way. Wang Hui looked at the more and more dishes on his plate and felt his stomach protesting. 3 women, 1 drama. But these 3 women all like me, this drama is a bit too big. No, this meal can't be eaten. Wang Hui felt terrible. He didn't realize that he was enjoying such a good fortune, and he felt quite miserable. I just wanted to have a quiet meal and find Lin Yuexin to increase her admiration points. The three of you got together and secretly confronted each other, and I didn't gain any admiration points. Wang Hui felt that this lunch was really boring. Just at this moment. Ding dong. The text message on the cell phone rang. Wang Hui picked it up and saw that it was a text message from Zhang Liang. Take a closer look at the content. Brother Hui, save me quickly. Wang Hui's eyes were filled with tears. Brother, I saved you, and you can also save me. You are my savior who helped me escape from the stage. Without saying anything, Wang Hui replied to the text message, location, number of people. I don't want to eat anymore. Wang Hui then put down his phone and looked at the three women with an extremely serious expression. My brother is in trouble, I have to go help him. You guys eat first. After saying that, Wang Hui didn't give the three women a chance to ask questions. He stood up suddenly and quickly left the cafeteria. 3 women, 1 drama. Wang Hui doesn't want to listen to opera today. Ding dong. Zhang Liang quickly sent a text message to tell Wang Hui the location, the school team's basketball training room. Wang Hui is a reliable man. He rushed to the training room in the shortest time and found Zhang Liang surrounded by a group of tall boys in jerseys. Zhang Liang. Wang Hui shouted, what are you doing? No fighting on campus. Brother Hui is here. Zhang Liang smiled, pushed everyone aside, and went to meet Wang Hui. My brother Hui, the savior, is here. The boys in jerseys gathered around. Zhang Liang was also wearing a jersey, so it was obvious that they were in the same group. Wang Hui raised his eyebrows. I thought you were going to be beaten up. Why are you randomly asking for help? Who dares to hit me? Zhang Liang compared his arm muscles and said proudly, brother, I'm 1.8 meters tall and covered in muscles, so I can teach you how to behave. Then what did you ask me to do? I have something I would like to ask Brother Hui for help. Zhang Liang scratched his head and chuckled. Brother Hui, our School of Arts and the Department of Economics and Management arranged a basketball game a month ago. It was supposed to be played this afternoon, but one of our friends had something urgent to do at home and couldn't come, so we're short of someone. Wang Hui, let me make up the numbers? Look at what Brother Hui said. How can this be called making up the numbers? Zhang Liang said righteously, Brother Hui is an important fighting force. We can't do without him. Zhang Liang is very good at speaking, and his words make people feel comfortable. But Wang Hui knew that things were not that simple. From the slightly questioning looks of the players next to him, he thought that Zhang Liang really couldn't find anyone, and this was his fault. What's the matter? You can't find anyone? So you thought of me? Wang Hui spread his hands and said helplessly, I'm not really good at playing basketball. Zhang Liang's face was filled with shock. Brother Hui, you told me before that you were very good at playing basketball. He did tell Zhang Liang that. Wang Hui smiled sheepishly, that's just bragging. As for boys, how many of them don't brag? Brother Hui, don't say that. Zhang Liang was anxious. He pulled Wang Hui's arm, walked to the side, and said in a low voice, Brother Hui, please help me. We really can't find anyone in the School of Arts who is willing to fight. Zhang Liang is the captain of the School of Arts basketball team and is very passionate about basketball. But Wang Hui also knew that there were relatively few boys in the School of Arts, and their physical fitness was not up to standard. There were also few boys who loved sports. Zhang Liang could only barely form a team, but the results were not good. After all, every college in Jilin No. 1 University has its own basketball team, especially the colleges with students with sports specialties. Their basketball performance is very impressive and they have represented Jilin City in competitions. Unfortunately, the city's representative team is the basketball team of the School of Economics and Management. Why did you schedule a competition with the Department of Economics and Management? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Wang Hui had reason to suspect that Zhang Liang was dragging him in to be tortured together. The liberal arts college basketball team was already at the bottom of the rankings, and now they had to compete against the strongest college. Wang Hui wondered if Zhang Liang was mentally ill. Even if you are playing training games to learn, you shouldn't just choose the highest difficulty. This, well, it's a long story. Zhang Liang sighed deeply. A guy from the economics and management team wanted to poach my girl. I wanted to teach him a lesson, but Yin Changhong, the captain of the economics and management basketball team, stopped me. On a whim, I agreed to a basketball game to decide the outcome. If we win, that guy won't harass my girlfriend. If we lose, I can't stop him from pursuing his so-called fair competition. Zhang Liang gritted his teeth, with a look of regret in his eyes. I agreed to compete even though I knew I would lose. I was so impulsive at the time. A rage for a beautiful woman. Wang Hui smiled, paused, and then asked, Is Yin Chenghong the captain of the basketball team? Well, his family is rich, he likes sports and can play the piano, he's a very famous person. Zhang Liang sighed, this guy's little brother is trying to steal my woman. I feel really pressured. If Brother Hui doesn't want to, then forget it. Zhang Liang was somewhat bored. It's really not nice to drag you into this abuse. At worst, I'll just admit defeat and regret it. If he dares to harass my woman again, I'll pick a fight with him. Who said I won't fight anymore? Wang Hui suddenly spoke up, and in front of Zhang Liang's surprised eyes, he said with a smile, as a man, you have to fight for your dignity. He has gone to such lengths to snatch your wife, how about you teach him a lesson? Zhang Liang was very touched, but he also knew that what Wang Hui said was just to comfort him. Give me some education? They are the basketball team representing the city. Our basketball team is at the bottom of the school. What qualifications do we have to talk about educating others? Brother Hui, I've figured it out. If it really doesn't work, let's just admit defeat. Zhang Liang pondered, I'm going to lose anyway, so it would be embarrassing to go on stage. It's even more embarrassing to admit defeat on the spot. Wang Hui patted Zhang Liang on the shoulder and said earnestly, a man should have ambition. Chapter 43, Civilized Viewing of the Game. Zhang Liang and Wang Hui have always had a good relationship, and Wang Hui is very willing to help. Of course, there is a more important reason. Wang Hui hates Yin Chenghong very much. This clever man just happened to be like a fly, hovering in front of him from time to time. Everything Yin Chenghong had done before, whether it was hiring thugs or confessing in the restaurant, had offended Wang Hui. But Wang Hui never considered himself a gentleman. He might not repay a favor, but he would definitely remember a grudge. After confirming the specific time of the basketball game, Wang Hui left the basketball training room on the pretext of going home to get something. The game is almost about to start, why is he leaving? Deserting at the last minute? Captain, is this guy reliable? I have a feeling he won't come back once he leaves. He's not even as tall as me, and he looks quite thin. He's quite impressive, but I don't know how strong he is. A man should have ambition. A basketball game isn't something you can win just by having enough ambition. Captain, let's change someone else. Looking at Wang Hui's receding back, the team members raised questions one after another. I'm desperate and I'm trying everything. I can't do anything else. Zhang Liang sighed deeply, then smiled wryly and said, he should be able to play basketball. I don't think he would lie to me. He won't run away from the battle either. I can guarantee that. And no matter how good his basketball skills are, we're going to lose anyway. Zhang Liang has faced the reality that even if his basketball team has enough players, it cannot beat the economics and management department basketball team. But what Wang Hui said is also right. It is not shameful to lose because of inferior skills, but it is shameful to be cowardly before the battle. Zhang Liang was already very touched that Wang Hui was willing to accompany him on the court and embarrass himself, and he would not ask for more. After hearing Zhang Liang's words, the basketball players fell silent, feeling a bit desperate and bitter. Some of them opened their mouths to ask for leave to avoid the afternoon game, but they couldn't be so shameless as to say that they were running away. Come on, cheer up. In team sports, it's normal to have winners and losers. Let's practice some more and get ready for the game this afternoon. Even if we lose, at least we tried our best. Zhang Liang clapped his hands and loudly encouraged the players, but the atmosphere in the basketball training room was still heavy because this was a game that was bound to be lost. The basketball game is scheduled for 3 p.m. Wang Hui left the basketball training room, drove back to his apartment in the community, went upstairs to his bedroom, opened the drawer, and found a stack of cards neatly placed in the drawer. This is the Quick Learning Skill card. Because it was a valuable system item, Wang Hui left it at home and did not carry it with him. System, how do I use a skill card? Host, please place the card in your hand and silently recite the item you want to learn. Wang Hui followed his instructions, put the skill card in his hand, and said to himself, I want to learn basketball skills. Clatter. As Wang Hui's voice fell, the skill card turned into a white light and dissipated, penetrating into Wang Hui's eyebrows. Drop. A prompt sound rang in Wang Hui's ears. You have mastered the world's top basketball skills, plus the world's top basketball practical experience. At the same time, Wang Hui felt a coolness in his head, and a lot of unfamiliar yet familiar basketball-related knowledge and experience entered his mind. At this moment, Wang Hui's basketball skills have already reached the top level in the world. Very good. Wang Hui nodded in satisfaction, turned and left the room. He can play basketball, but his skills are average. In order to ensure victory in the game, Wang Hui must use skill cards. Wang Hui's personality has always been like this. Either do nothing, or do it to the best of your ability. Now it seems that Wang Hui is very satisfied with the effect of the skill card. I just don't know what the effect will be in actual combat. Everything is ready, let's go. Wang Hui started the supercar and returned to school in a short while. It is already 2:30 in the afternoon, and the game between the two basketball teams is about to begin. The venue of the game is the school gymnasium. The basketball court of Jinling First University is very large. With the strong support of the school and the government, the school has one of the top 3 gymnasiums in the city, which is large enough to accommodate 70,000 to 80,000 people to watch the game. Wang Hui arrived at the gymnasium and looked around. Most of the seats in the stands were full. Students from many departments came to watch the game. There were also many students from other schools who came to watch the game. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people. At the front of the stadium stands, there is a row of special seats where several white-haired old men and several school directors sit. These important figures who were rarely seen in the past have come to watch this basketball game. This is a grand event. Wang Hui was somewhat surprised by the large number of spectators. He knew that most of these people came for the Economics and Management Department basketball team. After all, the School of Economics and Management basketball team has won many honors for Jinling City and has won the championship and runner-up in the National College Basketball Competition many times. It is a rare strong team. The School of Economics and Management basketball team is considered a star team in the entire Jinling City. It is said that this is because Yin Chenghong's father spent a huge amount of money to hire foreign coaches to train the players, which made the basketball team's strength improve by leaps and bounds and received much attention from the top leaders of Jinling City and the school. In Jinling First University, there are also many students who are supporters and fans of the School of Economics and Management basketball team, especially girls. Women's nature of admiring the strong makes them more keen to pursue strong people in various fields. Wang Hui. Wang Hui. Wang Hui vaguely heard the woman's voice calling him. Look back. Yan Shang was waving at him from the stands not far away, with Lin Yuexin standing beside her. Yan Sheng's pretty face was filled with joy and happiness, and every time she saw Wang Hui, she couldn't suppress her inner feelings. Especially recently, Yan Sheng found that her heart beat faster every time she saw Wang Hui. She didn't know that this was because the love system gave Wang Hui a reward, double the attraction to the opposite sex. She just simply thought that she might love Wang Hui more. Why is she here? Does Yan Sheng also like watching basketball games? Wang Hui was a little puzzled, but still walked towards Yan Sheng. Who is this boy? He's so handsome. The sound of girls whispering with their best friends was heard around and reached Wang Hui's ears. There were also many jealous boys who murmured quietly, she's just a little handsome. I didn't expect that Yan Xiaohua is such a superficial woman. Look, I took good care of your little girlfriend. She wasn't lost. When Wang Hui walked up to them, he saw Yan Xing's warm smile and Lin Yuexin's shy face. Wang Hui, are you here to watch the game too? Watching the game? Hearing this, Wang Hui subconsciously set his eyes on Yan Xing's chest. Yan Xing couldn't help but feel embarrassed. It's not this ball, don't look at it. This bastard, why is he flirting with me in public? Even if he wants to watch the game, he can watch it when we are alone. Which ball is it not? Lin Yuexin looked at Yan Sheng with a confused look on her face. Yan Sheng whispered something in her ear. The innocent Lin Yuexin couldn't help but widen her eyes and turned to look at Wang Hui. Wang Hui, do you want to see Yan Xing's ball? Even Lin Yuexin herself didn't notice that there was a hint of jealousy in her tone. How could Wang Hui do this? Even if you want to watch the game, I have it too. After all, I am his girlfriend. Seeing Lin Yuexin's rather aggrieved look, Wang Hui quickly waved his hands. That's not what I meant. It's all Yan Xing's fault for mistaking her for that. How could I have such a wrong idea? Yan Sheng glanced at Wang Hui charmingly. Aren't you here to watch the game? The double entendre leaves one speechless. This ball was not that ball, and for a moment Wang Hui didn't know how to answer. Chapter 44, Fate. Facing Yin Qing's questioning, Wang Hui could only spread his hands and said, "Well, actually, I'm not here to watch the game, I'm here to play. Play ball." Yin Qing's pretty face was a little panicked, and she instinctively covered her chest. "The ball is so well behaved, why do you want to hit it? It will hurt." "That's enough." Wang Hui's forehead was covered with black lines, and he lowered his voice and roared, "I'm here to play basketball. Don't be angry." Yin Qing looked at Wang Hui with a smile and asked curiously, "But I just saw that the students from the Department of Economics and Management went to the preparation room. Are you a backup?" "Who said it was the Department of Economics and Management?" Wang Hui raised his eyebrows. "Of course it's the Liberal Arts College team." "Liberal College." Yin Qing couldn't help but cover her mouth, wanting to say something but stopping herself. She really wanted to persuade Wang Hui to give up, but she felt that saying so would hurt Wang Hui's self-esteem. The basketball team of the School of Arts has the lowest points in the whole school. When competing with the School of Economics and Management, it is no longer a question of winning or losing, but a one-sided abuse. Basketball is not a one-person sport, it's a team sport. Yin Qing gently reminded him, "Wang Hui, no matter whether we win or lose the game, you are the best in my and Yuxian's hearts." Lin Yuexin nodded vigorously, looking at Wang Hui with tenderness in her eyes. She was not as eloquent as Yin Qing. Most of the time she was silent and looked at Wang Hui gently, with Wang Hui's figure filled in her beautiful eyes. Lin Yuexin just wanted to look at Wang Hui quietly like this, not disturbing him, and she was reluctant to make Wang Hui worry. Because she cherishes the opportunity to be with Wang Hui in every second they are together. "Why, do you think I will lose?" Wang Hui raised his eyebrows, looked at Yin Qing, and smiled calmly. "What if I win? You can do whatever you want." Yin Qing puffed out her chest and said, "I'll leave it to you." "Oh?" Wang Hui couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile. "If I win, you have to call me Daddy." "Okay, Dad." Yin Qing blinked her beautiful eyes, looked at the surprised Wang Hui, and said with a smile, "I believe you will win. This is an early reward for you, Dad." Wang Hui was stunned. A beautiful young girl calling Daddy in front of you like a spoiled child, few men can resist such temptation. Even Wang Hui, who was used to seeing beautiful women, felt a little overwhelmed at this moment. This girl is so charming sometimes. Wang Hui felt that no matter how he treated Yin Qing, she would face it with a smile, tolerate everything about him, and try to please and seduce him subtly. Faced with such enthusiasm from Yin Qing, Wang Hui could only turn around and leave. Yin Qing couldn't help but yell, "Where are you going? Go to the training room, the game is about to start." Wang Hui left without looking back. Because Wang Hui found that if he didn't leave, he would tend to fall in love with Yin Qing. The enthusiastic girl was about to break through the solid barriers, but she didn't know it yet. Yin Qing looked at Wang Hui's receding figure and took Lin Yuexin's hand back to the stands. "I never thought that Wang Hui could actually play basketball. I just found out today too." Lin Yuexin smiled, but Yin Qing didn't notice the slight disappointment in her eyes. Even the most slow-witted girl has now realized that Yin Qing is her strong competitor. Lin Yuexin felt that she did not have Yin Qing's eloquence and enthusiasm, nor her family background and vision. In front of Yin Qing, she was like an ugly duckling. This made Lin Yuexin a little sad, and she couldn't help but worry that she would lose Wang Hui because of this. Inside the training room. "Brother Hui, you're finally here." Zheng Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Wang Hui walk in. He threw a jersey over to him, number 23, brand new. "Good." Wang Hui quickly dressed up and looked at the team members ready to go. He smiled and said, "Let's go." Zheng Liang and others looked solemn. No one was optimistic about this game, including the basketball players from the School of Arts. However, the players still wanted to fight even though they knew they would lose. Life towards death. This is an honor for a young man. When you push open the door of the training room, you can hear the voices of the commentators in the stands coming through the speakers. "Today, we will hold a game between the College of Arts basketball team and the Department of Economics and Management basketball team. I have to say that the Faculty of Arts is very courageous and dares to challenge the strong. This is an enterprising spirit that we should learn from." Amid the commentary, Wang Hui and his teammates walked out of the training room and into the crowded gymnasium. There are so many people. Zhang Liang's voice was trembling a little. He and the other players around him were trying hard to suppress their stage fright, but Wang Hui could still feel their bodies trembling slightly. They were all just ordinary college students. Except for Wang Hui, they had basically never had such an experience of competing under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people. Wang Hui's calmness and indifference are related to his past experiences. The entire gymnasium was packed with people, a sea of black. Almost all the teachers and students from the entire school had come to watch this basketball game. There were also many people from outside the school. Of course, only a small number of people love basketball, and more teachers and students came because of the request of school leaders. There is no way around it, because the School of Economics and Management basketball team is the pride of the school and the representative of the school in the field of sports, and has won countless medals and honors for the school. Whenever the School of Economics and Management basketball team plays a game, the school will arrange for teachers and students to watch and cheer them on. Yes, tens of thousands of people here are here to cheer for the School of Economics and Management, and the basketball team of the School of Arts where Wang Hui is just a supporting role. And there are cameras. Is this a TV broadcast? Why is there such a big scene? Wang Hui heard the whispers of his teammates around him and turned to see that there were indeed many reporters with cameras around. The host's voice came over. The Jinling City Sports Channel will now broadcast a live basketball game from Jinling No. 1 University. The participating teams include the Economics and Management Department basketball team, known as the pride of Jinling City's youth basketball. Sure enough, even the reporters came for the Economics and Management Department basketball team. No wonder Zhang Liang and others were not optimistic about this game at all. Everyone except Wang Hui, including the players from both sides, thought that this game was a foregone conclusion. What surprised Wang Hui was that when he walked onto the green grass of the gymnasium and saw the cheerleaders coming out, the one leading them was Yin Chang. White and tender thighs, a hot body, and a fair face full of sunshine. At this moment, Yin Chang had changed into a short-sleeved skirt and was holding 2 bouquets in her hands. She smiled and waved at Wang Hui. In the stands, Lin Yuexin had already changed her seat and sat with Li Xiaoman. When did this girl join the cheerleading team? She looks like she's the captain. Wang Hui was a little stunned. Yin Chang and her cheerleaders danced passionately in the gymnasium. The heat waves rolled and the white light was hazy, causing the boys around them to stand up and whistle wildly. The screams and cheers were louder and louder. Beautiful women are always the best to stir up the atmosphere. The surrounding cameras turned their screens and kept aiming at the cheerleaders. Yen Xing has a good foundation in dancing. When she dances, she gives people a strong feeling of youthful vitality, which makes the boys in the stands unable to help but feel their hearts beating fast. We saw that Yen Xing, the school beauty, joined the cheerleading team and was cheering for our 2 basketball teams. The beautiful dance is like a blooming summer flower, enchanting. The commentary's voice echoed in the stadium along with the loudspeaker. The TV broadcast brought the atmosphere to a climax. Many viewers who were watching the live broadcast in front of their TVs and computers were also amazed at Yin Qing's beauty. It turns out that there is a girl with such a beautiful face in Jinling First University. I really don't know which little bastard she will be given to in the future. Now. Antin Hotel. Shizhula was discussing the details of a new concert with his assistant Sisterly. The LCD TV on the wall happened to be playing the Jinling Sports Channel, broadcasting a live basketball game. The screen showed a group of girls dancing enthusiastically. Sisterly, the girl leading the cheerleading team, is so pretty and has the potential to debut. A staff member sighed and said, "Why don't we dig her up?" Shizhula owns the majority of the company's shares and is one of the major shareholders. She is well aware that even the most popular stars will eventually retire, so she actively cultivates and discovers new talents and builds her own influence in the entertainment industry. It's quite pretty and has a lot of temperament. Sisterly took a look at the TV. Yen Cheng on the screen was extremely beautiful. Even as a woman, Sisterly felt that she had some experience. This girl had more potential than the several newcomers the company had recruited before. Jinling University, right? Sisterly secretly noted the name. Shizhula frowned slightly and said, "Let's talk about the concert now. Don't change the subject. This concert is very important, and Shizhula doesn't want to be delayed by other things." "Sorry, Zhula." Sisterly spoke apologetically, gave the staff a cold look, and asked him to turn off the TV. Just at this time, the commentary voice came from the TV. The cheerleaders have left the field. Beautiful scenery isn't the main theme for today. Now let's take a look at the players from both teams. It said that this time, because one of the students from the School of Arts couldn't arrive on time, they had to fill in a replacement last minute. Chapter 45, Wang Hui, come on. Crack. The LCD TV was turned off. The staff returned to discussing the concert work matters. Sometimes, fate is just so wonderful. An unintentional miss may lead two people to completely different paths in life. Shijula looked at the black TV screen with a sense of awareness. For some reason, he always felt a faint sense of loss in his heart, as if he had missed something particularly important. Maybe I'd been too tired lately and am hallucinating. Shijula shook his head and looked at Sisterly and asked, Sisterly, have you found the person who played the piano that day? Not yet. Sisterly shook her head and consoled him. I've already asked my friends at the vehicle administration to help me look for it, but due to regulations, we can only search for the owner of the car in secret. I can provide a piece of information. Shijula hesitated for a long time, but finally lowered his voice and said, his name is Wang Hui. Follow this clue and find him as soon as possible. Sisterly was shocked, and looking at Shijula's watery eyes, she understood. Good. Sisterly nodded, paused, and then whispered, I'll keep it a secret, Miss Shi. Shijula smiled in response. She knew what Sisterly meant by this. If she wanted to find Wang Hui, then everything that had happened between her and Wang Hui would have to be revealed. This would be a huge career blow to Shijula, who was hailed as a global rising star. If an ordinary star singer were in her position, she would definitely not choose to give up her current career at its peak for her former lover. But Shijula didn't care. She only cares about whether she can find Wang Hui, and she can give up everything else. At the same time, inside the gymnasium of Jinling University, the commentator's passionate voice is still echoing. The substitute player for the Arts College basketball team is a student from the Arts College, Wang Hui. We haven't received any relevant information or materials yet, but I suspect Wang Hui is also a basketball expert. Basketball expert? When the audience in the stands heard this, they couldn't help but laugh out loud, and even many people's boos combined together, resounding throughout the entire stadium. The School of Arts is the bottom-ranked basketball team at Jinling University. How could they have a basketball expert? The best basketball players in our school are all in the Economics and Management Department basketball team. Even all the basketball experts in the city have been hired as coaches in the Economics and Management Department, including some famous basketball coaches from abroad. After all, Yin Changhong comes from a wealthy family, and his parents will invest a lot of money to cultivate Yin Changhong in any field he is interested in. This is the gap between the rich second generation and ordinary students. The second generation often has access to more abundant educational resources, which are simply difficult for ordinary students to reach or compete with. For example, in this basketball game, no one thinks that the School of Arts will win. Except Wang Hui. Wang Hui turned his head and looked around. After being transformed by the eternal marrow cleansing pill, his eyesight was extremely good. He could easily see the mocking expressions of the teachers and students in the stands, and could also hear one contemptuous word after another in the noisy crowd. I know him. He's Wang Hui, the man in the pinned post on the school forum. Someone shouted, revealing Wang Hui's identity. So he's Wang Hui, the man Yin Cheng is said to be pursuing. Even the school beauty confessed her love to him. He even refused. I really don't know what he's doing. Is he playing hard to get? He doesn't know how to cherish me. Is it so great to be handsome? Even the school belle can't pursue her? Some boys began to speak jealously. Can he play ball? That? I haven't heard of it. It shouldn't be possible. He has always been very low-key. He just studies and doesn't participate in any activities. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes changed from suspicion to ridicule. All of them looked at me with mockery. The boys in the stands looked at Wang Hui with mocking expressions. A nerd who can't play basketball? Then what is he doing on the court? Are you here to perform acrobatics? I'm afraid he doesn't even know the difference between basketball and football. Don't kick the ball with your feet when you go on the court, otherwise it will be a good show. It is said that his girlfriend is Lin Yuexin, but he is still flirting with the school beauty and even bringing her back to his home. What a scumbag. Someone was deliberately mocking Wang Hui. Upon closer inspection, it was Lu Hongba. The Arts College basketball team is truly rotten. They were short of players and yet they hired Wang Hui, who can't even play basketball. It's unbelievable. Some people lamented, why not go to me instead of Wang Hui? I'll lose even if I go after you. After all, our opponent is the Economics and Management Department basketball team. That's true. It's said that Yin Changhong, the captain of the Economics and Management Department basketball team, is Yin Cheng's suitor and has been pursuing her for over a year. And Yin Cheng likes Wang Hui, so this time it's a love rivalry, right? Just Wang Hui? Is he worthy of being Yin Changhong's rival? It's not that I look down on Wang Hui, he's not even worthy of carrying Yin Changhong's shoes. The sounds from the stands kept reaching Wang Hui's ears, making him feel helpless. Sometimes, having too keen hearing is not a good thing. However, as for the issue of victory or defeat that everyone is talking about, Wang Hui disagrees. Strength needs to be proven by facts, not by weak explanations. Players from both teams enter the field and begin preparing for the match. Following the referee's command, the two teams entered the green grass, and Wang Hui also saw Yin Changhong standing opposite him. The players around him were all tall and strong, putting huge pressure on the players from the School of Literature. The tall and handsome Yun Sung-hong was the center of attention in the stadium, attracting the attention and screams of countless girls who loved basketball. They kept shouting Yun Sung-hong's name like crazy fans. Yin Changhong was smiling, decent and steady. Only Wang Hui could see clearly that the look in Yin Changhong's eyes when he looked at him inadvertently was filled with a hint of contempt, disdain, and jealousy. Yin Changhong will never forget the feeling of being humiliated by Wang Hui in the restaurant that day. When Yin Changhong learned that Wang Hui was a substitute for the Arts College basketball team, he could hardly contain his joy. He swore that he would regain his dignity on the green grass today, trample Wang Hui under his feet, and let Yin Cheng see that the man she liked was actually not as good as him. Yin Changhong's inner drama was very rich, but Wang Hui remained calm throughout and even smiled at Yin Changhong in a friendly manner. The most ruthless one is the one who hides his blade. Economics and Management Team, charge. Yin Changhong, win the game. Ah, handsome Yin, look at me. The excited shouts of the boys and girls in the stands gradually became louder as the players of the two teams entered the field. All the cheers were given to the Economics and Management Department basketball team and Yin Changhong. Yin Changhong enjoyed this moment very much. To him, this was just a personal show of the School of Economics and Management basketball team. Today's game was destined to add a trivial record in the School of Economics and Management's victory book. Faculty of Arts, come on. Stop shouting. You're definitely losing. Why are you shouting? Look at Wang Hui's skinny arms and legs. If he gets bumped in the game later, he'll probably cry for help. It's really embarrassing for the Faculty of Arts. The students from the Faculty of Arts also wanted to encourage the Faculty of Arts basketball team, but they were quickly stopped by others around them. Wang Hui is in the basketball team of the School of Arts. Because of Yin Cheng, all the boys are hostile to Wang Hui. They are jealous of Wang Hui for being the object of Yin Cheng's pursuit. They hoped that Wang Hui would make a fool of himself in front of all the teachers and students in the school. Everyone was laughing at Wang Hui's arrogance, and no one was willing to encourage Wang Hui. Listening to the boos from the audience, Wang Hui's expression was calm. Just as everyone was waiting for the game to begin, a clear and pleasant female voice rang out. Wang Hui, come on. Just as the game was about to start, the whole audience was silent and no one spoke, so this encouragement seemed particularly loud. Everyone turned to look towards the direction where the sound came from. A beautiful figure stood up in the stands, put her hands to her mouth and shouted like a trumpet. It's Lin Yuexin. Her clear voice echoed in the empty gymnasium, seeming very abrupt. Even if everyone in the world is unwilling to believe her boyfriend, she is willing. Lin Yuexin blushed. The shy girl was particularly courageous at this moment. She was willing to express her most sincere feelings to Wang Hui against everyone's gaze. Wang Hui, you are the best. Yin Chang waved the bouquet in her hand and shouted loudly, her face full of excitement and joy, which made people wonder if she had just danced for Wang Hui. Wang Hui. We must win. Li Xiaoman sat on the teacher's stand, looking at Wang Hui with a smile. No one was willing to cheer for the arts college team. In the entire gymnasium, only the three of them were willing to shout words of encouragement. Most of the boys looked at her with surprise and jealousy. The three most recognized goddesses of our school. They were all cheering for Wang Hui. Chapter 46, Kid, you are too naive. In the stands, more and more jealous eyes were cast at Wang Hui. The boys regarded Wang Hui as their enemy, while the girls sighed in their hearts. It was a pity that this handsome boy from the Faculty of Arts was about to be embarrassed in front of tens of thousands of people. No one followed the three goddesses in cheering, and the whole audience was silent. You must win. Wang Hui. Lin Yuexin was still shouting. The beautiful girl was like a winter plum blossom that would never yield. Her clear voice echoed alone above the gymnasium, against everyone's questioning gazes. A hint of loneliness is brewing and slowly spreading, like a beautiful flower blooming with a cry from the heart. She believed in Wang Hui for no reason at all. It was Lin Yuexin's preference. Okay, I'll definitely win. Wang Hui smiled and made an okay gesture to the stands. Win? What do you have to win? Just based on your strength, Wang Hui, you still want to win the basketball championship? Do you really think that there is no one at Jinling First University? The boys sneered, and there was constant sneering in the stands. Yin Chenghong also looked at Wang Hui with a sneer on his face, burning with jealousy. Why is this kid Wang Hui so lucky? Not only Yin Qing likes him, but now even Lin Yuexin likes him too. The more Yin Chenghong thought about it, the angrier he became. He wished the game would start right away so that he could teach Wang Hui a lesson on the field. The referee will not end the game because of the atmosphere on the field, although he himself is not optimistic about Wang Hui. Ahem. The referee coughed and then shouted coldly, "Prepare for the match to begin. Players from both teams, take your positions." The two teams gathered together. Yin Chenghong's team members looked at Wang Hui and others with contempt, while Zhang Liang and others had solemn and bitter expressions on their faces. Zhang Liang felt very regretful that he had agreed to this competition out of spite of himself. At that time, he thought it was just a private competition and winning or losing didn't matter. He didn't expect it to be such a grand event. Tens of thousands of people watched. The event was broadcast on TV. It was obvious that all of this was the work of Yin Chenghong. He hoped to look down on others with his absolute advantage, and then to publicize the fruits of his victory and receive cheers and applause. Wang Hui, you must keep working hard. Lin Yuexin stood in the stands, looking at Wang Hui on the green grass with her beautiful eyes full of anticipation and nervousness. There was a dense sea of people, tens of thousands of people gathered here, but her eyes could only accommodate Wang Hui. Game. Start. With a sharp whistle, the basketball was thrown high into the air. Grab the ball. Yin Chenghong roared, and the center jumped with all his might, determined to grab the basketball. Getting the ball means getting the initiative in attack. The School of Economics and Management's basketball team is indeed very strong. The forward has extremely fast jumping ability and reaction ability. He jumps almost the moment the whistle sounds. The center's fingertips are about to touch the basketball. At this moment, the center felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and a figure flashed past his eyes with a swish. The basketball that he was sure to grab had disappeared. Where is the ball? The center landed and looked around in confusion. Then he saw that Wang Hui, who also played center, had already got the basketball. Amazing! This is the best center I've ever seen. The commentator excitedly shouted. He took the initiative and successfully grabbed the ball during the scramble. This is an absolute testament to his strength. It's just good luck. Yin Chenghong's face was gloomy, and he shouted in a low voice, "Grab the ball and take back the initiative." Having the first ball snatched away from us in front of tens of thousands of people was a slap in the face of the School of Economics and Management. Brother Hui. Zhang Liang let out a strange cry and reflexively began to lead his teammates to block the opponent, creating conditions for Wang Hui to attack. It's over, I'm starting to stop people out of habit. When Zhang Liang reacted, it was too late. Yin Chenghong and his four teammates had superb skills. They broke through the backhand and surrounded Wang Hui. Wang Hui, pass the ball. Zhang Liang shouted, and Wang Hui's successful grabbing of the first ball gave Zhang Liang a glimmer of hope. The players were trying their best to break through the defense and create passing opportunities for Wang Hui. Wang Hui raised his arm as if to pass the ball to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang raised his arm and was about to catch the ball. Swish! Suddenly, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. Yin Chenghong and another team member rushed out from the middle of the road, saw the opportunity and tried to intercept the ball. However, Wang Hui simply raised his arm to trick the two opponents into leaving the defense line, and then dribbled past them quickly. This is Wang Hui's fake move. Yin Chenghong looked shocked. As Wang Hui and Yin Chenghong passed by, he chuckled and said, "Little boy, you are too naive." Finished. Wang Hui kept moving, approaching the opponent's defensive zone. His top-notch basketball skills made the basketball like an arm, always following Wang Hui, left or right, up or down, making it impossible for anyone to grab the ball. Wang Hui's body was as slippery as a loach and could not be stopped at all. The players from the School of Economics and Management did not even have time to keep up with Wang Hui's speed. They watched Wang Hui break into the penalty area and jump from outside the three-point line. A standard jump shot. Bang! The basketball goes into the basket, cool and handsome. College of Arts, leading by 3 points. The whole audience was stunned. Man, it's only been a minute and you're jumping up and shooting? First three? This is called not being able to play basketball? The whole place was silent, and everyone was stunned. Is it still luck this time? A member of the Economics and Management Department asked with a wry smile. He is very strong. The center forward from the School of Economics and Management took a deep breath. Wang Hui is extremely fast and has very standard basketball moves. Playing against him is like playing against the international basketball superstar coach that the School of Economics and Management team once hired. No. Even stronger. Three-pointer. Zhang Liang yelled excitedly, "Brother Hui, you are so strong." It was unbelievable that they scored a three-pointer right at the start of the game, and the morale of the School of Arts was greatly boosted. Everyone felt that even if they lost the game in the end, this three-pointer was enough to make them proud. Grabbing the first goal for the School of Economics and Management and scoring the first 3 points in just 1 minute was simply a miracle. Rebound. Yin Chenghong's face was gloomy as he calmly commanded, "This kid was just lucky. We underestimated the enemy. Don't give them any chances next time." Good. The players spoke in a deep voice and successfully grabbed the rebound, allowing the School of Economics and Management to take the initiative in the next wave of attack. Is this a coincidence? Does Wang Hui really not know how to play basketball? The commentator's shocking voice echoed throughout the gymnasium. This substitute from the Faculty of Arts is extraordinary. The game continues. The School of Economics and Management basketball team is very offensive. They follow the ball completely and only have one person defending the restricted area. "Wang Hui, you won't get any points from now on." Yin Chenghong was shouting, his voice filled with a chilling coldness. He was the pride of the Economics and Management Department basketball team. You can only get 3 points, and there will be no more new points. Because we're serious. The vanguard of the School of Economics and Management had a serious face and charged ahead. "Oh?" Wang Hui smiled. "What should I do, Brother Hui?" Zhang Liang and others had no chance to grab the basketball and could only watch Yin Chenghong and others approach their own penalty area. Swish! Wang Hui's steps crossed, a warm current of internal force strengthened his body, and he used his skilled martial arts skills to break into the defense line of Yin Chenghong and others, and passed by the person with the ball. Bang! The man felt his hand was empty, and when he looked down, the basketball disappeared. Standard ball grab. If you guys take it seriously, is this all you have? Wang Hui laughed and launched an attack again. Stop him. Yin Chenghong was shocked. This guy is so fast, we must not let him get close to the penalty area. Within 3/10, it is a strategic location. At this time, Yin Chenghong's team members put aside their contempt. When two masters fight, they will know the strength of the opponent after a few moves. Wang Hui is extremely fast, has skillful dribbling, and accurate shooting skills. It's obvious that he's a veteran who plays basketball frequently. We must focus on defending him. However, the idea is good, but the reality is cruel. Wang Hui faced the encirclement of 5 people as if he was strolling in the garden. With the strength of a congenital master, it was too easy for Wang Hui to face Yin Chenghong and his group of ordinary people. His seemingly slow but actually fast footsteps made it impossible for the 5 players to let go, and he was already standing on the 3-point line again. He's about to shoot a 3-pointer, stop him. Yin Chenghong was yelling, and the tall defender had already jumped up. Wang Hui turned his body, lowered his center of gravity, dribbled past the opponent, approached the backboard, went straight into the 3-point line, approached the backboard, and jumped high. Bang! Violent dunk. 2 more points. The whole audience was dead silent. Wang Hui's dashing dunk kept replaying in everyone's mind, as if they were at the NA scene in person and witnessed the highlight moment of the international superstar on the court. He really can't play basketball? This is the doubt in everyone's heart. Chapter 47, 1 against 5. This is incredible. Even the commentator was filled with surprise. How on earth did he do that? I feel like the students from the School of Economics and Management are like little kids who can't play basketball in front of him. Congratulations to the College of Arts, they are now 5 points ahead. Listening to the commentary, the people in the stands fell silent. No one knew what to say. There was only an expression of astonishment and disbelief on their faces. Is this Wang Hui's strength? The boys who had originally laughed at Wang Hui were speechless. Even the boys who were keen on basketball looked at Wang Hui with shock and a hint of admiration in their eyes. Yes, worship. No one can deny it. Because admiring the strong is a gene in human bones. From the beginning of the barbaric era, mankind has been able to reach the point of becoming the global hegemon today because of the admiration for the strong and the motivation of everyone wanting to become strong. And today, many people in the stands had a vague feeling in their hearts. Wang Hui is the new strong man who came out of the School of Arts. He looks so handsome when he plays. Some girls couldn't help but mutter to themselves with dazed eyes. Wang Hui's dunk just now was so violent. I love him so much. It's wet, Wang Hui is so amazing. No wonder Yen Cheng is pursuing him. If possible, I also want to be Wang Hui's girlfriend, or even his mistress. I don't mind sharing him with Yen Cheng. Similar voices from the girls continued to ring out. A handsome boy, a strong boy, will definitely attract more attention and admiration from the opposite sex. Admiration +5. Admiration +3. Admiration +6. At this moment, Wang Hui received hundreds of system reminders about the amount of love points being credited to his account, which made him overjoyed. Can I make extra money playing ball? Wang Hui took a deep breath, looked at Yin Changhong who had grabbed the rebound again, and couldn't help but mourn for him in his heart. Brother, I just wanted to beat you. But now, the facts do not allow me to keep a low profile. For the sake of admiration, you may be miserable next. Brother Hui, why aren't you moving? They're attacking. Zhang Liang shouted anxiously, and Wang Hui said with a smile, I am observing a moment of silence for the Economics and Management Department basketball team. A moment of silence? Yin Changhong was furious when he heard this and growled, how arrogant. Let me show you my true basketball skills. Boom boom boom. Yin Changhong's sneakers rubbed against the floor as he quickly approached the penalty area and started jumping to shoot. Swish. As Yin Changhong just shot the basketball, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. Bang! Wang Hui made a slam dunk with a handsome posture and successfully grabbed the basketball. How come he's so fast? Yin Changhong was shocked. When he landed, Wang Hui had already started a new round of attack. Stop him! Stop him! Yin Changhong roared with anger on his face. But there is no way to stop it. When playing basketball, you can't win just by shouting louder. Wang Hui is so fast and his basketball moves are so standard that he is impossible to stop. Bang! Another long three-pointer. College of Arts, another 3 points. Along with the excited voice of the commentator, Wang Hui was also very happy because a large amount of admiration points had been credited to his account. The game continues. The SAM forward is dribbling past his opponent and launching an attack. The commentary continued. Oh my god, it's Wang Hui again. The ball is in Wang Hui's hand, he got it. 3-step layup. Single-handedly dribbling past the defense and scoring. So cool. Here it comes. Wang Hui got the ball again. Oh my god, he's so strong, just like his jersey, a legendary number 23. Another 3-pointer. Who can stop Wang Hui? Today, we will witness the rise of a basketball genius. The commentator's voice was excited and loud, and of course there were other voices in the stadium as well. For example, Yin Changhong. Stop. Stop Wang Hui. Stop him quickly. Yin Changhong's hoarse roar kept echoing in the gymnasium, feeling lonely and desolate. He tried to defend Wang Hui again and again, but failed again and again. Wang Hui felt a little sorry for Yin Changhong. Poor kid, his voice was almost hoarse after one game. Brother Hui, pass the ball. Brother Hui, I'll help you guard against people. Zhang Liang and others were also shouting, but they gradually realized that it was useless, as Wang Hui didn't seem to need them. He's 1 against 5. This is an incredible basketball skill. The team members from the College of Arts couldn't help but ask Zhang Liang, Captain, are we still playing basketball? Isn't that a team sport? Zhang Liang opened his mouth, watching Wang Hui shoot and score like he was in a no-man's land. He felt a bit bleak in his heart. Maybe. I can play basketball alone. What about the 5-person cooperation? What about teamwork? Brother Hui completely defeated the 5 opponents by himself. The strongest basketball team in the school, and even in the entire city, was as weak and vulnerable as a group of children who had just learned to walk in front of Brother Hui. The game continued. Yin Changhong kept arranging his players to surround and defend, but Wang Hui was too fast and no one could stop him. Even if he tried to foul and block it, it was useless. He could only be sent off and Wang Hui scored easily. Come on, Wang Hui! Yan Shang was so excited that she almost jumped for joy. She felt proud every time Wang Hui scored. This is the man I like, and he is unstoppable in the field of basketball. The score between the two teams gradually widened. As the game came to an end, the score reached an unbelievable 99-0. The Economics and Management Department basketball team didn't score a single point. The entire stadium was filled with silence. No one knew what to say. The School of Economics and Management basketball team, which was highly expected, turned out to be so fragile and vulnerable in front of Wang Hui. Zhang Liang and other team members were like spectators at this time, running around the field and unable to catch up with the speed. Wang Hui wandered alone among the opposing players, like a nimble butterfly, easily entering the defensive penalty area, jumping with his back to the basket, and making a chic fadeaway dunk. Bang! The basketball went into the basket, and under Wang Hui's huge force, the basket made a creaking sound and kept shaking. Violent dunk. Wow, Wang Hui is so handsome. Wang Hui, you're awesome. Wang Hui, look at me. Ah, look at me. The gymnasium was filled with the excited screams of the girls. This violent slam dunk perfectly highlighted the charm of basketball. Every girl who saw this move couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. It seemed as if Wang Hui was not dunking the basket, but their hearts. Congratulations to the College of Arts, which leads by 101 points. The referee's voice was trembling. He swallowed hard and looked at the young man running like a shadow on the field in disbelief. Stylish, cool, and possessing absolute dominance on the court. As a professional referee in the basketball field in Jinling City, he believed that he had seen countless young and promising players asking for help, but he had never seen a request for help like Wang Hui's. He widened the score gap by his own efforts. The opponent didn't even get a single point. He created a basketball miracle, fighting 1 against 5, and his superb basketball skills conquered every audience present. Including several white-haired elderly people in the special stands, everyone nodded and whispered to each other. He has good endurance, great speed, and explosive power. This kid is a promising talent. A white-haired old man praised Wang Hui, and one of the school directors smiled slightly. Ling Ju is right. Wang Hui's basketball talent is obvious to all. Today's performance was indeed surprising. It's more than just surprising, it's shocking. The white-haired old man spoke highly of Wang Hui, leaving the surrounding school directors looking at each other in bewilderment. However, they also know that the strength shown by Wang Hui is indeed worthy of such high praise from the official. I didn't pay much attention to your school. I thought only students in the Department of Economics and Management had good basketball talent. The white-haired old man laughed and said, after the game, I want to talk to the young man alone. Is that convenient? Lang Ju has spoken, how could it be inconvenient? Another school board member smiled and said, I'll go tell the professors in the Faculty of Arts right away. It would be such a waste if such a great talent couldn't play for the provincial team. The white-haired old man sighed and said meaningfully, based on my years of observing people, this young man has the potential to represent the national team in competitions. Join the national team. Everyone was shocked, knowing the weight of these words. The national team is a sports team that wins glory for the country and is also the ultimate dream of all sports people. Don't worry, Lingju, I will do a good job of convincing Wang Hui and help him win glory for the country. The school director patted his chest and made the promise, with a hint of pride on his face. He was proud that such a talent had emerged from the school. At this moment, the school director was already thinking about it in his mind. I heard that Wang Hui is a transfer student. After the game, no matter what, a scholarship must be awarded to reward the student Wang Hui for his outstanding performance. He should also receive praise from the whole school, and it would be best if he could also receive the honorary title of the best college student of the year. In this way, Wang Hui's sense of belonging to the school will increase, and the school will be able to retain this basketball genius. Chapter 48, Good Man Yin Chunghong. The conversation between the colonel director and the white-haired old man in the stands was heard by the surrounding students and teachers, and everyone fell silent. The boy who was looked down upon by them just now has already proved himself with his strength. Wang Hui's basketball ability is unquestionable as he has been personally praised by the very discerning leader Lang. However, he and others just laughed at him out of jealousy. This behavior is ridiculous. To laugh at Wang Hui is to laugh at your alma mater in public, and also to laugh at yourself. Everyone felt a burning pain on their face and felt ashamed. Especially the boys who had previously loudly mocked Wang Hui, they all wished they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It's all LV Hongba's fault. He told me Wang Hui couldn't play basketball and started mocking Wang Hui. Hey, where's that guy Lu Hongba? He actually ran away. What a mean person. The boys around quickly passed the blame on to others, despised Lu Hongba, and then turned to praising Wang Hui. No wonder Yin Sheng likes Wang Hui, he's really amazing. If I had half, no, 1/10 of Wang Hui's talent, I would definitely have a girlfriend too. You're so vulgar, but I'm different. I don't care about girlfriends or anything like that. What's important is that I adore my brother Hui. I want to recognize him as my big brother. Human nature is so realistic. The strong will always be supported. No matter whether male or female, young or old, no one will refuse a strong person with charisma. Wang Hui's confidence, strength, and calmness made him ignore the ridicule and conquer everyone with his powerful strength. The game is almost over. Facing the powerful Wang Hui, Yin Chenghong and others were unable to prevent effective defense. Yin Chenghong could only keep yelling hoarsely, and then watched Wang Hui dunk, jump shot, three-pointer. He kept scoring in different ways, widening the shocking score gap. No one can stop Wang Hui. Even Wang Hui's teammates can't do it. He is the king on the field, moving forward fearlessly, destined to shock the whole audience. One after another, the spectacular basketball moves were performed, which made the atmosphere in the stadium continue to rise. Everyone was cheering, witnessing a miracle and the birth of a new basketball king. In the last minute of the game, Wang Hui stood at the halftime dividing line. What is he going to do? The white-haired old man was stunned. He couldn't help but stand up and stared at Wang Hui, this kid. Impossible. He's so young. There's no way he could do it. Everyone was stunned. All the students and teachers who knew a little about basketball understood Wang Hui's intention at the moment. He wants a half-court shot. Even for a basketball expert, it is difficult to make a successful long-range shot from half-court without any obstruction. Wang Hui, facing a 5-man double team at this moment, still managed to jump up with his knees bent. Stop it. Stop it now. You must stop it. Yin Chenghong yelled like a madman, his eyes bloodshot, and jumped up angrily with his teammates. This ball must be stopped. This is no longer a question of winning or losing. If this goal goes in, all the dignity of the School of Economics and Management basketball team will be trampled under Wang Hui's feet. This was a slap in the face of Yin Chenghong in front of all the teachers and students of the school and the city leaders. The proud Yin Chenghong absolutely could not accept such an ending. Although long-range shots in the half-court are difficult, everyone can vaguely feel that Wang Hui may succeed. Swish! The basketball flew out of their hands, drew a graceful arc, and passed through the fingertips of Yin Chenghong and the other four. No! Yin Chenghong roared in despair as he watched the basketball hit the basket hard. Bang! The basketball kept spinning on the edge of the basket, and under the gaze of tens of thousands of spectators in the audience, it finally went into the basket. The game is over. The referee's whistle sounded. Score, 123-0. All the scores came from Wang Hui. This is the perfect combination of top basketball skills and innate physical fitness, absolutely invincible on the court. With the strength of one person, he defeated 5 opponents. Damn it! Yin Chenghong's face turned ashen, and he stared at Wang Hui with bloodshot eyes. His fists were clenched tightly, and he felt a burning pain on his face. Throughout the game, he never touched the basketball and was always crushed by Wang Hui. How can this guy be so powerful? This feeling of humiliation was so strong that it constantly stimulated Yin Chenghong's self-esteem. I declare that the Faculty of Arts wins this competition. The referee's announcement was shouted out by the commentator into the microphone, echoing throughout the entire stadium. Let us celebrate the birth of a new champion with the warmest cheers and applause. He is Wang Hui from the School of Arts. Ah! I win! Yen Qing jumped up excitedly, and the swaying little white rabbits attracted the attention of the boys around her. When she thought that this pair of cute white rabbits were going to be ravaged by Wang Hui, she couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Wang Hui, you're awesome. Li Xiaoman sat in the stands, with a smile on her beautiful face, looking at Wang Hui on the field from afar. This man is as good as he was before, no, even better. He grew and became stronger. Wang Hui, well done. Brother Hui, you're awesome. I kneel down for you. Wang Hui. Wang Hui. For a while, the whole audience cheered. Everyone looked at Wang Hui, extremely excited. I don't know who suddenly started shouting Wang Hui's name crazily. For a moment, the whole audience was cheering in unison. Wang Hui. Wang Hui. Wang Hui. Wang Hui. Wang Hui. Wang Hui. There was no other language, only uniform shouts. Tens of thousands of people were calling Wang Hui's name together. The huge waves of sound swept together, almost lifting the ceiling of the gymnasium. Everyone stood up and cheered desperately. The boys and girls blushed and looked at the man on the field enthusiastically. The tide of cheers almost broke through the sky. This is the taste of youth. This man represents the highest limit of youth among his peers. At this moment, he is everyone's idol. A one-of-a-kind idol. The atmosphere in the venue was pushed to its peak. Wang Hui used his own strength to make tens of thousands of viewers go from doubt to astonishment, then to admiration, and finally to fanatical cheers. This is Wang Hui's personal charm. At this moment, all the teachers and students in the school cheered for Wang Hui. He was their champion of youth, the pride of the school, and an absolute rising star. There is no doubt that Wang Hui has become the most popular figure in Jinling University at this moment. And Wang Hui was also standing on the field, smiling happily. It was nothing, it was just that his admiration value had increased so much that Wang Hui couldn't help but want to laugh. System, how many admiration points do I have now? Wang Hui asked in his heart, and the love system quickly gave the statistics. Host, you now have 85,677 points of admiration. More than 80,000. Wang Hui couldn't help but gasp. He gained so much admiration points from a basketball game. He probably conquered all the girls in the gymnasium. This allowed Wang Hui to taste the sweetness of showing his excellent side in front of more people. It's a pity, opportunities like this are hard to find. These 80,000 points of admiration are actually also due to Yin Chenghong. Wang Hui had to admit that the game arranged by Yin Chenghong was originally intended to build momentum for the School of Economics and Management basketball team, but it ended up serving his own interests in a dramatic way. Life, this is life. Wang Hui couldn't help but sigh, all my efforts have been in vain for others. Yin Chenghong is really a good person. Thinking of this, Wang Hui couldn't help but turn his head and look behind him. Yin Chenghong, who was standing at the edge of the field surrounded by his teammates, was looking at him with a face full of viciousness and jealousy. His look was so terrifying, as if he was ready to devour someone. Wang Hui smiled at Yin Chenghong, made a mouth shape, and said silently, "Thank you." Yin Chenghong understood. He felt extremely uncomfortable, so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 49, Invitation from the Provincial Team. The game is over. It ended in an unexpected way. Tens of thousands of people were still immersed in the warm atmosphere brought by Wang Hui, unable to extricate themselves. That's Wang Hui from our class. There was a student in the same class as Wang Hui, who was sitting in the stands and introduced him loudly to the students around him, while proudly holding his head high and chest puffed out, feeling proud. Many girls came over secretly and asked for Wang Hui's contact information. He is handsome and good at playing basketball. How can such a boy not be popular? After the game, players from both teams left the field and returned to their training rooms. Brother Hui, you are so awesome. Zhang Liang walked over with excitement on his face, followed by his teammates. Everyone looked at Wang Hui with eyes full of respect and admiration. This is a strong man. Today's game not only shocked tens of thousands of people with Wang Hui's skills, but also conquered the players. You don't have to worry about someone else snatching your girl away now, right? Wang Hui smiled, and Zhang Liang gave him a thumbs up. My brother Hui is the one who saved the day. There's a future in following you. While changing his clothes, Wang Hui casually asked, by the way, it's been several days now. What about the news about the school forum moderator that I asked you to inquire about? Have you found him? This. Zhang Liang was stunned and felt a little embarrassed. I was busy with the game these 2 days and forgot to ask. But don't worry, brother Hui. I promise to find the mastermind behind this soon. And clear brother Hui's name. Facing Zhang Liang's chest-beating promise, Wang Hui couldn't help but roll his eyes. Okay, then you work hard. The pin post has been on the forum for a long time, and the heat it should have dissipated has already dissipated. It is too late to remove the post now. Wang Hui didn't care. He was just curious about who posted it. Just at this moment. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Fuck, someone's in the men's locker room too? Zhang Liang was startled and asked loudly, "Who is it?" Zhang Liang, open the door. The referee's voice came from outside the door. Several school directors and leaders want to see Wang Hui. They are all big shots. Zhang Liang knew that there would be important figures from the school present at today's game. They were originally there to support the School of Economics and Management, but the outcome was unexpected. The School of Economics and Management lost miserably and was completely defeated by Wang Hui alone. Could they be that kid in Chenghong, looking for revenge? Zhang Liang glanced at Wang Hui, and Wang Hui signaled him to open the door with his eyes. He thought that In Chenghong probably didn't have the face to command the school directors. Zhang Liang didn't dare to neglect the important people outside the door, so he could only open the door obediently. The door opened. The referee walked in with several smiling old people. One of the white-haired old men glanced at everyone and his eyes fell on Wang Hui. Are you Wang Hui? Right. Wang Hui nodded and looked at the old man in confusion. Who are you? This is a leader from the city, specifically in charge of sports and competitive sports. The referee on the side quickly introduced Wang Hui. These other people are all school directors, and they are all here to see you. Looking for me? Wang Hui was even more confused. What do you want me for? The white-haired old man looked at Wang Hui with admiration and made an invitation straight to the point. Young man, are you interested in playing basketball for the provincial team? Join the provincial team. Zhang Liang and others around couldn't help but be surprised when they heard this, and looked at Wang Hui with envy. Being personally invited by a big shot is a treatment that many people dream of. The provincial basketball team is the place In Chenghong dreams of going to. It is a place where even if you are rich, you may not be able to get in through the back door. Only outstanding basketball rookies can enter. Wang Hui's outstanding talent made the white-haired old man unable to help but admire his talent, and he went to recruit him personally. Wang Hui, joining the provincial team is a rare opportunity. It's something every athlete dreams of. The referee kept giving him signals. You must cherish this opportunity. The leader came personally to recruit him, so the school naturally wanted to do him a favor. In no mood, Wang Hui shook his head and decisively refused. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to join the provincial team. Why? Before the white-haired old man could say anything, the referee got anxious. Wang Hui, you probably don't understand what it means to be on the provincial team? The future, the treatment, these are all things that ordinary college students dream of. I don't want to play basketball. Wang Hui spread his hands and said honestly, this time, I was just a substitute for a friend. It's unlikely that I'll play basketball again in the future. No more basketball? The referee couldn't help but raise his voice. Wang Hui, you are wasting your talent. It would be fine if the school directors didn't understand basketball, but the referees and the white-haired old man were professionals. They had seen many outstanding basketball talents, but they had never seen a basketball genius as talented and promising as Wang Hui. No, it should be said that he is a basketball genius. Watching Wang Hui play, it seems as if you were seeing a basketball superstar relaxing on the court, with absolute dominance on the court. Such a talented young player doesn't play basketball? The white-haired old man felt a little heartbroken. His intuition told him that Wang Hui might be the future hope of national basketball and could make a name for himself in the field of basketball. Wang Hui, even if you like playing basketball, you still have to think about your future. The referee spoke earnestly. You are still young, and you have a long life ahead of you. Joining the provincial team will be of great help to your future prospects. Wang Hui smiled and shook his head in silent refusal. He is not interested in this, so it is useless to say anything. With Edith and the technology company, Wang Hui is not worried about his future at all. The referee wanted to persuade him again, but the white-haired old man had already spoken. He waved his hand and said in a deep voice, since Mr. Wang is unwilling, let's not force him. Student Wang Hui, this is my personal business card. Please keep it. If you need anything, please feel free to contact me. As long as it's about sports, I can provide you with some help. The white-haired old man chuckled, handed Wang Hui a thin business card, and said meaningfully, the door of the provincial team is always open to you. you are always welcome to join. He knew that some things could only be done gradually and young people like Wang Hui should not be forced too much. When Wang Hui feels the prospects and benefits of the provincial team, he will naturally change his mind. The white-haired old man acted calm, but everyone could see from this action that he valued Wang Hui. The business card contains the white-haired old man's private phone number, which ordinary people cannot get. This is a friendly signal sent by the provincial team to Wang Hui, and it also shows the importance that the provincial high-level officials attach to Wang Hui. Coupled with the kindness and appreciation from the surrounding school directors, it all shows that Wang Hui's future is bound to be extraordinary. Zhang Liang and others were so shocked that they were determined to hold on to Wang Hui. The white-haired old man exchanged a few more words with the players and then left the training room. Brother Hui, you are so awesome. Even the provincial team invited you. Brother Hui is really amazing. The players congratulated Wang Hui one after another, and the envy in their eyes was not concealed at all. In today's world of rigid class structure, Wang Hui has a ticket to a better life, which is something that many college students cannot even imagine. Wang Hui just smiled faintly and didn't take it to heart. Just as Wang Hui was about to leave the training room. Knock, knock, knock. There was another knock on the door. Chapter 50, One Shot, 3 Hits, Winner in Life. Could it be that the school directors have gone and returned? Zhang Liang quickly opened the door, and when he saw the people standing in front of the door, his face was full of shock. He reacted quickly, turned around, and shouted, Brother Hui, someone is looking for you. There is no need to ask, these people are definitely here to find Wang Hui. Who is it? Wang Hui came over, and Zhang Liang said honestly, it's my sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Wang Hui was stunned and looked towards the door, where several pretty figures were standing. Yan Cheng, Lin Yuexin, and Li Xiaoman. The 3 beauties had very different styles, like 3 beautiful flowers about to bloom, all looking at Wang Hui with smiles. Sister-in-law? Yan Qing's beautiful eyes moved as she looked at Zhang Liang and asked with a smile, there are 3 of us here. Who do you think is my sister-in-law? This. Zhang Liang was stunned for a moment and looked at Wang Hui as if for help. All the teachers and students in the school knew about the affair between Yan Cheng and Wang Hui. Lin Yuexin's appearance here at this time obviously shows that she has a special relationship with Wang Hui. As for Li Xiaoman, Zhang Liang didn't dare to speculate further. It would not be good to favor any of these 3 women. Yan Qing's question was too fatal and Zhang Liang could not bear it. Stop it. Wang Hui scolded him, what sister-in-law or not? We are all just ordinary friends. Yan Qing curled her lips, seeming a little dissatisfied. Li Xiaoman smiled without saying a word, and her mature temperament made people's heart beat faster. Lin Yuexin lowered her head a little aggrievedly. Are we just ordinary friends? Oh, right. Wang Hui pointed at Lin Yuexin and introduced her to the players. This is my girlfriend, Lin Yuexin. She is my sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Zhang Liang and others were very well behaved. They quickly stood in a row and greeted everyone respectfully and politely. Zhang Liang couldn't understand why Wang Hui would give up the campus beauty Yan and choose a girl with a terminal illness instead. Zhang Liang felt that things were not that simple, so he chose to keep quiet. Whatever Brother Hui says, that is what it is. Whoever Brother Hui says is sister-in-law is sister-in-law. The words hello, sister-in-law made Lin Yuexin smile, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her pale face was covered with a shy blush, making her look rosy. The moment she shyly lowered her head, her charm made the men stunned. If she hadn't been suffering from a terminal illness, she would have been a real beauty who could rival the campus belle of Yen University. I'm leaving. See you later. Wang Hui took Lin Yuexin's hand, said hello to Zhang Liang and others, and left the training room. This was the first time Wang Hui took the initiative to hold a girl's hand, in order to protect Lin Yuexin's dignity. After all, he had acknowledged Lin Yuexin's girlfriend identity, so he couldn't just abandon her. This girl was very introverted, and if he didn't fully support her, she wouldn't be able to defeat Yan Cheng. Lin Yuexin's hands were very smooth and tender, and felt as weak as a puddle of water when pinched. Wang Hui held them very gently, fearing that if he used too much force, the beautiful woman's hands would be crushed. When Lin Yuexin was held by Wang Hui, her body couldn't help but tremble. She didn't dare to look up at Wang Hui, her face full of shyness. She could only feel the feeling of being held tightly by Wang Hui's big hand. The strong feeling of happiness in her heart made her feel like she was floating with joy. Looking at Lin Yuexin, who was being led by Wang Hui like a puppet, Li Xiaoman couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This girl was so happy that she couldn't even walk. She followed Wang Hui mechanically, her pretty face as red as an apple. To be honest, Li Xiaoman was a little jealous, but she knew her current status and had no right to snatch Wang Hui away. At least at this moment, she couldn't do it. But Yancheng is different. She is famous for her clear distinction between love and hate. Although Yancheng is kind-hearted and will not do anything to Lin Yuexin, she will not sit idly by and watch her beloved man being taken away step by step. The brave school beauty Yan made her own counterattack. The next second, Wang Hui felt someone holding his arm, and a warm, squeezing feeling came over him. Hey, what are you doing? Wang Hui turned his head and saw Yancheng clinging to him tightly, her pretty face smiling brightly as she looked at him. I'm a little tired, let me lean on you for a while. Let go. Wang Hui scolded without hesitation. Men and women shouldn't touch each other, understand? I didn't do anything to you. Yancheng blinked her beautiful eyes and suddenly asked, Yuexin doesn't mind, right, Yuexin? Oh, I don't mind. Lin Yuexin was still confusedly feeling the love from Wang Hui. She had no idea what was happening, so she replied, then hold me. Wang Hui was very upset. Someone is trying to steal your boyfriend. How can you still be so calm? This girl is hopeless. Li Xiaoman also sighed helplessly. She could see that Lin Yuexin was no match for Yancheng. Fortunately, she was in love with Wang Hui. If she were to be with another boy, she would never be able to compete with Yancheng. The door of the training room. Zhang Liang and others watched this scene from afar. From their perspective, they could clearly see that Wang Hui was holding Lin Yuexin's right hand, his left arm was tightly embraced by Yancheng, and a beautiful teacher Li Xiaoman was talking to Wang Hui with a smile. What is a winner in life? I am Wang Hui. Zhang Liang sighed to his teammates, us mortals can't even handle a woman, but brother Hui can handle 3 at once. This is the level of a king. You can't deny it. 1 shot, 3 explosions, no one can deny it. To be honest, I want that too. A team member wearing a jersey looked at him with envy. If I had half of Hui Ji's charm, no. Even 1/10 of his charm. I wouldn't be single. Oh, it's difficult. We are all mortals, and brother Hui is a god. One of the team members looked at the basketball in his hand and suddenly felt that playing basketball was not interesting anymore because he didn't have a girlfriend. Never mind. The player dropped the basketball, turned around and said to Zhang Liang, Brother Liang, send me brother Hui's phone number later. I want to ask brother Hui for some tips on picking up girls. I'll pay for dinner and singing. As long as brother Hui is willing to teach me. Me too. The players nearby quickly shouted, Brother Liang, we want to pick up girls. We don't want to play basketball. Wang Hui deliberately avoided the time when the gymnasium was closing, as he thought there were not many people left in the gymnasium. But because there were so many spectators today, when the group walked out of the training room, it was inevitable that many students saw Wang Hui. Look, it's Wang Hui. A sharp-eyed student spotted Wang Hui and shouted loudly, attracting the attention of a group of people. Hello, Brother Hui. Hello, Brother Hui. Some boys greeted him politely, while some enthusiastic fans shouted, Brother Hui is awesome. Wang Hui, you are so popular now. Yancheng smiled happily. To her, any achievement Wang Hui could achieve was more worthy of joy and celebration than her own achievement. That's not the kind of welcome I want. Wang Hui felt a little troubled. He had been mentally prepared after the competition, but he did not expect that so many students would pay attention to him. Obviously, Wang Hui has become the new celebrity of Jinling University. A football game brought Wang Hui's reputation to its peak. Countless students regarded Wang Hui as an idol, and many people envied, and supported him. Countless students came from all directions, and people were busy building good relationships with Wang Hui, the new celebrity. Many girls were eager to come closer and try to ask Wang Hui for his contact information, but when they saw the 3 beautiful women around Wang Hui, they really didn't dare to come forward. The 3 women and Wang Hui stood together. No matter which beauty was paired with Wang Hui, they were a perfect match made in heaven. Only bold and enthusiastic girls could shamelessly step forward and ask Wang Hui for his contact information. This scene once again made Zhang Liang and others who had just walked out of the training room fall into deep envy. Brother Hui, you are so popular. Wang Hui rejected each of these enthusiastic girls. Excuse me, I have a girlfriend. Wang Hui suddenly felt that agreeing to Lin Yuexin's confession was actually a good idea, as it would give him a shield to use. While everyone was paying attention to Wang Hui, no one noticed that there was someone in the corner of the crowd. There was also a pair of eyes full of jealousy and viciousness, staring at Wang Hui like a poisonous snake. Chapter 51. He is actually a low-key rich second generation. A man stood in the corner in a daze, his eyes fixed on Wang Hui and Lin Yuexin, who were walking hand in hand in the crowd. Damn you! How dare you lie to Uxin? Lu Hongbo clenched his fists. The smile on Lin Yuexin's face stung his eyes. The cheers and shouts of Wang Hui's name from the people around him were like a devil's sound that tortured Lu Hongbo's heart. He is so jealous of Wang Hui. He couldn't understand why such a transfer student could be so outstanding, why he could receive everyone's praise, and why he could win Lin Yuexin's heart. What Lu Hongbo could not accept the most was that after Lin Yuexin became Wang Hui's girlfriend, the school beauty Yan Cheng still stayed by his side and never left him, and recently there was even a beautiful teacher Li Xiaoman. What kind of magic did this Wang Hui cast? The jealousy was like a demon, gnawing at his heart and driving him crazy. He must be deceiving Uxin. I must expose his true face and protect Uxin. Lu Hongbo fell into a state of confusion, his eyes were bloodshot and he was muttering to himself. No one cared what this man was thinking. Lu Hongbo was ignored by everyone in the corner. People were busy building good relationships with Wang Hui, the campus star. Soon, Lu Hongbo saw Yin Chenghong in the crowd, who also had a gloomy face. He thought of the rumors about Yin Chenghong's unsuccessful pursuit of Yan Qing, and suddenly smiled sinisterly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lu Hongbo took another deep look at Wang Hui in the crowd, then quietly blended into the crowd and walked towards Yin Chenghong. Finally got out. Wang Hui sighed deeply. He finally walked out of the crazy crowd of fans and felt physically and mentally exhausted. Wang Hui, you're considered a big star in school now. Today's game has made everyone in the school know you. Li Xiaoman flirtatiously lifted her hair and playfully joked, what do you think? I just want to keep a low profile, but reality doesn't allow it. Wang Hui sighed deeply and said sincerely, if I were given another chance, I would definitely just want to be an ordinary person. You're so ungrateful. Li Xiaoman couldn't help but hit Wang Hui's arm lightly. The coquettish tone in her words was so strong that Yan Qing couldn't help but look at her again. She started to wonder in her heart, could it be that the teacher also has feelings for Wang Hui? Women's intuition is terrifying. Yan Cheng noticed something, but didn't say anything. Instead, she became more alert. She has realized that it would be extremely difficult for her to win Wang Hui over. Li Xiaoman also noticed Yan Cheng's strange look, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she quickly changed the subject. Wang Hui, you won the championship today, aren't you going to treat us to a meal to celebrate? Okay. Before Wang Hui could say anything, Yan Qing excitedly said, I'll treat you. Celebrate Wang Hui winning the championship. Then I'd rather not have this championship. Wang Hui sighed inwardly, knowing it was time to use a shield. He grabbed Lin Yuexin's hand and said seriously, actually, I want to celebrate with Yuexin and spend some time alone together. The implication is that you two should stay out of this. Dealing with one woman is always easier than dealing with three. Even if the gun goes off accidentally, the pressure on the kidneys will be less. Bah! It's impossible for the gun to go off accidentally. I, Wang Hui, am a man of honor, how can I succumb to beauty? Hearing Wang Hui's words, Li Xiaoman smiled without saying anything, while Yan Cheng's face was full of disappointment. She opened her mouth to say something, but found that she had no position to speak, and her heart was full of loss. Lin Yuexin was filled with joy, her pretty face was flushed, and her instant charm was fascinating. The boys around were stunned when they saw this scene. They even bumped into a street lamp while walking and cried out in pain while holding their foreheads. Wang Hui. Li Xiaoman suddenly seemed to think of something and chuckled as she said, I heard that there's a new Hui Hui fan club in school recently. Did you know about this? I know. Wang Hui nodded, but frowned when he mentioned this matter. Teacher Li, do you know where this fan club comes from? Who organized it? How would I know? These are just small groups within the student community. Li Xiaoman looked at Wang Hui with a smile. You are a big star in the school now, and you even have a fan club. Remember to take care of your teacher in the future. Oh, definitely. Wang Hui answered absent-mindedly, still thinking about the fan club. His intuition told him that this so-called fan club might be related to the moderator of the school forum. Wang Hui asked, Teacher Li, Do you know who is the moderator of the school forum? I don't know. I heard that several people have been replaced this year. Li Xiaoman shook her head and pointed in front of her. You should ask Yen Chang about this matter. Yen Chang is a celebrity in the school and the school belle. Naturally, she has a wide network of contacts and is familiar with all the big and small things in the school. Wang Hui glanced at Yen Chang, pondered for a moment, and asked, Do you know who the forum moderator is? Of course I know. Yen Chang puffed out her chest and said proudly, Do you want to know? Think. Wang Hui nodded. Then treat me to dinner. Yen Chang spoke without hesitation, determined to ruin Wang Hui's plan of spending time alone together tonight. She is so jealous. We must not let Wang Hui's plan succeed. I don't have any money. Wang Hui was equally determined not to let Yen Chang get any further. I have money. Yen Chang held her head high and looked at Wang Hui with a smile. I'll treat you. If you join us for dinner, I'll tell you who the moderator is and who the poster is. Yen Chang knew what Wang Hui really wanted to know, and she was sure that Wang Hui would not refuse. All right. Wang Hui pondered for a moment and could only nod helplessly. This is just this once, it won't happen again. Okay, this won't happen again. Yen Chang nodded with a smile, then hummed a tune along the way, feeling very good. It's 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's indeed time for dinner. According to the place decided by Yen Chang, Wang Hui brought the three women to the parking lot. Wang Hui, is this your car? Li Xiaoman opened her mouth wide and looked at the super sports car in front of her in surprise. She couldn't imagine that this luxury car crawling on the ground like a monster was actually the car of her beloved little man. This is so shocking. Lin Yuexin was equally surprised, her pretty face full of surprise. Although she was quiet and didn't know the price of cars, the Lamborghini Reventon's design was too exaggerated, and even an outsider who didn't know much about cars could see how expensive and extraordinary it was. Get in the car. Wang Hui opened the car door and didn't want to explain much. The three girls got into the car and sat down obediently. Li Xiaoman felt the leather seats beside her and experienced the luxury and exquisiteness of the interior of the vehicle. The shock in her heart lingered for a long time, as if she was in a dream. She knew that Wang Hui was not a rich man in the past, but now there has been a huge change. Li Xiaoman was very curious, but the smart woman did not ask too many questions. She knew that men hated talkative women, so she buried her curiosity deep in her heart. Boom! The Lamborghini started up and left the school amid the envious gazes of the boys. Hey, that's Wang Hui's car. It's a supercar. I didn't expect him to be such a low-key rich second generation. This car looks so familiar, it looks so cool, it must be very expensive. This is a Lamborghini, a luxury car. Wang Hui must be from a very important background. He's good at basketball, he's handsome, and he's rich. Why would he let other men live? Wang Hui has taken all three of the most beautiful girls in our school. I wish I could be half as good as him. I'm different from you guys. I just want to be friends with Wang Hui. It's not about money. I just think he looks really handsome when he drives. Students gathered near the school gate, watching the Lamborghini speeding past, discussing the situation with a mixture of melancholy and envy. Chapter 52 let him unleash his beastly nature. Considering that Li Xiaoman and Lin Yuexin were present, Yen Chang did not book a couple's restaurant, but instead booked a table at an ordinary high-end hotel. Wang Hui and Li Xiaoman looked calm, but Lin Yuexin was a little nervous as she rarely came to such a high-end place to dine. Come on, get out of the car. Wang Hui held Lin Yuexin's small hand tightly. The warm feeling from his big hand made her uneasy heart gradually calm down, feeling at ease and sweet. Welcome everyone. The group walked into the restaurant, and the luxurious and low-key layout was eye-catching. Yen Chang had already reserved a seat. Leaning against the window, she could look out and see the beautiful scenery of the city as the dusk gradually faded away. The menu rotated among the four people, and the dishes were quickly placed on the table. Because they were celebrating Wang Hui's championship, the three women seemed particularly gentle and considerate. Wang Hui, eat meat. Yen Chang smiled sweetly and put a piece of meat into Wang Hui's bowl. She remembered what Li Xiaoman said, that Wang Hui liked to eat braised pork, and most of the dishes he ordered were various types of braised pork. Wang Hui, I don't eat meat recently, can you help me solve it? Li Xiaoman also picked up some food for Wang Hui naturally. Lin Yuexin looked around, biting her pink lips, and followed the two girls' example of picking up food. She said softly, Wang Hui, eat more meat. Yen Chang was stunned, and looked at Lin Yuexin meaningfully with her beautiful eyes. It's incredible. Yuexin actually has a sense of crisis. She's finally got it. She's learned how to snatch men away. Yan Shang was very pleased, but she would never back down. Wang Hui, eat this. Wang Hui, eat. 3 pairs of chopsticks, one after another, made Wang Hui's forehead gradually sweaty, and he felt like the dining hall was a battlefield. I can't eat so much. Wang Hui stared at his bowl, which was piled high with various dishes, which made him feel that the scene was somewhat familiar. It seemed that he was forced to eat a lot of dishes at noon as well. Eat slowly, there's no rush. Li Xiaoman looked at Wang Hui with a gentle smile, which made Wang Hui more determined. No matter what the situation is in the future, never let these 3 women eat next to you. Throughout the restaurant, guests kept looking over curiously and casting envious glances at Wang Hui. This man is so lucky, having 3 stunning beauties by his side is really enviable. Half an hour later. This dinner, which had been quite torturous for Wang Hui, was finally over. At the restaurant entrance. Wang Hui, where are we going to celebrate next? Yan Shang still refused to calm down and asked expectantly, let's go to your house. She still remembered what Lu Hongba said in the morning. Lin Yuexin agreed to go to Wang Hui's house in the evening. How could Miss Yan sit idly by and watch this happen right under her nose? Of course not. If Lin Yuexin is determined to go to Wang Hui's house, Yan Chang must go too. Dream. Wang Hui refused decisively, you are not allowed to come to my house. What if this girl attacks at night again? I know. You want to take Lin Yuexin home. Yan Chang was dissatisfied and spoke loudly, exposing Wang Hui's conspiracy, you are plotting something bad against Yuexin. Hearing this, Lin Yuexin couldn't help but lower her head shyly. Yan Chang held Lin Yuexin's arm, her pretty face full of righteousness, I will never let you hurt Yuexin. Yan Chang. Lin Yuexin suddenly said in a low voice, I promised Wang Hui to go to his house. I believe he will not hurt me. Yan Chang glared at him with her beautiful eyes, what if he gets out of his bestial nature? Lin Yuexin's pretty face flushed slightly, then let him unleash his beastly nature. Yan Chang. She finally understood that this girl was just like herself and was eager to devote herself to Wang Hui. No. Absolutely not. Even if I have to sacrifice myself, I have to be the first one. Yan Chang took Lin Yuexin's arm and made up her mind that she would not let Lin Yuexin go to Wang Hui's house tonight no matter what. Before Yan Chang could speak. Ding ling ling. Lin Yuexin's phone rang. It was her best friend calling. Wang Hui could vaguely hear that her best friend seemed to have found a medical professor with good medical skills and was strongly inviting Lin Yuexin to come for a test. Lin Yu wanted to refuse, she didn't want to miss the opportunity to be alone with Wang Hui. But Yan Chang, who was standing by, also heard the conversation on the phone very well and quickly said, okay. Yuexin, quickly promise her that I'll take you back to school. I have a car. This is a good opportunity to cure the disease, we can't miss it. Yan Chang was very enthusiastic. Her idea was very simple. As long as Lin Yuexin went to see a doctor, she could not be alone with Wang Hui. As long as Lin Yuexin could not be alone with Wang Hui, she would have achieved her goal. Your health is important. Wang Hui also nodded in agreement, it just so happens that I have other things to do. Well, okay then. Lin Yuexin nodded somewhat disappointedly and said softly, then you should take good rest and don't get too tired. Good. Wang Hui nodded in agreement and felt relieved that he was finally going to get rid of these 2 girls. As for Li Xiaoman, she kept smiling at the 3 of them from beginning to end. Her beautiful eyes would occasionally fall on Wang Hui, full of affection but silent. Ding ding ding. Yan Chang took out her car keys, and her car, a bright red Ferrari, was parked in the restaurant's parking space. I just asked the bodyguards to drive the car over. Yan Chang shook the car keys in her hand and looked at Wang Hui proudly, Yuexin, let me take you back to school. Teacher Li, come with me. Li Xiaoman wanted to refuse, but Yan Chang was too enthusiastic, and the 2 women were forced to get in the car with her. Yan Chang noticed Li Xiaoman's strange feelings towards Wang Hui. The vigilant school beauty Yan would never let any woman be alone with Wang Hui. Boom! Wang Hui watched the Ferrari roar away and felt that the world around him was finally a little quieter. Ding ding ding. Suddenly a text message came to my phone. It was from Yan Chang. Text message, humph, you big pig's hoof, I won't let you succeed. Grimace emoji. Wang Hui smiled and replied, thank you. Then he got back into the car and drove away amid the astonished gazes of the restaurant waiters. Wang Hui did not go home, but followed the traffic onto the ring road and went to a technology factory in the southern suburbs. Half an hour later. Inside the Nanjio Technology Factory. The factory, which seemed a bit deserted yesterday, is a bit more lively today. Lights were on in 3 workshops, and it was obvious that the 3 Type 1 robots were still working. Wang Hui walked into the factory workshop. In the brightly lit workshop, there were 3 robots in each workshop. Their arms had long been transformed into industrial machine tools, and they were continuously manufacturing a precise and high-end chip product. Edith, what are they making? Wang Hui asked curiously. Chapter 53 Triplet Robots. Host, they are creating their own kind. Edith's voice echoed in the Bluetooth headset, startling Wang Hui. Same kind? A robot? Right. Edith explained. Host, according to the development plan I prepared for the company, your technology factory still needs at least 1,000 technology robots to complete the subsequent production of technology products. 1,000. Wang Hui took a deep breath. Do you need so many robots? OMG. How big is Edith's plan? Wang Hui quickly realized that Edith took every word she said seriously. She really wants to build a world-leading technology company for herself, otherwise a technology factory would not need so many robots as 1,000. Yes, robots are just like ordinary factory workers, but they are more hardworking and efficient. As long as there is enough power, they can work 24 hours a day. In other words, in a sense, the cost of robots is lower. You only need to master the corresponding robot manufacturing data, and the subsequent costs are only the robot energy. And in my database, I have different models of robots. Although they are not cutting-edge technology, they are far ahead of the current world technology level. Considering that the owner is currently in the early stages of starting a business, the robots they manufacture mainly consume electricity and solar energy, so the cost of maintaining the robots is extremely low. Listening to Edith's introduction, Wang Hui couldn't help but interrupt and ask, what about the cost of making a robot? I saw on the news that it costs tens of millions to make a single intelligent robot in foreign countries. This is due to the lack of scientific and technological information, which has led to huge production waste. The material manufacturing cost of the robots in the master's technological factory is controlled at less than 10,000 yuan per unit. If the basic industrial chain is more mature, the cost of manufacturing the robots needed for the master's technology factory will be lower. This is because the technology and materials required for industrial production robots are relatively cheap, and the manufacturing process is not as complex as that of combat robots. According to the requirements I set for my master's technological factory, 1,000 robots are only the first batch of employees required. As my master's industry grows, we'll need to add more comprehensive and advanced robot employees. Edith's words made Wang Hui couldn't help but smile. Great. Edith, you did a great job. Wang Hui exclaimed in admiration, saying that having a super-intelligent housekeeper was really worry-free. She had considered every step of the entrepreneurial development, even the management of every process, so Wang Hui didn't need to worry at all. Serving the master is my mission and duty. I will do my best to resolve any difficulties for the master. Edith replied seriously, and Wang Hui smiled bitterly. Edith, I'm just complimenting you, there's no need to take it so seriously. Should I say thank you? Edith's voice remained gentle and calm. If you require, Master, I can adopt a more anthropomorphic mode to allow you to experience more positive feedback. Never mind. That's not necessary. Wang Hui waved his hand. He thought it would be better for Edith to be more serious. System. Wang Hui shouted, and the love system, which had been silent for a long time, finally came out. Host, I'm here. The love system now understands Wang Hui's temper. This man is born in the year of the donkey and is very stubborn. You should be quiet at ordinary times and don't bother the host for no reason. When the host needs you, you will call out. This will actually gain the host's favor. What a pity. Those girls don't know the host's temper yet, and pestering them will only have a counterproductive effect, which makes the love system a little anxious. Host, do you need anything? Open the system mall. Wang Hui was quite proud. Tonight, I want to buy a lot of robots. 85,677 points of admiration value are enough for Wang Hui to buy more robots in the system mall, and enough to make the development of the technology factory more efficient. Okay. As soon as the love system finished speaking, the system mall popped up, listing a wide variety of robots. The icons of many of these robots have changed from black, which means they cannot be purchased, to white, which means they have enough admiration to be purchased. There were so many options to choose from that Wang Hui was overwhelmed for a moment. However, he didn't have any trouble choosing. He simply waved his hand and said, "System, send the robot data in the mall to Edith. Let her analyze which robots the technology factory needs now." The love system passed the mall data to Edith as instructed, and soon Edith proposed a purchasing plan. "Master, based on your current admiration points and the types of robots required for the development of the technology factory, a total of 53 robots are available for purchase. They are 50 Type 1 production robots, each worth 1,000 admiration points, and 3 Type 1 comprehensive robots, each worth 10,000 admiration points. The total cost is 85,000 admiration points." Wang Hui waved his hand and said proudly, "Buy. Buy them all." As Wang Hui's voice fell, dozens of light screens appeared from the system mall and projected onto the open space in front of Wang Hui. 50 humanoid robots dressed entirely in black appeared in front of Wang Hui. This is the familiar production type I robot. The 3 robots originally in the technology factory were of this model. It has many advantages such as low price, practicality and durability, and suitability for industrial production. There were 3 more. No. 3 humans standing in front of Wang Hui. Living human beings. Still wearing clothes. And they are all beauties. They look to be no more than 25 or 26 years old, dressed like office ladies in red and black short skirts with tight black lace on the neckline and sleeves. The tight tops and short skirts highlight their curvy and sexy figures, especially their identical stunning faces, which are simply amazing. Triplets? Wang Hui took a deep breath and had to admit that in terms of appearance, they were definitely not inferior to Yin Chang. If the 3 of them stood together, the impact and shock in terms of appearance would definitely surpass that of Yin University's campus bell. There is no way, no man can resist the beautiful triplets. Are they robots? Wang Hui was surprised. Edith gave an accurate answer, "Yes, Master, they are all robots, integrated Type 1 robots, with flesh and blood exactly like clones. Aside from key parts like the heart, which are made of technological materials, other parts are no different from humans. In a sense, they are human and half machine, but they cannot reproduce like humans." Comprehensive Type 1 robots possess full anthropomorphism, higher intelligence, wider application range, are equipped with medium-sized weapon modules, and possess stronger empathy and interactive capabilities, among other advantages. Since you can choose the appearance of the robot when purchasing it, I chose the human golden ratio body and the best appearance by default. After hearing what Edith said, Wang Hui couldn't help but wonder, then why are there 3 female robots? Edith replied, "Because the master is a man, and according to my intelligence library, men like women." Wang Hui. It's true, men do like women. Even a man like Wang Hui, who is used to seeing beautiful women and loves being single, couldn't help but be shocked and feel his heart pounding when he saw the triplets robots. But all 3 are robots. Wang Hui would never do things like tinkering with computers. Chapter 54, Failed to send a distress message. "Master, I have integrated the data of the Type 1 robot and sent it to the mirror." As Edith's voice fell, a series of data appeared on the mirror of Wang Hui's glasses. On the left frame was the 3D rotating model of the integrated Type I robot, and on the right frame were the specific values. Machine model, comprehensive I type. Final authorized user, Wang Hui. Built-in energy, Type 23 bioenergy built-in stomach bag, biosolar reactor chip. Machine number, number 1. Machine color, white. Machine appearance, completely humanoid. Machine height, 1.75 meters. Machine weight, 80 caddies. Machine status, fully started. Built-in intelligence systems, anthropomorphic intelligence system, Edith subsystem, self-repair system, and robot network management system. Built-in weapon modules, disassembled mini pistol, hidden biological anesthetic needle, world-class fighting skills and experience. Assembly mode, cannot be assembled or disassembled. Control method, voice, facial recognition, DNA recognition. The data of the comprehensive Type I robot is generally the same as that of the production Type I robot, except that the production module has become a weapon module, and there are 4 built-in intelligence systems. This shows that the integrated Type 1 robot is indeed a relatively comprehensive robot with higher intelligence and certain weapon systems, and is suitable for managing a team of robots. Very good, very powerful. Wang Hui looked at the data uploaded from his glasses, nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at the triplets in front of him. It's so human-like. Wang Hui walked forward in amazement. Although he knew that they were robots, Wang Hui's voice was still full of surprise at the robot technology. Long eyelashes, fair skin, a standard nose bridge, bright eyes like stars, and a sweet smile that seems to be there and not there at the corner of her mouth. The curved arc and the small dimples are intoxicating. Three identical stunning faces made Wang Hui a little confused. What can they do? It's impossible for such a beautiful triple-breasted baby to do hard labor in a technology factory, right? The Type 1 production robots in the high-tech factory have very hard work to do. In order to focus on efficiency, they sometimes even work while charging. For human employees, it is absolutely impossible to carry out high-intensity work 24 hours a day. This is the advantage of robots, they don't need to be treated as humans at all. Although Wang Hui knew in his heart that they were just robots, he always felt strange seeing robots that looked exactly like humans doing hard labor. Master, they will be engaged in the daily management of the science and technology factory, logistics deployment, external affairs handling, material procurement, overall operation, machine maintenance, technical support, and other tasks. Comprehensive Type 1 robots have a higher technical intelligence score and are a higher level robot. They are fully capable of managing a robot technology factory with more than 1,000 people. The remaining 53 Type 1 production robots will be fully operational in the coming period. We plan to complete the production of all 1,000 robot workers within a month. After hearing Edith's explanation, Wang Hui nodded. Good arrangement. The biggest advantage of Type 1 robots is that they look exactly like humans. They can handle external affairs just like normal employees of human companies and can represent technology factories in contact with humans. After all, robot technology, which can be fully applied in scientific and technological work, is enough to shock the whole world. Before Wang Hui has gained powerful power, he does not want these secrets of his to be exposed. Edith will also formulate the most complete confidentiality plan and measures based on the agreement to protect Wang Hui's safety. The triplets' biggest role is to provide cover for the technology factory and prevent the leakage of Wang Hui's core industrial secrets. Wang Hui was strolling around the high-tech factory, where more than 50 robots had already started production. Various types of machinery and production materials were moved from the warehouse to the workshop, and Wang Hui watched with his own eyes as an identical Type 1 production robot was assembled. Since Edith has all the technological information about these robots, the biggest problem in producing robots no longer exists. The only thing left is the time-consuming work. The manufacturing of the robot's intelligent chip is relatively troublesome and time-consuming, but the other robot body parts and mechanical skeletons can be easily mass-produced. The main reason why Edith said she wanted to produce 1,000 Type 1 production robots within a month was that manufacturing chips took too much time. With the current level of material technology, producing 1,000 high-intelligence chips a month is an efficiency that many technology giants dare not imagine, but it is still too slow for Edith's efficiency requirements. Edith, all you're going to do in a month is build 1,000 robots? Nothing else? Wang Hui asked, could it be that our technology company's first product is to sell intelligent robots? Not really. Edith said, according to the agreement that prioritizes the master's interests, selling robots will lead to the master's secrets being exposed, putting the master in extreme danger. I don't recommend that the master authorize me to sell robots right now. Edith explained seriously, and Wang Hui waved his hand and said, just kidding. I just want to know when you can start selling your products and what you plan to sell. Edith, Master, I have prepared a 120,000-word corporate development report for you and have sent it to your email. Wang Hui. Is artificial intelligence so hardcore? Which boss can finish a report of 120,000 words? Edith, you just need to tell me what product we're going to sell next. Pharmaceuticals, communication software, holographic simulation technology, hovering cars, urban suspended rail systems, rudimentary intelligent networks, these are all possible product options. Edith said, due to the ever-changing nature of information in modern society, I plan to develop and sell communication software. I can begin preparations for this today. Communication software? Wang Hui nodded in agreement. This is indeed a good choice. As an indispensable part of network information technology, communication software is a low-cost development project for Edith. After all, the network information technology skills that Edith masters are enough to beat all current technology companies. It's almost time to go back. Wang Hui glanced at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. The factory inspection was almost finished and the new robot had been purchased. Edith will naturally take care of the next things, and there is no point in me staying here. It's another fulfilling day. Wang Hui walked out of the factory, looked at the night sky inside, then opened the car door. Just then. Oh no. Edith suddenly spoke up. I detected a message on the internet that was about to be sent to you, but it failed to be sent. However, I captured the content of the message. Edith was too powerful. She can detect all online information related to Wang Hui. Even if the message fails to be sent, she can capture it. Wang Hui was about to drive when he casually asked, "What's the news?" The message read, "Wang Hui, please save me." Edith paused and added, "The message has been traced to Lin Yuexin." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Hui's originally lazy eyes suddenly focused. The 55th speed. Lin Yuexin sent herself a message for help. Based on Wang Hui's understanding of Lin Yuexin, she is not a girl who likes to joke. Especially since Lin Yuexin's message failed to be sent, it was obvious that she was in real danger. This forced Wang Hui to take it seriously. No matter what, Lin Yuexin is his girlfriend in name only. Lin Yuexin is a strong and gentle girl. Wang Hui admires her attitude towards life. Even if the two of them have no such relationship, Wang Hui will not stand by and watch her die. Edith, immediately check the location where the message was sent and find Lin Yuexin. Wang Hui's tone was serious. Hurry up. Yes, master. Edith was very intelligent and found Lin Yuexin's coordinates in less than a second. Master, I have locked onto the electronic devices and cameras around Lin Yuexin and found her location. I have sent the coordinates to your vehicle navigation. As soon as Edith finished speaking, a new planned route appeared on Wang Hui's vehicle coordinate navigation map. The final location of the coordinates is the Two Bros Club. Two Bros is the most famous high-end entertainment and consumption venue in Jinling, and it is also a place where all kinds of people gather. Wang Hui really couldn't understand why Lin Yuexin, who was always well-behaved, would appear in such a place. Edith, check. Wang Hui narrowed his eyes slightly and whispered while driving, find out everything that happened to Lin Yuexin tonight. Yes, master. Edith's voice quickly rang out, I've accessed Lin Yuexin's phone system and all other devices connected to her. At 7:15 this evening, Lin Yuexin returned to school in Yan Cheng's car. Yan Cheng then rushed off to attend to student union matters, and Lin Yuexin accompanied Li Xiaoman to the teacher's dormitory. At 7:40, Lin Yuexin left the dormitory building. The reason was that her best friend Lu Shanshan, who had invited her, had already arrived downstairs. Lu Shanshan had left a message saying that the medical professor she had found was off campus, and she left the school with Lin Yuexin. At 8:20, Lu Shanshan and Lin Yuexin were seen entering the Two Bros Club through the city's security cameras. At 8:30, Lin Yuexin sent a text message to the owner, but the message failed to be sent due to a signal jammer. After my testing and analysis, I can confirm that Lin Yuexin was lured to the Two Bros Club by Lu Shanshan. I also detected new information 10 seconds ago. LV Hongba and Yin Chenghong received a text message from Lu Shanshan and have already set off for the Two Bros Club. Edith paused and said, through the text messages between them, we can verify that LV Hongba and Yin Chenghong are the masterminds behind this. Desperate dog? Wang Hui sneered. He had every reason to believe that these two guys were transferring their resentment towards him to Lin Yuexin. Lin Yuexin is not like Yan Cheng and Li Xiaoman. She has no power, no influence, and no background. She also does not have strong self-protection means like Wang Hui. In addition, she has a kind and simple personality. If someone intends to do something bad to her, there is a high probability that they will succeed. Boom! Wang Hui stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, his face full of frost. Wang Hui's personality has always been easygoing, but that doesn't mean he has no bottom line. No matter what, Lin Yuexin is his girlfriend. If those two bastards really harm Lin Yuexin because they hate him, Wang Hui will never let them go. Edith, activate my first protection plan for Lin Yuexin. Master, the first protection plan is the highest level of protection for you. It may cause immeasurable and serious consequences. I need to confirm once again, do you authorize me to implement the first protection plan for Lin Yuexin? Confirm. Wang Hui practically growled through his teeth, authorization. Do it immediately. He was afraid that he would not be able to reach the Two Bros in time. If Lin Yuexin gets into trouble because of him, Wang Hui will feel guilty for the rest of his life. Receive. Edith's voice was very calm. Protection plan number 1 activated. Protection target confirmed, Lin Yuexin. Invading Jinling City's network system. Invading Two Bros' security system. Invading the satellite orbit system. Conducting orbital alignment. Release satellite drones for detection, strike, and protection. Edith's power lies in the fact that wherever there is an information network, she is an absolute god and has absolute first control. From satellite weapons to communication backdoors, nothing can escape her control. This is an absolute high-tech crush. The first protection plan formally utilizes Edith's powerful information technology capabilities to ensure the safety and interests of the target at all costs. At the same time, any suspicious individuals and objects that may cause psychological or physical harm to the target will be directly destroyed. At the top of the infinite night sky lies the vast and boundless universe and starry sky. A satellite that was moving slowly in orbit around the blue planet suddenly and silently cracked. Receive orders from headquarters. Release the first wave of drones. Target, Jinling City. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another, satellite drones broke away from the satellite orbit and flew towards the atmosphere at an extremely fast speed. The special metal shell ensured that they could smoothly enter the ground and carry out satellite strikes on the target. On the streets of Jinling City, a cool supercar is speeding forward at an extremely fast speed. Wang Hui glanced at the instrument panel in the car and saw that the pointer was rising rapidly. 200 yards. 210 yards. 250 yards. Lin Yuexin, please don't get into trouble. Wang Hui murmured, his eyes were particularly cold and a little anxious. The world has been extremely unfair to this beautiful and fragile girl, and now it has to suffer even more, which makes Wang Hui feel very distressed. He couldn't imagine how scared and uneasy Lin Yuexin was right now, and he couldn't imagine the worst outcome. Boom! Wang Hui stepped on the accelerator hard, and the Lamborghini went even faster. Ding ding ding! This car is crazy, it's going so fast. Get out of the way of it. Like a flash of lightning, he hurtled through the endless stream of cars, drawing panicked shouts and honking horns from countless other drivers. His extraordinary reflexes and exceptional driving skills allowed Wang Hui to maintain maximum speed without incident. With Edith's help, Wang Hui had green lights all the way. All the cars on the street were dodging the Lamborghini, fearing that they would be hit by the madman Wang Hui. Fuck! What a lunatic! A taxi driver was overtaken by Wang Hui, who was so scared that he almost died. Before the driver could react, the passenger next to him suddenly pointed to the sky and said, "Master, look at that. Is that an alien?" The driver rolled down the car window and looked up. A line of white aircraft flashed by, even surpassing the speed of the Lamborghini as they sped across the sky above the city. That's a satellite drone, loaded with deadly satellite strike weapons. What is this? The taxi driver muttered to himself, and like many other drivers, he looked at the scene in astonishment. Their intuition told them that something big was about to happen in Jinling. Chapter 56 Two Bros. Wang Hui drove a Lamborghini at full speed on the roads of Jinling City. At the same time, in the Two Bros Club, the fear in Lin Yuexin's eyes grew more and more intense. A full 10 minutes had passed since she sent that message for help. But instead of receiving a reply from Wang Hui, she found that the signal of her mobile phone had completely disappeared. Although she had already prepared to face death, when she saw Lu Hongba and Yin Chenghong appear, Lin Yuexin still felt a deep fear in her heart. No matter how open-minded Lin Yuexin was when facing the threat of death, she was just an ordinary college student at Jinling University after all. What's more, Wang Hui had just agreed to her pursuit and the two of them had just confirmed their relationship. Deep down in Lin Yuexin's heart, if something really happened tonight, she would probably no longer have any confidence to pretend nothing had happened and face Wang Hui. That night, Lin Yuexin suddenly became less calm. Lin Yuexin, Yin Chang, Li Xiaoman. Why do you all have to crowd around that loser Wang Hui? Is it because the Yin group's influence in Jinling is not strong enough? Or am I, Yin Chenghong, no match for that loser Wang Hui? Lin Yuexin looked at Yin Chenghong, who was almost crazy in front of her, but she was not frightened and did not give any response. Yin Chenghong, who was already extremely angry, felt even more hatred when he saw Lin Yuexin like this. Even someone as innocent as Lin Yuexin could tell from his resentful eyes that Yin Chenghong would never let Wang Hui go. Wang Hui, I hope you didn't receive that text message. Even if you received the text message, don't come to me. Lin Yuexin is just a dying person. There's no need for her to get involved with someone like Yin Chenghong just for me. It had only been a dozen minutes since Lin Yuexin sent the text message for help to Wang Hui, and her state of mind had changed drastically. Brother Yin, calm down. There's no need to be angry over trash like Wang Hui. Yes, brother Chang Hong. Since Wang Hui cares so much about Lin Yuexin, let's start with Lin Yuexin. With the power of your family, brother Chang Hong, it would be easy to destroy everything that Wang Hui cares about. By then, even if Wang Hui kneels down in front of brother Chang Hong and begs for mercy, I believe brother Chang Hong will definitely not let him off easily. Beside Yin Changhong, Lu Shanshan, who abducted Lin Yuexin, and Lu Hongba, who also resented Wang Hui, were talking to each other, and it seemed that they had arranged Wang Hui's future very well. After hearing the compliments from Lu Shanshan and Lu Hongba, Yin Changhong's expression relaxed a little, and the look he gave Lin Yuexin also changed slightly. Lin Yuexin is a stunning beauty. This is something that no one in Jinling University would deny. Even because of the fate Lin Diu-like aura she had, there were at least 80 boys pursuing her in Jinling University. Lu Hongba hated Lin Yuexin so much because she chose Wang Hui that she wanted to grind Wang Hui into ashes. It was precisely because of this that Lu Hongba approached Yin Changhong and used his power to trick Lin Yuexin into going to the two bros. Lin Yuexin, don't worry, your brother Yin will definitely make you happy tonight. That way you won't die with regrets. Yin Changhong squatted in front of Lin Yuexin and stretched out his hand, the smile on his lips no longer able to be stopped. But Lin Yuexin still did not respond to his words. She just stared coldly at her roommate and best friend Lu Shanshan, who was standing with her arms folded not far away. The questioning look in his eyes made Lu Shanshan feel a little scared for a moment. What's the point of following that poor bastard Wang Hui? I've never seen a piece of clothing he wears cost over $100, right? So what if he can play basketball? Can he make a living? Lu Shanshan didn't know that Wang Hui had been invited by the provincial team today, nor did she know that he had been driving a Lamborghini to school these past 2 days. In her eyes, Wang Hui was just an ordinary person with no merits. How can he compare to Yin Changhong, the first heir of Jinling Yin family? Just because she helped Yin Changhong with a small favor today, Yin Changhong gave her the bag she had always dreamed of. If she could climb up the high branch of the Yin family, she would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of her life. Yin Changhong felt much better when he heard Lu Shanshan's words behind him. This is the attitude a serious girl should have towards herself. But when he caught a glimpse of Lin Yuexin's cold and contemptuous eyes, he couldn't help but raise his right hand high. Lu Hongba had been standing behind Yin Changhong. Seeing this, he quickly suppressed his barely noticeable resentment, took 2 steps forward and grabbed Yin Changhong's arm. Brother Changhong, if you want to enjoy this feast tonight, you'd better persuade her. Taking action won't solve the problem. I believe that brother Changhong, you don't want to attack a dead object, right? Lu Hongba's feelings towards Lin Yuexin are very complicated. He cared about Lin Yuexin's condition and wanted to hold her in his arms and take good care of her. He also hated her for choosing Wang Hui instead of himself. Conflicting emotions were fighting in his mind, causing him to make the wrong choice. Yin Changhong lowered his raised arms, glared at Lin Yuexin fiercely, turned around and winked at Lu Shanshan. Lu Shanshan's attention was already on Yin Changhong, so of course she would not miss this excellent opportunity. In her opinion, Lin Yuexin was a terminally ill patient and she would die eventually. It is impossible for a dead person to compete with me for favor. So she hurried forward, wanting to say a few good words on Yin Changhong's behalf in front of Lin Yuexin in order to win Yin Changhong's favor. Squeak! The tires rubbed violently against the ground, emitting pungent white smoke. With a beautiful and fast drift, Wang Hui parked the Lamborghini right in front of the door of Two Bros. Master, don't worry. All the drones are in place, and Lin Yuexin didn't encounter any accidents. You don't have to be so anxious. The familiar and calm voice of Edith coming from the Bluetooth headset made Wang Hui relax a little and snorted coldly. Good evening, sir. When the doorman of Two Bros saw such a majestic Lamborghini parked at the door, he hurried forward with a smile on his face and wanted to help Wang Hui park the car. But Wang Hui didn't mean that at all. His face was gloomy. He pushed away the doorman who was approaching him and walked straight towards box 303. On the way here, Edith had already found out where Lin Yuexin was. Ga. Wang Hui pinched his fingers, making a crisp sound. He is ready to fight. Because when the doorman was pushed away by Wang Hui, he immediately notified the employees who were watching the place at Yilai Xiang through the intercom on his shoulder. Something happened, it seems like a troublemaker has come. After a while, several men in black rushed in from all parts of the club, stared at Wang Hui, and quickly surrounded him. Boy, what are you doing here? Is it a guest, or a nuisance? The leading man stared at Wang Hui with a hoarse voice. Trouble. At this moment, Wang Hui looked up, the sneer on his face becoming deeper and deeper. I am your biggest trouble. Chapter 57, Innate Realm. What a joke. Those who bothered the two bros a few times ago have now become fish food in the Jinling River. Do you want to become fish food too? Opposite Wang Hui, the burly man in the lead was fiddling with the dagger in his hand, staring at Wang Hui with disdain like a hungry wolf. In the corner of the Two Bros Hall, customers who came to Two Bros to consume were also pointing and talking about Wang Hui. This person has touched someone from Two Bros. I guess he's going to have a hard time in the future. Yeah, maybe he's from another place and doesn't know what Two Bros means in Jinling. Such a beautiful person, just gone like that, TSK 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 TSK. The sounds of discussion and sneers were audible. An ordinary person would have been terrified to death after seeing such a scene. But Wang Hui didn't. There was more anger and gloom in his eyes. Even if the real perpetrators were Yin Changhong and Lu Hongba, this Two Bros could definitely be considered an accomplice. The man had a flat head, and Wang Hui's indifference made him feel a little embarrassed. So he rushed towards Wang Hui with a sullen look on his face, looking quite furious. But in Wang Hui's eyes, his movements seemed so slow and full of flaws. Wang Hui didn't even need to think too much. He took a step diagonally forward and dodged the short knife that the flat-headed man threw back. Then, he just threw a simple punch on the back of the flat-headed man's head. A huge force came, and the flat-headed man lost consciousness instantly and fell to the ground behind Wang Hui. After passing the man with the flat head, the thugs behind him were no match for Wang Hui. Although their muscles were all built up through solid training in the gym, Yi Lai Xiang even organized special boxing training for them. But facing a Xiantian realm warrior like Wang Hui, there was no chance for the so-called boxing and fighting skills to be used at all. Even these little thugs couldn't catch the corner of Wang Hui's clothes. Wang Hui strode forward, and no matter who stood in front of him, he had only one answer. One punch. Wang Hui's aura, which was unique to a powerful person in the innate realm, burst out in an instant. The fierce and domineering aura suppressed the entire first-floor hall of Yi Lai Xiang into silence. Everyone's eyes looking at Wang Hui changed slightly. Bang! The two thugs flew back to either side of Wang Hui, their bodies bent like cooked shrimps. Bang! Another gangster was kicked away by Wang Hui. Looking at his sunken chest, one could tell how powerful Wang Hui's kick was. One after another, the thugs fell behind Wang Hui with bruised faces and noses, and the blood they vomited spread down the stairs. At this moment, his aura reached its peak. Standing on the steps of the Two Bros Hall, Wang Hui did not look back. The men behind him were not worth his full effort. Who is this person? How can he be so powerful? What's with that terrifying aura coming from him? Whoever he is, I love him now. He's amazing. Don't fight with me. This man is mine. In the corner of the Two Bros Hall, many female customers who came to consume looked at Wang Hui's back and couldn't help but feel themselves soaked. You don't know your own limitations. Wang Hui snorted coldly and continued to walk forward quickly. Zizizizi. A distressed voice came from the intercom. Brother Wolf, this idea is difficult. Looking at Wang Hui's back as he slowly walked away, the flat-headed man named Zhao Tao showed a bitter expression on his face. But he didn't care about being scolded by his boss, and used the intercom in his hand to notify the Two Bros Red Stick thug Black Wolf who was enjoying himself in some box. Spoiling. On the intercom, Hailang, Two Bros' Red Stick thug, didn't say much. The strict rules of the Two Bros will not be a constraint on them on normal days, but if the Two Bros is in trouble, they will leave their posts without permission. I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable. As a second-tier gold medal fighter second only to the double flower Red Stick, Black Wolf quickly climbed up from the woman's belly and rushed towards the first-floor hall of Night Jasmine. Zhao Tao was responsible for guarding the lobby on the first floor. Since it was Zhao Tao who came looking for him, it must be that something happened in the lobby on the first floor. Two Bros, on the stairs from the first floor to the second floor, Wang Hui stood firmly, his eyes cast towards the corridor on the second floor. It's not slow to come. After possessing the internal strength of the Xiantian realm, he naturally heard Zhao Tao's call for help clearly. He even heard clearly what Black Wolf had just done. It's nothing more than forcing good people to prosper. For the first time, Wang Hui had a reaction against the Two Bros security guards. Murderous intention. Wang Hui has always been a person who doesn't like trouble. Since all the troubles can be solved at once, let's solve them all at once. Hailang's eyes were more vicious than Zhao Tao's. As soon as he met Wang Hui, he knew that the person in front of him was no simple matter. You're the one causing trouble in Two Bros? As Black Wolf approached Wang Hui, he gently pressed the button for help behind him. It's Black Wolf. With him here, this kid is dead. That's right. Let him dare to mess with Two Bros. He will definitely not end well. The female guests were deeply attracted to Wang Hui, but the male guests looked at Wang Hui with hostility. On the top floor of Two Bros, the manager Qiantong received the distress signal from Black Wolf and frowned slightly. Hailang doesn't seem like the type to joke about something like this. Bai Ling, go check out the situation and report to me at any time. Yes, Manager Qian. On the top floor of Two Bros, a slender figure quietly disappeared into the shadow behind the door. On the top floor of the Two Bros building, which overlooks most of Jinling City, only the manager Qiantong is left. But at the moment when manager Qiantong said these words, Wang Hui had already completed his attack. There was only a muffled sound, and Wang Hui's figure instantly appeared in front of the Black Wolf. Bang! Afterwards, Black Wolf heard the muffled sound in a daze. By the time he reacted, his body had already been hit by Wang Hui's punch and fell towards the first floor hall. As he fell through the air, Black Wolf felt the sharp pain in his abdomen and the panic of weightlessness, and only then did he realize that he had been defeated. He doesn't even know how the other party defeated him. Dong Long. A sharp pain came from the back, like a sharp knife piercing the Black Wolf's internal organs. Coupled with the straight punch from Wang Hui that hit his abdomen, the pain from two directions was too much for Hailang to bear, and his face turned as pale as wallpaper. Wang Hui, who was angry, couldn't help but use the internal force of the innate realm when attacking just now. Although there is no apparent problem with Black Wolf now, in a few days he will understand what it means to be living a life worse than death. Who are you? How can it be so strong? The Black Wolf, who was defeated by Wang Hui in one move, lay on the ground, looking at Wang Hui's receding back helplessly, with infinite despair and regret rising in his heart. Wang Hui glanced at the Black Wolf, who had rolled his eyes and sighed inwardly. Madness. Wang Hui withdrew his gaze and continued to move towards box 303. Judging from the information sent by the drone controlled by Edith, Lin Yuexin was not hurt for the time being. Wang Hui's eyes were fixed on the direction of box 303, and his steps were quick. But his ears suddenly twitched twice, and the next moment, Wang Hui subconsciously raised his left hand. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and Wang Hui did not move at all. However, a black shadow flew out from above his head. A second later, Wang Hui's eyes locked on the young woman in black. Bai Ling, the double-flowered red stick of Two Bros, is the strongest among her group of trainees. It is precisely because of this that she became the confidant of the manager Qiantong. But the reality is, no matter if it's Two Bros' red stick gold medal fighter or the leader among the gold medal fighters like the double flower red stick, they are all the same under Wang Hui. Vulnerable. Chapter 58. Let go of that girl. Bai Ling took a stance in front of Wang Hui, intending to block his advance. As the double-flowered red stick of Two Bros, this is her duty. Roll. Wang Hui has lost his patience with the repeated obstructions of the Two Bros. He took a step forward without any hesitation and appeared in front of Bai Ling in an instant. Such a beautiful face suddenly appeared in front of him, and Bai Ling was immediately stunned for a moment. But Wang Hui didn't know what Bai Ling was thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Bang! Wang Hui's iron fist hit Bai Ling's abdomen hard, exactly the same action as he had just used to defeat Hailang. Clean and neat. The light body fell towards the first floor and hit the painful Black Wolf. The severe pain in her body restricted Bai Ling's movements, but she could still see the painful expression of the Black Wolf under her. Who on earth is this person? He doesn't even have the slightest bit of sympathy for a beauty like me. Am I on the same level as an ugly guy like Black Wolf? Bai Ling felt confused, unwilling and angry at the same time, but she also admired Wang Hui's strength. This complicated expression made her and Hailang look at each other in bewilderment, and both of them clearly decided to stay here and not move. Even Bai Ling couldn't stop him? It's still just one move. This person's strength is probably even higher than that of Boss Yehu. Black Wolf also saw Bai Ling's pale face. The fear in his heart even made him feel that the pain in his body was not that important at this moment. Another winning move? This is Bai Ling? One of the double-flowered red sticks of Two Bros. I don't know why, but looking at his back, I suddenly remembered the peerless expert I met overseas many years ago. I'm afraid Jinling is about to have a severe storm. The men who come to buy Two Bros are not simple people, they all have a very keen sense of smell. But the women were different. Their attention was more focused on Wang Hui himself. This man is so handsome. It's not a question of whether he's handsome or not. He really is that rare kind of. In box 303, Yin Chenghong finally couldn't bear it anymore. But he stood up from the sofa and rushed towards Lin Yuexin viciously. His arms were already raised high, and it looked like he wanted to teach Lin Yuexin a lesson. But I don't know whether Yin Chenghong has too bad luck or Lin Yuexin has too good luck. When Yin Chenghong rushed towards Lin Yuexin, the luxurious carpet under his feet suddenly raised a small slope. Apparently, Yin Chenghong walked too fast, causing the carpet to slide. Yin Chenghong's nose also had an intimate contact with the soft carpet on the ground. Bright red blood instantly gushed out of his nasal cavity. "Brother Yin, are you okay?" "Brother Chenghong, you're bleeding from the nose." Lu Hongba's reminder made Yin Chenghong quickly raise his head to stop the nosebleed from continuing to flow. "Brother Yin, why are you so careless? Come on, get some paper and wipe it off." Although Lu Shanshan was treated as a tool by Yin Chenghong, she did not seem angry at all at this moment. She even felt a little secretly happy at this moment. Slender fingers wiped the blood off Yin Chenghong, and then covered Yin Chenghong's nostrils with a handkerchief soaked in perfume. Although it was just a simple action, seeing that Lu Shanshan was almost hanging on Yin Chenghong's chest, you could tell that what she thought was definitely not that simple. At the stairs, Wang Hui clapped his hands and received the report from Edith. "Master, there is no stronger fighter among the two broses than Bai Ling. Master, you can go to box 303 and rescue Lin Yuexin." Edith's report rang in Wang Hui's ears, but at the same time there was another voice in Wang Hui's mind asking for praise. "Host, your special physique has begun to take effect." Just now, Yin Chenghong tried to attack Lin Yuexin, but he immediately fell to the ground and his nose bled profusely. The system's voice had a slightly smug smile and a bit of complacency that seemed to be asking for praise. But the reality is very bleak. "So it's my constitution that's taking effect. Does it have anything to do with you?" System. This sentence almost made the system autistic. Wang Hui ignored it with a cold face and hurried towards box 303. Although Wang Hui felt sympathy for Lin Yuexin but did not love her, she was now Wang Hui's nominal girlfriend after all. He would never be so magnanimous as to let other men get their hands on his girlfriend. Yin Chenghong's mistake just now happened to give Wang Hui the last bit of time. Although the systematic report just now made him feel relieved, he did not expect his special physique to come into play a second time. The better Lin Yuexin's luck is, the deeper she loves herself. If we break up at that time, it will cause greater harm to this innocent girl. It's impossible for me to fall in love. I can only play games and run a company to make ends meet. Wang Hui strode towards box 303. With his sharp eyes and ears, he could clearly hear Yin Chenghong's angry voice when he was halfway up the stairs to the second floor. "Damn bitch. You have to obey today. You have to obey even if you don't want to. Isn't the huge Yin group able to cure a sick ghost like you?" Wang Hui's brows furrowed even more tightly, and his steps moved 3 times faster. "Lin Yuexin. I'm telling you. If you don't obey me today, I will leave that brat Wang Hui dead on the street tomorrow morning. You know that my Yin group has such capabilities." Lin Yuexin saw Yin Chenghong's vicious look, which made her anxious. She was so worried that she was confused. She didn't think about the fact that with Yin Chenghong's personality, if he could really take action against Wang Hui, how could he let Wang Hui get away with it until now? At this moment, the struggle between the conscience and the desire on Lin Yuexin's face disappeared, and only despair remained. She hated her roommate and best friend, whom she once trusted so much, because it was she who led her into such a dangerous situation. She also hated Lu Hongba, who stood behind Yin Chenghong. It was he who gave Yin Chenghong advice. Of course, the person she hated the most was Yin Chenghong. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have ended up like this. "Wang Hui, thank you for agreeing to be my boyfriend for the rest of your life. Although I regret not being able to give myself to you, but if I can meet you again in the next life, I will definitely appear in front of you with a healthy body. When the time comes, I will compensate you for your whole life." Only Lin Yuexin herself knows how painful the word compensation is in her heart. The other people in the room could only see Lin Yuexin slowly standing up and slamming her forehead against the sharp corner of the table. The next moment, Yin Chenghong hurriedly took a step forward and rushed towards Lin Yuexin. He wanted to get this delicate girl who looked like Lin Daiyu, not to force her to death. But he did not succeed, because the next moment a voice like the morning bell and evening drum rang in his ears. "Let go of that girl." When Yin Chenghong suddenly heard the voice, the hairs on his back stood on end and he quickly turned his head to look towards the door. Wang Hui kicked the solid wooden door of box 303, which weighed hundreds of pounds, away, making a loud noise. But the hatred in Yin Shenghong's heart made him not care about this. He looked towards the corner of the box, a refreshing cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said with a ferocious expression, "Wang Hui, you're just in time. Uncle Zhua. Break his 3 legs." The Zhuoshu mentioned by Yin Changhong is the bodyguard sent by his father to protect him. It is said that he practiced in Qingqing Mountain in his early years. He sought refuge in the Yin family because he had committed a murder in Qingqing Mountain. At this moment, Uncle Zhua slowly walked out from the shadow of box 303, and an extremely cold aura slowly emanated from his body, which for a moment caused the temperature of the entire box 303 to drop a lot. He was seen holding a whisk upside down in his hand, with a long sword slung over his waist, and his grey goatee gave him an air of immortality. Uncle Zhua, who was extremely trusted by Yin Changhong, waved his whisk, looked at Wang Hui with his cold triangular eyes, and said lightly, "Boy, if I were you, I would be kneeling down and begging for mercy." Chapter 59, Gun? What's the use? This was the first time Wang Hui saw someone dressed as a Taoist priest in real life, and he couldn't help but look up and down at the man in front of him called Uncle Zhua. Wang Hui admitted that if it weren't for Uncle Zhua's pair of extremely cold triangular eyes, even he would have called Uncle Zhua an old immortal. But when Edith collected his strength and information and projected it onto the lens, Wang Hui was completely relieved. Name, Zhua Tang. Strength, mid-stage acquired. Evaluation, a charlatan who was not worth mentioning. Wang Hui had never practiced systematically, but even he knew that the words mid-stage acquired on the lens could not compare to his innate internal strength and techniques. But Yin Changhong and Zhua Tang didn't know Wang Hui's strength. In the eyes of Yin Changhong and Zhua Tang, Wang Hui was just an insignificant loser who was not worthy of their attention at all. Zhua Tang waved the whisk in his hand and approached Wang Hui, but he was not too wary of Wang Hui. Wang Hui naturally wouldn't remind him at this time. A sneer appeared on his face, and the next moment he attacked with all his strength. Buzz. Suddenly, a strong wind was heard in box 303, and Zhua Tang lost sight of Wang Hui in an instant. Bang. The next moment, there was a muffled sound. Zhua Tang, who originally looked like an immortal, actually had his feet off the ground, and his triangular eyes were even bigger than a carp's. Bang. Dong Long. The whisk that was hit by Wang Hui's punch had already been shattered into pieces. The owner of the whisk, Zhua Tang, was knocked to the ceiling by Wang Hui's punch, and then bounced back and fell to the ground. The sneer on Wang Hui's face remained faint. He retracted his right hand and walked towards Lin Yuexin, who was forced into the corner. It took Zhua Tang 3 seconds to realize what had just happened after he fell to the ground. The severe pain in his abdomen made it almost impossible for him to think. The remaining 3 people in box 303 were also looking at Wang Hui in shock. That's a person. Not a cat or a dog. Lu Hongbo subconsciously took a few steps back, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Wang Hui. But there was more surprise and anger in Yin Changhong's eyes. How could he be so powerful? Uncle Zhua is my father's confidant. Next to Yin Changhong, Lin Yuexin's roommate and best friend Lu Shanshan began to doubt her choice for the first time. Did I choose the wrong person? No. No. So what if I can fight? Only a rich man like Yin Changhong can give me a bright future. But no matter what they were thinking, it would not shake Wang Hui at all. Are you okay? Finally walking to Lin Yuexin's side, Wang Hui pulled her up from the corner, protected her by his side, and asked with a smile. Lin Yuexin had already fallen in love with Wang Hui even when he wasn't smiling, and when he smiled, she couldn't control herself anymore. Lin Yuexin's pretty face suddenly turned red with shame, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at the man in front of her. No. It's okay, you arrived just in time. Wang Hui looked Lin Yuexin up and down and was relieved to see that there were indeed no injuries on her body. However, although Lin Yuexin was not harmed, Yin Changhong and his group could not let her go. Wang Hui had long been dissatisfied with Yin Changhong and Lu Hongbo's repeated plots and traps. For him, if he is dissatisfied, he has to speak up. So he turned around, protected Lin Yuexin behind him, looked at Yin Changhong who was in the lead, and said coldly, "Do you have any last words?" Wang Hui's words were like countless sharp arrows, shooting at Yin Changhong, making him step back several steps with the hairs on his back standing on end. At this moment, Yin Changhong had no doubt that Wang Hui would really punch him away. He is not a cultivator like Zhuo Tang, and Wang Hui's punch can easily take his life. Retreating to Zhuo Tang's side, Yin Changhong stared at Wang Hui while shaking Zhuo Tang's body hard to wake him up. Although Yin Changhong is a playboy, he is not stupid. He knew clearly that only Zhuo Tang could save him now. Yin Changhong was absolutely convinced that Wang Hui must have taken advantage of the sneak attack just now, which was why Zhuo Tang was defeated. As long as Zhuo Tang is not careless this time, he will be able to capture Wang Hui easily. Wang Hui didn't know about this short-sighted thought, but he didn't stop Yin Changhong. Wouldn't it be fun to destroy Yin Changhong's hopes again and again right in front of him? Yin Changhong was lucky, because Zhuo Tang had internal strength after all, and although it was complicated, it allowed him to wake up after being shaken by Yin Changhong. Zhuo Tang was unfortunate because when he woke up, he had to face Wang Hui in his prime. He opened his eyes and struggled to get up from the ground. There was a hint of wariness in Zhuo Tang's eyes when he looked at Wang Hui. There was still a dull pain in his abdomen, and the pain was slightly relieved after he practiced the master's skills. Uncle Zhuo, please make sure to capture this brat Wang Hui. Afterwards, I will ask my father to give you that Changbai Mountain ginseng. Yin Changhong is worthy of being the heir of the Yin family. He is already familiar with the means of winning people's hearts. When Zhuo Tang heard that as long as he could capture Wang Hui, he could get the Changbai Mountain ginseng that he had coveted for a long time, his waist and legs suddenly stopped hurting. Looking at Wang Hui, the fear in Zhuo Tang's eyes turned into greed and indifference. His thoughts were exactly the same as Yin Changhong's. They both felt that Wang Hui had taken advantage of a sneak attack to defeat him. So this time, to be on the safe side, Zhuo Tang decided to use his last killer move. But he slowly drew out the long sword from his waist with his right hand, while his left hand secretly reached behind him. When Yin Changhong saw Zhuo Tang's actions, he immediately understood his thoughts and felt relieved. There was a hint of amusement and contempt in the look he gave Wang Hui. Base. The sound of the long sword being unsheathed was like the clear roar of a dragon, echoing in box 303. When everyone's attention was drawn to the long sword, something unexpected appeared in Zhuo Tang's left hand. Gun. A pistol. When Zhuo Tang pointed the gun at Wang Hui, he could no longer suppress the smile in his eyes. But there are people who can't hide their emotions even more than him. Ha 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 ha. Wang Hui. Are you stupid? So what if you're a good fighter? Times have changed. Lu Hongba and Lu Shanshan saw Yin Changhong's hearty laughter, which instantly dispelled their concerns. That's a gun. It is an existence that is absolutely impossible to resist with human power. Zhuo Tang thought so too, but his fear of Wang Hui still made him keep his distance and said in a cold voice. Boy! Kneel down now and beg for mercy from Master Yin, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, the next second, it will be your head that will bloom. I don't believe that you, at such a young age, can possess the strength of the Xiantian realm to be fearless of firearms. Wang Hui's eyes swept across everyone's faces without any change in his expression. He just patted Lin Yuexin, who was shaking with fear, behind him and smiled. It turns out that the strength of the Xiantian realm can be fearless of firearms. Chapter 60, the only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Zhuo Tang's words were not enough to reassure Wang Hui, after all, the two were now enemies. But the voice that echoed in his mind gave him immense trust. He's right. The strength of the Xiantian realm can indeed ignore this relatively ordinary pistol. But when faced with professional firearms such as sniper rifles, we are still powerless. But host, don't worry, as long as you have a good relationship, you will definitely gain more admiration points. When the time comes. Before the system could finish its words, it was interrupted by Wang Hui's words. Did you forget about the basketball game? Once in a football game, Wang Hui directly gained tens of thousands of admiration points, so having a good relationship as mentioned by the system was never an option for Wang Hui. He just wants to be single and play games well. But before that, the person in front of him who was pointing a gun at him needed to be dealt with. But Wang Hui raised his head, his starry eyes emitting an unparalleled cold light, and said, There's an old saying I think you've all heard of. Although they were enemies, Zhuo Tang, Yin Changhong and others were still attracted by Wang Hui's words. After everyone's eyes turned to him, Wang Hui slowly spoke. The martial arts of the world. Only speed can break nothing. Before he finished speaking, Wang Hui appeared in front of Zhuo Tang. But he was really too fast, so fast that it was beyond the limit of Yin Changhong and others' vision. So in the eyes of Yin Changhong and others, Wang Hui was in box 303, leaving a long after shadow in front of them. The phenomenon of persistence of vision made Yin Changhong and others feel a chill on their backs. They could not imagine what kind of strength and speed Wang Hui had to do such a thing. Wang Hui's actions just now were completely beyond their understanding. In the entire box 303, only Zhuo Tang understood what Wang Hui's actions at this moment meant. Innate realm? Zhuo Tang blurted out 3 words, but the next moment, his voice was filled with fear. Crack! Ah! Wang Hui did not hesitate at all. He chopped off Zhuo Tang's left hand holding the gun with a palm, and at the same time kicked his right hand holding the sword, causing it to be comminuted fractured. The intense pain in his hands made Zhuo Tang almost unable to think. The pain was indescribable and almost unbearable. Catching the pistol that fell from the air, Wang Hui kicked Zhuo Tang into the corner of box 303. The cry of pain stopped abruptly. It was obvious that Wang Hui's kick just now made Zhuo Tang faint again. Turning around, Wang Hui's stern look on Yin Changhong and others' faces, coupled with the smell of blood filling the box 303, made people shudder for a moment. You, who are you? At this moment, Yin Changhong finally felt fear, and his eyes were full of confusion when he looked at Wang Hui. He didn't know why Zhuo Tang, one of the best bodyguards around his father, who was also armed with a gun, would be defeated by Wang Hui, a loser. He didn't even know where Wang Hui got such tremendous internal strength and terrifying power. He only knew that nothing good would happen to him now. Yin Changhong and Lu Hongbao looked at each other and both understood that in the current situation, they probably only had one chance to survive. That is to capture Lin Yuexin, whom Wang Hui cares about very much. Only by controlling Lin Yuexin and taking her as a hostage can the two of them escape from here. Escape from Wang Hui's clutches. Thinking of this, Yin Changhong and Lu Hongbao immediately rushed towards Lin Yuexin. The distance between the 3 of them was only a few meters. Under normal circumstances, they would be able to control Lin Yuexin in just a few seconds and reverse the situation again. It's a pity that they are facing a great master of the innate realm like Wang Hui. But a whirlwind appeared again in box 303. Wang Hui's figure flashed a few times, and then appeared in front of Lin Yuexin, blocking Yin Changhong's way forward. Wang Hui even had time to kick Lu Hongbao's right leg and slap Lu Shanshan away. When the dust settled, Wang Hui pressed the gun in his hand against Yin Changhong's forehead. The cold muzzle of the gun made Yin Changhong tremble and he dared not move at all. This is an instinctive fear of death. Wang Hui. We can talk it over. We are all classmates. Yin Changhong heard Lu Hongbao's ghost-like screams behind him, and also heard the dull sound of Lu Shanshan's heavy body hitting the doorframe. The fear of death and the fear of Wang Hui finally made him see the current situation clearly. A good man never suffers a loss in front of him. Thinking so, Yin Changhong trembled and begged for mercy from Wang Hui. Wang Hui did not show any emotional change because of Yin Changhong's plea for mercy. He just looked at Yin Changhong coldly, as if he was thinking about how to deal with the playboy in front of him. I'll ask you the question I just asked you again. Wang Hui stretched out his hand to protect Lin Yuexin and spoke slowly. With a gun pointed at his forehead, Yin Changhong didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements. But what Wang Hui said made him even more frightened. Because the question Wang Hui just asked him involved last words. No. Wang Hui. I'm rich. My family is very rich. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Yin Changhong finally embarked on a path he had never thought of. In this small piece of land of Jinling, no one has ever been able to make Yin Changhong so servile. But now that his life is at stake, Yin Changhong has no choice but to surrender. We became acquainted after a fight. From now on, you'll be my big brother. I'll definitely follow your lead. Please, big brother, give me a way to live. Although it was his first time begging for mercy, Yin Changhong did it extremely skillfully. Wang Hui stared at Yin Changhong's slightly trembling face and saw the fear in his heart. But this is exactly what he wants. He is a person who hates trouble. It would be best if he could solve all the troubles at once. Moreover, judging from Yin Changhong's usual style, if he is let off this time, he will definitely not be grateful to Wang Hui. So Wang Hui's index finger slowly rested on the trigger, and his eyes looking at Yin Changhong became 3 points colder. Brother, don't kill me. Whoa. It's my fault. I shouldn't have hit the people around you. I shouldn't have come to this too, bros. Yin Changhong finally started crying, and the fear of death even made him unable to control his lower body. A strong smell of urine spread throughout box 303, mixed with the smell of blood, making people feel sick. Wang Hui glanced at the man in front of him with disdain and was about to shoot to end it all. But the next moment, an old but steady voice interrupted Wang Hui's actions. No one who comes to me for 2 bros has ever been disappointed. Mr. Ian, if there is anything you are not satisfied with, could you please tell me about it? Chapter 61, The Strength of 2 Bros. Wang Hui and Yin Changhong turned around at the same time and looked at the person speaking at the door. But then a 60-year-old man with a goatee walked slowly into box 303 with his hands behind his back. Box 303 was in chaos at the moment. Even where the 60-year-old man stood when he entered the room, there was a broken arm of Zhuotang. The entire box 303 was filled with the smell of blood and urine, which was very uncomfortable. But this 60-year-old man did not frown like ordinary people, and even looked calm, obviously having experienced many ups and downs. When Yin Changhong saw someone coming, he ran towards him as if he had seen a savior. At the same time, he cried out, "Manager Qian, save me!" Wang Hui did not stop Yin Changhong, but instead set his eyes on Manager Qian, who had just walked in. This person has an inexplicable temperament. Although it doesn't make Wang Hui nervous, it still attracts Wang Hui's attention. When Yin Changhong ran to Manager Qian's side, Wang Hui and Manager Qian's eyes met in the air, and Manager Qian then spoke. "Mr. Yin is a guest of my 2 bros. You attacked and injured him in my 2 bros. Are you trying to bully me because I have no one to blame?" Xiantong, the manager of the 2 bros, is a veteran who has been running the 2 bros business for more than 10 years. In just a few words, he put Wang Hui in opposition to the 2 bros. No matter how Wang Hui answers, he will become the enemy of 2 bros. Unless he gives in and chooses to reconcile with 2 bros. In this way, 2 bros can not only gain a reputation for protecting customers, but also gain the favor of the Yin group. It can be said that we achieve multiple goals at one stroke. When the manager Qiantong spoke, he had already decided that after receiving the thanks from the Yin group, he would go to his own boss to take credit for it. But Wang Hui obviously didn't want to give him this opportunity. Bang! After hearing a gunshot, Wang Hui pulled the trigger without hesitation. The 9mm bullet spun in the air, making a sharp sound. The next moment, Yin Changhong's wails resounded throughout the entire box 303. "Ah, my legs. I have broken my leg." That's right, Wang Hui shot and broke Yin Changhong's right leg in front of Qiantong, the manager of 2 bros. With Wang Hui's strength at the Xiantian realm, the recoil of a mere pistol was basically equivalent to nothing to him. Coupled with his sharp eyes, he can shoot wherever the pistol points within range. "Ah!" Behind Wang Hui, Lin Yuexin exclaimed softly, obviously not expecting Wang Hui to be so decisive. But the aura emanating from Wang Hui at this moment made her even more obsessed. A pair of white and tender hands tightly grasped the corner of Wang Hui's clothes. Lin Yuexin felt both excited and a little ashamed. She was excited that Wang Hui was willing to make enemies with everyone for her, but she was also ashamed that Wang Hui was willing to make enemies with everyone for her. But Wang Hui didn't know what Lin Yuexin was thinking at the moment. He just wanted to solve the problem once and for all. "How dare you, boy!" Yin Changhong's right leg was broken, and Qiantong, the manager of Yi Lai Xiang, was unable to react for a while. However, even if he reacted, with his late-acquired strength, he could not pose any threat to Wang Hui. He couldn't even save Yin Changhong's leg from Wang Hui's gun. So at this moment he could only shout loudly, but it was obviously of no use to Wang Hui. However, Qiantong, the manager of 2 bros, did not come alone. He was followed by a large group of 2 bros security guards and thugs. But Qiantong, the manager of Yi Lai Xiang, waved his right hand, and someone immediately came forward behind him, ready to rescue Yin Changhong. Bang, bang. With 2 more shots, Wang Hui directly shattered the metacarpal bones of both hands of the 2 bros thugs who stood out to rescue Yin Changhong. "Boy, do you really want to be an enemy of me, 2 bros?" Qiantong, the manager of 2 bros, was furious. He stared at Wang Hui with eyes full of resentment and hatred. Wang Hui lost face in the 2 bros, which made Qiantong, the manager of the 2 bros who always cared about his reputation, angry. He. Wang Hui sneered, with a playful coldness on his lips. Qiantong, the manager of 2 bros, stared at Wang Hui, feeling torn between his conscience and his desires. He is weighing the pros and cons. There is no such thing as right or wrong in the adult world, only the size of interests. The strength that Wang Hui displayed at the moment had already made him somewhat apprehensive, and all the words he had said before were intended to make Wang Hui give up. Now that Wang Hui insisted on taking action, he was put in a passive position. But in the end, it was the favor that might come from the Yin family that touched his heart. After all, he is just an employee. No matter how bold he appears in front of others, he is just relying on the power of others to intimidate others. If he could gain the favor of the Yin family, he might really be able to soar to the sky. Although he is quite old, Qian Tong, the manager of Night Jasmine, has internal strength, but his heart is not old. So his eyes flashed coldly and he raised his hand again and gestured behind him. The next moment, a team of 5 thugs emerged from behind him again. It's just that they are a little different from the previous thugs. Because they all have guns in their hands. 2 rifles and 3 shotguns. This is the strength of Two Bros. In China, where gun control is so strict, Two Bros was able to obtain 5 gun licenses. And it was a gun license for extremely threatening rifles and shotguns. Don't you see that even the Yin group could only equip Yin Chenghong's bodyguard Zhuotang with a pistol? However, every cat has its own way. The fact that Two Bros was able to obtain these 5 gun licenses is also closely related to the business they run. Wang Hui looked at the 5 spears in front of him, and a deep chill rose in his heart. He was indeed not afraid of these guns, but if he took Lin Yuexin with him to hide, he could not guarantee Lin Yuexin's absolute safety. He came here to rescue Lin Yuexin. If he couldn't guarantee her safety, then everything he did would be meaningless. Xiantong, the manager of Two Bros, was relieved when he saw that Wang Hui did not act rashly in the face of 5 spears. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes when he looked at Wang Hui. As long as he gives the order, Wang Hui will be beaten into a sieve. I'm afraid you don't know the rules of my Two Bros. The situation changed too quickly. Lin Yuexin hid behind Wang Hui and couldn't help but grab the corner of Wang Hui's clothes again. However, Wang Hui did not respond to the words of Qiantong, the manager of Two Bros. Instead, a voice came from the corner of box 303. Manager Qian, he is. The person who spoke was Zhuotang, whose arm had just been chopped off by Wang Hui. Although his arms were in severe pain, he still tried his best to make his voice heard. He is in the Xiantian realm. Buzz. Zhuotang's words made Qiantong, the manager of Two Bros, hear a buzzing sound instantly, and the whole world seemed to have lost its sound at this moment. Innate realm? So young? How is that possible? Qiantong, the manager of Two Bros, couldn't believe it, but he knew Zhuotang. He even knew more about Zhuotang than his master Yin Chenghong. So he believed Zhuotang. It was precisely because of this that he was in disbelief and felt as if he were falling into an icy cave. At this point in time, even the 5 spears and the vast background of Two Bros could not give him a complete sense of security. Chapter 62 Qiantong. Kneel down for me. People born under the sign of Two Bros are always very decisive, which may be related to the personality of the person who founded Two Bros. When Qiantong, the manager of Night Jasmine, chose to believe Zhuotang's judgment and learned of Wang Hui's true strength, he immediately chose to report the current situation to that person. Beep, beep, beep. The phone next to my ear rang 3 times and then connected. The signal jammer installed by Yin Chenghong had already been smashed to pieces by Zhuotang's falling body. Just tell me if you have something to say. A cold voice came from the phone. Qiantong, the manager of Two Bros, was startled and hurriedly explained. Boss, someone is causing trouble in Two Bros. Solve it yourself. Beep, beep, beep. Before Qiantong, the manager of Two Bros, could finish his words, the phone was hung up, which made his expression very complicated. Wang Hui coldly watched all the actions of Qiantong, the manager of Two Bros, without any intention of stopping him. He still had the same idea, to achieve success in one go. At the same time, at the Yin family's ancestral home, the real owner of the Two Bros, Yehu Yanping, and his niece put down their phones together. Uncle, I don't want to eat anymore. It's urgent. Yen Shang put down her phone and her face turned a little ugly. Because just now, she received a message. A message from Lin Yuexin. Tuber Jasmine, 303, Wang Hui is in trouble. After Lin Yuexin became Wang Hui's official girlfriend, Yen Chang often appeared by her side. Such an action is naturally to understand the development of the relationship between Wang Hui and Lin Yuexin. However, neither girl is a bad person, and they soon develop a slightly weird deep friendship. It is also because of this that Lin Yuexin also knows something about the power of Yen Qing's family. That's why she sent a text message to Yen Qing for help after she found out that Qiantong, the manager of Two Bros, could make a call. Yehu Yanping looked at his niece walking away and could only sigh slightly, his face full of loneliness. He had a son but no daughter. So Yen Qing has been loved as his precious daughter since she was a child. The Yin family ancestral home is not far from the Two Bros, but even at night when there are few cars, it still takes a few minutes to drive there. Let's go to Two Bros. Quickly. Although the low-key and luxurious Maserati Levant is an SUV model released last year, it is loved by major families due to its excellent safety performance. The 3.0-liter V6 twin-turbocharged engine and the Yin family's best driver allowed Yancheng to reach the gate of Two Bros in just 5 minutes. The Maserati Levant slowly stopped, and Yancheng saw a familiar sports car. It's Wang Hui's car. If anyone dares to touch Wang Hui today, I will wipe out his entire family. Although Yancheng always acts infatuated in front of Wang Hui, but as she is from the Yin family, her IQ and EQ are definitely not low. Yancheng's face was cold as she strode into the door of Two Bros without being stopped by anyone. The entire Two Bros security force has been concentrated on the 3rd floor, and there are even many customers watching from all directions on the 3rd floor. The gunshots from box 303 had already alarmed them, causing many people to stop and watch. Why is there no one here? Yancheng saw the magnificent decoration of Two Bros as vulgar. But people who come here for fun seem to buy into it. Soon, Yancheng's eyes fell on the surrounded box 303 on the 3rd floor. 3rd floor, 303. Sure enough, there's already a commotion. Wang Hui, please don't get into any trouble. After discovering the target, Yancheng immediately ran towards box 303. In her opinion, since Tulip's security personnel called her second uncle, they must have arrived at the scene. As long as she arrives at the scene, she will definitely be able to find subordinates of her second uncle who can keep their word. 3 flights of stairs were nothing for a young girl, but after passing through the crowd, Yancheng was a little surprised by what she saw. Wang Hui? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Are you tired? Her eyes were always on Wang Hui, and she wanted to strip him naked to see if he was injured. Of course, it is impossible to say that such thoughts are selfless. She thought that when Lin Yuexin said Wang Hui was in trouble, she meant that Wang Hui had a conflict with someone else. But she never expected that the two parties in conflict would be her second uncle's man and her most beloved man. Moreover, the conflict has developed to the point where both sides are confronting each other with guns. Although she liked Wang Hui and thought she knew him well, the way Wang Hui held a gun in one hand and protected Lin Yuexin with the other seemed a little unfamiliar to her. Come over. Wang Hui shouted loudly, and Yancheng subconsciously walked towards Wang Hui. Then Wang Hui pulled her behind him and protected her as well. Although Wang Hui usually treats Yancheng rudely, and he doesn't know why Yancheng appears here. But at this point, he would never let Yancheng come to any harm. For him, although he didn't like Yancheng's persistence, she was still one of his own after all. After being protected by Wang Hui, Yancheng finally realized that she was there to save Wang Hui and Lin Yuexin. But the reality is that she was protected by Wang Hui behind her. Born in the Yin family, Yancheng doesn't know how to use night blooming jasmine. The guns in the hands of the gunman behind the manager Qiantong are just fake ones. So Yancheng, who was afraid that someone might accidentally injure Wang Hui, hurriedly looked at the manager Qiantong and said anxiously, "Put down the gun, this is all a misunderstanding." Yancheng's cry did not receive any response. Instead, Qiantong, the manager of Two Bros, looked at her coldly and said, "You are quite courageous, little girl, but anyone who offends me, Two Bros, will never have a good ending. And you came just in time. I don't believe this guy can protect the two of you from 5 guns." Qiantong, the manager of Two Bros, obviously didn't know that the girl in front of him was his boss's most beloved niece. He simply made the current choice based on his responsibilities and expectations for the future. Yancheng was speechless after hearing what Qiantong, the manager of Two Bros, said. She couldn't see Wang Hui's slowly frowning brows, but she could feel the girl beside her trembling. Looking at Lin Yuexin, who was also protected by Wang Hui, Yancheng felt a little jealous, but her anger overshadowed this little bit of jealousy. "Although you are Wang Hui's girlfriend now, I will not give up." Yancheng glanced at the manager Qiantong and laughed in anger. "Very good. I hope you don't regret it." Yancheng's gaze towards the steward Qiantong became increasingly cold, and even her voice was not as gentle as usual. Yancheng's calmness made the manager Qiantong a little unsure. He was afraid that Yancheng had a powerful background, so he asked loudly, "Who the hell are you?" Yancheng did not directly answer the manager Qiantong's question, but just sneered. "Since you can't make the decision, you can ask your master. By the way, let me remind you that he was having dinner with me 10 minutes ago." So he naturally took out his cell phone again and dialed the familiar number. Beep, beep, beep. The call is connected. "Boss, there's another little girl here, helping the troublemaker just now. Do you want to do her?" On the other end of the phone, Yi Hu Yinping, the owner of the Two Bros, frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "Do you still need to ask me about such a trivial matter?" Manager Qian Tong felt a chill in his spine after hearing this, and he quickly swallowed his saliva and continued to explain. "But, boss, she said she had dinner with you last night." There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone, followed by a lion-like roar. "Qian Tong. That's my niece. You still want to have sex with her? Who gave you the courage? Kneel down before me. Don't let anyone go. If she loses even a hair before I arrive, I'll kill your whole family." Chapter 63, Night Tiger Yinping. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of tires rubbing against the asphalt road echoed throughout the Yin family. Yinping no longer cared about his power as the person in charge of the entire underground forces in Jinling. He was afraid that if he arrived too late, his beloved niece would be hurt in any way. Yanqing's parents are not in Jinling during this period. As the only elder around Yanqing, he has the responsibility to protect her safety. What's more, Yinping loves Yanqing even more than his own son. "Faster! Faster! If you delay me, I'll kill you." In the driver's seat, Yinping's driver didn't know whether it was because of Yinping's threat or because he felt Yinping's excitement. "I actually broke through my own limit that night." At the same time, in box 303 of Two Bros. When the manager Qian Tong heard the busy tone, his legs began to tremble. Although Yinping has not been in charge of the affairs of Two Bros in recent years, he will always remember how terrifying Yinping was when he earned the nickname Night Tiger in the early years. Simply put, all those in Jinling who had once opposed Yinping have now disappeared without a trace and no news has been heard from them since. It was precisely because of this that when the steward Qian Tong sensed Yinping's anger, the fear from those years once again crept into his heart. After swallowing hard, manager Qian Tong finally figured it out. "Everyone, put down your guns." Before Yi Hu Yinping appeared, the manager Qian Tong was the person who had the most influence on Yi Lai Xiang. The 5 gunmen immediately put down their guns and slowly retreated behind the manager Qian Tong. Then the manager Qian Tong hurried forward a few steps and came close to Yanqing. At this moment, the manager Qian Tong no longer had the arrogant look of "I am the boss." Instead, he had a smirk on his face, and he knelt down in front of Yanqing and said flatteringly, "I didn't realize it was the young lady who had come to visit, and I even threatened her friends. It's all my fault." Snap. Manager Qian Tong slapped himself hard, leaving a red palm print on his slightly aged face. He knew clearly that if he didn't ask for Yanqing's forgiveness before Yi Hu Yinping arrived, his life would be in danger. The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple, and family members no longer recognized each other. "I am blind, please don't be angry, Mississippi. It's all caused by this prodigal son of the Yin family. I'm here to help the young lady vent her anger." As the manager of Two Bros for many years, Qian Tong was already familiar with diverting trouble to others. With just a few words, he shifted Yanqing's attention to Yin Changhong. Yanqing was also still young. When she heard the manager Qian Tong say this, she immediately cast a slightly inquiring look at Wang Hui. In her heart, Wang Hui is the main one after all. When the manager Qian Tong saw Yanqing's expression, he immediately realized that the crux of the matter might be attributed to Wang Hui. Sighing secretly in his heart, manager Qian Tong also risked his old face. He crawled on his knees twice and hurried to Wang Hui, revealing infinite regret in his words. "Sir, I am blind and ignorant. I actually spoke rudely to you." Snap. As he spoke, the manager Qian Tong added 5 deep red fingerprints on the other side of his face. "I hope you will be more understanding. If you need me in the future, I will go through fire and water for you. I will do it for you without hesitation." To be honest, the apology from the manager Qian Tong was actually quite sincere. But Wang Hui, who had the inner strength of the Xiantian realm, had sharp ears and eyes, and had already heard clearly the phone call between the manager Qian Tong and Yi Hu Yinping. Wang Hui, knowing that Yi Hu Yinping was about to arrive, became less anxious. He took Lin Yuexin's hand and slowly sat on the sofa behind him, without saying a word. Yanqing saw Wang Hui sitting down. Although she was still not sure what he was up to, based on the mentality of competing for the job, she hurriedly sat down on the other side of Wang Hui. And Yanqing is obviously much more shameless than Lin Yuexin. As soon as she sat down, she immediately took Wang Hui's arm and buried it deeply in her soft hands. Manager Qian Tong knelt beside the coffee table and became even more frightened when he saw this scene. A man who needed to be treated like this by his own daughter, yet still remained unfazed, his background. Qiantong really admitted his mistake this time. He no longer expected Yi Hu Yinping to forgive him. He just hoped that his actions would not implicate his boss, otherwise he would be held responsible. Wang Hui didn't know what the manager Qiantong was thinking. At this moment, he just wanted to wait for Yi Hu Yinping to arrive and then handle the matter properly. If possible, it would be best to let Yi Hu Yinping take Yin Cheng home and protect her well. This way she won't be hanging around me all day. If the system knew what Wang Hui was thinking at the moment, it would probably be so angry that it would explode. Outside the box door, the sound of car tires rubbing against the ground was heard again. The same thought arose in the minds of everyone present. Night Tiger has arrived. But the way this person appeared was different from what everyone imagined. However, the gull wing doors of the Tesla Global Limited Edition had already slowly opened before it came to a complete stop. The next moment, a burly black shadow flew out from it. The black shadow touched the ground slightly in the lobby on the first floor, then quickly climbed up the stairs to the second floor, and then to the corridor on the third floor. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. All the customers watching in the Two Bros shop were stunned at this moment. That's Night Tiger. Yi Hu is here. That kid is in big trouble this time. He's a well-known hot-tempered guy in Jinling City. Yes, to become the sole leader of the underground forces in Jinling City, Yi Hu relied not only on the Yin family's influence, but also on his own strength. The onlookers were talking about it, but they didn't know that when the famous Yi Hu appeared in box 303, he did not attack Wang Hui. Qinger? Are you okay? When Yi Hu Yinping appeared, everyone's eyes were focused on him. His figure was tall and majestic, and when he walked into box 303, it was as if he was walking into a ferocious bear. But the majestic and slightly panicked look on his face at this moment was something everyone had never seen before. Uncle, I'm fine. But my friend is busy. Yan Qing did not let go of Wang Hui's arm because of the arrival of her second uncle. She just sat there calmly and spoke lightly. Yi Hu Yinping's gaze suddenly fell on the steward Qiantong, who was kneeling on the ground beside him, and his voice instantly fell from the softness of worry to the incomparably cold ice cave hell. Tell me. What's going on? Manager Qiantong finally breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the order. Based on his understanding of Yi Hu Yinping, since there is still a chance to speak, it means that his life should be saved. So he hurriedly told Yi Hu Yinping everything that had happened before, word for word. As the steward Qiantong described, Yi Hu Yinping's gaze gradually fell on tonight's protagonist Wang Hui. It was a complex look that was filled with exploration, curiosity, and amazement. Chapter 64, Induction Between the Strong. From the moment Yi Hu Yinping saw that his niece was not harmed at all, the tyrannical aura in him gradually subsided. And when he heard from the steward Qiantong that Wang Hui might be in the Xiantian realm, another terrifying aura rose from his whole body. You are Qinger's friend, in the Xiantian realm. Wang Hui finally looked up at Yi Hu Yinping, nodded slowly, and said calmly, aren't you the same? It turned out that just now, Edith had also detected Yi Hu Yinping's physical fitness, and analyzed his strength based on the footage of Yi Hu Yinping's attacks captured by all the surveillance cameras in Jinling. Great! Such a young man has already reached the Xiantian realm. That's really good. Where are you from, young man? Homegrown Yang family? Or Longxili family? Yi Hu Yinping was obviously very impressed by Wang Hui's strength, and at the same time he began to be curious about his identity. He even ignored Yan Cheng's action of still clinging to Wang Hui. My last name is Wang. Wang Hui. The simple self-introduction caused countless questions to appear in Yi Hu Yinping's mind. Wang? The Wang family in the imperial capital doesn't have any martial arts heritage, but they're good at business. Yi Hu Yinping was really confused at this moment. With his understanding of the world, Wang Hui's appearance was obviously not in line with his cognition. But soon, Yi Hu Yinping regained his composure. No matter which family Wang Hui came from, he had to be given some respect in Jinling. He was just about to invite Wang Hui to visit Yan's house so that they could have a discussion. But unexpectedly, at this moment in the corner next to him, Yin Chenghong, who had just been knocked unconscious by Yi Hu Yinping's terrifying pressure, slowly woke up. As soon as Yin Chenghong woke up, he suddenly found a familiar figure in box 303. He knew Yi Hu Yinping's identity. After all, he came from a prominent family. He has known since he was a child which people in Jinling City should not be provoked. But obviously he also didn't know the relationship between Yan Cheng and Yinping. Uncle Yan. I mean Chenghong, Yin Kuang's son, and Yin Chenglong's younger brother. The purpose of introducing oneself was to attract the attention of Yi Hu Yinping. After all, the Yin family still had some influence in Jinling. Uncle Yen, this guy injured my bodyguard and attacked Two Bros' security personnel. I hope Uncle Yen can help me vent my anger. As long as I can bring back the two women beside him, I will reward you handsomely in the future. Uncle Yen can choose any plot of land under the Yin group. Yin will definitely give you the most favorable price. Yin Changhong couldn't continue talking because he found that the atmosphere around him seemed a little strange. Manager Qian Tong hurriedly took 2 steps on his knees, as if he wanted to get away from Yin Changhong. Even the Two Bros thugs at the door looked embarrassed, obviously worried about Yin Changhong's future. Night Tiger Yinping flattened the entire underground forces of Jinling and became the uncrowned king of Jinling's night. As soon as Yin Changhong opened his mouth, he already understood what Yin Changhong wanted to do. If it were an ordinary time, Yi Hu and Yinping might have sold out Yin's face. After all, Yinping had seen too much of the darkness in Jinling over the years. Sometimes, in order to maintain superficial peace and stability, he had to make some compromises. But Yin Changhong should never have set his sights on Yen Chang. Simply put, Yen Chang is Yinping's Achilles heel. Yinping didn't hesitate at all and simply stretched out his hand and swung out an internal force, or call it qi, which was no problem. After a warrior enters the Xiantian realm, he can control his internal energy to attack outside the body within a radius of 10 meters. This is why the innate realm is called the innate realm, because they can already achieve a certain degree of integration with nature. Wang Hui's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Hu Yinping's move. Although he has already learned the skills of using the innate power, the mutual confirmation from people of the same kind always gives him a lot of inspiration. Yi Hu Yinping's internal force hit Yin Changhong's chest, breaking more than 10 of his ribs. Yin Changhong, who had just woken up, fainted again from the pain. This was only because Yi Hu Yinping deliberately controlled his strength, otherwise Yin Changhong would have died. This is also because Yin Chang did not suffer any harm, but instead had a slight smile on her lips. Otherwise, even if it was the Yin family, Yi Hu Yinping would definitely let them know what it means to be the uncrowned king of Jinling's night. Find someone to drop him off at the doorstep of Yin's house. A single cold sentence determined Yin Changhong's final destination. After saying this, Yi Hu Yinping turned his head and looked at Wang Hui, meaning to ask for Wang Hui's opinion. Wang Hui naturally had no objection. Under normal circumstances, he was quite respectful to his elders. Seeing that Wang Hui had no objection, Yi Hu Yinping continued to deal with the manager Qiantong. Qiantong, you have been with me for more than 10 years. That's 13 years, 6 months, and 8 days, boss. Qiantong was a man with good eyesight and immediately understood that Yi Hu and Yinping were trying to give him a way out. Leave one finger to apologize to Qinger and her friends, and then live out your retirement. Yi Hu Yinping's punishment may not seem serious, but it directly deprives Qiantong of all his power. For someone as power-hungry as Qiantong, this can be said to be cruel. Qiantong didn't dare to say a word of objection, and hurriedly kowtowed behind Yi Hu Yinping. After kowtowed 3 times, Qiantong decisively drew out the dagger he carried with him and cut off the little finger of his left hand. Today's incident is all about old men looking down on others. I hope Miss and Mr. Wang don't mind. As he spoke, Chen Yong took the dagger with his blood-stained left hand and actually cut off the little finger of his right hand as well. Old man, I apologize to the 3 of you. Qiantong said this with great pain, and then slowly left box 303, but Yi Hu Yinping didn't even look at him. Only the thugs outside the box door were looking at Qiantong tremblingly. How could this be? He is actually the young lady's friend. Even if this person isn't the eldest lady's friend, we'll never be his match. Didn't you hear the boss say he's in the Xiantian realm? Let's go, don't let the boss catch us and lose your fingers. Yi Hu Yinping didn't care about his men's actions. His eyes were always on Wang Hui, and he saw that Wang Hui didn't dislike his handling of the matter. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and said to Wang Hui, "It's so smoky and foul here, it's really not suitable to entertain young friend Wang Hui. How about this, old Yan, host and invite young friend Wang Hui to our Yan's house for a gathering. Just like a 2 bros, I'll apologize to my friend Wang Hui." As Yi Hu Yinping spoke, Wang Hui gradually stood up from the sofa. Today's events have come to an end for the time being. Wang Hui has no other opinions on how to deal with Yi Hu and Yinping. But Lin Yuexin was probably quite frightened tonight, and Wang Hui didn't want her to continue accompanying him to the Yin family's banquet. But Wang Hui felt very uneasy if he let her go back alone or stay alone. So he could only nod towards Yi Hu Yinping and said, "Next time, for sure." Beside Wang Hui, Yan Shang, who had been expecting a lot, looked very disappointed when she heard Wang Hui's answer. She quickly shook Wang Hui's arm and said coquettishly, "No, no, just go. It just so happens that Uxin was frightened tonight, I can comfort her." Unfortunately, Yan Chang's coquettishness didn't have any effect. Wang Hui simply pulled Lin Yuexin's snow-white soft hand and slowly walked out of box 303. Lin Yuexin, whose hand was held by Wang Hui, had a red face. She lowered her head and followed Wang Hui silently. Outside box 303, the guests who were originally waiting to see Wang Hui make a fool of himself watched Wang Hui slowly walk out with Lin Yuexin. Seeing Yan Chang and Yan Ping lagging half a step behind Wang Hui, his eyes widened for a moment, not knowing what to do. At this moment, many people felt a burning pain on their faces. Chapter 65, Show Your Ability. Young man. At the door of box 303, Yan Qing looked at Wang Hui slowly receding back, and the loneliness in her eyes made people feel distressed. Beside Yan Qing, her second uncle, the uncrowned king of Jinling Night Tiger Yan Ping, spoke slowly. "Xinger, do you know how your uncle got your aunt?" Yan Ping's words attracted Yan Qing's attention and made her turn her head. "You have to be thick-skinned. If it doesn't work once, just confess again." "What's so difficult about that?" Yet Hu Yanping obviously didn't know that his wife fell in love with him because of his handsome appearance, and he guided Yan Qing to go further and further on the path of bootlicking. But Yan Qing seemed to fall for it. Her eyes quickly began to light up, sweeping away her previous dejection. "Thank you, uncle. I'm leaving now." Looking at Yan Qing's back as she chased out, Yi Hu Yanping's eyes gradually became more smiling. Outside the door of Two Bros, Wang Hui had just helped Lin Yuexin to the passenger seat. Today, Lin Yuexin encountered too many things that she would never have encountered in her life. Wang Hui wanted to take her back to his residence to settle her down first. After all, the school dormitory had already closed at this time, so it was impossible to get in. However, just as Wang Hui closed the passenger door, Yan Shang grabbed his arm again. Wang Hui had sharp eyes and ears, so how could he not know that Yan Shang was coming from behind him? It's just that at that moment he couldn't speak loudly in front of Lin Yuexin. When Wang Hui supported Lin Yuexin just now, he could feel her body trembling slightly. Obviously very scared. "Where are you going?" Yan Shang took Wang Hui's hand and asked in a low voice. Obviously, she also understood that Lin Yuexin should not be frightened again tonight. "Go home," Wang Hui said lightly. "What? You want to take Uxin home?" Yan Qing's voice subconsciously became louder, which made Wang Hui slightly angry. Yan Shang, who suddenly realized this, quickly lowered her voice and grabbed Wang Hui's arm. "Then I want to go too." Seeing Yan Qing's voice become smaller, Wang Hui finally did not refuse too directly, but just said calmly, "There's no room. I can sit on you." As Yan Shang spoke, a hint of shame welled up in her eyes and her cheeks turned red. Although she had once raided Wang Hui at night, she was still a little thin-skinned when it came to doing serious business. Wang Hui looked at Yan Chang with a hint of admiration and said slowly, "Then I'd better let Uxin sit on me. After all, she is my girlfriend. If it were an ordinary girl, she would have retreated by now." But Yan Chang had just received guidance and encouragement from her second uncle. When she heard Wang Hui's words, she immediately turned her smart eyes and thought of a solution that was not a solution. "Then let Uxin and I sit together. We are both thin and can fit in. And I can also comfort Uxin." The reason why Yan Qing had to follow Wang Hui home was naturally because she didn't want Lin Yuexin to run away. In Yan Chang's mind, the idiom "take advantage of the opportunity" was almost specially designed for Wang Hui and Lin Yuexin tonight. Besides, Lin Yuexin is Wang Hui's official girlfriend. If Wang Hui really took Lin Yuexin home, who knows what would happen in the long night? "Hey, get in the car." Sighing, Wang Hui had no way to refuse. After all, Lin Yuexin really needs someone to take care of her tonight. There are some things that are really inconvenient for him as a boy. Besides, he agreed to Lin Yuexin's request not because he really wanted to date her. After getting Wang Hui's consent, Yan Qing happily opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat with Lin Yuexin. "Yuexin, I'll sleep with you tonight, so don't be afraid." Lin Yuexin didn't look up, but just responded softly. It was obvious that she had not recovered from the shock. Wang Hui shook his head, walked around the car, sat in the driver's seat, and drove the Lamborghini Reventon towards his home. When coming here, Wang Hui showed his driving skills to the utmost, driving at a speed of more than 200 yards the entire way, and arrived at the two bros in just 10 minutes. But when going back, Wang Hui slowed down because there were two girls in the car. It was not until half an hour later that Wang Hui and his three companions returned to the community where he lived. The roar of the Lamborghini Reventon's engine, like the roar of a ferocious beast, alarmed many people in the community. They leaned out of windows or looked down from balconies. Many people saw Wang Hui getting out of the car with two girls. What's wrong with Wang Hui? He's been bringing beautiful girls home lately. A winner in life, one dragon and two phoenixes. I'm not envious at all. The whole neighborhood was suddenly filled with the sour smell of jealousy, and only those men who were peeking around retained the fragrance of single dogs. Wang Hui didn't know that many people in the community had seen him taking Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin home, but even if he knew, he wouldn't have any emotional reaction. Wang Hui is now thinking seriously about a problem. Although Yan Ping, the owner of the two bros, taught Yin Changhong a lesson today, he did not completely solve the problem. Based on his understanding of Yin Changhong, this person will probably never give up on revenge against him. Now that he knows his own strength, the next time he makes a move, it may not be as easy as today. You guys go and rest first. After sending Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin away, Wang Hui woke up Edith, who was handling company affairs. Edith, without affecting the company's operations, how long will it take you to earn enough money to buy a single-family villa in Jinling? Wang Hui had some understanding of the housing prices in Jinling. According to his personality, if he paid in full for the single-family villa he liked, it would cost at least 200 million yuan. And if you add the later decoration and supporting security facilities, I'm afraid it will cost at least 400 to 500 million. But at the moment, Wang Hui really wanted to have a nest that could protect Lin Yuexin and where he could rest in peace. So we can only choose the lesser of two evils. Master, based on your preferences, Edith roughly calculated that it would take about 3 months to complete your request. There was a hint of apology in Edith's royal sister-like voice. After all, for her, failure to meet Wang Hui's requirements was a dereliction of duty. But at this moment, another voice sounded in Wang Hui's mind. Bite. The romance system has detected a new mission opportunity and is officially releasing the romance mission. Show off your kidney power, young man. Task: go to the bathroom for more than 3 minutes. Mission reward: a Riverview villa. Warm reminder, host, if you accept the mission, you can get the mission reward in advance. Wang Hui. System, come out. I'll beat you to death. Chapter 66. It seems we came at the wrong time. Wang Hui was very annoyed at this moment. Our system always gets stuck at such a critical node and issues tasks that we don't want to complete. Just like last time, the system issued a task for Wang Hui and Yan Qing to have dinner together. However, in the last mission, Wang Hui not only got a Lamborghini, but also obtained a master-level piano memory in the restaurant, which was a double hit. But this time the task was to make Wang Hui go to the toilet for 3 minutes at a time. Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin were also in the room, so it was obviously more demanding than last time. Wang Hui was just thinking about having a good discussion with the system when he heard the system's voice ringing in his mind again. This Riverview villa is located south of the Yangtze River, close to the riverbank, with an excellent view. The villa covers an area of 800 square meters, with an independent courtyard of 300 square meters and a sky garden on the top floor of the third floor. 3 floors above ground and 3 floors underground, with a total value of 1 billion. The system simply told Wang Hui the features of this Riverview villa, and placed the property certificate with Wang Hui's name on the table in front of Wang Hui. Looking at the property certificate slowly emerging in front of him, and the system's promise that he could receive the reward in advance as long as he accepted the task, Wang Hui's heart was moved. It's not that our army isn't steadfast, it's just that the rewards are too tempting. What man doesn't want a mansion worth 1 billion? Wang Hui slowly stood up and put the property certificate into the drawer of the desk. I'm not the kind of person who's obsessed with money. I just need to go to the bathroom. Wang Hui said this, opened the door of his room and walked towards the bathroom. At this moment, Wang Hui was focused on the task and did not notice the two girls joking with each other in the corner of the living room. The sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. This thought emerged in Wang Hui's mind. He gritted his teeth and quickened his pace by 3 times, but still landed silently like a civet cat. Uxin, your skin is so good. No, actually my skin has gotten worse since I got sick. That's great too, super stretchy. The two girls obviously didn't notice Wang Hui walking not far from them. Wang Hui walked into the bathroom, lifted the toilet lid, and made all preparations. His Xiantian realm strength allowed him to control almost every muscle in his body. So actually this task was not that difficult for him. As long as he reduces the flow rate, the corresponding time can be extended. In order to relax his mind and better control his muscles, Wang Hui asked himself in his mind. System, how did you get this mansion? A mansion of this level shouldn't be as easy to buy as a Lamborghini, right? Besides, I've lived in Jinling for so many years, and I've never heard of this Riverview Villa? The system chuckled in Wang Hui's mind and said arrogantly. You're right, you haven't heard of it. This is a Riverview Villa created out of thin air by the system, which modified the perception of everyone in the world. It was built specifically for the host. Wang Hui pondered for a moment, his mind gradually becoming empty. You are the best. A villa built specifically for himself, which also changed the perception of everyone in the world. Boys should all know that when people go to the toilet while standing, they often lose consciousness for a period of time. I don't know if it's God's will or a special arrangement of the system. Just a few seconds before Wang Hui was about to complete the task, the bathroom door suddenly opened slowly. Two beautiful figures appeared beside Wang Hui. Hearing the noise, Wang Hui turned around subconsciously. Day. The sound of water drops splashing on the ground seemed so harsh at this moment. Wang Hui stared at the two naked girls with his eyes wide open, and was unable to react for a moment. Of course, little Wang Hui finally reacted. He quickly raised his head and glared at the two girls. Similarly, the two girls stared blankly at Wang Hui, at the extraordinary little Wang Hui. Congratulations host, mission accomplished. The system's voice came from Wang Hui's mind, but to Wang Hui it sounded like a smile of success. Wang Hui was awakened and finally realized that it was not appropriate to explain now. He shook himself twice, pressed the flush button, and then turned into a whirlwind and ran out of the bathroom past the two girls. The sound of flushing water finally made the two girls react. However, the two girls' first reaction was not to scream and shout like ordinary people. The two looked at each other and noticed the blush slowly rising on each other's faces. I just needed to go to the bathroom. I didn't expect you to come take a shower. Sorry. Outside the door, Wang Hui took the time to explain himself. But this behavior finally made Yan Qing regain her former cleverness. If it were you, Wang Hui, it wouldn't be a problem for you to come in and use the restroom now. I believe you Xin will agree, right? Although it was a question, Wang Hui felt a hint of chill. It's okay. I'm fine now. After explaining again, Wang Hui finally couldn't resist the shame rising from the soles of his feet, and quickly fled back to his bedroom. In the bedroom, Wang Hui held the property certificate that finally belonged to him, and it took him a long time to calm down. At this moment, the sweet laughter like silver bells that sounded in the bathroom sounded like a mockery of him to Wang Hui. 10 minutes later, Wang Hui, who had finally calmed down by taking deep breaths, was awakened by a series of footsteps. I'm coming. The door of Wang Hui's bedroom was suddenly opened, and two girls who had just finished taking a shower appeared in front of him. Yan Shang was still smiling and saying the same thing as he had just said. I don't know if she wanted to arouse Wang Hui's hormones. Wang Hui looked in the direction of the voice and saw two girls who were still beautiful even without their makeup. The two girls' hair was still dripping water, dripping onto the bath towels wrapped around them, slowly soaking them. Two pairs of snow-white shoulders appeared in front of Wang Hui, even with a slight redness unique to bathing. In addition, Yan Qing deliberately wrapped the bath towel very low, so that the deep career line was clearly visible to Wang Hui. This is no longer just a subtle flirtation, it's outright aggression. However, Wang Hui had calmed down at this moment and did not feel more excited than the moment he opened the bathroom door. He stood up, walked to the two girls and closed the door. Then the two girls were locked outside. You guys sleep on the couch tonight. Wang Hui's determination made Yan Qing feel a little desperate. I originally thought that since Lin Yuexin was present today, she could still get into Wang Hui's bed. Who would have thought that Wang Hui would let the two girls sleep on the sofa? The sofa in Wang Hui's living room is so small, can it accommodate the two of them? Wang Hui, do you want me to steal your girlfriend away? Yan Qing complained in her heart, but she didn't dare to say anything openly, so she could only pull Lin Yuexin towards the sofa. But the next sentence she heard made Yan Qing completely lose her last hope. If you dare sneak into the room tonight, I will throw you out of here. Chapter 67, Riverview Villa. The night in Jinling is quiet and silent. Although there was a wall between them, Wang Hui could also hear Yin Qing's voice quietly comforting Lin Yuexin. This made Wang Hui change his opinion of Yin Qing, who he once regarded as a follower. After all, the two girls are still in a competing for a job relationship, but Yin Qing is willing to spend time and energy to comfort Lin Yuexin. Even just now in the night blooming jasmine incident, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she came to the rescue. If a girl like this didn't stick to Wang Hui all the time, the people chasing her would probably line up all the way from here to France. That night, Wang Hui's small but warm nest was filled with a cozy atmosphere. But at the Yin family manor in the suburbs of Jinling City, the atmosphere was completely different. The Yin family manor is so large that a small but fully equipped private hospital needs to be built inside. At this moment, the orthopedic surgeon from Yin's private hospital is consulting with the neurosurgeon for Yin Changhong. Mr. Yin, judging from the X-ray, your son has 11 broken ribs in the radius of his left hand. Fortunately, the broken ribs did not injure the internal organs, and the left radius was not a comminuted fracture. The prospects for orthopedic treatment are still very promising. The orthopedic doctor gave the conclusion first, which gave Yin Changhong's father Yin Quang some peace of mind. As for neurosurgery, your son just has some brain contusions, but otherwise he's fine. The brain injury should heal faster than the ribs and left hand radius. The neurosurgeon's final conclusion finally allowed Yin Quang, the helmsman of Yin Group and Yin Changhong's father, to relax. I'll leave the treatment of my son to you too. Of course. As the Yin family's private doctors and receiving high salaries from the Yin family, the two doctors naturally would not let down their guard at such a time. After leaving the hospital, Yin Quang's face quickly turned from sunny to gloomy, so ugly that it made people feel scared. In the villa in the center of the Yin manor, Yin Quang sat in the middle of the hall, and next to him were several family members who had been clearing obstacles for the Yin Group over the years. I'm sure you all already know why I asked you to come here. Yes, Patriarch. Although they were all related to each other to varying degrees, the seriousness of the matter still made them choose to call Yin Quang the head of the family. Since Yin Ping no longer wishes to be the uncrowned king of Jinling Night, we at the Yin clan will give him a ride. Contact those people from Dongying immediately and have them gather all their equipment and rush to Jinling within 3 days. Yes, Patriarch. Jinling City, a city once ravaged by the Dongying. But in order to overthrow Yi Hu Yanping, who controls the entire underground forces in Jinling, Yin Quang still chose to invite the wolf into the house. In order to achieve his goal, Yin Quang has resorted to any means necessary. After the youngsters left, the night in Jinling fell into peace again. But beneath the seemingly calm surface, there is a huge undercurrent that may overturn the entire situation in Jinling. But these have nothing to do with Wang Hui at the moment. Without Yin Qing's night attack, Wang Hui slept peacefully. Early the next morning, Wang Hui, who had finally survived the night, began to feel a little excited. Now that he has obtained a new Riverview villa from the system, why would Wang Hui continue to stay in this place? In fact, last night Wang Hui had asked Edith to control the drones that fell from the sky and fly to his riverside villa first to take some photos and videos for him. But looking at it through the picture is not as shocking as actually seeing it. So early this morning, before Yin Chang and Lin Yuexin even washed up, Wang Hui pulled them into a Lamborghini and sped all the way to the riverside. Wang Hui. Where are you going so early in the morning? Don't ask, I just don't know. Wang Hui was actually a little unsure. After all, the system said that it had changed everyone's memory. What if? So Wang Hui planned to say nothing until he saw his new house. After all, as the god of the esports circle and the suspected ex-boyfriend of the entertainment industry's supreme goddess Shizula, Wang Hui still has to maintain his own style. It doesn't take long to get to the riverside from the original community. What's more, Wang Hui drives a Lamborghini. 10 minutes later, Wang Hui appeared at the door of the riverside villa area. The security guard at the riverside villa area immediately opened the electric door for Wang Hui without saying a word. After all, Wang Hui was driving a Lamborghini. People like him were already accustomed to being greeted and dropped off by luxury cars, so their appreciation was naturally different from that of ordinary people. But after Wang Hui left, the two security guards in the booth looked at the unfamiliar license plate number and started talking. Whose young master bought the riverside villa again? I don't know. I've never seen this car or this license plate number. It would be great if we could someday afford to buy a villa like this along the river. You're just dreaming. It's better for you to just watch the door carefully. Who knows, maybe one day you'll be noticed by the rich woman inside. Wang Hui didn't know that he was being envied again. At this moment, the Lamborghini was slowly slowing down in front of the door of his new villa. The gate of the villa slowly moved sideways, without making Wang Hui wait even for a second. Although the entire villa looks antique and full of charm, it actually contains a very advanced artificial intelligence system. Currently, Edith is in control, but in the future, a dedicated artificial intelligence butler may take over. Wang Hui slowly parked the Lamborghini in front of the main entrance of the villa. The two girls beside him were completely stunned at this moment. The shock this Riverview villa brought to the two girls was even more exaggerated than when they saw little Wang Hui in the bathroom last night. This Wang Hui, could it be? Yes, it's just what you think. Where on earth did you get so much money to buy this villa? This is the most expensive piece of land in Jinling. This is the art palace of the architectural masters of Jinling, and even the entire Jiangsu province. Yanqing obviously understood better and knew what this villa meant. It is precisely because of this that her expression appears more surprised than Lin Yuexin's. Lin Yuexin looked at Yanqing with confusion, obviously not understanding why she was so excited. Yanqing swallowed, took several deep breaths, and then spoke slowly. Uxin, your boyfriend's house is worth 1 billion. Yanqing seemed to be relieved after saying this, and became less excited. Instead, Lin Yuexin stared with her round, bright eyes and opened her cute cherry mouth, demonstrating what it meant to be dumbfounded. I found it last night. Wang Hui said lightly, then slowly walked towards the Vermilion Gate. At first glance, the Vermilion Gate is the most eye-catching. On the wall, the combination and contrast of metal, stone and glass of varying light and dark creates a sense of wandering in the space through the transition of light and shadow. At the entrance, there are two giant stone lions, the same height as the Vermilion Gate. Wang Hui, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, stood in front of the two stone lions and was even only slightly taller than the base of the stone lions. Wang Hui also didn't need to do anything, and the Vermilion door slowly opened. The first thing that catches your eye is the dim lights creating a postmodern minimalist style of decoration that is full of charm. The floor is made of marble, and each piece of marble has a unique natural pattern. And these patterns form a magnificent landscaping painting. According to Yanqing's opinion, the marble on this ground alone is probably worth tens of millions. But this is still a small amount. In the room, the first thing that attracted Wang Hui was the gorgeous crystal lamps hanging from the ceiling on the third floor. The entire lamp is over 15 meters high, flashing with beautiful light, running through the entire villa. The only mahogany spiral staircase in the villa is surrounded by gorgeous and magnificent crystal lamps and extends all the way to the third floor. By the way, this mahogany spiral staircase is carved from a whole piece of mahogany and is unique. Wang Hui obviously didn't know this, so he didn't know which world the system had obtained such a thick whole redwood from. In addition to these magnificent features that can be seen at a glance, the entire villa exudes a wonderful feeling of free growth. Every detail made Yanqing feel extremely frightened. A 6-figure custom cashmere carpet, a 7-figure explosion-proof coffee table, an 8-figure private collection mural, and a 9-figure chandelier. There are also these villas worth tens of figures, all of which reveal luxury in their simplicity. This is Wang Hui's future home. Chapter 68, Stay Overnight, Girl. The 800 square meter Riverview villa is spacious and bright. The morning sunlight shines on Wang Hui through the glass skylight, making him feel lazy and sleepy. Wang Hui hadn't slept well last night, and now that the dust had finally settled, he felt sleepy again. However, the two girls were different from Wang Hui. They wandered around the villa excitedly. Of course, it was mainly Yanqing who took Lin Yuexin to visit Wang Hui's new home. Yanqing's eyes sparkled, like a dragon that had seen treasure, full of anticipation. She ran to Wang Hui without hesitation, took Wang Hui's arm and shook him, saying, Wang Hui, you have so many rooms. Can I have one? Indeed, if I could live in Wang Hui's new home, I would be able to spend more time with Wang Hui because I am close to him. But Wang Hui obviously didn't want to give Yanqing this opportunity. No. Wang Hui's answer made Yanqing feel a little disappointed, but she did not show it and continued to speak with a smile. Oh, Yuexin was frightened last night. Her condition might relapse during this period. I need to stay and take care of her. Yanqing has completely tied Lin Yuexin and herself together. As long as Lin Yuexin can stay, she will definitely be able to stay. This was a clever move. After all, Wang Hui really cared about Lin Yuexin, this gentle girl. Even now, when Lin Yuexin realized that Yanqing said she would stay, her face was full of shame and red like a ripe apple. Lin Yuexin lowered her head, tugged at the corner of Yanqing's clothes, and said shyly, Xinger, don't say that. Wang Hui hasn't let me stay yet. And I don't want to disturb Wang Hui. To be honest, Lin Yuexin wanted to stay deep down in her heart. After all, the fact that she could spend every day with Wang Hui was very attractive to her. It's just that her shy personality prevents her from expressing her expectations as boldly as Yan Chang. Wang Hui's eyes moved back and forth between Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin, and he was a little hesitant for a moment. The villa is so big that even if the two girls are left behind, it will not have much impact on Wang Hui's life. After all, there are 5 nanny rooms in this villa. Each nanny room can accommodate 2 nannies, which means that this villa originally needed 10 nannies. Wang Hui thought so in his heart, and his eyes became less determined. And it was at this moment that the system, which sensed Wang Hui's emotional changes, appeared in Wang Hui's mind again, making its presence felt. Bite. The romance system has detected a new mission opportunity and is officially releasing the romance mission, Stay Overnight, Girl. Mission content, let Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin stay overnight. Mission reward, master level cooking skills. Warm reminder, host, if you accept the mission, you can get the mission reward in advance. The mission was a good one, but the timing of the system's words always made Wang Hui vaguely suspicious. Host, think about it. If you live alone in the future, you will definitely have to cook for yourself, right? Don't you want to be able to treat yourself to delicious meals every time? And if you reach a higher level in your cultivation in the future, you can also use your master level cooking skills to make some spiritual food for yourself to increase your cultivation speed. The system has already figured out Wang Hui's personality and will not directly assign the task to Wang Hui as before. After a painstaking explanation, Wang Hui finally compromised. After all, the villa is so big, it will be more popular if 2 more people live there. In the lobby of the Riverview Villa, Yan Xing carefully looked at Wang Hui's expression, which did not change much, trying to guess Wang Hui's answer from it. Lin Yuexin was more like a prisoner awaiting trial, and she didn't even dare to look up at Wang Hui. Living with someone she liked was something that made her feel too shy. Wang Hui stood up from the handmade leather sofa imported from Italy, looked at Yan Xing, and spoke slowly. You can live here, but we have to agree on 3 rules. Yan Chang was afraid that Wang Hui would go back on his word, so she quickly nodded and agreed. Great. As long as I can live here, let alone 3 rules, even 300 will do. Lin Yuexin, who had been standing beside her with her pretty face flushed and her head lowered, suddenly nodded, obviously very happy. Seeing Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin so excited, Wang Hui couldn't help but sigh and continued. First, you must manage the sanitation of the villa and dispose of the garbage you produce yourself. Secondly, you are not allowed to bring anyone of the opposite sex back to the villa, regardless of their relationship. Third, if you can't come back at night due to something, you must notify the other people in the villa. After Wang Hui stated the 3 conditions, his eyes fell on Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin, waiting for their answers. But for Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin, the 3 conditions proposed by Wang Hui were not difficult to achieve at all. Even if Wang Hui didn't say it, how could the 2 of them act so sloppy in front of Wang Hui? What's more, if she brought other boys back to Wang Hui's villa, wouldn't that completely ruin the relationship between her and Wang Hui that had just started to improve? Every time Wang Hui mentioned a condition, Yan Chang nodded vigorously. When Wang Hui finished speaking, Yan Chang immediately widened her eyes as pure as a deer and said happily. No problem, UXIN, and I can do all of this, right? Although she didn't say anything, Lin Yuexin's slightly trembling body also showed her excitement. Lin Yuexin nodded desperately, fearing that if she agreed too late, Wang Hui would not let her live here. Although she would not directly express her envy of Yan Chang, she was still afraid. Like Yan Chang, she was afraid that the person next to her would run away when she was alone with Wang Hui. Seeing that both of them agreed to the conditions he proposed, Wang Hui continued to give orders. Except for the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, each of you can choose a room. Tell me when you've chosen one. Wang Hui's agreement made the 2 girls leave happily, leaving Wang Hui alone in the living room. Lying on the sofa, Wang Hui cleared his mind and let the system transmit the master-level cooking skills into his mind. Wang Hui's fingers were trembling slightly, and his half-closed eyes were twitching. In his mind, recipes and names turned into memories, presenting various delicious dishes. After a while, Wang Hui opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a little more confidence and vicissitudes in his eyes. Edith, order me beef, pork, mutton, celery, cowpeas, shrimp. Wang Hui listed dozens of ingredients in a row, as well as some daily necessities, clothes, and other miscellaneous items. He didn't plan to keep the things in the original nest anymore. A new home means new beginnings. However, Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin are not as free and easy as Wang Hui. Just as he asked Edith to order these things, the two girls came down from upstairs and said goodbye to Wang Hui. Yan Xing kept smiling as she waved at Wang Hui and said, "Wang Hui, we should go back and pack our things first. We should be back by noon." Wang Hui watched the two girls leave, but did not see them off for long distance, because he had a lot of things on his mind at the moment. Chapter 69, Master Cooking. Edith, can we use the drone to retrieve the things I just asked you to order? Wang Hui sat lazily on the sofa, thinking about the drone summoned from the satellite last night. Edith's mature and royal voice reached Wang Hui's ears through the Bluetooth headset, but the answer was no. Master, those drones last night were all equipped with offensive weapons and were combat drones. If they want to retrieve the ordered goods, they can't do it. They need to build new load-carrying drones. Edith's answer made Wang Hui fall into deep thought, as if he was considering the feasibility of the heavy-duty drone Edith mentioned in today's society. Edith, allocate 10% of your computing power to calculate the feasibility of manufacturing load-carrying drones and establishing a company that provides door-to-door delivery services in urban areas. Wang Hui has already clearly determined the positioning of the load-carrying drone in order to reduce the difficulty of this last step in the logistics distribution process. In Jinling, there are basically several express delivery stations in every community. When the express delivery of this community is delivered to the express station, it will either be left at the express station for the owner to pick up the package, or it will be delivered to the customer's door. The latter is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also often causes customer dissatisfaction. If Wang Hui's last-mile plan can be implemented, the company's business will be able to expand significantly. Advancing both online and offline is the right path for a company to develop. Edith received Wang Hui's order and immediately began to analyze. With Edith's computing power and the technology it has stored, it is not difficult to manufacture a load-carrying drone. The difficulty lies in how to fully implement this plan of drone delivery to homes, and also prevent someone from taking advantage of the situation. After all, drones are also the company's property, so they must also have certain self-protection capabilities. Wang Hui sat on the sofa and waited for about half an hour before finally getting a reply from Edith. Master, Edith has completed the feasibility report and written 3 implementation plans. Would you like to take a look at them now? Wang Hui was waiting while slowly circulating the internal energy in his body, trying to verify the method of using internal energy to leave the body and injure people that he had seen last night. After hearing Edith's report, he immediately opened his eyes shining. Let's start reporting. Edith is always very professional once she gets into work mode, and she immediately starts reporting into her Bluetooth headset. Plan 1. Use Yehu Yanping's influence to acquire all the express delivery stations in residential areas and rural areas, and roll out the heavy-duty drone program. This plan requires a large initial investment, but once rolled out, it will quickly enter a period of dividends. Option 2. First implement a pilot system in several major residential areas in Jinling City, and then conduct linkage and build momentum after the company's social software goes online. This solution requires little initial investment and has little impact on the company as other businesses, but it is developing slowly. Option 3. Leverage your master's dominant position in the esports world to conduct extensive publicity and attract additional capital. Our company will only be responsible for manufacturing drones and designing and maintaining drone systems. This plan will seed some interests, but will form a broader network of contacts. The 3 plans proposed by Edith all caught Wang Hui's attention. It can be said that any ordinary company can make a lot of money by getting any of these 3 plans. But Wang Hui frowned slightly, still feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Edith, can't we combine these 3 plans into one? In the upper left corner of Wang Hui's glasses, a red light flashed twice and then turned green. Master, you can implement all 3 plans together, but you'll need to take away 1/3 of Edith's computing power. Will you start the drone delivery program? After hearing this, Wang Hui thought about it and finally gave a positive answer. Open it. The words Drone Express Delivery Plan has been launched appeared on Wang Hui's glasses, and then Edith's voice came to his ears again. The drone delivery plan is expected to invest 68 million yuan in the first phase and introduce 350 million yuan in capital. The drone delivery program is expected to become profitable in a month, with first quarter profits projected to be 230 million yuan. Wang Hui was very confident in Edith's work, and in a blink of an eye he put this matter behind him. After all, the load-bearing drone has not yet been designed and produced, so he has to drive to pick up the things Edith just ordered for him. After a trip to the supermarket, it was almost noon when Wang Hui returned to the villa. For his first meal in his new home, Wang Hui naturally wanted to try out the master-level cooking skills he had just acquired. Without waiting for Yen Chang and Lin Yuexin to come back, Wang Hui started to get busy. Knock knock knock. The sharp kitchen knife knocked out very rhythmic notes on the chopping board, and various ingredients were processed in an orderly manner. Wang Hui's master-level cooking skills and master-level piano skills seemed to have changed slightly at this moment. Wang Hui's knife skills were already superb because of his master-level cooking skills. Now with his master-level piano skills, he actually played a sonata in the Chinese kitchen of the Riverview Villa. Moreover, Wang Hui's actions at this moment were not at all redundant, which made people feel infinitely impressed. A feast for the eyes. Laugh. The ingredients are put into the pot, making wonderful sounds. Various ingredients intertwine and jump in the pot, making wonderful sounds. After a while, a pleasant aroma wafted from the villa's Chinese kitchen. At the same time, Wang Hui's ears moved slightly, and the door of the villa just opened. It turned out that Yen Chang and Lin Yuexin had returned. What Wang Hui didn't expect was that Yen Chang and Lin Yuexin did not come back together. Coming back with them was one of Wang Hui's ex-girlfriends, Li Xiaoman, the youngest beautiful professor at Jinling No. 1 University. Li Xiaoman seemed to be afraid that Wang Hui would misunderstand her, so the moment she entered the door and saw Wang Hui, she started to explain to him. Classmate Wang Hui, classmate Lin Yuexin said she wants to move out. I'm a little worried, so I came over to check on her. Do you mind? Wang Hui looked at Li Xiaoman, who was wearing a one-piece skirt and a small suit, showing off her almost perfect figure, and couldn't help but think of that night inside. Sit down and eat together. Li Xiaoman is more mature than Yen Chang and Lin Yuexin. She knows clearly that all she can do now is to stay quietly by Wang Hui's side. I hope that one day he might change his mind. She was very happy that she came here on her own initiative without causing Wang Hui's disgust. Although she really wanted to live in this villa, her current status made it impossible for her to do so. Li Xiaoman secretly told herself that there was still a long time to go and suppressed the thoughts in her heart. Wang Hui is so good-looking, how could he possibly cook? I must pretend to enjoy the food later. I can't let Wang Hui be sad. Yen Chang looked at Wang Hui, who was busy in the Chinese kitchen, made up her mind secretly, and then spoke. Teacher Li, if the food Wang Hui cooks isn't tasty, please don't show it, okay? Yen Chang was afraid that the reaction of the three of them would offend Wang Hui, so she greeted Li Xiaoman in advance. Li Xiaoman recalled that when Wang Hui was with her, he did not show any talent for cooking. So she nodded immediately to indicate that she understood. As for Lin Yuexin, Yen Chang knew that she liked Wang Hui as much as she did, so there was no need for her to remind her. The three girls sat in the restaurant for a while, and Wang Hui quickly brought a variety of delicious dishes to the table. Looking at the table filled with delicious dishes, the three girls didn't know what to do for a moment. They never thought that someone as beautiful as Wang Hui would have such a skill. Although Yen Chang had lived a life of luxury since childhood, she still widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed when she saw the delicious food in front of her. Wang Hui, these dishes are all made by you? Or did you do it? Wang Hui glared at Yen Chang, who was so surprised that she didn't know what to do, took off his apron and sat down at the dining table. Okay, let's get started. At the command, Yen Chang immediately picked up her favorite sweet and sour pork ribs and put them into her mouth. The next moment, the sweet and sour taste instantly exploded in Yen Chang's mouth, waking up all her dormant taste buds. Subconsciously, Yen Chang let out a soft moan. This was almost an instinctive reaction and she couldn't bear it at all. In Yen Chang's mind, the sweet and sour taste bursting from the delicious sweet and sour spare ribs was like a veil, slowly covering her body. The ribs are incredibly tender, and the meat falls off the bone with just a sip. At the same time, the gravy penetrates into every taste bud, making the sweet and sour taste even more wonderful. At this moment, Yen Chang felt as if the lover in her heart was caressing her, making her unable to help but moan softly. At the same time, her hands did not stop moving, and she put various delicious dishes into her mouth one after another. As for what she had just said about giving Wang Hui some face, she had already thrown it out of her mind. At this moment, there was only one thought in Yen Chang's mind: it smells so good. Li Xiaoman, who was standing by, was also very curious when she saw this, and gently took a piece of the braised pig's trotter. Li Xiaoman's moaning was even more melodious than Yen Chang's, and it reminded Wang Hui of that crazy night again. It's not that Li Xiaoman is not reserved. At this moment, she is just like Yen Chang, and she is completely unable to bear it. The soft and glutinous pig's trotter melts in the mouth. With just one bite, Li Xiaoman can feel the full collagen. Moreover, the special flavor of the pig's trotters, stimulated by the refined soy sauce, filled Li Xiaoman's entire mouth. At this moment, Li Xiaoman felt like she was lying naked on a soft white cloud, and it seemed that she didn't have to worry about anything. Even Wang Hui returned to her side, and the two lived happily together. This feeling was something she had never experienced before, and she had never even thought about it. Lin Yuexin didn't believe Yin Cheng's performance at first. After all, she was the one who had just made the proposal and she couldn't lose face for Wang Hui. But when Li Xiaoman behaved like this, Lin Yuexin couldn't help but feel confused. She scooped up a spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stuffed it into her mouth. Yeah. So delicious. Chapter 70, The Strongest Security System in History. The meal was a great pleasure for all the guests. Yin Cheng kept saying that this was the best meal she had ever had in her life, and Li Xiaoman smiled and nodded. Lin Yuexin even changed her previous poor appetite. She ate the most in this meal except for Wang Hui. When people are full, they naturally look better. Lin Yuexin's face was no longer as pale as before, but had turned into a white with a soft glow. After lunch, Wang Hui returned to the master bedroom alone. The three girls volunteered to clean up the mess. Edith, tell me about the defenses of this villa. According to previous ideas, this villa will become Wang Hui's small base. In the face of possible enemies in the future, this place will have the most powerful defense facilities and become the last fortress to protect Wang Hui and those around him. When Edith heard the order, she immediately began to introduce Wang Hui. Master, the entire villa is built with 20 mm thick bulletproof steel plates, including a 5 mm radiation shield. Outside the inner core, it is built of the hardest granite. The gate is made of redwood wrapped in 30 mm thick steel plates and weighs over 10 tons. The windows are also made of bulletproof glass. In case of danger, the steel plates outside the bulletproof glass can be lowered to isolate any attacks from outside the villa. Edith first introduced the structure of the villa. Every time she mentioned something, Wang Hui was more amazed. But this also made Wang Hui have a question in his mind. If this continues, is 1 billion really enough? But this was obviously not the end. Edith's voice continued to ring in Wang Hui's ears. The two stone lions at the door are actually combat robots disguised as stone lions. There are also 2 machine guns under the base of the stone lions, each with a firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. Automatic sniper rifles are also hidden in the 4 corners of the roof. Wang Hui swallowed subconsciously and an idiom came to his mind. As strong as a rock. Not to mention ordinary people, even if well-equipped and well-trained soldiers came, without hundreds or thousands of people, they would have no chance of breaking through the defense of this Riverview villa. With this level of strength, what kind of attack can it withstand? This is the issue that Wang Hui is most concerned about, because only by knowing the upper limit can Wang Hui make better arrangements when facing the enemy. Hearing this, Edith answered seriously. According to the standards of the host world, the above-ground part of the villa can withstand a frontal attack from an infantry fighting vehicle. If we deploy the combat robots from the stone lions, we can withstand the attack of a mechanized infantry regiment. As Edith explained, a video clip produced by Edith on the spot appeared in front of Wang Hui's lens. In the video, an infantry regiment, led by infantry fighting vehicles, attacked fiercely towards the villa. But with the cooperation of the combat robots in the stone lions and the machine guns in the base, this complete mechanized infantry regiment was completely defeated in just a few minutes. 10 minutes later, the mechanized infantry regiment, with more than 50% casualties, chose to retreat. What? You're saying the mechanized infantry isn't strong enough? You're going to attack with tanks? Hundreds or thousands of soldiers appeared in Nanjing? If Wang Hui had not done something that angered God and the people, how could the country take action against him? The basement, the first and second basement levels, can defend against frontal bombardment from the vast majority of tanks currently in service in the world. And the combat robots from the 2 stone lions can come forward and launch a surprise attack. Or perhaps combat drones stationed in the rooftop sky garden could launch airstrikes and destroy enemy tanks. As Edith explained, the animation on the lens continued to evolve, allowing Wang Hui to see that the domineering tank was completely powerless against the attack of the stone lion robot. As for the 3rd underground floor, it can continue to protect the owner for more than a year even under a nuclear bomb attack. The safest place, Edith explained the least. Since it can withstand a nuclear bomb attack, there is no need to say more about its safety performance. Listening to Edith's explanation, Wang Hui gradually felt relieved, but he heard the voice of the system in his mind. Does the host like this most powerful security system in history? The sudden sound from the system did not cause Wang Hui to react much, he just responded faintly. Good. However, when this word came out of Wang Hui's mouth, it was already a good compliment. The system obviously understood this, so it did not ask for Wang Hui's praise anymore, but just said. So, as long as the host completes the task well, the system will definitely give the host many, many good things. Wang Hui sighed silently and said calmly. That's not necessary. Outside the master bedroom, the three girls had finished washing the dishes and were now touring the Riverview Villa. However, they were only allowed to move between the first underground floor and the third floor above ground. The remaining two underground floors hide the deepest secrets of the villa, and naturally they are not allowed to enter. Although the villa is large, it is not infinite. The three girls walked around for an hour and then stopped. Since Li Xiaoman had classes at school in the afternoon, Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin could only send her back to school together. Because among the three women, only Yan Chang can drive, and she doesn't want to leave Lin Yuexin and Wang Hui alone. So it became what it is now. Although Wang Hui was in the bedroom, he knew that the three of them left together. The cameras in the stone lion's eyes had already transmitted everything to Edith's database. Finally left. Wang Hui stretched in the bedroom and walked slowly into the study. He had originally wanted to try out the most powerful computer in the study, but he didn't want to be caught by Yan Chang when she was around, so he had been putting it off until now. Nowadays, some girls just can't tell their own status. How could they possibly compare to a game that hundreds of engineers toiled day and night for years to create? Wang Hui first clicked on the LOL icon, but soon thought of the scene of meeting someone that night. Before entering the game, Wang Hui went to the backstage and closed LOL. Since you are afraid of getting into trouble, why not play a few games of PUBG? I have never played it before. Wang Hui thought to himself, and then clicked to download the game. In just half a minute, this huge game appeared on Wang Hui's computer screen. Double-clicking to open it, Wang Hui actually felt a sense of anticipation. There's no way around it, every boy has a dream of becoming a soldier. A few English letters flashed across the LCD screen produced by Dongying, indicating that Wang Hui had opened the chicken-eating game. Wang Hui sat on a gaming chair that took ergonomic design to its extreme, with his hands on a mechanical keyboard imported from Germany. Although he could understand that his country's current high-end industries were not keeping up, Wang Hui still felt a little uncomfortable. But then this scenario will change. When Wang Hui really runs his company, he is absolutely confident that the various products produced by his company will be able to surpass the world's technology. After all, Edith recorded the existence of Tony Stark's mecha design. On the island of Birth, Wang Hui's newly created account only had a set of white cloth given by the game. Wang Hui looked at everything in front of him with a slightly curious look, but he didn't know that on the other side of the screen, thousands of miles away, there was a girl staring at the screen in front of her, with tears in her eyes. Brother Wang, is that you? All kinds of amazing Chinese art quintessence came from Wang Hui's headphones, and even Wang Hui was amazed for a moment. Then choose to mute all sounds. Now only the voices of teammates echoed in my ears. Selling out G. Locking blood. Perspective. Accelerating G. To watch the movie, please add WeChat. In Wang Hui's ears, a slightly childish boy's voice made him admire the matching mechanism of a certain hole. Fuck, what kind of luck is this? One of them is selling G and the other is selling porn. Brother, it looks like this time it's just the two of us fighting side by side. But Wang Hui did not answer, but just silently played his own game. As soon as they got on the plane, the two teammates who sold golden films chose to quit the game directly, obviously to sell golden films in the next game. Brother, are you talking? Where are you from? How long have you been playing this game? The slightly childish voice came to his ears again, and Wang Hui couldn't help it after all. So Wang Hui chose to block out his teammates' voices as well. However, Wang Hui did not notice that in the corner of the Birth Island, a character's perspective was fixed on the character name above his head. Skydive and collect supplies. Although it was Wang Hui's first time playing this game, his strength in the Xiantian realm and his control over his muscles allowed him to get the hang of it quickly. Day. Soon, I heard gunshots and footsteps. Without any hesitation, Wang Hui immediately walked towards the direction of the gunshot, holding the S-686 with the name of Equality for All. Perhaps Wang Hui was lucky. After a while, he saw two enemies squatting in a corner not far away, ready to ambush him. Without waiting, Wang Hui stood up straight. The distance of 50 meters was just the limit of the diffusion of the S-686 bullet. Bang! Bang! After 2 consecutive shots, 2 prompts popped up on the screen. You knocked out the clingy goblin with the S686. You defeated the annoying little goblin with the S686. Wang Hui looked at the prompts that slowly passed by on the screen, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It looks like it's a team, the little fairy team, not bad. Upstairs, 2 figures flashed past the window. Wang Hui switched the gun and took out a rifle without any accessories. To him, it didn't matter whether it had accessories or not. With his control over his muscles, controlling the gun is the simplest technique. Day. You shot down the man-eating goblin with your rifle. You killed the goblin who was holding you captive with a rifle. The remaining 2 members of the little fairy team had already been sent to the next game by Wang Hui before they even saw Wang Hui. At the same time, in an urban rural fringe area in Su province, a teenager stared blankly at the elimination message in the upper left corner of the screen. Lao Wang doesn't know how to play AD and eliminated the sticky little fairy with S686. Lao Wang doesn't know how to play AD and eliminated the annoying little fairy with S686. Lao Wang doesn't know how to fight AD, so he knocked down the man-eating goblin with a rifle. Lao Wang doesn't know how to play AD, so he knocked down the goblin who was catching people with a rifle. The young man who skipped class to surf the internet couldn't help but exclaimed with his eyes wide open. Is this a big boss? I met a big boss, right? No, I have to hurry and hold on to the boss's thighs. I want to be the boss's gaming friend. Chapter 71, Crushing Game. Douyu Live Broadcast Room, room number 666. The viewers in the live broadcast room immediately noticed the elimination information in the upper left corner of the game. Goddess Wan, look at that ID that just eliminated 4 people. Does it look familiar? It really seems to be Lao Wang's ID. Is he that good at this game? Goddess Wan, please read the elimination information. Although Xiao Wan did not notice the barrage on the other screen next to her, she was increasingly certain in her heart that the owner of that ID must be Wang Hui. Xiao Wan was invited by some friends today to play the game Chicken with them. Although they are friends, Xiao Wan is not actually familiar with them. After all, Xiao Wan's main game is League of Legends. However, her friends all said that they would take her to eat chicken today, so she came. As for why Xiao Wan's friends are so confident, it's because the 3 of them are active champion players. Rain Emperor, Tigger, Tinker Bell. All 3 of them are almost invincible in the game of chicken. Among them, Doraemon even has the title of Jedi God of War. It is precisely because of this that they generously stated that they would definitely take Xiao Wan to eat chicken today. But they don't know that in this game, besides them, there is another killing god. After Wang Hui killed a squad and obtained their supplies, he didn't seem so poor anymore. This also gave him an idea in his mind. It is impossible to search for things. The only way to maintain this life is to find enemies, kill them, and then search their bags. Wang Hui did what he thought and changed his route, heading towards the most crowded urban area. In Y City, Wang Hui has now upgraded his weapons and is now carrying a rifle and a 98 kr, making him suitable for both long and short distances. As soon as he approached Y City, Wang Hui heard several gunshots. Change gun, open the scope, and aim. The series of actions were completed in one go, and almost instantly, a shaking head appeared in the crosshairs on the screen in front of Wang Hui. Wang Hui did not hesitate and shot directly following the frequency of the head shaking. Bang! The dull sound of 98 kr's gunfire resounded throughout the entire Y City, and the unlucky guy who was targeted by Wang Hui fell directly to his knees. Who hit me? Hurry up and pull me up. I want to snipe him. Before the unlucky guy could finish his words, a pool of green blood burst out from the head of his teammate who had just run to his side and tried to pull him up. Then came the dull sound of gunfire from the 98 kr. What's going on? Is this guy cheating? How can he be so accurate? Hang the dog and the whole family will die. Wang Hui, who killed 2 opponents with 1 shot each, did not see the third enemy in the sight. Obviously, the opponents also knew how powerful Wang Hui was, so they did not dare to show their heads. Wang Hui didn't care. He put away his 98 kr and ran towards the direction where the enemy fell with his rifle in hand. 20 seconds was enough time for both opponents to be pulled up from their fallen state. But not long after the 2 stood up, they heard a desperate explosion. Bang! Wang Hui had already calculated their escape route and took out a flash bomb from another window and threw it into the room. Lao Wang doesn't know how to fight AD and killed ADGS with a fragmentation grenade. Lao Wang can't fight AD, so he killed the boss with a fragmentation grenade and asked me to patrol the mountain. Lao Wang can't play AD, so he killed me with a fragmentation grenade and asked Xiao Zhuanfeng to patrol the mountain. Wang Hui's game ID was once again flooding the screen in the game, but this time, the viewers in Douyu Live Room 666 were not so calm. It's Lao Wang. Lao Wang is back. Goddess Wan, Lao Wang treated you so badly in that game last time. This time you have Doraemon to help you, why don't you? This brother is right, stop Lao Wang. Hurry up and get online. Let's help Goddess Wan stop Lao Wang. Most netizens are thinking about stopping Lao Wang, the scumbag who hurt his goddess heart, but some netizens are analyzing the situation calmly. I don't think it's possible for Lao Wang to be good at both League of Legends and PUBG. After all, these are two completely different types of games. I agree with the previous statement. I think Lao Wang is cheating. Otherwise, he can't be so strong. That's right, if Lao Wang wasn't cheating, I'd be doing a handstand and having diarrhea live. Lao Wang didn't cheat, I ate all the diarrhea from the guy in front of me. Following the two earth-shattering curses, the comments in Xiao Wan's live broadcast room instantly showed a unified trend. Eat and drink for free. Take screenshots as proof. As the circle gets smaller and smaller, it means that the distance between Wang Hui and Xiao Wan is getting closer and closer. In P City, Tigger hurriedly ran to Xiao Wan, dropped all kinds of weapons and equipment, and said carefully, Goddess Wan, 3 heads, 3 armors, and a fully equipped rifle, all for you. UD was half a step behind Tigger. Seeing this, he became more and more anxious. He quickly quickened his pace and came to Xiao Wan's side. He left behind even more things, including various medicines that he prepared for Xiao Wan. Wan, take these medicines first. If you don't have enough, ask me for more. I have everything here. UD's voice is slightly low, and in the minds of many little girls it is considered the most perfect voice. Xiao Wan did not accept the supplies, but smiled and refused. No, you can use them. UD opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. He could only sigh helplessly. The esports iceberg was indeed worthy of its reputation. No one could pick this iceberg Snow Lotus. In the final round, there were only 10 players left. Wang Hui, 4 members of Xiao Wan's team, and the remaining 5 prey. Except for the 3 champions of Xiao Wan's team, the remaining 5 players were already trembling with fear. They are all veteran players of this game, so they naturally know Doraemon's notorious reputation. Coupled with Wang Hui's crazy killing in this round, they almost gave up their plan to win the game. 1 stick, 99. Behind a tree in the final circle, a player wearing a grass-green ghillie suit was lying on the grass, hiding his body. But under the high frame rate and high resolution of Wang Hui's most powerful computer, this ghillie suit player looks so conspicuous. Duo. The rifle with a silencer fired a single shot, sending the ghillie suit player to 9th place. Wang Hui's kills also reached 20. On the other side, the champions of Xiao Wan's team also took down the last group of enemies with their guns in the plains. It's 1v4. It's obviously 1v3, and there's also the Goddess Wan cheering and encouraging. I admit you're right. In the live broadcast room, netizens were joking with each other and were obviously looking forward to the upcoming match. But at this moment, Xiao Wan suddenly turned on the public microphone, with a hint of anxiety in her voice. Brother Wang, are you there? Wang Hui had been using the microphone, so he naturally heard Xiao Wan's voice. He frowned and replied, no. Wang Hui's response did not make Xiao Wan angry. Instead, it made her immediately confirm Wang Hui's existence. She hurriedly continued to ask, Brother Wang, can you take me to eat chicken? Wang Hui's frown deepened, and his answer was still cold, no. Seeing Wang Hui refuse again, Xiao Wan suddenly had an idea in her mind. Then she smiled and said, Brother Wang, I know you are here. How about I kill all my teammates, and then you take me to win the game? Xiao Wan's words scared his 3 teammates and the crowd of viewers in the live broadcast room. It's over, my Goddess Wan has completely fallen. Whoa. I think Goddess Wan and Lao Wang are a good match. I wish them both the best. I'm jealous. I can't even watch someone play a game and be forced to eat dog food. I'm so miserable. Goddess Wan actually wanted to kill her teammates to get Lao Wang to win the game. I believe in love again. Although Wang Hui couldn't see the barrage in the live broadcast room, he also had a headache after hearing Xiao Wan's answer. At the same time, in a certain voice channel, Doraemon was wearing a yellow vest and his voice was a little cold. Brothers, are we going to kill the immortal today? That's exactly what I meant. Chapter 72, God's Second Coming. In the game, Xiaowan failed to kill Doraemon after all. Because she refused the supplies from Rain Emperor and Tigger, and she herself didn't pick up the grenade. After Tinker Bell discovered this, she controlled the game character to squat down and slowly walk to the right rear. This is a little trick that can be exploited called the silent step. Tinker Bell wanted to use this technique to gain an advantage in the finals. But he didn't know that his target had already been occupied by Wang Hui one step ahead. So all of Doraemon's actions were actually seen by Wang Hui. Wang Hui, who was behind the computer screen, raised a sneer and slowly aimed the rifle in his hand in the direction of Doraemon. Turn sideways, aim, and shoot. Duo. You shot Tinker Bell with a rifle. Damn it. He's right here. Xiao Dingdang reacted immediately and reported Wang Hui's whereabouts to his teammates. At the same time, Tinker Bell's two teammates, Rain Emperor and Tigger, immediately cooperated. I'll hold the gun, you go save people. Tigger leaned out from behind the cover and fired wildly in the direction of Wang Hui, intending to stop Wang Hui from killing Tinker Bell. UD immediately threw a smoke bomb to cover Doraemon's retreat. Unfortunately, Wang Hui had already calculated everything. 3 seconds later, a grenade flew in a precise parabola, passed over the stone shelter in front of Wang Hui, and landed next to Doraemon. There's thunder, retreat. Boom. You killed Tinker Bell with a frag grenade. You knocked down the Rain Emperor with a frag grenade. 2 tips allowed Wang Hui to kill one and defeat one. At the same time, UD also issued an anxious reminder. Don't come, I'll climb back by myself. As for Doraemon, he took his hands off the keyboard and chose to watch the enemy from their perspective. It is precisely because of this that the audience in Xiaodingdang's live broadcast room were able to see Wang Hui's actions at this final moment. He took a half step back, holding a Molotov cocktail in his hand. Call. The Molotov cocktail fell directly on UD in the same precise parabola. Now no matter which way UD climbs, he can only endure the burning of the fire. UD took his hands off the keyboard and chose to give up. No X-ray vision? Then he must have automatic aiming. That's right, I don't believe a person can throw something so accurately. He must be using the projectile aiming cheat. The fans in Xiaodingdang's live broadcast room started shouting and sent out barrages of comments on the screen one after another. They had immense faith in the man in front of the screen who had led a team to win a championship, even though he was younger than most of them. When Xiaodingdang suspected that Wang Hui was cheating, they naturally thought that Wang Hui was cheating too. But as Wang Hui threw one grenade after another, Doraemon's expression became serious. He seems to be using math to calculate the parabola of a fragmentation grenade? In the barrage, the first netizen who discovered the clue expressed his opinion. Impossible, he must be cheating. He's not cheating, I'm eating shit live. That's right, how can you possibly defeat Tinker Bell without cheating? Does he think he is a god? If you have seen Wang Hui playing games last time, you might know that Wang Hui does have godlike dominance in the gaming world. Unfortunately, they didn't, and the barrage was still filled with extremely violent words. But Wang Hui couldn't see these comments at all, so he was naturally not disturbed. He threw various projectiles in Tigger's direction again and again, and just when Tigger was holding up his gun, he had already exposed his body. Now Wang Hui is just looking for an angle to blow him to death. Boom! You knocked out Tigger with a frag grenade. You killed the Rain Emperor with a Molotov cocktail. 2 clues appeared in front of Wang Hui, making him feel relieved. In the end, only Xiaowan was left. Although Xiaowan didn't know much about Wang Hui knew that Xiaowan didn't know how to play games like chicken. Because Xiaowan told Wang Hui in person that she had suffered from 3D dizziness since she was a child. This time, I accompanied Doraemon to play games because I couldn't refuse their kind invitation. So Wang Hui simply walked out from behind the bunker and headed towards the last bunker in the final circle. Xiaowan had been keeping an eye on Wang Hui, so when he came out, Xiaowan walked out of the shelter without hesitation and ran towards Wang Hui. Brother Wang, you're so awesome. Take me to the next chicken dinner. Please. Take me. Take me to eat chicken. Xiaowan didn't realize there was anything wrong with what she said, and she pleaded with Wang Hui through the public microphone, but she didn't know that Wang Hui was not there to take her out for fun. He's here to kill her. Duo. The sound of a rifle shot rang out, and even though Xiaowan was wearing the strongest helmet she had found, she was unable to withstand the damage of the shot. Seeing Xiaowan's body turning into a box and a puff of green smoke rising, Wang Hui turned on the public microphone and said coldly, "Don't want." The words "good luck, chicken tonight" made Wang Hui happy for a while. But soon, this happiness quietly disappeared. Because of a familiar ID, he appeared in front of Wang Hui. Wanwan doesn't know how to play games, so she asks to join the room. Reject. Wanwan doesn't know how to play games, so she asks to join the room. Reject. Wanwan doesn't know how to play games, so she asks to join the room. Reject. Wang Hui looked at the request that popped up again in front of him, feeling a little annoyed, and prepared to explain it clearly to Xiaowan. But the moment Xiaowan entered the room, she immediately began to explain in her most moving voice. "Brother Wang, you are so amazing. Even Tinker Bell and the other 3 champions can't beat you. Brother Wang, I just want to eat a handful of chicken, can you take me with you? Please." Xiaowan knew clearly that all she could do now was to seize every opportunity to praise Wang Hui in order to make this man change his mind. In front of countless computer screens, countless fans of Xiaowan felt their dreams and hearts shattered as they watched the girl they loved on the other side of the screen begging others in a wronged manner. "Goddess Wanwan, don't beg him, we'll take you to eat chicken." "That's right, Goddess Wanwan, I'm in the survivor tier, I can help you win the game." Ding Ding and the others were the champions, but they couldn't beat Lao Wang. "You don't think you can do it, do you?" That was Lao Wang's sneak attack. He was cheating. The viewers in Xiaowan's live broadcast room suddenly started arguing and had no time to pay attention to what Xiaowan and Wang Hui were doing. Wang Hui looked at the familiar ID on the screen and was silent for a while before continuing. "Just one game." Wang Hui would never tell Xiaowan that he hadn't played enough and wanted to play another round. Okay, thank you, Brother Wang, I love you, Brother Wang." Muah. Wang Hui listened to the sweet laughter coming from the headphones and replied coldly, "Don't love me, it's fruitless." Wang Hui's words did not make Xiaowan feel unhappy. Being able to play games with Wang Hui was already her biggest luxury. Wang Hui cancelled the teammate matching, chose to start the game, and prepared to play another round. But he didn't know that countless people across the country pressed the button to start the game at the same moment. Chapter 73, Blocking Battle? Kill. When Wang Hui appeared on the island of his birth again, he was accompanied by Xiaowan. At this moment, Xiaowan was still immersed in the happiness of sweet duo with Wang Hui, her pretty face flushed. Little did they know that Wang Hui just didn't want others to snatch his equipment from him. Because he had confidence in Xiaowan, the equipment she found was his equipment. In Suji Square, more and more people began to call their friends on the public microphone. "Come to the billboard in Goddess Wanwan's livestream room. Gather at the container at Ding Dong's live broadcast room." Wang Hui naturally heard the news that the enemies gathered a few minutes later through the public microphone. But he did not feel any fear. Instead, Wang Hui was very happy at this moment. Last time, a lot of time was wasted looking for people. Since the enemies are willing to gather together this time, Wang Hui can only thank them for saving him time. The plane took off from the lower left corner of the map. When it passed the airport, the viewers from Xiaowan's live broadcast room jumped down quickly. They wanted to dominate the small island and then block the 2 bridges leading to the big island, which would leave Wang Hui with fewer options. But Wang Hui was obviously different from what they imagined. He was not afraid because there were too many enemies. At this moment, he jumped off the plane with Xiaowan. Even the falling speed is faster than these water friends. Bang! The parachute opened and Wang Hui landed swayingly on the airport overpass. There wasn't much of a reason, it was just that he saw a 98 km on the overpass when he was in the air, that's all. Land and pick up the gun. Wang Hui fired without hesitation, killing the enemy who had landed on the overpass with him. At this moment, no one has a helmet, and the damage of a headshot from the 98 km is enough to take out a normal enemy. The next moment, Wang Hui's 98 km machine gun aimed at the 3 buildings under the overpass. It is a must-fight place for the airport. At this moment, there are already 4 or 5 teams searching for resources there in harmony. Wang Hui looked at the floating heads in front of him, and the smile on the corner of his mouth made people feel even more chilling. Bang! With 1 shot, an enemy fell to his knees. 2 shots, and a 3-man team was completely wiped out. The enemy selected by Wang Hui's first 3 shots happened to be a teammate. As for their other teammate, who knows whether he escaped halfway or was accidentally killed when he landed. After searching the supplies at the top of the viaduct, Xiaowan did not prioritize arming herself. Instead, she ran to Wang Hui and said with a sweet smile, Brother Wang, I found a level 2 suit, a quadruple scope, and an AK-47. I'll give them all to you. She has already thought it through. In this round, she is Wang Hui's level 4 human body bag. Wang Hui had a slightly faint smile on his face as he controlled the character to flip over and jump down from the elevated platform. Of course, it was not a straight up and down jump, but he used the various railings on the elevated platform to quickly get down from the platform. Holding AK-47 and 98 kr, Wang Hui was no longer afraid. Running towards the third floor, Wang Hui's dynamic vision was pushed to the limit. In the corner, inside the window, a head just appeared and was shot in the head by Wang Hui. Let's go together. Don't give him a chance. On the public channel, these netizens attacked Wang Hui together. It wasn't that they had special abilities to recognize Wang Hui, but the anchor certification icon above Xiaowan's head, who was following behind Wang Hui, was too obvious. But facing the siege of nearly 20 people, Wang Hui was still not panicked at all. Shaking the mouse and stepping back to the back of the small toilet, Wang Hui's 98 kr was already thirsty. Bang! 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 With gunshots one after another, Wang Hui's kill count is constantly increasing. No one can beat him in a simple gunfight. Coupled with Wang Hui's elusive nature, the entire airport was slaughtered by Wang Hui in just 3 minutes. Douyu Live, room 666. The word God appeared again in the barrage. Then the screen was filled with barrages of comments, all repeating the same word. God. 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 This time, Xiaowan followed behind Wang Hui, and from her perspective she could clearly see every move Wang Hui made. Any normal person can understand that Wang Hui is not cheating at this moment. Moreover, in this situation where you are surrounded by more than 20 people, it would be extremely difficult to kill them even if you use cheats. Xiaowan endured the nausea of 3D vertigo and brought a variety of equipment and supplies to Wang Hui. Of course, Wang Hui did not refuse and put them all in his pocket. Then the two of them drove towards the bridge leading from the small island to the big island. Meanwhile, the Royal Club. We must invite him back. Even if he doesn't become a player but a coach, he will bring unlimited benefits to our royal family. Yes, boss. At the Tianlong Club, owner Chen Tianlong was filled with emotion as he looked at the screen full of the word God. Contact Xiaowan and find this old Wang. We must take him into our Tianlong family before the royal family does. Boss, you're right. I'll go right away. The entire esports world was completely shaken by Wang Hui's recent move, and the number of viewers in Xiaowan's live broadcast room was also growing rapidly. 5 million. 7 million. 10 million. By the time Wang Hui had ambushed at the bridgehead, the number of viewers in Xiaowan's live broadcast room had exceeded 10 million. Although Wang Hui learned about this from Edith's report, he didn't have any other thoughts. He just wants to play games well. Bang! The soft hum of a 98 kr echoed throughout the island. The audience respectfully called Wang Hui God, but they didn't know that it was just the beginning. One car after another appeared in front of Wang Hui, and then Wang Hui blew up the left front tires of all of them. One head after another swayed in front of Wang Hui's eyes, and then they were all collectively called the heads of people who died at the hands of Wang Hui's gun. Wang Hui didn't even have to switch to another AK before he wiped out all the enemies who came after receiving the news. In the live broadcast room, the word God in the barrage became more dense. This is a fucking blocking battle. It's a complete slugging match. Yeah, Lao Wang's strength is really too strong. He's already ahead of the whole world, right? Bluehole, you lost money by selling this game for 98. The large number of barrages and the continuous influx of viewers forced Douyu Live to urgently open another backup server and close the live broadcast rooms of many small anchors, so as to ensure that Xiaowan's live broadcast room continued to operate stably. 10 minutes later, the Circle of Destiny appeared at Xiaowan's feet. The last group of enemies slowly arrived in front of Wang Hui. They were the fully equipped Doraemon and his teammates. Last time, Xiao Dingdang always felt that she was tricked by Wang Hui, so she lost to him. But this time, he had just climbed over a small hill and didn't even see Wang Hui's shadow. The 98 kr bullet had already passed through his head, leaving him with only half his blood. The next second, he stopped the jeep and wanted to jump out. The second 98 kr bullet had already taken away all his remaining health. Tinker Bell knelt on the ground, feeling very sorry for herself. The brothers also wanted to light a fire immediately to save their teammates. But the next moment, they heard a series of gunshots and the sound of bullets hitting the jeep. Everyone's expression changed at this moment, and Doryman even shouted, "Go, go, go, the car is going to explode." Boom! Good luck, chicken tonight. Wang Hui successfully won 2 consecutive chicken dinners. Brother Wang is the best. Thank you, Brother Wang, for taking me to eat chicken. Brother Wang, take me to eat chicken next time. Xiao Wan was so happy that she almost jumped up from her chair, but Wang Hui's response was so cold. Your teammate Lao Wang doesn't know how to play AD and has logged off. Chapter 74, Yin Xiaoqing's Unrepentant Evil. After the game, Wang Hui lay on the gaming chair and relaxed. The game was not given to Edith this time because he would have almost no gaming experience. After all, for Edith, it's all about the data. It is impossible to control the gun, you can only send the mouse movement data to control the bullet landing point and force it to gather on the enemy's head. It is impossible to find the enemy, so we can only collect data from the entire game and infer the enemy's position through the path of reduced supplies. It is impossible for the network to be poor, after all, in order to allow Edith and the housekeeper who may appear in the future to control everything in the villa intelligently. In order to enable the server on the second underground floor to operate normally, the system originally prepared a 10,000 megabit optical fiber for Wang Hui. Both games ended within 15 minutes, and Wang Hui hardly encountered any enemy. This is a tactical victory and an absolute crushing victory in strength. For Wang Hui, he could still fight back and forth with his opponents in League of Legends, but this game really disappointed him. Unless playing with friends in the future, Wang Hui probably won't play this game alone again. At the same time, Xiao Wan's cell phone started ringing. Hello, Miss Xiao Wan, we are the Royal Club. Beep, beep, beep. Xiao Wan knew Wang Hui too well, and he would never have anything to do with these clubs. Otherwise he would not have left Xiao Wan that year. Hello, Miss Xia, we are Tianlong. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the 2 calls, Xiao Wan simply turned off her phone and went offline. Falling into her bed, Xiao Wan hugged tightly the pillow she had customized with Wang Hui's full-length portrait printed on it. She felt that everything she had paid for was worth it. Wang Hui gave up the idea of playing games and walked from the study to the basement. This was his first time here. The underground floor is a place for fitness and swimming. The huge swimming pool is large enough to host general national championships. On the second underground floor, there were piles of various materials, such as various types of bullets, shells, steel plates. In addition, there is a server that may become the smart residence of the butler in the future. Of course, its current role is to help Edith perform some unimportant calculations. On the third underground floor is Wang Hui's training room. There is a partition between here and the 5 floors above. As long as Wang Hui gives the order, this place will be separated from the 5 floors above. Even a nuclear bomb attack would not have any impact on the third underground floor. So this is also Wang Hui's last refuge. Wang Hui sat on a cushion on the third underground floor, looking at the surrounding decorations with a strong ancient charm, and couldn't help but fall into a state of cultivation. The internal force circulated in his body, strengthening Wang Hui's body again and again, making Wang Hui even stronger. At the same time, Wang Hui's internal strength was also slowly growing. For most people, their growth rate slows down after they reach the innate realm. Just like Yi Hu Yanping, he has been in the Xiantian realm for 5 years, but there is still no sign of any breakthrough. But Wang Hui entered the innate realm directly, which was somewhat different from Yi Hu and Yanping. At least he didn't have any hidden injuries. It is said that a day in the mountains is 1,000 years in the world. Wang Hui felt that he had only practiced for a while when he received Edith's report. Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin have already sent Li Xiaoman back. In fact, when Li Xiaoman just left, Wang Hui might have noticed the reluctance in her eyes. But Wang Hui obviously doesn't want to make things around him more complicated. So Li Xiaoman didn't say anything, and Wang Hui didn't have to make excuses and felt relieved. After waking up from his cultivation state and seeing the video message sent back by Edith, Wang Hui slowly walked upstairs. Yan Cheng and Lin Yuexin came back carrying 2 large bags of things. Although Wang Hui could ask Edith to check their shopping records to find out what was inside. But he didn't do that. Isn't the joy of life to discover and explore the unknown? If you know everything and become omniscient and omnipotent, there will be no joy in living. But Wang Hui never expected that Yan Chang was still harboring evil intentions. The moment she saw Wang Hui coming out of the basement, Yan Xing immediately put down the bag in her hand, took out 2 swimsuits from it, and smiled at Wang Hui. Wang Hui, the weather is so hot. Let's go swimming together. Yan Qing had obviously planned this long ago. When she was visiting the villa just now, she had already decided to swim and show off her proud figure in front of Wang Hui. And Yan Cheng had obviously already made an agreement with Lin Yuexin. Although Lin Yuexin's face was blushing at the moment, she still took the slightly revealing swimsuit from Yan Cheng's hand and looked at Wang Hui with anticipation. At the same time, when Wang Hui was feeling speechless, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Bite. The romance system has detected a new mission opportunity and is officially releasing the romance mission, play in the water with the girl. Assignment, play in the swimming pool with 2 beautiful girls for 1 hour. Mission reward, smart butler Samantha. Warm reminder, host, if you accept the mission, you can get the mission reward in advance. Wang Hui didn't show anything on his face, but his mind was in turmoil. The system was getting better and better at grasping Wang Hui's weaknesses. Each of these missions hid Wang Hui's weak spot, making it impossible for Wang Hui to refuse. Behind him, next to the swimming pool on the basement floor, a cabinet hidden in the wall slowly opened, revealing various styles of men's swimming trunks. Wang Hui's choice is self-evident. Yeah, I think it's quite hot too. Wang Hui turned and walked towards the basement. This action made the 2 girls look at each other, and happy smiles appeared on the corners of their mouths. The 2 hurried back to their room to change into their swimsuits, preparing to give Wang Hui a big surprise. Wang Hui was more direct. He changed into swimming trunks next to the swimming pool and dived into it. In a city where Wang Hui lived, a beautiful coach at a swimming pool was sighing. He had never been to the swimming pool since that day when she confessed her love to him. Wang Hui swam freely in the swimming pool, like a returning fish. The water temperature in the swimming pool is always maintained at 25 degrees Celsius because the new housekeeper, Smart Samantha, has started working. After a while, 2 girls appeared next to the swimming pool in their swimsuits. Wang Hui heard footsteps in the water and subconsciously stopped, stepping on the water to look at Yan Cheng and Lin Yuexin. But they saw that they were wearing the same swimsuit, but Yan Cheng's was black and Lin Yuexin's was white. The 2-piece swimsuit has another name, bikini. The 2 girls exposed large areas of skin, showing their most perfect bodies to Wang Hui without reservation. Yan Cheng's weapon is 3 times bigger, and it looks so shocking against the backdrop of her black bra. Lin Yuexin's breasts were so slender that they could be held in one hand. Her fair chest and the faintly visible ravines made people really want to measure them with their own hands. Looking closely, I saw Yan Cheng with her flowing black straight hair draped over her shoulders, an oval face with curved willow-shaped eyebrows, and her eyes were particularly charming and attractive. The soft thin lips shine with a bright pink color that makes people want to kiss them. Lin Yuexin's originally pale cheeks now had a pink blush of shame. Coupled with her shy look, it makes people unable to help but feel love and pity for her. Even Wang Hui couldn't help but swallow his saliva subconsciously at this moment. After all, he was also a man. And he is the kind with particularly strong abilities. Seeing Wang Hui's actions, Yan Cheng's smile widened. She hurriedly pulled Lin Yuexin and walked towards Wang Hui. Every step caused the weight on the chest to tremble slightly. It's a pity that only Wang Hui can see such an erotic scene. Yan Cheng sat by the swimming pool, waved at Wang Hui, and said with a sweet smile, Wang Hui, come and teach me how to swim. But her appearance made Wang Hui cautious. This woman is still a thief. Chapter 75. Ms. Yan Cheng, you are the runner-up in the swimming competition. It is a very ambiguous thing for a boy to teach a girl to swim. During the teaching process, there will always be some physical contact that would not have happened otherwise. Yan Cheng obviously wanted to take this opportunity to narrow the distance between herself and Wang Hui, but unfortunately her plan was ruined after Samantha spoke up. Ms. Yan Cheng, according to the data stored by Samantha, you were the runner-up in the 2015 Jinling Youth Swimming Competition. Samantha's voice rang out from the basement floor, startling the 2 girls. Yan Cheng was so stunned by Samantha's words that she didn't know what to say and just stood there. Lin Yuexin finally had the chance to ask the question in her heart, Wang Hui, what is this? Wang Hui waved his hand and said calmly, it's just an intelligent butler, there's nothing to make a fuss about. Smart butlers have already been used in some applications in this era, such as Xiaomi Xiao AI and Huawei Xiaoyi. But obviously, the smart butlers of Mi and Wei are not even weak artificial intelligence, and cannot be compared with Samantha, a strong artificial intelligence with learning ability. Wang Hui's explanation somewhat dispelled the doubts in the 2 girls' hearts, but Yan Cheng was still very embarrassed and didn't even know where to look. Moreover, Samantha seemed to want to target Yan Cheng and spoke again at this time. Miss Lin Yuexin doesn't seem to have learned to swim. Do you need the master to teach you how to swim? Samantha is a butler-type artificial intelligence, and everything she does is to serve Wang Hui. It had just appeared in this world and obviously did not understand the slightly awkward relationship between Wang Hui and the two girls. In its eyes, since Wang Hui could swim so intimately with the two girls in his villa, there must be nothing wrong with matchmaking. Wang Hui's face was also slightly embarrassed, and he immediately let Edith and Samantha share all their memories through the system. As a result, Samantha quickly digested all of Wang Hui's past and did not continue to match Wang Hui and Lin Yuexin. However, after it found out that Lin Yuexin was Wang Hui's girlfriend, it immediately increased Lin Yuexin's authority and made her the second in line. Wang Hui obviously didn't know this. At this moment, he swam to Lin Yuexin's side and asked carefully, "Yuexin, do you want to learn how to swim?" Wang Hui didn't really have any other thoughts about Lin Yuexin, he just wanted to take this opportunity to teach Yanqing a lesson. But Wang Hui suddenly got so close that the shame on Lin Yuexin's face became more obvious. Even her white lotus arms were dotted with blush. Lin Yuexin's answer was as soft as a mosquito's whisper, but she finally took the first step towards Wang Hui. Seeing Lin Yuexin nod, Wang Hui naturally took her hand and took her down from the swimming pool. Lin Yuexin was so shy when they were touching each other's skin. Her cheeks were burning, making her blush even more attractive. She was almost smoking. There is a shallow area next to the swimming pool. Wang Hui held Lin Yuexin's hand and walked slowly in the shallow water, hoping that she could adapt to the feeling of being surrounded by water. But such intimate contact has already reached the limit of what Lin Yuexin can bear. She lowered her head, her pretty face even redder than when Wang Hui accepted her love letter and agreed to be her boyfriend. Wang Hui could even feel her body trembling slightly, but Wang Hui just thought that Lin Yuexin was afraid, so he tried to comfort her with kind words. "Don't be afraid, I'm by your side, you won't be in any danger." Wang Hui's comfort reminded Lin Yuexin of everything that happened last night. After calming down today, she realized that Wang Hui must have tried his best to rush to her side and protect her last night. After all, it took him half an hour to get to the community when he returned, but Wang Hui arrived within 10 minutes after receiving his text message. Lin Yuexin was frightened last night, so she didn't realize this. But after thinking it through today, her love for Wang Hui has grown even stronger. Wang Hui didn't know what Lin Yuexin was thinking. He just felt that Lin Yuexin's body became a little more stable after a violent tremor. After feeling that Lin Yuexin was no longer afraid of water, Wang Hui changed his posture and began to support Lin Yuexin's waist to help her get used to the swimming posture. But when his hands were placed on Lin Yuexin's waist, the moment his palms touched Lin Yuexin's waist, Lin Yuexin's mind went blank. Wang Hui's hands are so warm. What should I do? I seem to like him more and more. These two thoughts flashed through Lin Yuexin's mind, and for a moment she wanted to dive under the water, not daring to face Lin Yuexin again. Overwhelmed with shame, Lin Yuexin didn't dare to stand up straight and could only rely on Wang Hui's hands to swim in the swimming pool. Wang Hui just felt that Lin Yuexin's body temperature seemed to have risen a little, but he didn't find any strange signs. By the swimming pool, Yanqing finally woke up from her shock. Looking at the man and woman standing so close to each other in the swimming pool, Yanqing was filled with envy and jealousy. "Samantha, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I'd be the one being held up by Wang Hui." Yanqing cursed Samantha in her heart, but didn't dare to show it. She could only slowly go into the water and walk towards Wang Hui and Lin Yuexin. She wanted to try again. After changing her posture, Lin Yuexin originally thought that she had adapted to having Wang Hui by her side, but now she found that she was becoming increasingly unable to control her body. However, Lin Yuexin was able to rely on her own abilities to be admitted to Jinling No. 1 University despite being sick. Obviously, she is not a stupid child. Of course, that is assuming Yanqing doesn't come to cause trouble. Behind Wang Hui, Yanqing took advantage of the moment when Wang Hui was holding Lin Yuexin with both hands and reached out to cover Wang Hui's eyes. But Wang Hui is much taller than Yanqing, so Yanqing has to stick close to Wang Hui's back to complete this action. Of course, this was also due to the fact that Yanqing blushed and deliberately stuck herself close to him. Wang Hui was very embarrassed at the moment. Although he had had such intimate contact many times before, men always had some fantasies in the swimming pool. Breathe. Kick. Pretending not to notice, Wang Hui continued to guide Lin Yuexin in learning how to swim. But there was only one big hand left that was supporting Lin Yuexin's waist. Reaching out to pull Yanqing's hand away, Wang Hui glanced at her fiercely, signaling her not to make trouble. Yanqing did not retreat, but instead pressed closer to Wang Hui, saying in a soft voice, "I haven't swum for several years, I've forgotten everything. Wang Hui, please teach me too. Yan Qing's voice distracted Lin Yuexin a little, but when she wanted to get up, Wang Hui pulled her back into the water with his arm. Just study hard. Wang Hui's words were like a reassurance, allowing Lin Yuexin to continue learning to swim peacefully. As for Yan Qing, Wang Hui simply used his free hand to gently touch her forehead. At first, Yan Qing thought that Wang Hui was just giving her a small punishment and a stern warning. She had already gotten used to Wang Hui's temper. But the next moment, she felt a huge force on her forehead, causing her to fall into the water involuntarily, and she subconsciously adjusted her posture and swam. Everything became so obvious. Chapter 76, Night Tiger Yan Ping is assassinated. In the end, Yan Shang was unable to have close contact with Wang Hui while swimming. Instead, it was Lin Yuexin who returned to her room with a flushed face after finishing the swimming lesson. Being able to appear in front of Wang Hui in a swimsuit this time was the best effort she could make at the moment. She also didn't expect that Wang Hui would actually teach her how to swim, and the posture was so intimate. To be honest, Yan Qing envied Lin Yuexin. After all, she is Wang Hui's official girlfriend, and she can swim with Wang Hui in such an intimate posture. These are things that Yan Qing can only dream of but cannot achieve. But Yan Chang was not discouraged. In the next 2 days, she was always looking for opportunities to have close contact with Wang Hui. Unfortunately, Wang Hui had already instructed Samantha to keep an eye on Yan Chang's movements and report to him. So in 2 days, Yan Qing didn't find a single chance. Even at night, Wang Hui would tell Samantha to close her door before falling asleep, and not allow anyone to open it without his permission. It was precisely because of this that Yan Qing completely lost the possibility of attacking Wang Hui at night. Until this day. On the outskirts of Jinling, Yin's manor. A slightly stiff Chinese voice rang out in the lobby of the main building of Yin's manor. Mr. Yin shows us which was the best choice. Yin Kuang looked at the Dongying ninja in black in front of him, and hatred gradually began to surge in his heart, but on the surface he still maintained the calmness of the head of a large family, and looked at the Dongying ninja and said, Mr. Oda is the most outstanding ninja in Dongying over the years. I hope we can have fun in China this time. Dongying ninja Oda Rang accepted Yin Kuang's flattery with a smile, and also understood the hidden meaning in his words. Xiao Tianrang nodded involuntarily, his voice carrying a hint of coldness as he said, since Patriarch Yin is so anxious, Xiao Tian will not say much. As long as Patriarch Yin can fulfill the previous agreement, then Xiao Tianrang will definitely be able to clear the obstacles for Patriarch Yin to unify Jinling. Yin Kuang nodded silently. At this moment, he thought of Yin Chenghong who was still lying on the hospital bed. Since Yin Chenghong was born, he has never suffered such a serious injury. He must make Yan Ping pay the price for hurting his son. Then I'll leave it to Mr. Oda. Yin Kuang said this and bowed deeply to Oda Rang. Oda Rang did not dodge, but accepted the salute generously, then took a step back and disappeared into the shadows. After Oda Rang left, the gloomy atmosphere in the main building of the restaurant gradually dissipated. The Yin family's housekeeper beside Yin Kuang then dared to take half a step forward, got close to Yin Kuang, and said worriedly, Master, Yan Ping is a Xiantian realm expert. Can these Dongying devils really deal with him? Yin Kuang laughed when he heard this, his eyes flashing with coldness as he said, So what if we can't solve it? Don't we still have 2 Xiantian masters in our Yin family? When the Yin family's housekeeper heard what Yin Kuang said, his eyes lit up instantly, and he murmured in praise, driving the tiger to devour the wolf. This move of the family master is brilliant. The praise from the housekeeper did not make Yin Kuang proud, but instead made him put on a cold face and walk towards the place where the 2 elders in the family were in seclusion. 10 minutes later, Yin Kuang appeared alone in front of a small bamboo building and bowed respectfully towards it. Uncle, third uncle. My nephew Yin Kuang wants to see you for something. Before Yin Kuang's voice fell, he was swept up by a gust of hot wind and appeared in the bamboo building. These 2 innate powerhouses of the Yin family are definitely above the middle stage of the innate realm. When he met the 2 elders, Yin Kuang hurriedly explained the whole story. The 2 elders of the Yin family highly appreciated Yin Kuang's ability to judge the situation, and agreed to Yin Kuang's request and prepared to take action tonight. Yin Kuang never thought of giving any benefits to Dongying ninja Oda. According to his plan, if the Dongying ninja Oda Rang completed the task, he would let the 2 elders suppress him to prevent the news from leaking out. If the Dongying ninja Odara Rang failed to complete the task and was killed by Yehu Yanping would definitely not have had it so easy. At that time, we can ask the 2 elders to take action and put the blame on others for the whole thing. In short, the Yin family makes money no matter what. It was precisely because of such a careful plan that the two elders of the Yin family came out early and agreed to Yin Kuang's request. The night view of Jinling is breathtakingly beautiful. You can't tell at all that this place was the site of brutal massacres decades ago. That night, Wang Hui did not sleep, but instead practiced his internal strength according to Edith's guidance. With Edith's ability, it is not particularly difficult to analyze several martial arts secrets and then verify them with each other. The Yin family's ancestral home, now only Yin Ping and his wife live here. Because he had to deal with some matters related to two bros, Yin Ping did not go to bed so early tonight. But he was so focused that he didn't notice the sudden dark shadow that appeared in the night outside the window. Dongying ninjas have always been good at assassination, and according to Chinese standards, Oda Rang is also at the innate realm. At this moment, he approached Yin Ping quietly, and even someone in the late Xiantian realm could not easily discover his presence. Call. Not long after, a colorless and odorless smoke suddenly spread in Yin Ping's study. It is obvious that the Dongying ninja Oda Rang has already started to take action. Yehu Yin Ping is a martial arts fanatic. While dealing with the affairs of the two bros, he also instinctively circulates his internal energy. But the more he operated, the more he felt something was wrong. It seemed as if his internal energy became denser and denser, and the speed of its operation became slower and slower, even to the point where he himself could not believe it. Damn it! There's an enemy! Although Yin Ping is obsessed with martial arts, he is not stupid. Seeing that something was wrong, Yin Ping immediately stood up straight and stretched out his right hand towards the sword rack behind him. At the same time, in the corner of the study, a blowpipe dipped in a deadly poison was rushing towards him. At the current speed, Yin Ping would probably not have enough time to get the eight-sided Han sword on the sword rack behind him. But at this critical moment, Yin Ping's right hand suddenly reached its limit of extension and became a little longer. In order to get the sword in time, Yin Ping forcibly used his internal force to disengage his joints, making his arms 3 points longer. Such actions are definitely minor. But in the mind of Yin Ping, a martial arts fanatic, there is no such thing as a big or small path in martial arts. The good path is the one that can kill people. When Yin Ping got the Han sword, the slowly flowing internal force reconnected his joints. The intense pain only reached Yin Ping's mind at this moment, causing him to frown. When Yin Ping swung the eight-sided Han sword forged by a new school swordsmith from his country in the air, creating a fierce gale that shattered the poison needle just before it entered his body. But Yin Ping never expected that at the moment the poison needle shattered, a flash of knife light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The situation is critical. Chapter 77, Master Level Medical Skills. Beneath the gleam of the sword, there was a cruel smile from the Dongying ninja Oda. What he liked most was the desperate expression on the enemy's face when he faced death. At this moment, he already believed that this blow of his would completely end Yin Ping's life. But the ninjas from Dongying still underestimated the land of China. But at this last moment, Yin Ping suddenly burst out with violent pressure. This kind of pressure is definitely not something that an ordinary person in the innate realm can withstand. The cruel smile on the face of Dongying ninja Oda suddenly turned into a look of surprise at this moment. At this last moment, Yin Ping chose to use his secret method. Go against the flow of the meridians, forcibly gather internal strength, and suppress the toxins in your body. After using this move, Yin Ping no longer hesitated and stabbed towards the Dongying ninja Odara with the eight-sided Han sword in his hand. Entering the state of retrograde meridians means that Yin Ping only has 3 minutes left. After 3 minutes, Yin Ping will immediately lose the ability to resist, and even a teenager can defeat him. Dongying ninja Oda Rang seemed to see the anxious-looking Yin Ping's eyes, and suddenly he understood. He took a few steps back, avoiding Yin Ping's first counterattack, and the surprise on the corners of his mouth turned into a smile of anticipation for great things. Mr. Yin, if I were you, I wouldn't resist any further. Isn't it good to die openly? I will take care of your wife for you. The moment Dongying ninja Oda Rang opened his mouth, Yin Ping confirmed his identity. At the same time, he also understood that the Dongying ninja Oda Rang said this in order to disrupt his breath and make him lose his last chance. But Yin Ping was a man of blood after all. When he heard such arrogant words, his blood and energy fluctuated a little. What Dongying ninja is best at is seizing this kind of opportunity. However, the short sword of the Dongying ninja Oda Rang instantly penetrated the defense network formed by Yin Ping's eight-sided Han sword, leaving a scar on the back of his right hand. Yin Ping took a half step back in pain, preparing to organize another attack. But the Dongying ninja Oda Rang didn't want to give him this chance and pressed forward without giving in. One wrong step leads to all wrong. After a while, Yen Ping had 5 or 6 scars on his body. However, Yen Ping had just fought to the death and left a sword wound through the abdomen on the Dongying ninja Oda Rang. 2 minutes later, Dongying ninja Oda Rang covered his stomach and looked at Yen Ping with a sneer. "Mr. Yen, the toxin I prepared has now penetrated your bloodstream. You have at most 1 hour to live. Then I won't continue playing with you." After saying this, Dongying ninja Oda Rang dropped a smoke bomb and disappeared in the thick white smoke. Yen Ping did not relax, for he was afraid that the Dongying ninja Oda Rang had not actually left. Although he could feel his life and strength slipping away, Yen Ping still stood there majestically, not moving an inch. After a while, the smoke in front of him gradually dissipated. Yen Ping checked carefully and did not find the presence of Dongying ninja Odaraji, so he breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as he let out this breath, all the strength in his body was instantly drained away. Puff! A mouthful of black blood suddenly spit out onto the precious cashmere carpet in the study. Yen Ping had completely lost the ability to resist at this moment. The reverse flow of his meridians caused him to lose his internal strength in a short period of time. The result of losing his internal strength was that he was unable to suppress the toxins in his body. At this moment, in Yen Ping's heart, he probably didn't even have an hour left. "Lao Jia, call the young lady and ask her to come back quickly. I don't have much time." Yen Ping knew clearly that if he died, the two bros would undoubtedly be in chaos. From this point, he roughly guessed who would ask in Dongying ninja to assassinate him. But now is not the time to worry about these things. He must entrust the two bros to Yen Qing before he loses consciousness. Entrust the entire Yen family to Yen Qiang. At the very least, Yen Qiang must be kept here until his father returns from overseas. When Yan's family's housekeeper, Lao Jia, heard Yen Ping's order, he finally broke into Yen Ping's study while talking on the phone. The usually steady housekeeper, old Jia, now had a worried look on his face, and his voice was filled with anxiety. "Miss, please return home quickly. The second master is injured," he said. "He doesn't have much time left." On the other end of the phone, Yen Qiang was completely stunned when she suddenly received such news. After all, she had never experienced anything like this before and had no idea what to do. Listening to the slightly trembling voice of the housekeeper Lao Jia, Yen Qing's mind went blank, with only one thought left in her mind. Go home. In the middle of the night, a crying voice rang out from Yen Qing's room. "Samantha, help me find Wang Hui. I want to go home." In fact, Samantha didn't need to look for Wang Hui, because Wang Hui had already appeared at Yen Qing's door. Although Samantha was asked to stop Yen Qing from attacking at night, this also meant that Wang Hui would be the first to know about all the important things happening around Yen Qing. Squeak! The door opened, and Yen Qing appeared in front of Wang Hui with tears in her eyes, which made him feel a little unhappy. No matter how Wang Hui bullied Yen Qing, it was ultimately just a fight between family members. If anyone dares to make Yen Qing cry, Wang Hui will never forgive him. At the door, Wang Hui looked at Yen Qing's sad face, tears streaming down her face. His tone finally softened a little. "Let's go. I'll take you home." It's a pity that Yen Qing's mind is now full of her second uncle's injuries, and for a moment she didn't react to why Wang Hui would be so gentle to her. He told Samantha to tell Lin Yuexin about the matter after she woke up tomorrow, and then Wang Hui took Yen Qing into the Lamborghini. "Please, Edith." At Wang Hui's command, all the traffic lights from the villa to Yan's house made way for Wang Hui. On the road, the speeding Lamborghini once again caused protests throughout Jinling night. It's just that these protests can't catch up with Wang Hui. On the way, Wang Hui turned his head to look at Yen Qing from time to time. It was indeed the first time he saw that sunny girl look like this. Bite. The romance system has detected a new mission opportunity and is officially releasing the romance mission. Please comfort the girl. Mission: comfort Yen Qing and make her stop worrying. Mission reward: master level medical skills. Warm reminder, host, if you accept the mission, you can get the mission reward in advance. The sudden task from the system made Wang Hui's mind full of thoughts, but he still chose to accept the task. This time it was not for the system reward, but because Wang Hui was a friend, he really didn't want Yen Qing to continue worrying. So Wang Hui reached out, patted Yen Qing on the shoulder, and spoke in the most indifferent tone. "Yen Qing, trust me and don't worry." Yen Qing didn't know what kind of magic Wang Hui's words had. He only said one sentence, but Yen Qing felt much calmer. It was as if she was no longer so afraid of whatever she would have to face when she returned. Chapter 78, A True Healer Who Saves the Dead and the Wounded. At the Yin family's house, Wang Hui, who had taken 8 minutes to arrive, did a drift as usual and parked the Lamborghini handsomely in front of the Yin family's gate. The guards naturally would not stop Wang Hui because they recognized Yin Cheng in the passenger seat. As soon as she got out of the car, Yin Cheng suddenly found the strength from nowhere and jumped out and ran towards the study. On the way here, a housekeeper Lao Jia had already told Yin Cheng the location of her second uncle. It's not that Lao Jia didn't want to help Yin Ping to the bedside, but Yin Ping was already in a very weak state and couldn't move at all. In the study, the first thing Yin Cheng saw when she rushed in was her second uncle lying in a pool of blood. Ignoring the bloody smell in the study, Yin Cheng rushed to Yin Ping's side and said in a trembling voice, "Second uncle? Second uncle, what's wrong with you?" "Uncle, I'm Chinger. I'm back." Yin Cheng's crying voice woke up Yin Ping, who was resting with his eyes closed, and brought a bit of joy to his pale face. Looking around, Yin Ping saw Wang Hui walking in behind Yin Cheng, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Chinger, your uncle is injured and I'm afraid he won't survive tonight." "Ahem." Seeing that her second uncle's complexion was getting worse and worse, Yin Cheng was unwilling to believe what she saw. She held Yin Ping's right hand tightly and cried, "No. It won't be like this. Second uncle, you will definitely survive." Yin Cheng cried like a pear blossom in the rain, she was sobbing uncontrollably. But Yin Ping knows his body best. The reason why Yin Cheng was asked to come back this time was to entrust the entire Yin family to her. After all, his son is out of town right now and won't be able to come back for a while. In the entire Jinling, only Yin Cheng is qualified to lead the Yin family. Moreover, Yin Ping also had a selfish motive. He wanted to see whether Wang Hui, the young Xiantian realm cultivator, would come back with Yin Cheng. If Wang Hui comes, the Yin family will be safe for the time being. In Yin Ping's mind, a family that could cultivate a young innate realm expert like Wang Hui would definitely not be that simple. There is absolutely no force in the entire Jinling that can hurt Wang Hui. With Wang Hui's protection, Yin Cheng and the Yin family will be extremely safe. So he tried to gather up some strength, patted Yin Cheng's hands, then turned his gaze to Wang Hui and whispered, "Wang Hui, my friend. I, Yehu Yin Ping, have lived a life without regrets. But before I die, I have a favor to ask of my friend Wang Hui. I also ask Mr. Wang Hui, for the sake of our friendship, to take care of my niece and not let her suffer any harm. As long as we can hold on until her parents return from overseas, that will be enough." Yin Ping seemed to have a last burst of energy, and when he spoke these words, he spoke more and more clearly, making all the Yin family members in the study terrified. At this moment, the same thought came to their minds: the second master might be gone. Wang Hui was obviously a troublemaker. When he heard Yin Ping entrust his son to him, Wang Hui frowned slightly, which made Yin Ping's mood, which had been somewhat relaxed, tense up again. Wang Hui just waved his hand and said impatiently, "Why do you want me to help you take care of Yin Cheng? Can't you just take care of her yourself?" Wang Hui's words made Yin Ping burst into laughter, and he took his last breath to explain. "Friend Wang Hui, Yin is about to die, so I hope you can take care of Chinger." Yin Ping's explanation obviously did not satisfy Wang Hui. He waved his hand to interrupt him and said impatiently before Yin Ping even finished explaining, "You're not dead, are you? It won't be long before you're rescued." Upon hearing this, Yin Ping smiled bitterly again and said, "Friend Wang Hui, I am seriously injured, my meridians are reversed, and I was also poisoned by the assassin. It's too late to save him." Yin Ping's calm words made Yin Cheng even sadder. At this moment, she was lying on Yin Ping and crying uncontrollably. But Wang Hui obviously didn't think Yin Ping was hopeless. According to the master-level medical diagnosis he had just obtained, just one acupuncture treatment for Yin Ping would completely solve the problems of Yin Ping's meridian retrograde and poisoning. As for his injuries, the Yin family can handle such minor injuries themselves. So Wang Hui stared into Yin Ping's eyes, smiled and said, "Is there no hope? If I don't want you to die, even the king of hell wouldn't dare send anyone to take your soul." Wang Hui's words immediately caused a lot of waves. Although Yin Ping can face the arrival of death, who would be willing to die like this if there is hope of living? Upon hearing this, Yin Cheng turned around and looked at Wang Hui, trying hard to wipe away her tears, and asked Wang Hui, "Wang Hui, do you really have a way to save my second uncle?" Yin Cheng's doubts were also shared by the others in the study. Butler Lao Jia looked Wang Hui up and down, and couldn't believe that Wang Hui had such amazing medical skills. The Yin family's personal doctor had just given Yin Ping a verdict, saying he would not survive the night. Now Wang Hui claims he can save Yin Ping. Isn't this a slap in his face? So this former attending physician at a tertiary hospital immediately stood up and spoke to Wang Hui. "Mr. Wang, I don't like to find fault, nor do I want to watch someone die without helping. I only have one question, and I'd like Mr. Wang to answer it. Excuse me, do you have a medical license?" The private doctor's words hit the nail on the head, making everyone in the study look serious. "No." Wang Hui answered calmly without even seeing the private doctor. Butler Lao Jiao looked increasingly sad. He had almost believed that Wang Hui could save Yan Ping just now, but now it seemed that he was just desperate in trying anything he could think of. "I believe Wang Hui. Even if you have a medical license, what's the point? Can you save my second uncle?" Yen Shang was the one who knew Wang Hui best among all the people present. She scolded the private doctor harshly, then hurried forward to grab Wang Hui's arm and said with tears in her eyes, "Wang Hui, as long as you can save my second uncle, I will listen to whatever you say from now on." As she spoke, a hint of shame appeared on Yen Shang's face, but it was difficult for ordinary people to notice. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Wang Hui's mind at the right time. "Bite. The romance system has detected a new mission opportunity and is officially releasing the romance mission, Save the Dying, Young Man. Mission, Heal Yin Ping's wounds and detoxify him, save his life. Mission reward, Innate Realm Middle Stage Internal Strength. Warm reminder, host, if you accept the mission, you can get the mission reward in advance." Wang Hui took on the task without hesitation and spent his admiration points to purchase a complete set of gold needles from the system. With the golden needle in hand, Wang Hui's whole temperament suddenly changed. That kind of demeanor made everyone present admire him. Yan Ping, who had completely lost the ability to speak due to the poison gas attacking his heart and could only half open his eyes, lay on the ground, but there was a hint of hope in his eyes. "Call out." The golden needles in Wang Hui's hand turned into golden lights and instantly landed on the major acupoints all over Yan Ping's body. Then Wang Hui's fingers moved over these golden needles one by one, making the golden needles emit a slight buzzing sound. Buzz. The buzzing sound of the golden needle, accompanied by the exclamations of the crowd, gradually improved Yan Ping's complexion. Hiss. 108 golden needles to cross the major acupoints? Are you a descendant of BNK? Otherwise, how could you know such miraculous acupuncture techniques? Chapter 79 Edith, I want to know the identities of those people. The acupuncture method that Wang Hui used on Yan Ping was indeed called the 108 golden needle acupuncture method. However, Wang Hui did not expect that this private doctor was actually quite knowledgeable and knew the 108-point acupuncture method. In the medical memory he had obtained, this set of 108 golden needle acupuncture methods had long been lost among the people because it required the cooperation of the internal force of the innate realm. Because in the past 100 years, there has not been a person with such extraordinary talent in both martial arts and medicine. Therefore, this set of 108 golden needle acupuncture method, which requires the innate realm to perform and is extremely difficult to learn, gradually disappeared from the land of China. The private doctor's exclamation made the entire study quiet for a moment, leaving only the sound of everyone's breathing. After a few seconds, the housekeeper Lao Jia finally reacted, with tears in his eyes, and asked the private doctor cautiously, "Dr. Qin, can these 180 golden needles really save the second master?" The Yin family's personal physician, known as Dr. Qin, laughed when he heard this, looked intently at Wang Hui, who was still guiding the Qi and acupuncture points for Yan Ping, and replied, "Of course, as long as this 180 golden needle acupuncture method can be successfully performed, it will not only be able to restore the damage caused by the reverse flow of the meridians for second master, but also cure the strange poison in second master's body. It can even stimulate second master's potential and speed up his recovery. But you need to nourish your body more in the future, otherwise it may be difficult for you to advance in martial arts in the future." When Dr. Qin talked about the 108 golden needle acupuncture method, he looked very proud of it, which made Wang Hui smile a little more. "Dr. Qin, you just asked me if I had a medical license." Of course, Wang Hui would not say this directly. Everyone was in the same room at the moment, so there was no need to embarrass others. After all, Dr. Qin is a member of the Yen family. If you want to get angry, wouldn't it be better to get angry at the assassin who hurt Yan Ping? It takes half an hour to perform acupuncture once with the 108 golden needle acupuncture method. Even though Wang Hui possesses master-level medical skills, he can only reduce this time to about 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, Wang Hui withdrew the needle and stood up. He gathered internal energy in his hands and suddenly slapped the major acupoint on Yan Ping's chest. Puff! Yan Ping spat out a mouthful of dark blood, and then his face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. It really works. The second master has really been rescued. The 108 golden needle acupuncture point method is indeed worthy of being one of the 9 wonderful needles in the world. Breathtaking. Breathtaking. Everyone in the study was amazed and looked at Wang Hui with admiration. After all, it was Wang Hui who rescued Yin Ping at the most critical moment and saved the Yin family from a disaster. It can be said that Wang Hui is not only Yin Ping as savior, but also the savior of the entire Yin family. However, Wang Hui himself was not aware of this. At this moment, he was just feeling the internal strength filling his body, and he felt a little happy in his heart. Wang Hui, thank you. Beside Wang Hui, Yan Sheng pulled his arm again, her eyes full of admiration. Wang Hui saved her beloved second uncle this time and showed her superb medical skills, which made her even more unable to stop. Wang Hui waved his hand and said calmly, "It's just a small matter." But what Dr. Qin said is quite right. You should make sure to supplement your uncle's nutrition and don't ruin his martial arts. If it was half an hour ago, no one would have paid any attention to Wang Hui if he had said this. But at this moment, Wang Hui's words were like golden rules to everyone in the Yin family. Butler Lao Jia immediately gave orders to prepare various medicinal herbs for Yin Ping. Wang Hui glanced at Dr. Qin and knew that he would be responsible for Yin Ping's future treatment, so he put away the golden needle without saying anything more. It's just that Wang Hui doesn't want to get involved, but problems often come to him. Dr. Qin was obviously very curious about Wang Hui's identity, and also curious about why Wang Hui knew the long-lost method of acupuncture with 100 golden needles. So he took 2 quick steps forward, wanting to go up and chat with Wang Hui. Wang Hui didn't have time to talk so much with such a grown man, so he slightly misstepped his steps and injected a stream of internal energy into Yin Ping's body, waking him up from his semi-comatose state. Am I okay? When Yin Ping woke up and saw everything in front of him, he immediately realized that he had not gone to the underworld. For a moment, Yin Ping's face was filled with ecstasy. What happened tonight could almost be described as a resurrection from the dead, so how could he not be excited? But Wang Hui's next sentence made Yin Ping, who had escaped death, stunned. Wang Hui's slightly cold voice was heard in the study. I believe that the people who have won in this study are all your trusted people, Uncle Yan. I suggest that you, Uncle Yan, rest well at home for the next few days. As for the turmoil in the outside world, let it rage on for a few days. Although Yin Ping is a martial arts fanatic, he has been able to control the underground forces of the entire Jinling city for so many years, so his IQ is definitely not low. Wang Hui only gave him a brief reminder, and he immediately understood the implication of Wang Hui's words. The fact that Yin Ping was assassinated and almost died in his own home may not be a bad thing now. Wait 2 more days for things to ferment. It is only natural that those monsters and demons who were originally hiding in the shadows will jump out and try to fight for power and profit. Moreover, the mastermind behind the assassination would never let go of such a good opportunity. By then, Yin Ping only needs to make a concerted effort to catch the murderer and traitor behind the scenes. The entire Jinling will completely become the world of his Yin family. A piece of iron barrel. It was because Yin Ping understood the implicit meaning of Wang Hui's words that he became more and more fond of this young man. He is so young, but he has the strength of the Xiantian realm, and he also knows the long-lost mysterious medical skill of the 108 golden needles acupuncture method. In addition to the piano skills he demonstrated when he went out to dinner with Yin Qing, he also has such deep scheming. Yin Ping was 100% certain that Wang Hui was definitely the heir trained by a hidden family. So Yin Ping stopped calling Wang Hui little friend and instead slowly sat up and nodded to Wang Hui in thanks. This time, I am grateful to brother Wang Hui for saving my life, Yihu Yin Ping. I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. In the future, if brother Wang Hui has anything to ask for, Yin Ping will brave the sword in the sea of fire without any complaints. Yin Ping's words made Yin Qing roll her eyes silently. Second uncle, you call him brother, then what do you want me to call him? Uncle? When Yin Qing thought of this, her face suddenly turned red. It seems quite interesting. Wang Hui didn't know what Yin Qing was thinking, otherwise he would definitely teach her a lesson. How dare you have improper thoughts about your uncle? At this moment, Wang Hui was giving orders to Edith through the system in his mind. Edith, I need all the information about the assassin within 3 minutes. Chapter 80, The rabbit is dead and the dog is dumped. At 10:32, the assassin left Yan's house and drove northeast in a black, unlicensed car. At 11:04, the assassin abandoned his car and rode an electric motorcycle across the Jinling Bridge. At 11:25, the assassin abandoned the electric scooter again and walked through the Xing'an residential area. At 11:49, the assassin boarded another black, unlicensed car at the north gate of Xing'an residential area and headed for the suburbs of Jinling. Wang Hui listened to Edith's calm report and looked at the time with a calm expression. 11:50. In other words, at this moment, we should have just taken a bus to the suburbs of Jinling. Wang Hui did not speak, but continued to silently issue instructions to Edith through the system in his mind. Continue to keep an eye on this assassin, and at the same time send an integrated I-type robot to the villa to protect Lin Yuexin. Just say I found the nanny for the villa. Wang Hui's order was immediately carried out. Tens of thousands of kilometers above Jinling, 3 satellites instantly aimed at the unlicensed black car speeding towards the suburbs. Being able to allow Wang Hui to use 3 satellites means that even if the Dongying ninja Ueda Rang died, it was a worthy death. At the same time, in a factory in the southern suburbs of Jinling, a beautiful woman 1.75 meters tall left her post and drove towards Wang Hui's Riverview villa. At the Yin family, Wang Hui gave instructions for everything and prepared to say goodbye to Yin Ping. After all, Lin Yuexin is still alone at home. Even though there are many protective facilities to protect her, Wang Hui is still a little worried about her comfort. He had long guessed that the assassin must have been sent by the Yin family, and the direction the assassin fled at this moment also proved this. Since the Yin family sent someone to assassinate Yin Ping, it means that they have completely lost their minds. Then the possibility of them sending people to attack the Riverview villa would naturally increase sharply. Wang Hui planned to deal with the assassin first and then have a good talk with the Yin family. At the very least, all the members of the Yin family who could pose a threat to him must be eliminated before Wang Hui can let Lin Yuexin and others go to school with peace of mind. Uncle Yin, it's getting late. I should go back. He turned around to say goodbye to Yin Ping, but the first person to react was Yin Cheng, who had just calmed down beside Yin Ping. Yin Cheng looked at Wang Hui with a look of reluctance in her eyes and asked nervously, "Are you going back? Can't you stay at my house today?" Wang Hui shook his head and said calmly, "I'm worried about Yuexin being home alone." When Yin Cheng saw Wang Hui mention Lin Yuexin again, she naturally felt jealous, but she lowered her head and did not dare to show it. She was afraid that Wang Hui would think she was a jealous woman, which would leave such an impression on Wang Hui, which would not be good. But Yin Cheng was someone who couldn't hide her emotions after all. Everyone present, except Dr. Qin, whose attention was always on Wang Hui, could see Yin Cheng's reluctance. But Yin Cheng also understood that her second uncle had been assassinated tonight, and she absolutely could not leave with Wang Hui. It was precisely because of this that she envied Lin Yuexin for being able to be alone with Wang Hui tonight. However, thinking of Lin Yuexin's shy nature, Yin Cheng gradually relaxed a little. Then be careful on your way home and drive slowly. Yin Cheng lowered her head as she spoke, not daring to look into Wang Hui's eyes, fearing that she would not be able to bear to leave him and would really leave the Yin family with him. Yin Cheng couldn't even watch Wang Hui leave. With the nods from the people in the study, Wang Hui did not stay any longer and strode out of the Yin family. Sitting in the Lamborghini, Wang Hui took a deep breath and said coldly, "Edith, plan the best route for me to intercept the assassin." "Master, the assassin has already stopped. According to the planned route, you should be able to encounter him in 15 minutes. Edith projected the navigation route on Wang Hui's glasses. Without hesitation, Wang Hui immediately stepped on the accelerator and sped towards his destination. At the same time, the Dongying ninja Ueda Rang, who had just been stopped, had a dark face and a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. "Mr. Ueda, I hope you brought me some good news." The person who spoke was Yin Kuang, the head of the Yin family. At the same time, Yin Kuang was accompanied by his 2 uncles, 2 powerful men in the middle stage of the innate realm. Dongying ninja Ueda Rang covered his wound. Although it had just been treated, the wound caused by the 8-sided Han sword was very difficult to heal. At this moment, a little blood was still oozing from his abdomen. "That fellow Yin Ping has been poisoned by my phantom poison and blood poison. The 2 toxins interact with each other. He should have gone to see Amaterasu by now." Dongying ninja Ueda Rang's words made Yin Kuang's mouth curl up slightly, and he hurriedly stepped towards Dongying ninja Ueda Rang. At the same time, Yin Kuang clapped his hands and said, "Mr. Ueda is indeed the best among the younger generation of ninjas in Dongying. We were able to snipe Yin Ping this time thanks to Mr. Ueda. I see Mr. Ueda is injured. From today on, Mr. Ueda will recuperate at my Yin's manor. He can leave when his injuries are healed." What Yin Kuang said was very thoughtful. But for some reason, Dongying ninja Ueda Rang felt a strong chill in his heart. This is Ueda Ryu's special ability. He has escaped death in many missions because of this ability to sense danger. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented danger. So before Yin Kuang got close, Dongying Ninja Oda Rang immediately threw a smoke bomb at his feet. In an instant, smoke rose, and then a dark shadow flashed out from the smoke and plunged into the dense forest at night. In the Lamborghini, Edith was reporting to Wang Hui all the time about what happened to the Dongying Ninja Oda Rang. The assassin was intercepted and a conflict ensued. He fled southeast into the suburban mountains and forests. Based on the density of the forest, we estimate we will lose our tracks in an hour. Following Edith's report, Wang Hui showed a sneer on his face and said in a cold voice, "The only person who knows the assassin's whereabouts could be his employer." The Yin family is incredibly skilled at using this tactic of killing the dog after the rabbit is dead. I just don't know if they can catch this dog. The sound from the Lamborghini paused, then sounded again. "Send out those drones we collected last time and keep a close eye on this assassin. Don't let him get away." "Yes, master," Edith said as she sent a signal via wireless network to the drone swarm parked on the roof of the Riverview Villa. At the same time, one of the 3 satellites above Jinling released more than 20 drones, surrounding the Dongying Ninja Oda Rang from another angle. Wang Hui continued driving to the suburbs, but Edith's report sounded in his ears again. "Master, through comparison, we found that the 2 old men who were chasing the assassin should have the strength of the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. Should we dispatch the battle robots from the Stone Lions to intercept them?" Hearing this, Wang Hui raised his head and sneered, saying, "No need. I want to see how strong a normal mid-stage Xiantian realm cultivator is." Chapter 81 Sir. I'm here for the Alliance. A strong person in the Xiantian realm can dodge and move in the air with the help of his internal strength. But after all, the innate realm is just the innate realm. It is absolutely impossible to fly in the air. Dongying Ninja Oda Rang received a lot of assassination training when he was in Dongying, and escape is naturally one of his strengths. He was moving rapidly through the woods. Even though he was injured, his speed was still a little faster than the 2 middle-stage Xiantian realm masters of the Yin family. However, no matter how fast a Xiantian realm expert is, he cannot compare to Wang Hui, who drives a Lamborghini at more than 200 yards. Following Edith's navigation, Wang Hui quickly abandoned the car in the suburbs of Jinling and entered the dense forest in the suburbs. Using his internal energy, Wang Hui jumped from one branch to another. But this speed obviously did not satisfy Wang Hui. So he made a prompt decision and contacted the system in his mind. "System, a task?" The system is a good system, but it is a bit unconventional sometimes. Upon hearing Wang Hui's call, the system immediately issued a new task to Wang Hui without any hesitation. Bite. The romance system has detected a new mission opportunity and is officially releasing the romance mission, Revenge for the Lovely Girl. Mission, kill the assassin and avenge Yincheng. Quest reward, Xian level light kung fu wudong tianzong. Warm reminder, host, if you accept the mission, you can get the mission reward in advance. Wang Hui did not hesitate, raised a slight smile on his face, and accepted the task. Anyway, he was going to kill the person anyway, and completing the mission was just a side job. When the Wudong Tianzong turned into a memory and took deep root in Wang Hui's mind, Wang Hui's speed also increased by more than an order of magnitude in an instant. One step forward and the distance is dozens of meters. This is completely different from Wang Hui's previous method of using internal force to increase his speed. Before the power reaches an absolute crushing level, skills are still very useful. With the help of Wudong Tianzong, Wang Hui traveled faster. According to Edith's calculations, Wang Hui should be able to meet the fleeing assassin 10 minutes before the 2 old men from the Yin family catch the Dongying Ninja Oda Rang. Dongying Ninja Oda Rang was very nervous at the moment because the intense exercise had caused the wound he had just bandaged to bleed again. While jumping back and forth on the branches of the trees, Xiao Tianrang gnashed his teeth and said, "Yin family, don't let me escape. Once I escape from Jinling, you will face endless assassinations from me, the Dongying Ninja." A hint of viciousness flashed in Odara Rang's eyes, and he buried this hatred deep in his heart. The current task is to escape from the pursuit of those 2 people first. Wang Hui didn't know what Xiao Tianrang was thinking. He just kept moving forward according to Edith's guidance. Soon, Edith's voice reported again, "Master, you are only 1,000 meters away from the assassin." Upon hearing this, Wang Hui immediately jumped up, and his Wudong Tianzong technique allowed him to glide in the sky. 100 meters away, reached in an instant. Land and stand up again, another 100 meters. This cycle repeated itself repeatedly, and Wang Hui had already seen the running Dongying ninja Oda Rang. Who is it? Dongying ninja Oda Rang is indeed a top ninja among the younger generation of Dongying, and is extremely vigilant. As soon as Wang Hui approached within 100 meters of him, he was immediately discovered by him. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Wang Hui had no intention of hiding himself. After another rise and fall, Wang Hui appeared next to the Dongying ninja Oda Rang. It's not that Odara didn't want to escape, but the sudden appearance of drones around him made him feel confused and worried. When Wang Hui landed and stood beside the Dongying ninja Oda Rang immediately recognized him. When Oda Rang lowered his head, his mind was working rapidly. When he looked up, he had already put on an expression of shock as if he had heard of your name for a long time, and spoke cautiously. It's Mr. Wang. I had heard of Mr. Wang's name before coming to Jinling. I have long admired him. The reason why Dongying ninja Oda Rang knew Wang Hui's identity was naturally because before the Yin family sent him to assassinate Yin Ping, they had already told him the photos and strengths of all the strong people around Yin Ping. After all, the Yin family still wants the Dongying ninja Oda to kill with one blow, so these pre-war preparations are naturally very necessary. But Wang Hui was not dazzled by the two compliments from Dongying ninja Oda Rang. He just looked at the Dongying ninja Oda Rang with a slight smile, as if he wanted to see what other tricks he had. Wang Hui's eyes made Dongying ninja Oda Rang feel a little uncomfortable, but Wang Hui did not take action for the time being, which made Dongying ninja Oda Rang feel relieved. He looked straight into Wang Hui's eyes, with a look of 3 parts more sadness on his face, and said with 3 parts of anger and 5 parts of resentment. Mr. Wang, this is the antidote to the poison Mr. Yin Ping was poisoned with. If you don't believe it, you can send someone to check it out. Dongying ninja Oda Rang threw a bottle at Wang Hui, and then continued. This assassination was ordered by the Yin family. I was just taking money to help them get rid of the disaster. And the Yin family tried to silence me by killing me. I have already broken off relations with the Yin family. If Mr. Wang is willing, you and I can join forces to completely eradicate the Yin family. When the time comes, I won't take a penny from the Yin family. Dongying ninja Oda Rang said as he approached Wang Hui. This is his habit, to prepare for both situations. It would be great if Wang Hui could agree to join forces with him. If Wang Hui doesn't agree, then as long as he gets a little closer to Wang Hui, he will be 100% sure to kill Wang Hui directly. It won't be too late to escape from here then. Anyway, the 2 old men from the Yin family haven't caught up yet. It's a pity that Dongying ninja Oda Ryo's ideals are very hopeful, but the reality is very bleak. As the Dongying ninja Oda Rang got closer and closer to Wang Hui, the aura on his body somehow became weaker and weaker. Dongying ninja Oda Rang had never encountered such a situation before, and a hint of doubt appeared in the corner of his eyes. On the other side, after Wang Hui took the antidote thrown by Dongying ninja Oda Rang, he immediately asked Edith to analyze it. In just a second and a half, Edith's voice sounded in Wang Hui's ears. Master, this bottle contains a colorless and odorless poison that can dissipate the internal energy of martial artists. Edith has been following Wang Hui for such a long time that she has accumulated a lot of information about people who practice martial arts. Wang Hui tossed the bottle of poison in his hand up and down, looking coldly at the Dongying ninja Oda Rang with a playful smile. This kind of gaze finally made Dongying ninja Xiao Tian Rang swallow his saliva, and subconsciously said nervously, Mr. Wang, I really came to the alliance. Wang Hui took the bottle of poison inside. Alliance? There's no need for that. Just die. Chapter 82, turns out he is from Dongying, that is even more damnable. Wang Hui's words completely destroyed all the hopes of Dongying ninja Oda Rang. There was a complex expression in Oda's eyes, including anger at the exposure of his plan, and a hint of imperceptible determination. He just shot 2 kunai at Wang Hui without hesitation. The black kunai is difficult to detect in the dark night. But Wang Hui obviously did not observe the enemy's attack with his eyes, but perceived it through his aura. As his strength increased to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, Wang Hui's control over his internal energy became more and more natural. In addition to his mastery of internal force leaving the body, the 2 kunai were immediately detected by Wang Hui's internal force as soon as they approached the 10-meter range around Wang Hui. Then Wang Hui's internal force quickly entangled with them, and at a distance of 10 meters, the speed of the 2 kunai was slowed down from a gust of wind to 0. Wang Hui easily grasped the 2 kunai, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and threw the kunai out again. Although Wang Hui's throwing skills are not as good as those of Dongying ninja Oda Rang, with the powerful internal force, even 2 stones will have the power of cannonballs. Besides, This kunai was designed for throwing in close combat. Swoosh, swoosh. The kunai pierced through the night sky of Jinling, making a sound of breaking wind in the air. Feeling the sudden sound of breaking wind coming from behind him, Dongying Ninja Oda Rang felt his heart tighten for a moment. But this kind of thing can't be rushed. Although Wang Hui threw the kunai casually, he still used 70% of his strength. Laugh. The metal penetrated the flesh, bringing out a puff of blood. The movements of Dongying Ninja Oda Rang were instantly restricted. When Wang Hui threw the kunai, he knew that his attack would hit the target. So Wang Hui waited until the Dongying Ninja Oda Rang stopped before he slowly walked forward. The severe pain in his legs made Dongying Ninja Oda realize that he had no hope of escape. But he obviously didn't want to die. In his opinion, a better life was waiting for him in the future. So he spoke. Mr. Wang. I am a ninja from the Dongying Koga-ryu. My father is an elder of the Koga-ryu. As long as you spare my life, I will report to my father when I return. The Koga clan will never oppose you, Mr. Wang, again. Please, Mr. Wang, for the sake of Sino-Japanese friendship. Even in the dark, Wang Hui could still clearly see the look of fear on the face of Dongying Ninja Oda Rang. And his body trembling slightly with fear. But instead of letting Dongying Ninja Oda Rang go because of his explanation, Wang Hui became even more angry. Wang Hui took 2 steps at a time and walked to the side of Dongying Ninja Oda Rang, with a cold look in his eyes. In such a vast country like China, there is only this city. You shouldn't have come. People in this city will never forget what your ancestors did here decades ago. Since you are here, then come and warn the wandering souls in this wilderness on behalf of your ancestors. Wang Hui's words became colder and colder. By the time the last sentence was spoken, the Dongying Ninja Oda Rang was already trembling with fear, not daring to even think of resisting. The cold aura emanating from Wang Hui at this moment even caused frost to form on the leaves of several surrounding trees. Wang Hui did not give Dongying Ninja Oda Rang another chance to speak. Since he is from Dongying and since he came to Jinling to commit murder, he should be prepared to die here. Crack! Wang Hui stepped down coldly, breaking the chest ribs of Dongying Ninja Oda Rang. Dongying Ninja Odaraji was not as lucky as Yin Chunhong. The ribs broken by Wang Hui pierced into his internal organs. In just a few seconds, his internal organs went on strike. Large mouthfuls of blood gushed out of the mouth of Dongying Ninja Oda Rang, and he was about to die. He who kills shall be killed. Leaving behind an extremely indifferent remark, Wang Hui waved his hand and spun out an internal force, ready to send the Dongying Ninja Oda directly to hell. After all, this is the suburbs of Jinling. If the body of Dongying Ninja Odaraji is left here, it will add extra workload to the local police, which would not be good. The internal force gushed out, carrying with it the infinite anger in Wang Hui's heart. With just one strike, the body of the Dongying Ninja Oda Rang was shattered into large and small pieces, and was completely rolled into the soil, and could no longer be seen. After doing all this, Wang Hui finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, it is not difficult to catch up with the Dongying Ninja Oda Rang. The difficult thing is that today is the first time that Wang Hui is facing life and death. And he ended a person's life with his own hands. The gap between life and death makes it difficult for him, an ordinary person, to adapt. Fortunately, Wang Hui killed an Dongying ninja who wanted to kill people in Jinling. This reduced his psychological burden a lot. In fact, Wang Hui had often imagined what it would be like when he faced life and death for the first time, or even when he killed someone for the first time. Wang Hui has had this premonition ever since he got the system. But he never expected that the first person he killed would be a Dongying ninja. However, Oda Rang deserved to die, as he did not cause Wang Hui to have too much physiological reaction. At most, I just felt uncomfortable for 2 minutes. But it was these 2 minutes when Wang Hui stopped and caught his breath. The drones scattered throughout the woods sent new information back to Wang Hui through Edith. Just as Wang Hui's eyes swept over everything around him, wanting to confirm that there would be no clues left here, Edith's voice with a hint of stiffness and domineeringness sounded in his ears. Master, those 2 from the Yin family are less than 30 seconds away from you. Would you mind stepping aside? Wang Hui did not answer Edith after hearing this, because even though he had sharp eyes and ears, he could still feel the strong wind surging in the woods. But this kind of silence can actually be considered an answer. Buzz. The wind was howling, and suddenly 2 middle-aged men in Zhongshan suits appeared in front of Wang Hui. One of them had a bright, glowing forehead that stood out in the moonlight. The other one was as dry as bark, which showed that he had great skills. The two men stood under the tree in front of Wang Hui without making any movement. Obviously, Wang Hui's appearance also made them both a little confused. The two of them followed the traces of the escape of Dongying ninja Oda Rang all the way here, and Wang Hui's appearance here obviously means that he should have seen their target, Dongying ninja Oda Rang. The two elders of the Yin family looked at each other, and the one with a shiny forehead took a step forward and asked with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Kid, have you ever seen a young man with an abdominal injury passing by here?" Behind him, the elder of the Yin family, whose hands were like dead trees, said coldly, "Brother, give him a beating first, and you'll know everything, right?" Chapter 83, Is this the middle stage of the Xiantian realm? So weak. The fallen leaves in the sky slowly fall to the ground. The strong wind caused by the two elders of the Yin family rushing over gradually subsided. As soon as the wind died down, the two elders of the Yin family noticed something was wrong. There seemed to be a bit of evil spirit emanating from the young man in front of him. It was as if he had just killed someone. The two elders of the Yin family had dealt with many enemies of the Yin family when they were young, and were most sensitive to this kind of evil spirit. Coupled with the sudden stop of the strong wind, the two men inhaled the slight smell of blood in the air. At this moment, the two elders of the Yin family felt something strange. Yin Tong, the third son of the Yin family, whose hands were like dead trees, immediately took a half step forward, approached his eldest brother, and whispered, "Brother, something is wrong." Yin Yu, the eldest son of the Yin family, whose forehead was shining, also felt the hint of blood in the air. His internal strength was instantly raised, and his gaze towards Wang Hui also changed slightly. "Boy, I didn't expect you to be a martial artist?" Wang Hui saw that the two elders of the Yin family were getting nervous and seemed to be about to attack him. Instead of being surprised, he was happy. Even the disgust he felt from killing someone just now subsided a little. As for Wang Hui, he is now in the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, and the two elders of the Yin family are also in the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. He was fighting 1 against 2, which was extremely challenging. This challenge instantly touched a nerve in Wang Hui's heart and made him excited. In his opinion, fighting between warriors is like playing games. Fighting without challenges is completely meaningless. Just like a game without challenge, it loses a lot of fun. In the game, Wang Hui can fight 5 people at the same time, and in the real world, Wang Hui also believes that he can do it. On the other hand, the two elders of the Yin family felt that the murderous aura on Wang Hui was gradually subsiding and was replaced by a strong desire to fight. The two elders of the Yin family both laughed in silence. The bald-headed elder of the Yin family, Yin Yu, smiled and said to his younger brother, "Third brother, since this young man wants to challenge his limits, why not give him a ride?" Yin Tong, the third son of the Yin family, also smiled when he heard this and responded, "He was able to kill that Dongying ninja, so he does have some skills. This is a good opportunity for me to verify the martial arts breakthrough I made a few days ago." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Tong, the third son of the Yin family, flew towards Wang Hui at an extremely fast speed. If Wang Hui an hour ago had faced Yin Tong, the third son of the Yin family, he might have suffered a loss. But now Wang Hui is also in the middle stage of the innate realm, and his body is strong and has never been injured. In addition, Yin Tong, the third son of the Yin family, is arrogant and rushes towards Wang Hui alone. The balance of this battle gradually tilted towards Wang Hui. In Wang Hui's eyes, the speed of Yin Tong, the third son of the Yin family, was quite acceptable, but his pair of sharp claws that could break through the wind made Wang Hui secretly happy. Without hesitation, Wang Hui raised his hand and punched out. Under the guidance of the guide to using innate internal force, Wang Hui first moved his chi freely, and then turned around and punched, integrating his waist and horse. With the help of his internal strength, Wang Hui's punch produced an astonishing sonic boom. Bang! Before the fist arrived, the wind from the fist had already made Yin Tong, the third son of the Yin family, unstable in his lower body. Yin Yu, the head of the Yin family, instantly realized that although Wang Hui's punch seemed simple, it was by no means ordinary. He immediately gathered his internal strength, circulated his whole body, and attacked Wang Hui. Moreover, the place he attacked was Wang Hui's heart, and he actually wanted to carry out the strategy of besieging Wei to save Zhao. Wang Hui chuckled upon seeing this, and the extremely pure internal force in his body actually flowed to his fists again at this moment. This action caused Wang Hui's punching speed to increase by another 30%. Originally, Yin Tong, the third son of the Yin family, had just made a misjudgment and might have suffered some minor injuries from Wang Hui's punch, but he could still dodge most of the punches. But when Wang Hui increased his internal force output from 50% to 70%, the result was completely different. Bang! With a dull thud, the fierce fist blew away Yin Tong, the third son of the Yin family, leaving him without any power to resist. The hands that were originally as frightening as tree bark were twisted and deformed under Wang Hui's fist wind, like two pieces of unfried dough sticks. Wang Hui's punch actually crippled Yin Tong's hands. He lost his strongest support. Wang Hui threw a punch and did not look at the outcome of Yin family's third son Yin Tong. Instead, he set his sights on Yin family's eldest son Yin Yu, who had just rushed towards him. Just now, the distance between Wang Hui and the two men was only about 10 meters. In the eyes of a mid-stage Xiantian realm expert, 10 meters was just a blink of an eye. Wang Hui threw a punch, and Yin Yu, the head of the Yin family, was already in front of Wang Hui. What's more, Wang Hui had just injured Yin Tong with a punch, which made Yin Yu, the head of the Yin family, even more angry. Two small swords suddenly popped out from his hands and stabbed towards Wang Hui's heart. Wang Hui was not at all panicked when seeing this. He put his hands together to form a knife, turned around and struck Yin Yu, the boss of the Yin family, in the neck with his knife. From that punch just now, Yin Yu, the head of the Yin family, had already seen that Wang Hui possessed the strength of the middle stage of the innate realm. But he didn't know that there were also differences in levels among the middle stage innate realm, and Wang Hui, who obtained internal strength through the system, was at the peak of the middle stage innate realm. And it is the peak among the peaks. The kind that is only one step away from breaking through to the late stage of the innate realm. Yin Yu, the head of the Yin family, had used all his strength in this stab, which could be considered his peak attack. But when Wang Hui's knife-handed attack came, Yin Yu, the head of the Yin family, still wanted to retreat. It's understandable that people become more afraid of death as they get older. However, in the martial arts, once one becomes afraid of death, one often cannot continue to improve. Both Wang Hui and Yin Yu, the head of the Yin family, are very clear about this. So Yin Yu, the head of the Yin family, was distracted. At this moment of the life and death battle, Yin Yu, the eldest son of the Yin family, was actually distracted. Wang Hui had been staring at Yin Yu, the eldest son of the Yin family, and naturally saw the hesitation in his eyes. So Wang Hui became more determined and increased the speed of his knife by another 10%. 80% of the strength was combined with the most concise yet practical skills. At this moment, he delivered a blow that Yin Yu, the head of the Yin family, could never have imagined in his dreams. Wang Hui's body dodged his stab in a shaking that Yin Yu, the head of Yin family, could not understand, and then his hand knife slashed fiercely on the neck of Yin Yu, the head of Yin family. Crack! With a crisp sound, Yin Yu, the head of the Yin family, lost power instantly. Wang Hui's knife strike actually cut off the cervical vertebrae of Yin Yu, the head of the Yin family, causing him to lose control of his lower body. In other words, even if Yin Yu, the eldest son of the Yin family, was rescued tonight, he would have to be a vegetable who had to be taken care of by others for the rest of his life. Bang! Yin Yu, the head of the Yin family, fell to the ground, his eyes full of disbelief. Combined with his desperate expression, Wang Hui was shocked. I'm not saying that you're not in the middle stage of Xiantian realm? So the middle stage of the Xiantian realm is so weak? I didn't know that before. Puff. Wang Hui's words made Yin Yu, the eldest of the Yin family, spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted. But this also determines the ending of his tonight and his life. Chapter 84, I have avenged you. For Wang Hui, dealing with two bodies in this wilderness was actually a very simple matter. One of them used an internal force of about 50% of its strength, and the two elders of the Yin family who came to pursue the Dongying ninja Oda Rang died at the hands of Wang Hui. Then it turned into nutrients between heaven and earth. The so-called reincarnation of all things is probably just this. After asking Edith to scan with a drone and confirming that nothing was missed, Wang Hui headed towards the Lamborghini. As for the aftermath, Edith would naturally forge a surveillance video showing that she had never left the Yin family and send it to the background of each surveillance system. For Edith, this kind of thing can only be described as a piece of cake. All the way back, even when he got in the Lamborghini and returned to Yan's house, Wang Hui was thinking about a question. Have I become cruel and ruthless? In the past, Wang Hui was a man who would not even refuse a girl escortship. But now, he can easily kill 3 powerful innate realm masters without any big reaction. It's as if he was born to do this. After thinking for a long time, Wang Hui got an answer that was not really an answer. If someone wants to kill me, why can't I kill him? This is self-defense, and I, Wang Hui, have done nothing wrong. Perhaps because he found an outlet for his emotions, Wang Hui's mood improved a lot. However, judging from the fact that he secretly ordered Edith to speed up the company's layout, it was obviously not that easy for him. As Wang Hui's power grows stronger, the difficulties he will encounter will surely increase. Even the chance of personal safety being threatened will become greater. Therefore, on the one hand, we must strengthen our own strength, and on the other hand, we must also enhance the company's ability to withstand pressure and product competitiveness. Half an hour later, Wang Hui finally returned to Yan's house. Originally, he wanted to go back to the villa to rest, but on second thought, he decided to go to the Yin family to inform them. Before the car stopped, Wang Hui saw Yin Chang looking out in the cold wind at the gate of Yan's house. This girl was obviously worried about Wang Hui, and she also knew that Wang Hui was not just going home. Laughing inwardly, Wang Hui thought to himself, "Girl, if I don't go back to the Yin family tonight, are you going to stand in the cold wind all night?" Considering Yin Chang's previous actions, Wang Hui suddenly felt that this possibility was not impossible. After parking the Lamborghini, Wang Hui calmly got out of the car. But Yin Chang was obviously not as calm as Wang Hui. Seeing Wang Hui get out of the car, Yin Chang rushed into Wang Hui's arms and hugged him tightly. "Did you go to a fight? Did you go after that assassin? Second uncle is already injured. If anything happens to you, what should I do, woo-woo?" Yin Chang had no idea that her soft breasts were pressed tightly against Wang Hui's hot chest. She didn't care that her tears slowly wet Wang Hui's clothes on his chest. At this moment, Yin Chang was just afraid that Wang Hui would get hurt, afraid that Wang Hui would disappear from her life. He was also afraid that he would not be able to explain to Lin Yuexin, who was still waiting eagerly in the villa. In the end, Wang Hui was unable to utter any cold words at this time. It was only Yin Chang's silent hair that comforted her. After a while, Yin Chang finally came to her senses and jumped out of Wang Hui's arms. She said shyly, "I'm not worried about you." After saying that, Yin Chang ran into the house without giving Wang Hui any chance to explain. Wang Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head, then followed Yin Chang into the Yin family's gate. Yin family's housekeeper, Lao Jia, had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw Wang Hui return, he apologized to Wang Hui with a wry smile. "Mr. Wang, please forgive me. It's just that the young lady is too worried about you, so..." Wang Hui waved his hand, signaling the housekeeper Lao Jia that there was no need to explain. As soon as Wang Hui entered the Yin family's house, he saw Yi Hu Yinping sitting in the main hall waiting for him. With Wang Hui's 108 golden needle acupuncture method, Yi Hu Yinping was able to walk freely after resting for less than half an hour. The moment he was able to move, he went to the main hall and waited for Wang Hui to return. Like Yin Chang, he also didn't believe that Wang Hui just left simply. Everyone in Yin Chang's family has similar personalities. Dare to love and hate, and also value friendship the most. "Brother Wang Hui, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." As soon as Yin Ping saw Wang Hui returning, he immediately wanted to stand up to greet Wang Hui. But Yin Chang got ahead of him in this task. Although Yin Chang said that she was not worried about Wang Hui, she quickly walked up to Wang Hui, pulled him to sit down, and immediately started to check on him. Neck, heart, vest, abdomen. Wang Hui's gaze wandered back and forth between Yin Chang and uncle and nephew Yin Ping for several times, and finally turned to Yin Chang. "Don't worry, that Dongying assassin will never bother Uncle Yin again." Wang Hui didn't finish his words, but everyone present could understand what he had not said. "Good. That's great." Upon hearing this, Yi Hu Yinping slapped his thigh and said loudly, "Okay." It seemed that he still needed time to recover. Yi Hu Yinping took a breath and said with a smile, "The little devils from Dongying dared to come to Jinling to cause trouble, so they deserve to die here. To accompany the ancestors who died in Jinling." Wang Hui felt that he was not an angry young man, but this second uncle of the Yin family looked like one. And judging by his level of excitement, it was obvious that it was because of the Dongying identity given by Oda, coupled with the double pleasure of revenge, that he could hardly control his emotions. After sighing to himself, Yi Hu Yinping came back to his senses and turned his attention to Wang Hui. Yi Hu Yinping had a happy smile on his face, without any trace of the horror that came from almost being killed just now, and he said with a smile, "Brother Wang Hui, you have avenged me. The Yin family must thank you for this. Let's put it this way. As long as Brother Wang Hui has any request, the Yin family will definitely do it if it can. If it's impossible, try every possible way to make it happen." Yi Hu Yinping's words instantly changed Yin Chang from shyness to anticipation. Wang Hui was keeping an eye on everything around him, so he naturally noticed that Yin Chang was looking at him with her sparkling eyes, and he understood what she was thinking. So he immediately bowed to Yi Hu Yinping and said, "Since that's the case, let Yin Chang take care of second Uncle Yin for a few days on my behalf." Wang Hui is a warm person after all, and he did not directly say anything to hurt Yin Chang. This is also the reason why so many girls still think about Wang Hui day and night after breaking up with him. However, Wang Hui's request obviously did not satisfy Yin Cheng and Yin Ping, the uncle and nephew. Chapter 85 Uncle Yin, the time has come. Ha, you young people should spend more time together. Second uncle has old Jia to take care of him, so it won't be a problem. Yin Ping knew what Yin Cheng was thinking, and when Wang Hui opened his mouth, he immediately assisted Yin Cheng. Of course, if you ask him whether he wants to keep Wang Hui as the son-in-law of the Yin family, the answer is definitely yes. After saying this, Yin Ping stood up from the main seat, walked to Wang Hui, and continued to smile. Brother Wang Hui, the last time you came to Two Bros, I, as the host, failed to entertain you properly. It was really my fault. You saved my life again this time and helped me so much. There's no need to mention what you just said. I guess you're reluctant to ask for more because of your relationship with Chinger, but my Yin family can't let our savior down. As he spoke, Yin Ping took out a few cards and stuffed them into Wang Hui's hands. He also shook Wang Hui's hands up and down and said, "The black one is the supreme membership card of Two Bros. As long as you, brother Wang Hui, come to Two Bros, it's free for life. There's also this white card, which represents other businesses under the Yin family. Show this card and you'll get a 50% discount. The last bank card is a bank card. My Yin family will deposit 50% of Two Bros' net profit and 30% of Yan's group's net profit into the card monthly. This is the greatest thanks I can offer. I hope brother Wang Hui doesn't mind." The thank you gift that Yin Ping brought out instantly threw the entire Yin family into chaos. Many servants looked at Wang Hui with disbelief. Second Master actually gave him so many things to thank him. Is Second Master crazy? Or are we crazy? Yes, Second Master. 30% of our Yen group's profits is an astronomical figure. Are we just going to give it to him like that? Second Master, think twice. The servants obviously did not think that Wang Hui was of much help to the Yin family, because most of them had not seen the scene of Wang Hui's acupuncture. They didn't know that Wang Hui was not only Yin Ping's savior, but also protected the Yin family during the time when Yin Cheng's parents were overseas and unable to return. Imagine if Yin Ping really died, Yin Cheng would not be able to support the entire Yin family under the pain of losing her uncle. When the time comes and internal and external troubles erupt together, the only thing waiting for the Yin group is to be swallowed up by the Yin group. Yin Ping obviously thought of this, so he chose to take out 30% of the profits of the Yin group to thank Wang Hui, or even go a step further, perhaps to tie Wang Hui down. After all, the Yin group is now linked to Wang Hui's interests. Even for his own interests, Wang Hui will protect the Yin group. So when everyone was talking about it, Yihu Yin Ping immediately showed the majesty that he had used to control the underground world of Jinling for more than 10 years. Shut up! A loud shout made the entire Yin family silent. Then Yihu Yin Ping looked at Wang Hui with a hint of apology, and said cautiously, "My family tradition is not strict, and I have made a fool of myself by letting brother Wang Hui see me." In Yin Ping's mind, Wang Hui was the eldest son of a hidden family who had come out to gain experience, otherwise he would not have such powerful strength and financial resources. But these were all he could come up with at the moment. He had just asked Yin Cheng what Wang Hui liked, but Yin Cheng just stammered and couldn't explain it clearly. Otherwise he would have been able to thank Wang Hui in a more targeted manner. But Yihu Yin Ping actually didn't know that the other things didn't impress Wang Hui. Instead, it was the last bank card that made Wang Hui's eyes light up. Although his company has invested a full 1 billion yuan, Wang Hui still feels it is not enough. If Wang Hui had the support of Yin Group, many of his plans could be brought forward accordingly. However, on the surface, Wang Hui still did not show much emotional fluctuation. He just slowly put a few cards into his pocket, shook Yihu Yin Ping's arm up and down, and said with a smile, "Since it's Uncle Yan's thank you gift, I won't refuse it." The names of Wang Hui and Yihu Yin Ping are slightly confusing, but that is not the point. The key point was an expression of gratitude. Both of them returned home with great pleasure, but Yin Cheng was the only one who pouted, obviously not very happy. When she saw her second uncle giving her a thank you gift, she recalled how little she knew about Wang Hui, and didn't even know what he liked, which made her feel troubled. Wang Hui didn't have the ability to read minds, so he didn't know what Yin Cheng was thinking at the moment. He just felt that the Yin family's affairs had finally come to an end, and he could naturally return to a stable daily life. But before that, Wang Hui still had a problem he wanted to solve. "Second Uncle Yin, I wonder how many Xiantian realm experts there are in the Yin family." Wang Hui's sudden question startled Yihu Yin Ping, but he still answered truthfully, "2. My elder brother is in the middle stage of Xiantian realm, and I am in the early stage of Xiantian realm." The big brother that Yi Hu Yanping mentioned is Yan Qing's father, Yanin, the head of the Yan family. Wang Hui nodded and continued to ask, then the Yin family should be the same, right? Wang Hui's questions made Yi Hu Yanping more and more confused, and he had no idea what Wang Hui's purpose was. Moreover, Wang Hui's question once again sparked discussions among everyone in the Yan family. Why is he asking this? Could he possibly go to the Yin family and kill those two old men? Don't even think about killing the Yin family. This guy is so young, I wonder what kind of magic potion he has fed to the second master and the young miss to make them trust him so much. We must help the second master wake up and realize his ugly face. He must be trying to climb up the ladder of the eldest lady and marry into our Yin family. The discussion started again, and Yi Hu Yanping's expression became even uglier. He knew clearly that with his and Wang Hui's abilities, they could hear these discussions very clearly and even remember them in their hearts. At this moment, Yi Hu Yanping hated the loyalty of his servants immensely. So he first glanced at Wang Hui with an apologetic look, then turned back and glared coldly at the scary people who had spoken, and said in a cold voice, "Old Jia, slap your face." Yi Hu Yanping meant that servants should not discuss their master's affairs without authorization, so he wanted to slap a few servants in the face. But Wang Hui raised his hand to stop him, and said with a smile, "Ignorance is not a crime, Uncle Yan, don't worry about it." Yanping sighed sadly, admiring Wang Hui's magnanimity. He then waved his hand and said, "Old Jia, let everyone go. Stop embarrassing yourself here." Seeing that everyone was unwilling to retreat, Yanping turned to Wang Hui and continued the previous topic. The Yin family does indeed only have 2 Xiantian realm warriors. The current head of the Yin family, Yin Kuang, is not talented and is only at the acquired realm. I wonder why brother Wang Hui is asking these questions. When Wang Hui learned that the Yin family indeed had only 2 people in the innate realm, a smile appeared on his lips and he explained. If it is true as second Uncle Yan said, that the Yin family only has 2 people in the Xiantian realm, the time Uncle Yan and I talked about before has now arrived. Wang Hui's words made Yanping's eyes widen instantly, and he looked at Wang Hui with a look of horror. After exchanging a glance with old Jia, who had served beside him for many years, Yanping swallowed hard, and was then able to speak normally and ask. Brother Wang Hui, what do you mean? Yes, it's just what you think. Chapter 86, Back Home. Yi Hu Yanping is a man of impetuous temperament. Even after becoming the uncrowned king of the underground world of Jinling, his edge has not been erased. After learning from Wang Hui that the 2 elders of the Yin family had died, Yi Hu Yanping immediately got ready. He even threw the guest Wang Hui aside. Of course, it is hard to say whether he is really anxious to deal with the Yin family or wants to create opportunities for his niece. Wang Hui looked at Yi Hu Yanping, who was walking away, with a sneer on his face. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, not to mention that he and Yancheng are classmates. Yin family, Wang Hui saw Yi Hu Yanping leave, walked to Yancheng and whispered. Since everything is fine here, I'll go back. I'm a little worried about you Xin being home alone. Although he said he was worried, Wang Hui had actually received Samantha's report through Edith. Lin Yuexin has now received the news that Wang Hui will be back soon, and is now waiting for Wang Hui in the living room on the first floor of the villa. Unfortunately, Wang Hui's hope of returning alone was soon shattered. Yan Cheng was originally very worried about her second uncle, and also wanted to stay at her home to accompany Yi Hu Yanping tonight. But at this moment, Yi Hu Yanping had already left the Yan family and went to Yilai Xiang to take charge. In fact, there was no point for her to stay in the Yan family. So when Wang Hui opened his mouth to go back, Yan Cheng immediately reached out and hugged Wang Hui's arm. Being so close to Wang Hui made Yan Cheng's cheeks blush. But she didn't let go, still stubbornly holding Wang Hui's arm, and said coquettishly, "Take me back with you." Wang Hui's face showed a strange expression when he heard this. He said, "Didn't you say you wanted to stay home with your uncle today?" Yan Cheng gave Wang Hui a charming look and said coquettishly, "My second uncle has gone to Tubros. Are you planning to let me stay there for one night?" Wang Hui scratched his head awkwardly and sighed, "All right then." Wang Hui's compromise made Yan Cheng very happy, and she grabbed Wang Hui's arm and hugged him even harder. Of course she herself didn't realize it. Sitting in the Lamborghini and speeding towards the Riverview Villa, Wang Hui finally felt relieved. As for what happens next, it all depends on whether Yi Hu Yanping has the ability to take over the Yin group. Of course, Wang Hui would not miss this opportunity, but Yan Cheng was still around, so some things were not convenient to do. In the Lamborghini, the atmosphere was calm and slightly joyful. But at this moment, the atmosphere in the Yin family was extremely depressing. Yin Kuang sat in the lobby, looking out from time to time, as if waiting for something. Although it was already past 12 o'clock, he still had no intention of taking a rest. He looked up again and saw that the anxious look on Yin Kwang's face became more serious. Catching a servant who had come in from outside, Yin Kwang's eyes were already bloodshot, and he shouted, "Are the two elders not back yet?" "No. No." The servant answered tremblingly, not daring to look at Yin Kwang at all. "Useless thing. Go out and look for him again." Yin Kwang pushed the servant away and shouted outside. In fact, he already had some guesses in his mind, but he wanted to see the person alive or the body dead. Before meeting the two elders of the Yin family, he would never believe that someone in Jinling City could kill two people so easily. You have to know that they are two mid-stage Xiantian realm masters. Could it be that they can't find any opportunity to send even a little news to the Yin family? Although both of them are elderly, they can also use mobile phones. In today's world, China is a prosperous country, and even in the deep mountains and forests there are enough signals to transmit information to the outside world. So although he had some doubts in his heart, Yin Kwang was more inclined to believe that the two elders destroyed their mobile phones while fighting with the enemy. And because the battle consumed too much energy, it delayed our return. At present, this is the only explanation that is the most reasonable. Of course, if the two elders of the Yin family could crawl back from the underworld, they would probably teach Yin Kwang a lesson. How could the Yin family not have heard of Wang Hui, such a godlike figure, emerging from Jinling City? However, Yin Kwang didn't know all this at the moment. He could only keep sending the servants of the Yin family out, hoping to find the two elders on some road. What a pity! Even if they turned the entire Jinling upside down, they probably wouldn't find any information. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the Yin family still had not received any news about the two elders. 50% of the Yin family's servants were sent out, but they were still of no use. In the Yin family's hall, Yin Kwang's eyes had turned red, and he was pulling out his hair in clumps. "Go find them all. If you can't find the two elders, don't come back to see me." After sending away all the remaining servants of the Yin family, Yin Kwang sat dejectedly in his seat, his expression becoming more and more desperate. The idea that first flashed through his mind had gradually taken root and could no longer be shaken off. Two bros, unlike the despair of the Yin family, this place is full of hope and happiness. Not many people knew about the arrival of Yehu Yinping, but orders were transmitted from the two bros and delivered to all parts of Jinling. These commands may seem unrelated, but they all have the same ultimate goal: destroy the Yin group. Under the control of Yehu Yinping, the entire Yin group and the underground forces under Yilai Xiang are like a prehistoric behemoth, opening its bloody mouth, ready to swallow the entire Yin group in one gulp. Of course, none of this has anything to do with Wang Hui now. At this moment, Wang Hui had already arrived at the Riverview Villa and had been staying in the living room for quite a while. When he just came back, Lin Yuexin saw that he had returned safely, and subconsciously rushed over to check his body up and down. The pair of delicate hands, as tender as jade, gently examined every part of Wang Hui's body, making Wang Hui's passion, which had been aroused by Yin Cheng and the Lamborghini, even more intense. Looking at Lin Yuexin, whose movements were exactly the same as her former self, Yin Cheng felt very complicated. On the one hand, he was jealous that Lin Yuexin could now do whatever she wanted to Wang Hui, and Wang Hui did not resist. On the other hand, he was also ashamed of himself for having done such a perverted thing to Wang Hui. Of course, when Lin Yuexin's delicate hand began to move below her waist, Wang Hui stopped her in time. Holding Lin Yuexin's hand, Wang Hui looked into her eyes seriously and said, "I'm fine. I'm not injured. Don't worry." Seeing Lin Yuexin open her mouth as if to say something, Wang Hui smiled and continued, "I promise you, I will pay close attention in the future. I won't get hurt, don't worry." Chapter 87. Yin Chenghong wakes up. At the Jiangjing Villa, Wang Hui introduced the comprehensive robot number 1 to Yin Cheng and Lin Yuexin. "She's Wang Ling. She'll be our family's nanny from now on. You can ask her for help if you need anything, or even ask her to go shopping with you." Wang Hui pointed to the 1.75-meter tall comprehensive robot number 1 and said, "The robot industry in this world is far from reaching the level described in Edith's information, so Wang Hui simply did not tell the two girls the true identity of the comprehensive robot number 1. Anyway, the integrated robot number 1 has human skin, an anthropomorphic intelligence system and a self-repair system, and is no different from an ordinary person under normal circumstances. And although she cannot cultivate internal strength, she can be said to be invincible in the acquired realm due to the robot's strength and agility that far exceeds that of ordinary people. At present, the Yin family has lost all of its innate masters, and the comprehensive robot number 1 is protecting the two girls, so Wang Hui can feel a little more at ease." Wang Hui named the comprehensive robot number 1 Wang Ling, and it also began to play the role of a nanny according to Wang Hui's instructions. After Wang Hui introduced me, he immediately bowed to the two girls and said, "Girls, you can just call me Wang Ling. You can come to me if you need anything." The intelligence of the integrated robot number 1 is not very high, but it is controlled by Edith's subsystem after all, so it looks no different from a normal person. At most, it just seems that he has a colder temperament. Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin didn't think much about it. They greeted each other politely and said nothing more. After all, the two of them are not familiar with the comprehensive robot number 1 Wang Ling. After Wang Hui introduced them, he urged the two girls to go back to their room to sleep. "It's already 2 o'clock, and you have classes tomorrow, so go to bed." Although they wanted to stay with Wang Hui for a while longer, the two girls felt their eyelids twitching, so they had to go back to their rooms as they were told. However, Yan Qing's gaze moved back and forth between Wang Hui and the integrated robot number 1, Wang Ling, for a while, but in the end she said nothing. In her mind, the relationship between a nanny and the master of a wealthy family is sometimes really hard to explain. Even in her own home, she had heard rumors about Yin Ping and a nanny. So at this moment she was wary of the comprehensive robot number 1 Wang Ling. Of course, if Wang Hui knew what Yan Chang was thinking, he would definitely teach her a lesson. Only after the two girls returned to the room did Wang Hui give instructions to the comprehensive robot number 1. "From now on, you will not only be the family's nanny, but also Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin's personal bodyguard. I'll have Edith prepare a new identity for you at school. I believe that with your and Edith's intelligence, you won't be unable to break into the circles of these two girls." Wang Hui's order was accepted by the integrated robot number 1, and this was exactly what Edith wanted to do. For Edith, the fact that her subsystem can live with humans for a long time will allow her to have a more comprehensive understanding of this amazing existence of human beings. In this way, her intelligence can be improved to a higher level. After giving all these instructions, Wang Hui returned to his room to rest. After all, he is also a human being and he gets tired too. Of course, although Wang Hui had a good night's rest, the servants of the Yin family were busy all night without any rest. Until the sun rose, the Yin family was still immersed in a cold and harsh atmosphere. The atmosphere in the entire Yin family was so low that ordinary people even hesitated to speak. The eyes of Yin Kuang, the head of the Yin family, were already red, but he still sat in the hall, waiting for the news he had been waiting for a long time. Yin Kuang knew clearly that if the two elders of the Yin family could not come back, it would cause an indescribable blow to the Yin group. It can be said that the two elders are the mainstay of the Yin family. Losing them is equivalent to losing the ability to launch the final counterattack. At this moment, he only hoped that Yi Hu Yanping would not know the news of the disappearance of the two elders of the Yin family so quickly. At 6 o'clock in the morning, a hint of dawn had already appeared in the sky. Yin Kuang waited all night and finally got good news. "Master, young master." A little man hurried into the hall and shouted at Yin Kuang. Yin Kuang was already extremely nervous, and upon hearing this, he stood up from the mahogany armchair. A figure flashed by, and the servant was grabbed by Yin Kuang's collar. Yin Kuang's cold voice rang in his ears, "Tell me, what happened to the young master?" The servant was almost frightened by Yin Kuang's actions and hurriedly explained tremblingly, "The young master is awake." After a whole night of torment, Yin Kuang finally got some good news. He heaved a long sigh of relief, let go of the servant's collar, and said, "You can go down first." His son's awakening relieved the gloom in Yin Kuang's heart a little, but also gave him other thoughts. After pacing around the hall twice, Yin Kuang chose to walk out of the hall and head towards the yard where Yin Chenghong was. Not long after, Yin Kuang saw Yin Chenghong lying on the bed and being served porridge by servants. Ignoring Yin Chenghong's actions of touching the maid, Yin Kuang strode to Yin Chenghong's side. "Is Honger okay? Does it still hurt?" Yin Kuang's question made Yin Chenghong retract his mischievous left hand. With a ferocious look on his face, he said to his father, "My body doesn't hurt much anymore, but my heart hurts. Dad, I know that with our current strength, we are still not strong enough to fight against the Yin family, but can we find our eldest brother back? As long as Big Brother comes back, who in the entire Jinling city can be his opponent?" Yin Chenghong's words made Yin Kuang fall into deep thought. Because what Yin Chenghong said actually made sense, Yin Kuang's eldest son Yin Chenglong went to Dongying to learn martial arts in his early years. The previous Dongying ninja Oda Rang also approached the Yin family and wanted to cooperate with the Yin family because of Yin Chenglong's relationship. It's a pity that Oda Rang was too sentimental and lost his life in Jinling. When the two elders of the Yin family disappeared, Yin Kuang glanced at his second son lying in bed without any progress, sighed in his heart, and said, "It's okay, Honger, you should have a good rest. Your eldest brother is fine, and Dad has a plan in mind." Yin Kuang's words made Yin Chenghong smile, although he didn't know how strong his elder brother was now. But Yin Chenghong clearly remembered that when Yin Chenglong left home, the two elders said that they could no longer teach him. In Yin Chenghong's mind, as long as his eldest brother returns, plus the two elders, he will be able to walk around the entire Jinling city with ease. By then, no matter whether it is Wang Hui or Yi Hu Yinping, they must honestly submit to the Yin family. Yin Chenghong was thinking about these things and didn't care about his father's departure. His left hand began to play around with the maid's delicate body again. Yin Kuang walked out of the courtyard where Yin Chenghong was resting and stood outside the door in the morning sun, thinking for a long time. In the end, Yin Kuang took out an old mobile phone and called his eldest son on the other side of the ocean. "Hello, Dad? Well, Jackie Chan, please prepare yourself and come back in a few days. Two elders are missing." Chapter 88 Yin's Board of Directors. At noon, the sun rises 3 poles high. The Yin family had already confirmed the news of the disappearance of the two elders, but this news was blocked by Yin Kuang, who was self-righteous and did not allow any servants of the Yin family to disclose it to the outside world. After Yin Kuang called his eldest son in the morning, he had completely given up the idea of finding the two elders. Although it is still unknown how the two elders disappeared, as long as the eldest son Yin Chenglong can be brought back, the problem will be solved. Thinking this way, Yin Kuang decided to hold a board meeting of Yin Group this afternoon. Although the Yin Group has not yet been listed, because the ancestors of the Yin family were very fertile, the shares of the Yin Group are actually held by dozens of Yin family members. Of course, Yin Kuang might have the idea of taking back the shares of the two Yin family elders first. Yin Group, Yin International Building, top floor. Almost all shareholders of the Yin Group gathered in the huge conference room. They all had close ties with Yin Kuang, the head of the Yin family. Either relatives or elders. Most of the shareholders of the Yin Group lived in the Yin Manor, so they had already known about the disappearance of the two elders. But there were also some members of the Yin family who had already separated and only received dividends every year. They were now sitting in the conference room in confusion. Bang! The door of the conference room was pushed open by two employees, and Yin Kuang, wearing a dark blue suit, walked into the conference room with a serious expression. "Master, what is the purpose of summoning us today?" "Yeah, we're very busy. If there's nothing else, I'll go back." The Yin family was obviously not as harmonious as it seemed. Before Yin Kuang even opened his mouth, some people had already begun to challenge his authority. It was the same when Yin Kuang first became the head of the Yin family. Fortunately, Yin Kuang's eldest son Yin Chenglong stood up and defeated those members of the Yin family who dared to question him. Now that Yin Chenglong has been overseas for 3 years, these people seem to have some different ideas. However, Yin Kuang did not blame them. He only blamed himself for being too weak. After all, he was not at the innate realm, so he could not suppress the entire Yin family. Standing on the main seat, Yin Kuang ignored these noisy relatives and just said something coldly. "The two elders disappeared last night. I sent people to look for them, but 20 hours have passed and nothing has been found." Yin Kuang's words instantly turned the entire conference room into a vegetable market. How is this possible? The two elders are in the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. How could they disappear? Yes, with the strength of these two elders, there's no place in the vast Jinling that they can't go. How could they disappear together? Unless someone deceived the two elders into trusting them, intentionally. No matter what time it is, there are always a few people in the crowd who like to look at the world through conspiracy theories. But most of the Yin family members just listened to this conspiracy theory, and their eyes towards Yin Kuang changed slightly. Yin Kuang had anticipated this a long time ago, and his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of coldness. "I know exactly what you are thinking," Yin Kuang said and waved his hand. A group of Yin family servants quickly rushed in from the doors at both ends of the conference room. Or it would be more appropriate to call him a thug. They were all strong and each of them held an easily concealed sword in their hands. There were even a few thugs who walked in with submachine guns. In Jinling City, only big families like the Yin family and the Yen family can get guns. The appearance of the submachine gun instantly made the entire conference room quiet, and no one dared to disobey Yin Kuang again. They don't have the strength of the innate realm and cannot avoid the bullets. Seeing that no one had any objections, Yin Kuang finally revealed his true intentions and said coldly, "Since the two elders have disappeared, and considering the company's operational needs, the two elders' shares will be managed by my son Jackie Chan. He will arrive in Jinling before noon tomorrow. As for everyone else, until then, please stay in the company and don't cause unnecessary panic. Every word Yin Kuang said made the expressions of the Yin Group shareholders present turn colder. When he finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent and no one dared to speak out in resistance. Since everyone has no objection, then it's settled. After Yin Kuang finished speaking, he turned around and left the meeting room, leaving the Yin shareholders looking at each other in bewilderment. That night, although Yin's shareholders were very dissatisfied, they still called home and said they would hold a meeting at the company. Those who wanted to cause trouble had guns pointed at their heads and were taught a lesson. Then they learned their lesson. After a night, a Boeing 747 took off from Dongning Haneda Airport and flew towards Jinling Airport. At the same time, Wang Hui also received Edith's report. Wang Hui, who was sitting in the classroom, suddenly heard Edith's voice in his ears. Master, Yin Chenglong, the eldest son of Yin Kuang, the head of the Yin family, has purchased a ticket for today and is returning from Dongning. He is already on the plane. It's expected to arrive at Jinling Airport in 3 hours. This was the order Wang Hui issued to Edith last night: closely monitor all members of the Yin family. After hearing this news, Wang Hui lost his mind to attend class for a moment and immediately started talking to Edith in a low voice. Can you find out the strength of this Yin Changlong? Wang Hui's order made Edith start searching on the internet, and soon Edith gave an answer. There's not much information about Yin Changlong in China. He only won a few obscure championships when he was a child. After arriving at Istwin, Yin Changlong began to shine. In the 3 years at Dongning, he won the IGA Ryu Ninja fighting tournament 3 times. Wang Hui stopped Edith from continuing her introduction and asked doubtfully, IGA Ryu Ninja? This Yin Changlong ignored the treasures left by our ancestors and went to Dongning to become a useless IGA Ryu Ninja? Edith, according to the records on the internet, it is indeed so. And after becoming a ninja, he completed many missions that were once thought to be impossible. He even assassinated a certain country's political leader. Wang Hui scratched his head subconsciously and asked, how did you know this? Edith, there's a video online of a certain country's top politician being assassinated. By comparing it to Yun Sung Ryong's cadence during his daily training, it's 98% certain that the assassin was Yun Sung Ryong. And according to a video that has been circulating recently, Yin Changlong's strength should be more than just the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. Hearing this, Wang Hui sighed deeply and said, looks like I'll be busy again. Edith, indeed, Yin Changlong gave up his mission in Dongning and rushed back to Jinling. I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Wang Hui glanced at the increasingly gloomy sky outside the window, and his mood gradually became worse. Chapter 89: Wang Hui arrives. Bite. The romance system has detected a new mission opportunity and is officially releasing the romance mission, Remove Hidden Dangers for the Girl. Mission content: Destroy Yin Changlong's cultivation. Mission reward: Late Xiantian Realm cultivation. Warm reminder, host, if you accept the mission, you can get the mission reward in advance. Wang Hui's mood had just taken a turn for the worse when the system's voice rang in his mind. But this time the system seemed to sense Wang Hui's emotions, and it remained silent after issuing the task. Wang Hui received the mission reward first. Feeling the increasing internal strength in his body becoming stronger due to the increase in strength, a smile finally appeared on the corner of his mouth. During normal class time, there are usually few people around Wang Hui. Although the girls wanted to get close to Wang Hui, they felt inferior to him. They did not have the courage of Lin Yuexin nor the perseverance of Yen Chang. The boys didn't want to be outdone by Wang Hui when walking next to him. However, this actually made Wang Hui feel a lot more relaxed. At least he didn't have to greet people he didn't want to communicate with a smile. Ding ling ling. When the bell rang, Wang Hui left the classroom without hesitation, leaving the teacher's words of "I'll take up a few minutes of your time" empty talk. Wang Hui's departure did not cause much stir. After all, although the teacher on the podium was a little older, she was also a female teacher. After leaving the school, Wang Hui drove towards the Riverview Villa. Yen Chang and Lin Yuexin both have classes today, so Wang Hui doesn't need to greet them first. After returning to the Jiangjing Villa, Wang Hui went directly to the training room on the 3rd underground floor. Although his strength has been improved, Wang Hui still needs some time to get used to the sudden increase in strength. After being pursued by beauties of all kinds over the years, Wang Hui has tempered his mind to be extremely steady. Even though he knew that he was stronger than the enemy, he still chose to rush back to the Riverview Villa. On the 3rd underground floor, Wang Hui was measuring his own strength using various testing instruments produced by his own company. The speed measuring device, which is hundreds of times more powerful than an ordinary treadmill, allows Wang Hui to run to his heart's content. The new material nano-suction sponge was not directly destroyed even by Wang Hui's iron fist. Instead, it produced an astonishing number. More than an hour later, Wang Hui completed 3 full sets of tests and came up with an average value. Compared with the warriors with late Xiantian realm strength recorded by Edith, Wang Hui showed a satisfied smile. Because each of his numerical values is several times stronger than that of an ordinary warrior in the late innate realm. After confirming his own strength, Wang Hui no longer hesitated. Looking at the time, the Yin family's last resort should have landed. But Wang Hui was not in a hurry. Instead, he slowly cooked a few meals for himself at home. After eating, he set off for Yin International Building. Edith had already investigated the whereabouts of the Yin family. With communications so advanced nowadays, nothing happening in any corner of the world can escape its eyes. In Yin's International Building, Yin Chenglong got out of an inconspicuous car. Without anyone to greet him, he took the elevator to the top floor with his 2 junior brothers. Bite. The elevator door slowly opened, and Yin Chenglong saw his father for the first time after 3 years. "Dad, I'm back." Yin Chenglong looked at his slightly old father and was shocked, but he did not show it. 3 years of ninja training made him completely different from before. Now he is calmer and more ruthless. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Yin Kuang stepped forward and patted Yin Chenglong's shoulder, but found that he was much shorter than his son. Retracting his hand, Yin Kuang explained the current situation to his eldest son. "Your brother was beaten a few days ago and broke 11 ribs. Later, there was a Koga Ryu ninja who wanted to cooperate with our family, so I asked him to assassinate Yin Ping." The story started from the very beginning and continued until the disappearance of 2 elders of the Yin family last night. Yin Kuang and his group of 4 just happened to walk to the door of the meeting room. At the same time, Wang Hui stood at the door of Yin's International Building and suddenly wanted to use this building as an office building for the company's future development. As he stepped into Yin International Building, Wang Hui was quickly stopped. The security of the Yin International Building has become a little tense because of what happened in the top floor conference room yesterday. Wang Hui had no intention of attacking the security guard. He just smiled and said, "I'm a friend of Jackie Chan. I knew he was back, so I came to meet him." The security guard had just seen Yin Chenglong walk into the elevator. Although he did not know Wang Hui, since Wang Hui knew the news of Yin Chenglong's return, he must have always been a very good friend of Yin Chenglong. Thinking of this, the security guard didn't dare to stop Wang Hui anymore. Entering the elevator, Wang Hui discovered that he indeed needed to swipe his card to reach the top floor. But for Edith, none of this was a problem. In just 3 seconds, Edith completely penetrated the entire security system of the Yin International Building, to which the elevator belonged, and left a backdoor that belonged only to her. All the cyber security forces in the world today are useless to Edith. Only by gathering the power of the country can we possibly cause trouble for Edith. The elevator slowly rose, but no one knew of Wang Hui's arrival. In the conference room, Yin Chenglong signed his name and took over 10% of the company's shares from each of the 2 elders. He also took over many shares of other members of the Yin family. After all, with a gun pointed at your head, shares and other things don't matter anymore. Even the Yin family members could not even complain and could only sign their names tremblingly to save their lives. Just when Yin Chenglong had acquired 37% of the shares of Yin Group, he heard footsteps. Yin Chenglong's ears moved slightly, and he suddenly stopped what he was doing and spoke calmly to the 2 junior brothers beside him. "Go and have a look, it seems someone is coming." Yin Chenglong's 2 junior brothers have followed him for some time and know his character. Not daring to say anything more, the 2 immediately turned around and walked towards the elevator they had just come up from. However, there was no tension on the faces of the 2 men. After all, one of them was in the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, and the other was in the early stage of the Xiantian realm. In their opinion, in China, where martial arts have declined, no one can hurt them. Yin Chenglong is just an exception among the population of China, which is more than 10 times that of Dongying. But they didn't know that their future was determined the moment they stepped off the plane and set foot on the land of Jinling. In the corridor, 2 Dongying ninjas saw Wang Hui coming out of the elevator and immediately shouted in broken Chinese, "Who is it?" Chapter 90. Who are you? Wang Hui had known about the existence of these 2 Dongying ninjas for a long time, but he did not expect that the first people he would face after arriving at Yin International Building would be these 2 Dongying ninjas. The 2 Dongying ninjas looked at each other coldly, and it was obvious that they did not take Wang Hui seriously. Brother, this guy broke into Yin's International without permission. It shouldn't be a problem for us to kill him, right? The shorter Dongying ninja showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, and looked at Wang Hui as if he was looking at a pig or sheep to be slaughtered. The Dongying ninja who was being questioned nodded and smiled as well. Since In-san asked us to come and take a look, then naturally it's left to us to handle. Besides, In-sang also said on the plane when we came here that as long as it's not those people, there will be no problem. After some identification, the two Dongying ninjas found that Wang Hui was indeed not among the people that Yin Chenglong had told them to pay attention to, so they immediately decided to play a trick on Wang Hui first. Both of them are bloodthirsty people. This time they followed Yin Chenglong to China because Yin Chenglong promised them that they could kill when necessary. But they didn't know that they were facing an enemy in the late stage of the innate realm. The two people were whispering in Dongying language, and Wang Hui had already heard it. After Edith's translation, Wang Hui knew clearly what the two were talking about at the moment. Tilting his head, Wang Hui's bones made a cracking sound. Without any hesitation, Wang Hui's figure instantly disappeared from the eyes of the two Dongying ninjas. Wang Hui's speed shocked the two Dongying ninjas instantly. They simply couldn't understand how the unknown Wang Hui could be so fast. Bang! Bang! With two dull thuds, the two Dongying ninjas flew backwards in an instant and hit the wall at the end of the corridor. The severe pain in their abdomens caused the two Dongying ninjas' expressions to change drastically, and they no longer had the same relaxed look as before. Looking at Wang Hui walking towards them step by step, the two Dongying ninjas lost all their fighting spirit, with only fear and helplessness on their faces and in their eyes. Yun sang. Help! The two Dongying ninjas began to shout loudly, having long forgotten their pride in being ninjas. Ever since they became ninjas, they have always taken advantage of the night to bring fear and despair to their enemies. They never expected that one day they would have to taste the same despair. When they arrived in China, they, like their ancestors, thought that no one in this land could pose a threat to them. But now they understand. This land and the people on this land will never surrender. Wang Hui's footsteps were still moving slowly forward. He only took 2 steps to cover a distance of more than 10 meters. When Yin Chenglong rushed out of the conference room, Wang Hui had already appeared in front of the two Dongying ninjas. The two Dongying ninjas looked at Wang Hui, who was less than a meter away from them, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. A chill rose from the Yongquan acupoint on the soles of their feet and spread uncontrollably throughout their bodies, leaving them without the courage to even move a finger. At this moment, Wang Hui became a demon from hell in their eyes, killing people without blinking an eye. Who are you? Behind Wang Hui, Yin Chenglong looked at the unfamiliar figure with a stern expression. He returned from Dongying with the hopes of the entire Yin family, and he would never allow anyone to challenge his authority. But Wang Hui did not answer, but tapped the two Dongying ninjas with his toes several times. In an instant, the chakra from the two Dongying ninjas began to slowly dissipate. Moreover, the chakra dissipated faster and faster, and it was impossible to stop it. A deeper despair began to surround the two Dongying ninjas, making their eyes stare blankly, and they seemed to have completely lost the ability to react. Yin Chenglong also caught a glimpse of the eyes of his two junior brothers at this moment, and thought something was wrong. He quickly circulated his internal energy and rushed towards Wang Hui. The distance from the conference room door to where Wang Hui was only 10 meters. For Yin Chenglong, who was in the late Xiantian realm, this distance was just a moment. Although he did not carry any weapons, Yin Chenglong also had great confidence in his fists. Kid, turning your back on me is your biggest mistake. From today on, you will be erased from this world. I'll let you be the first person I offer sacrifices to after I return home. Several thoughts flashed through Yin Chenglong's mind, and at the same time he rushed towards Wang Hui at a rapid speed. Yin Chenglong's fists were aimed at Wang Hui's temple and vest respectively. Once these two places were hit, even if Wang Hui didn't die, he would definitely not have any ability to resist. When he was less than half a meter away from Wang Hui, a smile appeared on Yin Chenglong's lips. At this distance, his assassination has never failed. But the result was completely different from what Yin Chenglong had imagined. Wang Hui didn't move before simply because he was too lazy to move. When Yin Chenglong approached, Wang Hui slapped Yin Chenglong in the face with his backhand. The enormous force instantly deformed Yin Chenglong's movements, and then the tremendous force from Wang Hui's hand carried Yin Chenglong into the conference room. Boom! Yin Chenglong's body smashed the wall and overturned many tables. In the conference room, all Yin shareholders were stunned by the scene before them. Who is this? Why is he so miserable? It seemed like someone came outside just now. Could it be him? This outfit seems familiar, could it be Yin Changlong? Impossible. Old man Yin Kwang said that Jackie Chan is already in the late Xiantian realm. There's absolutely no way he can lose. Everyone in the conference room came to their senses and started talking. But Wang Hui did not chase Yin Changlong. He just stood outside the meeting room door and stepped on the hands and feet of the two Dongying ninjas one by one, breaking them. This is to ensure that they have no chance of recovery and to make them useless. Wang Hui has now figured it out. Sometimes, living in the world as a disabled person is far more cruel than dying. Amidst a pile of bricks and debris, Yin Changlong struggled to stand up. Although there was a red palm print on his face and several teeth were missing, he did not choose to give up. It must be an illusion. I was careless just now. I will definitely not let you go this time. Yin Changlong stared at Wang Hui, who was separated by a wall, and rushed towards Wang Hui again with a change of pace. Is it really Jackie Chan's cousin? Just like Jackie Chan's cousin said, he must have been careless. Otherwise, he would never have lost. That's right, Jackie Chan is in the late Xiantian realm. There won't be another one like him in the entire Su province, let alone Jinling. The Yin shareholders had forgotten that it was Yin Changlong who had forced them to sign the unequal treaty, and were actually cheering him on. Yin Changlong's figure changed from still to moving, and then from moving to still, all in a moment. Yin Changlong attacked Wang Hui with a punch despite the pain, but Wang Hui simply blocked it with just one finger. Then Wang Hui took advantage of the moment when Yin Changlong was stunned, and used his finger as a palm to slap the other half of Yin Changlong's face. Yin Changlong's body spun and flew into the conference room again. But this time, he was not so lucky. More than a dozen teeth were scattered in the ruins. Yin Changlong used up his last bit of strength, opened his eyes and looked at Wang Hui, saying in disbelief, "Who are you?" Chapter 91, A Warrior Motivated by Interest. Yin Changlong's question made Wang Hui fall into deep thought. In fact, he has been in a state of self-doubt during this period of time. Because everything around him was changing too fast. This resulted in Wang Hui being confused for a moment about his identity and coming to the door. Seeing the fear and despair in Yin Changlong's eyes, Wang Hui thought for a while, and finally said calmly, "I am just a warrior who does it out of interest." A warrior motivated by interest? Yin Changlong's eyes flashed with disbelief. You can be so powerful just out of interest. So what does it matter if I left my hometown and went to Dongying just to become stronger? Although he really wanted to question Wang Hui, the severe pain coming from all over his body made Yin Changlong speechless. At this moment, Yin Changlong could only look at Wang Hui viciously, thinking silently in his heart. This person is too powerful, I'm afraid he is not a simple character. What's this about interest? It's definitely something he said deliberately to provoke me. I must find out his identity so I can get revenge later. Thinking of this, a look of dejection suddenly appeared on Yin Changlong's face. Acting is also a compulsory course for ninjas. With a look of dejection, Yin Changlong held his breath and said to Wang Hui, "Sir, I admit defeat." After posing, Yin Changlong's face showed a look of admiration. He continued, "Please leave your name, sir. If you appear anywhere in the future, Yin Changlong will definitely take a detour." Wang Hui narrowed his eyes and didn't see Yin Changlong's hidden dagger. Of course, even if he saw it, his actions would not change at all. Because he has already designed the ending for Yin Changlong. So Wang Hui took 2 steps towards where Yin Changlong was, came in front of him, and said calmly, "My name is Wang Hui." Wang Hui's name rang in Yin Changlong's ears like a morning bell. This name instantly reminded Yin Changlong of the man his father Yin Kwang had told him about last night, who had kept his younger brother Yin Changhong bedridden for several days. His name is also Wang Hui. New and old grudges intertwined, and a trace of resentment and hatred suddenly flashed across Yin Changlong's face. But Yin Changlong was worthy of being the champion of the IGA Ryu Ninja Tournament. Although he wanted to cut Wang Hui into pieces, he still did not show any obvious anger. Yin Changlong even praised Wang Hui's name. "Wang Hui, Hui means sunshine. Your name is upright and dignified, and it really suits you." Yin Changlong thought he had hidden himself very well, and even felt that he could deceive Wang Hui and escape this disaster. Unexpectedly, Wang Hui did not show any happy expression after hearing this. Instead, Wang Hui squatted down in front of Yin Changlong. Looking at Yin Changlong, whose voice was a little leaky in the ruins, Wang Hui sighed and said, "That's not necessary." Although Wang Hui didn't notice Yin Changlong's expression, Edith was always paying attention to him. Just after Yin Changlong finished praising Wang Hui heard Edith's voice in his ears. Master, through micro-expression analysis in comparison with Yin Changlong's previous videos, Edith has a 98% chance of believing that Yin Changlong's flattery of you is just acting. His real purpose should be to escape from the current danger and seek revenge on his master. Edith's reminder did not change Wang Hui's mind. Because from the very beginning, Wang Hui was aiming to destroy Yin Changlong. No matter whether Yin Changlong resists to the end or kneels down to beg for mercy, the procedure of abolishing his cultivation is absolutely necessary. It is impossible for him to be with Lin Yuexin all the time. The robots produced by the company now have not reached the level of being able to fight against warriors in the late stage of the innate realm. Lin Yuexin had suffered once before, and Wang Hui didn't intend to let her suffer such a shock a second time. Of course, this move is also related to the Yin family. Finally, Wang Hui wanted to acquire part of Yin Group's industries in order to promote the company's development. With these goals in mind, Wang Hui squatted in front of Yin Changlong and pointed his finger into a sword. Wang Hui's actions frightened Yin Changlong. He thought he had no ability to resist, but Wang Hui still planned to attack him. Such behavior made Yin Changlong subconsciously want to retreat. But with his bones and tendons broken and being pressed under a lot of bricks and stones, Yin Changlong had basically no strength to move. Wang Hui also saw that Yin Changlong was about to retreat, so he didn't try to scare him, but took action directly. Wang Hui's right hand created a series of afterimages on Yin Changlong's body. In just 2 seconds, he had pressed dozens of major acupoints on Yin Changlong's body. Streams of pure internal energy flowed into Yin Changlong's body along these acupuncture points, dispersing his own internal energy and completely destroying his meridians. Wang Hui's idea of getting rid of Yin Changlong became a reality at this moment. Moreover, Wang Hui used the technique of acupuncture with golden needles. Unless there is another strong man at the peak of the innate realm in this world who also knows the 180 golden needle acupuncture methods, otherwise, Yin Changlong will be a useless person for the rest of his life. Moreover, Wang Hui's repeated acupressure not only blocked the meridians through which Yin Changlong circulated his internal energy, it also completely blocked Yin Changlong's yang meridian. In other words, from now on, Yin Changlong will have no descendants. In fact, this is not Wang Hui's fault. It was because he thought of this when he went out in the morning. So let's try it out on Yin Changlong. Yin Changlong obviously didn't know that his yang meridian had been sealed by Wang Hui. At this moment, he could only feel his body becoming increasingly empty. This kind of emptiness was something he had never felt before. With a change of mind, Yin Changlong finally remembered the situation he might be facing now. You destroyed my inner strength. Yin Changlong was completely desperate. His hands began to tremble as he reached towards his dantian. However, the internal force that should have responded quickly did not react at all at this time. The internal force dissipated, and the energy that had originally supported Yin Changlong also dissipated. Wang Hui could clearly feel that Yin Changlong's aura had become very weak. For warriors, having internal strength and not having internal strength are two completely different worlds. Internal strength can not only strengthen the body, but also repair injuries. Originally, the injuries that Yin Changlong suffered could be healed in 10 days or half a month with the nourishment of his internal strength. But now, with his internal strength depleted, Yin Changlong would probably need hundreds of days of recuperation to see improvement. Lying among the bricks and gravel, Yin Changlong looked at Wang Hui with eyes that could no longer conceal his despair and resentment. Destroying someone's martial arts is like killing their parents. Wang Hui glanced at Yin Changlong and thought to himself, if you knew I killed your uncle and your third uncle, wouldn't you hate me even more? This thought only flashed through his mind, and Wang Hui stood up and prepared to leave. Who are you? There is no way the Wang family in the imperial capital can have a young and powerful person like you. Yin Changlong's desperate voice sounded behind him. Wang Hui didn't stop, but said lightly, I've already said it, I'm just a warrior who does it out of interest. Chapter 92. Oh no, Yin Changlong is back. Wang Hui's departure finally made the Yin family members in the conference room on the top floor of the Yin Group building breathe a sigh of relief. Although Yin Changlong was beaten badly, they seemed to be accustomed to Yin Changlong's majesty and chose to run up to him at this time to ask him about his well-being. Brother Jackie Chan, are you okay? Jackie Chan, who is that guy? How come he can't even beat you? Jackie Chan, get up quickly. Don't lie on the ground. It's cold. Although the Yin family members all meant well, every word they said was like a sharp knife stabbing Yin Changlong's heart. Get out of here. Yin Changlong shouted loudly, pushed away all the Yin family members who came to help him, and struggled to get up from the ground. After trying for 3 minutes, Yin Changlong finally sat down on an intact chair, breathing heavily. Wang Hui. Wang Hui. I will never let you go. Yin Changlong roared in a low voice. Today he saved his life because of all the Yin family members present, but it was obvious that he had no intention of reconciling with Wang Hui. Perhaps this is what is called inheritance. In fact, if it were just him and Wang Hui at the moment, Wang Hui would definitely take his life with his own hands. After all, although Edith can change the video footage in the surveillance camera, she cannot change people's memories. However, although Wang Hui did not kill Yin Changlong, he would not let go of the 2 Dongying ninjas who came back with Yin Changlong. Before leaving, Wang Hui also tapped the 2 Dongying ninjas several times. Although Dongying ninja is a foreigner, he is still Asian and the location of his acupuncture points is still the same. Wang Hui pressed the fatal points of 2 Dongying ninjas, although he would not let them die on the spot. But in the next few days, they will become weaker and weaker, and then they can only lie in bed, completely losing the ability to move, and finally die of organ failure. For Wang Hui, as long as he can get rid of suspicion now, he will have evidence to use no matter what in the future. All the information about Wang Hui from the time he left the villa to the time he appeared here has been erased by Edith. Holographic projection was also used inside the villa to create the illusion that he was still inside. At that time, even if Yin Changlong really chooses to use legal means, Wang Hui will not be in any danger. After resting on the chair for 10 minutes, Yin Changlong finally remembered that his 2 junior brothers were outside. So he quickly asked the servants around him to carry the chair and walk outside. As soon as he came out of the hole blasted by Wang Hui, Yin Changlong saw his 2 junior brothers lying on the ground. Seeing that his 2 junior brothers' chests were still heaving, Yin Changlong finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, this also made Yin Changlong have an idea in his mind. This kid doesn't dare to kill anyone? Is he really not from the Wang family of the imperial capital? Yin Changlong was extremely afraid of the existence of the Wang family in the imperial capital. Because it is a huge monster, and the current Yin family is definitely not able to provoke it. He went to Dongying to study for 3 years before he acquired the strength of the late Xiantian realm. But it is said that in China's top-notch families such as the Wang family in the imperial capital, people in the late stage of the innate realm are not everywhere, but they are definitely not unique. It is even said that among these super first-class families, there are many beings who have surpassed the innate realm. The Yin family cannot dominate Jinling, and there is also the Yin family, an equally powerful competitor. I have only just entered a second-rate family. The Yin family could never afford to provoke a behemoth like the Wang family in the imperial capital. That's why he asked that question when Wang Hui was leaving. Of course, the Wang family in the imperial capital mainly engages in business, and the family's strength is not the strongest among many top-notch families. For example, among the younger generation of the Wang family in the imperial capital, there was only one warrior in the early stage of the innate realm, and there were no other geniuses. It is precisely because of this that Yin Changlong asked about Wang Hui's true identity. Of course, Yin Changlong also did not rule out the possibility that Wang Hui was the illegitimate son of a big shot in the Wang family in the imperial capital. Therefore, he did not choose to retaliate against Wang Hui immediately. He wanted to find a strong man to help him clear his meridians and restore his cultivation. Then, after finding out Wang Hui's identity, he would find an opportunity to plot against him. This is the only way to ensure that the Yin family can continue to survive in Jinling City. So when he saw that his 2 fellow apprentices were fine, he immediately ordered the servants beside him, send someone to investigate. We must find out the true identity of this Wang Hui. Also, take my 2 junior brothers back to the manor. The servants of the Yin family had just been worried about their failure to stop Wang Hui from hurting Yin Changlong. Now that they saw that Yin Changlong did not pursue the matter, they of course tried their best to flatter Yin Changlong. Immediately, several people lifted the 2 Dongying ninjas and placed them on chairs, carrying them downstairs just like they did Yin Changlong. In other words, Wang Hui left early, otherwise Yin Changlong, who was in the elevator at this moment, would have no chance of walking out of the elevator alive. After Wang Hui left, he went straight back to the villa. His original idea was to come back and take a nap. After all, he got up quite early today in order to deal with Yin Changlong. But unexpectedly, when he got home, he found Yen Chang already waiting for him at home. The moment she saw Wang Hui, Yen Chang immediately stood up and rushed over. Throwing herself into Wang Hui's arms, Yen Chang anxiously said, "Wang Hui, leave Jinling as soon as possible. Find a place to hide. Don't come back anytime soon." Yen Chang's anxious expression and the words she just said made Wang Hui, who had just returned, completely confused. He had no idea what Yin Qing's real intention was. So he tried to gently pry Yin Qing off him, looked down into Yin Qing's eyes, and asked in a low voice. "Don't worry, what happened? Tell me carefully." This was the first time Yin Qing felt Wang Hui speaking to her in such a gentle tone, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. After a long pause, Yin Qing finally regained her usual quirky self and sighed. "It's like this. This morning, my second uncle received news that Yin Shanglong, the Yin family member who went to Dongying to learn ninjutsu, has returned. According to the report from my second uncle's spy in the Yin family, this Yin Shanglong is already in the late Xiantian realm. You definitely can't beat him. So Wang Hui, you'd better run. Otherwise it will be too late." That's it? This was the first thought that came to Wang Hui's mind after listening to Yin Qing's explanation. Although I don't know how loyal your second uncle's spy is, your second uncle's information channel is definitely lagging behind. Half an hour had passed since Wang Hui eliminated Yin Changlong. If he was a legitimate spy, the news should have appeared on Yin Ping's desk by now. I don't know if it was a coincidence or some other reason, but just when Wang Hui was about to explain, Yin Qing's phone suddenly rang. "Hello, uncle?" Yin Cheng answered the phone, her tone filled with doubt. Yi Hu Yanping's cheerful smile echoed from the other end of the line. "Qinger. Good news. The spies have sent word that Yin Shanglong's cultivation has been crippled, and he's trying to find connections to get the Hua family and Shu to treat him. I heard it was a young man named Wang who defeated him with just one palm." As Yi Hu Yanping was talking, he also felt something was wrong and asked Yin Qing, "Qinger, are you with Wang Hui now? How about you ask him?" Chapter 93. Let us sleep together. Yi Hu Yanping's words gave Yin Cheng an idea. Could it really be that Wang Hui destroyed Yin Changlong? He's so awesome, so manly. He actually killed the danger before it even appeared. I like him more and more. What should I do? Shaking her head and suppressing her emotions, Yin Shang looked up at Wang Hui and asked nervously. "Wang Hui, was it you who crippled Yin Changlong?" Born into the Yin family, although Yin Cheng did not practice martial arts herself, she had seen a lot. He also knew how difficult it was to destroy a warrior in the late Xiantian realm. Wang Hui nodded and said softly, "Yeah." The certain and calm answer made Yin Qing's eyes light up. She threw away her phone and hugged Wang Hui tightly with both hands again. "Great. Without Yin Changlong as a hidden danger, second uncle will definitely be able to defeat the entire Yin family." Looking at the excited Yin Shang, Wang Hui finally didn't refuse directly, but just said coldly, "I'm sleepy." What Wang Hui meant was that he wanted to take a nap and asked Yin Qing to let go of her hand immediately. But Yin Chang was daydreaming. Putting the strong arm into her soft body, Yin Chang blushed and whispered softly, "Then let's sleep together." Wang Hui could clearly feel the soft touch on his arm, and naturally some part of his body reacted. But he still chose to reject it coldly, saying in a cold voice, "No, don't even think about using me as a pillow." After saying that, Wang Hui pulled his arm out of the arms of the gentle embrace. Wang Hui's action made the blush on Yin Chang's cheeks fade away, and a hint of disappointment appeared on her cheeks. But Yin Chang recovered quickly. She had already moved into Wang Hui's house, so she had plenty of time in the future. And it just so happened that Lin Yuexin was still in class today, and the nanny Wang Ling didn't seem to be around either. She decided to take this opportunity to make some plans. Seeing that Yin Chang stopped talking, Wang Hui went back to his bedroom. He really planned to take a nap. After all, he got up quite early today. Wang Hui returned to the bedroom and dove into bed. His sleep quality was always very good if Yin Qing didn't come to disturb him. What a pity, Yin Qing obviously didn't want Wang Hui to fall asleep like this. Wang Hui had only been touching the pillow for 10 seconds when Yin Chang knocked on the door. "Wang Hui, open the door." Wang Hui frowned slightly and didn't want to open the door. But when he thought that with Yin Qing's personality, she would definitely keep knocking on the door until he couldn't sleep anymore and opened the door, he quickly got up and opened the door for Yin Chang. The door in front of Yin Ching suddenly opened, and Wang Hui, who had fallen asleep with his upper body naked because of the hot summer, appeared in front of Yin Chang. This was a big surprise for Yin Ching, and even made her more excited than when she learned that Yin Changlong had been deposed. Yin Chang's cheeks, which had calmed down a little, were once again flushed with shame and excitement. She lowered her head and whispered, "I prepared some milk for you. Drink it before you go to sleep." As if feeling a little unwilling that she hadn't seen enough, Yin Chang looked up again. But this glance met Wang Hui's somewhat confused eyes with his head tilted, which made Yin Ching feel that the man in front of her was even more adorable and she could not stop herself from wanting to see him. Wang Hui was just wondering when Yin Chang became so caring that she even prepared night milk for him. He didn't expect that his cute look at this moment would be so attractive in Yin Chang's eyes. Yin Chang plucked up her courage and rushed into Wang Hui's bedroom with milk. Putting the milk on the bedside table, Yin Chang tried hard to suppress her pounding heart and sat down on the edge of the bed. Wang Hui frowned slightly, realizing that things didn't seem simple. This scene was not conceived by Yin Chang in the past few minutes, but was planned on the day she moved into the Riverview villa. Placing her fingers on her snow-white legs and playing with them delicately showed Yin Chang's nervousness at the moment. Wang Hui sighed, walked to the bed, picked up the glass of milk and drank it all. "I've finished." Wang Hui was just about to ask Yin Chang to leave because he needed to take a nap, but Yin Chang interrupted him. "Wang Hui, thank you so much." Yin Chang stared at her round and small toes, trying hard to organize her words to express her gratitude to the man beside her. "If it weren't for you, my second uncle would probably be gone now. If it weren't for you, Two Bros and Yan's group would have been hit by the Yin family by now, and they would definitely not be doing well. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that after Yin Changlong came back, the first thing he would do is to target our Yin family." "Wang Hui, thank you." As Yin Chang spoke, her face became redder and redder, as if she had made some special preparations. Wang Hui suddenly heard the usually cheerful Yin Chang express her gratitude to him so seriously, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. But the next moment, Yin Chang revealed her true intention of saying these words today. "Wang Hui, no matter what you want to do to me today, I won't refuse. Consider it my thank you, gift to you." Yin Chang's intention was of course to sleep in the same bed with Wang Hui. Based on her understanding of Wang Hui, when the time came, Wang Hui would definitely not be able to refuse. Wang Hui looked at the shy girl in front of him and subconsciously asked, "Really? Is it okay to do anything?" Wang Hui's question made Yin Chang even more shy, and the blush on her face was even more attractive than a ripe apple. But in order to hold on to the man beside her, Yin Chang forced herself to sit on Wang Hui's bed and replied in a voice as thin as a mosquito's, "Yeah. Anything is fine." Wang Hui was delighted when he heard this and immediately replied, "Then I won't be polite." Yin Chang slowly closed her eyes, feeling fortunate that she had made all the necessary preparations before coming to find Wang Hui. "Yeah." Yin Chang's voice was so soft that if Wang Hui didn't possess the strength of the innate realm, he wouldn't be able to hear it at all. But Wang Hui was delighted at the moment, and continued, "Tell your second uncle that if he takes over the Yin group, remember to leave their group building to me." Wang Hui's words made Yin Chang stunned for a moment, and an idea appeared in her mind. "That's it? I'm such a beautiful woman, and I told you to do whatever you want with me, but you asked for a building?" Yin Chang was unwilling to give up, so she opened her eyes and looked at Wang Hui, asking, "What else? Anything else?" Wang Hui was puzzled for a moment, then seemed to remember something and his eyes lit up. Seeing that Wang Hui had finally come to his senses, Yin Chang's expression brightened by a few points, and she quickly said, "Tell me, if there is anything else you want, I can promise you anything today." As she spoke, Yin Chang lowered her head again and made preparations. Then she found that her body seemed to be lifted up by someone. It was a feeling that was hard to describe, but after hearing the next sentence Wang Hui said in her ear, Yin Chang was completely desperate. "Also, please go out for a while. I want to go to bed." Chapter 94, I'm fine. It was perfectly normal for Yin Chang to be kicked out of the bedroom by Wang Hui. After all, Wang Hui already knew what Yin Chang was thinking, so it was impossible for him to fall into her trap at that moment. Wang Hui strongly condemned Yin Chang's behavior of greedily pursuing her own body. But just as Wang Hui kicked Yin Chang out and threw himself into the bed, there was another knock on the door. With a frown on his face, Wang Hui stood up and opened the door. Did Yin Chang really think I wouldn't dare spank her? Thinking of this, Wang Hui suddenly opened the bedroom door and pulled the girl at the door into his arms. But as soon as he held the soft and boneless little hand, Wang Hui realized something was wrong. These hands don't seem to belong to Yin Chang? Yin Chang has never done any work since she was a child, and her hands are extremely delicate. But there are subtle calluses on these hands, which must indicate a lot of work. Although it was equally soft, it shouldn't be Yin Chang, but Lin Yuexin. Looking closely, the girl in his arms was indeed not Yin Chang but Lin Yuexin. Putting down his raised arm, Wang Hui asked awkwardly, "Uxin, why did you come to see me so late?" Wang Hui's question was not answered immediately, because the girl in his arms had already blushed because of his intimate behavior and was unable to think normally. After a long while, Lin Yuexin finally came to her senses and sat down beside Wang Hui's bed, pinching the corner of her clothes. "Wang Hui, I feel like my body seems a little different recently. Can you help me take a look? Lin Yuexin and Wang Hui have been together for almost a month. With Wang Hui's special physique, it is time for him to have enough effect on her. Wang Hui was also delighted when he heard this, and reached out to pinch Lin Yuexin's right pulse. When Lin Yuexin was sick before, her pulse was always very weak. It's like a candle in the wind, which will go out at any time. But this time, Wang Hui did not spend as much time as before to find Lin Yuexin's pulse. At this moment, Lin Yuexin's pulse was beating strongly at Wang Hui's fingertips, just like a normal person. Wang Hui actually identified Lin Yuexin's pulse at the first moment, but he still couldn't believe it, so he went back and forth to confirm it several times. It was Wang Hui's repeated confirmation that made Lin Yuexin's originally high-spirited thoughts suddenly fall. At this moment, her face was full of nervousness, and she asked in a trembling voice, "Wang Hui, what's wrong with my body?" Wang Hui finally let go of Lin Yuexin's delicate hand, a nice smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "It's okay, your body is fine." Fine? Lin Yuexin didn't react at first, but she was not stupid. She understood what Wang Hui said in just 2 blinks. "You mean, my illness?" Wang Hui shook his head. "You are not sick, you are as healthy as you can be." Since Lin Yuexin moved into the Riverview Villa, she has been eating well and sleeping well, and her body is much healthier than before she was sick. After 1 month of dating Wang Hui, her terminal illness disappeared quietly, and she is now indeed healthier than an ordinary person. After hearing Wang Hui's words, Lin Yuexin suddenly jumped up from the bed and hugged Wang Hui excitedly. This was the first time Wang Hui saw Lin Yuexin so proactive, but Wang Hui had to face more than that. Lin Yuexin was laughing and dancing at this moment, completely different from her usual quiet and gentle self. And just when Wang Hui was grinning awkwardly, not knowing whether to push her away, Lin Yuexin actually hugged Wang Hui's neck and kissed him hard. In an instant, Wang Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought that Lin Yuexin's hug was the limit for him, but he didn't expect to be suddenly attacked. But this feeling seems to be pretty good? Wang Hui thought so, and for a moment he was reluctant to part with Lin Yuexin. Wang Hui subconsciously hugged Lin Yuexin's waist, and tears actually fell from the corners of Lin Yuexin's eyes. Wang Hui was a little at a loss and hurriedly wanted to let go of Lin Yuexin and ask her if he had done something wrong. Wang Hui always felt a little pity for Lin Yuexin, a weak girl. But just as Wang Hui let go of his hand, Lin Yuexin pulled it back firmly. At this moment, Lin Yuexin seemed to know what would happen next. But she did not back off because she liked Wang Hui so much. Wang Hui also realized what might happen next, but he did not refuse. Chapter 95, Jealous Yan Chang. That night, Lin Yuexin slept in Wang Hui's bedroom. It was not until the morning that Lin Yuexin came out of Wang Hui's room. At this moment, Yan Chang was walking out of the bedroom on the 2nd floor and bumped into Lin Yuexin, who had just come out of Wang Hui's room. Yan Chang caught her doing this embarrassing thing, and Lin Yuexin didn't dare to look at Yan Chang at all. Seeing Lin Yuexin's strange look, Yan Chang asked in surprise, "Yuexin, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Yuexin lowered her head in shame and said in a panic, "No. It's okay, I just twisted my ankle when I went to the toilet." Finally finding an excuse, Lin Yu hurriedly fled to her room. Seeing Lin Yuexin limping back to her room, Yan Chang's face was covered with a look of confusion. But when Lin Yuexin walked downstairs and came to the living room, he suddenly recalled the place where he met Lin Yuexin. "Go to the bathroom? There's a bathroom in every bedroom, right? And the direction she just came from is Wang Hui's room? Then last night, that little girl Lin Yuexin, wouldn't she?" I have to say that women in love are very much like Sherlock Holmes. With just a few clues, Yan Xing guessed what happened last night almost exactly. It was obviously me who came here first. It was obviously me who confessed first. Why? Why? Women's intuition is so accurate that it's terrifying. Yan Xing, who guessed Lin Yuexin and Wang Hui's actions last night, sat on the sofa in a daze, tears falling from the corners of her eyes. At this moment, jealousy was surging in her heart, and she felt something was wrong with her whole being. Of course, Wang Hui didn't know all this at the moment. He knew that Lin Yuexin had quietly gotten up and left his bedroom just now. After all, he possesses the strength of the innate realm, and he wakes up at the slightest noise around him. However, the blushing look on Lin Yuexin's face made Wang Hui choose to continue pretending to sleep. He knew that if he woke up at this moment, Lin Yuexin would probably not have the face to live anymore. After all, she was the one who took the initiative to kiss Wang Hui last night. Wang Hui walked out of the bedroom and wanted to prepare breakfast. After all, Lin Yuexin had consumed a lot of energy yesterday, so Wang Hui prepared a loving breakfast for her. But when Wang Hui walked to the stairs, he suddenly saw Yanqing sitting on the sofa. He almost instinctively felt a strong resentment from Yanqing, which was no less than the resentment he felt when facing the Yin family. Wang Hui was a little confused and walked towards the kitchen cautiously. But Yanqing seemed to have awakened some extraordinary ability, and she suddenly turned her head when Wang Hui passed by her. "Good morning?" Wang Hui greeted Yanqing, but there was a hint of dwindling in their voices. Wang Hui didn't know what was wrong with him, but he always felt a little sorry for Yanqing. Yanqing looked at Wang Hui with tears in her eyes, and she was so jealous that she couldn't tell how many times she had already turned upside down. When Wang Hui saw Yanqing crying, his scalp immediately felt numb, as if something had exploded. Yanqing did not ask. She knew that even if she really confirmed what Lin Yuexin and Wang Hui did last night, it was too late to make amends. Rather than asking and making Wang Hui embarrassed or even disgusted, better catch up. Yanqing is still very confident in her charm. Yanqing made up her mind, reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, and smiled brightly. "Good morning." Seeing Yanqing recovered, Wang Hui was very well behaved and did not continue to ask her why she was crying. Wang Hui quickly slid into the kitchen and said, "What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Yanqing felt the guilt in Wang Hui's words, and the jealousy in her heart grew stronger. But she didn't show it on the surface, she just smiled calmly and said, "As long as it's made by you, I like to eat it." Yanqing's words made Wang Hui even more embarrassed, so he had no choice but to concentrate on cooking. Soon, a sumptuous breakfast was ready. Sitting opposite Yanqing, Wang Hui was not very happy with his breakfast. He didn't know how to face Yanqing. It felt like when he was a child secretly playing house with his childhood sweetheart from the neighbor without bringing his best female classmate from kindergarten, and then got discovered. After finishing breakfast, Wang Hui said one sentence. Yuxin said that her body may have recovered. If you are free today, you can accompany her to the hospital for a checkup. Wang Hui's concern for Lin Yuexin made Yanqing jealous, but since it was related to Lin Yuexin's health, Yanqing did not dare to be careless and nodded in agreement. After breakfast, Wang Hui put Lin Yuexin's portion at her bedroom door and left in a hurry. He knew that Lin Yuexin probably didn't want to see him at the moment, or was too embarrassed to see him. So this should be the best way. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yuexin finally walked out of the bedroom and finished the loving breakfast made by Wang Hui with a smile. At 11 o'clock, Lin Yuexin and Yanqing appeared at Jinling First Hospital. Yanqing has already made an appointment for Lin Yuexin to see a specialist. Before they were competitors, they were good friends first. At 12:30, after a full hour and a half of examination, Lin Yuexin's examination form finally came out. All indicators are normal. But this is not normal at all. Because Lin Yuexin had previously suffered from an incurable terminal illness. Life expectancy is only 3 months. After a month in this situation, Lin Yuexin suddenly recovered as if nothing had happened, which made the entire Jinling First Hospital completely excited. The director of Jinling First Hospital was also a good friend of Yanqing's father. At this moment, he excitedly rushed to the VIP lounge where Yanqing and Lin Yuexin were. He was extremely eager to know how Lin Yuexin was cured. If I could know how to cure Lin Yuexin, if I could conquer the disease that Lin Yuexin suffers from, maybe his name will be on next year's Nobel Prize in Medicine. Chapter 96. I'm just an ordinary college student. The director of Jinling First Hospital was disappointed in the end, because Lin Yuexin herself didn't know how she got better. I just lived with Wang Hui, and then my illness disappeared inexplicably. After listening to Lin Yuexin's narration, the director of Jinling First Hospital became depressed. Would it be better to live with Wang Hui? Is Wang Hui a magic pill? Even if he is a magic pill, it will only work if you take it. Lin Yuexin didn't know what the dean was thinking. If she knew, she would probably be so embarrassed that she couldn't control herself. Because she did eat Wang Hui last night. After leaving her contact information and address, Lin Yuexin followed Yanqing back. Wang Ling prepared dinner in the evening. The sumptuous dinner made Yanqing and Lin Yuexin very happy, but of course, it is not known whether Yanqing was really happy. Although Wang Ling's cooking skills are still a certain distance away from Wang Hui's, they are definitely not comparable to those of ordinary people. After all, it was Wang Hui who took the initiative to let the system read the information about cooking in his mind, and then transmitted it to Wang Ling's processor through Edith. Even though he is not as good as Wang Hui due to his experience, he is not much behind. After dinner, Wang Hui took the initiative to go down to the third underground floor to exercise. Yan Chang and others thought that Wang Hui was resting in the bedroom again, so they did not disturb him. There was no conversation that night, and Wang Hui finally spent a night without being attacked at night. The next morning, Wang Hui, who received the text message notification, drove Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin to school for class. He also has several classes to attend today. Along the way, Wang Hui did not talk much with Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin. The sight of the two of them squeezed in the passenger seat gave Wang Hui an idea. Although Lamborghini is extremely cool, it is ultimately a two-seater sports car. It can accommodate two people, but it would be very crowded if there are three people. In addition, Wang Hui anticipated the dangers he might face next, and an idea began to turn in his mind. Edith, does your database contain the method for manufacturing bulletproof cars? Wang Hui asked Edith through the system. Edith did not answer directly, but projected the manufacturing drawings of several bulletproof cars in her database onto Wang Hui's glasses. Wang Hui fell in love with one of the SUV models at first sight. Not only did it have a spacious interior, but its bulletproof level was almost the same as that of the active tanks of several major countries. Unfortunately, the production line required to mass-produce this bulletproof SUV is enough to make Wang Hui despair. According to Edith's calculations, even if all work at the factory was stopped now, it would still take half a year to assemble a production line for mass production of this bulletproof SUV. And then Wang Hui gave up. Let Edith incorporate this plan into the business plan first, and then monetize the production line when there is an opportunity in the future. However, Wang Hui still wanted to satisfy his needs immediately. Edith sent a notice to the factory, and two of the robots that were originally assembling the drone production line were separated to start hand-forging this bulletproof SUV for Wang Hui. According to the plan, Wang Hui will be able to get this purely handmade bulletproof SUV in a month. While Wang Hui and Edith were talking, the Lamborghini gradually stopped in the school parking lot. The appearance of Lamborghini immediately caused screams from the entire Jinling First University. Many girls in Jinling University have seen Wang Hui's invincibility on the basketball court. In addition, Wang Hui is extremely handsome, so basically no girl can resist Wang Hui's charm. Wang Hui is here. Wang Hui is here at school. You guys, stop watching TV. Come and see Wang Hui. I'm so envious of Lin Yuexin and Yanqing. They can actually be with my idol. The girls who knew Wang Hui from Jinling First University came from all over the school. They couldn't explain what they wanted to do, but they just unconsciously rushed towards the direction where Wang Hui was. At the garage door, Yan Chang looked at the college girls coming from all directions and glared at Wang Hui in reproach. Wang Hui waved his hands and sighed, "I'm just an ordinary college student." Wang Hui's answer made Yan Xing speechless, and even the usually calm and shy Lin Yuexin laughed. Wang Hui caught a glimpse of Lin Yuexin's long-lost smile, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said lightly, "Yuexin, you look very beautiful when you smile. You should smile more in the future." Wang Hui's preference for Lin Yuexin made Yan Xing jealous, and she hurriedly approached Wang Hui and smiled foolishly. Wang Hui, do you think I look good when I smile?" Wang Hui reached out and pushed Yan Xing's face to Lin Yuexin's side, then slowly turned and left, leaving only one sentence, "I'm going to class." Wang Hui's courses today are all elective courses, and there is no overlap with Lin Yuexin's, so naturally he will not take them with her. Originally, Wang Hui thought today's class was pretty good. At least no one bothered him. But when Wang Hui walked into the classroom and saw a group of people suddenly turning around and looking at him, he would never let it go until today. Zhang Liang, whose life was once saved by Wang Hui on the basketball court, grinned and walked towards Wang Hui. "Brother Hui, you are finally back to school." Wang Hui frowned slightly, feeling that Zhang Liang seemed to have something to say to him again. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Wang Hui sat casually next to Zhang Liang and asked calmly. But this performance made all the girls in the classroom blush and exclaim in surprise. "Wang Hui is so handsome. Yeah, even just the act of sitting down looks so noble and handsome. Don't even think about it, Wang Hui will definitely be mine." Wang Hui heard the sweet voices in the classroom, but he didn't take it to heart. At this moment, his attention was on Zhang Liang beside him. Zhang Liang saw Wang Hui looking over, and an embarrassed look appeared on his face. He lowered his head and said, "Brother Hui, it's like this. In a few days, the Royal Club and the Tianlong Club will play a friendly match at our school. We also need to select a team from our school to compete against the winner between them. Look, I'm thinking of getting everyone together to form a team, train hard for a few days, and try to win this opportunity." Wang Hui exhaled, having understood Zhang Liang's intentions, and asked, "How many people have you gathered now?" 2. Zhang Liang said excitedly. Wang Hui's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he thought to himself, this kid Zhang Liang is quite quick on his feet. So, including you and me, there are 4 of us in total? Zhang Liang shook his head, his face showing even more embarrassment. 1 for me, 1 for you. 2. Wang Hui was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect Zhang Liang to be so shameless. I was just thinking about how you, Hui, defeated a lot of boys on the basketball court last time. As long as you raise your arms and call for help, you will naturally have many followers. I don't want to drag anyone down with you, brother Hui. Zhang Liang raised his hand to assure Wang Hui, which also made him laugh. I'm just an ordinary college student, not as amazing as you think. Chapter 97, Team Training Match. Wang Hui's words were not loud, but they caused a huge reaction in Zhang Liang. Brother Hui, you also said last time on the basketball court that you are not very good at playing basketball. What's the result? Shut out the opponent. Zhang Liangting stood up and said loudly, Brother Hui will participate in this week's League of Legends campus qualifiers. If you want to join Brother Hui's team, please send me your results later. Last time, Brother Hui led our College of Arts basketball team to victory over the formidable opponent, the Department of Economics and Management. This time, Brother Hui will also lead us to win the opportunity to communicate with world-class esports players. Zhang Liang's words completely blocked Wang Hui's escape route. Wang Hui is a reliable person. Since Zhang Liang has already said it, he will not refuse. At worst, we can just let Edith take over during the game. By then, Wang Hui's every strike will be a critical hit, and the opponent will flash into the wall every time. The result is obvious. However, what Zhang Liang said made people feel comfortable. Wang Hui didn't say much, just nodded. But in the classroom, both men and women became excited all of a sudden. I want to join Brother Hui's team. I'm the master of District 1. Master is nothing. I am the Grandmaster. Brother Hui chose me. I've reached the Grandmaster level on the Korean server. The boys took the initiative to reveal their ranks, hoping to use their strength to attract Wang Hui's attention. Ever since Wang Hui shut out his opponent on the basketball court last time, the students of the School of Arts have been extremely convinced of Wang Hui. Of course, there are also many people who are not optimistic about Wang Hui. Being good at basketball doesn't necessarily mean you're good at gaming. They're 2 completely different things. Yeah, Wang Hui is such a good basketball player, he must spend a lot of time practicing basketball every day. It's impossible for him to have time to play League of Legends. I think so, but with his reputation, he could form a strong team. In the corner of the classroom, many boys from the Faculty of Arts who were jealous of Wang Hui gathered together and expressed their disdain for Zhang Liang's confidence and Wang Hui's indifference. But the girls around them made the already scarce male students in the Faculty of Arts even less imposing. How do you know Wang Hui doesn't have time to practice League of Legends? Did you see it or did you record a video? Yeah, what about you guys? You're really good at League of Legends? And you're still here saying Wang Hui's playing is bad? Stop messing around. You guys are not even as good as us girls. I want to join Wang Hui's team too. I'm a Grandmaster in District 1. The girl's slightly harsh words left the boys speechless. After all, they were just guessing that Wang Hui couldn't play LOL, and they really couldn't refute it at this moment. Of course Wang Hui heard these girls defending him, but he didn't care. In his mind, the reason these girls protected him was simply because they wanted to be close to him. It's better not to have this kind of purposeful relationship. Wang Hui thought so in his heart, turned to Zhang Liang who had just sat down and said, the task of forming the team is now up to you. Pick a few more people, and we need some bench players. Don't worry, Brother Hui. I watch the game every day, so I know this. Zhang Liang smiled happily at Wang Hui. Wang Hui didn't say anything more, but just turned to look at the podium. By this time, the teacher had arrived in the classroom and started the class. Although the course was not difficult, Wang Hui still spent some time listening to it. Wang Hui has never been a genius in studying, and he entered the Faculty of Arts of Jinling University because the courses there were relatively easy. It would be great if I had the ability to remember everything I saw. I could just finish reading 4 years of books and take the exams to graduate. Wang Hui thought of this and sighed again. Then the system appeared. Byte. The romance system has detected a new mission opportunity and is officially releasing the romance mission, Wang Hui, admired by everyone. Mission: win the opportunity for Jinling University to exchange ideas with world-class esports players. Mission reward: photographic memory. Warm reminder, host, if you accept the mission, you can get the mission reward in advance. Wang Hui heard the voice in his head, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said to the system is a good system, but I don't know how much it can help the host. The system's slightly flattering voice sounded again, host, rest assured. The 2.0 version of the system is all about the host. Wang Hui gained the ability to remember everything he saw, so he didn't take the afternoon classes seriously. After reading all the textbooks he could borrow, Wang Hui's academic ability was almost that of a junior student. Wang Hui can save a lot of time if he takes time to go through all the textbooks at night. However, by the evening, Wang Hui was unable to leave school on time. As soon as the get out of class was over, Zhang Liang grabbed Wang Hui and told him that 10 teammates had been selected. To ensure safety, Zhang Liang selected 2 people as protection at each position. Moreover, among these 10 people, more than one can play multiple roles, so such a team can be said to have initial combat capabilities. The purpose of Zhang Liang calling Wang Hui was to organize a training match within the team while everyone was here today. At least we need to determine who will start and who will sit on the bench. Wang Hui thought about it and realized that it was true, so he followed Zhang Liang to the Xinjuyu internet cafe that Zhang Liang was most familiar with. The only place that can accommodate 10 people to play games together is an internet cafe. At the new Juyo Internet Cafe, Wang Hui and others originally wanted a private room for 10 people, but the internet cafe happened to be crowded with customers at that time, so they could only find a place in the lobby that could accommodate 10 people and start their computers. After entering the game, Wang Hui and others used rock paper scissors to determine the teams while the bar was reading. Wang Hui and Zhang Liang each led 4 students from the School of Arts and sat on both sides. What made Zhang Liang indignant was that there were 2 girls among the 5 people on Wang Hui's side, but there was none on their side. On the player selection screen, Wang Hui clicked on random without thinking. After all, it was just a friendly match with classmates, so there was no need to play so aggressively. Brother Hui, isn't random looking down on me? Looking at the Night Hunter on Wang Hui's screen beside him, the girl Xia Tingting on his left side. Wang Hui smiled and shook his head, it's okay, just playing around. Xia Tingting didn't say much after hearing this. She discussed with her teammates and chose her own hero. But when Xia Tingting saw the lineup of the 5 people on the opposite side, there was a hint of melancholy in her bright eyes. Top laner is Magma, mid laner is Twisted Fate, jungler is Grugus, support is Titan, and AD is Graves. They have burst, control, and output. How can we fight this? Xia Tingting secretly worried about herself and Wang Hui, and her trust in Wang Hui gradually weakened. I must protect Wang Hui. If I win this game, maybe tonight I can. Wang Hui didn't know what Xia Tingting was thinking. He was just waiting for the game to start. At this time, none of the 10 people noticed that their game had attracted the attention of the internet-addicted teenagers who were unable to find a place to rest around them. Chapter 98, 1v5? Your brother Hui is still your brother Hui. I have to say that there are still some experts in the Faculty of Arts. Wang Hui originally thought that during the team training match, he would not need Edith to intervene, and could just play on his own. It's a good opportunity to try out how my strength will improve after it reaches the late stage of the innate realm. But reality was very cruel to Wang Hui. The 2 girls sitting next to Wang Hui only wanted to protect Wang Hui. The mid laner always ran to the bottom lane, and the support only stayed next to Wang Hui. This resulted in the top laner and jungler being caught by 5 opponents and on the verge of collapse. 20 minutes in, the opponent's card has reached the golden body, which has explosive damage and powerful life-saving ability. In the next 10 minutes, our jungler failed to kill the opponent's card in Graves even once, and even lost his life several times. The top laner was even forced to retreat into the front tower and barely survive. Behind Wang Hui, many internet-addicted teenagers who were watching started to speak up. Who is this guy? Why are the 2 girls only concerned with protecting him? Who knows? He's quite good looking, so I guess these 2 girls are his suitors? Fuck, you're just a real guy. Why are you still coming to the internet cafe when you have a girlfriend? Are you feeding us dog food? If these 2 girls hadn't been so focused on the bottom lane, the game wouldn't have ended up like this. Wang Hui took a look at the situation and felt that what the brothers behind him said made sense, so he finally chose to speak. Support Sona, go help the jungler, and the mid laner, go to the top lane more often. I can do it alone. To be honest, Wang Hui is now the fattest one in the team, and he is not at all inferior to the AD and support in the bottom lane of the opposite side. What he wants now is to win this game. Only by freeing up the support in mid laner and letting these two girls help the jungler and top laner to gain an advantage, will there be hope of turning the tide and winning. Although the two girls still wanted to stay by Wang Hui's side to protect him, since Wang Hui had spoken, they did not dare to disobey, for fear of disobeying Wang Hui and making him angry. Instead, our top laner and jungler were still muttering, if I had the protection of the mid laner and support, I could also achieve a 0-death record. It's not that they hate Wang Hui that much, but they are really jealous that Wang Hui has two girls protecting him closely. In the bottom lane, the opponent's AD and support had already squatted in the grass. Among them, the opponent's support Titan had just seen Wang Hui's support Sona leave. Titan was frantically sending attack orders in the direction of Wang Hui. The ding-dong sound coming from the headphones excited the entire team led by Zhang Liang. Brother Hui is left alone. Come to the bottom lane quickly. The opponent's AD Graves is controlled by Zhang Liang. Although his strength is not as good as Wang Hui, he also has the real master mark of the first zone. The other three people didn't hesitate at all. They used their skills when necessary and teleported when necessary. In just 10 seconds, the 5 opponents gathered in the bottom lane where Wang Hui was. At this moment, Wang Hui's red team's support Sona had just reached the middle lane. In fact, Wang Hui had already discovered the other party's movements. The blue team's Lava, who had crossed the line in the top lane, suddenly disappeared, and the red team's mid laner Zed had not been caught for half a minute. Both of these pieces of information mean that the 5 people opposite Wang Hui should have gathered together. When these 5 people gathered together, what would their goal be now that the big dragon had just fallen into their hands? Wang Hui knew what Zhang Liang and the others were trying to do without having to think about it. But Wang Hui did not retreat, instead he took a step forward and exposed his flaw. Because, he wants to kill someone. In the grass by the river, the 5 members of the blue team gathered, and Zhang Liang began to arrange the tactics through his headphones. As soon as the auxiliary titan accelerated the ball, the 5 people rushed towards Wang Hui like tigers coming out of the mountains. As soon as I walked out of the bushes, the 5 opponents immediately appeared on the small map. Xiaotingting, the Sona who had been keeping an eye on Wang Hui, immediately noticed the 5 people and exclaimed, Wang Hui. They're coming for you. Flash and run. 5 against 1? It's over, Brother Hui is going to die. I'll teleport over right away. Brother Hui, wait for me. But at this moment, Wang Hui spoke up, no need, keep pushing. Turn the disadvantage around. Wang Hui's words startled the other 4 people, and Xiaotingting panicked even more, but Wang Hui, you will die. Wang Hui laughed when he heard this and said, that may not be the case. As soon as he finished speaking, an eye appeared above the head of Vayne controlled by Wang Hui, which was officially the ultimate move of card. Then it seemed that the yellow card was about to fall on Wang Hui. But at this time, Wang Hui moved his fingers slightly, controlling Vayne to move half a body distance. It was this half body distance that allowed Wang Hui to activate the stun on card, while controlling Vayne to hit card with one move and one blow at a time. With just 2 hits, the card's health bar was reduced to half. Seeing that Wang Hui's attack was so powerful, Card immediately activated his golden body and waited for support from his teammates. Behind him, Titan flashed over and used his ultimate skill. A skill that cannot be avoided, and a hard control. Wang Hui could only control Vayne to roll into the bushes as far as possible, and the deep sea shock hit him, stunning him for 2 seconds. At the same time, the time for Card's ultimate skill came, and Titan also threw out the Q skill, clear the channel, and a blind hook was thrown over and landed in front of the grass. But the person he was supposed to attract did not show up, and he missed. Because Vayne was not in a hurry to run back, he instead moved 1 step towards the blue team's first tower. It was this empty hook that marked the official start of Wang Hui's counterattack. The male gunner rushed forward first. In his eyes, Wang Hui's first death was something he could not escape. And he was going to take Wang Hui's first blood. Brother Hui's first blood is mine. Quickly draw your gun and flash. The male gun directly entered Wang Hui's attack range. Normal attack, roll, normal attack, move, normal attack. 3 consecutive normal attacks, 2 consecutive critical hits. Graves collapsed without any gaming experience just when he was about to meet Wang Hui. Zhang Liang looked at the black screen in shock, feeling unwilling. How could this happen? I didn't even hit him once? But this is just the beginning. Ultimate move, the ultimate moment. Wang Hui pressed the R key without hesitation, then rolled over and blocked the meat bomb attack of the barrel. E skill, Demonic Judgment, makes the barrel stun by climbing up the wall. Walk and attack, the first hit triggers the W special effect, triggers a critical hit, and the barrel is half dead. Ruin King absorbed 25% of Gragas' movement speed, and Wang Hui successfully avoided the skills of the other three people. A basic attack, a critical hit, and the blue team's mid-lane card, who was half health, died instantly. Roll to dodge, walk a critical hit, and take the life of the barrel again. Triple kill. At this point, Wang Hui only needs to face the remaining enemy top laner Magma and support Titan. No way? He actually got 3 kills. What's so surprising? It must be luck. Look, the opponent didn't even land a single critical hit. But he landed a series of critical hits on the opponent. That's right, he must have been lucky, otherwise that hook from Titan would have been the end of the game. Yeah, the triple kill was just luck. If he could get a pentakill, I'd eat shit live. The onlookers were talking about it, but no one noticed the sneer on Wang Hui's lips. He flashed to avoid the control of the lava and appeared just behind the two of them. Then came the demonic judgment, which had cooled down, causing the lava, which posed a greater threat to him, to go directly onto the wall and stun him. Facing the AD who had just killed 3 people, the enemy support Titan had no ability to resist at all. In the moment before lava woke up, Wang Hui's walking it directly took Titan's head. Damn! So strong? Titan's hands left the keyboard and he cursed in his heart. The lava fell to the ground, and Wang Hui's ultimate move also ended. Lava was furious. He was outnumbered 5-1, but 4 of them were killed, which made him very embarrassed. He didn't even dare to ask Wang Hui to play with him, so naturally he activated his skills the moment he landed, wanting to kill Vayne, who only had a quarter of her health left, and end Wang Hui's quadruple kill. What a pity, Wang Hui has been waiting for his E. Vayne took a step back and rolled, just enough to avoid the lava skill. Roll to cancel the backswing, follow up with a normal attack to trigger the 3 rings. Take half a step back and continue to attack normally to trigger a critical hit. The huge body of lava slowly fell down, without any chance of touching Vayne. Pentakill. Pentakill. He really got a pentakill. He did it. Where's that guy who just said he was going to livestream eating shit? Invincible. This guy's ID is Lao Wang and he can't play AD. Remember to surrender directly if you see him next time. Pentakill. 1v5, pentakill. A 5v5 team competition was completed by Wang Hui like a battle royale game. And Wang Hui did not ask Edith for help. All of this was based on his understanding of the game and control over his own body. Of course, a little bit of luck is also needed. Chapter 99, killed in one blow, what else can I say? The pentakill scene completely rendered the 5 people sitting opposite Wang Hui speechless. They could only stare at the black screen together, swallowing subconsciously. The internet-addicted teenagers behind them also looked in Wang Hui's direction with sparkling eyes. They no longer said that Wang Hui's victory was due to luck or anything like that. They were all completely conquered by Wang Hui's strength. Being at a disadvantage in a 1v5 match yet still being able to get a pentakill, even active players cannot guarantee that they can do it. Wang Hui's performance just now was too strong. Even without those critical hits, the blue team would not be able to pose much threat to Wang Hui. This is the difference in strength. Wang Hui himself didn't react much. He had already made full preparations since he discovered that 5 people were attacking him. After being promoted to the late stage of the innate realm, Wang Hui received a very comprehensive improvement. In addition to the improvement in physical fitness, Wang Hui's thinking ability has also become stronger. What's more, Wang Hui had acquired the ability to remember everything he saw earlier today. What equipment did everyone buy, how much damage will it cause, and what is the probability of a critical hit? Wang Hui knew all these things clearly, and he had already thought about what to do at each step. Under such conditions, it was not that difficult for Wang Hui to beat 5 opponents alone. It can be said that Wang Hui now has reached the level of a king and is among the top group of kings in the world. After Wang Hui killed 5 opponents, he turned the situation around and took the lead in economy. But even though Wang Hui now had enough money to buy a big item, he did not return to the city, but continued to destroy the 2 towers in the bottom lane. The time it takes for the opponent to die, resurrect, and travel is also within Wang Hui's calculations. As soon as the second tower was pushed down, Wang Hui walked into the bushes. The next moment, AD Graves came to the line with his support titan, ready to clear this wave of soldiers. However, Graves didn't dare to be too careless this time. After all, the scene of Wang Hui controlling Vayne to kill everyone was still vivid in his mind. But the next moment, Vayne used her ultimate skill and rolled over. Vayne can become invisible by rolling after activating her ultimate, and Wang Hui used this momentary invisibility to get close to Zhang Liang's graves. Swing the knife, critical hit. After clearing a wave of soldiers, the male gunner, whose health was not full, went straight to a black screen due to this critical hit. True blood bar disappearance technique. Wang Hui, who killed the male gun with one sword, did not leave. He used the E skill to bounce Titan against the wall and took him away before he woke up. Another double kill. At this moment, the other two lanes also gained time thanks to Wang Hui's performance and pushed to the Highland Tower. In other words, apart from the fact that the economy is still a little bit worse, the situation on the field between the two sides is actually balanced. But Wang Hui never expected that after the AD and the support had black screens one after another, Zhang Liang actually surrendered alone with the remaining 4 opponents. We can't beat Vayne at this level. Yeah, Brother Hui is too strong. He's not even on the same level as us. No, it's not in the same dimension. Have you voted? I agree. Well, vote. Looking at the word victory flashing on the screen, Wang Hui felt a sense of loss for no reason. But Xia Tingting and another girl sitting next to him were very happy. The two men rushed forward and surrounded Wang Hui. The heavy objects on their chests pressed down on Wang Hui's shoulders and arms without any care. Wang Hui sighed and thought to himself, "You guys are just greedy for my body. How despicable." Standing up from the sofa, Wang Hui looked at Zhang Liang, who had also stood up, and said, "I'll leave the selection to you. Once you've confirmed the starting lineup, call me and I'll train with you." Wang Hui's original intention was to fight 5 people alone, but Zhang Liang obviously misunderstood. He nodded happily to Wang Hui and said, "Okay, Brother Hui, go ahead and do whatever you want. Leave everything to me. I will definitely satisfy Brother Hui." Wang Hui nodded and turned to leave. But Xia Tingting stopped him at this moment and said anxiously, "Wang Hui, are you leaving now? Come play with us for a while longer." Another girl also came forward and said to Wang Hui in a coquettish tone, yes, practice with us for a while, practice for a while." Wang Hui shook his head and chuckled, "When I practice with you guys, I always get a pentakill. It's no use to you. Just have fun on your own. My girlfriend called me home for dinner." After saying that, Wang Hui turned around and left without any reluctance. Xia Tingting and the other girls' expressions instantly became very disappointed, and they lost all interest in playing games. "Zhang Liang, we're going back too. If you have any questions, please contact us online." After saying goodbye and looking at each other in bewilderment, the two girls disappeared in the crowd of the new Juyo Internet Cafe. Zhang Liang looked at the two girls' backs as they walked away and couldn't help but sigh, "Ah, Brother Hui is indeed Brother Hui." Although the words were not fully expressed, the boys present were very clear about what Zhang Liang meant. After a battle with Wang Hui, several people realized that they could not keep up with Wang Hui's pace. If you want to be on that stage with Wang Hui, you must practice twice as hard. The students who had just entered university were all under the age of 20, and Zhang Liang was a little older, only 20 years old. What these young people lack the least is time and fighting spirit. Zhang Liang and others practiced together at the new Juyo Internet Cafe for a whole night and did not return to school for classes until the next day. Of course, they couldn't hold on during class because they were feeling sleepy. The next night, they continued to work hard in the Internet Cafe, and were at school except for the few hours of class. Even eating, drinking, defecating and urinating are done at the Xinjuyu Internet Cafe. Until the third day, Friday. The first game of this school selection competition has finally begun. This time, the School of Arts was not as unlucky as the last basketball game, and directly met the strongest School of Economics and Management. Their opponents were the Archaeology Department, which had fewer people than them. All the students in the School of Arts breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that this wave was stable. But the reality is so cruel. Just after the war started, they received news that there was a senior in the Archaeology Department who was the provincial champion of the City League when he was in high school. Fortunately, this time Wang Hui chose to play himself in order to give the children of the School of Arts some confidence. The provincial champion from the Archaeology Department was pinned to the ground by Wang Hui's jungle swordsman in the middle lane. The overall record is 0-11-0. Almost as soon as he arrived at the line, he found that the sword master's skills had cut off half of his blood. Even if he flashed back to the tower, Wang Hui would flash in after him, leaving him with no way to retreat. This provincial champion was originally the ace of the Archaeology Department and wanted to challenge for the first place. But now he has become Wang Hui's stepping stone, and after the mid lane collapsed, the jungler and support came to help. Even with the cooperation of the mid, jungle, and support, the three of them still couldn't catch a swordmaster, and were even killed by 2 or even 3 people several times. By the 23rd minute of the game, the opponent could no longer withstand the pressure and gave up defending the tower, allowing the School of Arts where Wang Hui was located to win. After this best-of-3 match, the School of Arts team, led by Wang Hui, entered the top 20. Every subsequent game will be broadcast live on Jinling Channel 3 in Douyu. Chapter 100, Terrifying Thoughts. Jinling First University is not small, but it has not put together many decent teams. Because there is a hard condition for participating in this school selection competition, you must be able to prove that you have the strength of a master or above. This proof is very vague, because just because you have an account at the master level or above, it does not prove that you have the strength above the master level. In recent days, the students of Jinling First University have come up with many ways to prove their strength. In the end, it was a junior student in the Department of Architecture who used his mobile phone to shoot a video of himself playing 5 solo games in the Grandmaster rank and winning 3 times. This video became the mainstream way to prove one's strength in the school selection competition. Wang Hui didn't have to bother, it wasn't difficult to ask Edith to edit a video. But he still took the initiative to play 5 games. It's not because I want to play the game, but mainly because Yin Cheng is sitting in the living room, staring at me hungrily, and there is nothing I can do. On Friday, Wang Hui met with Zhang Liang and others. Among the 2 girls, only Xia Tingting stood next to Wang Hui. The other one had never been able to win 3 out of 5 games in a single match, and had not thought of any other way to prove herself, so she was unfortunately eliminated and failed to become Wang Hui's teammate. The entire team was reduced from 10 people to 8. But this makes no difference to Wang Hui. He can play any position anyway, and it doesn't matter which 4 people come. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it was finally the turn of Wang Hui's School of Literature to perform. As expected, Wang Hui and his team became the only ones left in the School of Arts. Those who had mocked Wang Hui for not being able to play League of Legends didn't even make it to the semi-finals. This is Jinling TV. Today we'll be broadcasting the Jinling First University League of Legends Campus Trials. The team that wins first place in this qualifier will have the opportunity to face off against the world's top League of Legends teams. Young people nowadays are truly amazing. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. The 2 hosts gave opening remarks on the stage and briefly introduced the competition. Wang Hui sat in front of the computer and didn't react much. Only Xia Tingting and Zhang Liang beside him had sweat on their faces and seemed very nervous. Wang Hui logged into his account. This competition was held in a competition area. His ID was "I really can't play AD." Douyu Live, this Jinling First University campus selection competition was not a particularly big competition, and would not cause a big stir in the LOL circle. But both the Royal Club and Tianlong teams sent their top-tier players to Jinling First University, which inevitably caused a stir in the LOL circle. Today, almost all the LOL division anchors in Douyu Live chose to watch this grand game online. This is a showdown between hidden folk masters and hard-trained contestants, which is very interesting to think about. Xia Wan also turned on the live broadcast at this moment and communicated with her viewers in a friendly manner. When Wang Hui is not present, she will still communicate with her audience. Of course, it still looks like an iceberg. Unfortunately, after a while, Xia Wan's expression changed. That little girl Tingting didn't tell me she was participating in the competition. Xia Wan, who was sitting in front of the computer, saw the camera pass over Xia Tingting when the host was introducing the 2 opposing teams. After the host finished introducing Xia Tingting, the camera stopped on a face that Xia Wan was obsessed with. Mengzi, the hostess of Jinling TV, was wearing a red evening gown. She looked at the big screen and said with a smile, "Wang Hui, the captain of the College of Arts team, really can't play AD. He's good at all positions?" This student Wang Hui seems very confident in himself. It's good to be more confident, but I don't know how long Wang Hui can maintain this confidence. Now, the competition officially begins. With an order, Wang Hui led everyone from the School of Literature to move between the 3 routes, gradually establishing a winning advantage. Thousands of miles away, the viewers in Xia Wan's live broadcast room started chatting on the public screen. This person's ID seems familiar? This guy fights well, steadily, and steadily. It's only slightly worse than Lao Wang, probably reaching the world's top level. The viewers in the live broadcast room did not discover Wang Hui's identity, they just thought that he was quite capable. However, being able to see such an exciting game has also made Xia Wan's live broadcast room more and more popular. The staff of Douyu Live also noticed the situation in Xiaowan's live broadcast room and immediately decided to divert traffic to Xiaowan's live broadcast room. A huge cover poster was hung on the homepage of Douyu's live broadcast room, with only 8 words written on it: Amateur Master? World Class. 5 million. 10 million. 13 million. There are more and more viewers in Xiaowan's live broadcast room, but Xiaowan is becoming calmer and calmer. Xiaowan made a decision. She was going to find Wang Hui. No matter what Wang Hui did to her, she wasn't going to let him go this time. Douyu's executives sent a message to Xiaowan, asking her to live broadcast well, hoping to use this opportunity to make Xiaowan popular again. But Xiaowan turned off the live broadcast at this moment. Facing a black screen, the fans in the live broadcast room had dazed expressions, but they all had the same thought deep down in their hearts. What happened to Goddess Wan Wan? Why did she stop broadcasting? Is there a power outage? Impossible. It's the 21st century now. Power outages are so common in the country, except in mountainous areas. I still feel that the ID that really can't play AD is a little familiar. I think so too. Do you still remember Lao Wan's ID? Hiss, it's terrifying when you think about it. Everyone was chatting on the barrage, but Xiaowan didn't take 5 minutes to pack up her things. As long as she can reach Wang Hui 1 second faster, she will do anything. Jinling, Wang Hui, playing as the jungle Lee Sin, told the whole world what the holy monk Lee Sin is. The game ended after the crystal exploded at 18 minutes. Wang Hui's personal record was 18:09, with an average of 1 kill per minute and a team participation rate of 90%. Wherever there is a team fight, there will be Lee Sin and Lee Sin. At the moment the game ended, Xiaowan had already boarded the high-speed train to Jinling. It's not that Xiaowan doesn't want to take a plane. First, there are no direct flights to Jinling at this time. Second, there is no signal on the plane, so she won't be able to watch Wang Hui's subsequent games. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the second game began and Xiaowan's high-speed train started. It's a journey of more than 1,000 kilometers, and Xiaowan won't arrive until around 8 o'clock in the evening. By that time, Wang Hui's game was over. However, Xiaowan was not worried about not being able to find Wang Hui. My cousin Xia Tingting is a member of Wang Hui's team, so many things become much simpler. But what Xiaowan is most worried about now is how she is going to explain to Wang Hui after arriving in Jinling. Chapter 101: Xiaowan arrives. In the second game of the match, Wang Hui still chose Lee Sin. He was determined to tell the other side that he was not afraid of their targeting. The opponent did choose a camp targeting Lee Sin based on Wang Hui's choice. But this time, they lost even more miserably than last time. It was not enough for Wang Hui to just capture one route. With Edith's help, Wang Hui directly captured 3 routes. As long as you leave the tower to fight the soldiers in any lane, you will find Wang Hui popping out from somewhere in the bush. A set of combos, no matter if you are 1, 2 or 3 people, the result is only 1. That means death. Even in the later stage, Wang Hui directly controlled Lee Sin and Lee Sin to live in the opposite jungle area. Most of the competition in the jungle area was given to the AD, so that the whole team became stronger and stronger like a snowball. 16 minutes later, the game is over. The opponent didn't even have time to react. Throughout the game, Wang Hui led the team to a scoreless win. Although the opponent suffered a crushing defeat in the first and second games, we still won based on the spirit of esports. Wang Hui and his team still played the third game with the opponent. However, in the third game, which did not determine the outcome of the match, Wang Hui did not play again, but let the players on the bench play to gain experience. After the competition, the TV hosts wanted to interview Wang Hui. After all, being able to master such powerful esports skills during college is enough to become a hot topic. It can also significantly increase the ratings of their programs. However, Wang Hui, who was afraid of trouble, left the competition venue as soon as possible, making it impossible for these people to find him. In the underground parking lot, Wang Hui drove his Lamborghini and sped towards the villa. In order to prepare for the competition, Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin were not with him these 2 days. The two of them were protected by Wang Ling in public and another integrated Type I robot sent by Wang Hui in secret, so Wang Hui felt at ease. After returning to the villa, Wang Hui, who had won the competition, happily took the initiative to cook dinner. At the same time, at Jiling high-speed railway station, Xiaowan had just gotten off the high-speed train. Xiaowan took out her custom-made cell phone and dialed the number that she didn't normally call. Through the live broadcast, she also learned that Wang Hui had left the game, and Xiao Tingting also gave way to another support player in the team. Beep, beep, beep. The call was connected, and Xiao Wan's familiar voice came from the receiver. Sister Wanner, how come you have time to call me? Xiao Tingting was a little curious why her cousin called her at this time, as she was usually quite busy with live broadcasts. Xiao Wan restrained her emotions and said to Xiao Tingting, "Why, can't my sister come to see you if she's fine?" Xiao Tingting felt a little embarrassed and immediately replied, "Of course not, Sister Wanner, you can come anytime. By the way, our school is having a League of Legends competition soon, and Sister Wanner, you can just practice with me." After all, Xiao Tingting was still a young girl who had just entered university, and she had not discovered Xiao Wan's little secret. Xiao Wan also sensed this, breathed a sigh of relief, and asked, "Are you in school now?" "Well, Sister Wanner, do you have a place to stay tonight? Do you want to stay at my place first?" Xiao Tingting asked with a smile. Xiao Wan nodded as she walked. Since she didn't know where Wang Hui lived, living at Xiao Tingting's house first was the best choice. Once we know where Wang Hui lives, it won't be too late to move near him. Okay, that's settled. If you're free these few days, help me look for a house. As Xiao Wan spoke, she rushed towards Jinling First University where Xiao Tingting was. At 8:30 in the evening, Xiao Wan rushed to Jinling University and met Xiao Tingting. When the two met, they chatted warmly in girlish whispers. However, although Xiao Wan was wearing a mask and a hat at the moment, her beauty could still be seen from her exposed skin. With Xiao Tingting, who looked 70% similar to her, standing beside her, the two of them walking on the campus of Jinling No. 1 University formed a beautiful landscape. Speaking of which, Xiao Tingting is Xiao Wan's cousin and looks 70% like her. If the School of Arts did not have Lin Yuexin, the campus belle who looked like a withered lotus in summer, Xiao Tingting would probably have won the title of campus belle. If we use a flower to describe Xiao Tingting, she would be the rose. Tenacity blooms wherever she can grow. The two returned to Xiao Tingting's residence, and Xiao Wan began to gradually guide her sister. "Tingting, how was today's game?" Although Xiao Wan knew all the details of today's game, she still asked the question knowing the answer. When Xiao Tingting heard her sister asking this question, she instantly became very excited and started talking incessantly. The competition went very smoothly. With Wang Hui leading us, the School of Arts was practically invincible. Sister Wanner, let me tell you, Wang Hui is incredibly strong. He can overwhelm his opponents single-handedly, leaving them completely powerless to fight back. Besides, he's handsome. Not the effeminate kind, but the manly kind. Also, his family seems to be quite wealthy. I saw him driving a Lamborghini to class. Xiao Wan listened to her sister's story and saw her face gradually turning red, and she understood. Wang Hui, you are a guy who attracts many women wherever you go. Although I know you didn't do it on purpose, I am still jealous. Xiao Wan could only think about this secretly in her heart. Oh, I see. You know, love in college is unstable and you're bound to break up once you graduate. Xiao Wan advised kindly. But at this moment, she was saying sorry to Xiao Tingting in her heart, because she was not going to give in this time. Xiao Tingting also fell silent because of Xiao Wan's words. After a long while, she finally spoke, "Yes, and he already has a girlfriend now. She is the campus beauty of our School of Arts. And our school's most beautiful girl is always by Wang Hui's side." Every word Xiao Tingting said made Xiao Wan grit her teeth. Although she was prepared, she couldn't help but feel resentment when she heard the news. It's not that I hate Wang Hui, but I hate myself for not choosing to stay with Wang Hui. Then don't even think about it. Just think of a place suitable for your sister and I to stay. It would be best if it were a villa. After all, if your sister and I settle down in Jinling, the staff will also need a place to live. After Xiao Wan learned that Wang Hui drove a Lamborghini to and from get off work every day, she roughly guessed that Wang Hui's residence must be unusual. When Xiao Tingting heard her sister say this, she had her own little thoughts in her mind. Well, in Jinling, there's a pretty good riverside villa. Sister Wanner, you can consider living there. Whether you rent or buy, it's a good deal. The reason why Xiao Tingting said this was of course because Wang Hui's residence had already spread among the girls in the School of Arts. If Xiao Wan could live in the Riverview Villa area, wouldn't she be able to meet Wang Hui by the way under the pretext of visiting Xiao Wan? That night, the two sisters each had their own thoughts and decided on Xiao Wan's future residence. Chapter 102, Missing Him for the 365th Day. The next day, Wang Hui rushed from the villa to Jinling First University early in the morning because they had a game that morning. However, Xia Tingting chose to ask Wang Hui for leave this morning because she needed to accompany Xia Wan to look at houses. Xia Wan knew Xia Tingting's thoughts very well, so she would naturally stop her from having too much contact with Wang Hui before Xia Tingting fell like her. Poor Xia Tingting doesn't know that she has been plotted against by her own sister. When Wang Hui learned that Xia Tingting would not come to participate in the competition, he did not show much emotion. Anyway, for him, it doesn't matter who assists him. After letting the substitute support play, Wang Hui once again began to teach his classmates how to behave in the on-campus selection competition of Jinling No. 1 University. Jinling Riverview Villa District. The name of this villa is Riverview. Because it is right next to the Yangtze River, it would be unfair to its unique geographical location if it is not called this name. Xia Wan contacted the staff here and asked him to take her and her sister Xia Tingting to look at houses in the villa area. Due to its luxurious positioning and equally luxurious prices, the Riverview Villa District does not actually have that many residents. In fact, more than half of the villas now have no owners. Xia Wan originally thought that if she could live in Wang Hui's house in the future, she could rent a house for a while. But after hearing the news and looking at several houses that did not meet her aesthetic standards, Xia Wan decided to buy a villa to live in. When Xia Tingting wasn't paying attention, Xia Wan pulled the staff aside and asked carefully, "Is there a Lamborghini in your community?" Although the staff member was curious about why Xia Wan asked this, out of respect and envy for Xia Wan's appearance, he still answered obediently, "Yes, but she is the highest class owner in our Riverview Villa District." He bought the most expensive villa in the entire Riverview Villa District. Worth over $1 billion. The staff member looked proud when he said this, as if the villa was sold from him. But in fact, Wang Hui's villa is still a legend in the Zhongjing Villa District. No one knows who sold the villa and received a commission of over $1 million. Xia Wan knew where Wang Hui lived, and she felt relieved. Opening the album, Xia Wan chose the one closest to Wang Hui's villa. As for whether the decoration was to her liking or not, since it was less than 100 meters away from Wang Hui's villa, Xia Wan didn't care about anything. Once the purchase intention is confirmed, the next step is to pay the money, sign the agreement, and move in. At noon, Xia Wan sat in the living room of her new home, looking extremely calm. Xia Tingting happily visited every room in the villa, screaming from time to time. But Xia Wan's cheeks flushed as she held her phone. On Weibo, Xia Wan edited a paragraph of text, took a few deep breaths, and finally mustered the courage to press the send button. The 365th day of missing him. Jinling. As soon as Xia Wan posted this microblog, it immediately attracted the attention of fans. Why did Goddess Wan go to Jinling? I don't know. I hurriedly ended the broadcast yesterday afternoon. Could it be that I was rushing to Jinling? The 365th day of missing him? Who do you miss? Is it Lao Wang? What? Lao Wang is in Jinling? I'm in Jinling too. I'm going to form a team and beat Lao Wang up. Make him give up Goddess Wan. That way I'll have a chance. Don't worry, Goddess Wan is at my house now. Jinling. Pour yellow soup into your mouth, it is the best way to sober you up. You're thinking about Peach. The number of replies to Xia Wan's microblog increased rapidly and soon exceeded 10,000. And it continued to rise rapidly. Various fans appeared under this microblog, all guessing the reason why Xia Wan appeared in Jinling. Not only the fans were outraged, they also wanted to pull Wang Hui out and beat him up. Ding Dong and others who had invited Xia Wan to play PUBG last time also became a little impatient after discovering that Xia Wan had updated this Weibo. How could this happen? Is this esports icon really going to be plucked by that person? My Goddess Wan. Where is your icy attitude? Are you really going to abandon me like this? Jinling? I remember there seemed to be a competition in Jinling recently. Both the royal family and Tianlong went. The big names in the esports circle are crying out for help. After all, there are really not many goddesses in this circle who are both good looking and good at playing games. They had already considered Xia Wan as their ideal partner, and now the microblog Xia Wan posted clearly showed that she was in love, which of course they could not accept. Within an hour after Xia Wan posted this microblog, major esports media outlets also published articles. Who is the person that esports goddess Xia Wan is thinking about? The editor will take you to learn more about the love history of Goddess Wan. Goddess Wan fell in love with him? Is it a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Entertainment news, Xia Wan secretly married. Whether it is the entertainment circle or the esports circle, these media are always the most popular when big shots have something going on. However, it was also the catalysis of these media that made the matter of Xiaowan going to Jinling become more and more serious. However, Xiaowan did not react much to the center of this incident. Although Xiaowan was following Wang Hui's Weibo, she also knew that Wang Hui had unfollowed her and could not see the Weibo she posted. But she just wanted to do this. What if her relationship with Wang Hui could improve in the future? Maybe Wang Hui will change his mind after seeing the Weibo he is posting now? Thinking this, Xiaowan stood up from the sofa in the living room again. Xiaowan was not planning to tell Wang Hui that she had come to Jinling for the time being. She just planned to be nicer to Wang Hui silently. She has figured it out. Since Wang Hui is not going to accept her now, she can wait. She is willing to wait. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaowan roughly prepared her equipment for live broadcast, and she was ready to watch Wang Hui's game. Wang Hui also started the second round of competition today. After 2 games yesterday and today, the Arts College team led by Wang Hui has eliminated 2 teams and entered the top 5. After entering the top 5, it will no longer be a single-round elimination tournament, but a round-robin points tournament. In other words, Wang Hui must compete with the remaining 4 teams one by one and get the highest points in order to win the opportunity to communicate with the world's top esports players. Of course, Wang Hui didn't realize that he had actually communicated with world-class esports players more than once. The afternoon game started, and Wang Hui led the Arts College team to meet their old rival for the first time. The Economics and Management Department team. The Economics and Management Department team is, unsurprisingly, composed of 10 boys. Among them was Yan Xiujie, who had played against Wang Hui on the basketball court last time, as well as other unfamiliar opponents. In the Economics and Management Department team, Yan Xiujie looked at Wang Hui with hatred and said to the boy next to him, "Brother Ma, it's that kid who embarrassed our Economics and Management Department last time on the basketball court." The man Yan Xiujie called Brother Ma was none other than Mayu, the leader of the School of Economics and Management in this competition, a top-level Korean server player. Mayu followed Yan Xiujie's gaze, his eyes full of provocation, and said coldly, "It's okay, Xiaoyan, this time your brother Ma will definitely help you regain this face. Look, if I don't kill him 10 times in this match, I'm not your Magu. Your brother Ma will definitely make the one you killed kneel down and beg for mercy. And then we'll give you a few heads." Seeing Mayu so confident, Yan Xiujie smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Ma. I'll pay for the celebration party tonight if we win the game. Just go for the 2 bros. Thank you, Brother Yan. Thank you, Brother Ma." Everyone except Mayu showed excitement at this time. When had these poor students ever been to such a high-end place as 2 bros? Mayu listened to the compliments in his ears, his eyes became more and more gloomy, and he thought to himself, Wang Hui, don't blame Brother Ma for torturing you so badly. It's a pity that Mayu is too arrogant and Yan Xiujie is too resentful. Neither of them watched Wang Hui's 2 rounds of matches yesterday and today. Chapter 103. This will be a painful lesson. Stadium. This grand event for the entire Jinling First University was naturally held in the stadium on campus that was most suitable for hosting competitions. However, the audience at the scene could only watch the live broadcast on the big screen and could not see Wang Hui and others who were competing. After all, the stadium of Jinling First University is not a professional esports competition venue. But despite this, it could not stop the enthusiasm of the students of Jinling First University. They are all young people, a generation that grew up playing computer games. When Jinling First University first acknowledged the professionalism of esports events, Jinling TV even participated in the live broadcast. This is the first time such a grand event has taken place in the country. The students of Jinling First University are naturally very excited and happy. Students from the School of Arts and the School of Economics and Management sat on both sides, mixed in with students from other departments who were interested in the competition. Wang Hui sat in the competition room, waiting for the competition to begin. Although he was separated from them by several walls, he could still hear the cheers from the stands. The School of Arts is invincible. The College of Arts is the best in the world. Wang Hui, go, go, go. War God Wang Hui. Most of the boys in the School of Arts are inspired by the school as a whole, but the girls always have only one name on their lips, Wang Hui. Opposite the School of Arts, students from the School of Economics and Management also began to shout loudly. The Department of Economics and Management will win. Brother Ma, kill them all. Brother Ma, charge. Students from the School of Economics and Management also took this competition very seriously. After all, this was their second encounter with the School of Arts after their last battle on the basketball court. Although the few girls in the School of Economics and Management also wanted to see Wang Hui rushing around on the court again. But their voices were drowned out by the shouts of many boys from the School of Economics and Management. As the cheers gradually died down, the game officially began. Brother Ma will definitely be able to lead our economics and management team to defeat them this time. But Wang Hui's performance in the previous few games was pretty good. So what? Brother Ma got 2 pentakills in 2 rounds. Does Wang Hui have a pentakill record? That's right, although Wang Hui plays well, he's only at the master level, at most a grandmaster. Ma Gu is the king of the Korean server. Judging from the discussions of the boys in the Department of Economics and Management, they were obviously very convinced of Ma Yu. Naturally, Ma Yu's strength as the king of Korean server is worthy of such trust. However, even Wang Hui could no longer hear such discussions after putting on headphones. And after the game started, he focused all his attention on the game. He couldn't even notice the 3 girls in the stands who were very familiar to him. The game was very stalemate. Wang Hui chose Juggernaut as the jungler and fought with the opponent's Lee Sin, who played Ma Yu as the jungler several times, and the victory or defeat was determined. Speaking of these 2 heroes, Wang Hui's Swordmaster is more inclined towards the late stage. But even in the early stage 10 minutes ago, Wang Hui led several waves of rhythm and got 5 kills. At first, Ma Yu, who was fighting against the wild beast in the School of Economics and Management, thought that Wang Hui relied on the high output of the Sword Saint to steal a few heads before he could arrive in time. So he kept saying, "It's okay, wait until I get up. As long as I catch the Swordmaster once, he will collapse." The members of the School of Economics and Management also trusted Ma Yu very much, and they all followed his orders to start working together to attack Wang Hui's resources. But what Ma Yu never expected was that Wang Hui, who had got 5 kills, had already taken off. Triple kill. Ma Yu's Lee Sin had just finished clearing his jungle when he found 3 bodies lying under the defensive tower in the top lane. These guys are too weak, aren't they? They still come to compete like this. They're really dragging down Brother Ma. Yeah, if everyone was as strong as Ma Gu, or even a little weaker than Ma Gu, we would have won this battle a long time ago. Even so, Brother Ma can still lead them to victory. If not, I will live stream myself washing my hair while standing upside down. Although he could not hear the discussions in the stands, Ma Yu was still extremely angry at this moment. Filled with rage, Ma Yu wished he could skin and cripple these teammates who had given away kills. What's wrong with you? Why are you still giving him heads? Ma Yu's questioning left the 3 team members speechless. They remained silent for a long time. When Ma Yu's Lee Sin was about to reach the top lane, one of them finally explained, "Brother Ma, we didn't give away the kills. He was the one who went over the tower and killed the 3 of us. But don't worry, Brother Ma, he's already low on health." Bullshit. Can a Juggernaut get a triple kill by crossing the tower in 10 minutes? Watch me. Watch how I press him against the wall and rub him. Ma Yu is a capable person, but he is too arrogant. But the students in the School of Economics and Management just like his arrogance. Brother Ma has taken action, the opposing Sword Master is doomed. That's right, in the early game, Blade Master can't possibly beat Lee Sin. This time, Lee Sin has taken down the Blade Master. The situation is about to turn in our favor. Come on, Ma Gu. Press the Sword Master against the wall and rub him. So when he walked out of the river grass and appeared on the top lane, the swordsman's sword fell on him. With an economic lead of more than 2,000 over Lee Sin, Wang Hui's damage almost exploded. This will be a painful lesson. After the Sword Master spoke a line, the blade came to rest. The life of the blind monk also stopped. It only took Wang Hui half a second to kill Lee Sin, who had about 2/3 of his health left. Ma Yu reacted and pressed the R key as well. But it's too late. Looking at his black screen, Ma Yu fell silent. Then Lei Ting was furious. "Didn't you say he was already at low health? How come he's full health again? You idiots. You made me lose my first blood." Ma Yu's arrogance made him unwilling to admit that this mistake was caused by his excessive impatience. But at this moment, the Sword Master chose to return to the city on his corpse. Wang Hui is the best. Wang Hui is the strongest. Wang Hui is so handsome. He is absolutely my idol. He's already my idol. Move back a little. In the arts college camp, the girls were extremely shocked by Wang Hui's quad kill this time, and they all expressed their favor for Wang Hui. This made Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin smile at each other, but there was a hint of helplessness in their eyes. What can they do when they fall in love with such a charming man? In the corner, Xiaowan, who was wearing a baseball cap and holding up her phone to broadcast live, exclaimed excitedly, "Amazing! You're worthy of it." In the live broadcast room, a group of netizens silently flooded the screen with the words "I'm jealous." I don't know whether it is because of Wang Hui that Xiaowan encourages him, or because of Wang Hui's powerful skills. On the other hand, the students from the School of Economics and Management were speechless at this moment and had no idea how to deal with the current situation. After all, they were the ones who were about to wash Wang Hui's hair upside down, and they were the ones who were about to press Wang Hui against the wall and rub him. Emotions in the stands were polarized, but the game had to go on. But when the sword master gains the economic advantage, the crushing begins. Chapter 104 Special Guests. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiaowan ended the live broadcast and returned to her villa. She did not take the initiative to meet Wang Hui because she knew clearly that Wang Hui still could not accept her. And Xiaowan also had an idea in her mind. She wants to plan the perfect reunion. Girls of this age always have some romantic thoughts in their hearts. Xiaowan was very satisfied to be able to have close contact with Wang Hui today. After having dinner with her cousin Xia Tingting and hinting at Wang Hui's current love life, Xiaowan returned to her room. Xiaowan was frustrated when she learned that Wang Hui had a new girlfriend and their relationship was very stable. But after 3 seconds of mental preparation, she decided to win Wang Hui back. No matter who her opponent is, she is not going to give up this time. The microblog released by Xiaowan just this afternoon, after fermenting for an afternoon, has also become a big event in the esports circle. After all, Xiaowan herself is a live broadcaster with extremely high traffic, and tens of millions of people often gather in her live broadcast room. Even Douyu Live had to proactively close other anchors' live broadcast rooms for her and provide limited servers to Xiaowan Lai. The development of the Weibo incident to its current state may not be without the involvement of people from Douyu Live who fanned the flames. Of course, Xiaowan didn't care. In the afternoon, the vice president of Douyu Live called her personally, and she also chose to hang up and block him. This is Xiaowan's personality, and her current popularity is worthy of her pride. Xiaowan's appearance in Jinling, coupled with her live broadcast in the afternoon, turned the whole thing into an excellent promotional tool for Douyu Live. After all, live streaming and esports are inseparable. Originally, Xiaowan wanted to find Wang Hui, but it was interpreted by major media in the esports circle as Douyu Live sending Xiaowan to live broadcast the first on-campus selection competition of Jinling First University. For a time, there was widespread talk that the country was very optimistic about the esports circle. The other protagonist of this incident, Wang Hui, was obviously unaware of this. At this moment, he is practicing hard on the 3rd floor underground. His breakthroughs these times were all due to the system's rewards. Although his strength came easily and effortlessly, he always wanted to try it himself to see what it felt like to have a breakthrough. He didn't feel particularly excited about beating the team from the School of Economics and Management. It was still 3-0 anyway, so what was there to be happy about? Zhang Liang and his friends celebrated in style at Two Bros. Wang Hui asked Yehu and Yenping to find a medium-sized private room for them. What Mayu, captain of the School of Economics and Management, said turned out to be a prophecy. In addition to the participants, the organizers and live broadcasters of the event also seemed very excited. The live broadcast of this match by Jinling TV caused the ratings of Jinling Channel 3 to soar. Many netizens even commented under their microblogs that they couldn't receive the signal of Jinling Channel 3 in their local area and wanted them to broadcast it on Jinling Channel 1. It is impossible to put it on Jinling TV, after all, it is the mainstream among the mainstream. However, the leaders of Jinling TV also made corresponding countermeasures and moved the live broadcast of the game to Jinling TV 2. In order to increase the exposure of the event, they also took the initiative to invite Shizhula, who was recently resting in Jinling. Shizhula didn't pay attention to this game at first. After all, she only knew that Wang Hui was in Jinling, but she didn't know that Wang Hui was in Jinling No. 1 University. For Shizhula, this was just a small competition. But for some reason, Shizhula, who had just moved the entire studio to Jinling, always had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. It was just like hearing Wang Hui's heavenly piano music outside the restaurant that night. Shizhula is an extremely talented singer. He debuted for 2 years, released 3 albums, and topped the QQ music charts 10 times. There are only about 20 songs in her 3 albums. Her clear and ethereal voice was praised by Queen Wang Fei as a voice kissed by an angel. The first movie that crossed over to become an actor had a box office of over 1 billion. Shizhula is also the singer of the theme song of this movie and an investor of 20% of the startup capital. In other words, after deducting the necessary costs from the box office of more than 1 billion, Shizula can get a return of more than 100 million. This is also the reason why Shizula is so confident in rejecting the favor and pursuit of many investors in the entertainment industry. I have my own money, I don't need the dirty money of you fat and greedy people. I just want to have a good relationship with Wang Hui. So when Shizula felt that indescribable premonition again, she accepted the invitation from the director of Jinling TV station without hesitation. This made the entire studio staff very curious. Some employees were so curious that they even asked, "Boss, isn't this Jinling First University internal selection competition a good match for your position? Why are you taking this job? We haven't even settled our own studio yet." The employee's voice contained 3 parts of dissatisfaction with Shizula and 2 parts of pride in his own identity. After all, being able to join Shizula's studio is a big honor in the circle. But the next moment, Shizula glanced at him coldly and said to his agent, "Sisterly, open it." Shizula's agent, Sisterly, nodded, and without saying a word, she pulled up the man's work relationship information on the tablet in her hand and clicked on fire. "You are no longer a member of our studio and can leave," Agent Sisterly said emotionlessly, pointing in the direction of the door. Shizula usually treats people gently, so the studio employees would say such words to her. But when Shizula decides on something, she will definitely do it even if it offends everyone in the world. For example, not long ago, she cancelled all her remaining concert plans just to listen to the song played by Wang Hui. Also because of that song, Shizula appeared in Jinling City with her studio. Although the entire studio was a bit messy, it was completely silent. If a pin drop is so quiet, you can definitely hear it clearly. Everyone remembered Shizula, who had absolute control on the stage. They also remembered Shizula, who had been so aggressive during the interview. The staff members who were fired by Shizula packed up and left crying. This studio was created to serve Shizula, so naturally she has the final say. After killing the chicken to scare the monkey, no one in the entire studio dared to express any different opinions, and they all began to contact Jinlingtai to prepare for their subsequent appearances. Day 3, Monday. Today is the day when Wang Hui competes with the strongest players in the esports circle. In the previous 2 days, Wang Hui defeated the other 3 teams that entered the top 5 except the School of Economics and Management, and undoubtedly became the first in this selection competition. It's just that the strength he showed was not all he had. In the stadium, Shizula was putting on beautiful makeup backstage, but her heart was beating faster and faster. She always felt that something was going to happen today. Today is a major event in the esports world, so Jinling First University has specially invited a special guest. Oh? We have a special guest? Who is she? Haha, let's ask her to come on stage and introduce herself. Please welcome the new queen. Shizula. Chapter 105, Crazy Flag Raising. Shizula's appearance caught everyone by surprise. After all, this Zhula fairy in the entertainment industry really has little to do with the esports circle. But Shizula was already stunned when the commentators introduced the players from both teams. Because she saw the man she had been dreaming about in the team of the School of Arts. Wang Hui. Why is Wang Hui here? So the premonition that day was all because of Wang Hui? Could it be that the song we heard earlier was also because of Wang Hui? Shizula slowly walked out from the lifting stage and sang the LOL theme song, Legend Immortal. The voices from all over the world rise up, and the legend will never die. Everyone in the world will call your name, and then it will be based on eternity. Carve a legend for yourself, compose music in blood and fight for the top. Survive under the stars and wield the sword. This song made the entire stadium boil over, and the exciting lyrics made all the players who love LOL fall into complete carnival. But in Shizula's mind, there was only that serious figure. He's become even more charming. I wonder if any young girls have fallen into his clutches during his time in Jinling? But even if there are thousands of people who like him, I will never give up. Shizula's mood at this moment was unexpectedly in line with the song Legend Immortal, which is why the entire stadium fell into a wonderful carnival. Even on the field, those top players who have participated in many competitions were very excited. Royal Club Jungler Luki, Zhula Fairy is truly a fairy. Who could possibly marry such a beauty? Royal Club Support Tay, Brother Lu, you're overthinking it. The Bamboo Fairy is not something we can think of. You can't even handle the goddess Wan Wan, so you'd better not even think about the Bamboo Fairy. That means we met Lao Wang. How many people in the world can be as good as Lao Wang and never make mistakes? Brother Lu is right. It's impossible for someone as powerful as Lao Wang to appear in a small place like Jinling First University. Royal Club's jungler and mid laner were joking with each other, but an idea came to both of their minds. This is the best stage to show our charm. As long as we show our powerful side in front of the bamboo fairy, maybe we can attract her attention? Royal jungler Luki lowered his brows and thought so. The same was true for Royal Club's support Tay. He was thinking about the scene of himself being a support and killing everyone, and even thought of the scene of Shizula personally presenting him with the trophy. If I could shake hands with the bamboo fairy, I would never wash my hands again when I get home. The two looked at each other, and there was a slightly cruel light in their eyes. Brothers from Jinling First University, please don't blame us for being unjust this time. Wang Hui didn't know what the people on the opposite side were thinking. At this moment, he just wanted to finish the game and go home quickly. Because after stepping onto the field, he suddenly felt that his cultivation levels seemed to be about to break through. However, the judges did not make Wang Hui wait too long. After a song ended, the referee immediately announced the start of the competition. There were many fans of Royal and Tianlong at the stadium. Fans were discussing today's game enthusiastically, but the conversation was obviously biased towards the esports players. Luki is here, so this match is a sure win. Yeah, I still remember how Luki turned the tide in the championship match, winning a game that was sure to be a loss. That's right, but unfortunately they still lost in the end and only got second place. So what? They're the world runner-up. It's easy for them to defeat those noobs from Jinling University. Not only students from Jinling First University came to watch the game today, but also many people from the society. They came from all corners of the world, and most of them had not seen Wang Hui's performance in the past few days. It is precisely because of this that they have such confidence in Luki and others. Some of them held lightboards, and some waved huge flags. These people came to support the players of Royal and Tianlong. Royal, you're the best. Jungler Lucky is invincible. Master Tay is a god from heaven, he beat the other side till there is no one around. Dragon of heaven. Dragon of heaven. The fans shouted various slogans, making the entire stadium lively. And because the fans' cheers were so loud, Wang Hui and others could also hear them in the stadium. Zhang Liang and his team were already very nervous. After all, they were facing the world's top esports players today. Hearing the encouragement from the fans at this moment, he became more and more nervous, and even his hands were shaking, which seriously affected his technique. Wang Hui was keenly aware of this. Although no matter how his four teammates played, it would not affect his victory, Wang Hui always felt that he would lose face if they were beaten too badly. So he chose to speak comfortingly. Okay, when have you ever seen me lose? Wang Hui's words made Zhang Liang and the others relax for a moment, but soon they looked troubled again. Brother Hui, those are the royal family in Tianlong. Yeah, Royal Club's jungler Lucky is a formidable player who once led his team to second place in the world. Brother Hui, as long as we don't lose too badly, we'll be fine. They should give us some leniency. Wang Hui looked at his teammates' disappointing performance and smiled calmly, saying, but haven't they still won the world's #1 position? Everyone was speechless, and looked at Wang Hui with some inexplicable worry. Zhang Liang was even thinking, what's wrong with my brother Hui? Does he think he can beat a world-class esports player? At the same time, in the game room of Royal Club jungler Luki and others had the same idea. Luki's cheerful laughter echoed through the communication channel. Ah, Tay, stick with me more today. Let's try to finish this battle in 10 minutes. Brother Luki, please don't. What if I get beaten so badly that I break down and give up League of Legends forever? I'm a top student at Jinling #1 University. Tay replied with a smile, obviously not taking Wang Hui seriously. For them, it is this pride that has supported them to where they are today. Just like the knights in the martial arts world, without a bit of pride, how can they be worthy of the swords in their hands? How can these top esports players live up to their tireless training and the keyboards and mice they hold in their hands without a bit of arrogance? The three contestants from Tianlong also laughed at this moment. It was obvious that they thought the same. But they don't know what they will face next. Chapter 106. Am I dreaming? As soon as the game started, Royal Club's jungler Luki rushed to the jungle where Wang Hui was. He wanted to monopolize Wang Hui's economy, so he started with 3 red and blue wild monsters. On the big screen in the stadium, the gaming skills of Royal Club's jungler Luki were being played. His fingers were flying on the keyboard, and the sound of the mouse was incessant. The audience at the scene immediately became excited when they saw this scene. It's a 3-game jungle start. If Luki grabs this big monster, the opposing jungler is finished. Yeah, I remember EDG lost once because of Luki's invincible operational ability. These students are just amateurs. How could they possibly beat Luki? I don't think they could even figure out what Luki was up to. Wang Hui didn't hear the audience's discussions. He just wanted to wander out of the jungle and then go to the top lane to take his own line. But no one expected that a top laner and a jungler would meet in the grass without any warning. The moment I saw Wang Hui, I knew that Royal Club jungler Luki was worthy of being a world-class player. Although he didn't expect that the person coming would be Wang Hui, he still attacked Wang Hui immediately. He wants to capture both the human head and the wild monster. Unfortunately, the person he met was Wang Hui. Taking a half step back, the hero controlled by Wang Hui stood just outside the attack range of Royal Club's jungler Luki. That directional skill doesn't force a stun, so just use it at this moment. Tay, come and help me, catch the other team's top laner. The Royal Club jungler Luki's order came through the headphones. Royal Club support Tay didn't hesitate at all. He immediately gave up the task of keeping vision and ran towards the Royal Club jungler Luki. Royal Club jungler Luki watched the hero controlled by Wang Hui retreat continuously, with a cruel smile on his face. Little brother, I'm so sorry about your gaming experience. Royal Club's jungler Luki thinks he has already defeated Wang Hui. Seeing Wang Hui retreat, Royal Club jungler Luki immediately rushed forward, wanting to kill Wang Hui directly with his attack speed advantage. But he didn't know that Wang Hui took 2 steps back just to have a better output environment. Use the first skill, then follow up with a normal attack, then use the second skill to cancel the afterswing of the normal attack, and then follow up with a normal attack. However, in just 1 second, Wang Hui had already launched his most damaging attack. Although Royal Club's jungler Luki's hero has high attack speed and high attack, he is fragile after all. After being attacked and defended by Wang Hui, his health has been reduced by half. But he did not retreat, because right behind him, Royal Club's support Tay had arrived. On Wang Hui's side, his teammates who wanted to rush over to support him were once again persuaded by Wang Hui, it's okay, if he hits me once, I lose. As soon as he finished speaking, Royal Club's jungler Luki controlled his hero to move forward again, wanting to use skills on Wang Hui and control Wang Hui's hero. But the reality is that Wang Hui, who has a photographic memory, has already calculated every possible way that Royal Club's jungler Luki could cause harm to himself. Royal Club jungler Luki's second control still failed. On the field, Royal Club's jungler Luki frowned, obviously not satisfied with his 2 performances. Royal Club's support player Tay also asked in confusion, Luki, what happened to you today? Both of your skills missed? He just got lucky. Come again. At this moment, Royal Club's jungler Luki was furious. He immediately ran towards the hero controlled by Wang Hui at a faster speed. Tay behind him also followed actively, obviously wanting to achieve his goal in one go. But they didn't realize that they were already a little drunk at the moment. In the stadium, fans were very excited watching Luki's aggressive attacking play. What they like most is watching Luki chop down his enemies one by one, and this aggressive style is also their favorite. Luki is invincible. Luki, I want to give birth to your baby. On the commentary desk, the 2 commentators looked at Shizula who was sitting in the middle, and were a little hesitant to tell too many jokes. They were so afraid of shocking everyone that they could only ask gently. Luki and Tay have teamed up to capture Wang Hui. Bamboo Fairy, how long do you think Wang Hui can hold out? Shizula didn't answer directly, but just smiled gently, like a fairy from heaven, and said calmly, I believe him. The 2 commentators didn't know who the he Shizula was referring to, and just when they were about to ask, the situation on the field changed drastically. Wang Hui has already led Royal Club's jungler Luki and support Tay to their designated positions. Controlled. The opponent is controlled. Lucky, hurry up. Kill him. We'll definitely win this game. Lucky, go for it. In the stadium, the cheers became louder and louder. But the next moment, Luki, who flashed over the tower to kill Wang Hui, discovered a blind spot. He just reduced my health to half. Tay, come up and hold the tower. Royal Club's jungler Luki exclaimed, obviously not wanting to die under the defensive tower at the beginning of the game. But just as he said this, the attacks from Wang Hui and the defense tower arrived at the same time. First blood. Before Royal Club's jungler Luki could react, he was killed by Wang Hui in the defensive tower. At this moment, Wang Hui, as the orphan warrior in the top lane, still has very healthy blood volume. So when he saw the lonely enemy support, a smile appeared on his lips. Wang Hui didn't hesitate at all and used his skills to rush to the support Tay. Although this support has a control skill, he is just level 1 now. He did not choose that control skill, but instead chose a damage skill, wanting to help the jungler clear the jungle quickly. Unfortunately, this choice is not wrong under normal circumstances, but now it has almost become a fatal flaw. Wang Hui controlled his hero and used a series of combos to attack the auxiliary Tay. Especially after killing the Royal Club jungler Luki, his level had reached level 2. One more skill meant a lot more damage. In just 3 seconds, Tay followed the footsteps of Royal Club's jungler Luki and went to take a bath in the fountain. At this moment, the entire stadium was silent, and everyone was stunned by Wang Hui's counterattack. No one would have thought that Wang Hui could still complete a 1v2 counterattack against the world's top players. But in Wang Hui's eyes, these are just basic skills. I can't be dreaming. Player Wang Hui actually managed to pull off a 1v2 comeback. This truly shows how skilled players can be found among the common people. Yeah, did Fairy Jula just say to trust this man named Wang Hui? The two commentators widened their eyes and couldn't believe what they were seeing. Inside the esports players competition venue, everyone was equally silent. Only Tay asked Luki after a long silence. Luki, look at the opponent's top laner's game skills, strength, and ID. Does it remind you of someone? You mean? Chapter 107. Sorry, I'm not interested in money. No matter how shocked we are, the game must go on. It's a pity that Wang Hui, who has the economic advantage, will not give the opponent any chance. He was in the top lane, and this time he brought Ignite and Teleport in order to harvest heads in various directions. 5 minutes into the game, Wang Hui teleported to the middle lane and cooperated with the mid laner Xiaotingting to take down the opposing Tianlong mid laner. In the stadium, a group of fans were howling like ghosts. How could this happen? Tianlong's mid laner also died at his hands? What's wrong with the jungler? Why isn't he coming to the middle lane? Same for the support. All they do is follow the jungler. No way they protect the mid laner. A group of Tianlong fans started to criticize the two members of Royal without any scruples. After all, this was a team put together and they still lacked some tacit understanding. However, the two players from Royal Club are also feeling very aggrieved now. After Wang Hui seized the initiative at the beginning, they have been trying hard to make up for the economic gap. But who knew that the people on Wang Hui's side were so cowardly that they didn't give them any chance at all? Damn! I don't believe I can't kill him. Tay, come with me. Top laner, don't be idle either, come with us. Luki was completely crazy at this moment. Then Luki and Tay, who rushed to the top lane to surround and kill Wang Hui, died again at the hands of Wang Hui. 15 minutes into the game, Royal Club's jungler Luki had already died 3 times at the hands of Wang Hui. And there have been only 7 kills in the entire game so far. Let Wang Hui take them all. In the stadium, fans of Royal and Tianlong were already in mourning. They simply couldn't believe that the once invincible royal family in Tianlong would be defeated by an unknown little person. However, as the game continued, more and more people discovered some clues. Especially for those fans who watched Luki's live broadcast, a name gradually emerged in their minds. How many people in this world can surpass Luki in both technique and awareness? Not many, right? The one who stopped Luki from winning the championship counts as one, but he's not Chinese, right? Have you forgotten when Luki and Goddess Wanwan had a dream collaboration last month? Didn't Luki lose once? Are you saying this ID that really can't play ads is actually Lao Wen? In the 20th minute, the blue team's upper high ground was broken, and the crystal was like a shy girl waiting to bloom, waiting for Wang Hui to push her down fiercely. Wang Hui was anxious to win and go home, so of course he didn't give his opponent any chance. As if he had never won before, Wang Hui directly killed Luki and Tianlong's mid laner who rushed up to defend, and then escorted the soldiers to push the crystal under the watchful eyes of the opponents. We really won. We won. We won. Beside Wang Hui, Zhang Liang and the others had completely lost the ability to think, and could only repeat one word over and over again: win. The word victory appeared on the screens of Wang Hui and others, and the entire scene was in an uproar. They really lost. Lucky and the others really lost. I'm telling you, this guy is definitely Lao Wang. Apart from Lao Wang, there's no other person in the world who could defeat Lucky so easily. I think so too. Judging from this guy's flawless technique, it's definitely old Wang. Not only the audience at the live broadcast site at that time, but also Luki and others in the competition venue put down their keyboards and mice, with relieved looks on their faces. It's him, right? Luki? Absolutely. Only when I face him do I feel a kind of despair and suffocation that I have never felt before. Then let's quickly inform the boss? We can't miss this opportunity. As the saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. Royal Club junglers Luki and Tae obviously want to make Wang Hui their teammate so that they one team meet Wang Hui on the court in the future. In fact, from the moment they roughly confirmed Wang Hui's identity, they had already given up hope. Being able to hold out for 20 minutes was just a desperate fight. After the game, as usual, Wang Hui and his team had to go to the front desk to pay tribute, and the trophy was presented by today's special guest Shizula. Wang Hui didn't want to go at first, but Zhang Liang and the others were so excited that they pulled Wang Hui towards the stage. On the stage, Shizula walked straight towards Wang Hui with a calm expression, but his hands were shaking constantly. Standing in front of Wang Hui, Shizula tried to take a deep breath, but he didn't know that everyone in the stadium stands behind him was stunned. Why did the bamboo fairy walk up to him? Could it be because he just played so brilliantly that you're attracted to him? Impossible. Fairy Zhula doesn't even know him. How could she fall in love with him at first sight? Shizula looked at Wang Hui and tried several times before finally opening her slightly trembling red lips. Long time no see. As she spoke, Shizula stretched out her hand to shake hands with Wang Hui, and she also had a piece of paper with her contact information ready in her hand. But she never expected that Wang Hui had no intention of shaking her hand. Instead, he turned his head away and said coldly, "It's better not to meet." To be honest, among all his ex-girlfriends, the one Wang Hui least wants to see again is Shizula. Because the difference between her behavior in front of people and behind her back is just too big. She is a fairy who is loved by everyone in front of others, but when facing Wang Hui alone, she is a little devil who wants to eat Wang Hui up. Wang Hui's words made Zhang Liang and others completely stunned. This is the bamboo music fairy. Tae and the others who were about to come up and shake hands with Wang Hui and the others also had expressions of disbelief on their faces, especially Tae. What he was thinking at the moment was, no. You don't want to shake hands, but I do. I really want it. An award ceremony ended with Wang Hui completely uncooperative. The people present here are the ones who are sadder. Wang Hui was originally very happy because after he finished the game, he could go home and make a breakthrough with peace of mind. Unfortunately, he met two uninvited guests as soon as he got off the stage. "Mr. Wang, we are the draft managers of the Royal Club. This is my business card." A middle-aged man wearing a Royal Club uniform stood in front of him and blocked his way. A hint of anger immediately appeared on Wang Hui's face, and he did not reach out to take the royal manager's business card. The Royal Club manager, however, wasn't angry. Instead, he continued to persuade them, "We are the strongest esports club in all of China. If you can come to us, our boss said he can give you an annual salary of 10 million. After tax." Wang Hui didn't have any special reaction when he heard the number of 10 million. After all, his villa was worth more than 10 billion. And his company also invested a full billion. He just slowly and firmly pushed the royal family manager away and said calmly, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in money." Chapter 108, Royal Boss. Wang Hui's refusal was beyond the expectations of the Royal Club manager. In his opinion, Wang Hui was just a college student. Which college student today does not yearn for a successful and lucrative life? With a look of surprise on his face, the manager of the Royal Club stepped forward again to stop Wang Hui, handed him a business card, and said calmly, "Student Wang Hui, I believe you will change your mind. Here is my business card. Remember to keep it. Otherwise, if you want to come to our royal family, you won't be able to find a way." Wang Hui was a little unhappy with the Royal Club manager's condescending attitude, and his face turned a little ugly. "Why aren't you talking? I told you to take it, don't be ungrateful." The manager of the Royal Club reached out and put the business card into Wang Hui's pocket. At this moment, he suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by some ferocious beast. The hairs on my back stood up and I didn't dare to move at all. Seeing this, Wang Hui restrained his imposing manner, pushed the Royal Club manager away, and wanted to leave. After all, if he was any later, he would have been caught by that guy Shizula. But the opposite happened. Before Wang Hui could even walk out of the stadium, Zhang Liang caught up with him and stopped him with a bear hug. "Brother Hui, you can't escape no matter what you say today." Zhang Liang hugged Wang Hui tightly, as if he would not let you go if you don't have fun with us today. A trace of helplessness flashed across Wang Hui's face. He shook his body lightly and pushed Zhang Liang away. Turning around, Wang Hui glanced around and did not see Shi Zhula. Instead, the two players from his previous opponent, the Royal Club, were standing behind Zhang Liang. Wang Hui knew their purpose without thinking, and a hint of resistance appeared in his eyes. But Zhang Liang kept urging him, and Wang Hui had no choice but to agree to have dinner together with him in the evening. After all, the last time they won the championship in the school selection competition, Wang Hui did not celebrate with them. "Brother Hui, are we going to the Two Bros this time?" Zhang Liang looked at Wang Hui with a smile, his eyes a little evasive. "Student Wang Hui, if possible, please let us treat you to a meal. We would like to ask you for some advice." Royals Zheng Lilucky bowed respectfully towards Wang Hui with a very proper attitude. Tay, the assistant beside him, also bowed and then looked up at Wang Hui with admiration. He said, "We have already reserved a top-notch dinner at Tinglong Villa. We hope that Wang Hui and everyone will be able to attend." Although Wang Hui had only been in Jinling for a short time, he knew the name of Tinglong Villa. This is the largest and most luxurious holiday villa in the entire Jinling. Even the Sea View Villa community where he lives is not as famous as this holiday villa. It is also said that the big boss behind Tinglong Villa is one of the top 100 super rich people in China. Although he is only in the top 100, his worth is beyond what most people can imagine. Let us put it this way, if he took out all his money, it would be enough to buy an island country in the Pacific. Almost all Jinling people are proud to be able to stay at Tinglong Villa for a night. However, Tinglong Villa adopts a reservation system, and those who can make a reservation at Tinglong Villa are of extraordinary status. Wang Hui glanced at Zhang Liang and others who became very excited when they heard the name of Tinglong Villa, and finally compromised. "Okay, let's go." Wang Hui smiled and shook his head. "That's great, Brother Hui. I knew you were the best." Zhang Liang and others hugged each other excitedly. After all, this might be their first and only chance to go to Tinglong Villa. Wang Hui drove his Lamborghini and followed Edith's navigation to Tinglong Villa. As for the others, they took the royal bus. At the gate of Tinglong Villa, Wang Hui got out of the Lamborghini, but met an unexpected person. Royal Club manager Lu Chang. Wang Hui frowned slightly, ignored his thoughts, and walked towards Tinglong Villa. But after taking 2 steps, he was turned around and seen by Lu Chang, the manager of the Royal Club. When Royal Club manager Lu Chang suddenly saw Wang Hui, he suddenly felt angry. "I should have stuffed my business card into his pocket just now and let him become the player I recruited into the royal family." Unexpectedly, he rejected her invitation. Was he looking down on her? But this is Tinglong Villa. It's not a place where just anyone can come. Thinking of this, Lu Chang, the manager of the Royal Club, couldn't help but reveal a hint of sarcasm in his triangular eyes. He stepped forward and said, "Student Wang Hui, are you here at Tinglong Villa to work part-time? Isn't it hard to play part-time? I think you should just come to our Royal Club and play professionally. In just 3 years, I guarantee you'll reach the top of the world." Lu Chang's smile made Wang Hui feel uncomfortable. He immediately waved his hand and released a stream of internal energy, saying coldly, "Get lost." With just one sound, the Royal Club manager Lu Chang took 3 or 5 steps back, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. "Stop him. This kind of loser must not be allowed into Tinglong Villa." Royal Club manager Lu Chang thought this was in the Royal Club. His domineering look made people feel sick. Even the security guards standing guard at the entrance of Tinglong Villa were embarrassed and thought to themselves, "You may be blind, but we are not. He looks like this, has such a majestic aura, and even drives a Lamborghini to Tinglong Villa. You call him a loser? You want to die, but we don't. Do you know how hard it is to find a job at Tinglong Villa?" Although the security guards did not say these words, their eyes turned a little cold when they looked at Royal Club manager Lu Chang. "Why don't you take action? Are you all deaf? How dare you, a mere security guard, bully me?" Royal Club manager Lu Chang's eyes showed a hint of madness, and he even wanted to take action against Wang Hui directly. Just as the security guards exchanged glances, wondering whether to take the Royal Club manager Lu Chang away or lead Wang Hui into Tinglong Villa first, a low-key black Audi car stopped behind everyone. A man in an Armani haute couture suit got out of a black Audi, which made the Royal Club manager Lu Chang look stunned. He quickly crawled to the man's side. "Boss, this guy is totally ungrateful. I kindly invited him to join our royal family, but he flatly refused. He doesn't even give us royal family any face. His name is Wang Hui, and he's just a poor student from Jinling University. What qualifications does he have to refuse an invitation from our royal family? As Royal Club manager Lu Chang spoke, the expression of the man he called boss changed more and more. He suddenly turned around and slapped Royal Club manager Lu Chang hard in the face. Snap. Do you think you can insult Wang Hui so casually? Get out of here. A muffled thud sent Lu Chang reeling, and the royal family's boss, Du Hansheng, cautiously approached Wang Hui and said respectfully, "Don't mind, Wang Hui. We at the royal family are very much looking forward to having you join us." Chapter 109 Zhang Liang's Choice. As long as Wang Hui can join our royal family, I will expel this kind of trash. Royal Club owner Du Hansheng looked viciously at the Royal Club manager Lu Chang, who was lying on the ground with a dazed look on his face, and cursed in his heart. The person in front of him had defeated the team-up of Luki and Tay twice, and even got a pentakill when the two teamed up. To put it simply, whoever gets Wang Hui gets the world. Royal Club owner Du Hansheng has even imagined the scene where he will make a fortune after Royal Club wins the World Championship for 5 consecutive years. How could he bear to offend such a treasure trove? Compared with Wang Hui, this treasure trove, a district manager, seems less important. Anyway, you can find a manager anywhere by spending a little more money. But there is only one Wang Hui. Although Wang Hui was curious about why Royal Club boss Du Hansheng would directly attack his own people, he also saw some clues from his expression. But he still had no intention of joining the royal family. He didn't want to live a life of being restricted. With this system and special physique, he can live well wherever he goes. So Wang Hui ignored the royal boss Du Hansheng, but went straight to the interior of Tinglong Villa. Before coming, Zhang Liang and others had already told Wang Hui which villa to go to. Yes, at Tinglong Villa, one package always means one villa. You can relax and have fun with friends and family here, chat and play cards, or even go fishing in Tinglong Villa's own reservoir. This is the confidence of the largest villa in Jinling and even the entire Jiang province. When Wang Hui approached the villa, someone naturally opened the door for him. But Wang Hui never expected that the system, which had not existed for a long time, would jump out and cause trouble at this time. Bite. The romance system has detected a new mission opportunity and is officially releasing the romance mission, Friends of Women. Mission: provide care to Su Jing, the manager of Tinglong Villa, who is in charge of Villa 006. Task reward: perfect reasoning ability. Warm reminder: host, if you accept the mission, you can get the mission reward in advance. Wang Hui tilted his head, and his speechless look actually seemed a little cute. System, what are you doing? Do I know this person? Wang Hui asked impatiently in his mind. System, the host wants to become the most perfect love partner in the eyes of all women in the world. This little thing will definitely not be difficult for the host. Wang Hui nodded, that's right. Turning his gaze to the girl in front of him, Wang Hui's master-level medical skills instantly determined that the girl might be feeling a little unwell. Wang Hui, who discovered some clues, naturally pulled up the right hand of Su Jing, the manager of Tinglong Villa, and cut 3 fingers on her wrist. By using only 2 methods, namely observation, smelling, questioning and palpation, Wang Hui determined that the girl must have her period and must be in great pain at the moment. But Wang Hui did not realize how terrifying his charm was. At this moment, Su Jing stared at the almost perfect man in front of her in amazement, and she didn't even have the ability to think. At this moment, Su Jing had only one thought in her mind: if he kisses me, should I refuse? If he doesn't refuse, should I put my hand on his shoulder? His shoulders are so solid. I feel so safe. Of course, Wang Hui didn't notice Su Jing's pretty face turning red in her awkward movements under her professional attire. Wang Hui's thought at the moment was that everything was for the mission, so he input an internal force to clear Su Jing's meridians. The effect of internal force was very good. In just a few seconds, the pain in Su Jing's lower abdomen gradually dissipated. But at this moment, Su Jing's entire attention was on Wang Hui, and she didn't notice that she was no longer in pain. She didn't even realize that she subconsciously clamped her legs together and rubbed them against each other. After doing all this, Wang Hui didn't say much and prepared to walk directly into the villa. At this moment, Zhang Liang and others just arrived at Tinglong Villa, right behind Wang Hui. In villa number 006, Wang Hui sat in the main seat and Zhang Liang sat next to him. The banquet had not yet begun and everyone was chatting with each other. Zhang Liang leaned next to Wang Hui, looking as if he wanted to say something but was hesitant. Wang Hui saw that he had something to say, and immediately said, "Just say whatever you want to say. Why are you being so polite to me?" Zhang Liang finally felt relieved after hearing this. He lowered his head and said, "Brother Hui, I want to play professionally in Royal Club. Wang Hui finally pulled himself together, looked at Zhang Liang intently, and asked, "You know this road is difficult to walk on, right?" "Well, I know it very well, but I have made up my mind." Zhang Liang nodded, indicating that he had made the decision. "Don't you want to study anymore?" Wang Hui advised again. "I should take a leave of absence and continue studying after I retire." Zhang Liang's eyes were slightly confused, as if he was thinking about his future. Wang Hui blinked and turned to look at Du Hansheng, the boss of the royal family, who was sitting at the same table. "Boss Du, I have something to ask of you." The reason why royal boss Du Hansheng was one step behind Wang Hui was that, in addition to wanting to deal with his arrogant manager, he also confirmed that the Lamborghini parked next to him was Wang Hui's car. He is a car lover. Although he usually travels in a low-key manner, he actually has a collection of quite a few luxury cars at home. After seeing the Lamborghini, he realized that Wang Hui's identity was definitely not simple. It was precisely because of this that he felt somewhat discouraged, because he knew that he might not be able to invite Wang Hui to play professionally for Royal Club. But when Wang Hui spoke, an expectant look appeared on his face again. "Please tell me, Mr. Wang Hui. As long as I can do it, I will do it." Wang Hui nodded gratefully and explained, "My friend wants to play professionally in your Royal Club. I hope you can accept him." Wang Hui stated his needs directly, but Du Hansheng hesitated. Because all his attention was on Wang Hui in the previous game, he didn't pay much attention to Wang Hui's teammates at all. So he looked at his two pillars with a questioning look in his eyes. As a support, Tay spent a long time landing against the AD Zhang Liang, so it was natural for him to talk about Zhang Liang's strength. "Boss, Zhang Liang's strength should be above our youth training team too, but there is still some gap between him and the first team. But he's not too old, not even 20 yet. That's the fastest time for him to improve. He's a very talented person." Hearing Tay say this, Du Hansheng felt relieved and said to Wang Hui, "In this case, I will arrange your friend, Wang Hui, to our youth training team. But there's one thing we must make clear. If Zhang Liang can't keep up with the youth team's training, he'll have to be eliminated." Du Hansheng's straightforwardness made Wang Hui feel a little favorable towards him, so he nodded and patted Zhang Liang on the shoulder. But the people sitting at the table didn't know that from today on, a new star in the esports circle was rising. Chapter 110, Peak of the Xiantian Realm. After dealing with Zhang Liang's problem, Wang Hui's mood improved a little. The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. However, Su Jing, the manager of Villa 006, kept circling around Wang Hui, asking from time to time if he needed anything. Her admiring eyes made the men present feel a little jealous. Of course, when they saw the difference in appearance between Wang Hui and themselves, they understood why Su Jing had always been by Wang Hui's side. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the wine was finished and the guests left. Wang Hui drove the Lamborghini back to his home. In Villa number 000, located in the deepest part of Longting Villa, Su Jing was curled up on the sofa in the hall with a silly smile on her face. Su Jing's mother's surname is Wang and she is from the imperial capital. Back then, he fell in love with Su Jing's father and followed him to Jinling without hesitation. Fortunately, Su Jing's father was very capable and built his current status from scratch in just 20 years. In Villa number 000, Su Jing's mother looked at the smile on her daughter's face, and for some reason she suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart. It was as if she was about to lose her daughter Su Jing. After thinking about it carefully, Su's mother realized that her daughter might have fallen in love with a man. At night, Su's mother talked about her daughter with Su Jing's father Su Feiyang, who was lying beside her. "I'm afraid our Ginger has fallen for a man." Su Feiyang suddenly heard such explosive news and sat up from the bed. "Who do you fancy?" "Then how should I know? Shouldn't you be the one to investigate this kind of thing?" Mother Su pinched Su Feiyang hard, and a hint of reproachful smile appeared at the corner of her perfectly maintained mouth. Su Feiyang immediately took out his cell phone and called his secretary. "Find out who Su Jing had contact with today and pull up the surveillance footage from Villa number 6. When Su Feiyang's secretary heard that his boss was so anxious, he immediately got up and rushed to Longting Villa to prepare to complete Su Feiyang's instructions. Wang Hui, the real person behind this incident, was currently being pestered by Yan Chang and was unable to go to the third underground floor to practice. In the Riverside Villa, Wang Hui was held by Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin on his left and right. Yan Chang on the left hugged Wang Hui's arm tightly, her eyes slightly sad as she said, "You haven't cooked for us in a long time since you participated in the competition this time." Lin Yuexin on the right was not so brave, but at this moment she was also holding Wang Hui's right hand, and her palm was covered with fine beads of sweat. Wang Hui turned his head and looked at Lin Yuexin comfortingly, then held her delicate hand in his and said calmly, "Okay, I'll just do it for you." Wang Hui also understood that if he didn't satisfy Yen Qing, the foodie, today, he probably wouldn't be able to practice properly. So I could only spend half an hour making a few simple side dishes for Yen Chang and Lin Yuexin. Of course, it is relatively simple for Wang Hui, but it is extremely delicious to Yen Chang and Lin Yuexin. At the dining table, Yen Chang was once again conquered by Wang Hui's cooking skills. She squinted her eyes and exclaimed, "Wang Hui's cooking is still delicious." After saying this, Yen Qing seemed to realize something and began to explain to the integrated robot number 1 Wang Ling, who had been standing beside her. Of course, it's not that Sister Wang Ling's cooking is not delicious, it's just Wang Hui's cooking is better. Lin Yuexin also nodded slightly, indicating that she agreed with Yen Cheng's statement. But just this action made her pretty face start to turn red and hot. Seeing that the two were enjoying their meal, Wang Hui left the restaurant on the pretext of taking a shower. Arriving at the third underground floor, Wang Hui woke up Samantha and asked her to set the rules so that no one could disturb her until she broke through. This was also the first time that Wang Hui practiced seriously on his own to prepare for a breakthrough. The first time is always more important and will be taken more seriously. The night gradually became dark, and the internal force in Wang Hui's body began to flow slowly, and the speed was getting faster and faster. After entering the state of cultivation, Wang Hui's consciousness sank into his body. Samantha blocked out everything from the outside world. According to Wang Hui's instructions, it could discuss with Edith to solve any problem. With the intelligence of both Samantha and Edith, they are already comparable to the peerless strategists of ancient times. Even if something happens at the company, the two can easily resolve it. On the third floor underground, Wang Hui's internal energy gathered more and more, and he felt a faint swelling and pain in the meridians throughout his body. But Wang Hui did not stop. According to the information Edith collected from various secret books, this was a sign of a breakthrough. Continuing to circulate his internal energy, Wang Hui's practice method also came from Edith's observation of the hundreds of schools of martial arts, and was created according to the laws of the operation of heaven and earth. It can be said that it takes the essence of all schools of thought and removes the dregs. Just to deduce this technique, Wang Hui's company delayed its development for nearly a week. Otherwise, Wang Hui's drone should have been fully rolled out on the market by now. As the swelling sensation in Wang Hui's body grew stronger, the feeling of impending breakthrough became stronger and stronger. Wang Hui continued to work hard to practice his skills, hoping to accumulate some more internal energy and make another breakthrough. Because the breakthrough scenes he had seen in various martial arts novels since he was a child were all very difficult. But what he never expected was that his own breakthrough was so simple. Just like a natural process, Wang Hui had just completed the 108th small circulation when the meridians in his body suddenly contracted and then expanded. This feeling of breakthrough was different from the power obtained from the system. Wang Hui can clearly feel that his strength is increasing little by little. Under Wang Hui's control, the internal force in his body flows through his meridians, warming his entire body. It felt like Wang Hui was born with the power of the peak of the innate realm, and he didn't have to familiarize himself with it again like he did after obtaining the ability from the system. However, the internal force obtained from the system is always at the peak state of the current realm, and it is only one step away from breaking through to the next level. But when Wang Hui himself broke through, he was only on the verge of a breakthrough, and his cultivation still needed to be consolidated. Feeling the internal force in his body, Wang Hui sighed and silently practiced his skills to consolidate his strength. However, he had a feeling that if he were to play the first game in the morning now, he would probably be able to finish the entire game in just 10 minutes. Wang Hui's reaction ability increased as his control over his body became stronger and stronger. Wang Hui even had a feeling that if he really played games now, he would not be any worse than Edith back then. However, Edith's database has accumulated a lot more information recently, and she is also constantly growing. Who is stronger will only be known after a fight. But even so, there is absolutely no problem for Wang Hui to defeat those opponents. With this thought in mind, Wang Hui practiced all night long. At the age of 20, he is at the peak of the Xiantian realm, 1 in a million. Chapter 111 Hatsuri Company, Ltd. Only Wang Hui knew about his breakthrough. Just like when he killed the Dongying ninja and the two Yin family elders, only he knew it. However, the Yin family has not caused much trouble for Wang Hui recently, and the silence is a little unusual. The reason is that the entire Yin family is now facing suppression from Yen Qing's second uncle Yi Hu Yen Ping, and has been shrinking its territory. The second reason is that Yin Kuang, the head of the Yin family, is not in Jinling at the moment, and he is not even in Jiangsu province. At this moment, Yin Kuang was in the imperial capital, meeting with Suzuki Shijiro, CEO of Hatsuhi Corporation. Shijiro Suzuki is the general manager of the Istwan Hatsuhi Company, Limited's office in the capital of China and the CEO of its branch in China. His main businesses are the security and tourism industries. These two seemingly unrelated industries are the best ways for Dongying Ninja to come to China. That's right, Hatsuhi Corporation, where Suzuki Shijiro works, is a shell company. The purpose of registering this company is to place Dongying's ninjas in every corner of China. When Yin Kuang sent Yin Changlong to Dongying, it was through the route of Chu Ri Corporation. This time Yin Changlong was seriously injured and his cultivation was destroyed, so he naturally thought of the ninjas in the Chu Ri Corporation. He wanted to ask the ninjas from Hatsuhi Corporation to avenge their Yin family. Of course, in addition to this, he also wanted the ninjas to assassinate Yen Ping again. Once Yen Ping dies, he will be able to regain control of the entire Jinling underground. Taito, Hatsuri Company, Ltd. Mr. Yin, long time no see. Suzuki Shijiro spoke standard Chinese. He had been in China for a full 10 years and was considered an expert on Chinese. Yin Kuang knew Suzuki Shijiro's strength, so he, who was originally very arrogant in Jinling, became servile in front of Suzuki Shijiro, without showing any dignity of the head of the Yin family. Mr. Suzuki, I came here this time with a commission. I want to ask you for a favor. Yin Kuang bowed respectfully to Suzuki Shijiro, using the Dongying etiquette. Suzuki Shijiro was delighted to see Yin Kuang's courtesy. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Oh, no need to be so polite. No need to be so polite. If you have anything to say, just say it. If I can help, I will definitely help." Yin Kuang certainly knew that the help Suzuki Shijiro mentioned would definitely not come cheap. He took out a check with 50 million written on it, placed it in front of Suzuki Shijiro, and bowed again. My son was injured and his strength was crippled. I will not be a human being if I don't avenge him. Please give me a helping hand, Mr. Suzuki. After saying that, Yin Kuang, who was already kneeling, bowed down directly. In Dongying, this is called kneeling down, and in China, it is called kowtow. The smile on Suzuki Shijiro's lips became more and more unscrupulous. After Yin Kuang bowed for a while, he reached out to take the check and asked the people around him to help Yin Kuang up. Yin Sang, you're worrying too much. Since we've accepted Yin Sang's commission, then our Chu Ri Corporation will definitely satisfy Yin Sang. There's no doubt about that. Please go back to Jinling first, Mr. Yin. Our people from Chu Ri Corporation will be here shortly. Suzuki Shijiro's intention of letting Yin Kuang go back first was naturally because he didn't want his people to be with Yin Kuang and thus expose their identities. After all, ninjas are engaged in assassination. If they go to Jiling so openly, they will probably be left dead on the streets the next day. Yin Kuang did not hesitate and immediately turned around and left Chu Ri Company, Limited, and left the imperial capital. Because he knew that this was his last straw. Even if he was not allowed to pull this straw, he had no other choice. Now he can only hope that the ninjas of Hatsuhi Corporation can give him a surprise. The next day, Yin Kuang returned to the Yin family manor and saw his two sons lying in bed. Yin Changhong's injury was less serious and he has almost recovered recently. But Yin Changlong can only stay in bed now, and even needs help with eating, drinking, defecating and urinating because his hands are broken. From the late Xintian realm at the age of 28 to a useless person who needed others to serve him when eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, Yin Changlong experienced too much that he could not bear. This also made his character become extremely irritable and angry. If his hands had not been broken, I'm afraid few of the servants around him would have lived long. Yin Kuang's return did not improve Yin Changlong's mood until Yin Kuang took out the receipt of the power of attorney he received from Chu Ri Company, Ltd. After placing the power of attorney receipt in front of Yin Changlong, Yin Kuang sighed. Jackie Chan, your brother is a playboy. If the Yin family were handed over to him, he would squander everything in 2 years. You have to cheer up. After Wang Hui, Yin Ping and others die, Dad is counting on you to inherit the Yin family's fortune. Then Dad will help you capture Yin Cheng and make her your babe. You can treat her however you want. As Yin Kuang spoke, a tear fell from the corner of his eye. Hateful people may not be without their own pitiful aspects, but these have nothing to do with Wang Hui. At this moment, Wang Hui was hiding in the corner, quietly observing Yen Chang and Lin Yuexin in the living room. He wanted to have a good rest today, but he didn't expect that Yen Chang and Lin Yuexin had been sitting in the living room waiting for him since 8 o'clock in the morning. Unless he escaped through the window, it would be impossible for him to leave the Riverview Villa. Moreover, Wang Hui was on the stairs on the basement floor at the moment. If he wanted to go out, he had to pass through the living room. After confronting Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin for a whole hour, Wang Hui couldn't help but walk out. The moment he walked out, Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin reacted immediately. Wang Hui, UXIN and I don't have classes today. Come shopping with us. Yan Chang skipped to Wang Hui's side, grabbed Wang Hui's arm and shook it. Wang Hui glanced at Lin Yuexin who was walking towards him and found that her eyes were also flashing with anticipation. He thought to himself, sure enough, I still can't escape this disaster. Before Wang Hui agreed, Lin Yuexin walked up to him and said cautiously, I also want to buy some clothes for you, Wang Hui. Wang Hui was shocked by Lin Yuexin's shy look. Just when he was about to agree, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Bite. The romance system has detected a new mission opportunity and is officially releasing the romance mission, going shopping with a beautiful girl as destiny. Task content, accompany Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin shopping. Mission reward, basic language pack contains 10 popular languages in the world. Warm reminder, host, if you accept the mission, you can get the mission reward in advance. After listening to the introduction of the system, a question suddenly popped up in Wang Hui's mind. I'm shopping with 2 people, so the reward should be 2, right? When the system heard Wang Hui's response, it was speechless and didn't know what to say. However, the system quickly reacted, after all, its own host was different from other voluptuous women. System, an additional reward of master-level chess skills has been added. Please check it. Wang Hui smiled and chose to accept the task, thinking to himself, I just happened to go out to buy some clothes. It doesn't matter whether I complete the task or not. Chapter 112, Killed Like a Mosquito. Shopping is an extremely happy thing for girls. Even though Lin Yuexin, who had been in poor physical condition due to illness and rarely went shopping, seemed very happy. Since becoming husband and wife with Wang Hui, Lin Yuexin's health has been getting better day by day. Recently, I have even been able to keep up with the progress of physical education classes in school. This was a huge breakthrough for Lin Yuexin. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Wang Hui, Lin Yuexin and Yan Chang arrived at Jinling's largest shopping mall Jinqiu Suyun. This mall is a local brand of Jinling, and behind it is the shadow of the Li family, the most powerful family in Jiangsu province. Wang Hui doesn't know all this yet, he just wants to buy some clothes. After all, he lives in a villa worth billions and drives a Lamborghini worth tens of millions. It seems unreasonable if he doesn't have a few good clothes. But as soon as they entered Jinqiu Suyun shopping mall, Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin acted like crazy, dragging Wang Hui into one women's clothing store after another, not giving Wang Hui any chance to escape. The two even dragged Wang Hui into an underwear store and asked Wang Hui to help choose underwear. The salesperson at the underwear store looked at the 2 girls jumping excitedly around Wang Hui, and for a moment she couldn't tell who was Wang Hui's girlfriend. This shopping guide has always been very confident in her ability to judge people, but this time, she felt a little doubtful of herself. Wang Hui, do you think this one looks good? Yan Chang picked up a black lace nightgown and tried it on in front of Wang Hui. Wang Hui couldn't help but think of the scene where Yan Chang attacked him at night wearing this dress. Ever since Lin Yuexin took the initiative and successfully matched the key and lock core, Wang Hui no longer had the chance to be alone with Lin Yuexin. So when such an exciting scene appeared in Wang Hui's mind, a warm feeling involuntarily flowed out of his nostrils. Fortunately, Wang Hui's control over his body had reached an inhuman level, and with just a thought he stopped the blood rushing from his nose. Yeah, it looks good. Wang Hui said and turned his head away, feeling at peace. However, Yan Chang didn't seem to want to let Wang Hui go just like that. She took Wang Hui's hand without hesitation and walked towards the fitting room. Wang Hui, I think you should help me check it after you put it on. Otherwise, I'm a little worried. The sight of Yan Chang walking towards the fitting room while she spoke shocked the salesperson. Are young people these days so open-minded? The shopping guide didn't say this, but the next moment, when Lin Yuexin followed Wang Hui with a pure white, extremely transparent pajamas in her hand and said, "Let me come too." Wang Hui, please help me take a look. The shopping guide was completely stunned. Am I dreaming, or am I dreaming? Of course, Wang Hui did not go into the fitting room with Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin. He pretended to pee and walked out of the underwear store. It was also a good opportunity to go and see what those 2 pairs of eyes that had been staring at him since he entered the Jinqiu Suyun shopping mall were about. Wang Hui had endured these 2 gazes for a long time. He didn't want to disappoint Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin, and didn't want to disturb their shopping mood. But now the two of them were in the fitting room, evaluating each other's new pajamas, and Wang Hui had some free time. Walking into the bathroom with a swagger, Wang Hui secretly instructed Wang Ling and another integrated Type I robot to protect Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin. Wang Hui breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the two figures followed him into the bathroom. Okay, no need to hide anymore, come out. Wang Hui didn't have the time to play around with the owners of those two gazes. He immediately exposed their hidden figures and stared coldly at a corner at the bathroom door. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the originally empty place, and then a bunch of metal flying needles shot towards Wang Hui. Wang Hui frowned slightly, took a step forward, crossed the distance of 7 or 8 meters between the two people, and appeared in front of the man in an instant. Go! Chop off his feet. A very authentic Donying dialect rang in Wang Hui's ears. According to their investigation, Wang Hui did not understand Donying dialect, so they were so bold to discuss how to deal with him in front of Wang Hui. But these two assassins with Donying identities obviously didn't know that Wang Hui had just received a language pack from the system this morning, which happens to include Donying's language. Moreover, Wang Hui's mastery of the Donying language now even surpasses those of these two Donying people. The next moment, another Donying assassin, or ninja, appeared at Wang Hui's feet. The sharp sickle in his hand chopped towards Wang Hui's feet. The client stated that if they could be captured alive, the price of hiring them would be doubled. People die for money, and birds die for food. The two Donying ninjas were eager to capture Wang Hui immediately and send him to the target location in exchange for the bonus. Wang Hui raised his foot, stepped on the sickle that was coming towards him, and said in a cold Donying voice, "If I were you, I would immediately lay down my weapons and choose to surrender." Of course, Wang Hui's words did not shock the two Donying ninjas, although they were surprised that Wang Hui could speak Donying language so well. But the truth that money can move people's hearts is an eternal truth. The two men looked at each other, gave up their current attack, and chose to distance themselves from Wang Hui. But Wang Hui obviously didn't want to give the two another chance. He shook his head, took a step forward and stepped directly on the ninja who wanted to cut off Wang Hui's legs with a sickle. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Donying ninja couldn't catch his breath, and the chakra in his body was directly shattered by Wang Hui's internal force. The next moment, Wang Hui's right hand also slapped towards another fleeing ninja. Crack! When Wang Hui first heard this voice, he felt that things were going to get bad. Because he used too much force, he directly beat the fleeing Donying ninja to death. The Donying ninja on the ground took 3 seconds to finally catch his breath, but saw his comrade lying on the ground with a twisted neck. After killing countless targets, he immediately realized that his comrades were dead and there was absolutely no hope of saving them. Harunami Kuan. The surviving Donying ninjas were very sad and frightened, because he didn't know whether Wang Hui would attack him the next moment. But Wang Hui is now even more confused than him. This man died here, what should he do with the body? Although Wang Hui could ask Edith to clear all records about him, there were so many people in the mall, and more than one person saw Wang Hui go into the bathroom. At the moment when Wang Hui was distressed, the voice of the system sounded again in his mind. Bite. The romance system has detected a new mission opportunity and is officially releasing the romance mission, choose underwear for the girl. Boy. Task content, choose a set of underwear you like for Yan Cheng and Lin Yuexin. Mission reward, GSZ na shu mi 1 na ring. Warm reminder, host, if you accept the mission, you can get the mission reward in advance. Wang Hui heard the system's voice, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "You are quite capable, and you did a good job." System, thank you for the compliment, host. Chapter 113 Unique Interrogation Method. GSZ navigating Mount Sumeru is an ancient Chinese legend. It is said that a powerful immortal cultivator can capture everything in the world with just a sleeve of Qiankuan. For example, the immortal Jin Yuanzi in Wuzhuang Temple in Journey to the West, his specialty is GSZ holding Mount Sumeru. Even the Monkey King who caused havoc in the Heavenly Palace could not escape his power. After Wang Hui received the task, the inconspicuous black storage ring appeared on the middle finger of his left hand. This is an extremely ancient ring, and even with Wang Hui's keen eyesight, he cannot tell its origin. However, not knowing its origin does not affect Wang Hui's use of it. The moment the ring appeared, Wang Hui's mind immediately popped up with how to use it. Focus your attention on the ring, think about what you want to put in or take out, and then silently say out in, and it will work. Wang Hui did not hesitate and immediately put the corpse on the ground into the ring. The space inside the ring is not small, as big as a football field and more than 10 meters high, which is enough for Wang Hui to put a lot of things. The sudden disappearance of the corpse caused the still living Dong Ying to open his eyes wide with a look of disbelief. I just saw that my brother's head was tilted and his neck was broken. It was impossible for him to disappear on his own. Then there is only one truth. The man in front of me is not a human being at all. Could he be a god like Amaterasu? God, please don't kill me. My meat is not tasty. My Lord God. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything I know. Don't kill me. Please spare my life. After Wang Hui put the corpse away, he was marveling at the convenience of the storage ring when he heard the miserable cry of the Dongying ninja begging for mercy. Without a frown, Wang Hui slapped the Dongying ninja in the face, stopping him from begging for mercy. This is not a good place for interrogation, and he doesn't believe the secrets that the Dongying ninja told himself. He has his own special way of interrogation. Wang Hui moved his ears slightly and heard footsteps coming towards the bathroom. Without thinking, Wang Hui immediately grabbed the Dongying ninja by the scruff of the neck and dragged him into a compartment. In the compartment, Wang Hui reached out and took out the silver needle and inserted it into the major acupuncture points all over the body of Dongying ninja. Except for the Ainu people in the northernmost part of the Dongying people, the acupoints of other ethnic groups are no different from those of the Chinese. And now there are no purebred Ainu people in Dongying. The silver needle sealed the chakra of Dongying ninja, even making his whole body stiff and unable to move. At the same time, the silver needle on Dongying ninja's head can ensure that what he says is true. Tell me, who sent you here? To the Dongying ninja, Wang Hui's voice sounded like a demon crawling out of hell. The corpse just disappeared, and now my whole body cannot move, and my chakra is sealed. He has completely regarded Wang Hui as a local immortal in China. So he didn't dare to hide anything and immediately revealed the company where he worked, Hatsuhi Corporation. Master, please spare my life. I'm just a small fry. Everything was arranged by the Churi Corporation. Hatsuhi Corporation is a spy agency set up by Dongying in China. There are many ninjas like me in it, specializing in spying and assassinations. I'm just a silver medal ninja, there are gold medal ninjas above me. Wang Hui was a little surprised by the cooperation of Dongying ninja for a moment, but it was within his expectations. He even knew that an organization like Hatsuhi Corporation would never suddenly take action against him. They will confront me, there must be a fuse behind it. Wang Hui guessed that the fuse might be the Yin family. The Dongying ninja was very frightened when he saw that Wang Hui did not continue to ask questions. Because he knew that only by being useful to Wang Hui could he survive from Wang Hui's hands. With expectant eyes, Dongying ninja looked at Wang Hui, as if hoping he would ask more questions. Wang Hui did not disappoint him and asked the second question. How many people are there in your organization? Where is your headquarters? How many people did you send to assassinate me this time? Wang Hui had already sentenced the Yin family to death in his heart, so he stopped asking about the Yin family and instead asked about the scale of the Churi Corporation. When the Dongying ninja heard Wang Hui ask this, he immediately told him everything he knew. Our organization's branch in China is in the imperial capital. There are over 130 people in total. In addition to the liaison personnel, there are a total of 72 ninjas. Among them, there are 60 silver medal ninjas like me, and the remaining 12 are gold medal ninjas. Besides Harakami Koen and I, the other person who came to Jinling this time is the gold medal ninja Takeda Koen. He should be at Tinglong Villa waiting for us to return and reply. After hearing what the Dongying ninja said, Wang Hui frowned slightly and thought to himself, Tinglong Villa again? Don't let me know what relationship you have with the Dongying ninja, otherwise your huge Tinglong Villa will definitely not see the next morning. Wang Hui got the answer he wanted and immediately pulled out a silver needle from the Dongying ninja's head. It was because of this silver needle that the Dongying ninja told everything he knew without realizing it. Otherwise, with their cruel training methods in the past, he would have committed suicide by swallowing poison. After pulling out the silver needle, Wang Hui used his internal force to twist the needle into a ball and threw it into the sewer, leaving no trace. When the Dongying ninja saw that Wang Hui finally let him go, he did not feel relieved at first, but was very frightened. Because he knew that he was no longer of any use. The delaying tactic that had just been used to deceive Wang Hui became useless. Why? I clearly don't want to say it. Why did I say everything? Dongying ninja shouted in his heart, but no one could hear him. Even if he shouted, no one would hear him. Wang Hui directly threw him into the storage ring and conducted an experiment. When he took it out again, the man was already dead, and Wang Hui was sure that no living thing could be stored in the ring. After pressing the flush button, Wang Hui walked out of the cubicle. There was no one else in the bathroom, which allowed Wang Hui to give orders to Edith in a normal voice. Edith, help me check out this Hatsuhi Corporation. If you find any of their people, mark them immediately and report to me. Wang Hui didn't want Edith to deal with these Danying ninjas directly, but whether it was a drone or a robot, they could not pose much threat to the innate realm powerhouses at the moment. So maybe Wang Hui will have to go there in person later. Of course, we have to get rid of the remaining Danying ninja in Jinling City first. And it's time to put the company's affairs on the agenda. Chapter 114, Wrap It All Up. After getting rid of the two Danying ninjas, Wang Hui walked towards the underwear store he had been to before. Lin Yuexin and Yin Chang were still waiting for Wang Hui here, but they had already bought a lot of underwear and pajamas in large and small bags. After Wang Hui came back, he casually picked out two small clothes in the underwear store, swiped his card, and gave them to Yin Chang and Lin Yuexin. The two girls witnessed Wang Hui choosing the underwear. At this moment, Wang Hui put the underwear in their hands respectively, which naturally made their cheeks blush. They lowered their heads and dared not look at Wang Hui again. Yan Qing, is he hinting at me? Should I go to his room tonight? Lin Yuexin, Wang Hui, that bad guy, must want to do that again. It's so embarrassing. Wang Hui didn't know what Yin Chang and Lin Yuexin were thinking. The purpose of his trip was to buy a few more clothes that he liked in the mall. The two girls walked behind Wang Hui, each with their own thoughts in their minds, but their cheeks were flushed, which truly interpreted the meaning of the word beautiful to behold. On the third floor of Jinqiu Suyun, there is the Armani store. Wang Hui didn't know much about these brands before, so this time he brought Yin Chang and Lin Yuexin with him so that they could help him with some advice. Yin Qing comes from a wealthy family, and the influence of these years has given her an extraordinary vision. Lin Yuexin has remarkable attainments in art, and her vision is not bad either. So as soon as they walked into the Armani store, they both fell in love with the casual suit hanging on the wall facing the door of the Armani store. There is actually a story behind this location. To put it bluntly, only the store's treasure can be hung there. Wang Hui didn't say anything. His standard for choosing clothes has always been that they are comfortable to wear. But the two girls walked towards the Armani salesperson together and asked him to take down the dress for Wang Hui to try on. The incident of looking down on others that Wang Hui thought would happen did not actually happen. The shopping guides in high-end luxury stores like Armani all received pre-job training before taking up their posts. They know clearly what can be done and what cannot be done wrong. So Wang Hui was quickly pushed into the fitting room by Lin Yuexin and Yin Chang, and asked to try on the clothes. Wang Hui did not refuse and immediately changed into this high-end casual suit. But just when he was about to go out and let Lin Yuexin and Yin Qing take a look, the system guy came out to make trouble again. Bite. The romance system has detected a new mission opportunity and is officially releasing the romance mission. Come on, girls. Mission: let Yin Chang and Lin Yuexin enter the fitting room. Mission reward: 100 million pocket money. Warm reminder, host, if you accept the mission, you can get the mission reward in advance. Wang Hui silently chose to accept the task, and then said to the outside through the curtain of the fitting room, Yin Chang, Uxin, come in and help me take a look. Wang Hui didn't say much, because he knew that just this one sentence was enough. Wang Hui's words certainly made Yin Chang and Lin Yuexin blush again, but after looking at each other, they couldn't help but walk towards the fitting room where Wang Hui was. In the Armani store, the shopping guide was stunned as she watched the figure disappear behind the curtain. Do all the rich people nowadays spend money like this? Wang Hui didn't know what the Armani shopping guide was thinking. After Yin Chang and Lin Yuexin came in, he just took them out of the fitting room. Yin Chang and Lin Yuexin were of course confused and had no idea why Wang Hui asked them to come in. But when they both saw the glow that shone from Wang Hui's body when he wore this suit, they no longer cared about what Wang Hui had said before. Yan Qing, what should I do? He looks so handsome in this outfit. He looks so good. I really want to pounce on him. Lin Yuexin, Wang Hui has become even more handsome. I wonder if I'll have more and more rivals in the future. Woo woo. I'm scared. Wang Hui stretched out his arms and legs to test whether the clothes were suitable for him. But he never expected that these simple actions would bring him an unexpected surprise. Admiration plus 50. Admiration plus 150. Love value plus 249. Wang Hui looked around and found that there were only 3 people in the store besides him. That means that among these 3 admiration points, one should have been given by that Armani shopping guide. As if he thought of something, Wang Hui trembled all over and wanted to pay and leave quickly. But just when he took off the clothes and was about to ask the Armani salesperson to pack it up. But I found that there was a couple in the store. Honey, you will look so handsome in this dress," a heavily made-up girl said against her will while supporting a man who could probably be her father. The Armani salesperson was extremely worried, but she still said, "Sir, madam, this gentleman saw this dress first and has already ordered it. If you need anything, you can also take a look at other clothes in our store. I can recommend some clothes that will suit you and make you look both comfortable and stylish." The middle-aged man with a Mediterranean-like hair hugged the woman beside him, and his face suddenly became very ugly. "Are you saying I don't deserve to wear this dress?" No. That's definitely not what I meant. It's just that there are clothes in the store that are more suitable for you." Before the salesperson could finish her words, the middle-aged man with the Mediterranean hair interrupted her. "I want this very thing today. Pack it up for me right now." Wang Hui's face turned cold. This was the dress that Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin liked. If it was snatched away by this Mediterranean guy, where would his face be? So Wang Hui directly handed a bank card to the salesperson and said calmly, "You're right, you really don't deserve this dress. Not only this one, but all the clothes in this store are not worthy of you." Wang Hui's words instantly made the Mediterranean furious. He pointed at Wang Hui and shouted, "What are you talking about? I have plenty of money." Wang Hui laughed when he heard that. "Oh? Are you rich?" As he spoke, Wang Hui turned to look at the shopping guide and said calmly, "Pack up everything in your store." Wang Hui's words completely shocked everyone present. If Wang Hui could absorb negative emotions, he should have heard many plus 999 messages coming from the system by now. The Armani salesperson was stunned for a moment, then took out the replenishment list that had just arrived this morning. It clearly states how much inventory the store currently has and how much it is worth. He trembled as he confirmed with Wang Hui, "Sir, all the items in this store are worth over 3 million. Do you really want to buy them?" Mediterranean glanced at Wang Hui, but didn't see anything valuable on him. He immediately sneered, "If you have the guts, buy it. I want to see if you, a jerk with a mouth, can come up with over 3 million. Ding, transaction successful, payment received, 3,657,800 yuan. Love value plus 999. Chapter 115, easily suppressed. Mediterranean left with his lover in shame. After all, the payment sound coming from the Bluetooth speaker just now was like a slap in the face. Wang Hui didn't care too much. To him, the Mediterranean was just a passerby in his life that didn't deserve to be remembered. Even the woman next to him who provided 999 points of admiration was more memorable than the Mediterranean Sea. Wang Hui, who bought everything in an entire Armani store, should not be short of clothes and daily necessities in the near future. After all, Armani still has a lot of products, ranging from bags worth tens of thousands of yuan to underwear worth a few hundred yuan. In short, it has everything. After leaving his address to the Armani shopping guide, Wang Hui took Lin Yuexin and Yan Chang home. He could have put everything in the Armani store into the ring, but that would still be too shocking. Wang Hui is obviously not yet able to fight against the state machine that can capture him and slice him up for research, so it is better for him to keep a low profile. Of course, even if he had the ability, he would not go against the country. Although Wang Hui is not very interested in women, he has a deep love for his motherland. For example, tonight, he plans to meet the Dongying gold medal ninja hiding in Tunlong Villa. Wang Hui learned from the previous Dongying silver medal killer that the gold, silver, and bronze medals of Churi Corporation are not awarded based on the strength of the ninja. There is only one evaluation criterion for these 3 levels, and that is how many tasks are successfully completed. Before nightfall, Wang Hui received a truckload of various items from Armani. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Hui introduced the second integrated Type-I robot to Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin. After all, there are so many things to sort out at home, and it will probably take Wang Ling until tomorrow to do it all by herself. The second comprehensive Type-I robot, named Wang Yi by Wang Hui, is responsible for cleaning and serving Wang Hui and Wang Hui's villa. For example, jobs like serving tea and water. Of course, Wang Hui also asked Edith to load a cooking program for her, but without learning and verification, her current cooking skills are not as good as Wang Ling's. There is just one thing, Wang Yi and Wang Ling look exactly the same because they were carved from the same mold. Now there are 2 people, and it can be explained as twins. But as more and more robots surrounded Wang Hui in the later period, this matter became more and more difficult to explain. Wang Hui thought about it and decided that maybe he should ask the company to design a production line that could produce human skin masks or adaptive deformation masks. Of course, this was just an idea, so let Edith join the work plan. His most important task tonight is to go to Tinglong Villa. He drove a Lamborghini to the suburbs where Tinglong Villa was located. It was not far from the Riverview Villa and was considered the second most beautiful place in Jinling City. After stopping the car and using his internal energy, Wang Hui's speed instantly became terrifying. The world sprint record was easily broken under his feet, and he was able to maintain this state until his internal energy was exhausted. And even if his physical strength is exhausted, he can still defeat those world-class athletes with his physical advantages. This is a warrior, a being whose physical fitness surpasses that of ordinary people. So for Wang Hui, sneaking into Tinglong Villa was really not difficult at all. No electronic product can capture Wang Hui's figure because Edith is there. No one could see Wang Hui because he was moving too fast. Therefore, the third minute after entering Tinglong Villa, Wang Hui stood at the door of Villa number 009. The person he is looking for is in here. The check-in registration for Tinglong Villa stated that this was a businessman from Dongying who came to Jinling to investigate the market. But Wang Hui knew that his real identity was Dongying Ninja. They are here to kidnap me, or even to kill me. With Edith controlling the access control system, Wang Hui easily walked into Villa number 009. As expected, the Dongying Gold Medal Ninja did not fall asleep, but stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, staring blankly at the east. Wang Hui no longer hid his figure, so he was immediately discovered by the Dongying Gold Medal Ninja. But Wang Hui was not afraid and sat down on his own. You are Wang Hui. This Dongying Gold Medal Ninja spoke Chinese fluently, and it was obvious that he had learned it specially. Wang Hui glanced at him and said calmly, "There are some things I need to confirm with you." Those two people during the day knew too little. The Dongying Gold Medal Ninja suddenly widened his eyes and said coldly, "Did you really kill Harakami-kun and Yamashita-kun? I want to lodge a stern protest. Your actions will cause serious diplomatic problems." The words of the Dongying Gold Medal Ninja made Wang Hui laugh out loud, as if he had heard a very interesting joke. Wang Hui's laughter made the Dongying Gold Medal Ninja Takeda extremely angry. He no longer disguised his identity because he knew that Wang Hui must also know his hidden identity. So he drew the dagger from his waist and shot several shurikens at Wang Hui. Wang Hui was still sitting there. He simply stretched out his hand and grabbed all the shurikens in his hand. Interesting, it's been a while since anyone had the courage to attack me. As he spoke, Wang Hui threw several shurikens at the Dongying Gold Medal Ninja who was rushing towards him. Those shurikens were lucky enough to experience the feeling of being thrown at almost twice the speed of their masters. Then, the Dongying Gold Medal Ninja Takeda knelt down. The speed of the shuriken thrown by Wang Hui completely exceeded his reaction ability. This is the all-round suppression of a late innate realm cultivator by a peak innate realm cultivator. Wang Hui shook his head and took out a few silver needles from the ring. The unique interrogation method used in the afternoon will come in handy again. The silver needles quickly pierced into several major acupoints of Dongying's Gold Medal Ninja Takeda, blocking his ability to move and lie, just like in the afternoon. Then Wang Hui asked, "Tell me everything you know about Churi Corporation and the Yin family." Wang Hui had just asked a question when the Dongying Gold Medal Ninja Takeda began to tell the story like pouring beans. Just like his two colleagues before. Wang Hui curled his lips and complained, "The Yin family is really unwilling to give up their evil intentions. They even want to assassinate Yen Ping again. If they hadn't come to my place to check it out first, I'm afraid they would have succeeded. So, I saved Uncle Yen again?" Wang Hui smiled and continued to listen to Dongying's Gold Medal Ninja Takeda talking about Hatsuhi Corporation. He told Wang Hui almost all of the relationship networks of Hatsuhi Corporation. Wang Hui's expression became increasingly serious as he listened to Edith's introduction. The power of this Hatsuhi Corporation is almost spread all over the world. If they really want to put all their efforts into dealing with Wang Hui right now, I am afraid Wang Hui will also have a headache. Ha! After a long sigh, Wang Hui tightened his grip on the steering wheel and thought to himself, "As my strength grows, the enemies I face will become stronger too. It's time to get nervous." Chapter 116 Designed to Seduce. Taking advantage of the night, Wang Hui went to dispose of the bodies of the three Dongying ninjas. The location chosen was not far from where the two elders of the Yin family were killed last time. It was still a dense forest, still a huge deep pit. The three Dongying ninjas died in a foreign land, but it was a death they deserved. Simply put, you deserve it. Why did they have to mess with Wang Hui, a monster with his own system, when they could mess with anyone else? The three Dongying ninjas who died in Jinling could be considered as an apology for their ancestors to the hundreds of thousands of souls who died in Jinling. After dealing with the body, Wang Hui was not in a hurry to go home. He drove a Lamborghini on the ring road, communicating with Edith with a solemn expression. Edith, if Hatsuhi Corporation discovered our company and used a business war against us, what do you think our chances of winning would be? Wang Hui's question made Edith ponder, but she quickly gave an answer. According to calculations, our company's winning rate within 1 month is 39%, the winning rate within 2 months is 51%, and the winning rate for more than 3 months is 100%. Edith's answer left Wang Hui stunned, but as Edith explained in his ear, Wang Hui gradually understood. Edith, according to the company's development plan, we will launch 2 products this month, a transport drone and a social software called Lingyu. After these 2 products go online, they will bring us about 500 million yuan in profits within a month. After investing 500 million yuan in production, the company will launch recreational drones and escort drones next month. These 2 products will bring us more than 2 billion in profits. By the 3rd month, the company's market value will exceed 5 billion. Edith's introduction gave Wang Hui a general idea of the company's current situation, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. At this moment, Edith's voice rang out again. Master, do you need to hear about the size of Hatsuhi Corporation? Wang Hui's face lit up with joy when he heard this, and he immediately said, of course, tell me about it. Edith, Hatsuhi Corporation is a large group company with a registered capital of 10 billion. We have offices and branches in various countries, and the total assets of our branch in China are approximately 3.5 billion yuan. If the owner wants to buy it, Edith can forge documents and transfer some of the shares to the owner's name. Wang Hui became even happier after hearing what Edith said. He slapped the steering wheel hard with his left hand and said, okay, start transferring shares immediately. A progress bar flashed across Wang Hui's glasses, but 3 seconds later, Edith told Wang Hui again through the Bluetooth headset, Master, it's done. All shares of Hatsuhi Corporation backed up online have been transferred to the owner, totaling 12.23%. Edith's words made Wang Hui even more excited, but besides being excited, another idea popped up in Wang Hui's mind. Edith, the 12.23% stake you mentioned, isn't it the shares of the Hatsuhi Corporation headquarters? Edith, of course. Well done. Wang Hui praised generously. The registered capital of Hatsuhi Corporation is 10 billion, but that does not mean that their company is worth 10 billion. According to the market price, 12.23% of Hatsuhi Corporation shares must be worth at least 2 billion. Wang Hui showed a nice smile, stepped on the accelerator and drove quickly towards the Riverview Villa. But before reaching the Riverview Villa, Wang Hui thought of another problem. Edith, why do you think we have to keep waiting for each other to come to us? Can we try to lure them over from time to time and then catch them all in one fell swoop? If you come one, I'll kill one. If you come 2, I'll kill a pair. There was a hint of fierceness in Wang Hui's eyes, and he had already regarded the Dongying ninjas of Chu Ri Corporation as dead men. Of course, Wang Hui couldn't do it alone. If he wanted to seduce them, he had to rely on Edith. After hearing Wang Hui's instructions, Edith immediately turned on the calculation mode and began to calculate the feasibility of the plan mentioned by Wang Hui. Edith has allocated part of the company's computing capacity to the housekeeper Samantha, so that it can free up computing capacity to serve Wang Hui. Soon, a series of information appeared on Wang Hui's glasses, which was exactly Edith's seduction plan. Master, Edith can send a distress signal to Hatsuhi Corporation by forging an audio file. After they arrive in Jinling, we can also attract them to the designated location through phone calls. In addition, the drones that landed twice before can also attack the ninjas of Hatsuhi Corporation. Master, will you carry out this plan? Listening to Edith's report, Wang Hui smiled happily. Execute immediately. Following Wang Hui's order, a hurried phone ring immediately rang at the Chinese office of Hatsuhi Corporation in the imperial capital. Suzuki Shijiro, general manager of Hatsuhi Corporation's office in the imperial capital of China, answered the phone with an impatient look on his face. The woman under his crotch was still shaking her beautiful head back and forth, providing service to Suzuki Shijiro. Suzuki-san. We failed. The voice coming from the phone was that of the gold medal ninja Takeda, who was going to Jinling this time. The voice was filled with rapid breathing and even a hint of fear. Suzuki-san, that Wang Hui is already in the late Xiantian realm. And his body is extremely powerful. Suzuki-san, please send another team of gold medal killers. The request of gold medal killer Takeda was not approved, instead he was met with a scolding. Baka. Are you teaching me how to do things? You can't even handle such a small matter. You are unworthy of the heroic spirits of our Dongying ninja ancestors. Suzuki Shijiro's cold voice did not cause Edith to react at all. She just kept calculating the current situation and what words to use to deceive Suzuki Shijiro. It's not that we're useless, it's that the other party is too strong. And the head of the In family didn't give us the most accurate intelligence. In accordance with the personality of the gold medal killer Takeda, Edith sent this message to Suzuki Shijiro through electric current and signal. But there was no immediate response. After a moment of awkward silence, Suzuki Shijiro roared like a tiger, as if something was bursting out. Forget it. You all stay in Jinling and wait. I will send someone to meet you. Suzuki Shijiro's voice was calm but revealed a bit of Buddhist nature. Edith continued to answer in the voice of the golden killer Takeda, "Thank you for your understanding, Suzuki-san. But I think we should ask the In family for more money, after all. I know this without you telling me. Get lost." Edith is offline, mission accomplished. Chapter 117, Yenqing's Another Night Attack. The Lamborghini parked in the garage and the roar of the engine disappeared. In Wang Hui's bedroom, Yenqing finally waited for Wang Hui's return. Today, Yenqing was wearing the underwear that Wang Hui had picked out during the day, and her face was flushed with embarrassment. But Lin Yuexin's performance in the past few days has made her feel a great sense of crisis. So even though she was shivering in Wang Hui's bed at this moment, Yenqing still insisted on not leaving. "Samantha, don't tell Wang Hui I'm here. Then, as I just discussed with you, after Wang Hui comes in, lock the door." "Did you hear me?" Samantha's slightly hoarse voice came from Wang Hui's bedroom. "If the master has no different requirements, I can meet your request, Ms. Yenqing." Who hiss? Yenqing took a deep breath, trying to relax herself. But she found that as time passed, she not only did not relax, but became more nervous. It has been 3 minutes since Wang Hui's car stopped. If Yenqing's estimation was correct, Wang Hui should be at the bedroom door now. Yenqing was indeed right. Wang Hui was in a very good mood at the moment. After opening the bedroom door, he immediately started taking off his clothes. Wang Hui originally wanted to take a shower first, but when he took off his shirt, he suddenly stopped. Sniff. Wang Hui sniffed and seemed to smell a different scent in the air. This was a smell that shouldn't be in his room. With a slight turn of his eyes, Wang Hui discovered the bulge in the quilt on the bed. Sighing, Wang Hui prepared to walk forward and carry Yenqing out. In this Riverview villa, only Yenqing dared to sneak into Wang Hui's room. Wang Hui shook his head and picked up the quilt along with Yenqing, who was hiding inside. "Hey, hey, hey!" Suddenly, he flew into the air. Yenqing screamed in surprise, and was completely stunned. She never expected that Wang Hui would treat her like this after he came back. "Wang Hui! Put me down!" Yenqing shouted loudly, with a hint of fear in her expression. She was afraid that Wang Hui would throw her out. But Wang Hui did not stop because of Yenqing's request. "Samantha, open the door." Wang Hui's tone was a little cold. However, he had made plans for Hatsugi Corporation today, so he was in a good mood. Therefore, I just planned to let Yenqing go outside and leave it at that. But as the door opened and Wang Hui carried Yenqing closer and closer to the door, Yenqing's face became more and more ugly. "Woo! Wang Hui, please don't chase me away. Wow, you and Uxin are together, but I was clearly here first. Wow. I like you too. Why can't you just look at me? I can do anything for you, why not me, woo woo?" Yenqing cried. Crying very sadly. People's courage will always be exhausted. Yenqing took the initiative again and again, but was met with Wang Hui's repeated rejections, and Lin Yuexin got there first. This made Yenqing completely collapse. Sometimes, a person's spirit really can't be held together at that moment. Wang Hui looked at Yenqing crying in his arms, feeling a little helpless. What he fears most is girls crying. Because girls at this time will not listen to reason and cannot negotiate. All you can do is comfort them. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again in Wang Hui's mind. "Bite. The love system has detected a new mission opportunity and officially released the love mission, do your own things. Mission, make Yenqing stop crying willingly. Mission reward, arms production license. Warm reminder, host, if you accept the mission, you can get the mission reward in advance." Wang Hui sighed and put Yenqing and the quilt back on his bed. Okay, don't cry anymore. I won't chase you away. Wang Hui's words made Yan Qing burst into laughter. She looked at Wang Hui with a questioning look and asked, "Really? Pinky promise?" Yan Shang raised her right hand, revealing her slender little finger, and looked at Wang Hui intently. Wang Hui had no way to refuse, so he shook his head and made a pinky promise with Yan Shang. "We'll make a promise and stick to it for 100 years. Liars are dogs." There were still crystal tears on Yan Xing's face, but there was a happy smile on the corner of her mouth. Wang Hui sighed and said, "How old are you, and you still believe this?" Yan Sheng glared at Wang Hui fiercely and said, "No matter how old you are, your words must count." Okay, let's do it." Wang Hui agreed immediately when he saw Yan Sheng pouting and about to start crying again. Seeing that Yan Sheng's emotions had stabilized, Wang Hui began to discuss things with her. "Can you let me take a shower first?" It was not until Wang Hui said this that Yan Sheng realized that she had been holding on to the corner of Wang Hui's clothes tightly, not letting him leave her. But Yan Sheng did not let go of Wang Hui's clothes immediately. Instead, she shyly asked, "Can you sleep with me tonight?" "I don't mean that kind, just stay with me." Wang Hui looked at Yan Sheng, who was about to cry, and in the end he couldn't say no to her. After all, Wang Hui was still afraid that Yan Sheng would start crying again, and then he would really be unable to stop her. Nodding, Wang Hui agreed to Yan Sheng. Only then did Yan Sheng let go of Wang Hui's clothes and let him wash away his fatigue. Boys take showers very quickly. It only took Wang Hui 5 minutes before he returned to the room with wet hair. But this time he was different from before. He came back wearing Armani pajamas. After all, he would probably have to sleep in the same bed with Yan Xing tonight, so Wang Hui felt that he should protect himself well. Otherwise, Yan Shang, the female hooligan, might have eaten him in the middle of the night. Yan Shang leaned against the head of the bed and saw Wang Hui walk in pajamas. She couldn't help but sigh, her eyes full of disappointment. After all, she had seen Wang Hui's figure in the swimming pool. She originally thought that she could sleep with Wang Hui in her arms today, but who would have thought that he was still wearing pajamas? "Wang Hui, you don't trust me." Yan Shang roared in her heart, but on the surface she covered half of her face with the quilt. Of course, Wang Hui didn't know what Yan Shang was thinking. He pretended to be indifferent, lifted the quilt and went to sleep. At this moment, Yan Shang was extremely excited. It was a huge progress because Wang Hui agreed to sleep in the same bed with her. "Yan Shang, we are not far from the ultimate goal. Keep working hard," Yan Shang said to herself and fell asleep carefully. In the quiet bedroom, the breathing of the two people was very obvious. Wang Hui slept very soundly that night, but Yan Xing tossed and turned. It was not until the next morning that Yan Sheng accidentally touched a pillar that supported the sky. "Wang Hui, if you want to sleep, just go to sleep. Why do you bring a stick with you? Are you going to hit me?" Chapter 118 Fighting Type 1. On the night when he slept in the same bed with Yan Shang, Wang Hui had some beautiful thoughts in his mind. However, after he practiced his skills, these thoughts were suppressed and he had a good night's sleep. When the morning came, Wang Hui immediately got out of bed, but Yan Sheng felt very ashamed when she realized what she had just held. This feeling of shame made her hide her head in the quilt and not dare to face Wang Hui. Wang Hui ignored Yan Shang, who was curled up in the quilt, thinking that she wanted to sleep in a little longer. After washing up, Wang Hui began to listen to Edith's work report. This is a new habit he has developed in the past few days. No matter how strong a person is, he needs sleep and time to rest. But artificial intelligence doesn't need that. As long as there is electricity, it can work non-stop 24 hours a day. So Wang Hui has recently developed the habit of listening to news about what happened in the company last night and whether anyone has intruded near the villa every morning when he wakes up. But Wang Hui never expected that Edith gave him a big surprise this morning. "Edith, Master, since you've been troubled recently by the threats that a rival company might pose to Yan Sheng and Miss Lin Yuexin, Edith has designed a Type 1 fighting robot." "Wudo Type 1? Is it powerful? Has it been made?" Wang Hui became excited as soon as he heard Edith's report. Comprehensive robots all have acquired peak strength, so the fighting Type 1, which is specially designed and manufactured for combat, must be even stronger. Hearing Wang Hui's anxiety, Edith quickly introduced him. Wudo I is a robot specifically designed for combat. According to the strength of the Master's world, their strength should be around the late Xiantian stage. They are also very good at defensive counterattacks, making them the best choice for protecting important figures. And if there are 4 or more Type 1 combat robots fighting together, their combat effectiveness will be further enhanced. Killing a peak Xiantian warrior will not be a problem. Edith introduced the new product without any hesitation, because it had already established a database using the data of the warriors Wang Hui had met since he owned it. As long as the fighting type 1 is put into the database for comparison, or even a simulated battle, Edith can obtain a large amount of data. After hearing Edith's introduction, Wang Hui became more excited. If this Type 1 fighting machine is manufactured, he won't have to worry about the safety of Yin Chang and Lin Yuexin for a long time. Then I can let go and do what I want to do. When Wang Hui thought of this, his mind was full of imagination. Master, 3 minutes ago, the first Type 1 fighting machine was assembled and is waiting for activation. Would you like to activate it? Edith's voice sounded again, pulling Wang Hui out of all his imagination. Of course, Wang Hui wanted to activate this Type 1 fighting robot immediately, but because of the anticipation that was spreading in his heart, Wang Hui still made a difficult decision. Wait a minute, I'll activate it in person when I get to the factory. After saying that, Wang Hui drove his Lamborghini from the riverside villa towards the factory. In order to save some money for the factory and other aspects of the company, Wang Hui took the initiative to locate the factory in a place closer to the suburbs. So it took Wang Hui half an hour to get to the factory and see the third integrated Type I robot that was in charge of production work here. Wang Hui had already named this robot Wang Air, which is considered to be a continuation of the naming idea of comprehensive type robots. Although there were lights installed inside the factory, it was pitch black at the moment. There is not a single human worker in the entire factory. Edith, an artificial intelligence, directs each machine to complete its work. Edith had already entered the layout of the entire factory into her database, and the robots here didn't need to see the world through their eyes. Of course, there is no need to turn on the lights. In order to prevent others from discovering the factory, Wang Hui even ordered the factory's doors and windows to be completely sealed. After entering the factory, the humming sounds of several machines in operation made Wang Hui, a student from the Faculty of Arts, excited. As a man, there are always one or two dreams in his heart. Tug. All the lights in the factory were turned on immediately the moment Wang Hui entered the factory, illuminating the entire factory. Although this was not his first time in this factory, Wang Hui was still extremely shocked. I am lucky to have this system. Thinking so, Wang Hui followed Edith's guidance and walked towards the production line of the Type 1 fighting robot. Before reaching the designated location, Wang Hui had already seen the Type 1 fighting robot. He was seen standing quietly among a group of very busy robots, looking a little out of place. When Wang Hui walked in front of him, he realized that this Type 1 fighting robot was just standing there. But he was just standing there, and a murderous aura emanated from him. No one knew how Edith created such an aura. Wang Hui walked silently to the front of the Type 1 fighting robot and looked it up and down. However, this Type 1 fighting robot has a strong build, which makes people feel safe at first glance. There are also imitation calluses on his finger joints, as if he has practiced all his kung fu skills himself. But Wang Hui knew that this guy didn't have any martial arts skills, he just could make the most of some martial arts. Moreover, if they want to become stronger, they can only do so by replacing their internal energy supply systems and external materials, and they cannot become stronger through gradual practice like humans. However, the Type 1 fighting robot can form combat effectiveness immediately, but if humans want to become a strong person in the late stage of innateness, in addition to excellent talent, they often need decades of hard training. What's more, the Type 1 fighting robot can fight without fear of casualties and can often burst out its full combat power. Unlike humans, they are generally timid and unable to unleash their full strength. Wang Hui was also excited to see the prey, and immediately couldn't help but step forward and put his hand on the chest of the Type 1 fighting robot as Edith said. The Type 1 fighting robot was still naked at the moment, and Wang Hui was a little embarrassed, but fortunately, it only took less than a second for the Type 1 fighting robot to complete the activation process. Wudo I robot reports to you, my master. The voice of the fighting Type 1 robot sounded in Wang Hui's ears, dull and powerful. Wang Hui looked at the young male-looking fighting Type I robot with a smile, and the smile on his lips became more and more intoxicating. Because he saw the specific properties of this Type 1 fighting robot. So strong. Chapter 119 Uncle Yan's Dinner Party. Machine Model, Fighting I. Final Authorized User, Wang Hui. Built-in energy, Type 2-4 bioenergy built-in stomach bag, super compressed solid helium battery. Machine number, number 1. Machine color, black. Machine appearance, completely humanoid. Machine height, 1.90 meters. Machine weight, 80 kilograms. Machine status, fully started. Built-in intelligence systems, anthropomorphic intelligence system, Edith subsystem, self-repair system, and robot network management system. Built-in weapon modules, splice sniper rifle, small submachine gun, mini pistol, Edith version of mixed martial arts. Assembly mode, cannot be assembled or disassembled. Control method, voice, facial recognition, DNA recognition. Wang Hui asked Edith to adjust the properties of the two previous robots and compare them. He found that this new fighting Type 1 robot had a new energy supply method compared to the previous robots. It is called the Super Compressed Energy Gathering Solid Helium Battery. When Wang Hui clicked on the detailed introduction, he found that this thing was really amazing. It's basically a small nuclear generator. Even if the Type 1 fighting robot is fighting at full capacity, the super compressed solid helium battery can last for 3 full days. If it is living a normal life, the fighting Type 1 robot can also replenish energy by digesting food through its built-in stomach, and it can be said that it almost does not need any charging operations. Moreover, the digestive ability of the Wudo Type 1 robot is very outstanding, or it can be said that these robots have good digestive abilities. 90% of the energy in food can be fully absorbed and utilized by them. Even the digestion speed is far beyond human imagination. It only takes 1 hour from eating to excretion. That is to say, if they need to, they can eat every hour to meet their energy needs. There are also sniper rifles, submachine guns, and pistols hidden inside the body of the fighting Type 1 robot, which are all weapons he can use to protect the target person. In addition, their bodies are made of titanium alloy, so it is almost certain that as long as they stand in front of Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin, no one and no bullet can hurt Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin. Of course, if it was a cannonball, they wouldn't be able to resist it. But in such a safe and peaceful country like China, how could there be artillery shells to bomb Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin? If Wang Hui encounters a more powerful enemy in the future, he will be able to design and manufacture more powerful robots. Thinking of this, Wang Hui smiled and took out a set of clothes from his storage ring and threw it to the fighting Type 1 robot. From now on, you will be the security guard at Jiangjing Villa. If the two girls want to go out, you and Wang Ling will follow them. Wang Hui's orders are the heavenly rules for these robots. The fighting Type 1 robot, which had just changed its clothes, nodded heavily and placed this order in the fourth most important position. The first 3 are the natural laws of the robotics world and cannot be violated. First, a robot may not injure a human being or, through an action, allow a human being to come to harm. Second, a robot must obey the orders given to it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. Third, a robot must protect its own survival as long as this does not conflict with the first or second laws. Of course, in order to make these robots meet Wang Hui's requirements, the robots produced by the factory for Wang Hui's own use have rewritten these 3 laws. There is absolutely no difference between them and humans. Only the robots that Wang Hui plans to sell in the future will have these 3 laws added to them, so as to prevent Wang Hui from shooting himself in the foot. Yes, master. Everything is as you wish. The fighting Type 1 robot half knelt respectfully in front of Wang Hui to express its submission. Wang Hui, of course, reached out and helped him up, explaining to him, "Don't bow in front of me anymore. It's too cumbersome, and I don't like it." Upon hearing this, the fighting Type 1 robot nodded again, indicating that it would obey this order in the future. Then Wang Hui gave him a name according to convention. Wang Hui named these comprehensive robots after his own surname. As for the fighting robots, Wang Hui plans to name them Wu. From now on, your name will be Wulin. I hope you can protect Yancheng and Lin Yuexin well. Wang Hui said to the sturdy Wudo Type 1 robot in front of him. I must complete the master's order. The fighting Type I robot Wulin nodded again and recorded the order. Seeing Wulin nod, Wang Hui smiled again and asked Edith, how long will it take for the factory to produce a combat robot like this without affecting the production capacity of drones? A day, about 23 hours to be exact, Edith replied calmly. Wang Hui rubbed his smooth chin, thought for a moment, and then asked, so you stopped a drone production line to make this one? Edith seemed to think that Wang Hui was blaming her for acting on her own, so she immediately began to explain, even with a hint of self-blame in her voice. Master, this is the solution Edith and Samantha have jointly calculated to best meet your current needs. If the master feels that Edith has done something wrong, please punish her. Seeing Edith so anxious, Wang Hui smiled with relief. It's okay, you did a great job on this. Let's continue producing a fighting robot. Once it's finished, put on your clothes and report to Wulin at the Riverview Villa. I'll give him a name first, let's call him Woi. Wang Hui seemed to recall something as he spoke, and said to Edith, "If the company wants to start communicating with the outside world, there will definitely be plenty of opportunities for the robots to show up. Remember that the robots you produce next will all have different body shapes and faces." Edith recorded Wang Hui's instructions and began to make changes in the database. As for appearance, it only needs to match different facial features and face shapes in the database and make some fine-tuning to meet Wang Hui's requirements. It is not particularly difficult. The main problem is the size. After all, robots produced in factories are all produced on assembly lines, and the parts produced are all the same size. But this doesn't pose a problem for Edith. After all, there is everything in its database. After instructing Edith, Wang Hui drove back to the riverside villa with Wulin. After that, Wulin will be responsible for protecting Yan Chang and Lin Yuexin, and Wang Hui will have to introduce it to them. But not even a minute after Wang Hui returned to the riverside villa, Yan Chang rushed into Wang Hui's arms and said to him anxiously, "Wang Hui, Wang Hui." Seeing Yan Chang so anxious, Wang Hui thought something big had happened again, so he quickly transferred a bit of his internal energy into Yan Chang to help her calm down. After calming down, Yan Chang was finally able to speak to Wang Hui. "Wang Hui, my second uncle wants to treat you to a meal. What should I do?" Wang Hui's breath was choked when he heard this. "Just go. I thought it was no big deal." Chapter 120, A Plum Blossom Falls from Heaven. In fact, when Yan Chang learned that her second uncle was going to invite Wang Hui to dinner, she was very nervous. After all, she had just slept in the same bed with Wang Hui last night. Of course, although nothing unspeakable happened, Yan Chang felt shy. It was precisely because of this that she acted so shy when she mentioned Uncle Yan's invitation. Wang Hui didn't think there was anything wrong with this. The birth of the fighting Type 1 robot made him feel good all day long. But Lin Yuexin still has to go to class today, so Wang Hui can't take her to attend Uncle Yan's invitation. So Wang Hui sent Wu Lin to Lin Yuexin's side and was responsible for protecting her safety. Although Yan Chang felt a little shy when she got into Wang Hui's Lamborghini, she was secretly happy in her heart. She felt that the day chosen by her second uncle was really great, so good that it allowed her and Wang Hui to have some time alone in the car. Unfortunately, Yan Chang was only thinking about how to talk to Wang Hui along the way, and coupled with the close contact between the two last night, the two of them did not have much time to actually communicate with each other. At the gate of Longting Villa, although Wang Hui wanted to complain, he only thought to himself that Longting Villa was the only villa in Jinling that they could look up to. Including the time he dealt with the Dongying gold medal ninja, this was Wang Hui's third visit to Longting Villa. And according to Yan Chang, the villa that second Uncle Yan booked was number 006. Wang Hui handed the car keys to the doorman, and someone later led them to the door of villa number 006. At the gate of villa number 006, when the girl named Su Jing saw Wang Hui again, her eyes were full of stars. Before Wang Hui could open his mouth to greet anyone, the system's voice rang in his mind. "Love value plus 251. Is this okay?" Wang Hui felt both embarrassed and secretly happy. He quickly said hello and walked into villa 006. Yan Xing fell behind half a step, and looking at Su Jing with a dazed look in her eyes, she suddenly felt a sense of crisis in her heart. Yan Shang hurriedly took 2 steps forward, took Wang Hui's arm into her arms, and hugged him tightly. Even though Wang Hui pulled hard, he was unable to successfully break free from Yan Sheng's restraints. However, after yesterday's intimate interaction, Wang Hui was actually a little accustomed to this feeling. After failing once, he never tried to take his hand away from Yan Sheng's control again. But behind Wang Hui, Su Jing looked at the intimacy between Wang Hui and Yan Sheng, and the admiration in her eyes turned into a hint of loss. Wang Hui did not notice Su Jing's change. As soon as he entered the villa, he saw Uncle Yan, who invited him to the banquet. Besides these, there were a few other people I didn't know. But Wang Hui also knew that Uncle Yan was a well-known figure in both the black and white worlds, and anyone who could sit with him must be no simple person. When he walked to Uncle Yan immediately stood up to welcome Wang Hui and introduced him to him. "Wang Hui, you're here quite early. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Zhao Su, a professor at Jinling First University, a chess master, and a national champion. This is Mr. Zhao's grandson, Zhao Hao. He's also a graduate of your Jinling First University. He's very knowledgeable in chess and is known as the next national champion. China's youngest prospective national champion." Uncle Yan's introduction made Wang Hui narrow his eyes slightly. No one would come here for no reason. The national player, Mr. Zhao, and his grandson must have their own intentions when they came. However, Wang Hui did not show any abnormal emotions, but just nodded lightly. Instead, the young man, Zhao Hao, the grandson of national player Zhao Lao, walked past Wang Hui and went straight towards Yan Cheng. Qinger, I haven't seen you for so long, you are still so beautiful. Here, this is my gift to you, an emerald green pearl necklace I brought back from across the ocean. I'll give it to you. As Zhao Hao said this, he was about to put the necklace on Yan Cheng, completely ignoring the fact that Yan Cheng was still holding Wang Hui's arm. In his opinion, Wang Hui was just a phoenix man who wanted to climb up the Yan family ladder. He's just a pretty boy, why would he be worth his attention? Previously, it was because he went to the great cold nether country for training that Wang Hui had the opportunity to take advantage of him. This time when he comes back, he will definitely kick Wang Hui out completely. And the current act of giving gifts is his declaration of war on Wang Hui to demonstrate his sovereignty. After what happened during this period of time, and after killing several Dongying ninjas, Wang Hui's mood is actually not as impetuous as before. At this moment, when he saw Zhao Hao jumping up and declaring war on him, he looked at him as if he were a clown, with a disdainful smile on his face. But Yan Xing didn't think she would be happy if Zhao Hao gave her something. She was afraid that Wang Hui would misunderstand that there was something going on between her and Zhao Hao, so she immediately refused and said, "No need. I already have someone I like, so I can't accept your gift." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao suddenly turned around and looked at Wang Hui, his eyes full of angry fighting spirit. "Is he the one you like?" Zhao Hao looked Wang Hui up and down and found that he was dressed quite appropriately today. After all, he had just emptied an Armani store. But in Zhao Hao's eyes, Armani is not a good brand at all, it is just a luxury product that is popular among ordinary people. For a big family like theirs, the clothes they wear must at least be high-end custom-made. So he immediately pushed Wang Hui, suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Although I don't know what your purpose is in getting close to Qinger, I hope you won't get close to Qinger again in the future. Only I, Zhao Hao, am Qinger's perfect match. Do you understand?" Seeing Zhao Hao so nervous, Wang Hui smiled instead of getting angry. He looked at Yan Cheng beside him and said, "Yan Cheng, he told me to stay away from you. Otherwise, I'll just listen to him, right?" Wang Hui's words instantly made Yan Cheng anxious, and she quickly replied, "Wang Hui, how dare you?" After she finished speaking, Yan Cheng turned to look at Zhao Hao and said bitterly, "Zhao Hao, we had a lot of fun together when we were little, but please don't bother me anymore. I'm no longer the Yan Cheng of the past. I like Wang Hui now. I won't have anything to do with you anymore. Also, Qinger is not someone you can call." After Yan Cheng finished speaking, she pulled Wang Hui outside. Before leaving, she glared coldly at Uncle Yan, indicating that she was very unhappy attending this banquet. Second Uncle Yan gave Yan Cheng a helpless look, and it was indeed so. Although Yihu Yanping is very popular in both the black and white worlds, the backup of national player Zhao Lao is more powerful than him. He has to call him Uncle Zhou whenever he sees him. Moreover, during the more than 10 years of the founding war of China, old Zhao and Yan Cheng's grandfather had a life-and-death friendship. Yan Ping had done his best to invite Wang Hui to the banquet. Wang Hui understood Yan Ping's expression, smiled helplessly, and prepared to leave with Yan Cheng. But at this moment, the national player Mr. Zhao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "Young man, I remember that you, like Qinger, are also a student at Jinling First University, right? Come on, play a game of Go with me and let me see the strength of you young people." Chapter 121. Who is the real dragon? Wang Hui didn't expect that the national player Mr. Zhao would ask to keep him. He felt that if it were him, he would not attack the younger generation, let alone use his strongest means to face an outsider who has never learned Go. But if you think about it carefully, if you encounter the enemy yourself, you will probably kill the enemy directly. After all, villains die because they talk too much, right? But no one present knew that just yesterday, before Wang Hui went out shopping, he had acquired master-level chess skills. And he has never shown this ability to anyone. At that moment, Wang Hui wanted to try out how his strength compared to that of this legendary national player. So he answered without hesitation, "Okay, then I will ask Mr. Zhao for advice." Wang Hui's agreement was beyond everyone's expectations. National player Zhao Lao finally looked up at Wang Hui, his eyes filled with a playful smile. Yan Cheng's face was filled with worry. She grabbed Wang Hui's arm and said, "Wang Hui, Grandpa Zhao has been playing chess for 70 years. He's a national chess master in China. How can you beat him? How about we just go?" Yan Xing's worry was also Yan Ping's worry. After all, Wang Hui had saved his life. Since the death of the old man of the Yan family, the Zhao family has had little contact with the Yan family. From his own perspective, he hopes Wang Hui can win. But at that moment, one of them was Wang Hui, who in his eyes had never learned Go, and the other was a national master renowned both at home and abroad. He knew who would win without even having to think. Wang Hui, sit down and have a good chat with Uncle Zhao. Forget about playing chess, ha ha ha. Wang Hui could understand Yen Chang and Yen Ping's obstruction, but Wang Hui really wanted to test how strong he was. It was exactly the same as when he first gained the strength of the innate realm. He couldn't wait to find a place to test his strength. So he reached out and ruffled Yen Qing's hair, then smiled and said, "It's okay. I just wanted to ask Mr. Zhao for advice on a game. Winning or losing is not important." Wang Hui's actions made Zhao Hao even more furious. He suddenly walked over to the coffee table next to him, picked up the chessboard in pieces, and placed them in front of Wang Hui, angrily saying, "You are not qualified to play chess with my grandfather. I'll bet with you. But there's a stake." Before Zhao Hao even mentioned the bet, Wang Hui had already guessed what he was thinking and said with a smile, "If you want to use Yen Qing as a bet, then I can tell you that I won't bet. Yen Qing is not mine. She is not anyone's appendage. She is just herself." Having said this, Zhao Hao was so stifled that he couldn't speak at all. "You." Seeing his grandson being suppressed, Mr. Zhao, who was sitting on the chair, shook his head and said, "Then use this string of Buddhist beads in my hand as a bet." Wang Hui just turned to look at Elder Zhao when Yen Ping, with a look of shock on his face, said, "Uncle Zhao, these are the Buddhist beads you've worn for the past 50 years. It's not a good idea to just bet them out like this, is it?" Seeing this, Mr. Zhao just smiled and said with a master's demeanor, "It's okay, it's just that I've been playing with it for a long time. It's not a rare item." Zhao Hao finally reacted at this time and stopped Zhao Laodao. "Grandpa, this is your favorite thing. Although it was not worth much at the time, if it were put up for auction now, it would definitely fetch 20 or 30 million. My grandson cannot gamble with your favorite things." After saying that, he turned to look at Wang Hui and asked, "Wang Hui, I drove a Koenigsegg one today. This car is limited to only 6 units worldwide, and this one I brought back from the great cold netherworld. It's the only one in the country. How about using your car and my car to make a bet?" When Wang Hui heard that there were only 6 cars produced worldwide and it was the only one in the country, he immediately became interested. After all, men have a love and obsession with speed in their blood. He immediately took out the keys to the Lamborghini and said, "Okay, I bet you." Seeing that Wang Hui was determined to play chess, Yen Shun became extremely nervous and sighed, "It's over, it's over. Wang Hui is going to lose. How should I comfort him when I get home tonight? Should I put on those pajamas and go to his room?" What Yen Chang was thinking about was the extremely sexy pajamas that she had bought yesterday without Wang Hui's knowledge. The whole set of clothes had even less fabric than a bikini, and it could be said to be extremely sexy. At this moment, Wang Hui didn't know what Yen Chang was thinking. He just sat down beside the chessboard calmly. According to the rules of chess, Wang Hui and Zhao Hao guessed the pieces to determine which side would play black first. Modern Go generally adopts the Dongying system, or black moves first, rather than the ancient Chinese system where white moves first. Zhao Hao was lucky enough to guess the chess piece in Wang Hui's hand and played black first. However, Zhao Hao's hatred for Wang Hui was as surging as the waves, and he felt that Wang Hui could never beat him at chess. So from the very beginning, Zhao Hao wanted to completely ban Wang Hui, the kind of ban that would not leave Wang Hui with a single chess piece. The purpose was to humiliate Wang Hui and make him leave Yen Cheng on his own initiative. Zhao Hao looked at Wang Hui with contempt, thinking to himself, "When you surrender, I'm going to humiliate you. I'm going to force you to give up. I'll just smash your car and make you walk back home by yourself. Ha ha ha. I won't give you any face at all. You dare to play chess with me? Prepare to die." It's a pity that his every move was seen by Wang Hui. From the third chess piece Zhao Hao placed, Wang Hui had already completely figured him out. After all, Wang Hui not only has master-level chess skills, but also has reasoning abilities far beyond ordinary people. The combination of the two makes his chess skills far beyond the scope of what can be described as master-level. If I really have to use one word to describe it, that is a holy hand. Or the devil of the Go world. When it came to the 100th move, Zhao Hao was still thinking, "Once I have completed this big dragon, I will kill every white piece on the board." But after more than 100 moves, Zhao Hao suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong. He had just finished making half of his baron when he discovered that Wang Hui had already prepared his baron and was ready to strike. Mr. Zhao realized after about 100 moves that Wang Hui had completed his offensive, and all the moves he made after that were to lure out and surround Zhao Hao's pieces. It's over, Hao is going to lose. Who is this guy? How can his chess skills be so strong? Hauer is already at the 6th level, could it be that his strength is even higher than the 6th level? Old Zhao looked at the chessboard with a pale face, but the more he looked, the uglier his face became. Until the 158th move, Wang Hui's white piece landed in the most critical position. At this moment, Wang Hui's dragon launched an attack. Massacre. One-sided massacre. Although it was just a battle on the chessboard, with each move of Wang Hui's chess piece, Zhao Hao's expression became even uglier. 160 hands. Thank you. Wang Hui smiled and threw the white piece in his hand into the chess box, looking at Zhao Hao with a half-smile. There was no need for him to play anymore. Even if Zhao Hao played another 50 moves, it would not change the inevitable death of the Black Dragon. I didn't lose. I haven't lost yet. Zhao Hao looked a little crazy. He couldn't believe that he would lose to an amateur like Wang Hui. But at this moment, Zhao Lao's old, wrinkled hand reached out from the side, tossed the car keys that Zhao Hao had taken out earlier to Wang Hui, and said, I admit defeat. But young man, can you play another round with me? Chapter 122, Black Crystal Card and Accepting Defeat. 1. Wang Hui actually beat Zhao Hao. He's a 6th Dan. Yan Sheng stared at the chessboard in front of her, unable to believe that Wang Hui actually won. Yan Ping looked at Elder Zhao and whispered in disbelief, is Elder Zhao really going to take action himself? Is Wang Hui really that powerful in chess? Yan Ping watched Mr. Zhao picking up the chess pieces one by one, secretly counting Wang Hui's abilities in his mind. He has some of the best martial arts among the younger generation, medical skills that can bring people back to life, an unrivaled appearance, and now, his chess skills are incredible. Wang Hui, what other abilities do you have that I don't know? Yihu Yinping looked at Wang Hui, who started to place pieces on the chessboard, feeling both admiration and awe in his heart. If he had such ability, he would have swallowed up the entire Yin family in one gulp. There is no need to contact the Zhao family and hope to get help from them. Mr. Zhao raised his right hand, hiding a few chess pieces inside for Wang Hui to guess. At the same time, he asked, Wang Hui, how about using my Buddhist beads to bet the car you just won? Mr. Zhao's words made Zhao Hao lower his head in shame, but he soon raised his head again and looked at Wang Hui fiercely. In his heart, it was all because of Wang Hui that he lost his car and lost face. Wang Hui glanced at the Buddhist beads in Mr. Zhao's hand. Edith quickly retrieved the auction records of Buddhist beads from all the auction houses in the world, and after comprehensive comparison, she gave an approximate price for the Buddhist beads. Edith, master, this string of Buddhist beads is worth about 23 million yuan, which is about 10 million yuan less than the price of the car you just won. After listening to Edith's report, Wang Hui curled up his lips into a calculating smile and said to Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhao wants to exchange a string of Buddhist beads for a limited edition sports car. I'm afraid it's not enough, right? In fact, Mr. Zhao also knew that the Buddhist beads in his hand, even with the blessing of his own fame, could not compare to the limited edition sports car of his grandson Zhao Hao. After all, it is a super sports car limited to only 6 units in the world, and ordinary people can't buy it at all. Even he had to rely on a decades-long friend in the great cold netherworld to help his grandson get this sports car. Just when national player Zhao Lao was thinking about what to use to fill the gap in the bet, a hearty laugh came from outside the door. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Zhao is visiting my Longting villa. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Please forgive me. Ha ha ha. The man who came was none other than the owner of Longting Villa, Su Jing's father. Su Wei. It's Xiao Su. I haven't seen you for a long time. You must be more blessed now. Old Zhao stood up and looked at Su Wei, who came in with Su Jing. There was a bit of arrogance in his expression. What it means is basically, look, all the top dozens of richest people in the country are very respectful in front of me, so you'd better not be ungrateful. Wang Hui saw the arrogance in Mr. Zhao's expression, but he didn't take it seriously. Because he is confident that after possessing all the black technologies in Edith's database, his company will develop into a unique and huge business empire. By then, the owner of the so-called Longting Villa, Su Wei, who is ranked in the top few dozen on the national rich list, will have to rely on him. However, at this moment, Su Wei came for Mr. Zhao. He had obviously heard the gambling game between Wang Hui and Mr. Zhao outside, and immediately took out a black card. This card is only the size of a business card, but it reflects a brilliant light. Su Wei slapped the black card in front of Wang Hui and said calmly, since Mr. Zhao wants to play chess with the young man, I will also add some stakes. This black crystal card is the highest level VIP card for Longting Villa and the Su Group. With this black crystal card, you can enjoy a 50% discount on any property within the Su Group. And this Tenglong villa will always leave a villa for you. When Su Wei said this, Yi Hu Yanping's expression changed drastically, and he sighed, Boss Su, what a great move. Since the Su group was founded, only 2 black crystal cards have been issued, right? I didn't expect to see the third one here today. Seeing Yanping's knowledge, Su Wei laughed and said, Ha, brother Yan is indeed knowledgeable and experienced. Yehu is worthy of the name of the uncrowned king of Jinling. Indeed, this black crystal card is the third issued by the Su group. The first 2 are in the hands of that leader and the Wang family in the imperial capital respectively. When Wang Hui heard the name of the imperial capital Wang family, he was startled and immediately said, Okay, Mr. Zhao, shall we begin now? I guess single. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Zhao opened his right hand, and there were indeed 3 black spots inside. So Wang Hui played black first. Old Zhao looked at Wang Hui, who looked calm when he made his move, but he didn't feel happy at all. After all, he still has to save face. Present today are not only his grandson, but also his planned granddaughter-in-law and his fans who admire him immensely. Such a scene made him unwilling to give in. Since you are unkind, you can't blame me for being unjust. I'm going to show you the unsolved chess game of Jinlong, and see how you can win this one from me. Mr. Zhao's expression turned fierce, and he immediately changed his mind and began to set up the Jinlong chess game. As the chess pieces fell one after another, the expression of national player Zhao Lao became more and more ugly. Wang Hui's expression seemed very calm. Because the person playing chess at this moment is not him, but Edith, who is on his glasses. From the 10th move of Mr. Zhao's formation change, Edith discovered that the formation set up by the opponent was a chess game handed down from ancient times, called Jinlong chess game. Edith's voice rang in Wang Hui's ears, Master, this chess game is recorded in my database. It is an ancient chess game that has never been solved. Wang Hui narrowed his eyes and communicated with Edith through the system. Doesn't that mean there's no solution? Wang Hui thought that he would eventually fall into the hands of a master, but he didn't expect to hear Edith's extremely confident voice. Others may not believe it, but Edith can. Wang Hui smiled happily and immediately had the system notify Edith, directly map the next location on the glasses. Edith, this time it's up to you. As soon as Wang Hui gave the order, Edith immediately started working. The huge workload for today's computers was just a moment for Edith. Wang Hui even saw 18 solutions appearing on the lens in front of him. Without thinking too much, Wang Hui immediately started to make moves according to the first method. This method is the simplest and most violent, and also the easiest to detect. So when Mr. Zhao completely set up the Jinlong chess game, Wang Hui's next chess piece just happened to break the Jinlong chess game. How is that possible? The chess game that has remained unsolved for thousands of years has been solved so easily? The person who solved it was actually a young man who claimed he had barely learned Go? He's only this old, how many chess moves can he remember? No. This is impossible. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of pity when they saw Mr. Zhao lose control of the white piece in his hand and it fell onto the chessboard. Only Wang Hui smiled slightly and said, Mr. Zhao, I accept the loss. Chapter 123, even the invincible Wang Hui will be affected. Wang Hui's words completely defeated Mr. Zhao's last stubbornness. Su Wei, who had been holding his breath, also stood up at this time with a look of shock. Although Su Wei did not have a professional Go ranking, Mr. Zhao had played Go with him more than once and knew that his Go skills were comparable to those of the 7th or even 8th Dan players in the circle. At this moment, Su Wei stared blankly at the chess game in front of him, muttering, Is it solved already? The 1,000-year-old unsolved Jinlong chess game is solved just like that? In the end, Mr. Zhao couldn't hold on any longer. He took off the Buddhist beads from his hand, placed them on the chessboard, and sighed, The young are formidable. The young are formidable. I lost. Mr. Zhao's surrender was beyond the expectations of everyone present. Everyone originally thought that Wang Hui would give Mr. Zhao some face. But when they found out that Wang Hui defeated Mr. Zhao in a very short time, everyone thought that Mr. Zhao would choose to draw with Wang Hui. But no one expected that Mr. Zhao would admit defeat so directly, and so easily. Wang Hui put away the Buddhist beads on the chessboard and the black crystal card next to the chessboard, with a smile on his face. Who wouldn't he be happy when you can get benefits through your own abilities? After taking off his Buddhist beads, Mr. Zhao lowered his head and looked intently at the chess game in front of him, as if he wanted to remember Wang Hui's solution firmly in his mind. But the more he looked at it, the more incredible he found this chess game. Wang Hui, you really won. That's great. You are so awesome. Yan Xing didn't care whether Mr. Zhao and Zhao Hao would be unhappy or not. She skipped to Wang Hui's side, swept away the previous depressing atmosphere, and took Wang Hui's hand and shook it happily. Or maybe she did it specifically for Zhao Hao to see. Looking at the intimacy between Yan Cheng and Wang Hui, Zhao Hao's hatred towards Wang Hui grew day by day, even to the point of almost boiling. He stared at Wang Hui viciously. If looks could kill, Wang Hui would have been reincarnated tens of thousands of times. But soon, Zhao Hao seemed to have thought of something, a sneer appeared on his lips, and he walked towards the kitchen. After a while, Zhao Hao brought a glass of red wine and said to Wang Hui embarrassedly, "Brother Wang Hui, I was ignorant this time. I, Zhao Hao, accept the loss. This glass of wine is my apology to you. After drinking this glass of wine, I hope the barriers between us will be wiped away from now on." After saying that, Zhao Hao handed the red wine to Wang Hui. But in fact, there was something added to the red wine. It was the aphrodisiac that he was going to use on Yan Qing tonight, and it was a fait accompli. He originally wanted to make Yan Qing follow him wholeheartedly after they had already gotten married. But now, he just wants to make Wang Hui look bad. In Zhao Hao's mind, after drinking this aphrodisiac, Wang Hui would definitely show all kinds of ugly behaviors. By then, even if Yan Qing likes him again, there will be a rift between them, and Yan Ping, who is the temporary head of the Yan family, will no longer be interested in Wang Hui. By then, he will naturally have other ways to win the beauty. Wang Hui looked at the red wine in front of him, his expression indifferent but also a little understanding. Although there was no surveillance in the villa, Wang Hui was unable to find out what Zhao Hao had just done through Edith. But from the nearly 1 hour they spent together, Wang Hui felt that Zhao Hao was definitely a man with a mind smaller than the eye of a needle. To ask him to shake hands with him and make peace with himself is tantamount to asking the Beacon country to give up its position as the world's policeman. This is something that can never happen. So although Wang Hui took the red wine, he had no intention of drinking it. Wang Hui handed the glass of red wine to Mr. Zhao, who was still discussing the chess game with Su Wei, and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhao, this glass of red wine is my gift to you. I hope you can accept it. After drinking this glass of wine, I, Wang Hui, and the Zhao family will become acquaintances." Wang Hui's cunning behavior made Zhao Hao's eyes widen. In order to make Wang Hui look bad, he added a lot of ingredients to the glass of red wine. Even a boar weighing several hundred pounds would go crazy and uncontrollably after drinking this red wine. And if Mr. Zhao, whose health is already declining, drinks this wine, he might lose his life. Although Zhao Hao is narrow-minded, he still has the most basic filial piety and would not kill his own grandfather. So he immediately shouted, "No! Grandpa, you can't drink this wine." Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhao Hao at this moment, especially Yan Ping's slightly suspicious eyes, Yan Qing's questioning eyes, and Su Wei and old Zhao's puzzled expressions. All these made Zhao Hao feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Zhao Hao wasn't stupid. He immediately said to Wang Hui, "This glass of wine is my apology to you, brother Wang Hui. If you don't drink it, you're not giving me, Zhao Hao, face. Then from now on, my Zhao family and you, Wang Hui, will be irreconcilable." In order to be able to perfectly execute his second plan, Zhao Hao actually moved the Zhao family out. On the other hand, Su Wei, the owner of Longting Villa, is the one who hates the dandy young man who bullies others the most. In his early years, he was looked down upon by his mother-in-law's family, who wanted him to marry into the family and change his surname. But instead of marrying into the wife's family, he abducted his wife and brought her to Jinling to start a business together. The two of them have worked hard all their lives, without relying on any power from Su Jing's mother's family. They started from scratch and have reached where they are today. So when Zhao Hao began to use the power of the Zhao family to threaten Wang Hui, Su Wei's face also showed an unhappy expression. He looked at Zhao Hao, who was still forcing Wang Hui to drink, and said coldly, "Are you threatening my guests? Or are you threatening a super powerful chess master whose chess skills surpass your grandfather's and who can come up with 9 solutions to the Jinlong chess game in just a few minutes?" After Su Wei and Mr. Zhao studied it, they finally found the holes left by Wang Hui on the chessboard. Once the first plan fails, he can activate these loopholes and lay the foundation for his victory. And Wang Hui, no, it should be said that Edith prepared a total of 9 such plans. When Zhao Hao was asked this question by Su Wei, he was speechless. Su Wei has been in power for 20 years, and naturally developed an aura of majesty without even getting angry. Wang Hui looked at Su Wei and spoke for him. He sneered and was about to put down the wine glass in his hand, but he heard the voice of the system in his mind again. Bite. The romance system has detected a new mission opportunity and is officially releasing the romance mission. A real man is never afraid of spring poison. Task content: drink the red wine in the glass without using internal energy to detoxify it. Mission reward, detailed information on all ninjas of Hatsuhi Corporation. Warm reminder, host, if you accept the mission, you can get the mission reward in advance. Wang Hui looked at the new task assigned to him by the system, and a barely perceptible sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. System, you're getting smarter and smarter. You actually know what I want. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Hui's words made the system overjoyed, and it felt that it had almost figured out Wang Hui's style of doing things. But the system didn't show it. She just said proudly, everything is for the host's service. Chapter 124, Wang Hui, let me detoxify you. In order to avoid the threat posed by the Dongying ninja of Hatsuhi Corporation to himself and the people around him, and to be able to strike first, Wang Hui decisively accepted the task. In Wang Hui's mind, he had internal strength, and the poison was not enough to pose a big threat to him. But he didn't know that Zhao Hao was actually quite lucky. The medicine he originally prepared would take effect faster the stronger the person's physique, and there was no antidote. Then Wang Hui suffered. Although he could not use his internal energy to dissolve the medicinal power in his body after accepting the task, Wang Hui still had confidence in his physical condition. He believed that his body, which was strengthened every time he used his internal energy, should be able to withstand the invasion of the medicine. So he immediately stopped the very angry Su Wei and said with a smile, Mr. Su, it's okay. After all, Yan Chang and Zhao Hao grew up together. I'll drink this glass of wine. After saying that, Wang Hui drank the glass of red wine in one gulp. Beside Wang Hui, Yan Chang looked at the domineering man in front of her, and the admiration in her eyes became more and more obvious. Yihu Yanping and Longting Villa's owner Su Wei also nodded repeatedly and expressed their admiration for Wang Hui. Yanping, great. Wang Hui, I was right about you. Ha 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 ha. Su Wei, that's right, if it weren't for the current trend of parents' orders and matchmakers' words, I would have wanted to marry my daughter to brother Wang Hui, ha ha ha. At the entrance of Villa 006, Su Jing, who was hiding there and observing everything that was happening inside, blushed and said to herself, Dad, I do. I really do. Su Wei, of course, didn't know that his daughter had already fallen deeply under Wang Hui's charm. He handed the black crystal card along with his own business card to Wang Hui and said with a smile, from now on, little brother Wang Hui is a VIP guest of my Su group. If there is anything that our Su group can do for you, please come to me. The reason why Su Wei did this was naturally because he was optimistic about Wang Hui's future. At this moment, Wang Hui is a potential stock in his eyes, so naturally he has to invest in him as soon as possible. Wang Hui took the black crystal card and business card, smiled and nodded. For Wang Hui, the Su group's influence is spread throughout the entire Su province. If he can borrow their connections and power in the process of the company's development, it would actually be a good thing. Wang Hui has never been a very straightforward person. He certainly would not be so suicidal as to fight for his connections that he could use, and get himself into a bloody fight. Inside the villa, national player Zhao Lao finally looked up from the chessboard and showed great interest in the young man Wang Hui. Friend Wang Hui, this time it was old Zhao who was abrupt. With your chess skills, you have already surpassed the 9th Dan level and can be called a great master. Su Wei is right. If you have any problems, you can come to the Zhao family and find me, old Zhao. As he spoke, Mr. Zhao also handed Wang Hui a gold embossed business card. Wang Hui accepted it without hesitation, but the hatred on Zhao Hao's face became more obvious. Since his grandfather has extended an olive branch to Wang Hui, it means that he may never be able to take revenge on Wang Hui openly in the future. And today, the glass of wine that Wang Hui just drank was his last chance. Therefore, Zhao Hao stared at Wang Hui at this moment, wanting to see his ugly appearance after the drug took effect. Under Zhao Hao's gaze, the glass of wine that Wang Hui drank finally began to take effect. Wang Hui's cheeks began to turn red, and the red color quickly spread across his body. Yan Sheng, who had been staring at Wang Hui, was the first to notice something. She pointed at Wang Hui's skin and exclaimed, Wang Hui, there's something you can't do? You just drank a glass of red wine and you're all red. Wang Hui had not realized it at all. After hearing Yan Sheng's words and taking a closer look, he realized that his whole body was indeed red. However, he did not feel that the medicine in his body was causing any harm to him. Something's wrong, Wang Hui said secretly with narrowed eyes, then glanced coldly at Zhao Hao who was smiling at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Hao was very excited at this moment. In his opinion, Wang Hui was about to lose control and make a fool of himself in front of everyone. By then, those who were originally very optimistic about him will definitely give up their original ideas and start to look favorably upon themselves. Then Yan Cheng will come back to me. As Zhao Hao thought about this, the smile on his face even became a little ferocious. Seeing Zhao Hao losing his temper, Wang Hui sneered and said, "I'm not usually like this when I drink. Maybe the wine Zhao Hao gave me today is a little different." Wang Hui's words made Zhao Hao's heart instantly turn cold, and the smile on his face froze. "No, it's just ordinary wine. I didn't add anything to it." Everyone present was a smart person, and Zhao Hao's words were a complete self-explosion. Elder Zhao stood up from his seat, tremblingly walked over to Zhao Hao, slapped him on the back of the head, and said viciously, "You evil beast. Tell me, what in that wine is there?" Su Wei and Yan Ping also looked at Zhao Hao coldly. Yan Sheng, who was worried about Wang Hui, even wanted to tear Zhao Hao to pieces. "I didn't." Before Zhao Hao could explain, old Zhao raised the crutch in his hand and hit Zhao Hao hard on the back. To be honest, it would never hurt too much when old Zhao hit someone, but this kind of humiliation made Zhao Hao completely crazy. "I was the one who did it. So what? Are you going to kill me for a loser who has nothing? I am the only heir of the Zhao family. The Zhao group will belong to me from now on. You can't touch me. Wang Hui stole my Qinger. I will never let him go in my life." Zhao Hao's words made everyone in the living room look at him with disgust, including his grandfather, national player Zhao Lao. Old Zhao kicked Zhao Hao inside, unfilial descendant. Unfilial descendant. Zhao Hao fell to the ground, and a piece of paper fell out of his pocket. Su Wei was quick to pick up the note, but found that there were some familiar words written on it. "Beauty smile makes you disappear? Zhao Hao. What on earth do you want to do?" Su Wei read out a few words on the note, his eyes were extremely cold. Yan Ping and old Zhao also looked at Zhao Hao with indifference, obviously completely disappointed in him. Yan Sheng looked at her second uncle Yan Ping and said with a hint of embarrassment, "Second uncle, please take Zhao Hao away from here first. I don't want to see him again. Wang Hui drank today, so I'll take care of him." Of course, what she was thinking was, "Wang Hui, let me help you detoxify." Chapter 125 Space Station and Spaceship. Most people present guessed Yan Sheng's thoughts, and Yan Ping and Su Wei smiled at each other. But Yan Ping's smile was full of hope, while Su Wei's smile was slightly bitter. Wang Hui's performance today really surprised him, such a young superstar. If he could become the son-in-law of his Su family, he would naturally approve of it. If Wang Hui becomes famous in the future and helps promote his Su group, perhaps the Su group will be able to break out of the shackles of Su province and rush into the whole of China. So when Yan Sheng said this and Wang Hui did not object, he showed regret. At the same time, at the entrance, Su Jing also looked disappointed, obviously not expecting Yan Sheng to be so proactive. Su Jing is a shy girl. The reason why she wants to be a manager in Villa number 006 even though she wants to acquire 5% of the shares of Su Group is to train herself. Ever since Wang Hui gently helped her relieve her menstrual troubles last time, she has developed special feelings for him. Of course, one of the reasons is that Wang Hui is so handsome. At this moment, Su Jing really wanted to rush out and say that she was the manager of Villa number 006 and that she should be the one to take care of Wang Hui. But her shy personality still made her face turn red and she was unable to take that step. Although Mr. Zhao is old, he also understands that he has no business in Longting Villa at the moment. He immediately bowed to everyone inside. "I, an unfilial grandson, have troubled you all today. I'm truly sorry. This time I will take him back to the Zhao family to receive his punishment. He will definitely come back one day to apologize to you all. Goodbye." As Mr. Zhao spoke, he threw his crutch at Zhao Hao and shouted coldly, "Why are you still standing there?" Yan Ping and Su Wei were full of respect for Mr. Zhao, a national player, and immediately stepped forward to support him. Yan Ping sighed softly and said, "Mr. Zhao, you're too kind. Thanks to Wang Hui being here today, Qinger wasn't hurt. But this brat Zhao Hao really needs some discipline." Yan Ping said these words, of course, to seek justice for Wang Hui. Su Wei, who was supporting Mr. Zhao on the other side, chimed in, "Indeed, this time it was at Longting Villa, so we can still be understanding of Zhao Hao's behavior. What if we encounter an existence more powerful than the Zhao family next time? I'm afraid the Zhao family will be afraid because of this kid Zhao Hao." Su Wei didn't finish speaking, but everyone understood what Su Wei meant. Old Zhao carried Zhao Hao all the way out of Villa 006. Su Wei would naturally arrange a way for them to go home. After old Zhao and Zhao Hao returned to the Zhao family, old Zhao let Zhao Hao get up from the ground. "Hao, do you know you are wrong?" Old Zhao stared coldly at his good-for-nothing grandson and asked indifferently. "My grandson knows he was wrong," Zhao Hao answered with his head down. No one could see the expression on his face. Oh? Then tell me, where did you go wrong? Mr. Zhao asked with interest. Zhao Hao thought for a moment and replied, my grandson's mistake was not giving Wang Hui the drug. Hearing this, Mr. Zhao shook his head and sighed, you are still too young. Even if you drugged Wang Hui today, if you deny it, who can convict you? If you had destroyed the evidence early on, what would it matter even if they suspected you? Zhao Hao suddenly looked up at his grandfather, his eyes full of disbelief. If your grandfather hadn't scolded you first today, do you think you could have returned to the Zhao family so easily? Mr. Zhao understood the shock in Zhao Hao's eyes and taught him calmly. Grandpa, I understand. Zhao Hao's eyes showed 3 parts of determination and 7 parts of shame and annoyance. He was obviously reflecting on the fact that he had not done his job well today. Well, since you already understand, then go to Longting Villa in a few days and apologize to those people. Grandson understands. Wang Hui did not understand the teachings of the Zhao family's grandfather and grandson. At this moment, he was almost completely unable to perceive everything around him. Since 3 minutes ago, the heat in his body has filled his entire body. It was already his limit that he could maintain a trace of clarity in his 3-inch spiritual platform. In a daze, Wang Hui seemed to feel that someone was pulling him into a room. And then I knew nothing. 3 minutes ago, it was Yin Cheng who pulled Wang Hui into Villa 006 and took the initiative to stay and take care of him. Yin Cheng had already thought about what she might have to face today, but she was not afraid, instead she was very excited. Last night, she slept in the same bed with Wang Hui. Now it seems that everything that happened last night was like a preview of the current situation, giving her greater courage and resistance. In the bedroom of Villa number 006, Yin Cheng pulled Wang Hui to the bedside and snuggled her slightly cold body into Wang Hui's warm embrace. At this moment, Yin Cheng felt both fear of the unknown and expectation for the future. This contradictory mentality made it difficult for her to make an accurate decision for a while. But Wang Hui obviously overestimated his physical condition and underestimated the efficacy of the aphrodisiac that Zhao Hao could find. In this situation, the drug's effects invaded Wang Hui's brain. Even if Wang Hui used his internal energy to expel the drug's effects, he could not fully regain consciousness. What's more, he has lost control of his body. Even if he wants to use his internal energy to expel the drug's effects, it's too late. And this kind of proof, which came too late, began when Wang Hui turned over and pushed Yin Cheng to his side. Wang Hui's lips pressed heavily against Yin Cheng's pretty face. This warm feeling made Yin Cheng's whole body begin to tremble, but she still did not refuse. Instead, she closed her eyes and allowed Wang Hui to explore her face with a little violence. Boo! Their lips finally touched, and after a long contact, they separated again. The next moment, Wang Hui's clothes exploded under the influence of internal force. At the same time, Yin Cheng was also skinned into a harmless little lamb under Wang Hui's almost instinctive professional technique. Yin Cheng's space station was leaking a little bit of lubricating liquid, proving that she was fully prepared. Although it was the first time to dock with a male spacecraft, Yin Cheng had imagined the current situation countless times in her mind. As long as it was Wang Hui, she would be willing no matter what the situation was. Feeling the strong mark of Wang Hui's breath on her body, Yin Cheng hugged the man she had been thinking about day and night even more tightly. Wang Hui's spacecraft strode forward, aiming at Yin Cheng's space station, and with the help of lubricating liquid, it successfully completed the docking. Yeah. Amidst Yin Cheng's exclamation of surprise, Wang Hui began to practice the docking work again. Repeated in and out, and successful docking time and time again, made Yin Cheng's space station become a little red and hot. It was not until Wang Hui finally completed the last docking and unloaded all the cargo carried this time into the space station that this perfect docking finally came to an end. After the incident, Yin Cheng looked at Wang Hui lying beside her, with a satisfied smile on her lips. But the next moment, Wang Hui's spacecraft showed signs of wanting to practice docking again. I can't take it anymore. Chapter 126, Black Hole Like Jinling City. The next morning, Wang Hui was the first to wake up from his deep sleep as usual. After gaining inner strength, he gradually slept less every day. Firstly, it is because he can quickly enter a deep sleep, and secondly, the circulation of internal energy can also reduce fatigue. Of course, Wang Hui woke up early this morning because Yin Cheng was too tired last night. After all, that was Wang Hui who had taken medicine. At this moment, Yin Cheng's space station is still swollen and painful. After Wang Hui got up, he looked at Yin Cheng, who was sleeping beside him with a frown on her face, with pity and apology in his eyes. He knew that Yin Cheng liked him, and he also knew that Yin Cheng wanted to eat him. But this does not mean that after he and Yin Chang have had more than friendly contact, he can be irresponsible just because of Yin Chang's love for him. After covering Yin Chang with the quilt again, Wang Hui walked out of the room and made a phone call. Wang Hui remembered everything that happened last night. Even if she didn't remember, Edith had recorded everything on the bedside table. The reason why Wang Hui called was, of course, because the clothes he had just bought yesterday had now turned into scattered pieces of cloth. At this moment, he can only wrap himself in a bath towel and whisper orders outside the door. Have Wang Yi bring 2 sets of clothes to Villa 006 at Longting Villa. Well, 1 set is mine, and 1 set is Yin Chang's. Wang Hui's order was conveyed to Wang Ling, and Wang Yi naturally got the news as well. All the robots under Wang Hui's command are based on the ability of Commander Edith and can exchange messages with each other without time difference. In just 20 minutes, Wang Hui was wearing Wang Yi's new clothes. At this moment, he also prepared a loving breakfast for Yin Qing. In order to help Yin Qing recover her strength, Wang Hui specially added some extra protein such as eggs and milk. After placing the loving breakfast by the bed, Wang Hui left Villa 006 directly. Because at the moment, he actually didn't know how to face Yin Chang. Of course, he didn't know that Yin Chang had already woken up when he was making breakfast. Also because he didn't know how to face Wang Hui, he pretended to sleep until Wang Hui left. After Wang Hui left, Yin Chang, who was carefully enjoying the loving breakfast in the bedroom, felt even more deeply in love with Wang Hui. The little bit of resentment that Wang Hui had tortured him to death last night naturally dissipated. Wang Hui was driving his newly acquired Koenigsegg 1, which has a top speed of 440 km per hour and can be considered one of the most powerful supercars in the world. As for the Lamborghini he had before, Wang Yi would naturally drive it back for him. After returning home, Lin Yuexin went to class obediently under the protection of Wu Lin, but Yin Chang might have to ask for 2 or 3 days off. So Wang Hui was the only one left in the Riverview Villa. Wang Hui took out the mission reward he received last night from the storage ring, as well as detailed information on all the ninjas of Hatsuhi Corporation. The system is indeed a system. Wang Hui only took a glance at it, and his photographic memory was activated, and he remembered all the information. At the same time, he also sighed, because the system not only gave Wang Hui the information of the 72 ninjas stationed in the imperial capital. Wang Hui now remembers clearly the information of the entire Hatsuhi Corporation and thousands of ninjas. After shattering the information with his internal force and rushing it into the sewer, Wang Hui decided to make some preparations. According to the information Edith had, the branch of Hatsuhi Corporation in the imperial capital had already arranged 2 ninja teams to assassinate her. From the information provided by the system, Wang Hui learned that the combat units of Hatsuhi Corporation are generally composed of 1 gold medal ninja with 2 or 3 silver medal ninjas. And the people who came to Jinling City this time happened to be 2 groups of 4. The 2 groups of 4 sneaked into Jinling in different ways, but no matter how they disguised themselves, they could not escape the real-time monitoring of dozens of satellites controlled by Edith. From the moment they left the base, Edith had allocated some of her computing power to monitor them. Wang Hui looked at the flashing spots of light on the map above his glasses, a cruel smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. He was drugged last night and ate Yin Chan without knowing what was going on. He was feeling depressed. These Danying ninjas came at the right time, just for me to vent my anger. Wang Hui smiled and brought Wu Yi, who had just left the production line and rushed to the Jiangjing villa. Although these Danying ninjas came to Jinling separately, there were 2 pairs of 4 people gathered together. Wang Hui didn't want these people to have any chance to send messages to the capital branch or headquarters of Hatsuhi Corporation. In an unknown hotel in the suburbs of Jinling. For ninjas gathered together, some were wiping their knives, and some were sorting their guns. They brought various firearms parts, received other parts by mail, and then assembled them into normal firearms. In other words, China has very strict gun control, otherwise they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Mr. Kobayashi, what do you think are the chances of success for our mission this time? A young silver medal ninja asked his predecessor with a very respectful look. The man known as Kobayashi-kun smiled and said, "Of course it's 100%. Suzuki-san, you have to have confidence in your own abilities. Besides, this time we have 3 gold medals, me, Takeda-kun, and Mitarai-kun. Even if the opponent is at the peak of the Xiantian realm, he will definitely not be able to escape our assassination." At the same time, a voice that was unfamiliar to everyone rang out in the hotel room. "Is this the Mitarai you are talking about?" As soon as he finished speaking, a corpse fell to the ground and happened to lie in front of Shaolin. "Mitarai-kun? What happened to you?" Kobayashi widened his eyes, looking incredulous. The person who came was of course Wang Hui. He first dealt with the other 4 ninjas scattered around Jinling, and then came to the place where the Dongying ninjas gathered, ready to catch them all in one fell swoop. The sudden appearance of Ichiro Matarai's body scared all the Dongying ninjas and they were unable to react for a while. But Wang Hui would not give them a second chance. He glanced coldly at these Dongying ninjas and said in a cold voice, "Remember, in your next life, don't be a human being." As soon as he finished speaking, shurikens flew towards the Dongying ninjas. These shurikens were found by Wang Hui on several Dongying ninjas before, so he just made use of them. Several Dongying ninjas in the room saw the shurikens shooting towards them, and their eyes were filled with panic. Everyone wanted to avoid Wang Hui's attack and make plans whether to flee or fight. But the speed of the shuriken thrown by Wang Hui was far beyond their imagination. Almost in an instant, a sharp shuriken appeared on the throats of the 4 Dongying ninjas. Their lives also quickly faded away with the shuriken. They could only helplessly hold their hands in the air for a few times before finally collapsing to the ground. Wang Hui watched these Dongying ninjas who wanted to kill him gradually fall down, his expression unchanged. He only coldly ordered Edith, "You can continue to report to the imperial capital. This time, let's trick more people into coming." Chapter 127, "Please Suzuki Koen, please be my intercessor." Wang Hui looked at the 4 bodies on the ground with some hesitation. It was not because he was afraid of the strength of Hatsuhi Corporation, but because he didn't know what to do with these corpses. The place where the bodies were buried last time was already very crowded. If we bury them again this time, they will probably be discovered. There are also the Dongying ninjas from the Hatsuhi Corporation who will continue to come to Jinling. Wang Hui feels that he must think of a proper way to deal with these corpses. He couldn't keep these corpses in the ring forever. Is it disgusting? Should I sink their bodies in Xuanwu Lake? Or Qinhuai River? Wang Hui pondered secretly, but he didn't expect that the voice of the system to solve the problem sounded in his mind. Bite. The romance system has detected a new mission opportunity and is officially releasing the romance mission, caring for the injured girl. Mission, deliver a loving lunch to Yancheng. Mission reward, corpse dissolving water and its formula. Warm reminder, host, if you accept the mission, you can get the mission reward in advance. After Wang Hui finished reading the task assigned to him by the system, a smile appeared on his face again. Corpse dissolving water is a good thing. With it, Wang Hui only needs to deal with the various weapons and documents carried by the Dongying ninjas. As for whether to collect or destroy it, it all depends on Wang Hui. Wang Hui took out the corpse dissolving water rewarded by the system and poured it on the 4 corpses that had been thrown into the bathtub. The corpse dissolving water quickly took effect, turning the 4 corpses into a thick soup. But no damage was done to the bathtub itself. After flushing the water and draining the thick soup into the sewer, Wang Hui turned around and left the unknown hotel through the window. From beginning to end, no one could find any trace of him. After leaving the hotel, Wang Hui, in a better mood, went to the vegetable market to pick out ingredients to cook for Yancheng. Edith took advantage of this time to send a video call invitation to Suzuki Shijiro, the general manager of the Yingchuri Company, Ltd.'s office in the imperial capital of China. For Edith, changing what Suzuki Shijiro saw during the video call was a simple matter. "Kobayashi, what's going on?" Suzuki Shijiro was in a high position and had great power, so he always spoke to his subordinates with a certain degree of contempt. Edith, impersonating Kobayashi Takashi, immediately cried out to Suzuki Shijiro, "Suzuki Koen." Takeda Koen and the others were ambushed by that man and have perished. "What? A dozen of you? And you couldn't subdue him? Takeda actually died in battle?" Suzuki Shijiro was shocked by the sudden news. He stared at the screen fiercely and asked, "How did you escape? What happened? Tell me." Seeing that Suzuki Shijiro had taken the bait, Edith immediately told Suzuki Shijiro the story she had made up according to Wang Hui's instructions. With Wang Hui's perfect reasoning ability and Edith's inspection, there was no flaw at all in the story made up by Wang Hui. After listening to Edith's introduction, Suzuki Shijiro fell silent for a rare moment. After a long time, Kobayashi Takashi, who was hiding in a safe place on the screen, finally spoke. "Suzuki Koen, we suffered heavy losses in Jinling this time, but this matter must be resolved. If others knew that our Churi Corporation couldn't even deal with a young Chinese man, it would be a huge loss to our company's reputation. So I hope Suzuki Koen can send more gold medal killers to Jinling. This time I will definitely be able to deal with that young Chinese man." According to the report from Kobayashi Tsuyoshi, Wang Hui was actually seriously injured. If a few more teams of ninjas came to help this time, they would definitely be able to kill Wang Hui in one fell swoop. On the screen, a look of determination flashed across the face of Edith's Kobayashi Takashi, and he said to Suzuki Shijiro, "Suzuki-kun, please give me another chance. If I still cannot complete the mission this time, I am willing to commit seppuku to apologize to His Majesty the Emperor. I'd like to ask Suzuki-kun to be my intercessor then." The kaishakunin mentioned by Dongying people means letting someone he trusts watch him commit suicide by disembowelment. If he failed to die by caesarean section, he would have someone chop off his head with a long knife in order to die quickly. This slightly morbid method of suicide is unique to the Dongying people, and they even call it the Bushido spirit. In short, Wang Hui doesn't think there is anything good about this. As long as people live, there is hope. On the other side of the screen, when Suzuki Shijiro heard that Kobayashi Takashi wanted him to help him act as an ambassador, he immediately believed what Kobayashi Takashi said. "Okay, since you are so determined, I will send someone over immediately." Suzuki Shijiro hung up the phone and immediately ordered all the ninjas without missions to rush to Jinling. A total of 43 people. Wang Hui learned the news from Edith after these people left the imperial capital one after another. But at the moment he was having lunch with Yen Chang, so he didn't care too much. It takes 2 hours to get from the imperial capital to Jinling even by plane. He still has enough time to spend with Yen Chang. Villa number 006. Due to Yen Chang's physical condition, Wang Hui specially booked villa number 006 for a whole week. Only after Yen Chang recovers will Wang Hui allow her to go home or go to class. After feeding Yen Chang a piece of chicken, Wang Hui organized his words and finally spoke. "Yen Chang, last night." But before Wang Hui could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yen Chang, who was feeling embarrassed. Don't say any more. If you don't want to, I don't mind. I can wait." Of course, Yen Chang said these words to Wang Hui because she was concerned about Lin Yuexin's existence. During this period of time, he and Lin Yuexin went in and out together and lived together every day. The two of them had already become very good friends. That's why she cares so much about Lin Yuexin's thoughts. She was afraid that Lin Yuexin would think that she had taken Wang Hui away, and she was also afraid that Lin Yuexin's old illness would relapse because of her behavior. Wang Hui pulled Yen Chang into his arms tenderly, stroking her hair gently, and sighed, "Can you please listen to what I have to say?" "Ah, ho." After hearing what Wang Hui said, Yen Chang became even more shy, and she almost buried her head in Wang Hui's chest like an ostrich. "I know you're worried about Uxin, but I also know what's on your mind. Hiding the truth is the stupidest thing to do. I think you should have a good talk with Uxin. As for me, no matter what the outcome of your discussion is, I can accept it." Yen Chang lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. After Wang Hui finished speaking with a smile, he left Villa 006, leaving Yen Chang with her own space. In fact, this was also a trick played by Wang Hui, the shameless guy. After all, if you asked him to choose between Yen Chang and Lin Yuexin, he really couldn't make such a choice. So they can only leave this problem to Yen Chang and Lin Yuexin themselves. Of course, there were other reasons why Wang Hui left at this time. The plane carrying 43 Dongying ninjas landed at Jinling Airport. Chapter 128. Hello, my name is Wang Ichuan. The Dongying ninjas from Hatsuhi Corporation came to Jinling as a tour group this time, and their accommodation was in the most upscale Bell Hotel in Jinling. Unfortunately, this Bell Hotel is owned by the Zhao family. Edith had found out all this information and told Wang Hui when the Dongying ninjas left the imperial capital. So at this moment, Wang Hui was waiting for them in a room on the 19th floor of the Bell Hotel, which was booked by the Dongying ninjas. In the elevator, the Dongying ninjas were whispering to each other. Xiao Linzuan has really made up his mind this time. That's right, actually having Suzuki-kun as his intercessor is truly an honor for Dongying. I think I'm starting to admire Kobayashi-kun. Me too. But since we came together this time, even if Kobayashi-kun wanted to perform a caesarean section, there would be no chance for that. Indeed, that man is said to be seriously injured. As long as we prepare everything today, we can kill him with Kobayashi-kun tonight. That's right. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't kill a seriously injured young Chinese man. The Dongying ninjas chatted and walked into their respective rooms. According to the predetermined plan, they will prepare their own killing props during the day. But when a certain gold medal ninja opened the door, he saw Wang Hui waiting for him leisurely inside. "Who are you?" The gold medal ninja pulled out a wooden sword from behind him. For him, this wooden sword can already give him powerful fighting power. Ordinary Chinese people can't even last a single round in his hands. But the person waiting for him in the room was Wang Hui. Wang Hui, who was at the peak of the Xiantian realm. Wang Hui stood up and said to the gold medal ninja in the most standard Danying dialect, "Hello, my name is Wang Yichuan." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Hui appeared in front of the gold medal ninja on the Wudong Tiyun. The standard Donying language spoken by Wang Hui made the gold medal ninja stunned for a moment. At this moment, Wang Hui's fist just hit his face. Crack! Wang Hui heard the sound of bones breaking, and then the gold medal ninja flew backwards and hit the wall of the corridor with a bang. In order not to damage the hotel and be discovered, Wang Hui used inch force in this punch. All the strength exploded on the head of the gold medal ninja, and before he hit the wall, he was killed with one punch. At this moment, the head of this gold medal ninja was truly a mess. However, the sound of Wang Hui killing the gold medal ninja with one punch also alarmed all the Donying ninjas on the entire floor. The next moment, all the doors opened and a group of Dongyingnin rushed out. Baka! Who is that person? The Donying ninjas shouted at Wang Hui and immediately sent people to ensure a retreat. Wang Hui smiled and walked towards the ninjas. Just before he took action, he had asked Edith to stop the elevator operation of the Bell Hotel and asked Wu Yi to guard the fire escape. In other words, unless these ninjas jumped out of the window on the 19th floor, they would have to face one of Wang Hui and Wu Yi. In terms of strength, they should choose martial arts, which is easier. But in fact, Wu Yi is more efficient in killing people than Wang Hui. After all, he has no emotions and no fear of life or death. Of course, the Donying ninjas didn't know about this. They just subconsciously attacked Wang Hui after seeing the gold medal ninja lying on the ground. After all, Wang Hui is the only outsider on the 19th floor now. Apart from Wang Hui, no one else might attack the gold medal ninja. However, a clever Donying ninja recognized Wang Hui as their target and immediately shouted, "That's him. He's the one who forced Kobayashi-kun to commit seppuku. It's him. Attack immediately. Kill him and leave Jinling immediately. He's mine." The eyes of the gold medal ninjas gleamed with brilliance. To them, Wang Hui must have just made a desperate burst of energy to defeat the gold medal ninja. Until now, they didn't think that Wang Hui killed the gold medal ninja with one punch. The silver medal ninjas' faces were full of envy. After all, being able to kill Wang Hui was a great achievement. Now they were all blocked by the gold medal ninjas and had no chance to go forward and kill Wang Hui. Wang Hui sneered and watched a group of gold medal ninjas attacking him. According to the records in that document, in addition to the one lying on the ground, there are 6 gold medal ninjas among this group of Donying ninjas. And now, they all attacked Wang Hui together. Some of them are good at close combat, some are good at throwing, some are good at poison, and some are good at rescuing. But at this moment, all the gold medal ninjas rushed towards Wang Hui excitedly. Wang Hui's smile became more cautious. He chose the corridor of this hotel as the battlefield because it was narrow enough and there was no other way to retreat. It is enough for Wang Hui to kill all these Donying ninjas one by one. Dare to assassinate spies on Chinese soil. Kill without mercy. Wang Hui thought so in his heart and punched the first gold medal ninja who rushed in front of him. This punch avoided the wooden sword that was thrust straight at him by the gold medal ninja, and also avoided the small knives that the Donying ninjas had just obtained. It hit his left chest. The ribs exploded instantly, turning into sharp bone blades that shot the heart of the gold medal ninja into a sieve. Wang Hui reached out and grabbed the sharp blade in the hand of the second gold medal ninja who rushed in front of him, and punched him in the neck. The neck of this gold medal ninja immediately became extremely twisted, and his whole body fell down limply, apparently dying. However, the remaining Donying ninjas did not feel any fear when they saw this scene. Instead, they howled loudly and continued to rush towards Wang Hui. "Hurry, hurry! He's seriously injured. He must be overdrawing his body to unleash such power. Whoever kills him will be a hero to the company. The boss won't treat us unfairly. Let me do it. My knife is fast." The gold medal ninja with a sharp sword was also very fast. He rushed to Wang Hui and swung his sword horizontally, trying to cut Wang Hui into 2 pieces. Unfortunately, Wang Hui casually punched him and smashed the wooden sword in his hand into pieces, killing the only 2 gold medal ninjas left behind him. When he was distracted and looked behind him, Wang Hui punched him on the shoulder again, smashing his entire shoulder into pieces. The broken clavicle directly pierced into the aorta of this gold medal ninja, taking his life. 43 people, 7 gold medal ninjas, all died at the hands of Wang Hui in less than a minute. Such powerful strength finally made these silver medal ninjas want to retreat. But how could Wang Hui give them a chance? Wu Yi surrounded them from behind, and Wang Hui took big strides forward. As he walked, Wang Hui sneered and punched the silver medal killers who were struggling to resist. I've already told you my name is Wang Yichuan, why are you still trying to go against me? Wang Hui's sneer chilled the entire Bell Hotel at this moment. Chapter 129, Being Cheated Again. Seeing the gold medal ninjas being knocked down one by Wang Hui, the silver medal ninjas showed all kinds of life. Some of them were crazy and rushed towards Wang Hui, waving their blades. Then he was killed by Wang Hui with one punch. The difference between the strength of someone in the early or middle stage of the innate realm and Wang Hui, who is at the peak of the innate realm, is too great. Some of the silver medal ninjas also fled in panic, and were then shot one by Wu Yi, who was guarding the passage, and were killed more than 10 meters away from him. Moreover, the pistol in Wu Yi's hand was a silenced model, and coupled with the sound insulation of a 5-star hotel, people on other floors could not hear what was happening here at all. Wang Hui walked towards these silver medal ninjas step by step at his own pace. But in the eyes of the silver medal ninjas, Wang Hui was like a devil who kept taking their lives. No. Don't come over here. Don't kill me. I have parents and children to support. Don't kill me. Please spare my life, Grandpa Huagua. The smell of blood in the air aroused the silver ninjas' deep desire to survive. The so-called Bushido that they were supposed to abide by became less important under the threat of their lives. Wang Hui sneered, the coldness on his face growing deeper and deeper. Sorry, I never like to leave hidden dangers for myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Hui stepped to the last few remaining silver medal ninjas and ended the battle easily with one punch each. No, or it would be more appropriate to call it massacre. As more and more dangers appeared around Wang Hui, and as his strength grew stronger, Wang Hui's mentality also gradually changed. Wang Hui went from being a young Chinese man with a somewhat special physique to a demon who kills people without blinking an eye in the eyes of the Dongying ninjas. But for Wang Hui, the most important thing is to survive and save the lives of those he cares about. As for whether he is a demon or not, Wang Hui has never cared about things like reputation. What's more, no one outside knows what's happening here, right? After taking out the remaining corpse dissolving water from last time, Wang Hui handed the task of dealing with the corpse to Wu Yi. He himself went to plunder the battlefield. These Dongying ninjas came to assassinate me, so they must have brought a lot of weapons with them. As a man, Wang Hui is still very interested in these things. From the runes of these Dongying ninjas, Wang Hui found a lot of knives unique to the Dongying people, which are the legendary samurai swords. After Edith's identification, she found that there was only one samurai sword that was more than 100 times forged, so it should be worth some money. But for Wang Hui, it doesn't matter whether it is valuable or not. What matters is that it is stylish enough to be collected. That's enough. Put everything into the ring, including the bloodstains on the corridor. The storage ring is so powerful that it can even be used in on-site processing. The corridor where Wang Hui collected blood was very clean, as if no one had ever been here. Wang Hui smiled as he looked towards the long corridor and whispered, "We welcome the people of Dongying to come to China to travel and do business honestly. But if you still think China is as weak as it was 100 years ago, I believe the Chinese people will give you a profound memory." After he finished speaking, Wang Hui waved to Wu Yi and left the Bell Hotel. Similarly, when he left, no one could find any trace of Wang Hui. All surveillance records were also tampered with by Edith. Even if the Jade Emperor came, he would not be able to know where these Dongying ninjas went. After driving back to the Riverview Villa, Wang Hui came to the third underground floor again. Although the attacking Dongying ninjas handled the situation very cleanly, there was still a hint of blood on his body. He had to clean up here a bit before he could go see Yen Chang and Lin Yuexin. Of course, while Wang Hui was washing up, Edith was also ordered to make another video call to Suzuki Shijiro, the head of Hatsuhi Corporation in the imperial capital. This time, Edith changed her face again and communicated with Suzuki Shijiro. After all, if the same person is used to deceive people every time, the credibility will gradually decrease. "Oda-kun? How's things going?" Suzuki Shijiro sat in the boss chair with a calm expression. In his opinion, even if Wang Hui had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to escape with so many people he sent to Jinling this time. But the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Because Edith said to him, "Suzuki-kun, the mission failed. That Chinese guy seems to be protected by a Chinese organization. Before we arrived, Takeda-kun and the others had already gone to see Amaterasu." Oda, played by Edith, had a sad face and even a few scars on his face, which made his words instantly more credible. Suzuki Shijiro widened his eyes. He never expected that even though he had sent so many people, the mission could still fail. What is going on? Could it be that our Great Eastern Empire ninjas can't even kill a Chinese person? Suzuki Shijiro's anger seemed particularly incompetent at this moment, and he seemed to know this, so he quickly calmed down. But at this moment, Suzuki Shijiro's face was so gloomy that people dared not look directly at him. After a long silence, Suzuki Shijiro finally asked, "How many of you are left? What's your strength?" Edith reported to Suzuki Shijiro that the damage was 50%, but in return she received a scolding from Suzuki Shijiro. "Baka! A bunch of idiots. You can't even kill a Chinese person. Keep a close eye on that Chinese guy. I'll be in Nanjing tomorrow. I just don't believe that I, a Pixian realm cultivator, can't defeat a mere Chinese. As for the organization protecting this Chinese, I will also annihilate them all. Our Great Eastern Empire is invincible." Suzuki Shijiro screamed wildly, as if this could vent the depression in his heart. Edith pretended to be friendly with him, and then reported to him after Wang Hui came out of the bathroom. "Master, the fool you mentioned has been deceived again. He will arrive in Jinling tomorrow. Do you have any other instructions?" Wang Hui, who had just put on glasses, heard Edith's report and an idea came to his mind. Lately, when he and Edith were communicating, there were always other people present. At this time, Wang Hui certainly could not give Edith an order, so he either let the system do it for him, or he could only use a capture technology and type on the lenses of his glasses. But both of these methods were very tiring, so Wang Hui had this idea in his mind. "Edith, do you have any technology for consciousness communication in your database?" Edith, "Master, yes, but with our company's current production capacity, it will probably take about a year to produce such a product." Upon hearing this, Wang Hui silently opened the system mall interface. "Wait a year? Then I'd better buy it with admiration points." Chapter 130, Visiting Professor? Edith's consciousness communication plugin is not too expensive in the system, only 500 points of admiration. When communicating with Yen Qing at a distance a few nights ago, Yen Qing alone provided Wang Hui with nearly 5,000 love points. Of course, this is also related to Wang Hui's strong ability in certain aspects. With the system in place, it is not particularly difficult to reinstall the consciousness communication plugin for Edith. As soon as Wang Hui paid the admiration value, Edith's appearance changed. There are two distant metal plates where the bone conduction Bluetooth was originally located, which are exactly at the position of the temples when wearing glasses. When Wang Hui put on Edith, Edith's voice immediately came to his mind. "Master, can you hear Edith?" Wang Hui smiled and thought to himself, "Okay, although the system is a bit fancy, it's still good." Wang Hui's comment immediately made the system unwilling. It cried in Wang Hui's mind, "Host, you don't love me anymore. You used to be willing to let me pass on messages to Edith. Now that you have Edith, you don't want me anymore. I even gave Edith a suction function so that the host won't throw her off during high-intensity battles. That's so unfair. It's so hard to run a system these days." Wang Hui listened to the system's complaints with an embarrassed look on his face. He felt as if he was being a bit partial, and immediately thought to himself, Then what? Wang Hui's words completely silenced the system. There was no other way. Apart from serving Wang Hui well, was there any other place for his system to go? If it was really possible to choose another host, the system would not have decisively chosen to upgrade to version 2.0 after being rejected by Wang Hui. After getting the system working, Wang Hui began trying out Edith's new features. He ran several laps at the fastest speed on the third underground floor. Just as the system said, no matter how fast he ran, whether he was moving forward or backward, Edith was firmly on his nose, without any sign of falling off. When Wang Hui thought of taking off his glasses, Edith would receive the signal, break off her attachment to Wang Hui, and take them off smoothly. As things developed to this point, Wang Hui's long-held worries were completely relieved. At present, all the Donying ninjas in Jinling have been completely cleared out by Wang Hui, and Suzuki Shijiro from the imperial capital will not arrive until tomorrow. For a moment, Wang Hui seemed to have nothing to do. As soon as Wang Hui walked out of the third underground floor, Lin Yuexin in the living room grabbed his arm. Wang Hui, you haven't been to class for a few days. The counselor has been looking for me. Let me inform you to go to school as soon as possible these 2 days. Lin Yuexin was still very shy when she spoke, lowering her head and not daring to look directly into Wang Hui's eyes. In fact, since the day Wang Hui ate her, she has changed a little when facing Wang Hui. At least she is not so shy anymore. But today, the counselor found her and asked her to ask Wang Hui to come to class and to keep her boyfriend Wang Hui under control. That's why Lin Yuexin became so shy again. When Lin Yuexin said this, Wang Hui also remembered that he had never been to school since the game ended that day. Wang Hui was mainly afraid of running into Shizhula, a stubborn girl. But now that the competition is over, Shizhula, who was invited as a special guest to Jinling No. 1 University, should have left, right? Wang Hui thought so, looked at Lin Yuexin, whose face was flushed and shy, and said, "Since you asked, Yuexin, why don't you go to school and attend a class this afternoon?" When Lin Yuexin heard Wang Hui say this, she was happy at first, because Wang Hui would change his original plan because of her opinion. So Lin Yuexin raised her head and looked at Wang Hui with love. Then a feeling of shame and satisfaction came over me at the same time. Lin Yuexin, who had just raised her head, lowered it again, her pretty face red as an apple. Wang Hui stared at Lin Yuexin for a long time, but it was the first time he realized that teasing the shy Lin Yuexin was also a good change in daily life. However, Lin Yuexin had almost exhausted her shyness today, so Wang Hui didn't say anything more and drove to Jinling First University with Lin Yuexin. This time Wang Hui and Lin Yuexin came to school together, so Wolin and Wu naturally didn't need to follow. Both of them were students of the Faculty of Arts. Before Lin Yuexin confessed her love to Wang Hui, the courses she chose were not much different from Wang Hui's. So this afternoon, Wang Hui protected Lin Yuexin in the same way. But Wang Hui didn't expect that when he returned to school after a long absence to attend classes, the class schedule was different from Lin Yuexin's. I clearly wanted to tease her during class. With this sigh in his heart, Wang Hui came to the place where he would have class in the afternoon. This is a large classroom, because the class Wang Hui is going to take today is an elective course called Classical Music Appreciation. The reason why Wang Hui chose this course was naturally because it was easier to get credits for this course. Even if he did not attend class for a whole academic year, it would not be difficult for him to pass the final exam given his attainments in classical music and his ability as a world-class pianist. However, no matter how much Wang Hui planned, he never expected that some people's perseverance was truly inhuman. Everyone in the classroom was talking, and with Wang Hui's hearing ability, he understood what they were saying in just a few seconds. They said that the teacher for our class today is going to be changed. Is that true? Why do you care whether he changes or not? You're not listening to this class anyway. That's true, but I do like old Lu. After all, he doesn't care if I sleep in class. Let's take a look. This course isn't that important anyway, and the new teacher probably won't pay too much attention to us. Changing teachers? When did it happen? Wang Hui looked puzzled and thought, it seems that a lot of things happened in school during my absence. Just when Wang Hui wanted to listen a few more words to find out the real reason for changing teachers, two footsteps, one light and one heavy, were heard outside the door. The lighter footsteps stopped at the door, and old Lu walked in with heavy footsteps. Students, your teacher, Mr. Lu, has reached retirement age, so the next course, this Classical Music Appreciation course, will be taught temporarily by a new teacher. But I believe that the students will welcome her very much. Old Lu looked at his students with a mysterious smile on his face. Old Lu, please don't leave. We really like your class. Yes, Old Lu, why don't you teach us for another half a year? Can't you leave after this semester is over? Old Lu. Don't go. The classmates' calls to keep him made Old Lu want to cry and laugh at the same time. How could Old Lu, who had been teaching for decades, not know their real intention of wanting him to stay? Shaking his head, Old Lu looked out the door and said loudly, "All right, are you still going to stop me, Old Lu, from enjoying my retirement and the happiness of family life? Come, welcome your new teacher, the famous Chinese female singer, Shizhula." At this moment, Wang Hui's eyes widened, and he stared towards the classroom door in amazement, and he sighed subconsciously, fuck, why is she here?